In a classroom at Linjiang City No. 1 Middle School, students were excitedly discussing the heavenly Tao system and the Lord's trial. Some were nervous, some were trying to appear calm, and laughter mingled with the noise. Wu Wei, standing by the window, watched the crowd and sighed helplessly. This is a game world where everyone can become a lord, seamlessly blending the game with reality. Everyone can enter the ancient Lord era, engaging in commerce, establishing a nation, founding a faith, or simply farming and developing their resources. But regardless of the path chosen, everyone must first pass the Lord's trials to gain a foothold in this chaotic world. Wu Wei's childhood sweetheart, Suing Xue, reserved the last spot in their team. She was the school beauty, academically outstanding, and her father was the president of the Su family guild. However, Wu Wei rejected her. He had been adopted by the Su family at a young age and didn't want to rely on her fame, much less get into unnecessary trouble. Wu Wei was just an ordinary orphan. Aside from being first in the entire school in military chess strategy, his other grades were consistently at the bottom. His classmates immediately mocked him for being aloof, convinced he would be eliminated in the first round. But Wu Wei wasn't worried about the trial. He simply disliked teamwork and preferred to act alone. The homeroom teacher led everyone to the plaza. Golden light fell upon the old game pods. These irreplaceable relics were only used during the annual Lord's trial. The students took turns choosing their initial race and environment. When it was Wu Wei's turn, he faced the system interface and directly selected all random options. A single random selection grants an additional 25% of initial resources, while a double random selection grants 50%. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. For Wu Wei, who lacks connections, resources are more important than a safe route. However, after the teleportation was initiated, the system displayed a series of errors: allocation failure, runtime error, heavenly Tao tampered with, and data anomaly. The system forced a restart, and a message appeared: "Welcome to the Lord's era, Wu Wei." Immediately afterward, the assessment result made his heart sink. His initial environment was the endless abyss, his initial race was the demon race, and the Lord's trial had officially begun. When Wu Wei opened his eyes, a scarlet sky pressed down on the cracked earth, a murky wind whipped up lightning, and a black and red vortex high in the sky seemed ready to devour everything. There was no life here. He had barely taken a few breaths when his lungs began to ache unbearably, and he coughed up blood on the spot. The air in the abyss was highly poisonous. He glanced at the resources in his private space, without regret. The 50% reward from the double random selection inherently carried a deadly risk. Wu Wei followed the textbook to find resource points, hoping to establish territory in resource-producing areas and unlock environmental adaptation, but after searching for an entire morning, he couldn't even find a suitable place to settle down. The other trial participants had already established their territories and begun recruiting subjects, but Wu Wei was completely left behind. He stopped searching blindly and placed the core of his territory in an open space. A decaying throne forged from bones and dark red blood immediately appeared. It was both the main base and the lifeblood that the territory could not afford to lose. The system distributed an abyss sacrifice altar, a dried-up abyss hatching pool, and an abyss gate. The sacrifice altar could be used to exchange resources, treasures, and even souls for abyss treasures, but Wu Wei had nothing. He even entertained the thought of sacrificing his own soul, but immediately suppressed it. Until he saw the hatching pool, his breath suddenly stopped. This incubation pool surprisingly offers units of all levels, requiring no prerequisite technology. From level 0 lesser demons and level 25 succubi to level 50 legendary balrogs and level 100 demon princes, all can be exchanged using flesh, souls, and materials. Looking at the list of high-level demons, Wu Wei felt a surge of joy. This was the most precious starting opportunity the Abyss had bestowed upon him. The following is a rewritten version of the text that follows the previous paragraph, approximately 959 words. Wu Wei stared blankly at the Abyss hatching pool, utterly shocked. This initial building actually offered access to all demonic units from level 1 to 100, with no technological restrictions. As long as he gathered the materials, he could directly recruit high-level demons. The only problem was their astonishingly high cost. He was familiar with the rules of the Lord's world. Normal territories only unlock new functional buildings after upgrading, and troop building upgrades only improve efficiency and reduce resource consumption. The Abyss Hatchery, however, was completely different. It broke the rules. As long as resources were sufficient, all demonic troops could be recruited without limit. Wu Wei quickly calmed down and discovered that the incubation pool was still enveloped by black tentacles and remained dried up. There were no plants or animals, no resource points, only a black and red vortex hanging in the sky, and the entire endless abyss was terrifyingly silent. He immediately checked the activation requirements. It only required an investment of 500 soul stones. Soul stones were very cheap in the Heavenly Dao Mall. Wu Wei had obtained 50% more resources through the double random selection, giving him a full 1,500 initial resources, making activating the incubation pool relatively easy. The final Abyss Gate made him realize the value of this initial opportunity. It could ignore dimensional barriers and open an indestructible two-way portal. Ordinary lords had to reach at least level 3 and pay a high price to even have a chance to obtain this fragile teleportation technology. The requirements for the Lord's Trial have become clear. Upgrade your territory level, accumulate 100,000 resource points, and the higher your score, the richer the rewards. The initial territory's resources are simply insufficient, so all lords must travel to the trial continent to gather resources, build armies, and defend against plunder by other lords. Wu Wei finally understood that his 3 exclusive buildings were not for farming. The Endless Abyss had no mining value, but it was a natural war machine. If he wanted to survive in the trials, he could only sustain himself through war, relying on conquest and plunder to obtain resources. Having figured this out, Wu Wei spent 500 resources to exchange for soul stones and invested them all into the incubation pool. A roar echoed through the abyss, and the black tentacles that had been wrapped around the pool walls quickly receded. The war machine, dormant for millennia, had finally awakened, and the entire abyss trembled. After activating the incubation pool, Wu Wei unlocked all abyss unit permissions. He converted all remaining resources into soul stones and flesh, temporarily abandoning high-tier units and focusing on cultivating basic demons. There were no resources or external enemies here. His only goal was to reach the trial continent as soon as possible. After the resources were invested, 10 demonic cocoons covered with strange patterns emerged. 30 seconds later, the cocoons shattered simultaneously, and 10 level 0 lesser demons with wings crawled out. Their eyes were full of malice, but upon sensing the Lord's pressure and the aura of the throne, they immediately suppressed their ferocity. Wu Wei quickly noticed the anomaly. Even among level 0 lesser demons, their strength and intelligence varied drastically. He summoned a second batch of lesser demons and level 1 primal inferior demons, but the result was the same. The underlying rule of the Endless Abyss was chaos. The attributes of all units would change randomly. He was preparing to form a squad when he discovered that only 8 of the original 10 lesser demons remained. The remaining demons were devouring the corpses of their own kind, and still not satisfied after finishing, they turned and pounced on new targets, quickly reducing their numbers to 7. Greed, bloodlust, insatiable hunger, and cannibalism, this was the very nature etched into the bones of the demons of the Endless Abyss. The primal lesser demons also descended into a frenzied infighting. They easily tore their companions apart, sparing not even the youngest lesser demons. Screams echoed through the abyss as lesser demons dragged corpses and tore at flesh, while the lesser demons could only flee in panic from their claws. Demons never hunt for food. They're obsessed with pain, destruction, and fear, and the more desperate their prey is, the more excited they become. This brutal and bloodthirsty nature is etched into the bones of every abyssal demon. Wu Wei initially thought they were hungry, so he immediately bought food and fed them, then used his lord authority to order all demons to isolate and cease fighting. But as soon as the food was placed down, the demons began to fight over it. Those who were full continued to plunder, while the cunning ones hid the food and went to steal from their companions. Wu Wei quickly realized that food could only temporarily slow down the internal conflict. As long as they didn't have a common goal, these demons would fight to the very end. He also discovered that demons that devoured their own kind would randomly gain 1 to 4 attribute points and continuously evolve within their flesh. This ability grants demon troops immense potential, but it could also cause Wu Wei to lose all his forces before he even goes into battle. Even more troublesome is that while demons must obey their lord's orders, they often misinterpret commands, engaging in brawls when he's not looking, displaying absolutely no discipline. If they dragged this out any longer, the army would only self-destruct within its territory. Wu Wei decisively decided to launch the expedition ahead of schedule. While other lords were still building portals and exploring their territories, he was already preparing to send the bloodthirsty demon to the Trial Continent to hunt monsters and plunder resources. Resources are limited on the Trial Continent, and competitors are everywhere. For ordinary lords, war is merely a means of development. For Wu Wei and the Demon Clan, war is the very foundation of survival. Only through constant conquest can they bring back flesh and blood and rare materials. The dark red abyss gate slowly opened, and the demons excitedly stepped into the passage. Wu Wei watched their disappearing figures, a smile playing on his lips. The Trial Continent was about to welcome its first special visitors, and even the gray sparrows in the distance had spotted this ominous gate. The Level 0 lesser demons quickly surrounded a Level 1 wild murloc, tearing at its body and fighting over every piece of flesh. The primal lesser demons surged into the depths of the swamp, slaughtering the murlocs that came to their aid. Overwhelmed by their numbers, the entire swamp murloc tribe was swiftly and completely wiped out. The demon burned down the murloc lair, carrying the corpses and materials back to the endless abyss, and also brought back a gray piece of equipment. Wu Wei, looking at the stinking murloc boots, directly recycled them into resource points. This resource filled the huge gap left after hatching new units. With no other lords blocking his way on the Trial Continent for the time being, Wu Wei firmly held the initiative. He immediately ordered the demons to head to the next target, where a peculiar statue and a goblin lair were hidden. As long as he continued to seize resources, he could quickly expand his lead. But the movements of the demon army had already been observed by the gray sparrows high in the sky. The sparrows flew to the grasslands and returned to the side of the druid lord, Li Mengmeng. She had started her journey by descending into the friendly forest, gaining the favor of the elves through her druid identity, and even acquiring the mutant possession technique. Li Mengmeng possesses the ability to possess natural creatures across dimensions for reconnaissance. She intended to conduct a routine reconnaissance, but discovered that someone had sent an army into the Trial Continent on the first day of the trial. She immediately sensed danger and decided to win over the centaur tribes of the grasslands. These warriors, at least level 3, were sufficient to counterbalance Wu Wei. Wu Wei sat on the abyss throne, his eyes closed, remotely commanding the demon army through the heavenly Dao system to besiege a medium-sized goblin lair. Commands were directly injected into the demons' minds. Even if it was a doomed mission, they had no choice but to execute it. To expedite the battle, he recalled the exploration team that had gone out. The lair was inhabited by nearly 100 level 1 goblins and 3 wizards. Their corpses and remains could be converted into resources. What truly caught Wu Wei's attention, however, was the evil spirit statue, marked by the system as an unknown artifact. It could be exchanged for a large amount of resources and could also be appraised for a fee, potentially yielding equipment, skill scrolls, or treasure maps. Wu Wei commanded the demons to block the main road and shut down the retreat. However, the primal lesser demons took advantage of the lulls in their orders to trample on their fellow lesser demons and quickly devour the corpses. Before the army could even defeat the enemy, it had already suffered unnecessary losses, once again revealing the chaotic nature of the abyssal demons. Undeterred by casualties or morale penalties, the deaths of their comrades and their own grievous wounds only fueled their frenzy. Yet, demons often misinterpreted orders, engaging in infighting for personal gain. When the last goblin fell, the 200 demons had lost 35, annihilating the enemy army despite being in unfavorable terrain. The victory was near perfect, yet Wu Wei remained unperturbed. He knew casualties could have been even lower. His tactics weren't yet suited to the demons. Wu Wei ordered the lesser demons to transport the evil statue to the Abyss Gate. In the shadows of the woods, a pair of sharp eyes slowly opened, gazing at the goblin lair burned by the demons. Level 5 Centaur warrior Ursak Windwalker led his people into hiding in the forest. Li Meng, possessing a sparrow, witnessed the demons slaughtering goblins, burning trees, plundering resources, and even cannibalizing their own kind. The Centaur tribe, close to nature, was enraged by these acts. Taking the opportunity, Li Meng told Ursak that the demon before them was merely the vanguard. Behind the Abyss Gate at the edge of the forest, many more monsters lurked, eyeing the land. To eradicate the threat, the portal had to be destroyed. Ursak was persuaded, but used the excuse that the tribe's women and children were weak and the people were struggling to survive, making it impossible for him to fight without compensation. Li Meng understood that neutral forces acted solely for their own benefit. To suppress Wu Wei's expansion, she gritted her teeth and promised to supply the Centaur tribe with a month's worth of rations. Yasak immediately demanded food for 74 people, and only after Li Meng pressed him for details did she learn that he had even included newborns in the count, leaving her furious and resentful. On the other side, Wu Wei stared at the ugly, malevolent statue, torn between two options. Directly recycling it would only yield 3,400 resource points, which wouldn't be very meaningful for him now that he had passed the initial development phase. In the end, he spent 1,000 resource points to initiate the appraisal, and a golden beam of light pierced through the plane, landing in the endless abyss. The statues slowly melted away, leaving only a black fragment with shimmering water. The system notification indicated that this was a corrupted fragment of faith. Bloody images flooded Wu Wei's mind. Goblins had sacrificed their blood and mutilated bodies, forging a twisted faith through violence and resentment at death. However, the complex and negative beliefs had already eroded and completely corrupted each other. Wu Wei did not follow the path of faith, and he could not recycle the fragments into resources during the trial, so this hard-won treasure suddenly became a hot potato. He remembered the long-unused Abyss sacrifice altar and decided to exchange it for Abyss treasures. Wu Wei placed the corrupted fragments of faith on the altar and initiated the sacrifice. The black and red vortex in the sky quietly accelerated, as if the entire endless abyss was thirsting for this first sacrifice. Just then, the heavenly Dao system alarm sounded suddenly, and on the trial continent, the survival signals of demons were disappearing one after another. Deadly arrows shot from the depths of the forest. One imp, gathering firewood, was pinned to a tree trunk, and within 2 seconds, 3 more imps perished. The entire firewood gathering team was wiped out, and the area was once again shrouded in the fog of war. The demon squad near the adamantite mine was also ambushed. They were originally hunting metal slimes, but as soon as they arrived at their target area, dozens of level 3 Centaur warriors rushed out of the dense forest and launched a fierce attack. The imps and primal lesser demons were utterly helpless against the centaurs, who possessed superior attributes, weapons, and speed. The charge ended, and the entire demon squad was swiftly slaughtered. The centaurs did not collect the corpses. They believed these demons, who had defiled nature, deserved only to lie exposed in the forest. After the centaurs withdrew, a dying imp in a corner still stared into the distance with venomous eyes. Li Meng, possessing a sparrow, observed the battle and was quite satisfied with the centaur's strength. She planned to bring the centaur tribe under her control after building the portal, believing their leader, Ursak, had the potential to become a hero. Ursak was very interested in the stable food supply, but he was unwilling to submit easily. He wanted to demonstrate the value of the tribe first and gain the upper hand in negotiations, so he proposed to wipe out the remaining demons in the forest and then destroy the Abyss Gate to completely cut off the demons' invasion route. At the same time, the first sacrifice in the Endless Abyss officially began. The dark power of the altar devoured the corrupted fragments of faith, and the remnants of goblin souls clinging to them let out mournful cries. Cowardly and blindly obedient, they only knew how to bully the weak, and were ultimately utterly annihilated by the Endless Abyss. Wu Wei ignored the wails and simply picked up the ancient book made from the animal hide obtained through the sacrifice. The cover was engraved with black and red eyes, a demonic sword, and the throne of the abyss. Opening it released a strong, pungent smell of blood. A system notification popped up. He had obtained a unique class change equipment, a fragment of the Abyss Codex. This rare priest-type equipment can disregard conditions, allowing the holder to change class to Abyss Priest and unlock exclusive skills. Before Wu Wei could examine it closely, the codex suddenly came to life, countless dark tentacles piercing his hands and binding him firmly to the codex. After the excruciating pain subsided, Wu Wei felt a significant increase in his control over the demons. The demons, who used to misinterpret orders and fight amongst themselves, were now all absolutely obedient and would not disobey in the slightest, even when faced with a mission that meant certain death. Having completed his class change, Wu Wei became a level 1 Abyss Priest, gaining the passive skill, Heart of the Abyss, granting him complete control over all abyssal creatures and also learning the exclusive abyssal language. The tentacles retreated back into the codex, leaving black sun-like markings on the back of his hand, and he finally understood the reason for the demon's loss of control. Previously, he was not part of the Abyss's origin and could not truly suppress his demonic nature. Now he possesses the absolute dominion that all lords crave. The incomplete codex only records praise for the Black Sun and the Lord of Destruction, yet the Abyss's skies are filled only with black and red vortexes. Just as Wu Wei was pondering the origin of the Black Sun, the system suddenly malfunctioned, and the signals from the dispatched scouts disappeared one after another. He instantly realized that this was not the work of wild monsters, but rather hostile forces clearing out scouts and deliberately suppressing his early expansion. Watching the soldier insignia fade away, Wu Wei felt no anger, but instead revealed a strange smile. The long silence had finally ended, and the conflict he had long awaited had come knocking on his door. His pent-up desire for conquest had also been fully awakened. Li Mengmeng possessed a sparrow, perched high on a treetop monitoring the forest. Seeing the pursued demon finally make a move, she was overjoyed, concluding that this mysterious lord was merely a novice with resource advantages, but no practical combat experience. Centaurs are highly mobile rangers, naturally effective against unarmored, low-level demons. Against such an enemy, the safest option would be for the entire army to retreat to the portal, using the defensive position to avoid repeated guerrilla attacks. Instead of retreating, Wu Wei broke up the 300 demons into nearly 20 small teams. The teams' routes were chaotic and staggered, like they were running aimlessly in a forest, completely exposing their forces to the centaur's sight. Li Mengmeng couldn't help but sneer. She felt that Wu Wei didn't understand military strategy at all, and even with a good start, he would ruin it himself. In her eyes, these scattered demons were already prey delivered to the centaurs' mouths, so she ended the possession and returned to her territory to develop. However, Ursoc, the centaur leader at the front, sensed something was amiss after the ambush. He shot and killed a lone imp with an arrow, and the remaining imps immediately disappeared into the dense forest. 6 deserters later returned, saying they had missed regrouping because they were chasing the lone imp. Ursoc pressed for details about the outcome, and the 6 elite warriors stammered, finally only saying they had killed 2 demons. The fact that they had only managed this much after pursuing the enemy with bows in hand infuriated Ursoc. The warriors quickly explained that the demons had fled en masse upon being attacked, making them impossible to catch. Ursoc's heart skipped a beat, for he and the other squads were in the exact same situation. In the Endless Abyss, Wu Wei stared at the battlefield map in his mind, watching the weary and confused centaurs in the forest, a slow smile spreading across his lips. Holding the Abyss Codex, he commanded 20 demon squads through the Heavenly Tao system, constantly issuing orders to move, turn, and retreat. To outsiders, the demons appeared to be like headless flies, stumbling around aimlessly. Even they themselves were filled with resentment, repeatedly approaching the enemy only to be forcibly suppressed. Wu Wei had long ago regarded the entire forest as a chessboard and each demon squad as a pawn. Those seemingly out-of-control routes, the deliberately exposed flaws, and the bait of sending them to their deaths in batches were all designed to drag the scattered hunting teams into the heart of the forest. As the 30 centaur squads, exhausted from the pursuit, unknowingly converged on the swamp, Wu Wei finally got his chance. All the demons instantly closed in, forming 2 intersecting encirclements, trapping the enemy in the center of the swamp. Wu Wei issued the decisive order: each team should first kill the wounded and weakest demon within their own ranks, devour its flesh to replenish their strength, and then immediately turn around to encircle and annihilate the centaurs. Ursoc then realized that each pursuit had been a deliberate trap left by the enemy. The roars and chewing sounds of demons echoed from the edge of the swamp. Having replenished their strength by devouring their own kind, the demons approached from all sides, their bloodlust palpable. Wu Wei's voice seemed to travel through the forest, landing in Ursoc's ears. "Welcome to my domain." Perched on a branch, Li Mengmeng, now a sparrow again, watched this reversal unfold and finally understood that Wu Wei's chaotic command was never a mistake. Looking at the encirclement in the center of the swamp, she was filled with utter disbelief and shock. Witnessing the dramatic reversal of the battle, Li Mengmeng was filled with disbelief. The demons who had just been scattering and fleeing, at the mercy of their prey, had now formed a tight encirclement. That chaotic and frenzied fighting style suddenly reminded her of the legendary strange man at school, Wu Wei. Wu Wei consistently ranked last in all subjects across the school, except for war games, where he always came in first place, a feat even Suing Xue couldn't surpass. Rumor had it that his strategies seemed haphazard, often putting him at a disadvantage early on, yet he managed to control the entire game, winning every match in the most insane way. Wu Wei's academic performance was so poor that no one had ever truly understood his abilities. Many students believed that Suing Xue had deliberately let him win, allowing him to maintain his first-place ranking. Now, looking at the formidable army of demons before her, Li Mengmeng finally realized that this was clearly Wu Wei's tactical style. But she still couldn't understand. If it really was Wu Wei, the student who was generally considered the least developed, how could he have entered the continent at the beginning of the trial and even built such a large demon army? Before she could figure it out, Ursoc below had already sent her an urgent plea for help. The centaurs, trapped in the encirclement, were not entirely hopeless. Their attributes were far superior to those of lower-level demons, and the encirclement was not yet secure enough. As long as they could gather their strength to break through the outer perimeter and then use their mobility to create distance, they still had a chance to fight their way out of the swamp. Li Mengmeng invested heavily in winning over the centaur tribe, already regarding these warriors as her own strength. Using her aerial vision, she quickly pinpointed the weak point in the demon formation and immediately ordered Ursoc to lead a breakout. In the endless abyss, Wu Wei, clutching the Abyss Codex, watched the centaurs regroup, his smile growing ever wider. He didn't stop them, instead, he waited quietly. He had long anticipated that Li Mengmeng wouldn't willingly watch the centaurs perish in the swamp. High in the sky, Li Mengmeng constantly adjusted her direction, directing Ursoc to charge forward in line with her vision. She was certain that the forces in the double encirclement were dispersed, and as long as they concentrated their strength to break through the outer perimeter, Wu Wei's trap would be easily torn apart. Ursoc immediately led his team in a charge, his twin arrows piercing the air and accurately killing 2 lesser demons blocking their path. Li Mengmeng was secretly pleased, feeling that Ursoc's combat talent was extremely strong, and with a little training, he had the potential to grow into a racial hero. But the next moment, her expression changed drastically. She changed her escape route repeatedly, but the centaur warrior kept turning around in the swamp, unable to break out of the encirclement. The demons, who were originally far away, also began to approach from all directions. Ursak was both shocked and furious, questioning Li Mengmeng about why she had led them in circles, suspecting she had deliberately misled everyone. Li Mengmeng, however, couldn't utter a single word. She finally understood that every flaw she had seen was a trap set by Wu Wei beforehand. Whenever she chose a direction to break out, the demons would immediately regroup into small, intersecting squares, blocking her path. The chaotic formation was like a giant python, slowly coiling around its prey in the swamp, not in a hurry to kill, but gradually compressing all living space. Li Mengmeng felt a chill run through her body. She finally realized that Wu Wei was far more terrifying than the rumors on campus suggested. It was as if he had anticipated every single one of her decisions. Even how she would command Ursak had been factored into this ambush. Suppressing the tremor in her heart, she admitted to Ursak that she had misjudged the situation, dragging everyone into a dead end. Then, she coldly told the centaurs that escape was hopeless and to let them fight for nature to the very end, before turning and flying away from the swamp. Ursak roared in despair, forced to watch helplessly as Li Mengmeng departed. Screams soon followed, and the demons tightened their encirclement. Li Mengmeng was filled with complex emotions, but suddenly she saw several dark figures flash past swiftly through the abyss gate at the edge of the forest. Li Mengmeng was startled and stared intently at the abyss portal. 10 strangely shaped flying demons burst forth from it, covered in bronze scales, their backs lined with spikes, and their scarlet eyes greedily scanning the forest. The system displayed that these were actually rare level 7 flying units, the Ralt demons. This is the first abyss flying unit Wu Wei has unlocked. The even stronger level 11 Dead Ice Demon requires a separate ice and snow dimension incubation pool to recruit. The appearance of the Ralt demon instantly made Li Mengmeng feel a deadly threat. After flying out of the portal, they immediately split into 2 groups to scout, with 2 flying straight towards the treetop where the sparrows were hiding. The sparrows' actions during the centaur ambush were too obvious. Wu Wei had already deduced that a rival lord was secretly spying on him, trying to hinder his expansion. The Ralt demon possesses both body temperature sensing and normal vision. No matter how the sparrow dodged, it couldn't escape the lock, and its flight speed was completely outmatched. In the endless abyss, Wu Wei locked onto the target through the demon's perspective and immediately ordered a flanking maneuver from both sides. The moment the claws closed in, Li Mengmeng decisively severed the mental link, abandoning this perfectly suited sparrow clone. The druid possession spell relies on soul fluctuations. If the possessed body dies, she herself will suffer severe damage. The out-of-control sparrow survived for only 2 seconds before being crushed by the demon's claws. Wu Wei confirmed that his spies had been completely eliminated and the trial continent was temporarily safe again. However, this attack also made him realize that even if other lords couldn't deploy troops, they could still slow down his development through various means. Wu Wei stopped blindly mass-producing low-level demons and instead spent 5,000 resource points to upgrade his Abyss territory to level 2. The territory's area expanded accordingly, the construction limit for hatching pools and portals increased to 2, and a new, unique building, the Temple of Sin, was unlocked. The Temple of Sin requires 15,000 resource points, and its core function is to recruit exclusive demon race heroes. While these race heroes don't provide the same troop leadership boost as generals, they possess extremely strong individual combat power and breakthrough capabilities, often capable of turning the tide of battle single-handedly. Wu Wei currently lacks top-tier elites, and a powerful hero is the safest choice. However, the recruitment by the Abyss Temple is completely random, and it is impossible to specify a target. One can only offer 2,000 kilograms of flesh and blood and 25 fallen souls in exchange for a chance to draw a hero. The annihilation of the Centaur tribe had allowed Wu Wei to gather these materials. Although he had some concerns about the random outcome, he still initiated the summoning directly. A crimson magic circle spread out, devouring all the flesh and blood, with limbs and tissues constantly writhing and reshaping. Countless remnant souls frantically fought for control of the body, their features and limbs repeatedly growing and disappearing, creating a grotesque scene. In the end, a powerful soul overwhelmed all the competitors, coalescing into a bloated, gigantic monster 3 meters taller than Wu Wei. It was covered in blood-stained iron cages, its purplish-red skin was covered in fleshy growths, and it exhaled a foul stench. Yet, unlike ordinary demons, it did not rampage. Instead, it obediently lay at Wu Wei's feet. The 4 pairs of scarlet eyes, upon seeing the Abyss Codex, were filled only with instinctive fear and submission. It bowed its head and respectfully swore allegiance. Wu Wei successfully drew the exclusive demon race hero, the Imp Mistress, Caroline. Wu Wei stared at the pop-up hero panel and carefully examined the information of the little devil mage, Caroline. At level 1, she possessed 1,400 health points, with exceptional stamina and strength, making her a rare and powerful frontline hero. Caroline possesses 4 unique skills. Her putrid gas can poison enemies in an area and also increases the attack power of her imps by 50%. Combined with her capture, throw, and devour skills, she can both control imps in battle and sustain herself by consuming flesh and blood. What pleased Wu Wei even more was that Caroline had an extremely high compatibility with the demon forces, and her loyalty was permanently fixed at 100 points. He hadn't expected to draw such a powerful force on his first hero recruitment, and his expansion plans regained their confidence. Caroline's massive body lay sprawled on the ground, blocking the portal. Wu Wei told her to get up, but she instead made a strange request. High-ranking heroes often have desires, and fulfilling them often grants hidden abilities or special rewards, so Wu Wei agreed to listen to her. He hadn't expected Caroline's request to be so simple. She wanted to take a group of lesser demons with her, imprison them in the iron cage on her body, and carry them with her like children. Soon, her figure could be seen chasing after the lesser demons across the plains of the Trial Continent. One of the little devils tripped over its companion while trying to escape, and before it could even get up, Caroline grabbed it and stuffed it into the close-fitting iron cage. She excitedly gathered the scattered little devils together, and the iron cage was soon more than half full. The devils gradually got used to her presence. Watching Caroline quickly integrate into the army, Wu Wei was very satisfied. With a top-tier hero, he could finally restart his expansion tactics. He stared at the Heavenly Dao map, circling a small, neutral town controlled by dwarves among the intricate marching routes. Meanwhile, in the third plane of Fat, Suing Xue was arranging affairs in the Lord's castle. She instructed the hero, Xia, to first lead the magic apprentices to bring rain to the farmland, and then, after resting for an hour, to enter the forest to assist the troops in clearing out the ferocious beasts harassing the miners. Xia complained that she wasn't a machine and wondered how Suing Xue could always accurately calculate her mana regeneration rate. Suing Xue simply told her that she had calculated the regeneration time based on her attributes. Due to a shortage of manpower during the initial development phase, she had to temporarily take on more tasks. Suing Xue promised to build a dedicated mage tower for Xia once the territory was stable. Xia immediately approached, hoping to take the opportunity to ask for extra treatment, but Suing Xue coldly refused, leaving him with no choice but to leave and continue his mission. In just a few days, Suing Xue's territory had reached level 4. Her lord's castle, farmland, mines, and workshops were successively completed, and she had even recruited racial heroes, giving her sufficient means to protect herself. Yet, gazing out the window, she couldn't help but worry about Wu Wei's situation. Wu Wei's development path was completely different from hers. He almost abandoned territory infrastructure construction, only adding a deep abyss incubation pool, and invested all resources in expanding his army and waging war. At this time, He already had an army of 2,000 demons and had explored nearly 1/10 of the Trial Continent. Centaurs, goblins, slimes, and other neutral monsters were gradually wiped out by the demon army. Wu Wei set his sights on the 1,000-strong dwarf town. It connected the mining hills and the trade plains, serving as the only trading hub in the entire region. Once Wu Wei captures the town, he will gain control of both regions, transforming it into a strategic fortress and directly restricting the expansion of other lords. With his command to advance, the demon army lurking in the forests, swamps, and hills set off in full force. The emergency bells of Savage Rock Town suddenly rang, instantly shattering the bustling market. Squads of dwarven city guards rushed out of the town, pushing through the panicked crowds, and the entire street quickly descended into chaos. Blacksmith Bilkin poked his head out and stopped his distant relative Sabo to ask what was going on. It was the busiest time of the market, and he had originally planned to make a fortune selling equipment, but the sudden alarm had completely disrupted his plans. Sabo simply told him to immediately close the doors and hide. The town had been peaceful for years, and everyone assumed it was just goblins or wild beasts causing trouble, unaware that the 5 ringing alarm bells meant an army of over 500 monsters was approaching. After giving his instructions, Sabo turned and headed towards the city walls without looking back. Bilkin locked the shop door, his face grim. This was the first crisis he had ever faced, and he knew the town was likely doomed. He frantically packed his belongings to escape, but was torn between diamonds, gold, and silver coins, completely unsure which to take first. Before he could make a decision, a tremendous crash came crashing down. An iron cage pierced through the roof beams and smashed into the shop. The raging little devil landed on the counter, drooling, its eyes fixed on Bilkin, who was clutching the treasure, causing him to scream in terror. The dwarves of the entire town were baffled as to why the formidable city walls had fallen so quickly. Some suspected the city's defenses had abandoned the town and fled, but the truth was quite the opposite. The dwarves had never betrayed their oath to protect their homeland, and Wu Wei had precisely used that oath to breach the town's defenses. A dozen minutes earlier, Wu Wei, seated on the Abyss throne, ordered nearly 1,000 demons to rush towards the west gate of Savage Stone Town. That day happened to be a large market day, and the area outside the west gate was crowded with merchants and pedestrians. The area in front of the city gate was already congested, making it the easiest point of attack to create chaos. The demons suddenly appeared, and the people outside the city scattered in panic. Some rushed into the city, but many more blocked the gates, completely paralyzing the passageways. Seeing the demon army pressing in, the city defense captain of Shimin had no choice but to restrain himself and order the city gates closed. Hearing the cries of the people outside the city, the garrison gritted their teeth and sealed off the west gate. They knew that families remained inside, and if the demons entered, the entire town would fall. But no one realized that Wu Wei's true intention was never to breach the west gate directly. Instead of attacking the refugees, the demons, who should have been wreaking havoc, drove them to other city gates. 200 demons remained at the west gate, feigning an attack and holding the defenders back, preventing them from leaving the city to provide support. The city's defense captain quickly realized something was wrong, but it was too late to stop it. Besides the north gate, the other gates of the town were attacked one after another. However, the north gate was too far from the battlefield, and the garrison and the people were unaware that the entire city was under attack. Soon, a large number of displaced refugees rushed towards the north gate, crying and begging the garrison to open the gate and take them in. The guards at the north gate saw only neighbors and friends and couldn't bring themselves to close the gate. Just as the city gate was about to shut, a pair of giant hands suddenly blocked the gap. The little devil matriarch Caroline squeezed out from behind the crowd, her enormous body pressing down on the city gate like a wall of flesh. The moment the imp Queen Caroline appeared, the guards at the north gate were plunged into despair. Her bloated, mountain-like body blocked the gate, her thick arms bracing against it, her tumors continuously spewing poisonous mist, and inside the iron cage, a terrified and struggling little devil remained. The dwarves had only ever experienced beast tides. They had never seen such a monster. The defenders gripped their weapons and shields tightly, yet their hands trembled uncontrollably. The gaps in the city gates widened, and countless imps swarmed in, like a black tide surging up the defenses. Crimson eyes gleamed in the darkness, and despair quickly enveloped the north gate. Just as the defenses were about to crumble, a brown-bearded dwarf roared, forcefully rousing his terrified companions and pointing out Caroline's only weakness. He realized that Caroline was blocked by the city gate and couldn't launch an attack for the time being. If everyone worked together to defeat her and then reseal the gate, the town might still have a chance to hold out. After saying this, he activated his dwarven battle aura and charged towards the demon with his shield raised. His sharp blades sliced through the imps, blocking his path, while his shields deflected the claws that lunged from all sides. Inspired by him, the initially hesitant dwarves gradually regained their fighting spirit, raising their weapons and preparing to fight to the death to drive the demons out of the city gates. But this newly ignited hope was quickly spotted by Wu Wei. Sitting on the abyss throne, Wu Wei immediately locked onto the brown-bearded dwarf leading the charge and used the heavenly Dao system to readjust the positions of the nearby demons. The previously chaotic imps suddenly scattered, quickly blocking the dwarf's flanks. As the brown-bearded dwarf dodged the attack, a long-lurking primal lesser pounced from behind, forcing him to retreat hastily. He retreated towards Caroline's feet. Caroline looked down at her prey, who had willingly offered itself up, grinned maliciously, and then raised her massive foot and stomped down hard. The sturdy armor shattered instantly, and the dwarf's skull cracked under the pressure. The warrior who had just been encouraging the crowd died on the spot before the entire guard. The surrounding imps swarmed forward and quickly dragged the body away to devour it. Witnessing their leader's gruesome death, the dwarves' newly mustered courage crumbled completely. No one dared to charge again. They only wanted to retreat to the rear of their defensive line, desperately close the city gates, and hold on to their last escape route. Wu Wei gave them no chance to catch their breath. He ordered the demons to split and weave, killing the city's defense troops one by one as they tried to retreat. Caroline finally broke free of the city gates, her massive body stepping into the town of Savage Stone. As she entered the city, more demons poured in through the north gate. This dwarven settlement, which had been peaceful for many years, was finally breached by the abyssal demons, its last line of defense torn open, and it faced utter destruction. News of the fall of the North Gate and the demons' intrusion into the city spread rapidly. The dwarven reinforcements, who were originally heading to various locations to provide reinforcements, received orders to change course halfway through their journeys and were caught up in the chaotic street battles before even reaching the city gates. A small group of soldiers stumbled upon a dwarf girl being chased by a raging imp. The youngest warrior drew his sword to rescue her. The imp, permanently enhanced by Caroline's poisonous mist, was immune to pain and its attributes had skyrocketed. The group fought a fierce battle before finally slaying it. The girl kissed her savior and hurriedly left, while the squad continued their journey to the battlefield. But loud bangs echoed through the streets as Caroline's raging imps landed one after another, slaughtering everything in their path, and the affected people cried out for help. The captain looked at the chaos with a sense of helplessness, unaware that this was all part of Wu Wei's plan. On the Abyss throne, Wu Wei ordered Caroline to launch imp throws at the marked area, using the demons' lives to block the dwarven reinforcements' movement route. On the city wall, the dwarf captain watched as Caroline slaughtered her people, then ordered Sabo and the others to bring out the long-forgotten dragon crossbow. This ancient weapon had once slain a dragon, and he intended to use it to eliminate Caroline and regain control of the town. The giant crossbow had barely been deployed when the captain who gave the orders vanished. Sabo and the others had to load it themselves, but as soon as the arrows were in place, their companions began to disappear one after another. After 2 loud bangs, 2 mangled corpses crashed to the ground at his feet. Before Sabo could react, The Ralt demon swooped down from the shadows, grabbed his shoulder, and lifted him high into the air. Looking down at the town of Savage Rock, he discovered that the entire city had been divided and sealed off by demons, and all the dwarves were trapped like caged beasts. The siege ended quickly. The dwarves defended their homeland until the very end, but Wu Wei felt their resistance was far less formidable than that of the centaurs, so he ended the battle prematurely. The surviving residents were driven to the central square, where the corpses of the city's defenders lay scattered everywhere. Bilkin mingled in the crowd, recognizing Sabo's corpse by the dark gold ring. He outwardly wept, but secretly removed the ring, revealing his greedy nature. Many dwarves, consumed by vengeful rage, refused to submit to the demons of the abyss, even at the cost of their lives. Wu Wei dispatched a level 20 mid-ranking demon overseer. They were masters at manipulating desires and enslaving people, capable of commanding hundreds of servants to work. The serpent-tailed overseer promised preferential treatment to those who handed over supplies and intelligence, but was met with a chorus of angry rebukes from the dwarves. The warlord laughed as he executed several ringleaders, feeding them to the demon in front of everyone. After the screams drowned out the noise, he laid out his final condition. The first to surrender would enjoy special treatment, while the rest would become slaves or food. Bilkin was the first to bow his head, selling his soul. After the demons took full control of the town, gold, stone, provisions, and weapons were continuously sent back to the abyss, and the 3 mines resumed production. Using intelligence from a trader, Wu Wei unearthed a hidden treasure vault and brought it, along with 1,200 dwarven slave laborers, under his command. Wu Wei knew very well that food could suppress the demons' hunger and internal strife, but slave labor was the greater gain. He preserved the mining areas, farmland, and logging camps, allowing a small number of demons to maintain order and continuously supply resources at 120% efficiency. With sufficient resources, he temporarily halted his army expansion and upgraded his territory 3 levels in a row, reaching level 5 directly. The maximum number of incubation pools and portals was increased to 5, and level 2 incubation pools, along with buildings such as the Demon Workshop and Hell Prison, were subsequently unlocked. His Lord level also rose to level 2, granting Wu Wei new learning privileges. At this point, his territory level and army size were already ahead of all the new lords. The new lord's skills could strengthen his army and even allow him to personally step onto the battlefield, which filled the war-loving Wu Wei with anticipation. After Wu Wei was promoted to a level 2 lord, 4 learnable skills popped up before him: Craftsman's Legacy, Nurturing, Gold Miner, and the exclusive skill War Vision. He had to choose one, which would directly determine the future development direction of the Abyss territory. The first 3 are basic skills commonly found by new lords, permanently increasing territory construction speed, crop maturity speed, and mine gathering speed, respectively. For most lords, these 3 stable buffs are often a better priority than unknown exclusive skills. Unique skills are randomly generated based on the lord's environment and racial characteristics, and may enhance breeding speed or improve combat power. However, in the mid to late stages of the Lord era, truly powerful armies are often composed of multiple races, so it is not worthwhile to strengthen a single race too early. But Wu Wei was different from the others. He had no intention of continuing to manage the Abyss, and demons were not good at producing resources. Although the resources brought by Barbarian Stone Town were plentiful, they were more like a one-off harvest, with the only stable output being the captured dwarven slaves. Instead of upgrading unstable construction, agriculture, and mining, it's better to strengthen the demon army's combat power. As long as the demon is strong enough, he can conquer more strongholds, capture more slave laborers, and keep the war supplying him with resources. Without hesitation, Wu Wei chose the vision of war. The instant the system loaded, a tearing pain shot through his eyes. A large amount of dark condensate surged from beneath the Abyss throne, crawling up his cheeks to his eye sockets and engulfing his eyes. Wu Wei's vision was instantly plunged into darkness, but in less than a second, Dense buds of flesh sprouted from his empty eye sockets. Blood mixed with the newly formed tissue writhed wildly, eventually condensing into a pair of scarlet eyes, the pupils long and narrow like snakes, carrying the uniquely cold aura of the abyss. When Wu Wei opened his eyes again, the world before him had completely changed. The height, losses, and remaining production time of the Abyss incubation pool were all clearly displayed in his vision, revealing even the slightest error. He turned his gaze toward the town of Savage Rock, and a flood of more information rushed in. The movement speed of the demon squad, the distance between members, the health of the wounded, and the hit time of thrown weapons, all of this became precisely fluctuating numbers. Even the extent to which the warehouse floor had sunk, whether anyone was mining nearby, when the escaped slave guild was hit, and even the potential for a minor demon to advance, were all fully revealed to Wu Wei by the war vision. A flood of chaotic data rushed into Wu Wei's mind, making his head throb, but he felt no discomfort whatsoever. The system quickly notified him that loading was complete, and he gained the exclusive Lord skill, War Vision, which allowed him to see his warriors and the surrounding environment through the abyss. Wu Wei initially thought this would be a skill to enhance the demon, but unexpectedly it enhanced the Lord himself. The system rarely assigns this kind of ability to lords, because most lords already have a class and additional skills can easily conflict with the class system. But the vision of war has no conflict. It allows Wu Wei to see every detail of the battlefield. Changes in wind direction, ground tremors, shifts in battle lines, the locations of casualties, even the slightest flaw cannot escape his observation. At this moment, Wu Wei finally possessed the ability to truly control the battle. All the changes hidden in the chaos would be exposed beneath those scarlet vertical pupils. Those were the eyes of the Abyss Lord. Get to work. The whip cracked as Bilkin, the dwarf who had been promoted 3 times by the demon overseer, now became the foreman. He roared, brandishing his whip, declaring that anyone who failed to meet the goals set by the Abyss Lord would be left without food. The dwarves in the mine instantly wailed. They had once been strong and honest craftsmen, but now they were enslaved and emaciated. The mining environment was already harsh, and if they were deprived of food, they would likely die from exhaustion in endless labor. Bilkin didn't stop. His eyes bloodshot, he swept over his former comrades and announced that the slowest workers would be dragged out of the mine and fed to the imps. The complaints ceased abruptly, and all the dwarves lowered their heads, frantically swinging their pickaxes. What they truly feared was not death. For these slave laborers, a swift death might have been the only relief. But the town of Savage Stone had gained a hellish prison, robbing even death of its final piece. The Hell Prison forcibly absorbs all souls within a 10-kilometer radius, then crushes them into finished soul resources. It is the first abyssal resource building Wu Wei has seen so far, capable of automatically collecting souls to continuously provide the most crucial materials for the demon incubation pool. With this building, Wu Wei's daily resource consumption for exchanging soul stones was almost halved, allowing him to invest more resources in high-tier troops and army expansion. However, in the eyes of the dwarves, this prison did not even spare the souls of the dead. Its very existence was a desecration of life. Seeing his comrades finally overcome with fear, Bilkin left the mining area with satisfaction. He couldn't rest yet. The ore mined the previous night had to be immediately sent to Wu Wei's 3 newly built demon workshops for the newly hatched demon craftsmen to forge equipment. The workshop was filled with the sounds of hammering. The demon craftsmen melted the ore haphazardly, and what was originally intended to be plate armor might turn into a dagger halfway through, and then be forged into a longsword with the shape of a dagger. Bilkin looked at the crudely made weapons and armor scattered on the ground, almost cursing them out loud. Even apprentices in the dwarven workshop would have rejected them. But he knew very well that the users were inherently chaotic demons, and these bizarre weapons could still tear apart enemy bodies in their hands. A 3-armed, four-eyed demon craftsman complained that there wasn't enough ore today. Bilkin immediately smiled and explained that Wu Wei had taken the ore from the warehouse yesterday and also transferred nearly half of the slave workers, so what they saw was all newly mined ore. Hearing that it was the Lord taking the supplies, the demon craftsman reluctantly nodded and allowed the slave workers to carry the ore inside. As it left, it suddenly wondered what Wu Wei was taking so many slave workers for. Was he hungry? Bilkin hesitated for a moment before giving an answer. Wu Wei seemed to be personally overseeing a construction project. He had taken the slave laborers with him to build something called the blasphemous torch. My lord, the blasphemous torch one is complete. Wu Wei turned his gaze away from the demon army besieging the village in the distance and checked the new building in the center of Savage Stone Town through the heavenly Dao system. Hundreds of demon slave laborers had spent 2 days and 1 night to finally complete this special building. A giant stone platform rose in the center of town, its top resembling half a black bowl. The moment the structure was completed, black flames ignited within the bowl, but instead of spreading outwards, they continuously contracted inwards, eventually condensing into a suspended black sun. The black sun cast its cold light across the surroundings, and a scarlet vertical pupil slowly opened at its center, strikingly similar to Wu Wei's new eyes. Seeing this, Wu Wei's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed, and the abyss territory could finally continue its outward expansion. The profane torch can corrupt the surrounding land into the abyss territory. In the area shrouded by the black sun, Wu Wei possesses the same authority as the abyss throne. Only under the torch's illumination can the abyss incubation pool function fully within the trial continent. To other lords, this building might be worthless. But to Wu Wei, it was just as important as the abyss hatching pool. From the moment the torch was lit, Barbarian Stone Town was no longer just an occupied outpost, but became part of the endless abyss. After the torch was completed, Wu Wei immediately built 3 abyss incubation pools within its illumination range. The moment the buildings were completed, an invisible darkness swept across the trial continent, and all beings that had reached a certain level of strength looked towards the Savage Stone Town. The impact caused no physical harm, yet it pierced directly into the soul. Countless beings heard the whispers of demons, heard the roar of the abyss in the real world. The sound was like the gathering of evil spirits and like the tolling of a bell before impending destruction. The powerful beings on the trial continent quickly realized that a being far stronger and more dangerous than themselves had extended its reach into this world. In the underground kingdom, the Dwarf King, enraged, ordered all scouts to investigate the source of the anomaly. Deep in the desert, the Orcish High Chieftain was equally enraged. He ordered his priests to use psychic abilities to investigate at all costs, even if it meant mental breakdown, to find the source of the shock. Forces along the coast, on the plains, in the forests, and in the swamps all began sending out scouts. Even ancient beings dormant deep within the volcano for many years slowly opened their eyes amidst the darkness. The entire trial continent was on high alert due to Wu Wei's expansion, and all forces were speculating about what exactly had descended upon their world. At this very moment, other new lords participating in the Lord Trials began to set foot on the trial continent. A banner bearing the image of Snow White Castle was planted in the ground by musketeers and magic apprentices, suing Xue's lord's insignia. Half an hour later, a flag engraved with gears and a wrench descended upon the trial continent. It belonged to Li Qi. Immediately afterwards, a 3rd and 4th new territories appeared in succession. These new powers brought trade, intrigue, war, and suspicion. The native forces were already terrified by the impact of the abyss, and the arrival of the new lord completely scrambled the situation. But Wu Wei, seated on the abyss throne, watched as portals lit up across the trial continent, a genuine smile spreading across his face. The true chaos was finally about to begin. Before the portal to the new Lord Li Qi, Goblin 1 spewed flames after the countdown ended and wobbled into the sky. Parts kept falling off the rocket's outer shell, and alarms sounded incessantly, but the goblins inside continued working as if nothing was happening. Several green-skinned goblins, equipped with special telescopes, recorded the forests, rivers, deserts, and orc tracks from high above. On the ground, gnomes and goblins quickly processed the information, and the Heavenly Path map expanded at an astonishing speed, revealing nearly a third of the trial continent in just a few minutes. As the rocket sounded its impending disintegration warning, the goblins immediately donned the parachutes crafted by the gnomes and ejected from their protective seats. The snow-white parachutes unfurled in the air, while the rocket, having accomplished its mission, crumbled into burning debris and plummeted towards the distant Earth. Lychee should have been happy to receive the map, but he discovered that he wasn't the second new lord to set foot on the trial continent, but the third. Suingshue's snow castle banner had already appeared, and another teleportation portal covered in black and red runes had long since been erected in a corner of the continent. There were no flags around the portal, and its owner seemed completely unconcerned about identification. Lychee couldn't confirm who it was, so he had to put his doubts aside for the time being. His goal was clear. First, establish an expansion base and quickly seize resources to replenish the resources depleted in his original territory. In his plan, weaker forces could be annexed, forces of similar strength could be traded and allied, and overly powerful forces would be temporarily avoided. The lords came to the trial continent with the goal of acquiring resources, but some chose to conquer, some chose to trade, and some chose to leverage diplomacy. Lychee was always adept at pursuing multiple fronts. He planned to first establish contact with surrounding forces, and then decide on his methods based on their strength. However, the plan had barely begun. Before he could even send out a diplomatic team, the natives of the trial continent had already found his branch base. On the edge of the desert, orc warriors riding dire wolves charged out of the wilderness. They had received orders from their war chief to patrol the territory and immediately kill any outsiders they found. The prophecy triggered by the abyss's impact had led the orcs to view these unfamiliar arrivals as malevolent beings bringing destruction. Dwarves, goblins, and various unfamiliar devices were all evidence of invasion in the eyes of the orcs. Lychee initially tried to communicate verbally, but found that the other side had no intention of negotiating. The dire wolf cavalry charged towards the newly built base, brandishing their swords, and battle erupted instantly. Lychee had anticipated the natives' aggression and prepared a counterattack plan. However, the orcs' desperate counterattack was still fierce, and the newly built branch base was reduced to ruins. Looking at the wreckage, Lychee was heartbroken and experienced for the first time the loss of control over the situation on the continent. Lychee wasn't the only one encountering trouble. Suingshue, known for her perfect management, also quickly found herself in a bitter battle from which she couldn't easily escape after setting foot on the trial continent. Outside Suingshue's colony, the Archmage Xia continued to complain about the endless merfolk. She raised her hand and released an enhanced ice spike spell, instantly freezing the moisture in the air. An ice whirlwind swept across the battlefield, sealing large numbers of merfolk in place. Even the murlocs who were fortunate enough to escape the ice were finding it difficult to move. Their moist skin was frostbitten, and every step they took tore their flesh apart. The entire lakeshore was quickly stained with blood, and Shar's magic forcefully suppressed the murlocs' first charge. Knight Credo, accompanied by his apprentice knights, charged into the battlefield and, taking advantage of the fishmen's limited mobility, swiftly beheaded them. However, Suingshue discovered through the map that even more fishmen were coming ashore, far exceeding her initial estimate. She immediately deduced that the murlocs might be commanded by the ancestor of the murlocs. Once the oldest and most powerful murloc in the region appeared, the number of attacking murlocs would surge, and the colony, which had only been established for a day, would be completely surrounded. On the muddy lake shore, a giant merman nearly 6 meters tall slowly approached. Its body was covered in thick scales, its muscles were monstrous, and its defense even surpassed that of a knight's plate armor. Looking at it, Charles almost considered abandoning the base. Suingshue refused to retreat. The teleportation portal and colony base had just been built. Abandoning them would render all the initial investment futile. She ordered Charles and Credo to continue holding off the enemy while she mobilized reinforcements from her territory to support the battlefield. Faced with the increasingly chaotic situation, Suing Xue suddenly thought of Wu Wei. That sense of oppression, that suffocating sense of chaos, was extremely similar to her confrontation with Wu Wei in the war game simulation. While other new lords were being attacked by the natives of the Trial Continent, Wu Wei was completely different. Instead of waiting for the enemy to come to him, he led his demon legion into a dark tunnel leading to the Dwarf Kingdom. A dwarven trader, chained by a demon overseer, walked ahead, excitedly pointing deeper into the passage. He told Wu Wei that as long as they killed all the guards at the end, they could completely open the road to the Dwarven Kingdom. The dwarf thought that by helping the Abyss Legion find the entrance, he would regain his freedom and continue serving as the overseer. But his voice was too loud, the guards in the darkness had already locked onto him, and a crossbow bolt shot out instantly, piercing his skull. The traitor lay convulsing on the ground, while the demonic overseer, clutching his chains, gleefully devoured the corpse. Wu Wei witnessed the scene without a shred of pity. In war, betrayers and victims are merely resources to be exploited. What he truly cared about was the Dwarven Kingdom behind this passage. Wu Wei was no longer satisfied with conquering one or two small towns. He had his sights set on the entire Dwarven Kingdom's mineral deposits, population, cities, and endless resources. Unlike other lords who struggled to survive, Wu Wei was actively changing the landscape of the Trial Continent. He never considered acquiring resources through trade or negotiation. All he wanted was conquest and ever-expanding wars. In the dark tunnel, countless demons charged towards the guarding position. Above them, a pair of crimson vertical pupils slowly opened, staring intently at the end of the passage. For there, something that could potentially change the entire battle had appeared. On the eve of the demons breaching the tunnel's defenses, the dwarf warrior at the end of the tunnel was the first to spot the demons in the darkness. Dragging his wounded body, he shouted a warning, and nearby dwarf warriors immediately rushed to his aid, once again blocking the narrow passage. This dwarf had been fighting for 6 hours, personally leading his team to repel the demons 3 times. His armor was shattered, his weapons dulled, yet he remained at the forefront, encouraging his comrades. Even Wu Wei acknowledged his bravery, but this couldn't change the fate that awaited him. Wu Wei sat on the Abyss throne, locking onto the battlefield through his war vision, and issued precise commands to Caroline. First, launch the Berserk Imp at a 37-degree angle, then wait 1.2 seconds before locking onto the target with the imp chains. Caroline immediately swung her thick arm and hurled the iron cage containing the Berserk Imp toward the dwarven ranks. The dwarves were already familiar with this kind of attack, and several warriors immediately swung their axes into the air. Before the iron cage even hit the ground, the imp was hacked to death by the flurry of blades. The dwarves had barely breathed a sigh of relief when a chain emerged from the shadows and wrapped around the warrior's ankle. Everyone's attention was focused on the iron cage. No one noticed that Wu Wei's true killing move was already hidden behind it. Imp Chains is a skill Caroline gains after reaching level 2. Enemies weaker than her will be bound by the chains, and if the strength difference exceeds double, the target will be dragged directly towards her. Dwarf warriors are powerless to break free. His companions rushed forward desperately to his rescue, but could only watch as the warrior was dragged into the darkness. In the torchlight, Caroline opened her enormous maw, seized him, and began to devour him. The little demons in the iron cage beside her were also frantically scrambling for the falling flesh. The warrior did not die immediately. He struggled to reach out to his companions, begging them to end his life. But Caroline's heavy blow quickly silenced the sound, and the dwarves' previously high morale was shattered in that instant. Fear spread rapidly. The oppression, pain, and chaos brought by the demons tore at the dwarves' will. After the first deserter appeared, a second and a third soon followed, and the tunnel defenses began to fall into disarray, allowing the demons to advance relentlessly. Meanwhile, General Max Copperhammer of the Dwarven Kingdom arrived at the palace, requesting that the Copperhammer guards stationed at the passageway be allowed a temporary rest. After 6 hours of continuous fighting, the soldiers were already close to mental collapse, but he was unwilling to tell the truth in front of the king. The dwarf king, however, berated his subordinates for their incompetence and ordered them to defend the kingdom's passage at all costs. It was a crucial point connecting the capital to various trading towns. If it fell, the demons could directly threaten the entire dwarf kingdom. Just when Max Copperhammer was in utter despair, the king finally issued a new order. He decided to send earth dragons to reinforce the battlefield. Hearing this name, hope rekindled in the general's eyes, for those monsters were enough to tear apart most of the demon army. Soon after, the other end of the tunnel began to shake violently. Accompanied by the sound of cracking rocks, terrifying roars came from the depths of darkness. The sound was like the roar of a dragon. Roar! The earth dragon's roar shook the tunnel. Bloodthirsty dwarves dragged specially made chains, driving monsters into the battlefield. They screamed wildly, vowing to burn the demons with fire and reclaim the land corrupted by the abyss. These earth dragons are not true dragons. They are more like a twisted hybrid of lizards and giant worms, with outward-facing noses and protruding mouths, but their heads have degenerated to the point of having no eyes, and their internal organs are clearly visible under their translucent skin. The earth dragons have no scales, and their slimy skin constantly secretes a foul-smelling liquid, which they use to move through the tunnels. Although they are ugly and grotesque in appearance, they possess an ability that only true dragons have. They can spew dragon flames that smell of dragon blood. As the earth dragon opened its mouth, scorching flames swept through the tunnel. The dwarves gradually reclaimed their territory with the help of the dragon's flames. This fire could even melt the hardest ores, and the imps' fragile bodies simply could not withstand it, igniting them completely upon contact with the flames. Countless lesser demons screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but could only watch helplessly as they were burned to ashes. Caroline, seeing the children's tragic deaths, rushed forward in rage, shielding several lesser demons in her arms and using her back to withstand the second wave of dragon fire. Her tumor exploded in the fire, her fat and skin quickly charred, and her life force instantly dropped by a fifth. But Wu Wei wasn't concerned with the little devil's deaths. Through his war vision, he stared intently at the fire-breathing earth dragons. The bloodline-contaminated chamber finally had a usable target. Wu Wei immediately decided that even if it meant abandoning the attempt to conquer the tunnel, he had to capture an earth dragon alive. The Abyss Codex's orders spread throughout the battlefield, and the little demons who had been scattering and fleeing for their lives were forcibly suppressed from their fear. Dozens of lesser demons quickly lined up, each row nearly 10 meters long. The demons in the front row were burned to death by the dragon's flames, but the demons in the back row were able to seize the brief gaps after the fire breaths and charge towards the earth dragons and the dwarves guarding them with their remaining strength. This near-suicidal formation caught the dwarves off guard. A large number of imps swarmed the earth dragons, holding back the guards and forcing the dwarven warriors to retreat continuously. Caroline also devoured several imps to heal her injuries, then swung her chains, binding one of the earth dragons. The dwarves rushed forward desperately, trying to save the precious earth dragon. But Wu Wei had only focused on this one area from the beginning, and the number of demons lying in ambush around it far exceeded that of other areas. The lesser demons died one after another, managing to carve out a retreat route for Caroline. Finally, the chains tightened, and the living earth dragon was dragged into the darkness by Caroline. Wu Wei immediately ordered the demon army to retreat, temporarily abandoning the entrance to the passage. Seeing the demons retreat, the dwarves erupted in cheers of relief. But what they didn't know is that Wu Wei's retreat wasn't due to defeat, but rather because he gained something far more important. This captured earth dragon would become the first material for the bloodline contamination chamber. The real monster would soon appear. Awoe! The earth dragon let out a mournful howl after being dragged back to the endless abyss by the little devil mistress with chains. The long and bumpy journey had exhausted its strength, but the moment it stepped into the abyss, it was still filled with unprecedented fear. The Endless Abyss is a place where sin and negative emotions converge, a home for demons and a final resting place for chaotic souls. Though the Earth Dragon could not see its surroundings, it could feel the low, cold aura that crushed even its last will to resist. "Throw it into the bloodline contamination chamber," Wu Wei calmly ordered, seated on the Abyss throne. Caroline immediately dragged the Earth Dragon to a massive, circular building and then threw it into a pool churning with eerie red liquid. The pool walls were covered with black tentacles engraved with abyssal runes. This building was called the Bloodline Contamination Chamber. It was a building that was only unlocked after the territory was upgraded to level 5, but it had never been truly used because Wu Wei could not find a suitable target for modification. The Bloodline Contamination Chamber can transform living bloodline creatures into corresponding abyssal monsters. However, goblins, centaurs, murlocs, naga, dwarves, orcs, and even captured goblins and gnomes cannot withstand the transformation. Each test subject, once inside the contaminated chamber, would typically dissolve into blood within 2 seconds. Although Wu Wei didn't understand the underlying mechanism, he deduced that the contaminated chamber required a powerful, rare bloodline. A Highland falcon with a faint trace of savage beast blood had survived longer than other creatures. That's why he was willing to abandon the kingdom's tunnel he was about to breach when he saw the Earth Dragon possessing dragon blood. Textbooks record that Earth Dragons retain dragon blood within them. For Wu Wei, anything related to dragons was worth risking everything for. The Earth Dragon struggled desperately, but Wu Wei did not change his orders. Black tentacles pierced its smooth skin from all directions, their ends splitting into smaller tendrils that penetrated deep into its flesh, beginning to cut and extract the life force within its body. A system notification quickly appeared: important life factor integrity 4.23%, unable to continue purification. But this was just the beginning. More abyssal energy was forcibly injected into the Earth Dragon's body, and the contamination chamber finally truly activated. The Earth Dragon's body began to mutate wildly. Its limbs transformed into snow-white tentacles, and crooked eyes and a deformed mouth sprouted from its abdomen. The next moment, these structures all collapsed, turning into a carapace-like monster with spiky armor, before reforming once more. Each time the aberration was complete, the system would ask if he wanted to repeat the aberration. Wu Wei checked the attributes again and again, and each time he chose to start over. What he wanted wasn't just any abyssal monster, but to preserve the Earth Dragon's most valuable ability. After countless rounds of reshaping, a jet black, solid monster finally crawled out of the contaminated chamber. It had 2 rows of tiny eyes, a petal-shaped maw filled with deformed teeth, and a tongue that had transformed into a fleshy nozzle connected to special organs. Its head was no longer related to a dragon, but it retained the ability to breathe fire. The dragon flames of the past had transformed into abyssal flames with biological activity and strong corrosiveness. Wu Wei was eager to see how it would unleash its first breath of fire when facing its former kind. Chapter 34: Flames from the Abyss. Oh my god, those demons are back. The dwarven warriors guarding the kingdom's passage had only rested for less than half a day. The demon army, which had retreated long ago, surged up once again from the edge of darkness. Almost at the same time the dwarves discovered the demon, terrifying, corrupting dark whispers began to echo in the ears of every dwarf. They were survivors of the previous battle for the tunnel, the lucky ones who survived the clutches of the devil. But they were also victims of the plague known as the demon plague. The effects of demons in battle go far beyond the physical realm. Because so far, no creature has been able to retain a complete and sound mind after fighting a demon. Their souls, their reason, and even their will to fight were largely corrupted by the war against the demons. Although Wu Wei could not see the corresponding data directly using his war vision, he could determine this from the expressions on the soldiers' faces. By the dwarf god! Why are there still so many of them? We've already killed enough people to pile up into 2 small mountains. At the other end of the passage, the corpses of the previous wave of demons had not yet been buried, but the number of corpses piled up into two small mountains was enough to prove the dwarves' bravery. Unfortunately, because the little devils were cheap enough to be made, Wu took full advantage of this. With an attached base providing resources, Wu's 5 abyss incubation pools are operating at almost full capacity. Every minute, several lesser demons are born in his territory. Therefore, the casualties of these little devils truly became insignificant numbers in Wu's eyes. Don't be afraid. Max Copperhammer, who had personally stepped onto the front lines, shouted. Having a thorough understanding of demons, he almost without hesitation ordered his servants to lead more than a dozen earth dragons out of the army's main camp. This time we have enough earth dragons. With them here, the demons will not be able to cross our lines. The existence of the earth dragon is the dwarves' best weapon against the demons at this narrow crossroads. So when they heard Max Brandhammer say that, many dwarves perked up. These dwarves were the previous reserve force, and unlike the pale-faced survivors, they were more easily swayed since they had never witnessed the horrors of the demons. However, their enthusiasm and excitement will soon be extinguished by harsh reality. They're here. They've surged up. In the darkness, the dwarf could see countless scarlet eyes rushing madly toward him from below the steps, without needing torches or lighting. Those scarlet eyes were filled with malice, greed, and brutality. Just looking at them was enough to make one uneasy. However, before these little demons could even get close, the earth dragons at the edge of the kingdom's passage began to spew dragon fire. Instantly, flames began to erupt from the entrance of the massive tunnel, forming a dense network of fire. Almost every demon touched by this net of fire was instantly ignited and died screaming in agony. Haha, it's no use, you damned monsters. Max the Bronze Hammer looked down at the little demons that were being set ablaze with a cold smile. In this terrain, as long as there are earth dragons, you will have no chance of getting up here. This time, in order to more reliably guard this precious kingdom passage, Max Copperhammer specially requested more valuable earth dragons from His Majesty. Despite losing one in the last battle, the magnanimous king clearly didn't care about a mere earth dragon. After all, as special creatures kept in the dwarf kingdom, the number of earth dragons in the entire kingdom has exceeded double digits. But Max and his soldiers had little time to rejoice before they made a vague discovery. In the middle of the passage, several faint streaks of blackish-red light were shimmering. The next second, flames also began to erupt from the middle of the demon army. However, unlike the crimson dragon flames spewed by the earth dragons, the flames appearing in the demon army were nearly black purplish-red flames. Moreover, the composition of these purplish-red flames is not like that of dragon flames. They were more like fireballs. Danger! Although Max's hammer reacted quickly enough, he managed to pull his adjutant and attendants along with him as he retreated. However, 2 attendants and the earth dragon beside them were still hit hard by the purplish-red fireball. What Max Copperhammer couldn't believe his eyes was that these purplish-red flames could spread just like dragon flames. However, the ways in which the 2 sides spread the virus are also different. Flames! Flames! They've gotten under my skin. A servant with half his face burned off screamed and, as if possessed, began to frantically remove the armor and lining he was wearing to protect himself. Only after it removed its armor did the other dwarves realize from its exposed wounds just how terrifying those eerie purplish-red flames had been. Sizzle! Please, please, dig them out. As the flames continued to scorch the warrior's skin, the skin was disappearing at a rate that was almost like collapse, and as the skin disappeared, the flames that were burning him were also burning inwards. In less than 2 seconds, all the dwarves present, including the dwarf General Max Copperhammer, clearly saw countless purplish-red flames engulf the general's attendant's skin, then seep directly into his body and burn away his remaining organs that were still functioning. Perhaps it was because of this strange sensation that the general's attendant uttered incoherent ramblings about flames drilling under his skin before he died. Unlike ordinary flames, the abyssal flame does not directly ignite anything it comes into contact with. His burning direction was inward. It possesses extremely strong corrosive properties. Oh whoa. The other earth dragons, struck by the abyssal flames, were also screaming in agony. Under the corrosive influence of the abyssal flames, these beasts, each possessing a wisp of true dragon blood, began to die one after another. Their fragile internal organs and skin were also severely corroded by the abyssal flames. Seeing this horrific scene, the dwarf general looked in alarm toward the entrance to the passage. There, an abyssal earth dragon, chained by the imp matriarch, slowly opened its mouth and pointed it at itself. Within the monster's deformed and twisted mouth, a purplish-red flame was gathering. Chapter 35 Crushing Hope. Whoosh! General, be careful. Thump. Just as Max was still stunned, a servant he had personally trained rushed towards him and took the abyssal flame for him with his own back. The next second, the loyal servant was struck by the abyssal flame and died screaming in front of Max's bronze hammer. In less than 2 seconds, half of the poor servant's body was burned, and his internal organs were charred into a foul-smelling liquid. You bastard! Seeing this, Max the copper hammer finally lost his temper. Even though he knew he shouldn't act impulsively at this crucial moment, the tragic deaths of those around him still enraged him to the extreme. Holding a bronze-colored giant hammer, he immediately activated his battle aura, enveloping his entire body. Then, he abandoned the corpse of his servant and rushed towards the hero unit, Imp Mistress Caroline. This is often how battles between ordinary creatures and demons go. Alternatively, ordinary creatures may become cowardly and timid due to the demon's brutality during battle. Alternatively, they might be seduced by the demon's brutality in battle and become just as brutal as the demons. However, Max's servants displayed extraordinary courage at this moment. These warriors, who had sworn to fight for the general, split into 2 groups. One group blocked Max's hammer, who was about to die, while the other group rushed towards the little devil Caroline, who also wanted to kill him before Max's hammer could reach him. Unfortunately, that's a shame. The real enemy the second group is facing at this point is neither the imp matriarch Caroline nor the abyssal earth dragon beside her. Their real enemy is the Abyss Lord, who commands the former 2. The moment the dwarven servants began their valiant charge, Wu Wei, with his war vision, had already seen their individual trajectories. So, Wu Wei was temporarily distracted and personally commanded about 12 little devils to block the way for the little devil Mistress Caroline. Every time these dwarven servants swung their weapons, imps would appear just in time to block their path, rendering their attacks ineffective. And whenever they want to change positions, there's always a little devil that precisely blocks their path, preventing them from moving. Wu Wei saw through all the attacks. Meanwhile, the little imp matriarch Caroline was so happy that she didn't even need to attack. She simply slapped the group of dwarves who were bewildered and disoriented around her into unconsciousness. Although she could kill the other person outright, she wouldn't do it. Because in her twisted and evil mind, living dwarves taste better than dead ones. Especially when the other person was struggling inside her gaping maw. General, we can't hold out any longer. More and more demons have broken through our defenses and poured into the main body of the kingdom's passage. The first group of attendants responsible for stopping the general hurriedly said. No matter how angry you are, never forget that you are the commander. Only you can lead the remaining brothers to escape from here. They cannot die in vain. Those are thousands of lives. Hearing this, Max Copper Hammer finally emerged from the mental rage caused by the demonic infection. He looked up and glanced at the battle situation around him. His servants were right. The battle for the kingdom's passage had come to an end. The devils won. One node after another was cleared by the demons, and one warrior after another was captured and slaughtered by the demons. Although many dwarf warriors have already knelt down and begged for mercy because of the demons' brutality, a considerable number of dwarf warriors are still fighting to the death for their kingdom. If I were to die here, all these people would have sacrificed themselves in vain. Rather than let everyone die here, he might as well lead his army to retreat quickly, establish a second line of defense from the rear, and wait for reinforcements. In any case, the demon's invasion of the king's passage is not deep enough yet, as long as there are enough reinforcements. The dwarves still have hope of reclaiming this passage. With this in mind, Max finally gave the order for the surviving warriors to approach him and then retreat. But Wu Wei, who was well versed in the ways of war, was best at and enjoyed doing the thing that extinguished the enemy's hopes. The moment Max gave the order, the brain that would dedicate countless wars to the abyss had already taken notice of it all. A few minutes ago, within the territory of the Abyss Lord. Very good attributes. The corrupted Earth Dragon is indeed very suitable for my current army. When he saw the corrupted Abyssal Dragon wreak havoc in the first battle, Wu Wei nodded in satisfaction. The corrupted Abyss Dragon. Tier 9 unit, cost 7,000 resource points. Can only be manufactured inside a bloodline-contaminated chamber. Attributes: Strength 12, Intelligence 5, Stamina 7, Perception 3, Agility 4, Charisma 4. Physical Defense, 12, Magic Defense, 7. Skills: Abyssal Flame, Fire-Resistant Scales. Abyssal Flame. The Abyssal Dragon spews a flame, burning enemies and dealing 300 points of corrosive damage over 3 seconds. Enemies hit by the Abyssal Flame. Fire-Resistant Scales. This organism is immune to natural flames. Although the cost is somewhat high, the appearance of the Abyss Earth Dragon has indeed filled the gap in Wu Wei's army's ability to conduct siege warfare. Although there are demon warriors in the Abyss Hatchery that are more suitable for siege battles than Abyss Earth Dragons, Wu Wei currently does not have the scarce resource to create them. Therefore, the current Abyssal Earth Dragon is a perfect fit for Wu Wei's current situation in every aspect. However, just as Wu Wei was carefully observing the actual behavior of the Abyssal Earth Dragons and preparing to find a better way to control them, the dwarf General Max Copperhammer began his retreat. Wu Wei opened his scarlet eyes with vertical pupils and looked at the battlefield. This is somewhat different from what I expected. This exceptionally incompetent commander didn't choose to fight to the death. So it was because you were being interfered with by your own companions? Wu Wei noticed the attendants around Max Copperhammer. They were the ones who had interfered with Max Copperhammer's original plan. Hee, so you still have hope and are preparing to set up a second line of defense. What a pity, hope is such a thing. On the throne, the Abyss Lord revealed a slight smile. It was born to be destroyed. The more you cling to hope as your lifeline, the more likely you are to fall into the abyss of despair. Since you embrace hope so fervently, then I'd like to see how your expression will turn when hope turns into despair. On the battlefield, as countless combat orders began to be issued again, the little devil's actions gradually changed. These changes appeared so strange to Max's Copperhammer. Because these wicked little devils seemed to have inadvertently slowed down the pace of the killing. But how could that be? Chapter 36 Delicious. Have these monsters become less aggressive? After Max Hammer ordered the entire army to retreat to the second line of defense. As a general, he suddenly noticed that the little demons fighting against his army had become chaotic. No. Demons are creatures whose behavior is extremely chaotic, regardless of time or place. What Max Copperhammer really wanted to express was that these demons, who were originally very efficient in killing, suddenly became inefficient. Previously, under Wu Wei's command, the demon warriors attacked in groups of 7 or 8, systematically eliminating lone or wounded dwarf warriors one by one. In addition to these strangulation groups, Wu Wei also dispatched an extremely large number of the Sixth Brothers No, the free men across the entire battlefield. These little devils roaming the main battlefield are not tasked with killing any enemies. Instead, their real duty was to stop the other dwarven warriors who wanted to rescue their besieged comrades. Whenever a dwarf warrior charged toward his wounded comrades, a little demon would always appear to block their path. Although these little devils are weak, the trouble they can cause is enormous. If these dwarven warriors ignore them, they will attack themselves and become wounded. If they ignored them, The dwarven warriors would be horrified to find that, just before or after they had escaped the entanglement of these imps, the warriors they tried to save had already been torn to pieces by the demons, beyond saving. But now, this barbaric and inhumane slaughter has stopped. All the demons went berserk because of Wu Wei's indulgence. On the entire battlefield, there were no longer any small teams that had previously formed squads to annihilate the remaining soldiers, nor were there any of the old demons who had hindered the dwarf warriors from rescuing the wounded. Instead, it became an absolutely chaotic battlefield. Dwarves, demons, earth dragons, abyssal earth dragons. Countless individuals, like grains of rice in boiling porridge, darted about across the entire battlefield. Without a global perspective, no entity, can predict their next move. They even have difficulty determining their own location. Everyone, follow me and move closer to me. But faced with this situation, the dwarf General Max Copperhammer appeared exceptionally excited. Because he saw an opportunity, a chance to save his soldiers as much as possible in such a chaotic battlefield. Thump. Thump. After unleashing his fighting spirit, Max used his copper hammer to send dozens of lesser demons blocking his path, flying with just 2 strikes. Behind him, the remaining loyal servants helped him clear out the demons that dared to surround him. The uninjured soldiers are on the outside, the wounded are on the inside. While protecting the wounded, we will charge out of here with you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the valiant dwarf general led the charge. All the dwarven warriors who heard his words gathered around him. Soon, an arrow-shaped formation appeared on the battlefield. It must be said that the dwarf General Max performed poorly in many ways. But in such a critical moment, he made an extremely correct judgment. Countless wounded soldiers survived thanks to his command, receiving the protection they deserved in the center of the formation. Meanwhile, on the outer edge of the formation, countless brave dwarf warriors were engaged in a fierce battle with the demons, trying to stop their chaotic yet relentless attacks. Max's bronze hammer and his entourage became the sharpest part of this arrow, clearing the way ahead. Everything looked so wonderful. As long as their formation remains intact and the demons cannot break through it, they will soon be able to escape this chaotic battlefield. But on the throne of the endless abyss, a true demon thought the same thing. Indeed, not abandoning or giving up on any wounded person is a deeply moving virtue. Because you brought them hope, they misjudged their own lives, which were barely clinging to life. But have you ever considered whether they, having lost most of their fighting strength, are truly worth saving? Sure enough, the moment Max found hope for a breakthrough, the previously chaotic demons were once again under Wu Wei's command. However, unlike before, this time, under Wu Wei's command, they changed their tactics and strategies once again. Injure the enemy as much as possible, Wu Wei said coldly. Slow them down first, then cut them down little by little. But don't inflict too many wounds with each strike, and don't use too much force when cutting. Doing this is like some ancient form of torture recorded in history books, where flesh was cut from a living person. We can't let him suffer too much, but we also can't let him die too quickly. Only in this way can he discover the tragic situation of his death in the last moment before he stops breathing. In the darkness, a pair of eyes with vertical pupils were the first to see the fate of these dwarf warriors. From the very beginning, Wu Wei had anticipated that Max Copperhammer would make the judgment and choice he had made. However, the reason he did not stop the other side was entirely because he wanted to achieve a higher strategic goal in this battle. That means annihilating this group of dwarf warriors without leaving a single one alive. Since they chose to embrace hope, Wu Wei gave them hope. Only in this way, at the moment when the hopes of these warriors are extinguished, can Wu Wei, a monster whose very nature is evil and cruel, sit securely on the throne of the abyss and savor the ultimate despair he has long yearned for. My God, General, we have many more wounded. The others have been brought in to replace them. General Max, more wounded are appearing, but we don't have any extra men. More demons are blocking our way. We must slow down, or the people behind us won't be able to keep up, General. 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 Will. Finally, at the edge of the battlefield, Mac's bronze beard stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked behind him. The entire battlefield was beyond description in terms of bloodshed. Because this was a massacre from beginning to end. It was nothing more than a massacre show, deliberately put on by some perverted executioner to demonstrate his superior skills. Hoo-ha! Max stood up and looked at the little devil Mistress Caroline approaching him in the distance. Come on, you monster. By the god of dwarves, even in death I will be valiant. Thump. The next second, a blast of abyssal fire struck his back, causing him to fall to the ground. The little devil's mistress, Caroline, did not grant him a heroic death in battle. Because while Max was still catching his breath, she had already impatiently shoved the other person's head into her mouth. The taste of despair. It's always the most delicious, isn't it? Chapter 37 Third-Party Forces. Not bad. At this point, Wu Wei finally gained full control of the Kingdom Passage after Max's death. However, he did not rush to continue the advance. Instead, he began to clean up the battlefield while sending out dozens of demon squads of varying sizes to check the situation at other intersections of the passage. Furthermore, although these dozens of demon squads were attacked by the enemy shortly after leaving and died in the nearby passage. But Wu Wei still didn't react at all, mechanically sending out more squads to check the situation he already knew in the various passages. This situation is determined by Wu Wei's current predicament. The Dwarf Kingdom, or rather, the underground kingdom of the dwarf race, is divided into two parts. Part of it consists of the various underground cities of the Dwarf Kingdom. There are 7 of these underground cities, regardless of their size. These include mining towns specializing in mining, grain towns responsible for cultivating mushrooms and photophobic plants, and a forging town located near a volcanic area. They relied on the kingdom's passageways to conduct trade and exchange goods with other towns. In short, these small dwarf towns are much like some independent urban functional areas. However, each of them is stationed with a moderate number of dwarf armies. Although small, it has a powerful single function. The other part of the Dwarf King's territory consisted of a single town. The dwarf capital. A colossal royal city with hundreds of thousands of dwarfs. He is the real reason why Wu Wei did not continue his advance after seizing control of the kingdom's passage. This giant city with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants not only has 2 armies equal in size to Max's army, but also a royal guard. Although Wu Wei successfully occupied the kingdom's passage, it was only temporary. Because Max's army fell so quickly, the news of their complete annihilation had only just reached the ears of the Dwarf King. Wu Wei believed that with such a large army, the enemy would not be able to hold on to their current territory against such overwhelming numbers. Therefore, he judged that now was definitely not a good time to continue the advance. Logically speaking, Wu Wei's best course of action would be to seize 1 or 2 dwarf towns as quickly as possible and plunder them before the royal army arrives. But doing so would lead to another dangerous situation. That is, once Wu Wei's troops are discovered by scouts, the army in the capital will definitely rush into the kingdom's passage without hesitation to reclaim their lost territory. At that point, Wu Wei will be in a dilemma. Not only would he be unable to take away the spoils of the conquered towns, but most of his army would also perish under the onslaught of the capital's forces. Therefore, Wu Wei changed his strategy. That was his plan, to make everyone in the capital and all the dwarf towns believe that he was preparing for the next wave of attacks. His only advantage now is that the other side does not know, or rather, cannot accurately know, the size of Wu Wei's army. As long as he keeps sending out small groups of troops, pretending to be scouts, to attack various places, he can at least have a safe period of not being attacked first by the enemy for a long time. Since the other party was on guard against him and believed that he was about to launch an attack, Wu Wei saw no need to expose this lie. He needs time. We still need to incubate more troops. Wu Wei looked at the Heavenly Dao System map and revealed a thoughtful expression. There's nothing we can do about it. Although the size of an army is not always everything. However, in the face of absolute numbers, everything loses its meaning. For Wu Wei, a new lord, to be able to annihilate an entire dwarf army so quickly is already a very impressive achievement. But that's far from enough. Because the endless abyss, as a living war machine, cannot be stopped. To stop means to perish. Wu Wei had to find a way to keep the machine running as much as possible, no matter what method is used. On the other side, in the capital of the dwarves, faced with Wu Wei's evil advance, the Dwarf King was also considering countermeasures. However, he is different from Wu Wei. Wu Wei has a dwarf spy in his possession, allowing him to gain knowledge of the Dwarf Kingdom and even the dwarf capital. But what about the Dwarf King? Feel sorry. He knew almost nothing about the actual situation on Wu Wei's side. After all, Wu Wei's attack speed was simply too fast. He was like a ghost emerging from the darkness, attacking the Dwarf Kingdom without any reason, and then annihilating Max's army without any justification. This evil monster did not engage in any form of diplomacy with the dwarves, nor did it express their demands in any way. Whether it was food or supplies, Wu Wei never made any demands on the dwarves. In the past, when the Dwarf Kingdom clashed with other forces, there were always various legitimate or not-so-legitimate reasons. But in short, they have reasons to clash with other forces. But Wu Wei and the demons he led were different. He acted as if his sole purpose in coming to the Dwarf Kingdom was to wreak havoc. Faced with such an enemy, both the Dwarf King and his ministers were completely dumbfounded. No one knows what this enemy really wants. Therefore, everyone in the kingdom's palace felt oppressed by Wu Wei's arrival. The courtiers remained silent in the face of the enraged Dwarf King, not even daring to breathe loudly. Everyone was afraid that His Majesty the King would ask them how to resolve the current predicament. And each of them was undecided. Should we take the initiative to reclaim the kingdom's passage, or should we guard the capital and observe the situation? Everyone has different thoughts. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Perhaps this method will allow us to reclaim our lost territory as quickly as possible. However, just as all the ministers and even the king were silent because of Wu Wei's mysterious and unpredictable nature, a dwarf minister in charge of trade spoke up. The ministers and the king present were all surprised to hear him speak first. After all, they had never heard of this minister in charge of trade having any talent in military affairs. But when the minister actually told everyone his idea, everyone, including His Majesty the King, was stunned. Because the trade minister's suggestion was to establish an alliance, and the person he wanted to ally with was actually foreign lords. A new force is about to intervene in this war between the Abyss and the dwarves. Chapter 38: The Dwarfs' Little Secrets. The capital of the dwarves. Your Majesty. The Dwarven Kingdom's Minister of Trade, Aegis, took out a banner bearing the insignia of a certain lord from his robes and handed it to the Dwarven King to whom his mage served. The alliance I'm referring to is with a foreign lord. Upon hearing this, the other ministers exclaimed in surprise. Voices of traders and the like are constantly heard. But Trade Secretary Aguirre didn't care about any of that. Having worked with them for so many years, he knew all too well what kind of incompetent fools these loud and boisterous ministers were. Shut up! The Dwarf King cried out. Let him finish speaking. The king sat on the throne that symbolized royal power, giving a cold glance at the noisy courtiers around him. Aegeus gave His Majesty the King a grateful look and continued. Your Majesty, I know that you have always harbored deep hostility toward all others who come to our plane. But is it possible that we can use other outsiders to fight against the outsider who has now occupied the passage to our kingdom? Upon hearing this, one of the dwarf ministers couldn't help but shout. Nonsense. All outsiders, whether lords or monsters, are only after our wealth. Given the chance, they will devour our land and our people, leaving nothing but ashes, just as your Majesty foresaw. Upon hearing this minister's statement, the other ministers also expressed their agreement. It was as if they all believed that all outsiders were as evil as Wu Wei. But in fact, they all knew very well. Among the lords who descended upon the trial continent, a large proportion were not very aggressive. On the contrary, they were happy to do business with these dwarfs. From food to minerals, and from toys to weapons, everything falls within their trading scope. However, due to the illusions caused by the impact of the endless abyss, the Dwarf King has refused all trade requests from these lords ever since they arrived. Furthermore, he has recently harbored extreme hostility towards all new lords. In this situation, let alone doing business, even normal communication between the two parties has been disrupted by deviations and misunderstandings. Because all the new lords who have arrived on the trial continent have begun to realize that there is a group of dwarves who are hostile to them beneath this continent. So, amidst this endless chain of suspicion, these lords naturally began to be wary of the dwarves. The atmosphere between the new lords and the Dwarven Empire is becoming increasingly tense. That's right, Aegis said loudly. These foreign lords will indeed devour us without leaving a trace, given the chance. But I must remind everyone here of one thing. That only happens when there's an opportunity. Aegis looked around, looking into the eyes of each dwarf. And now, what we really need to do is not give them that opportunity. Our dwarf kingdom must act before they can fully develop, strengthen ourselves, and weaken our enemies. Upon hearing this, the dwarf king narrowed his eyes and looked at the loyal trade minister. So, your idea is to form an alliance between us dwarves and these foreign lords to strengthen our own power? Yes, your majesty, but it's far from that simple. Aegeus explained patiently. Your majesty, our dwarf kingdom is powerful, but not yet that powerful. These foreign lords, although none of them are as strong as us, each of them can cause us a lot of trouble. For example, the monsters that killed General Max the Bronze Hammer could very well be backed by a lord. Although he hasn't advanced further after seizing the kingdom's passage, and although he's completely incapable of breaching our royal city, but... The Minister of Trade raised his head, stared intently into the king's eyes, and spoke earnestly. What would happen to our dwarf kingdom if a second or third lord like this emerged? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The Dwarf Empire suffered heavy losses when only one lord led an army to attack it. Although Wu Wei was the most extreme and eccentric of all the lords, the dwarves were unaware of this. All they knew was that the lord who had seized the kingdom's passage possessed a massive army and the ability to annihilate the entire dwarven army. If a second, third, or even more such lord were to emerge, the Dwarf Empire might very well perish. Just tell me what you want to do. Stop playing coy. The Dwarf King roared at Aegis. Although the Dwarf King appeared angry on the surface, he did not actually hold a grudge against the other party. Because he knew very well that since Aegis had brought up the issue, the other party must have a solution. We will indeed form an alliance, but the core of the alliance will be us. In addition to forming alliances with these lords, we also need to form alliances with many more other lords. In other words, we need to fundamentally change our positioning. Just like how our capital city is surrounded by countless small towns that provide various supplies. We provide those new lords with weapons, ores, and services in exchange for food, luxury goods, and soldiers. We dwarves are natural-born artisans. They will not refuse this. As long as they can profit from trading with us, they won't have any other intentions towards us. Because even if they want to harm us, our other allies who want to continue trading with us will take the initiative to stop them. The lords are by no means a monolithic entity. Therefore, we must open our doors and welcome all lords who wish to trade with us, forming a common interest group. Only in this way can we continue to expand our dwarven empire as more and more lords descend upon this world. My king, do not forget the teachings of the dwarf god. Friends may betray you, family may abandon you, but gold and jewels will never leave you. Upon hearing this, the dwarf king nodded. Aegis, you're absolutely right. But I think you might not be suited to be a trade minister. Upon hearing this, Aegis lowered his head, his face pale, while the other dwarf ministers wore mocking expressions. Because you are more suited to be a prime minister. Upon hearing this, Aegis raised his head and looked excitedly at the king. Ministers, you have all heard that, haven't you? Do as Aegis says. We will open our borders and resume trade with those lords. However, any lord who wants to trade with us or form an alliance must first meet one condition. That means they must send out their troops en masse to help us eliminate the demons that are entrenched inside the kingdom's passageways. The counterattack from the natives of the Trial Continent thus began. It comes from chaos, and it will inevitably bring more chaos. Chapter 39: The Black Sunset and the New Hero. While the dwarves were changing their strategy, Wu Wei was also making preparations. However, their strategies differ somewhat from those of the dwarves. Because Wu Wei's choice was to improve himself and the strength of his army. He has no allies, nor can he have any. He knew this better than anyone else. You bastard, let us go. Please have mercy. O God of dwarves, look upon me. In the endless abyss plain, hundreds of wounded dwarven warriors were bound to the abyss sacrificial altar. Not far away, the abyss lord who was carrying out this terrible sacrifice watched all of this with indifference, as if all this evil had nothing to do with him. The sacrifice begins. As he began to whisper, all the dwarves trapped on the abyss altar made a desperate discovery. Beneath them, countless dark condensations, which they could not describe, began to emerge from the void, gradually spreading to their bodies. Faced with this scene, even the most resolute and devout dwarf warriors began to tremble. Because these so-called dark condensations are actually part of the will of the endless abyss. Any rational creature would instinctively try to escape their constraints, but they no longer had that opportunity. Help! As the screams from the abyss sacrificial altar faded, the dark condensations sent by the endless abyss departed this real world satisfied. Before they left, they presented the endless abyss as a return gift for the sacrificial ceremony to Wu Wei, who had been waiting impatiently for so long. 1. Pendant. A pendant engraved with a black sun appeared on the bare sacrificial altar. Is it equipment again? Why isn't it the Abyss Codex fragment I want? Wu Wei raised his head and looked at the slowly rotating black and red vortex in the sky, asking, what is the answer? Unfortunately, the Endless Abyss did not respond to him. The Endless Abyss is now nothing more than an old war machine that has just regained 1/1,000,000th of its vitality. Its original will and abilities have long since fallen into darkness with the passage of time. Therefore, Wu Wei's complaints were completely ineffective. Never mind, after all, according to the rules of the Endless Abyss, all the rewards it gives are random. If I had known this would happen, I would have offered the sacrifice in several parts. Maybe the result would have been better. As Wu Wei, who was secretly studying the laws of the abyss, spoke, he picked up the pendant engraved with a black sun. However, once he truly understood the pendant's attributes, he firmly believed that no matter what rewards the Endless Abyss might give him after the sacrifice, he would no longer complain. Because the pendant the Endless Abyss gave him had exactly the attributes he wanted. You have obtained a unique equipment, Black Sunset Pendant X1. Black Sunset Pendant, all class equipment, energy charging equipment. Equipment attributes, Spirit +50, Maximum Mana +100, Charisma 10. Equipment requirements, none. Equipment skill, Black Sunset. Skill effect 1, upon full charge, releases a black sun illuminating a radius of 3 kilometers. Under the illumination of this black sun, all abyssal creatures gain 5 points to all attributes and recover 1 point of health per second for 3 minutes. Skill effect 2, under the illumination of the black sun, all enemies lose 1 point of health per second and suffer a mental shock that reduces their current sanity every 30 seconds. Note, this skill's healing effect ignores effects such as severe injury and disability. Current energy, 0/50,000 souls. This equipment can be upgraded. Equipment evaluation, praise be to the Lord's glory. A piece of equipment that is almost perfect. This was Wu Wei's first assessment after seeing the Black Sunset pendant. He said this primarily because this equipment not only has the characteristic of being wearable by all classes and all attributes, but also doesn't have any obvious negative effects if reducing charm counts as a negative effect. With this characteristic, whether it's Wu Wei's equipment, the little demon queen's equipment, or even some demons, they can all wear this equipment to unleash its effects. Secondly, there's the equipment skill of this item. Black Sunset, a super skill that can temporarily change the course of a battle. This skill can not only strengthen your own warriors, but also weaken the enemy warriors and disrupt their minds. The emergence of this skill has given Wu Wei more tactical options. He can not only use this equipment to create a desperate last stand, but also to weaken the enemy before the two armies even clash. He can even unleash the skill on enemy-held cities, creating a terrifying storm of chaos. All in all, this piece of equipment is almost perfect in terms of both attributes and skills. Except for one thing. The charging cost for the Black Sunset Pendant. Wu Wei is no stranger to the so-called energy charging. Because in the Age of Lords, charged equipment is not rare. Many Lord equipment, hero equipment, and even standard sets used by warriors have a charging effect. These charging devices require different charging conditions, ranging from those that can be charged using sunlight to those that can be charged using magic crystals, and even devices that can be charged using souls are not uncommon. Wu Wei's only concern was that the Black Sunset Pendant required a full 50,000 souls to fully charge once. 50,000 souls are worth a full 50,000 soul points in the Heavenly Dao System shop. Moreover, a slightly smaller kingdom city would have a total population estimated at just over 50,000. Even if Wu Wei occupied the entire city and turned all the population into resource points, it would be difficult for him to gather 50,000 points in one go. Therefore, such a charging amount is really too exaggerated. Wu Wei glanced at the charging number 0 on the Black Sunset Pendant and couldn't help but sigh. Forget about this equipment for now. After all, this equipment isn't exactly a regular weapon for me right now. I'd only consider spending my precious resource points to recharge it in crucial moments. With that thought in mind, Wu Wei left the Abyss Sacrifice Altar and headed towards the Temple of Sin. With the end of the battle where he killed Max the Bronze Hammer, Wu Wei once again possessed a large amount of flesh and blood and the souls of the fallen. Because the number of these flesh and blood and the souls of the dead was so abundant, Wu Wei directly chose to upgrade the Temple of Sin to level 3, thus obtaining 2 new recruitment slots. He himself has officially decided to recruit the second and third racial heroes of the demon race. In that endless darkness, a soul will soon answer the call of the Abyss Lord and descend upon this world once more. Chapter 40 Plague Breeders. Click, click, click. As Wu Wei pressed the Recruit Heroes option in front of the Temple of Sin, the materials he had previously piled up in the Temple of Sin's magic circle quickly began to move. However, the method used to recruit the Little Devil Mistress is somewhat different from before. The flesh and blood that Wu Wei placed in the magic circle did not mutate, nor did it grow any indescribable organs. They simply rotted and stinked little by little under Wu Wei's watchful eyes. Of course, any piece of meat will rot and smell bad if left for too long, but the flesh and blood in front of Wu Wei seemed to be different. Because Wu Wei discovered that these lifeless flesh and blood were decaying at an alarmingly rapid rate. In less than a few seconds, the flesh and blood had turned into a large puddle of pus. However, these flesh and blood that had turned into pus did not lose their vitality. On the contrary, new forms of life are rapidly spreading outward from this pool of thick water. That is disease and plague. Snap. With a crisp sound, pus burst open and a huge, translucent grape-like blister grew on a piece of flesh that was not yet completely rotten. And these sounds became more and more frequent, with more blisters appearing on the already necrotic flesh, absorbing its nutrients. Their appearance brought this flesh and blood back to life in a way that defied logic. On the other hand, the organs, which were not made of ordinary flesh and blood, began to grow unknown black mold because they were soaked in pus. These molds spread so quickly that they infected everything almost in the blink of an eye. And standing between these molds and herpes are all sorts of slime that inexplicably grow bizarre eggs. The insect eggs in this slime will hatch in less than a minute and turn into ugly tiny flies within the magic circle. These tiny flies begin to fly in competition as soon as they are born and then chase each other into the magic circle. However, their flying rituals are not simply for courtship, but for killing each other. Each tiny fly diligently seeks out the most deadly and infectious toxins from the surrounding blisters and fungi, turning them into its own weapon. They will use their strong disease resistance to try to become immune to these toxins, and then use the toxins to infect other flies, eliminating those flies that have not been able to acquire immunity. The herpes and fungi within the magic circle evolved once again due to the appearance of these flies. The blisters growing on the flesh began to differentiate. Some became tiny, rice grain-sized pustules, while others became huge blisters containing plague gas. Molds, on the other hand, change even more rapidly. Their colors become incredibly varied, and many types of mold even transform the organs they inhabit into something even more terrifying than deformity. These diseases and viruses, dedicated to spreading plagues, are just like flies, engaging in a chilling struggle for survival within their own foul-smelling pus. Every second, the diseases within this magic circle are becoming more deadly. Every second, the diseases within this magic circle become more contagious. However, just as Wu Wei was still admiring this vibrant and dynamic evolutionary feast of all things dancing, he suddenly noticed a new prompt given by the heavenly Tao system. What's going on? My system just showed that I've used up all the slots in the Temple of Sin? But how is that possible? Wu Wei was somewhat puzzled, because he had clearly prepared 2 sets of resources specifically for this hero recruitment. But this time, he only recruited heroes once. The heavenly Tao system has already determined that he has used all the racial hero slots. Wu Wei had never heard of such a bizarre problem during the era of lords. Is there a bug in the heavenly Tao system? Or is there a problem with the Temple of Sin itself? Just as Wu Wei was checking the heavenly Tao system, the evolutionary feast in the magic circle finally came to an end. You have drawn a new race hero. Mara, the spawn of the plague. The newly appearing prompts Wu Wei to temporarily shift his attention away from the heavenly Tao system and instead focus on the new hero that has appeared in front of the Temple of Sin. From the endless thick water, a humanoid creature, only about 4 meters tall, emerged. This humanoid creature was very robust and covered in various bandages. However, through the gaps in the bandages, his occasionally exposed skin was covered with countless tiny holes. These tiny cavities, which can easily trigger trypophobia, are where disease-causing flies occasionally emerge, or where pus-containing disease-causing agents sometimes flows out. However, his eyes were even more terrifying than his skin, because his eye was located on his forehead, and he only had one. And if you look closely at his eye, you will find that there are a large number of golden worms constantly moving around in his eyeball, using it as their nest. After stepping out of the magic circle, the humanoid creature, much smaller than the imp matriarch Caroline, immediately looked around with its parasitic worm-infested eyeball. And within that terrifying eyeball, there was both the joy of new life and a deep fear of the endless vortex above. This fear deepened after he saw the Abyss Codex in Wu Wei's hands. So the monster, whose body was covered in bandages, didn't greedily observe its surroundings, but quickly knelt down in front of Wu Wei. Great and sublime Abyss Lord, thank you for recalling me from endless darkness and bringing me back to reality. In return, I will give you everything I have, and I will become your most loyal hound on the road to your rule. The monster that emerged from the plague pool spoke in an extremely hoarse voice. Upon hearing what the new demon hero said, Wu Wei's eyes nodded. All right, Mara, I hope you will keep your promise. Get up. However, when the monster heard Wu Wei say this, it did not stand up. Instead, it explained to Wu Wei in a more humble posture and voice. Great Abyss Lord, my name is not Mara. Wu Wei was a little confused. Had the system's prompt been wrong again? However, Wu Wei didn't remain puzzled for long before the question was answered. My lord, the Mara you speak of is my sister. She was a little shy in front of strangers and embarrassed to come out of my body. After saying that, the bandaged monster patted his chest. From a hole in his chest, a large maggot with a human face crawled out. No, she. She is Mara, the source of the plague, the symbol of uncleanliness, and the true breeder of the plague. Chapter 41 The Twins of Plague. Lord, greetings. From the hole in the bandaged monster's chest, a large maggot with a human face trembled and crawled out of the hole, looking at Wu Wei with a terrified expression. Wu Wei also looked at her at the same time. However, the moment the Abyss Lord looked into her with his crimson eyes etched with vertical pupils, Mara, the little thing, was immediately frightened and scurried back into the hole, saying nervously the whole time, "The Lord really looked at me, and his eyes are terrifying. Will he be angry if I just run away like this? No, he's the Lord, I can't speak ill of him. And what if he thinks I'm useless and then strangles me to death? The real world is so scary. It's all your fault. I clearly didn't want to come to the real world." It felt so safe and warm in the darkness before. Although the Plaguebringer Mara was only speaking to her brother, the enemy she was speaking to was inside the holes beneath her skin. Therefore, through the hole, Wu Wei could hear every word she said very clearly. My lord, my sister. I have a little bit of social anxiety, and I'm also quite shy. Wu Wei. Is this just a little bit? However, after Mara's outburst, Wu Wei discovered a problem. That is, after I finished drawing the heroes, I missed reading a message. The Heavenly Dao System's notification was correct. He had indeed used all the hero slots. Because this time, the Temple of Sin gave him not one hero, but two. Two souls responded to Wu Wei's summons this time. You have drawn a new race hero. The pure child Hell. You have drawn a new race hero. Mara, the spawn of the plague. The attributes of the two heroes, whose forms differ slightly, are as follows. The pure child, Hell. Hero level, 1 experience, 0 out of 500. Hero attributes, strength 25, intelligence 9, stamina 90, perception 7, agility 11, charisma 7. Health, 400, mana, 0. Physical defense, 189, magic defense, 124. Hero skill 1, pure body. Pure body, passive skill. Skill effect, because of her perfect body, which has emerged from disease, Hell is permanently immune to any disease and negative effects such as bleeding. Hero skill 2, pure blood. Pure blood, passive skill. Skill effect, Hell's blood, tempered by the plague, possesses extremely strong vitality, allowing him to regenerate 3% of his maximum health every second. Hero skill 3, Plague Bandage. Plague Bandage, passive skill. Skill effect, due to long-term infection with germs, the bandages on Hell's body will become highly contagious. Any enemy who comes into contact with Hell will inevitably become infected, and there is no limit to the types of germs that can infect them. Equipment, none. Loyalty, 100 permanent. Other, omitted. Comment. Although Hell's blood can grant immunity to every disease in the world, if you try to drink it and gain the same immunity, I swear, you'll die a horrible death. Mara, the spawn of the plague. Hero level, 1 experience, 0 out of 500. Hero attributes, strength 1, intelligence 19, stamina 1, perception 1, agility 1, charisma 1. Health, 1, mana, 0. Physical defense, 0, magic defense, 0. Hero skill 1, source of plague. Source of plague, passive skill. Skill effect, Mara will automatically generate 3 unstable diseases every second and store them in her brother Hell's body. Current disease storage, 360/999. Hero skill 2, Mother of Flies. Mother of Flies, passive skill. Skill effect, as the source of all plague flies, Mara will automatically generate fly eggs within Hell's body. Each fly has a chance to be infected with a certain disease from the source of the plague, and each plague fly can only be infected with one disease at a time. Hero skill 3, targeted evolution. Targeted evolution, passive skill. Skill effect, Mara can drastically alter the characteristics of a disease according to her own or her lord's needs, and spread it to demons and enemies. Equipment, none. Loyalty, 100 permanent. Other, Omitted. Review. The shy plague bringer Mara refused all interviews, so there is no review at this time. Note that the plaguefly is a derivative creature created by Mara and is not part of the Abyss Hatchery's creation. Its attributes are as follows. Plague flies. Health points, 1. Survival time, 3 hours 180 minutes. Maximum number of pathogens that can be carried, 1. Two completely different types of heroes, but both are extremely powerful. This was Wu Wei's first impression after seeing the attributes of these two heroes. Although the siblings Hel and Mara, both heroes, only have passive skills, their combined strength is extremely powerful. First is Hel. This hero's role is different from that of the Little Devil Mistress. He is a pure viral carrier and an extremely difficult carrier to kill. Although Hel himself is not very aggressive, at level 1 he has nearly 200 points of physical defense and more than 100 points of magical defense. Combined with the recovery ability and immunity to negative effects brought by pure blood, he is able to adapt to any form of battlefield and various extreme environments and emerge from them with ease. Moreover, any enemy who attacks him will be infected by the plague bandages on his body. Therefore, Wu Wei had no idea what kind of enemy could possibly capture him or kill him. As long as Hel, the son of purity, does not perish, Wu Wei will have an absolutely solid super frontline on the battlefield. He will carry Wu Wei's will and sow chaos and disease across the battlefield until all enemies are defeated. As for his sister, Mara the Plaguebringer, she is equally powerful, but Wu Wei still has many questions about the effects of her skills. Wu Wei needs to ask her some questions and get her answers before he can make a final judgment. Dear readers, please add this book to your bookshelf and leave a review. Chapter 42 Plague and Life. Mara, I have some questions for you. Wu Wei spoke to Hel, the son of purity. Hel immediately understood Wu Wei's meaning, patted his chest, and prepared to call out his sister who was parasitizing his body. But the problem is... Oh, this? My lord. Please feel free to ask me any questions. The voice of Mara, the plague breeder, weakly came from the holes in Hel's body. I'll stay here, yes, stay here and answer your questions. Well, Wu Wei rubbed his forehead helplessly. This powerful plague breeder seems to have a rather eccentric personality. No, it's not just her. Including Hel, along with the little demon mistress, and even all the abyssal creatures that Wu Wei had ever seen, they all exhibited somewhat freakish personalities. But this did not make Wu Wei feel annoyed with them. On the contrary, Wu Wei got along very well with them. Because in his view, he might also be seen as a freak by outsiders. All right. Wu Wei compromised. Although the pure child Hel repeatedly stated that he could reach in and forcibly pull his sister out of the hole. But Wu Wei glanced at the pitifully low health of the Plaguebringer Mara and rejected this brutal approach. He didn't want to lose a hero just because he asked a question. I want to know if the plague you created will affect our demon warriors. Wu Wei asked this question because after gaining the ability to see war, he could see many very detailed things. Therefore, he naturally noticed that the seemingly invincible demon warriors did not actually possess strong disease resistance or very strong anti-parasitic abilities. Therefore, Wu Wei was very worried that when he sent the pure son Hel to fight against the Plaguebringer Mara, his warriors were infected before the enemy was infected. Moreover, judging from Mara's abilities, her plague seems to spread and mutate at all times. Meeting. From within the holes inside Hel's body, the voice of Mara, the plague breeder, appeared once more. But not entirely. Great Lord, all demons, regardless of their kind, can be infected by the plague I have created. Because all life can be infected by plagues and will encounter corresponding diseases in the endless increase of entropy. Just like how even electronic life forms that exist only in machines can eventually become electronic viruses. Disease and plague are not the opposite of life. On the contrary, disease and plague are one with life. As long as there is life, life will and should encounter disease. Even demons are the same. Hearing this, Wu Wei nodded. It seemed that the problem of demons encountering disease was unavoidable. But things soon took a turn for the better. But great Lord, please do not worry. Although demons can also be infected by my plague, I can use my targeted evolution ability to actively change the plagues I spread into a type that is suitable for demons to infect. Although some of the infected demons are destined to die from the disease, those who survive will gain stronger attributes and unpredictable new abilities because of it. New abilities? For example, nothing could excite Wu Wei more than acquiring new means of warfare. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's eyes lit up, and he stared intently at the hole, awaiting a reply from the plague's creator. Yes, my lord. Seemingly sensing that Wu Wei's gaze had become even more terrifying, poor Mara desperately shrank deeper into the cave as she answered. Some demons will gain a greater ability to regenerate life due to infection with the plague. Some demons, however, become fearless of pain and crave blood more after being infected by the plague. Some demons simply pass the plague's selection process, gaining stronger bodies and increasing their strength, stamina, and so on. However, a few demons will become demon pathogens due to being infected with too much plague. Such demons not only have higher attribute values, but can also spread diseases directly through their physical bodies, just like my brother. Furthermore, these demonic pathogens are very likely to mutate into all sorts of deformed organs due to the disease. Although these deformed organs may seem superfluous, they can actually enhance their various abilities. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei immediately understood. Like the endless abyss, plagues and diseases are chaotic and uncontrollable. Although the demons cannot be physically immune to various diseases like the pure ones, Wu Wei can still use diseases to enhance the strength of his warriors. Although doing so will cause some demons to die without fighting. But you have to understand, that's a demon. As long as Wu Wei did not give the order, countless demons were already killing and devouring each other. Therefore, this number of deaths is nothing compared to the number of demons who died because of other demonic desires. Furthermore, demons have a chance to become stronger after being infected with the plague. Therefore, Wu Wei did not hesitate for long and ordered the 2 abyss hatching pools inside the endless abyss to directly change the hatching order of the troops. Before producing other warriors, Wu Wei directly hatched 100 lesser demons and used his lord abilities to bring them intact to Mara and Hell. Infect them. Wu Wei stared with his scarlet eyes, which had vertical pupils, and said excitedly, "Let me see what a demon warrior will look like after being infected with the plague." "Yes, my lord." After Mara finished speaking weakly, Hell obediently walked past these little devils who were still completely unaware of what was happening. In just a breath, many of the little demons had already been infected. Meanwhile, the new plague created by Mara, the plague breeder, began to spread wildly among these lesser demons. Squeak. Soon, some little devils died in agony, falling on the path of evolution. But many more little devils stubbornly survived. Countless pustules, bizarre molds, and rotting, foul-smelling new organs sprouted from their bodies. The weak perish, while the strong grow stronger. The prototype of the first plague demon army is about to be revealed to Wu Wei. And it will loyally serve Wu Wei, bringing death and to the enemy. The plague is everywhere. Chapter 43 Alliance and Trial. Oh, do you want to form an alliance with me? Inside the dwarf clan's base number 2 in the Golden Valley, Li Qi, who had just finished dismantling a set of mechanical equipment, looked at the dwarf envoy in front of him and said, "Unlike many new lords, Li Qi doesn't like to stay in his main base and watch his territory grow remotely. Instead, he preferred to be on the front lines, working alongside the dwarf and goblin engineers to study machinery and technology. While this might be seen as detrimental to the Lord's authority by many races, it is precisely the behavior expected of a truly qualified Lord in the eyes of gnomes and goblins whose minds are filled with bombs and machines." "Yes, sir, this foreign lord." The dwarf emissary glanced at the gnomes and goblins around him, who were several centimeters shorter than him, and proudly raised his head. "Our king of the dwarf kingdom is seeking the possibility of cooperation with all lords who are willing to cooperate." Exploring the possibility of cooperation? It's worth noting that the dwarf kingdom's attitude wasn't like this before. This closed underground kingdom has been indiscriminately hostile to all outsiders ever since the lords first arrived on the Trial Continent. Even a new lord like Li Qi, who specializes in lord technology and has not yet shown any aggression, receives the same treatment from the Dwarf King. But why would they suddenly take the initiative to form an alliance now? What exactly happened inside the Dwarf Kingdom during this time? Li Qi pondered these words, looking thoughtfully at the envoy. He had already guessed some things from the change in the Dwarven Kingdom's attitude, but not enough, so he needed to learn more from the Dwarven envoy. Since it's a collaboration, then I'd like to know more. What I can get, and most importantly. Li Qi glanced at the map of flowing Gold Valley and spoke to the envoy. What should I give in return? Upon hearing this, the dwarf messenger quickly relayed the instructions given by the new Prime Minister. My lord, as a member of our Dwarven Alliance, please remember that you are only one part of it. You will receive the same trade licenses as all other allies, and you will be able to purchase large quantities of rare ores from our Dwarven Kingdom using resources such as food and timber. Li Qi's eyes lit up when he heard the word ore. In addition to ores, you will also be able to purchase weapons and armor made within our kingdom at affordable prices. Note that I'm referring to weapons and armor crafted by the dwarves. They are all top-quality products. The dwarf emissary glanced at the green-skinned goblin not far away, who was holding a wrench and assembling some strange device, and narrowed his eyes. They're definitely not junk made by some Tom, Dick, or Harry race. Upon hearing this, the green-skinned goblin also narrowed his eyes and silently pulled out a living bomb robot from behind him. As soon as the bomb robot appeared, it immediately sounded a system alarm indicating that it was about to explode. Judging from their appearance, there probably is a hierarchy of contempt even among dwarf races. Cough cough. Li Qi immediately stood in front of the green-skinned goblin, quickly disassembling the bomb robot into parts while speaking to the dwarven envoy. Armor and swords, I understand. Please continue. The dwarf messenger nodded and stated his ultimate goal. But maintaining this kind of trade comes at a cost. All lords who participate in our trade must work together to maintain the Dwarven Alliance to which we belong. Any other lords and enemies who wish to undermine trade through unfair means must be eliminated. After hearing this, Li Qi understood many things. Surprisingly, there are intelligent individuals among the native dwarves of this trial continent. Li Qi believes that this so-called smart person not only has a very accurate view of the current situation, but also knows how to use diplomatic means to form a community of shared interests. It's important to understand that after more and more lords flocked to the trial continent, the Dwarf Kingdom's strength was actually not as great as it used to be. Because the lords' territory and the number of soldiers are constantly increasing, their overall strength will become stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the natives of the Dwarf Kingdom remained unchanged. Although it would take a long time for a single lord to surpass the strength of the entire Dwarf Kingdom, it would be impossible for him to directly annex the entire Dwarf Kingdom. However, if a few slightly stronger new lords come together, they still have a chance to carve out a large piece of territory from the Dwarven Kingdom. Furthermore, the dwarves' previous hostile attitude towards foreigners has made this possibility rise sharply. But now, the dwarves' proactive goodwill and policy change in engaging in foreign trade have greatly reduced this possibility, even bringing it infinitely close to zero. Because if trade is possible, 99% of new lords will not actively seek conflict with dwarves. After all, the primary task for new lords is to acquire resource points and complete this trial. If the struggle with the dwarves damages his strength, other lords who covet his territory will not hesitate to tear him to pieces and kick him back to his homeland. Therefore, a stable and unified interest group is not only what all lords want, but also a get-out-of-jail-free card for this dwarf kingdom. I understand. I'm willing to join. In order to acquire more resources to invest in the development of his territory, Li Qi decided to join the Dwarf Alliance. But to his surprise, the dwarf envoy had not yet finished stating all his demands. Before joining the alliance, he actually had to be given a little test by these dwarves. Then congratulations, Lord Li Qi. Since you wish to join our alliance, You are qualified to temporarily join our alliance. Temporarily? Li Qi was confused. What do you mean? The dwarf messenger smiled, his expression utterly cunning. The term temporary means that you must complete a test before you can officially join our alliance. You must, like our other allies, send a number of troops to join our great dwarven army in retaking a tunnel that has been invaded by monsters. Of course, our dwarf kingdom is not incapable of eradicating these monsters. Now that we've formed an alliance, we must first test our allies to see if they truly want to join us, so this will be the final test before you officially become a member of our alliance. For some reason, Li Qi suddenly felt something. Behind these dwarves, it seems a huge trouble is brewing. This is a huge problem. Chapter 44 Leadership and Inevitable Victory. Wait, is that you? Hey bro, you're here too. Of course, how could I possibly let such a good opportunity slip by? Hehe, I've been eyeing the dwarves' ores and armor for a long time. Yes, now that we've both joined this alliance, we should definitely cooperate well. No problem, buddy. I'm short of everything, but not of food. Want me to share a few tons with you? Oh, you're being too polite. I just captured a dozen or so half-orc slaves. I'll give them to you. In the reception hall of the Dwarven Palace, nearly 200 new lords who had just joined the Dwarven Alliance met. Since these lords were all classmates at the same school, they all knew each other. Just like in the real world, these lords acted very hypocritically when they first met, behaving as intimately as if they were family. But actually, damn it, last time you sent troops and killed my lumberjacks, I'll build siege cannons and blast you to death. You dog of a dagger, once I build my hero unit, the first thing I'll do is dismantle your portal and use it as a toilet. You just wait. These relatives all secretly wished for the other to die on the spot. There's no way around it. The trial continent is only so big and has so many resources, yet there are over 1,000 students participating in this Lord trial. In this situation, achieving a win-win cooperation is almost impossible. Therefore, all that exists between them is the most savage and selfish struggle. It's a zero-sum game from every angle. Wait, isn't that Li Qi? Just as these new lords were still pondering how to kill each other, the appearance of one person drew everyone's attention to him. Li Qi, the second-ranked genius at Linjiang City No. 1 Middle School. However, please don't misunderstand, this second is not a derogatory term. Under the dominance of the super genius Su Yingxue, being ranked second and still called a genius is itself a testament to one's strength. Furthermore, Li Qi's expertise in territory technology is difficult to truly reflect in his grades, and his research in territory technology has already surpassed the level that can be learned in school. The more time he has, the more powerful the technological creations he can make. There are even rumors that Li Qi has already mastered the manufacturing technology of a certain high-level goblin mech and is only waiting to put it into practice in the Lord era. Therefore, all of the above has led many new lords to speculate privately that the outcome of this Lord trial will most likely be a battle of the two kings between Li Qi and Su Yingxue. However, these were not the concerns of the new lords who witnessed Li Qi's arrival. Their first thought upon seeing Li Qi was, "What? Li Qi joined the Dwarf Alliance too? Looks like joining this Dwarf Alliance was really worth it. Following the thinking of geniuses will never hurt you. Once we clear out those monsters blocking the kingdom's passageways, we can join this alliance." That's fantastic. Li Qi's appearance reassured these new lords that they were determined to complete the test and join the Dwarf Alliance. However, what they didn't notice was that Li Qi's expression didn't seem so relaxed. He is worried about the future of this alliance. Everyone. Surrounded by hundreds of high-ranking dwarf guards, the Dwarf King arrived before the many new lords. Welcome, welcome. The Dwarf King seemed very happy today. This was not only because he felt his power was expanding, but also because he was about to take back the kingdom's passage. I won't go into those overly verbose formalities, the king said seriously, his smile fading. Today is the day when the first batch of members of our alliance will form an alliance together. It is also the day when our loose alliance will launch its first joint military campaign to demonstrate its strength to the outside world. Indeed, after the dwarves made the excessive offer of an alliance, many lords declined the invitation. But in reality, many of them were observing this place using various methods. Because only after a powerful alliance is truly established and demonstrates its strength will people decide whether to cooperate with it or confront it. Therefore, this underground area, which occupies less than 1% of the Trial Continent, is actually home to the eyes and ears of the entire Trial Continent. Countless forces are waiting to see how the Dwarf Alliance performs and what the outcome will be today. Upon hearing this, many new lords straightened their backs and proudly raised their heads. Yes, in the minds of these people, this is what life should be like after becoming a lord. Expand your territory, join an alliance, command an army, and then show off your power to the outside world, enjoying boundless glory. Although this is just an introductory trial, isn't it also the beginning of future life? This is why most of the lords who decided to join the alliance personally led their elite troops here. Since no one dies in the lord's trial anyway, and you can revive them with resource points, why don't they spend a little money to show off censored? After a long and tedious speech, the dwarf king finally satisfied his strong desire to give a speech amidst the scornful gazes of all the lords. Then he ordered the gates of the capital to be opened. All the new lords, together with the dwarven army under the king, formed a powerful united force and marched into the kingdom's passage. The number of people in this team has reached as many as 40,000. It should be noted that this is the size of the army formed when each of the lords only sends out a small number of troops. Although these lords have sent their elite troops, the sheer size of their forces is enough for many to imagine the immense power this dwarf-led alliance will display in the future. The dwarf king looked at the vast army and his eyes welled up with tears. A vast empire may truly be realized under his rule. The other new lords were also seeing such a large army in real life for the first time, so they were extremely excited. Only Li Qi remained frowning, gazing uneasily into the darkness. But shortly after this army marched in a grand procession toward the kingdom's passage, the monster from the dwarves, contrary to their usual behavior, launched its first wave of attacks. However, this stands in stark contrast to the 40,000-strong army. This time, Wu Wei dispatched only 40? Seeing these 40 monsters die under the blades of their own army, all the lords, including the dwarf king, couldn't help but smile with joy. With an army of 40,000 men in the early stages of the lord's era, they are destined to win this battle. Isn't that right? In the darkness at the far end, a pair of scarlet eyes with vertical pupils also revealed a smile. Chapter 45 Wounds. Faced with an army of 40,000, the 40 little demons that Wu Wei sent out were simply a joke. These 40 little devils were like stones thrown into the ocean, not even making a splash. With just a breath from this massive army, Wu Wei's attack vanished without a trace. Haha, so this is the little bastard who seized the kingdom's passage and killed General Max? A gray-bearded dwarf, standing on a little devil, laughed and spoke to his companions around him. Beneath his feet, the poor little demon screamed and tore at his grasp, trying desperately to escape, but the difference in strength between them was simply too great. Even without much effort from the dwarf, the little devil could not escape from under his feet. So the little demon could only watch helplessly as the dwarf exerted himself little by little, sending him into eternal slumber and darkness. Crack! Crack! The dwarves couldn't help but burst into laughter as they listened to the sound of the little devil's head splitting open beneath their feet. Finally, the brief revelry ended after the little devil's brains were splattered out. Ugh, this little beast stinks even when it's dead. The gray-bearded dwarf who had trampled the imp to death looked at the imp's corpse with disgust and said. But at that moment, one of his companions pointed to his calf and said, "Oh, you're injured?" Upon hearing this, the gray-bearded dwarf immediately looked down. Sure enough, a tiny wound appeared on his calf. The wound was only slightly deeper than a fingernail scratch, and there wasn't even any blood. So, upon seeing the wound, the gray-bearded dwarf burst into laughter, patting his companion's shoulder forcefully. Haha, you call this an injury? I got much worse injuries in fights at the tavern. Upon hearing what the gray-bearded dwarf said, the other dwarves nodded in agreement. Indeed, by the standards of the dwarven race, who are known for their drinking and fighting, this wound wouldn't even qualify as a scratch. So nobody took the wound seriously, including the dwarf with the gray beard. But just as the invincible Achilles could never have imagined that he would die from an arrow to his heel, this entire army of 40,000 men, along with more than 100 new lords, and even the dwarf king himself, could not believe that their defeat stemmed from such a small wound that was not even a proper injury. Cough, cough, cough. Half an hour after the wound appeared, the gray-bearded dwarf developed symptoms of coughing and fever. At the same time, this army once again destroyed the 3 demon squads sent by Wu Wei. The entire army was unharmed, except for 1 blood slave and 1 Naga warrior who were scratched by the imps. An hour after the wound appeared, the gray-bearded dwarf lay weakly on a grain wagon at the rear of the army. He told his companions that he was not sick. I was just tired from walking and was about to lie down for a while. Once he reaches the other end of the kingdom's passage, he's going to wreak havoc on all sides. At the same time, black mold grew on the back of the blood slave's neck. However, since this blood slave was originally food for a certain vampire hero and wasn't even considered standard cannon fodder, his condition was ignored by everyone. The Naga warrior developed several small pustules, but since they were underground, the other Naga warriors simply dismissed it as a case of acclimatization issues. Furthermore, since this place is less than an hour away from where Wu Wei is based, Wu Wei's resistance has increased considerably. This army of 40,000 men defeated dozens of demon squads. There were only 2 dead, while the total number of wounded was 632. So these monsters were sent by other lords. The name of the race is demons. Never heard of them before. I wonder what kind of lowly race they are. A new lord addressed Li Qi and the other lords. At that moment, he was covering his nose and using the sword in his hand to turn over the corpse of a dead demon. But don't get me wrong, it's not because he has any high hygiene standards. The only reason he covered his nose was because the little devil's corpse was just too smelly. Moreover, there were maggots wriggling inside the little devil's abdomen, which had been cut open by the sword, suggesting that it had been infected with some kind of disease while still alive. Haha, this lord may have a large army, but he's really stupid. Yes, when facing an army that is far superior in both quantity and quality, he is still using this ineffective piecemeal tactic. He must be a useless coward who has failed wargaming. That's right. If I were in that situation, I would try my best to gather my troops and then try to conduct mobile operations to buy time, or find an opportunity to fight to the death. At this moment, the lords were excitedly discussing which student had made such a foolish mistake. A terrible upheaval has been brewing. The gray-bearded dwarf who was lying on the grain cart for a temporary rest suddenly opened his eyes, which had been tightly closed. However, he only opened one eye, while the other eye remained tightly closed. And what truly helped him open his eyes was not his own will, but a tiny plague fly. The tiny, adorable plague fly laboriously crawled out from under the dwarf's motionless eyelids, wiping the blood and slime off its wings. Finally, after wiping itself clean, the plague fly was ready to fly and mate. It shook its head and then flew into the dim sky around it. Behind it, more and more plague flies emerged from the dwarf's nostrils, ear canals, mouth, and even navel. As the first wave of plague flies flew out, the dwarf's cold body deflated eerily and rapidly, like a balloon that had simultaneously lost its air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the dimly lit tunnel, faint sounds began to emerge from all directions. Hey, did you hear me? A dwarf pushing a grain cart suddenly felt an itch on his neck, slapped it off, and said to his companion, "Cough, cough. Listen, what do you hear?" Another dwarf pushing a grain cart coughed and asked in confusion, "I think I heard the sound of flies." The sound of flies? No. That was the laughter of the death messenger, who embodies the principle that all things decay. hovering above everyone's heads. Chapter 46, Marching Amidst the Plague. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. During their advance through the dark tunnels, the army of over 40,000 men began to cough intermittently. Countless warriors, despite their slight differences in race, lifespan, and even life form, all suffer from the same strange symptom. Moreover, this is just one of the most inconspicuous symptoms among countless plague symptoms. Vomit. My stomach hurts so much. Aside from the lucky few who only had cough symptoms, many soldiers contracted the new disease. Their symptoms, however, were rather embarrassing. Stomach and abdominal pain caused many soldiers to disregard their dignity and run to the roadside to empty their bellies. Within moments, a nauseating, sour stench emanated from all directions around the entire army. The stench was so overwhelming that many warriors of the natural races began to doubt whether they had arrived in hell. However, patients with both of the above symptoms can be considered lucky in a sense. Compared to other plague symptoms, these two symptoms are really only mild. The truly deadly disease, which had already caused real casualties, had already spread throughout the entire army. For example, an unidentified disease that could cause soldiers' skin to grow black mold. All infected patients would experience unbearable itching and frantically scratch the infected area until they bled. Only then would they feel some relief. However, this is only a temporary relief. As the skin surface is damaged, the spores released by the mold begin to rapidly penetrate beneath the skin. And this time, the targets they infected. It was the internal organs and blood of those patients. Mold, herpes, parasites. Countless diseases began to regard this constantly shifting united army as a breeding ground for their own reproduction. Something's not right. Someone has released a plague. He's trying to infect our entire army. Among so many lords, some quickly noticed the unusual activity within the army. Moreover, there was more than one new lord who discovered the anomaly. Because with such a large number of lords, it's impossible that they were all incompetent fools. If that's the case, then this lord's trial has lost its original meaning. And there's more than one type of plague. A lord dressed as a mage glanced around and spoke calmly. From what I can observe, there are 7 or 8 symptoms that are visible to the naked eye, and this number will continue to rise when the symptoms are further subdivided. That's right, and this plague is spreading very quickly. A quarter of the warriors have already been infected. After examining several dead warriors with Li Qi, another lord looked up and spoke. And in my judgment, the common source of these diseases is those damned flies. The lords immediately raised their heads. Sure enough, above their heads, above all the warriors' heads, countless plague flies hovered overhead. These tiny, almost negligible creatures were actually death gods wielding invisible scythes. Having successfully confirmed this, the lords, who had learned various lord skills from the school, quickly found a way to solve the plague. First, several mage-class hero units joined forces to create a minor storm that indiscriminately swept over the army. Although this storm will cause damage to both enemies and allies, the damage is only a meager 3 points. While these 3 points of damage are insufficient to harm most warriors, they are extremely fatal to the plague fly, which has only 1 point of health. As a result, the swarms of plague flies perished in the seemingly weak but actually deadly storm. The plague factors they carried lost their threat upon their death. Next, after the mages had performed their magical miracles, it was time for the priests and apothecaries to show their abilities. Drink this, it will make you feel much better. Bottle after bottle of prepared medicine was distributed to each infected soldier. Great God, gently touch these poor souls and cast away their diseases and pain. Countless priests prayed to God, asking him to perform miracles to cleanse the diseases hidden in their flesh and blood. Thanks to the combined efforts of all the lords, the army is recovering at a visible pace. The skin on countless soldiers covered in pustules began to heal. Those soldiers who had been vomiting and shivering began to regain their energy. The soldiers who had been coughing incessantly regained their previous ability to breathe smoothly. The malfunctioning war machine was back in normal operation. After a short, rapid march, they were less than 10 minutes away from the kingdom's passage node that Wu Wei had seized. It seems that everything is getting better. Now it seems that Lord is really cunning, actually learning how to use the plague in secret. So this is how he tried to stop our advance. How despicable. So what? Even if he has a way to spread the plague, it still won't change the outcome of this war, will it? While all the lords were beaming with joy, celebrating their inexperience in successfully resolving a deadly plague crisis. Something's not right. Li Qi couldn't help but frown, looking at a corner not far away. There, a dwarf warrior who had just drunk a potion and regained his health was showing off his strong shoulders to his companions. But on his shoulder, an inconspicuous little blister slowly appeared. Not only him, but his companions who laughed with him also failed to notice that some hidden plagues were beginning to resurface on their bodies. An extremely terrifying thought appeared in Li Qi's mind. However, before he could even confirm this terrifying idea, the situation changed. In the dark passage in the distance, a small demon with skin covered in green mold and wielding some kind of rotten weapon appeared before this army after a long absence. All the soldiers immediately fell silent, and each of them involuntarily tightened their grip on their weapons. Everyone knows that the reappearance of this little devil means that the countdown to war has begun. If they successfully eliminate this monstrous army entrenched at the passage node, a powerful and invincible alliance will be formed because of this battle. However, right opposite this army, the little devil revealed an extremely wicked smile. Something's not right. Li Qi's eyes widened in horror as she looked into the darkness. At that very moment, everyone heard a faint sound coming from within their own army. A cough. The pharmacists and priests did indeed cure more than a dozen diseases with different symptoms, but who said that they were only infected with these dozen or so diseases? The end of chapter 47. Once Li Qi understood this, he immediately shouted, "Oh no, we've been tricked." Which lord with the power of plagues controls more than just those dozen or so types of plagues? Li Qi glanced at everyone around him and said through gritted teeth, "Their real intention is to waste our human and material resources with diseases that have short incubation periods and rapid onset. Haven't you noticed that many of the soldiers contracted diseases that look frightening but are actually not very deadly during this plague? Whether it's a cough, vomiting, or fungal growth. These diseases are not that deadly at all, and are not even enough to affect the fighting capacity of our army. But in order to cure these diseases and maintain our current level of combat strength, we have already." At this moment, Li Qi no longer needed to say anything more, because all the lords understood his meaning. At this moment, more than one soldier developed new symptoms of illness, and the rest of the soldiers in the entire legion also began to show different types of reactions. Just as Li Qi said, Wu Wei had already planted the truly deadly plague seed throughout the entire army. However, they are only just beginning to erupt. Cough, cough, cough. An orc warrior clutched his hand and coughed violently, but only after he finished coughing did he realize something. "I just coughed up blood." Moreover, an unbearable, intense pain was hitting his lungs. At his feet, a female druid priestess was rolling on the ground in agony, and looking down her once smooth back, one could see one festering sore after another growing wildly. The appearance of these pustules made the druid's back twisted and filthy, like a plank overgrown with mushrooms. Further afield, countless soldiers began to wail in their own way. One after another, highly toxic diseases began to break out in their bodies. The plague flies, which had previously disappeared, reappeared above everyone's heads. It seemed as if they were mocking their impending doom. Damn it, this guy is a ruthless monster. Looking at the soldiers around him who were falling to the ground and groaning in pain, Li Qi looked in the direction where the little devil had appeared, using life as a chess piece and disease and death as weapons. Regardless of how he managed to control the plague so precisely, given his methods, is he even human? Just as the disease broke out in the Legion, howls came from the other end of the Legion. They are demons. Countless demons appeared in the darkness. Pairs of malevolent, scarlet eyes slowly emerged from the darkness. And when these demons actually appeared, not only the ordinary soldiers, but also the lords were shocked by what they saw. Those things were one deformed, filthy, and foul-smelling demon after another. The wounds on their bodies caused by the disease constantly oozed highly toxic, whitish pus. Furthermore, along with this pus, their deformed internal organs also flowed out. These equally rotten and foul-smelling organs, along with their owners, attract endless swarms of plague flies seeking more nourishment. This also resulted in a dark cloud completely enveloping the heads of these terrifying monsters and demons. However, what makes up this dark cloud are plague flies carrying disease. Oh my god. Upon entering the battlefield for the first time, before even engaging in formal combat, the Dwarf King saw a little demon give him an evil smile, and his legs buckled, causing him to sit down on the ground. But he wasn't the worst one. Because there are many more ordinary soldiers who are also trembling. Desecrating life, spreading death. That was their first reaction when they saw the group of demons walk out. These warriors, who were excitedly considering killing a few monsters just hours before, now had only one thought on their minds. Why did I come to this battlefield? But all of the above is still not exciting enough. Because the souls of these warriors now only exist in fear. But the real despair is far from over. Thump. The earthquake trembled. Thump. The earth trembled once more. In the darkness, a huge monster with a fat body covered with various worms and tumors emerged from the dark cave entrance. His head was a standard demonic face, deformed and ugly. However, his scalp was covered with plague flies that were laying eggs, and new plague flies kept flying out of his head. This was the surprise Wu Wei had prepared for this legion. A demon race warrior hatched in the abyss hatching pool, requiring 200 rotting plague corpses and 300 souls to exchange for the plague demon. This demon has extremely high health and defense bonuses. Although they lack attack power and speed, their real purpose is simply to appear on the battlefield and survive for a period of time. Or rather, it wouldn't matter if they really died. Because the plague that these plague demons want to spread has nothing to do with their lives or deaths. Their mere presence here signifies the impending outbreak of a plague. More importantly, there is more than one such demon. Knock, knock, knock. A dozen enormous plague demons emerged from the cave, revealing extremely cruel smiles to all the enemies who looked at them. In order to create them, Wu Wei had already exhausted all the demon slaves in Barbarian Stone Town, and even all the demon slaves before them. At this point, he had exhausted all his resources in order to create a war that would satisfy him. Even so, he didn't feel any heartache at all. Because he could foresee that the demon slaves he had lost would be rapidly replenished. Because there were a full 40,000 people blocking his way, weren't there? Furthermore, from Wu Wei's perspective, what he saw was not the end of a battle involving tens of thousands of people. What he saw was a cowardly king, a coalition of weaklings, and the disintegration of a vast empire. The disintegration of the Dwarf Empire. If he defeats this legion, the Dwarf Empire will face the most tragic fate. In the endless abyss. Wu Wei crossed his arms and finally smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the two legions in front of him. This is not the end, nor even the beginning of the end. This is just. It's just the end of what began. Chapter 48 Division. As the demons sounded the horns of war, the two armies on the battlefield inside the King's Passage quickly ended their stalemate and began a bloody melee. A large horde of demons, blessed with the plague, wielded blades of disease, bringing death and corruption to the powerful coalition of hundreds of lords and the Dwarven Kingdom. Meanwhile, the allied forces of the Dwarven Kingdom also cast aside their fears at this critical juncture and began to fight with all their might against the demon army that they had originally thought were just worthless fry. In the blink of an eye, two war machines with different attributes collided. Regardless of how they view each other, what ultimately decides the fate of these two war machines is sword and fire. However, during the battle between the two armies, a strange split began to occur within the Dwarven Alliance. Bomb them to death. We absolutely cannot retreat here today. Some of the lords looked fiercely at the demons before them and said. They said that because they believed they had a very high chance of winning. The demons' attributes are not excellent. It could even be described as utter garbage. Due to the premature pursuit of troop size, over 90% of Wu Wei's current army is still firmly occupied by the little demons. So, although this wave of demons appears to be about the same number as the Dwarf Kingdom's allied forces, the quality difference between the two sides is actually enormous. Even though Wu Wei used up an extremely large number of demon slaves, causing them to die from the plague and creating more than a dozen giant plague demons. However, the appearance of these dozen or so enormous creatures still did not change the overall battle situation. Because these dozen or so plague demons were being fought by over 100 elite warriors under the command of lords, along with their hero units. More than 4 of these massive plague demons were killed on the battlefield by the combined fire of the hero units after the first wave of contact between the two sides. Even though Wu Wei was desperately using the lesser demons as flesh and blood shields to protect the rest of the plague demons, their health bars were still dropping rapidly. It is foreseeable that these plague demons will die on this battlefield along with their kind. We can win. This was the only thought in the minds of all those who advocated for war. Even though Wu Wei used such a despicable plague to contaminate almost all the warriors, and even though his subordinates were all horrible monsters with ugly and deformed faces. However, given the absolute strength of both sides, he is by no means invincible. But besides that group of pro-war advocates, there was another faction with completely different opinions. We must retreat. Otherwise, we will suffer huge losses and may even be completely wiped out here. Unlike the pro-war faction, the other, more level-headed and rational faction believes that they have already lost the war. In the eyes of this faction, the battle is already over. Now they are nothing more than groping and struggling in the quagmire of war. Their theoretical basis lies in the current number of coalition soldiers killed or wounded and the casualty ratio between the two sides. Currently, the number of coalition soldiers killed is only 1/10, which is not a large number. Even this 1/10 figure includes soldiers who died of illness during the march. However, these lords have already taken note of the plague's ongoing effects. Under the influence of the plague, more and more coalition soldiers began to die suddenly, and the number of soldiers who died from the plague was increasing exponentially, far from reaching the turning point of the plague. In other words, as the war drags on, these coalition forces will continue to suffer increasingly greater losses. Furthermore, besides the deaths caused by the plague, there was an even more important reason why the rationalists believed that it was time to retreat. For some reason, the demon warriors that Wu Wei sent out were not immune to the plague. These terrifying dark monsters, like the Dwarven Alliance, were afflicted by the plague. But that is actually the most terrifying thing. Because all the Dwarven allies infected with the plague, regardless of their specific symptoms, experienced a decline in combat effectiveness. In contrast, those twisted and filthy demons were not only unaffected by the plague, but actually became stronger because of it. In other words, these plague symptoms, which are extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary creatures, are in essence benign lesions that can amplify demonic creatures. After analyzing this point, many lords immediately understood. What they are waging is a war that can no longer be delayed. Although the Dwarven Alliance was of far superior quality to the demons, the gap between the two sides was rapidly narrowing due to the effects of the plague. As time goes on, the strength of both sides will eventually reach a critical point where defeat is inevitable. This is the real reason why this faction wants to withdraw its troops as soon as possible. Li Qi is a staunch supporter of this faction. What? You want us all to retreat, Li Qi? Are you kidding us? A lord questioned Li Qi in front of the Dwarf King, while the Dwarf King and the other lords also looked at Li Qi with unfriendly expressions, wanting to get a reply from him. I do want you all to retreat, but I'm really not making fun of you. Because we have already lost, continuing this war now would only result in us suffering losses for nothing. Li Qi spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, and at the same time, He handed over a carefully calculated set of data to everyone present. Not every lord can understand these complex data. Therefore, Li Qi thoughtfully included his prediction at the end of the data. Within 5 hours, we will lose more than 50% of our troops. If our contact lasts longer than 12 hours, there is a greater than 60% chance that we will be wiped out here. But if we retreat now and send troops to treat our soldiers in time, we will preserve 80% of our strength. Those demons don't have much power to stop us. He didn't lie. In fact, he didn't need to lie. Because data doesn't lie. In his prediction, this was bound to be the outcome of the battle. But Li Qi never imagined that his good intentions would lead the war to another extreme. Lord Li Qi. The Dwarf King looked at him with a livid face and said, "You have been officially expelled from the Dwarf Alliance. And from this moment forward, you will no longer have any trade relations with the Dwarven Alliance. You are now an enemy of the Dwarf Alliance." What made the Dwarf King make such a decision? Chapter 49, The Madman's Thoughts. Enemy? Upon hearing those 2 words, Li Qi finally lost his temper. He looked at the other lords around him and said fiercely, "And you? Do you also see me as an enemy, just like this stubborn and arrogant fellow?" But all that responded to Li Qi were countless indifferent eyes. The vast majority of lords failed to see the immense danger lurking behind this war. All they care about are the benefits they will gain from joining this alliance. Of course, many rational people also believe that now is indeed a good time to retreat. But they also remain silent. In their view, the situation was not yet so dire, and there was no need to persuade the Dwarf King to withdraw his troops. Li Qi was too impatient. They possessed a massive army of 40,000 men. Even if the impact of the plague might cause them to lose the war, they are still far from the point where they should speak up. Only when the damage caused by the plague reaches a certain peak will they then try to persuade the people around them to withdraw their troops. Because only after they have seen the losses with their own eyes will their words be more easily adopted, right? The ongoing war between demons and the Dwarven Alliance is not confined to a single battlefield. Within this alliance, a war without gunfire has already been raging for some time. However, this war without gunfire is called politics. Regardless of the outcome of this war, the vast majority of lords firmly believe that the alliance will still be formed. So instead of arguing about how to withdraw troops from a war they were destined to lose, they might as well keep silent for now and wait until the impact of the plague reached a certain critical point before speaking up. In this way, even if they are defeated, this group of rationalists will gain greater influence within the alliance. Therefore, not a single lord sided with Li Qi. They either choose to continue fighting the demons to the bitter end, or wait for a forced retreat after suffering certain losses. However, the words stubborn and arrogant refer to His Majesty the Great Dwarf King. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, the Dwarf King's face quickly turned red, and the lords present could vaguely see steam rising from the top of his head. The Dwarf King was so enraged that he almost hysterically ordered his servants to kill Li Qi at any moment. But that won't work. A last shred of reason prevented the Dwarf King from making this decision. Because the civilized world has rules. Even though Li Qi is now considered an enemy of the Dwarf Alliance. However, the Dwarf King still couldn't do anything to him, because if he did, his angry actions would have a very bad political impact on the alliance he had worked so hard to build. Therefore, after identifying Li Qi as an enemy, the Dwarf King did not hesitate at all and ordered his royal attendants, who had not yet joined the battle, to take Li Qi and the soldiers he brought with him away and escort them to the dwarf capital. There, Li Qi will return to the surface through the ground passage and return to his territory. Li Qi did not resist. Although he was also angry, he calmed down afterward. Being intelligent enough, he understood the thoughts of the lords who were on the opposite side of him and why they did what they did. What a bunch of idiots. On the way back to the Dwarf Kingdom, Li Qi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even though they could see the danger approaching, they still fooled themselves and others for the sake of profit. This is simply playing with fire and getting burned. Damn it, these idiots. After saying this, Li Qi rubbed his temples helplessly. Although I foresaw the outcome of this war, I still have some doubts. Since that lord who controls the demon race could have continued to stall for time, allowing the plague to infect more soldiers and cause more casualties before engaging the Alliance army in a final battle. But instead of doing so, he immediately dispatched an army of the same size to confront them after the Allied forces arrived. This doesn't make sense, nor does it align with the purpose of war itself. Li Qi tried to put himself in the other person's shoes. If he possessed the power of the plague, he certainly wouldn't have engaged in the final battle so early. Because the longer a plague lasts, the worse its impact and the greater the number of deaths it causes. Even though the Alliance army has priests and apothecaries who can slow down the plague, he can still use the same trick to infect the Alliance warriors with new and different plagues, and so on. Doing so would not only reduce casualties on our side, but also... Suddenly, an unusual situation came into his view. Swish, swish, swish. Several demons with multiple fleshy wings flew over his head at almost breakneck speed, howling down at him and the soldiers behind him. Although these demons only howled and did not attack or threaten Li Qi and his companions, their appearance still startled them. After all, they are currently in a remote rear area far from the battlefield. How did these demons fly over here? Has something gone wrong on the battlefield? Just as many people were pondering this question, Li Qi suddenly widened his eyes and stared intently at the area below these fleshy, winged demons. Because he noticed that these demons seemed to be grasping at something in their claws. By the time he finally managed to see what these things were using the goblin recording device, the few lone demons had already circled above their heads once and flown away. Furthermore, when Li Qi finally saw clearly what they had grabbed, he couldn't help but tremble. Because the mystery that had been troubling him before has been solved. The answer to this riddle sent chills down his spine. The fantasies of a war-mad man were finally partially revealed to him. How is that possible? This monster's true purpose is not to fight to the death. His purpose in starting this war is merely to delay the Alliance army and prevent the conscripted apothecaries and priests from returning to the royal city. His true intention is to spread his plague throughout the entire underground world. He wants to infect the entire dwarven capital. He wants to kill an entire underground city with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants and completely destroy the Dwarf Alliance's war-making capabilities. Damn it. Madman. It turns out that these demons called Loran were clutching corpses covered in plague fly eggs. Their destination was the Dwarf King City right in front of Li Qi. Chapter 50 Plague Nest and Peace Negotiations. The moment Wu Wei personally ordered the corpses covered in plague fly eggs to be thrown into the Dwarven capital, the war between the Dwarven Alliance and the demons was effectively over. No matter how strong the Dwarven Alliance's army was, they could not save their homeland. Because their homeland has entered a final countdown to death. The third wave of plague spawned by Mara will contaminate the entire Dwarven capital within 24 hours. Wu Wei, with his war vision activated, calmly said. 60% of the population will die directly, leaving behind 240,000 corpses. Upon hearing this, even Mara and Hel, both heroes, couldn't help but tremble. Because both siblings witnessed Wu Wei's wicked smile and his crimson vertical pupil that was radiating madness. Those terrifying vertical pupils were so powerful that, even in the deepest, darkest abyss, there was nothing that could rival them in madness and evil. This is not praise, but reality. These corpses will be used to create 1,200 plague demons after I storm the royal city. The remaining surviving Dwarven inhabitants, aside from some who will become food, will replenish my ranks with approximately 40,000 demon slaves. This is assuming I don't touch those scattered dwarf cities for now. If I include them, the data will be corrected too. Wu Wei kept calculating the data, but what came out of his mouth were the most evil death numbers. At that moment, Mara couldn't help but chime in. Your Majesty, may I ask you a question? After Mara finally managed to crawl out of her brother's body and ask the question, she immediately regretted it and quickly crawled back in. When Wu Wei turned around and focused his gaze on her, his terrifying eyes filled her with instinctive panic. Wu Wei seemed to know that there was something wrong with his eyes. He silently changed his expression, then spoke in as gentle a tone as possible. Sure, go ahead and ask. My lord, could you grant my brother and me a city? City? Wu Wei paused for a moment, then said, do you two want your own territory, and then divide it up among yourselves? In Wu Wei's view, it was perfectly normal for heroes to want their own territory or to be granted fiefdoms. Because in the era of lords, heroes actually had all sorts of demands, and this is just one of them. Territory? Grant? No, please don't misunderstand. Mara's head emerged from the hole in Hell's body, and she said weakly, my brother and I have absolutely no intention of rebelling, nor would we dare to. What we are asking for is not an independent territory, but simply a stable home. Because it's a little different from what you imagine, my brother and I want a stable nest because we can only store pathogens suitable for you more quickly and effectively in a relatively stable environment with a large number of organisms. The pathogens you had me create before were far too unstable. Not only are their traits unstable, but their incubation period is also far from meeting your requirements. More importantly, haven't you noticed that your little devil Mistress Caroline has become somewhat dissatisfied after I infected too many little devils? Deaths caused by disease are not a good thing for many demons, and if you don't control it, eventually all demons will be infected with those unstable plagues. So, after my brother and I own a city with a population, we will use various pathogens to transform that city and gradually turn it into a nest. In that nest, my brother and I can create a virus that better suits your needs. In this way, not only will my plague become more stable, but you will also no longer have to worry about other demons being unintentionally infected by the plague I release, causing unnecessary deaths. After hearing this, Wu Wei finally understood. It turns out that the siblings Hel and Mara wanted a city, which they planned to build as a nest specifically for incubating plagues. In addition to creating new types of plagues, this nest can also protect its other uninfected warriors as much as possible. It must be said that Wu Wei had not thought of this problem beforehand. After all, in his view, it was no big deal if the demons under his command were infected with the plague. But Mara's persuasion made Wu Wei abandon the idea, because many of the later demons were actually very expensive to build. If a few important demons were to accidentally die from the plague, he would suffer a great loss. Many demons even require special resources to create, and when they die, they all become a special resource called rotten plague corpses. The difference between the two is still quite significant. Therefore, Mara's request inadvertently reminded Wu Wei of this point. Okay, I agree to your request. Wu Wei nodded. Then, he said with a smile, then, I will give you to the royal city of the dwarves. How about that? The dwarf kingdom? Hearing Wu Wei say this, not only her, but even Mara was stunned. That's the largest and most productive city that Wu Wei is about to acquire. Isn't it a waste to use such a city as their nest? But before they could refute him, Wu Wei spoke first. There's no need to refuse anymore. This is what you two deserve. If it weren't for the plague you created, I might not have been able to conquer this huge metropolis with hundreds of thousands of royal cities so quickly. So, that's my decision, and I won't change it. After saying that, Wu Wei closed his eyes and sat back on the abyss throne to continue commanding the ongoing war in the passage. However, in the final stages of the war, the actions of some lords were far beyond Wu Wei's expectations. So, they actually want to negotiate peace? This idea was indeed unexpected for Wu Wei. A group of lords formed a small entity that had broken away from the coalition and were preparing to establish contact with him. Furthermore, the terms they offered for peace left Wu Wei speechless. Because they actually wanted to establish a new alliance. Chapter 51 Trash and Crushed. The duration of a battle is always shorter than that of a war. This is a consensus that most people agree on. However, in the eyes of these lords, Wu Wei's fighting style clearly subverted this consensus. Because of the current situation, the allied forces of the Dwarf King and his lords miraculously repelled the first wave of attacks from the demon army on the battlefield, driving those damned demons back into the tunnel entrance. These brave warriors resisted the invasion from the depths of darkness and upheld the brilliance of humanity. But this is just a battle. While these soldiers were fighting bravely, Wu Wei had already secretly won the entire war. This evil and ruthless Abyss Lord took advantage of the moment when the warriors were held back by the demons and used the flying Loran demons to unleash plague and death upon the Alliance's capital city. So when these brave warriors finally survived the battlefield and the plague, they did not receive news of their impending triumphant return. Instead, they received news of the deaths of their family members and the devastation of their homes. Hundreds of thousands of innocent residents died from the plague. Among these dead residents were the parents, wives, and children of these soldiers, their lovers and friends, and everything they had fought for. But now they have completely lost it all. No one can imagine how desperate these soldiers must have felt after learning all this. Wu Wei's actions were like those of a greedy python that, after successfully trapping its prey, slowly savors its death. In order to survive, the prey makes each breath more difficult for its next breath. But the prey's despair is the ultimate delicacy for this Abyss Lord. He enjoys savoring this despair. Therefore, even after the Dwarven Alliance finally won on the battlefield, not a single person cheered or jumped for joy. All they had was burning anger and despair for their future. Except for certain lords with dirty and despicable ideas. I don't know if the Lord received the message we sent him. In a corner of the battlefield, Gu Changqing was exchanging intelligence with several new lords who were in his team. Judging from the current situation, the Dwarven Alliance we wanted to join is doomed to fail. No, it's not just the Dwarf Alliance. A cold glint flashed inexplicably in the eyes of the man with the long, thin face. The entire Dwarf Empire is finished. That lord's initial goal was not to win this battle, but to conquer the entire Dwarf Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the lords who were in a team with Gu Changqing nodded in agreement. Yes. No one could have imagined that this war would end so soon after it began. This lord's way of thinking and ideas are truly terrifying. What if we actually encounter him on the battlefield? Hearing this, many people shuddered. The sense of oppression that Wu Wei exerted on them, though unnoticed, was simply too intense. These lords, who had been following the rules by rote, saw the true nature of war for the first time in actual combat and also witnessed its cruel essence. They were somewhat unaccustomed to it at first. But Gu Changqing just smiled and didn't take it seriously. Because he was different from these people, he was the eldest son of the Gu family patriarch in Linjiang City. Therefore, for him, whose family possessed a large amount of resources from the Lord era, the Lord Wars were no longer so mysterious. Wu Wei's actions only slightly shocked him. After all, there were many people in the vast era of lords who had won by means of even more despicable methods than Wu Wei. Therefore, Gu Changqing did not think Wu Wei's methods were particularly cruel. In fact, he thought Wu Wei's methods were somewhat immature, especially compared to his elders. It's all right. We don't need to worry about this problem, because we won't become his enemy. Gu Changqing said with considerable confidence. Really? Of course it's true. Because of profit, you understand? Everyone shook their heads. Gu Changqing sneered, looking at the disappointed expressions on the faces of the family good-for-nothings who had teamed up with him. Even now, did these people still not understand his thoughts? As expected, the Gu family's intellectual level far surpasses. But Gu Changqing hadn't had a chance to explain. I heard that you want to form an alliance with me? A cold and terrifying voice suddenly rang out from behind Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing turned around and immediately felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but scream, letting out a sound like that of a eunuch. Because the one who made the sound just now was actually an ugly demon that was only the size of a leg and covered with tongues all over its body. This demon has no eyes, its skin is an abnormal blackish gray, and it is covered with all sorts of scars. But in reality, these scars can all be opened up by the user. The only purpose of opening up these scars is to install a tongue. The tongues of countless races were installed on this demon's body using some kind of blasphemous magic so that they could speak for him. It's no wonder Gu Changqing was so flustered after seeing such a terrifying creature for the first time. "This is my messenger, the talkative demon," Wu Wei said helplessly to Gu Changqing and the others. He simply couldn't understand why anyone would be so frightened upon seeing such a cute little creature. Isn't the appearance of the talkative demon enough to appeal to their cuteness? Under normal circumstances, he can be used to convey my will and communicate with others. At this time, Wu Wei's true body was far away in the endless abyss. In order not to affect his command, he chose to send the talkative demon to deliver messages for him. Gu Changqing quickly calmed down, although his previous loss of composure made him somewhat embarrassed. But these things are not important. What is important is that he must express his attitude as soon as possible. "So you really can receive our messages. It seems our efforts haven't been in vain." Wu Wei was speechless. How could he not receive messages from the other party? In an attempt to communicate with themselves, these lords captured several lesser demons and kept telling the poor creatures that they wanted to talk to them. Even the most oblivious lord would probably receive the message from the other party. Not to mention Wu Wei, who has a warlike perspective. "Well then, let's get down to business. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, my name is Gu Changqing. I believe that as a student of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, you must have heard of my name." As the eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Changqing was not only academically gifted, but also quite handsome, so his name was practically a household name at Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. But Gu Changqing. The tongue-twisting demon in front of Gu Changqing scratched its head. "Oh, I've heard of it." Upon hearing what the other lord said, a smile appeared on Gu Changqing's lips. Indeed, reputation is still very important when one is away from home. But his smile only lasted for a second. "So you're the good-for-nothing that everyone's been talking about, the one raised by the Gu family." The talkative demon shrugged in a very human way and spoke on behalf of Wu Wei. "If I had known it was trash like you trying to ally with me, I would have just crushed you all. What a waste of time. The Gu family's own offspring are useless, a waste of time." Gu Changqing suddenly felt a little dizzy. Chapter 52, The Never-Ending War. "I never expected that it would be you who would make the alliance request to me." As the countless tongues on the tongue-twisting demon made sounds, it also turned its eyeless face toward Gu Changqing and the others. "This is really disappointing. In my opinion, you are not even worth a single point of alliance." Having said that, the talkative demon was about to leave the corner of the battlefield, while the Loran demon who had brought him there had been waiting impatiently for some time. But at that moment, Gu Changqing spoke up. "No value to the alliance? Huh, this lord who has dared not show his face until now, is that really what you think? If you really think that my companions and I have no value in forming an alliance, then I can only say that your strategic vision is limited." Upon hearing this, the talkative demon stopped. It was clear that the Abyss Lord who was manipulating him had changed his orders. "Yeah, of course," Gu Changqing said, looking at the talkative demon in front of him. "Do you even know what kind of situation you will face after you win this war?" "I don't know, and I don't care," the talkative devil said in Wu Wei's usual tone. "Ha ha, just as I thought." Gu Changqing suddenly laughed, and laughed heartily. "You, who keep calling others useless, are actually the real useless one." The eldest son of the Gu family has confirmed one thing. That is, his strategic vision is far superior to that of the lord in front of him. Although you won the war against the Dwarven Kingdom and captured their capital, do you know what that means? This means that you have attracted the attention of everyone taking the Lord's exam. Everyone will relentlessly attack and harass you until you fall. An unusually realistic future was slowly revealed by the eldest son of the Gu family. But do you really know why? Let me explain. Everything in the Dwarf King City now is like a fallen elephant carcass on the grassland, fresh and succulent. And all the carnivores and scavengers on the entire grassland will gather here after smelling the aroma of meat. Everyone wants a piece of the pie from the corpses of this succulent kingdom in order to strengthen themselves. But you want to swallow the whole corpse in front of all of them? That's absolutely wishful thinking. You should know that there's an old saying from the era of lords. The territory you conquer is not truly your territory. Gu Chaqing looked at the talkative demon in front of him and said, word by word, "Only the territories you conquer and defend are yours." What Gu Chaqing said was not alarmist, it was something that was really about to happen. If Wu Wei really wins and occupies the Dwarf Kingdom, then all the forces on the entire Trial Continent will covet the territory and resources he now possesses. So, this is Gu Chaqing's real plan. He was very confident that this lord who had defeated the Dwarf Kingdom could not defend such a large territory by himself alone. Even if he could defend the Dwarven capital, he would still be unable to take over the other Dwarven realms. This is why Gu Chaqing planned to form an alliance with Wu Wei. Do you really think you can conquer and rule the entire underground kingdom all by yourself? Even if the dwarves did lose, what about the other lords? Gu Chaqing said. Can you really be sure they won't become greedy for the territory you currently own? Your strength alone has its limits. When the other lords truly form a large army, you will only be torn to pieces by them, bit by bit. But it'll be different if you form an alliance with me, Gu Chaqing said. At this point, he no longer cared about Wu Wei's previous remarks. After all, a qualified lord should learn to manage his emotions and not be controlled by them. In the eyes of qualified lords, profit should be the top priority. Once we form an alliance, we will jointly rule this underground kingdom and divide up all the dwarves' profits. And you don't really think I'm representing myself, do you? Gu Chaqing pointed to his teammates behind him and said to Wu Wei, I actually represent the entire Gu family. There were more than a dozen other members of the Gu family like me in this assessment. These dozen or so lords each have their own troops, forming a large but invisible alliance. So, are you able to figure out the power behind me? Gu Chaqing threatened. If we were your friends, that would be fine. We could share the benefits. But what if we are your enemy? Do you really think you can survive under such power? We will destroy your army, dismantle your teleportation portals, and turn everything you rule to ashes shortly after you enter the Dwarven capital. So, do you still think I'm trash? Do you still think I'm someone you can insult at will? Upon hearing this, the tongue-twisting demon stood still, as if it had fallen silent. Upon seeing this, Gu Chaqing finally smiled. Because he knew the other person was scared. But what he didn't expect was, ha ha. An eerie laugh emanated from the talkative demon. Ha ha ha. An even more insane, maniacal laugh erupted, so wild that all the tongues on the tongue-twisting demon trembled. Certainly. In my eyes, you're still trash. No, you're even lower than trash. In my eyes, you're practically idiots. Wu Wei's voice came from the talkative demon. Do you know what you just said? You're actually threatening me with war? You're threatening me with the war I've always longed for, the war I've always sought. Do you know who I am? Gu Chaqing's face turned cold. He really didn't know who this mysterious lord was or which top high school he was. Who exactly are you? Wu Wei's reply came quickly. I am Wu Wei. Gu Chaqing, tell your companions my identity. Tell all the lords, tell all the forces, tell them. I am Wu Wei. I will not form alliances with any forces, nor will I care how much benefit I can gain. Because I only want to start a war. A war that will never end, even if it wipes out all life on the Trial Continent. If you want what's mine, then take it through war. Because what I pursue is an endless war. Chapter 53 The Real Goal. Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing couldn't help but raise his head. The other party was actually Wu Wei. Not only was Gu Chaqing somewhat surprised, but even their companions behind them were very surprised after hearing Wu Wei's name. Because Wu Wei's name spread much more efficiently in the school than that of the eldest son of the Gu family. That good-for-nothing who only gets first place in one subject, but consistently ranks last in all the others? How is that possible? Why does he have such a powerful army? Logically speaking, shouldn't his operations be a complete mess? Gu Chaqing's face turned pale. He hadn't expected that Wu Wei would be the first lord to defeat a major force on the Trial Continent. Moreover, it seems he just declared war on all forces on the entire Trial Continent. But Gu Chaqing no longer had the means to ask these questions. Because the talking demon has left the area where he was and returned to the abyss. Watching the talkative demon's retreating figure, Gu Gu Chongqing secretly hardened his resolve. Wu Wei, since you and I cannot share the benefits of the dwarf kingdom, then let me rebuild my army and drive you out of this territory. Since you want war, then I'll give you war. Initially, Gu Chongqing did indeed intend to form an alliance with Wu Wei. But now that plan has completely been abandoned. This is because Wu Wei's refusal was far too decisive. He not only insulted Gu Chongqing and the Gu family behind him, but also contemptuously called him trash and refused to ally with him. The second one is, Gu Chongqing no longer bothers to form an alliance with Wu Wei. After Gu Chongqing learned Wu Wei's true identity, he felt that Wu Wei was unworthy of the title. In his eyes, Wu Wei was nothing more than a lucky kid who had had some adventures. The sheer size of his army, his plague-spreading abilities, and even his ability to defeat the dwarven army, all of this was simply the good fortune of this exceptionally poor student. Now, driven by greed, Gu Chongqing decides to seize this opportunity to reorganize a massive alliance, wipe out Wu Wei's army, and thus turn the former dwarf kingdom into his own territory. Therefore, after the second battle between the dwarf kingdom and the demon army ended, Gu Chongqing, along with a considerable number of other lords, voluntarily withdrew from the dwarf alliance. Even when the dwarf king furiously denounced them as shameless and treacherous, vowing to tell the world about their abandonment of their allies, they still left resolutely. Because they knew that the dwarf king was already a corpse. The curses directed at the corpses were meaningless to them. Shortly after they left, the dwarf king, along with the remaining dwarf warriors, was destroyed by the third wave of demons created by Wu Wei, becoming a rotting corpse on the battlefield. Wu Wei finally got his wish and entered the dwarf king's city. In a royal city where more than 60% of the population has died. And it's unclear whether it's a coincidence. The moment Wu Wei sat on the throne that originally belonged to the dwarf king, the entire Trial continent simultaneously received a message that someone had deliberately spread. That was Wu Wei himself, the new lord who took control of nearly half of the underground kingdom. His identity was exposed. And along with that, the data of his demon warriors was also exposed. Although each lord who fought against the demon army gave different demon data to others. However, they still learned about the demon's specific attributes. In addition, Wu Wei's plague skill, which he used to conquer dwarf cities, has also been marked as a key point by many lords. Whether it was the timing of the disease's onset or the fact that people easily overlooked the existence of the plague flies, all of these were exposed by Gu Chongqing and others. More importantly, from the moment Wu Wei stepped into the dwarf king's city, numerous rumors have already told everyone that Wu Wei's next target is to attack the remaining dozen or so underground towns of the dwarf kingdom that have not yet been completely conquered. Wu Wei's marching route was exposed to all the lords. Some of these marching routes were correct. Some of them are incorrect. However, in general, most of the marching routes were logical and were indeed what Wu Wei planned to use. It can be said that Wu Wei's every move is being monitored by countless lords. Every lord was keeping a close eye on Wu Wei's movements. Every lord was pondering how to carve out a piece of land that belonged to him within Wu Wei's territory. Every lord was thinking about who to form an alliance with in order to better destroy Wu Wei, who had no allies. Countless lords became envious. After all, the benefits of conquering the dwarf kingdom were too great, so great that it was impossible for them not to be tempted. Therefore, while Wu Wei achieved tremendous success, he also faced immense danger. More and more lords began to subtly probe Wu Wei. They were trying to find a suitable weakness in the defensive line of Wu Wei's territory to attack. But Wu Wei never paid them any attention. This arrogant abyss lord simply ignored the probing of these ants and, at a speed that no one could react to, conquered one dwarven territory after another that had not yet fallen, turning them into his own domain. As the torches of blasphemy continued to burn, Wu Wei's territory grew larger and larger. He is gradually growing into a behemoth that looks like it could pose a significant threat to others. Faced with such a rapidly growing behemoth, many lords, whether willingly or unwillingly, began to unite in order to curb its growth. However, a few lords still expressed a different attitude towards Wu Wei's performance. Wu Wei. So you were here all along. Suing Xue looked at the map and said with a smile. I really don't know what methods you will use to get through this extremely chaotic war this time. Although everyone else thinks that your declaration of war against everyone is the behavior of a madman, only I know. You're doing this to create more chaos on the trial continent, aren't you? Only then can others not see your true intentions. The area that Suing Xue was looking at. It's a desert. What exactly is Wu Wei's goal? Chapter 54 The Black Blade Clan. The central oasis of the Bitter Sea Desert. Great Chieftain, a new batch of slaves has arrived. This batch of slaves is plentiful, and there are quite a few beautiful women among them. By the grace of the beast ancestor, this is definitely enough for our young men to share, haha. Upon hearing these words, the orc chieftain, who had been enjoying the service of a dozen female slaves on his recliner, suddenly opened his eyes. This orc chieftain, whose strength could no longer be simply described, shoved the female slaves around him, who were caught off guard, and sent them flying, crashing heavily onto the ground of the tent. Snort! The orc chieftain, Sack Blackblade, stepped out of his tent and squinted at the distance. What are you shouting about? A few hundred slaves are nothing to our Blackblade clan. Not far away, more than 200 orcs, under the command of Iman Blackblade, were constantly dragging team after team of human slaves into cages that had been prepared around the corner. There was no food or water provided in these cages, but outside the cages, there was a black cloth stained with blood to block out all the sunlight. The reason for this was that the orcs of the Blackblade tribe were preparing to force these newly arrived slaves into a horrific battle in cages amidst hunger and despair. This slaughter will leave only 2 or 3 of the 10 slaves in each cage alive after half a month. The orcs believed that only these surviving slaves were the slaves they truly wanted. The slaves who survived all of this were the strong, bloodthirsty, and low-food-consuming slaves. The Blackblade tribe is short of food. This is an ironclad rule etched into the genes of the Blackblade clan by the cruel environment. Hee father, this batch of slaves is quite different. These slaves are definitely not the farmers and miners we plundered before, but real soldiers. As Amen Blackblade spoke, he jumped off the dire wolf he was riding and pulled a female slave from its back to Chieftain Sack Blackblade. And look what I caught. This is a heroine who is loyal to a certain lord. Sack looked closely. Sure enough, the female slave was still wearing half-tattered soft leather armor, and a silver sword sheath hung at her waist. Seemingly sensing that he had returned to land, the hero unit gradually awoke from his unconsciousness. As soon as she woke up, she spoke fiercely to Sack and Amen. You damned orcs! How dare you plunder our territory with the demons? When our lord finds out what you've done, you'll all be punished. But before she could finish speaking, Imam cruelly grabbed her chin, silencing her and leaving her only able to moan in pain. Oh? You captured a group of defeated soldiers, that's quite good. Seeing the physical condition of these slaves, Sack Blackblade's eyes lit up. Because of his son's hunt, it could truly be considered the biggest gain the entire Blackblade clan had achieved in the past week. But Sack didn't have time to be happy, because he heard an unfamiliar word uttered from the mouth of the hero unit. Demon. But what does she mean by demons? A newly emerged clan. Sack narrowed his triangular eyes and stared intently at Amen, who was a head shorter than him. Why did this slave say that you plundered them with the demons? When did our great Blackblade clan, our great orcs, have to plunder the same weaklings alongside other clans? Upon hearing Sack's words, Iman, who had just been smiling, immediately tensed up. Because no one knew better than him what kind of orc chieftain Sack Blackblade was. He was cruel, tyrannical, and capricious, but he valued the glory of the orcs immensely. To Sack and his worshipped beast ancestor, the act of plundering the same weakling alongside other tribes was a grave insult. So if his answer was not satisfactory, even if he was Sack's son, he would at least be whipped. Thinking of this, Iman quickly began to explain. No, my father. I absolutely did not join forces with other clans to plunder, I swear. because the demons she spoke of were not from other orc clans, but a group of newly emerged monsters. Hearing Amen say this, Sak became even more confused. Monster. He couldn't understand why his son would use the word monster to describe them. That's right, a monster. Because these monsters are 100 times uglier than the offspring of orcs and goblins. And more importantly, their minds are countless times more chaotic than those of the offspring of orcs and beasts. We encountered them while plundering that foreign lord, but we didn't notice their presence at the time. Because they only appeared on the other side of the looted base after we had already engaged these humans in battle. After discovering us, these monsters called demons launched an indiscriminate attack on us orcs and this group of humans. As Iman recounted this, recalling the deeds of those demons, he couldn't help but tremble. But they're different from us orcs. We plunder others to obtain food and wealth for survival. They are simply driven by slaughter and destruction. They have no sense of reason whatsoever, and they... Sak Blackblade couldn't take it anymore and roared. Stop talking nonsense. Have you defeated them or not? Amen nodded quickly. Of course, my father. After breaking through the humans' defenses, we wiped out the demons without hesitation. Only. But what? Tell me. However, before their defeat, these demons captured one of our orc warriors and took him somewhere unknown. Although I tried to bring the orc warrior back, more demons blocked my way, and I was unable to save him. Upon hearing this, Sak placed his hand on Iman's head. Just as Amen was nervously anticipating that his chieftain father was about to fly into a rage because of his mistake. Well done, Iman, my boy. Sak's tones suddenly softened. Although you failed to save a brave orc warrior, you brought back more slaves for us and defeated 2 races at the same time. In short, Iman, you have not disappointed me. You are gradually growing into a qualified Blackblade clan warrior. Upon hearing this, Amen laughed. His father, Sak, the chieftain of the Blackblade clan, also laughed. But do you know who can't laugh? The orc warrior who was kidnapped by the demon. Because at this moment, he had already been taken by the demons into the endless abyss. Opposite him stood the Abyss Lord, who was sneering. Chapter 55 War Slaves. We've finally caught an orc. Wu Wei looked at the orc in front of him with a cold smile and said. At this moment, the orc's attributes had already appeared in Wu Wei's war vision, without any reservation. But, hey, let me go, you bastard. I am a warrior of the Blackblade clan. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, our clan might consider letting you go. Well, upon hearing the orc's threat, Wu Wei was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head and looked at the eternally spinning, endless vortex above him. Then he lowered his head again, looked at the bound orc warrior in front of him, and then at the little imp mistress standing not far away next to the orc warrior, swallowing hard at him. Ha 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 ha. Even Wu Wei couldn't help but laugh as he sat on the throne. Interesting. Orcs are truly an interesting race. Orcs are a very unique race. Even among the countless races of the Age of Lords, the orcs remained a very special race. The most unique aspect is that the attribute cap of the orc race is a mystery. They exist in many planes, but the attribute caps of orcs vary greatly from plane to plane. In ordinary planes, the attribute ceiling of orcs is only slightly higher than that of humans, and even lower than that of some human heroes. However, in certain planes with powerful monsters, the attribute caps of orcs are much higher. Some powerful beastmen even possess attributes that are approaching those of certain hybrid dragons. However, the upper limit of attributes is not the only special feature of orcs. After all, demons can do the same thing, and are even better at it than orcs. What truly makes orcs special is their mental resistance. Many beastmen who have faith will receive the protection of a spiritual entity called the Beast Ancestor. Those beastmen who receive the protection of the Beast Ancestor will develop extremely strong mental resistance. These mental resistance abilities not only ensure that the orcs do not go completely insane when receiving enhancement skills that easily confuse the mind, such as bloodlust, but also allow them to resist the intrusion from other faiths or evil beings. For example, the Endless Abyss, this evil thing. This is really interesting. Wu Wei stared intently at the orc in front of him, a wicked smile spreading across his face. There really are creatures that can ignore the endless abyss itself and still be defiant and stubborn within it. Although the orc was only threatening Wu Wei verbally, Wu Wei was still very interested in this kind of courage. Originally, I just wanted to find a group of war slaves that I could use. Orcs, Nagas, druids, and the like were all among my backup options. But your current performance has changed my mind. A pair of scarlet eyes with vertical pupils looked down at the orc from the throne. I believe that on this trial continent, no race is more suitable to be my war slave than the orcs. Do you know why? Despite the terrifying environment, the orc still looked fearlessly at the Abyss Lord before him and roared. Slaves? Roar. We orcs will never be slaves. Our great orc ancestors protect us. Wu Wei smiled. Because apart from war, there is nothing that makes me happier than breaking the backbone of a brave and indomitable race. I want to see how long it will take for you orcs to completely succumb to the corruption of the abyss. After speaking, at Wu Wei's prompting, a deep, abyssal structure, resembling a spore chamber, has reopened. The orc struggled as the imp matriarch dragged him to the front of the building. Damn it, you bunch of what kind of monsters are these? The poor orc warrior had just been roaring and resisting the imp matriarch. But the next second, all he could see was fear. Because a true monster has appeared. Even considering the simple minds of orcs, protected by their beast ancestor, they were considered monsters and began to slowly slide out of the spore-like structure. That's right, it's sliding out, not walking out. Because this monster is soft-bodied. It has hundreds or even thousands of tentacles, and on each tentacle are countless tiny black and red eggs. In addition, his internal structure is extremely complex. Even hundreds of organs, like a jumble of mechanical parts, were haphazardly piled up inside his body. However, nearly half of these hundreds of organs are not functioning properly. Because these organs do not yet contain the corresponding production genes. This soft-bodied monster, and the spore-shaped structure it was in, were the devices Wu Wei used to create war slaves. They're the parasite demon and the parasite demon's lair. Bastard, let me go. Under Wu Wei's cold gaze, the parasitic demon slowly approached the orc. Then, he gently placed his tentacles on the orc's head. Aya! Kill me! Kill me! But this gentleness didn't last long. The parasitic demon's tentacles began to slowly burrow into the orc's brain. Despite the orc's relentless struggle, the parasitic demon's tentacles continued their cruel inward reach, eventually penetrating deep into the orc's brain. Then, a dark red egg was released by the parasitic demon's tentacles. Thump! The orc's corpse suddenly collapsed to the ground. However, Wu Wei's gaze did not leave. Because he knew that although the orc was dead, the new being that inherited his body was still alive. Click! Click! Suddenly, rapid expansion began. The hole in the orc's head was quickly filled by a thick tentacle. Then, indescribable mutations began on other parts of the orc's body. Useless and fragile organs were devoured by the monster residing within him, becoming his nourishment. While the orc's strong muscles and bones were preserved by the parasitic demon cubs, they were also modified in the same way. Countless bone spikes grew from the orc's body, serving as both his armor and his new weapons. Furthermore, the orc's facial features had completely disappeared, replaced by thick, long tentacles of unknown origin. Then, a twisted maw grew back from the orc's abdomen. And he finally stood up once again and knelt down in front of Wu Wei. I serve you, my lord. The large mouth on its abdomen spoke to Wu Wei in a distorted voice. Finally, on the orc's corpse, a brand new war slave was born. Wu Wei needs more of these war slaves. Chapter 56, Shifting the Blame East. Just as Wu Wei had found a way to expand his war-making power. Far beyond the other side of the desert, alliances were being formed against his expansion. However, unlike the unstoppable Wu Wei, Gu Chongqing's alliance operation did not go very smoothly. What? You actually want me to join your alliance? Li Mengmeng stared wide-eyed at Gu Chongqing, who had come to find her. What, isn't it only natural that you're the first person I think of when something like this happens? Gu Chongqing sat on a stool that had grown naturally using the magic of the giant tree, drinking tea brewed with dew, and smiled as he spoke to Li Mingming. After all, I'm planning a war that will be very profitable. If you team up with me, then after we break through Wu Wei's current defenses, you will at least get a small town that originally belonged to the Dwarf Kingdom. Remember, what you get is a separate dwarf town with 4 mining areas and a former mushroom cultivation area. As long as you send 30% of your current army, or an army of 2,000 men, to me for command, they will all be yours. Aren't these conditions generous enough, Li Mingming? My fiancé, Gu Chongqing said with a smile, his smugness evident on his face. But upon hearing the words fiancé, Li Mingming's expression instantly turned sour, and she even trembled slightly. Clearly, this identity is a constraint for her, and something she is unwilling to face. Li Mingming fell silent. However, Gu Chongqing was not in a hurry. Instead, he stayed in Li Mingming's lord's hall and drank hot tea. After a long silence, Li Mingming finally spoke. I refuse. Contrary to Gu Chongqing's expectations, Li Mingming surprisingly and decisively rejected his request. What did you say? Gu Chongqing slammed his hand on the table and glared at Li Mingming. I said I refuse. Li Mingming met her gaze head-on without backing down and spoke loudly. Since this is an alliance you've formed, what does it have to do with me? Since you want to fight against Wu Wei and seize territory from him, then go and build your own army. I am currently in a critical period of expansion and have absolutely no desire to get involved in any conflicts. More importantly, my races are druids and elves. These 2 natural races would be significantly weakened in combat if they entered the tunnels to fight, so I refuse to send troops. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing's expression turned even uglier. Li Mingming, are you stupid? I'm bringing you into my alliance, not actually asking you to do anything. I'm just letting others see that your Li family is on our Gu family side. This is a public relations project. You don't really think I care about your mere few thousand soldiers, do you? Or perhaps you've changed your mind about our engagement. Now you want to rebel against me, no, against the Gu family. Faced with Gu Chongqing's threat, Li Mingming glanced at him with disgust and said coldly, Our engagement will not be fulfilled for another 4 years. Before that, we have no relationship whatsoever. And suddenly, a slightly malicious thought popped into Li Mingming's mind. Gu Chongqing, if you need my help to deal with a mere Wu Wei, then don't you think that what you're doing makes you look down on? Wu Wei, who is at the bottom of all subjects, has made it impossible for you, the eldest son of the Gu family, to move an inch. How are you going to establish yourself in the era of lords in the future? Gu Chongqing was stunned by Li Mingming's provocation. He simply hadn't expected Li Mingming to say that. What do you know, Wu Wei, The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Gu Chongqing swallowed them back. Indeed, Wu Wei's performance at school was really bad. With his grades at the bottom of all subjects, he could hardly be considered a formidable opponent. Therefore, for a time, Gu Chongqing couldn't find a way to explain why Wu Wei was becoming stronger and stronger, to the point that he couldn't defeat him without allies. At this moment, he had no idea how to explain this to Li Mingming, because in his opinion, Li Mingming, who had never fought against Wu Wei, had no idea how terrifying Wu Wei was. In fact, he didn't need to explain it all. At this very moment, Li Mingming, who had already fought with Wu Wei, was already planning to have Wu Wei kill Gu Chongqing for her. However, don't say I'm not keeping our marriage agreement. Li Mingming suddenly smiled and said to Gu Chongqing, I will not send troops, but that is because I am also expanding in the forest and am currently fighting with 2 small lord alliances. But Gu Chongqing, if you really defeat Wu Wei and gain his territory, then I will immediately discuss with my sisters and stand firmly on your side. At that time, I will not only send my soldiers to join your coalition, but I myself will also directly join your alliance. More importantly, Li Mingming smiled. My dearest fiancé, I will also hand over control of my territory to you, and all its resources will be available for your use. Don't you want to prove yourself in this Lord's trial and achieve a higher ranking? With all the resources of my territory, you should be able to climb even higher. After all, that's my full support." Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing was stunned. He hadn't expected that his unreliable fiancée would suddenly become so blatant in her attitude. But he didn't think much of it and immediately agreed. The allure of ranking in the Lord's trial is simply too great. "Okay, it's settled then. Li Mingming, I hope you won't regret it later." Hearing Gu Changqing say that, Li Mingming laughed. "Of course, I never regret it." With that thought in mind, Gu Changqing left Li Mingming's territory with satisfaction, his blood boiling all the way, constantly thinking about how to defeat Wu Wei and his demon army. However, he didn't see that after he left, Li Mingming's eyes were turning incredibly cold. "Please, Wu Wei. You are now my only hope of escaping this engagement." Li Mingming looked at Gu Changqing with disgust and said, "And you, just wait to die. I have prepared my gift for you, my dear fiancé." An inconspicuous plant seed was stuck to the hem of Gu Changqing's clothes. Li Mingming was truly determined to kill. While lords can be resurrected using resources during the Lord's trial, it's not an absolute guarantee. Moreover, isn't it quite common for lords to perish during the Lord era? Chapter 57 His Goal. On the trial continent. As more and more lords poured in, the battles between the different regions began to become more and more frequent. At the same time, trade and exchanges between lords and the natives of the trial continent also became more frequent. This once undeveloped virgin land is now changing almost every day thanks to the hard work of countless lords. Countless farmlands were reclaimed, countless mineral deposits were turned into mines, and countless forests were transformed into logging camps. The emergence of roads and the establishment of bases brought a sense of civilization and prosperity to the trial continent. However, these lords, who appeared like locusts, remained oblivious to the changes on the trial continent. Because they were well aware that their farming and development activities on the trial continent were ultimately aimed at better waging war. The ultimate goal of war, however, is to acquire more resources. Thus, war and construction formed a bizarre vicious cycle. While most lords went through this cycle, some exceptional lords saw through the essence of things and developed their own unique insights into this cycle. In the eyes of these special lords, the most important thing was to escape meaningless wars and maintain trade and development in their own territories. In their minds, war is merely a tool to achieve their goals. Developing and strengthening themselves is everything and is the original meaning of the era of lords. And they are destined to become the strongest group of lords. "You're back? Has that human town called Morstan been captured? What are the casualties?" Lord Su Ingxue looked at the map in front of her and said to her best friend Li Sino, who was in the same team with her. The casualties were very small, almost negligible. Dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, Li Sino casually tossed her blood-stained helmet aside and slumped into a chair, saying, "After all, with a level 5 mage like Ms. Charles around, a small town in the agricultural era was basically undefended and was taken down in no time." While the fighting itself wasn't tiring, Miss Seal's enthusiasm was unbearable. "I really don't know how you managed to avoid her harassment. But then again, having such a hero by your side, hee." Su Ingxue turned her head and said helplessly, "I didn't ask about your casualties or those of your soldiers. I asked about the casualties among the residents of Morstan. You didn't harm too many innocent people when you attacked this town, did you?" Upon hearing this, Li Sino rolled her eyes and raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "I swear, absolutely not. No innocent people were involved in this attack. Apart from a few panicked townspeople who fled, the remaining 3,000 or so townspeople have all been brought into your territory intact. Oh, and there are also 230 guards who surrendered. Last time I only killed 2 farmers, and you berated me for an hour, so this time I'm being extra careful." At this point, Li Sino said with some confusion, "Speaking of which, my dear Lady Su Ingxue, why can't you treat these people as slaves like other lords? You know, we're in an expansion phase right now. It would be a losing proposition to support so many people for nothing." Turning them into slavery would not only save a lot of food rations, but also allow them to mine and cut down trees directly. Isn't that better than collecting taxes? Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue turned her head and said while looking at the map, "What you say makes sense. But this is not something a qualified lord should do." Lord. You are only a lord if you have subjects. If you only treat your subjects as slaves, you might as well be called a slave owner. Only when your people acknowledge you and accept you. Stop. Li Sino couldn't stand this self-righteous, sanctimonious rambling anymore and quickly stopped him. "I know I was wrong, please stop talking. Although I can't understand your way of ruling, I admit that you're right, considering how rapidly your territory is expanding." After saying that, Li Sino walked over and shared the modified system map with Su Yingxue. "By the way, after we conquered Morstan, the Duchy of the Stag, which previously controlled the northern part of the Trial Continent, was left with only 2 cities and 6 towns. And we, on the other hand, possess more than 80% of the entire plain. We are now the largest force in terms of territory on the entire Trial Continent, number 1. In fact, Li Sino's statement about being number 1 is absolutely correct. Although Wu Wei conquered the entire Dwarf Kingdom at a rapid pace, the land area he occupied was actually not that large because the Dwarf Kingdom was located underground. Furthermore, Wu Wei's current expansion has begun to be targeted, so in terms of territory expansion, Su Yingxue and Li Sino, located at the westernmost end of the continent, are actually the fastest, at least for now. Where should we attack next? Should we continue our attack on the Duchy of the Stag and bring the entire kingdom under our control, or should we change our target and attack the orc tribe located in the Bitter Sea Desert? Anyway, my suggestion is to attack the Bitter Sea Desert, because the Duchy of the Stag has already received the full support of more than a dozen lords. These lords are unwilling to see our power continue to expand, so they have already amassed tens of thousands of soldiers within the Kingdom of Buck, just waiting for us to come to them. The situation in the Bitter Sea Desert is somewhat special. Although the Bitter Sea Desert itself does not have much land value, the oases within it are very lush, and in the center of the desert, there are 3 iron mines and 1 gold mine that can be mined. More importantly, because the orc tribes that rule this desert, namely the Blackblade clan, are particularly aggressive and powerful, most lords have chosen to avoid developing in the Bitter Sea Desert and have no intention of occupying it for the time being. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us, Li Sino explained. Although the Blackblade clan is very strong, my mutated troops, the Silverblade Cavalry, are perfectly capable of countering these orcs. They're not that difficult for us to eat. So, shall we take this opportunity to occupy the Bitter Sea Desert? Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue glanced at the map. She hesitated. However, she didn't hesitate for long before rejecting Li Sino's suggestion. "No, we will not attack the Bitter Sea Desert for the time being. Instead, we will deliberately avoid that area, concentrate our superior forces, and quickly conquer the last few towns of the Stag Kingdom before driving those dozen or so lords back to their hometowns." Hearing Su Yingxue say this, Li Sino couldn't help but ask, "What? If you're not going to fight, then why are you deliberately avoiding the Bitter Sea Desert? Why?" Su Yingxue took a deep breath and pointed to the Heavenly Dao System map, speaking to Li Sino. "Because I have a feeling. The Bitter Sea Desert is very likely to be his potential target, which is why I deliberately avoided this area." "Him? His target? Who is he?" Li Sino was completely puzzled. Su Yingxue slowly uttered a name. "Wu Wei. Wu Wei's target." Chapter 58, The First Test. Wu Wei. Upon hearing this name, Li Sino's eyes immediately lit up with a wide grin. She understood. "Oh my God. My dearest Ms. Su Yingxue, I implore you to think this through." Li Sino placed her hand on Su Yingxue's shoulder and said earnestly, "First of all, Wu Wei is really not good enough for you. No matter how much you help him, he's a hopeless case. Secondly, we are undergoing the Lord's trial, elder sister. Moreover, I am your staunch ally in the pre-team formation. We share honor and disgrace. Please do not let your personal feelings delay our lives." At this point, Lee Sino was truly at a loss. I really don't know what you see in Wu Wei. Talented? Impossible. He was last in every subject, and the only first place he got was because you let him. Family matters? Impossible. The Wu family declined long ago after his parents died. Appearance? To be honest, I don't think Wu Wei's gloomy face has anything to do with being handsome. So why did you do this? Just because your father adopted Wu Wei after his parents died, and you grew up with him, so you consider him your childhood sweetheart. That's not where the meaning of childhood sweetheart comes from. Upon hearing Lee Sino's words, Su Yingshue's expression turned serious. No, Lee Sino, you've misunderstood. I absolutely did not choose to bypass the Bitter Sea Desert because of personal feelings. On the contrary, I made this choice for my own benefit and for your benefit as well. Believe me, if Wu Wei's target is indeed the Bitter Sea Desert, it would be extremely dangerous for us to rashly intervene in that area. Because all his goals are to expand his war. Whether it's dwarves, orcs, or even a coalition of other lords, if they intervene in his war before they are ready, everything will descend into chaos, truly chaotic chaos. I have a premonition that the Bitter Sea Desert will be stained red with blood and death. Upon hearing this, Lee Sino's eyes turned into a new shape. Clearly, she didn't believe anything Su Yingxue said. Fine, I'll assume you're not doing this out of personal feelings. I'm going to the warehouse to get resources and recruit more Silver Knights. I hope that brat Wu Wei will remember what you did for him. Watching Lee Sino's departing figure, Su Yingxue shook her head helplessly. Then, she looked at the land marked as Wu Wei's territory on the map. There, countless arrows representing Wu Wei's soldiers were chaotically intertwined. They intersect, intertwine, and some even collide and bump into each other. Even Su Yingxue couldn't discern the slightest detail about this marching route and couldn't guess what Wu Wei was planning to do. Besides Su Yingxue, Gu Chaqing and others, who were just preparing to form an alliance to attack Wu Wei, were also unable to guess what Wu Wei was planning to do. Near the entrance to the land of the dwarves. Damn it, Wu Wei has sent out troops again. Too many. There are just too many of them. Gu Chaqing, where exactly are the reinforcements you mentioned? Thump, 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 click. As the cursed catapults crafted by the demon artisans launched one stone after another, imbued with abyssal flames, the gate of a forward base garrisoned by 2,000 barbarian warriors was blasted into pieces. Then, the barbarian army, howling and ready to fight, was horrified to discover that a group of demons, far more savage, bloodthirsty, and cruel than themselves, were surging into the forward base like a tidal wave. These demons outnumbered them by more than 10 times, and the army also included a large number of serpentine demon warriors. These serpentine demon assassins, mingling among countless lesser demons and imps, relentlessly stabbed barbarian warriors one after another with daggers coated in deadly poison. Despite being outnumbered and under attack, these barbarians fought bravely against all the invading demons. But the demons showed no mercy or reverence in their slaughter. At the command of the Abyss Lord, none of the barbarians were spared. They were all brutally murdered. And after other reinforcements arrived, they discovered with anger and panic. The heads of the barbarian warriors were severed and piled up in the center of the damaged forward base, as if in some kind of blasphemous ritual. Countless plague flies had already swarmed around it, implanting their eggs into these heads that appeared before them as if by divine grace. Countless maggots crawled in and out of the mouths, noses, ears, and even the wounds on the necks of these brave warriors. This is a sign of the devil's arrival. It is also a sign of the coming of evil and destruction. However, what truly enraged the reinforcements was that, due to the harassment and contamination by the plague flies, the bodies of these barbarian warriors could no longer be properly buried. Because burying them would create a greater risk of plague, a view shared by many lords after their battle with Wu Wei. Therefore, these barbaric people who should have been given a sky burial were instead subjected to the extremely humiliating method of cremation. Seeing this, the lord who led the barbarians was trembling with rage. He never expected that he would encounter such a vicious counterattack after building a forward base within Wu Wei's possible expansion range. This cruel and inhuman monster. But what he didn't expect was, having just cremated the first batch of barbarian warriors, he immediately planned to hold another cremation for the reinforcements who had come to support them. Because the demons that had left earlier had somehow circled around and then mysteriously appeared behind these reinforcements. Moreover, this time the demons actually brought reinforcements. Those are a group of monsters called demons. Before the second group of barbarian shamans could even unleash spells like Bloodlust and Petrify, these bloodlined mages from the abyss had managed to suppress them with their Eye of Magic skill. Then, the fate of the first group of barbarians was perfectly replicated in the second group of barbarian warriors who came to provide support. But do you think that's the end of it? No, this is just the beginning. Then, countless demon legions under Wu Wei's command broke into smaller units, each consisting of hundreds of smaller armies, and plunged deep into the wound torn in the line. In less than 4 hours, 3 mines, 2 logging camps, and countless farmlands were reduced to ashes by the demons. Then, large numbers of the people were captured by the demons, either turned into food on the spot or taken away and brought back to the hellish prison to be made into soul fuel and food. Even the furthest demon army raided the portal of a branch lord of the Gu family. A semi-stable portal, worth at least 20,000 resource points, was reduced to ruins amidst the demons' mockery. The alliance led by Gu Chaqing was plunged into absolute chaos. No one can predict when the next wave of demonic armies will knock on their door, bringing evil and death. All of this was merely Wu Wei's first test. Chapter 59 Another Misjudgment. Hateful. How did he do that? Gu Chaqing slammed his fist on the table in front of him and looked at the heavenly Dao system before him. How could he command his soldiers to simultaneously advance in dozens of directions and attack different targets? And why did he? With bloodshot eyes, Gu Chaqing looked at the battle damage report sent by his ally and said furiously, "We can seize upon every tiny mistake you make and launch an attack without hesitation." Upon hearing Gu Chaqing's words, the other lords who were temporarily under his command all lowered their heads inexplicably. After noticing the silence around him, Gu Chaqing became even angrier. No, at this moment, he no longer felt anger, only disappointment and resentment. In fact, Gu Chaqing and the others did not perform too badly in Wu Wei's first wave of probing. More than 90% of the demon soldiers were killed, and less than 10% of the demons were able to return to the abyss with their spoils. The problem is that Wu Wei hadn't included these dead demons in his recovery plan. Their sole purpose in existence is to create as much death and destruction as possible before they die. And they did indeed do that. Hundreds of small demon armies entered the heart of Gu Chaqing's alliance through gaps in the defenses, slaughtering and destroying everything in their path. Moreover, besides those important production facilities, these damned beasts didn't even spare the existence of farmers and loggers. Countless civilians were burned, killed, and plundered by the demons, and a large number of them were taken back to the abyss, their fate unknown. Not to mention, a portal belonging to a branch lord of the Gu family was destroyed by demons. Countless precious resource points vanished into thin air. This devastating loss is the real reason why Gu Chaqing and others cannot accept it. There's really nothing we can do. Every time these dark beasts make a move, it's completely unexpected. They either keep our main force at bay, preventing us from attacking. Either we lure our small force into an encirclement and then eliminate them with superior numbers. Moreover, many times our troops have to protect resource areas and can only passively take hits. So there's nothing we can do about it. Hearing someone say that made Gu Chaqing even more furious and dizzy. What did you say? Unexpected by you? Are you an idiot? I clearly marked all of Wu Wei's marching routes with the help of the flight units and shared them on the public map. You're still telling me you can't react? It should be noted that Gu Chaqing and the others possess a public map from the Heavenly Dao system. On this public map, Gu Chaqing and the others can mark various things and share them with others. More importantly, Gu Chaqing's alliance includes flying units. Although their numbers were small, these flying units were far superior to Wu Wei's Loran demons, with griffin riders and gnome flying machines easily defeating the Loran demons. Therefore, for Gu Chaqing and the others, the real-time situation on the battlefield should be transparent, and Wu Wei's chaotic and disorganized attack should be easily resolved by them. But everyone knows the truth. Wu Wei was extremely flexible in commanding the army and gave them no chance. If things went wrong, Wu Wei would immediately change the original objective and send the demons to the next possible target. Furthermore, there was actually a crucial reason for the failure of Gu Chaqing and his group. That's selfishness. Although in name Gu Chaqing and others are an alliance. However, this alliance was very loose, and their command was even more chaotic. When they act as individual allies, they often feel helpless and unable to fight back against Wu Wei's attacks, no matter how hard they try. Because their army not only had to attack the demon army sent by Wu Wei, but also had to guard against possible attacks from other demon armies. One's own private property is the most important thing. Who knows if these so-called allies will turn into enemies in the future? Therefore, this is something that every member of the alliance, including Gu Chaqing, is thinking about and doing. Preserve your own strength as much as possible, and let others suffer greater losses. This is the real reason for Gu Chaqing and his men's defeat. An alliance naturally has a variety of ideas within it. Therefore, without a strong leader, their command will only become more and more chaotic. However, Wu Wei was different. Although the demons under his command were chaotic, he, as the Lord of the Abyss, was extremely clear-headed and his word was law. Therefore, after the battle began, Wu Wei's seemingly chaotic attack actually produced a very strong offensive effect. He discerned more than just the weaknesses in the Lord's defenses. He also discerned the true nature and desires of these lords. Well, these losses are significant, but not unacceptable. We have lost so many resource-producing areas, but Wu Wei has also lost a large number of soldiers. So, strictly speaking, we just swapped places. Gu Chaqing checked Wu Wei's recent movements and confirmed a message. Everyone, let's put aside our past grievances for now. Because in my opinion, the previous wave was just Wu Wei's first test. Currently, more demon armies are being mobilized in Wu Wei's territory. I can sense that the next wave of attacks is coming very soon. This is a test, but also a new opportunity. As long as we can avoid any fatal revelations, we can completely defend against Wu Wei's next probing attack and immediately attack Wu Wei's territory to take it over. Upon hearing this, many lords became serious. Gu Chaqing was right. Wu Wei's attacks were not without limits. In the first wave of probing, Wu Wei also exposed the problems of poor army quality and few hero units. Therefore, as long as they can seize Wu Wei's opportunity, all their previous losses can be made up. With this in mind, Gu Chaqing's alliance quickly increased the number of troops stationed there by an order of magnitude to guard against a possible attack by Wu Wei. But what no one could have predicted was, just as they were focusing all their defense on the defensive, Wu Wei launched his attack. However, Wu Wei's attack was directed at that desolate desert, which had little value for occupation. They misjudged once again. Chapter 60: Greed and Military Deployment. Seeing Wu Wei's strange troop deployment direction on the sand table, all the forces on the entire Trial Continent who were paying attention to Wu Wei or the Bitter Sea Desert were collectively stunned. Because no one would have imagined that Wu Wei would do something so crazy. When his territory was surrounded by the alliance led by Gu Chaqing and others, he did not organize any troops to break through or defend. Instead, he turned his army around and launched a fierce attack on the orc tribes in the Bitter Sea Desert. Moreover, Wu Wei's attack was definitely not a feint in the eyes of these forces. Because the number of soldiers he deployed was simply too large. It was so large that no lord or power could ignore it. Under the watchful eyes of countless scouts, the entire army of 140,000 demons split into 6 groups at dusk and entered the Bitter Sea Desert through different entrances under the cover of night. Even more outrageous is that Wu Wei himself, who has basically never appeared before, also appeared in the advancing team. This lord, who had been sitting on the throne of the abyss since the beginning of the Lord era, finally stepped out of the abyss and into the desert battlefield with his soldiers. As a result, the other lords who received the message from their respective scouts immediately realized something. That is to say, Wu Wei took this attack very seriously. He didn't use any means to cover up the attack. In fact, he was quite high profile about it. Furthermore, he did not make any other defensive deployments during the march and launched the attack in a very hasty manner. It was as if he had completely abandoned the dwarven city he had painstakingly conquered, abandoned this underground kingdom rich in various minerals, and instead turned to attack a desolate and dangerous desert. Such aggressive behavior and way of thinking once again made the other lords doubt Wu Wei's military skills. In their view, no qualified lord should give up his territory. Nobody understands what Wu Wei is thinking right now. However, even if no one could figure out what Wu Wei was thinking, all the lords who observed Wu Wei's movements made the same decision without prior agreement. That is to march forward. Taking advantage of the fact that Wu Wei's rear was undefended, they seized the territory he had occupied and made it their own. Wu Wei's mistake finally exposed the ambitions of all the lords. Driven by greed and desire, one army after another began to advance towards Wu Wei's territory. What exactly is Wu Wei thinking? Looking at the map, Gu Changqing asked in confusion about Wu Wei's strange and chaotic marching route. He led his troops to launch a surprise attack on our defenses just the day before, but then turned around and led his troops to attack the Bitter Sea Desert. Is it some kind of conspiracy I can't fathom, or does he have other plans? Damn it. Thinking of this, Gu Changqing slammed his fist on the table in anger. Although Wu Wei's army had left the dwarves' underground kingdom, Gu Changqing still dared not send his own allied forces to attack Wu Wei's territory. Because he vaguely sensed that Wu Wei's attack plan was not so simple. His actions were so obvious, so why am I still so uneasy? Even though he's gone, I can still feel that evil guy is haunting us, waiting for us to take the bait. Just as Gu Changqing was still hesitating, one of his allies suddenly barged in. Gu Changqing, why are you sending troops? What are you waiting for? Some lords have already begun to form new alliances and start attacking Wu Wei's territory. Moreover, according to the intelligence sent back by the scouts, the defenses on Wu Wei's territory are practically non-existent, with only a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people making symbolic resistance. Hearing his ally say this, Gu Changqing couldn't help but frown. Could it be? Did I really guess wrong? Wu Wei really didn't want these underground cities, so he shifted his focus to the Bitter Sea Desert. Before Gu Changqing could continue thinking, another ally broke in. Old Gu, don't hesitate any longer, send out the troops. Just now, a small town that originally belonged to Wu Wei has been captured. The lord who captured the town has begun to redeploy the miners to mine in the surrounding mines. Hearing this, Gu Changqing was stunned. What? So fast? How's that possible? They've only just begun their attack. Among the consensus of many lords, attacking a town controlled by another lord, even with superior forces, generally takes at least half a day. Moreover, this only accounts for the time required to capture the town, not including the time needed to gather the enemy's civilian units and redeploy one's own troops and civilian units. That's right, it's that fast. The lord who called Gu Changqing Old Gu was a relative of the Gu family, and he was very familiar with Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing trusted the other person more than anyone else. Therefore, in this loose alliance, his voice clearly carried more weight than that of the others. Do you know why this attack was so fast? Why? Because Wu Wei, that madman, turned all the dwarves into resources before he left. Upon hearing this, almost all the lords, including Gu Changqing, were stunned. Although the intelligence may be inaccurate, it is true that several escaped dwarven slaves said this. They said that the flesh and blood of their fellow countrymen were taken by that madman and turned into nourishment for the demons. That's hundreds of thousands of dwarven slaves. This madman is truly insane. But that's why this madman was able to build up this army of hundreds of thousands of demons so quickly. But none of that matters anymore. After all, we don't need these dwarven slaves anyway. What really matters is, more and more scouts are bringing news that Wu Wei has completely abandoned the defense of all non-dwarven capitals, leaving only the city as a stronghold and stationing the remaining demon army there. As for the remaining small cities, he completely abandoned them. This is the real reason why that lord, whose strength is inferior to our alliance, was able to conquer that town so quickly. What Wu Wei left behind were empty cities that were not yet fully developed, and treasure cities that were also untapped. So, Lao Gu, stop hesitating and send troops. We can take advantage of Wu Wei's attack on the Bitter Sea Desert to seize all the strongholds. Then we will replace Wu Wei and become the masters of this underground kingdom. In this region, there are no allied forces or independent lords who are our opponents. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment. Finally, he made his decision. Send troops. Just like a lion on the savannah, after it has eaten its fill, the carcass of its prey it leaves behind will eventually attract countless hyenas and vultures. But these hyenas and vultures never consider abandoning the lion, whose prey has clearly barely moved. Are you really full? Chapter 61 Strange Information. When Gu Chongqing finally mustered the courage to lead his allied army back into the dwarf kingdom, he immediately felt like he had been a complete idiot. Because, damn it, I should have come sooner. The eldest son of the Gu family looked at the town he had just occupied and said with great frustration. Just a dozen minutes ago, he and other lords were leading their soldiers in an attack on the outskirts of the town. But after eliminating only a few hundred old, weak, sick, and disabled lesser demons who hadn't had time to evacuate, the small town called Anvil Town changed hands. Everything inside, including the nearby dwarven mines, has come under the ownership of Gu Chongqing's alliance. Although the town's interior has been ravaged by demons into a junkyard, there are still many valuable items hidden within its ruins. However, although there are many valuable items in the ruins of Ironin Town, no warriors will approach them voluntarily. Because a horrific massacre had occurred here before Wu Wei's army withdrew. Countless demons carried out inhumane extermination operations against their demon slaves. Their actions resembled some indescribable cult sacrifice, filled with despair, cruelty, and violence. Although Wu Wei's order to the demon overseers was simply recycle, the demon overseers clearly misinterpreted Wu Wei's meaning. Although it's also a recycling process, these demons don't mind doing some little tricks during the recycling process to reward themselves. Therefore, when they were recycling these dwarves, their methods far exceeded the comprehension of many creatures. As the soldiers under the various lords entered one city after another left behind by Wu Wei, the scenes they witnessed were almost beyond their comprehension. Corpses hanging on the wall, dismembered limbs, and bodies bitten to the bone. The blasphemous gifts left by the demons instilled a deep sense of dread in all the soldiers. However, these scenarios are of no concern to other lords. After all, what they want is profit and territory, not a group of dwarf refugees. Although the fate of those dwarven slaves was extremely tragic, what did it have to do with him? Some lords, in their darker hearts, were actually quite grateful for what Wu Wei had done. They thanked Wu Wei for cleaning up the useless dwarves before leaving. Otherwise, these dwarf refugees would also be an invisible trouble for them. They were sick, so I had to treat them myself. They were hungry, so I had to provide them with expensive food. More importantly, what they were currently occupying was the former homeland of these dwarves. If they were to make any demands. However, if they were truly forced to drive these dwarves out of their territory and watch them die, then both the lords themselves and their heroes, generals, and soldiers would feel pity. Therefore, they were actually very grateful to Wu Wei, this devil, for getting rid of this trouble for them. However, on the other hand, the ruins that Wu Wei left behind after recycling are, in a sense, a very troublesome thing. Because of the many corpses left behind by that inhumane massacre, a large number of plague flies have occupied this ruin, making it their breeding ground. These plague flies are a very dangerous presence for ordinary creatures. So when Gu Chongqing entered Ironfelt Town, the first thing he did was not to send troops to clear the ruins and rubble, but to use the mages and engineers in the alliance to burn the ruins to prevent the spread of the plague. The following time was when he and his alliance would move civilian units to various resource locations. However, this is only the first town. After making only preliminary defensive plans, Gu Chaqing immediately led the second batch of troops to join the first batch and head to the second Dwarf Kingdom town. There, too, was a town that was almost unguarded, waiting for him to conquer. As expected, the second town also fell into the hands of Gu Chaqing and his men. The ease with which these two towns were captured far exceeded Gu Chaqing and his companions' expectations. Then came the third and fourth towns. In just half a day, Gu Chaqing and his alliance controlled 4 towns in the Dwarf Kingdom and 1/5 of the kingdom's passageway. This rapid expansion has brought great joy to Gu Chaqing's alliance. But this joy lasted for less than a few hours. But don't misunderstand. Wu Wei did not launch a counterattack. He did indeed abandon all towns in the Dwarven Kingdom except for the Dwarven capital and launched a fierce attack on the Bitter Sea Desert. What truly extinguished the joy of Gu Chaqing and his companions was the presence of other lords who also coveted the wealth of the Dwarf Kingdom. After witnessing the rapid expansion of Gu Chaqing and his group, the lords also joined in the process of dividing up the Dwarf Kingdom. They also coveted the territory left behind by Wu Wei. Moreover, their preparations were far more thorough than those of Gu Chaqing, who was hesitant at the start. As Gu Chaqing and his men began their attack on the 5th town in a nearby tunnel, a lord led his army, driving dwarf chariots purchased from Li Qi, and launched a surprise attack on the unsuspecting warriors from the rear. Such despicable acts directly enraged the alliance to which Gu Chaqing and others belonged. The two forces clashed fiercely in the kingdom's passageway, and in an instant, the once dead passageway was once again stained red with blood. Moreover, this is just the beginning. As time went on, more and more lords or alliances of lords entered the kingdom's passage and joined in this feast. Even many natives of the Trial Continent have noticed this opportunity and want to get a share of the profits. The environment inside the kingdom passage became chaotic once again. Moreover, just as Gu Chaqing and his allies were overwhelmed by the new war, they received a series of new messages. This information is very disorganized, but there is a common point among them. That is, in the Bitter Sea Desert, a black sun rises. A black sun? What is that? Bitter Sea Desert? Isn't that Wu Wei's attack zone? Gu Chaqing and the others, who were in the underground kingdom, had no idea what this sentence meant or what was happening outside. The entire Trial Continent remained silent. Because no matter where they were, they all simultaneously saw the round mentioned in that message. A black sun. Chapter 62 Marching into the Bitter Sea Desert. The edge of the Bitter Sea Desert. 12 hours before the black sun rose. When Wu Wei, holding the Abyss Codex and wearing a black sunset pendant on his chest, appeared on the edge of the desert. All the abyssal creatures, regardless of their race or combat strength, knelt before Wu Wei the moment they saw the Abyssal Codex. Their attitude can no longer be described as loyalty. That is true humility, a worship and longing etched into one's bones and soul. As for Wu Wei, he coldly ignored all of this, then took a deep breath of the dry desert air around him. Call. It's been a long time since I've seen the outside world. Wu Wei looked at the setting sun in the distance and smiled. I've been in the endless abyss for too long. I always feel like I'm going to be assimilated by the abyss at any moment. After regaining his cheerful mood, Wu Wei immediately returned to normal. After all, he didn't come here to enjoy the scenery or for tourism. On the contrary, he came to this desert to bring death and calamity with his own hands. So after greedily taking one last look at the beautiful desert scenery, Wu Wei began to issue his own battle orders to his demon warriors, sending them to one designated area after another. It must be said that after leaving the throne of the abyss, Wu Wei lost the ability to closely observe the development of his territory, and he could no longer receive much information. However, this does not affect his command of his own army and his ability to issue orders to various hero units and special units. That's enough. After all, He knew better than anyone that the dwarven kingdom he had left would soon fall. Only the dwarven capital city could hold out until his return, so losing the ability to carefully observe the attributes of his territory at this moment was actually a good thing for him. He could devote his entire being to commanding the army before him. Marching. As night fell, Wu Wei's demon army set off, taking advantage of the darkness to enter the Bitter Sea Desert. These restless demons were already starving. Although many of the demons among them had already feasted in the various dwarven towns, the demons' hunger came from their souls and from their desires. So even though they had just eaten, they were always hungry. However, in order to prevent too many casualties, Wu Wei directly used his Abyss Heart skill, which he possessed as an Abyss Lord and Abyss Priest, to forcibly prevent all the demons from killing their own kind. Despite the fact that doing so would make the demons more prone to madness and more violent, Wu Wei still insisted on doing it. He knew that he would not receive any reinforcements until he led his army to completely crush all the orc tribes in the Bitter Sea Desert. Therefore, in order to achieve his strategic goals, he must minimize his casualties as much as possible. However, with the Abyss Codex in hand and the Heart of the Abyss proving quite useful, these demons were indeed somewhat obedient to orders. Even if Wu Wei ordered them to march wildly along the edge of the desert, they would not have any complaints. However, it must be said that Wu Wei's route of advance this time, like his decision to attack the Bitter Sea Desert, was unpredictable to other lords. Generally speaking, a normal army marches along a predetermined route. They will not be too far apart and will be able to support each other. However, Wu Wei acted contrary to his usual behavior. He divided his army in two. Most of the demon warriors were desperately marching towards death along the edge of the Bitter Sea Desert. Such an advance not only means that it will not encounter the enemy, but it is also very likely to be affected by bad weather, resulting in unnecessary casualties. But Wu Wei persisted in doing so, as if he wanted to use this large number of demon warriors to surround the entire Bitter Sea Desert. Secondly, Wu Wei further divided the remaining tens of thousands of demon warriors into smaller groups. Among them were 30,000 demons who were directly under Wu Wei's command and followed him closely. The other tens of thousands of demons, like the roots of a plant deep in the Bitter Sea Desert, split into small groups of less than 1,000 people after reaching each node. Next, these smaller teams of 1,000 people, which had been separated, would receive new orders from Wu Wei and head towards different nodes. Upon reaching the new node, these small groups will disperse again, becoming several teams of about 100 people each, and continue to advance into the Bitter Sea Desert. Then it just kept repeating until these small armies split into about 10 demon squads. Infinite division, infinite advance. Ultimately, in the Bitter Sea Desert, countless demon squads began their aimless exploration. Because their target was far too small. Therefore, many teams did not encounter any orcs during their marches. In fact, many of the demon squad's marches don't even pass through any oases. In other words, these demon warriors will die in vain in the desert after the desert sun rises, under Wu Wei's cruel orders. They died in vain. If the goal is to explore the map, Wu Wei's large troop of Loran demons is far more efficient and convenient than these walking demons. But Wu Wei didn't care about any of that and continued to do so. Because those demons that split off are most likely to die. They don't need to ask why, they just need to carry out their orders. That's the only thing he saw soldiers needed to do. Wu Wei, on the other hand, arrived near the first target in the early morning hours, less than a few hours after advancing. An oasis area that has been converted into an orc outpost. Despite the dire wolves at the outpost howling warningly into the night, the beastmen, engrossed in satisfying their desires with their slaves, paid them no heed. Aside from the sense of security provided by the orc sentinels, they didn't believe that any creature on the Trial Continent would dare to attack them, who were located in the Bitter Sea Desert. So, while they were still reveling in their joy, in the darkness outside the outpost, pairs of scarlet eyes began to gleam. There was not a single emotion that could be considered beautiful in the eyes of these scarlet demons. The emotions in their eyes were nothing but tyranny and cruelty, and the madness bestowed upon them by the endless abyss. Them. Like the orcs. They also have their own desires that they want to release. The desire to kill. Chapter 63 in Rage and Illusion. What? Our outpost has been attacked. It was in the early hours of the morning. Upon hearing the news, Sack Blackblade, the chieftain of the Blackblade clan, rushed out of his tent and said angrily, "Which clan are they from? How many people have come?" This was Sack Blackblade's first reaction upon hearing the news. Although the Blackblade clan is the largest orc clan in the Bitter Sea Desert, it is not the only orc clan. Besides the Blackblade clan itself, there are several other orc clans that also inhabit several oases in the desert. However, due to the growth of the Blackblade clan in recent years, the other orc clans have not had any conflicts with the Blackblade clan for many years. So when Sack Blackblade heard this news, his first reaction was anger. Like a brown bear whose territory has been invaded, his first reaction is to drive the intruder out of his territory. But to his surprise, after hearing his roar, no one in the entire camp answered the question he had posed. All the orcs ignored their chieftain and gathered in a corner of the camp, whispering to something. Seeing his men's attitude, Sack became even more furious. But when he actually saw the culprit who had caused the orcs to ignore him, he fell silent. This is. Two orcs who had escaped from the outpost were lying in a pool of blood, muttering something incessantly. However, because their auras were so faint, it was difficult for the crowd to understand what they were saying. However, what they wanted to say wasn't actually that hard to guess. "Kill me. Let me be free." These two orcs, whose limbs had been gnawed off by demons, were looking at their fellow orcs with their remaining, broken eyes. Now, all that remains in their once defiant eyes is pain and pleading. The two of them were transported back tied to a frenzied dire wolf, and the torture they endured along the way goes without saying. One of the orcs even had a wound on his abdomen left by a demon gnawing at him. Clearly, he was a lucky guy who wasn't so lucky. He did not die, but the torment he suffered was infinitely prolonged. The only reason Wu Wei sent them back was not because he wanted to show his benevolence. His purpose in sending the two orcs back was actually to demonstrate his cruelty and contempt for the orc race. He was provoking the Blackblade clan, trying to anger them. And he did indeed do it, and did it perfectly. Swish! Swish! With a swift stroke of his blade, Sack Blackblade relieved the two orcs of their suffering. "Father." Iman Blackblade stared at his father, his eyes bloodshot and his whole body trembling. He wasn't the only one. All the orc warriors who witnessed this scene were looking at the orc chieftain. And it's impossible for Sack not to understand what they mean. "Pass down the order. All warriors of the Blackblade clan, assemble here." "No, all warriors of all clans in the Bitter Sea Desert." Sack roared in an incredibly loud voice. "We orcs have been provoked, and we will respond to their provocation with the blood and souls of our enemies." As news of the Blackblade clan's ordeal spread, the entire Bitter Sea Desert was in an uproar. One by one, scattered orc clans began to gather, and their gathering direction was precisely the area where Wu Wei was located. On the other side, Wu Wei, who was standing amidst the ruins of the outpost, opened his eyes. Has it finally arrived? Just as I expected, these beastmen are indeed very impatient. The slightest provocation is enough to ignite their raging fury. Wu Wei looked at the countless arrows representing the orc forces on the Heavenly Dao map and said, "These orc warriors advanced very quickly, but their overall numbers were far fewer than those of the demons under Wu Wei's command. In fact, the total number of all the orcs combined is still less than the 30,000 demons under Wu Wei's command. This is because although the Bitter Sea Desert covers a large area, its natural carrying capacity is limited. Only a few oases in such a large area are suitable for the survival of orcs, so the number of orcs is naturally small. Secondly, it is very difficult for the orc race to reproduce. Only pure-blooded orcs and their offspring can be called orcs. The offspring of pure-blooded orcs and other races are generally only called half-orcs. Although their names differ by only one character, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. The potential of the orcs is far beyond that of the half-orcs. Even ordinary pure-blooded orcs can possess extremely strong physical abilities without any training. Furthermore, the abilities inherent in their bloodline allow them to become wolf riders by cooperating with dire wolves after reaching adulthood, or to become orc priests who can communicate with the will of the beast ancestor. The orcs were nothing more than cannon fodder, whose status was barely higher than that of slaves in the eyes of the orcs. Because they were weak and powerless, they could play a very limited role in the war, so the orcs generally regarded them as sentinels and managers of the slaves. Therefore, the main force behind the orcs' raids and wars is usually just the orcs themselves. This is the real reason why, although Wu Wei stirred up the entire Bitter Sea Desert, the orc army that came to destroy him was not as effective as him. But don't forget, although the number of orc warriors is small, each orc is a truly powerful warrior. Therefore, even though these orcs are outnumbered by Wu Wei's demon warriors, once the two armies actually clash, the scales of victory will most likely tip in the orcs' favor. However, Wu Wei, who had known about this matter for a long time, had already made preparations. He first ordered his demon warriors to prepare for defense, and then mobilized the demon armies that he had already scattered throughout the desert. However, the destination of these demon armies was not to support Wu Wei, who was in dire straits. Their target, however, was the oasis regions that had lost the protection of the orcs and were now defended only by slaves and half-orcs. It was as if Wu Wei was prepared to use himself as an ordinary piece on the chessboard to exchange for the final victory. However, when countless wolves carrying orcs arrived near the ruins of the outpost, they were not met with an attack from demons, but rather with a protective shield for all creatures of the abyss. Black Sun. When this black sun truly rose, the world before the eyes of many orcs and dire wolves changed completely. The dry, scorching desert beneath their feet vanished, replaced by a muddy land rich in foul odors and putrefaction, and the surrounding air was filled with all sorts of foul and toxic gases. Furthermore, a black vortex was looking down at them from above. Although their attack has not yet begun, the first wave of mental attacks from the endless abyss has already started. Chapter 64: The Age of Abyss Architecture. In the eyes of many lords, Wu Wei's behavior has been incredibly chaotic and incomprehensible ever since he conquered the Dwarf Kingdom. You said he must have developed rapidly after conquering the Dwarf Kingdom, right? However, Wu Wei turned around and converted all the wealth he had acquired into an army and launched the first wave of probing attacks against the alliance of Gu Chongqing and others. But if you say he launched his first probing attack in order to continue expanding beyond the blockade imposed by the opposing alliance. Instead, after the first wave of attacks ended, Wu Wei turned around and abandoned almost all of his territory, sending the majority of his army to the Bitter Sea Desert to launch a proactive attack on the orc tribes that no lord dared to provoke. Furthermore, during Wu Wei's journey to the Bitter Sea Desert, he deliberately dispersed his troops. All of this was so bizarre that none of the lords could understand what Wu Wei was trying to do. However, after seeing that Wu Wei's attack was directed towards the Bitter Sea Desert, most of the lords voluntarily gave up tracking Wu Wei's movements. After all, in their eyes, Wu Wei is now a weirdo and a madman. Do madmen need a reason to do strange things? Therefore, most of the lords who could notice Wu Wei shifted their attention to the battle for the lower world, formerly known as the Dwarf Kingdom. The battles and conflicts that took place there were far more eye-catching than what Wu Wei is doing now. Because there, Gu Chongqing's alliance was engaged in a fierce battle with more than 40 other lords. Wu Wei evacuated too quickly and in too much haste. Apart from the dwarven capital, all other towns are undefended. Therefore, these undefended towns are like unclaimed treasure troves, secretly attracting everyone's attention. More and more forces, even the native forces of the Trial Continent, have joined the war to seize the underworld, trying to get a share of the spoils. No one had the time to care what Wu Wei was doing anymore. In fact, this was exactly what Wu Wei wanted. Wu Wei had his reasons for going to such great lengths, even abandoning the dwarves' underground kingdom, to attack the Bitter Sea Desert. His purpose in doing this was not simply to capture orcs as his warriors, nor was it to relocate his territory, nor was it because he had suddenly gone mad. His real purpose was to better resurrect the endless abyss. The reason for using the word resurrection is that Wu Wei now finally understands why the endless abyss looks so withered and lifeless. At the same time, he finally understood why the endless abyss provided him with such a rich and convenient means of warfare. Because the endless abyss is where people starve to death. Just like living beings, the endless abyss, this special plane, has a desire to feed. However, unlike living organisms, the endless abyss feeds on various continents, planes, and even worlds. And what helped her achieve this goal were the so-called Abyss Lords and the demons under their command. When Wu Wei continued to upgrade his territory, reaching level 15, the system notified him that he could no longer upgrade it. The only way for him to continue upgrading is to build an age building belonging to the endless abyss. The so-called era architecture is equivalent to a miracle or landmark building in a civilization. The completion of these buildings signifies that the Lord's territory has entered a new stage of civilization. To put it simply, it's like how humans needed castles to move from the agricultural era to the feudal era, and factories and academies to move from the feudal era to the gunpowder era. Whenever a lord upgrades his territory to a certain level, his expansion must stop. Because the development of civilization in an era has an end. When development reaches its end, if civilization does not make a breakthrough, then the civilization of that era can only stagnate and cannot even expand further. Only those civilizations that break through the constraints of their time can enter a new stage of development and continue to expand. In the Age of Lords, these elements were uniformly defined as age buildings. Every race and every civilization has its own unique architectural style at different stages of its development. For example, if the dwarf race wants to move from the early Enlightenment era to the Steam Age, they must have an era building called the Great Academy. The goblins, who are similar to them, require an era building called the Engineering Academy. In addition, many races have different development paths, which is why different types of era architecture can emerge from the same race. For example, the human race that Su Yingxue uses, who believes in both magic and holy light, can simultaneously build both the Magic Council and the Radiant Temple, two types of buildings from different eras. Once a lord unlocks an era building, he can not only further upgrade his territory and the level of buildings within it, but also allow the warriors under his command to unlock higher racial strength caps. Even more outrageous is that the architecture of certain races possesses extremely strong offensive or enhancement effects. For example, the Tower of the Dead, which can usher in a new era for the undead race, can directly grant all the undead under the command of the Death Lord additional enhancement effects. Its enhancement effect can even extend beyond the plane it exists in. However, it must be said that the cost of building in each era is extremely high for the Lord of the current era. Moreover, the construction process of these buildings is also prone to damage. Therefore, most lords will only choose to build era buildings after the situation has stabilized and the surrounding environment is no longer threatening. But the Endless Abyss is somewhat different. She gave Wu Wei one and only one type of architecture for his era, and it could be built without limit. That is the Seat of the Abyss. More importantly, the architectural effects of the Age of Endless Abyss were not intended to usher the demons into the next era. Because demons, along with the Endless Abyss, are not subject to any particular era. This architectural effect, called the Seat of the Abyss, only allows all demons to undergo a random bloodline evolution. The price to build her is the entire Trial Continent. After Wu Wei completed the construction of the Seat of the Abyss, the entire Trial Continent began to enter a state of slow death. Unless the Seat of the Abyss is shattered, the entire Trial Continent, along with all its resources, will be dragged into the Endless Abyss and become part of it. Seat of the Abyss, construction begins. Looking at the black sun in the sky, Wu Wei had achieved his goal. He will lead the entire continent into an era of abyss. Chapter 65 20-Day Countdown. Seat of the Abyss, construction begins. As the black sun rose in the sky, Wu Wei seized the opportunity to speak. At this very moment, he will lead the entire continent into the dark age known as the Abyss. Just like fate, when the Endless Abyss granted Wu Wei the war he desired, Wu Wei also had to pay a sufficient price for it. The price he paid was to become a minion of the Endless Abyss, helping her complete her resurrection. And he, guided by the invisible forces of the Abyss, began the first step in resurrecting the Endless Abyss. However, once Wu Wei officially issued the order, the resource points he had accumulated in the system instantly dropped to single digits. The more than 70,000 resource points were transformed into a pitch-black spherical object, resembling the core of a black hole, which appeared in Wu Wei's hand. This is the prototype of the Seed of the Abyss. Seed of the Abyss. Architecture of the era early stage. How to use. Plant it in any area. After planting, the Abyss seed will automatically begin to grow and gradually develop into a giant tunnel that completely connects to the Abyss. Once this giant tunnel is completed, this continent/plane/world will automatically become part of the Endless Abyss after 20 days, and the resources within will also be counted in the Abyss Lord system that owns the structure. Resources required for construction: 70,000 resource points. Resources required to build the first Seed of the Abyss: sacrifice 100,000 creatures corrupted by the Abyss, 100,000 for the first time, 300,000 for the second. Architectural effect provides all demons with a random bloodline evolution option, including all future demons. Maximum number of buildings: none. Note: each continent/plane/world can only have one Abyss seed. Warning: once you plant the Seed of the Abyss, all beings in this plane who have reached a certain level will become aware of it, and you will be besieged. The Seed of the Abyss is both the seed of death and the seed of destruction. However, his appearance was something Wu Wei had been eagerly anticipating. He noticed that once he created a Seed of the Abyss, the demons under his command, and all the demons that hatched afterward, would have a random bloodline evolution option at birth. This enhancement effect is permanent. He will also have units that can evolve. Moreover, it's a unit that can evolve an unlimited number of times. In Wu Wei's eyes, the appearance of this building had only one meaning. That is, the more planes he pulls into the Endless Abyss, the more times his demons will evolve. Although Wu Wei seemed indifferent to everything in the secular world, he was incredibly passionate about war and many things related to it. So the moment Wu Wei saw the effect of the Seed of the Abyss, this crazy plan for today had already taken shape in his mind. He came to the Bitter Sea Desert because he believed that only the environment of the Bitter Sea Desert was suitable for the construction of the Seed of the Abyss. In addition to the fact that the Bitter Sea Desert itself is located in a desert area that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, the Bitter Sea Desert is also relatively likely to have a large number of creatures affected by the Abyss. Those were the slaves that these foolish orcs had prepared for Wu Wei long ago. No group of beings is more suitable for Wu Wei to transform them into creatures affected by the Abyss than these desperate and worldview-broken slaves, isn't it? However, the appearance and completion of the Seed of the Abyss will plunge the entire Trial Continent into a state of complete stillness in 20 days. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dao system had already warned Wu Wei that once he truly established the Seed of the Abyss, all beings on the entire Trial Continent who reached a certain level would know, and he and his demons would be besieged. If the number of attackers is large enough, Wu Wei will likely lose his Abyss seed, causing the plan to fail. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Wu Wei directly chose the Bitter Sea Desert, where there were the fewest nearby lords, as the construction site. Meanwhile, to add a second layer of insurance, Wu Wei also deliberately released countless smoke bombs. He first made his offensive actions extremely chaotic, making it impossible for the enemy to judge, and also took the initiative to abandon the Dwarf Kingdom, using this rich land as a target to attract his attention. Countless lords had already turned their attention away from Wu Wei. Moreover, Wu Wei also deliberately released the Black Sunset in order to cover up the strange phenomena that occurred during the construction of the Seed of the Abyss. With this Black Sun present, even if other lords discover the existence of the Seed of the Abyss, they will not be able to immediately determine what Wu Wei is doing. Everything is for this Seed of the Abyss, which represents the rebirth of the abyss. Wu Wei quickly threw the seed of the abyss into the ground. In an instant, this pitch-black spherical object, resembling the core of a black hole, suddenly expanded, extending countless black tentacles into the surrounding area. But after it expands, nothing substantial appears inside. This is because the seed of the abyss is essentially a low-dimensional passage intended to connect the trial continent to the endless abyss. As Wu Wei continues to inject creatures affected by the abyss, this passage will expand rapidly until it becomes a true low-dimensional passage. The so-called low-dimensional passage is an extremely complex concept in planar geometry. Wu Wei lacked this knowledge because his high school curriculum did not include any courses on this topic. Only certain universities have researchers who specialize in studying these obscure topics. But that's a story for another time. As Wu Wei successfully planted the seeds of the abyss, a sense of peace emanating from the endless abyss quickly took over his heart. Moreover, there was a vague expectation in his heart. A 20-day countdown to death? This also means that there will be endless wars within 20 days. A smile appeared on Wu Wei's face. P.S. I accidentally uploaded a draft when I uploaded this chapter before, so about 200 words of plot were missing. It has now been revised. Chapter 66 Charge and Impact. Although Wu Wei's plan was well thought out, there was still one problem. That's the stage Wu Wei is currently in. It's just a plan. There's no such thing as a 100% success rate when it comes to plans. No matter how perfect a plan is, if any one part of it goes wrong, the entire plan may fail and die before it even begins. Not to mention Wu Wei's insane plan to drag the entire trial continent into the abyss. No one understood the risks and difficulties better than him. Therefore, under such pressure, Wu Wei must do his best in everything he can. The first thing he had to do was defeat the orc warriors in front of him. No, defeating them was far from enough. What Wu Wei had to do was to defeat the group of beastmen in front of him. Whether it's their strong physical bodies or their stubborn souls, they are all targets that Wu Wei wants to defeat. With that thought in mind, Wu Wei finally gave the order to the demons around him who were already restless, removing the shackles that had been binding them and letting them charge freely. In an instant, without any further orders, the 30,000 demons surged towards the orcs not far away like a black tide. Damn it, what were those things just now? Sack Blackblade wiped his eyes, and after calming the dire wolf beneath him, asked the orc high priest beside him. At this moment, the illusion created by the rising black sun had ended, and almost all the orc warriors had returned to normal. The twisted earth, the toxic air, and even the black vortex in the sky that they had seen before had all disappeared. The dry air of the bitter sea desert, which they were familiar with, once again filled their nostrils. Everything is normal now. Those things that just appeared seem to be some kind of illusion from the dark world, great chieftain. Faced with this question, the orc priest next to Sack, whose body was covered in various symbols, gave his answer, stating with absolute certainty. Your earlier hunch was indeed correct. Dark and evil monsters have indeed extended their tentacles into this world. As he said this, the high priest's eyes were filled with fear, and he pointed a trembling finger at the sky. The sun. Our sun has been polluted. Sack followed the high priest's finger and froze instantly. Because in the sky, the once dazzling sun had disappeared, replaced by a rising black sun. This sun did not, like the ordinary sun, emit the light and heat that living beings depend on for survival, nor did it shine its blessings upon the earth. On the contrary, this black sun is like a black hole, not only absorbing all the light and heat around it into its body, but also constantly emitting a strange and deadly distorted ray. These twisted rays, once they hit the orc skin, immediately cause skin ulceration, and there is absolutely no way to resist them. However, when these distorted rays hit the demon warriors, they actually enhance them. The originally weak little demons, after being strengthened by these rays, will have their muscles swell in a strange way. Many of the little devil's skin was even stretched to the point of bursting by the bulging muscles, revealing a bloody mess. But even such a horrifying wound healed rapidly under the glow of the setting sun. These are the two main effects of the black sunset. One deals 1 point of damage per second to enemies, while the other strengthens abyssal creatures while healing them. In addition, the abyssal visions that these orc warriors saw before the black sun rose were also part of the black sunset's effects. However, the abyssal illusions they saw did not cause any actual harm to their bodies, but only a kind of mental shock that reduced their sanity. But that's enough. With the decline in strength, the previously weak demons are now able to confront the orc warriors head-on with sheer power. The moment the orc warriors broke free from the illusion of the abyss, countless demons rushed towards them under the glow of the black setting sun. These orcs never expected that the demons, who were just moments ago incredibly thin, would transform into one brutal and ruthless monster after another in the blink of an eye. These monsters, wielding crude but effective weapons, relentlessly inflicted wounds on the orc army. Faced with such an attack, even the orcs couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Don't cause trouble. However, Sack Blackblade, as the great chieftain, possesses extremely rich combat experience. Although he didn't know why the sun in the sky had become like this, nor did he understand why the demons in front of him had suddenly become so strong. But he knew one thing very well: the more panicked a team was in battle, the easier it was to be defeated. Therefore, he made his decision immediately. Countercharge and interrupt their attack. After saying that, the chieftain commanded the orcs around him to charge headlong into the swarming demons. His decision proved to be correct. Although countless orcs were astonished by the illusion they had just witnessed and the black sun that was now present, the moment other orcs began to charge, the rest of the orcs followed almost instinctively, swinging their weapons at the demons beside them as if by instinct. With just one charge, these brave orc warriors successfully dispersed the demons in front of them and regrouped through the charge. Other orc clans followed suit, launching counterattacks against the demons from different directions. During this charge, the first to respond to the great chief's call was his son, Amen Blackblade. The next chieftain of the Blackblade clan wielded his twin blades, beheading demon after demon while roaring to inspire his comrades. Despite the demons rushing towards him, he remained fearless and fought with increasing ferocity. Clearly, neither the previous illusions nor the current black sun instilled any fear in the Blackblade of Iman. With the protection of the beast ancestor, Iman is a qualified orc warrior, resilient, powerful, and fearless. But just as Sack witnessed this scene, he secretly felt proud of his son. Iman's charge suddenly came to an abrupt halt, because his charge hit a mountain. A colossal mountain of flesh, covered in tumors and constantly emitting a foul stench. The mountain of flesh seemed to sense Iman's impact, slowly lowered its head, and smiled at the little one beneath it. Meet. Chapter 67 Illusions from the Abyss. The reason why Iman Blackblade bumped into the little devil mistress was not because he was not watching where he was going. Rather, it was because the moment Wu Wei discovered his exceptional performance amidst the utter chaos of the battlefield, the little demon mistress was already on her way. Thump. Awa. With a whimper from the dire wolf beneath him, Iman, who had been charging forward without hesitation, suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes, and then, as if he had crashed straight into a mountain, he fell to the ground with stars in his eyes. But when Iman got up again, the scene before him horrified him. What he just bumped into wasn't a mountain at all. It is a demon. A demon larger than hundreds of lesser demons stacked together. Her rough skin was covered with all sorts of hollow tumors, and it kept spewing out disgusting poisonous gas. And hanging from her body were more than a dozen little devils that were jumping around in the cage, completely driven to madness. More importantly, when Amen looked at her, she was also looking at Amen herself. Her twisted face, dripping with foul-smelling saliva, stared at him with a cruel and greedy gaze. Amen was very familiar with that look. As an orc, he had seen that look in the eyes of the slaves he had selected countless times. That's the look in a creature's eyes when it sees food in extreme hunger. The next second, two large hands grabbed Iman tightly, lifting him up like a giant toy. Meat, it's meat. The little devil mistress laughed, and then, in front of Iman Blacklade, she opened her blood-red maw and stretched it out towards herself. Damn it. Iman gripped the long knife in his hand and frantically slashed at the little devil's arm, trying to make her release him. In an instant, the little demon mistress's arm was slashed several times by the long knife, and blood gushed out. But when the little devil mistress actually felt the pain, she instantly flew into a rage. The food is being naughty. Then, the little devil matriarch, who had gained a power of up to 50 points under the black setting sun, sensed Iman's struggle and immediately squeezed his chest tightly with both hands. Click! In just a moment, Iman felt the bones in his body begin to break, and his internal organs began to be squeezed. The extreme pain almost made him faint. Save him! Seeing his son in danger, Sack Blackblade roared and charged towards them, brandishing his blade. The orc priest beside him did not hesitate to stretch out his hands, crush a small bottle, and then unleash a red lightning bolt at the distant imp matriarch. Almost simultaneously, the group of orcs who had been charging alongside Amen began brandishing their swords and rushing towards the little demon matriarch Caroline. Regardless of which of the three rescue efforts succeeds, Amen can be saved. But no one on the entire battlefield noticed that, atop the ruins of the outpost, the Lord holding the Abyss Codex was looking up at the black sun in the sky, a symbol of misfortune and destruction. And he was whispering something. 28, 29, here they come. The instant he finished speaking, the black sun moved. An invisible wave emanated from the edge of the black sun and swept across the entire battlefield. Countless abyssal energies began to spread across the entire battlefield, permeating the minds of every warrior. And the abyssal illusion that the orcs had just escaped reappeared. However, this time, the hallucinations they saw were far more severe than the last one. The scene the orc priest saw was a colossal, dark platform. Above the high platform, countless beautiful fallen angels were flying together, spreading the evil truths of the abyss while singing praises to their great lord of the abyss. Below the platform, countless demons, abyssal creatures, and even unspeakable beings gathered, screaming excitedly as they awaited the black platform to perform some kind of blasphemous ritual. As for the orc priests, he was bound to that dark, high platform. So, he was the sacrifice. The sacrificial offering in this group's blasphemous ritual was themselves. All of this seemed so real that the orc priest couldn't tell whether he was in an illusion or in reality. Although the orc priest tried his best to remain calm, when the executioner on the dark platform actually plunged a dagger engraved with a black vortex eye into his chest, the orc priest struggled in pain and howled. He was forced to throw out the red lightning bolt, which he had somehow managed to charge up, in an attempt to knock the executioner away and save his own life. However, after the red lightning struck the executioner, the person was not affected in any way. On the contrary, the dagger stuck in the orc priest's chest had already slashed open the orc's chest. Amidst the excited shouts of countless demons beneath the black tower, the executioner ripped the orc priest's heart out. The scene that Sack Blackblade saw was different from that of the orc priest. The abyss illusion he saw was a battlefield watched over by the beast ancestor. He had heard about the appearance of this battlefield in countless orc legends. This is the judgment ground used by the beast ancestor to judge those impure souls. All souls rejected by the beast ancestor will be judged here. On this battlefield, all the enemies he had defeated in the past inexplicably came back to life. Sack. Blackblade, Sack, you're so despicable. These dead, who should have been rotting and infesting maggots underground long ago, now surrounded Sack and relentlessly attacked him. Sack even saw a peculiar ghost among them. His father, whom he challenged and killed in order to gain the chieftainship. Sack, you betrayed me. You poisoned my drink, that's how you defeated me. The orc, who bore a striking resemblance to Sack, grabbed Sack by the neck and thrust a sharp blade at him. And you will pay a bloody price before the beast ancestor. Upon hearing this, Sack said angrily, No, I didn't. As the blade drew ever closer, Sak did not hesitate to swing his own blade and block the attack. Is that so? Then why does the beast ancestor want to judge you? To judge your impure soul. Sak's father, with a distorted face, spoke to Sak Blackblade as he attacked him again. Upon hearing this, Sak suddenly awoke. He raised his head and looked at the beast ancestor, who had been watching him from afar, and said in surprise, No, beast ancestor, I have never used any underhanded tricks to kill my enemies. I have always defeated them fair and square. But the beast ancestor remained silent, seemingly denying Sak's defense of himself. Moreover, the sharp blade that Sak's father was wielding was getting closer and closer to Sak. The other orcs also fell into illusions after the Black Sun unleashed this disturbance. However, the abyss illusions they each saw were different. Some orcs saw a treasure they desperately desired lying before them, while beneath their feet flowed a highly toxic, acidic liquid. The closer he got to the treasure, the more he had to endure the agonizing pain of the corrosive acid as he made his way to its location. And this treasure was located just outside his tolerable range. No more, no less. The abyssal illusions seen by some orcs are actually some kind of strange dream. Countless beautiful young women, regardless of race, gathered around him, whispering in his ear the most explicit words about the explicit scenes that were about to unfold. Their bodies were so supple, their fragrance so alluring, and their very presence so reality. Beyond these scenes involving desire, the abyss environments that the beastmen see are often related to their deepest fears or some dark secrets they are most unwilling to mention. Within these abyssal illusions, their already dwindling sanity was once again weakened. 1-2. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lord who held the Abyss Codex continued counting strange numbers. Because this is just the second wave of psychological impact. The mental shock from the Black Sun will continue to assault the pitiful souls of these beastmen, until they are completely dead or completely insane. Chapter 68. This is a war. When the excruciating pain in his chest roused the orc priest, his eyes finally regained their clarity. The previous black platform has disappeared. Along with them disappeared the executioners beside him, the fallen angels flying in the sky, and the laughing demons gathered below the platform. As orcs with high mental strength and perception, orc priests experienced the shortest duration of illusions. However, when he finally regained his senses, he couldn't believe his eyes at what he saw. There really was a dagger stuck in his chest. However, this dagger was not the one engraved with a black and red swirling eye, but a rough, crooked dagger that was clearly made of scrap metal. Moreover, the wound caused by the dagger was not deep, because the dagger was so dull, it only barely pierced his chest. But the person who inserted the dagger was not the mysterious executioner on the black platform, but a little devil who was grinning maliciously. The little devil was grinning wickedly, trying to plunge the obviously dull dagger deeper. Lightning bolt. Without the slightest hesitation, despite the excruciating pain and the threat to his life, the orc priest instantly cast a level 0 elemental spell, sending the imp flying. Then, the orc priest painfully pulled the dagger from his chest and took out a piece of ancestral skull, casting a necromancy spell called Ancestral Healing on himself. As the skull turned to ashes, the wound on the orc priest's chest healed rapidly. However, although his condition improved, the scene he witnessed plunged him back into despair. He discovered that the red lightning he had charged up before entering the illusion had not struck the imp matriarch Caroline, who was about to devour the chieftain's son, Iman. On the contrary, the real target of the red lightning bolt he had accumulated was his own personal disciple, an orc priest apprentice who had always been by his side. The poor orc, who had just come of age, had his head shattered into pieces by the red lightning bolt he had unleashed. His body lay on the ground, where it was frantically snatched away by a dozen or so lesser demons. The instant he saw the corpse, a little devil cruelly ripped open his disciple's abdomen, pulled out the liver, and stuffed it into his own mouth. Seemingly noticing his gaze, the imp turned around, grinned at the orc priest, and revealed a cruel smile. Meanwhile, fragments of internal organs were still falling from the little devil's mouth. No. The orc priest roared and lunged at the damned imps, trying to prevent his disciples' corpses from being further desecrated. Shortly after the orc priest awoke, the chieftain of the Black Blade clan also awoke. However, the reason for his awakening was not due to his mental strength or perception. Rather, the illusion had reached the brink of collapse. This powerful orc chieftain maintained extremely strong combat power even in the illusion. His way of breaking free from this damned illusion was to kill all the enemies who had already been resurrected once more, including his damned father, who dared to question his own honor. In the illusion, he proved himself to the beast ancestor, who wanted to judge him. However, when he finished doing all this and wanted to see the appearance of the beast ancestor clearly, the illusion ended. What he saw after waking up was equally unbelievable. Because beside him lay dozens of orcs, and the corpse of the dire wolf he rode. Each of them had similar wounds. How is this possible? Sack Blackblade shouted. He knew these soldiers, and he knew even better the wounds on their bodies. Because the corpses of these warriors told him that these orc warriors had all killed themselves. Only one's own weapon could cause such a unique wound. More importantly, the number of these corpses is the same as the number of dead he killed in the illusion. Thinking about this, Sack Blackblade's head began to ache. He couldn't believe that he had actually killed all the warriors around him with his own weapons and his own hands in the illusion. While Sack Blackblade was still doubting himself. Thump! A mangled, bloody body slammed down in front of Sack. Father, save me. Sack looked closely and realized that the body, covered in blood and with its face obscured, was none other than his son, Iman. This poor but brave warrior had by now been bitten into a pulp by the little devil mage Caroline. As revenge for his self-inflicted injury, the imp matriarch Caroline only ate his limbs, not his life. And this is far more evil than killing him. No, 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 no. Sack tried in vain to cover the bleeding spot on Amen, but the pain Amen was suffering could only make him desperately beg his father for relief. Sack raised his head in anguish after hearing this. At this moment, across the entire battlefield, more and more orcs have awakened from the abyss illusion. However, many more orc warriors were too late to awaken, because they had already fallen into eternal slumber in the previous abyssal environment. Seeing this, Sack was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had thought about dying in battle and imagined the scene of his death, but he never imagined that he and his soldiers would die in battle in this way. Despair, pain, and confusion. With bloodshot eyes and tears streaming down his face, Sack roared as he looked at the distant Abyss Lord. Why? Why use such a cruel and despicable method to kill? There is no honor in it at all. But he responded to the other person's question with a wicked smile. Because this is a war. And war itself has no glory whatsoever. Chapter 69 Talent and Ideas. My God, this madman. Suing Xue, come quick and take a look. Beneath the capital of the Xionglu Kingdom, Suing Xue, who was directing the siege, was startled by Li Sino and quickly turned to look at the girl who was so easily alarmed. What did you find? Was our base attacked? I remember Zhang Yaoan and his men did try to ambush us, but I had already laid an ambush. Suing Xue had a gloomy face, and at the same time, she was also somewhat unsettled. In her view, at this critical moment, it is absolutely crucial that none of them make any mistakes. Although her train of thought was interrupted, Suing Xue quickly refocused her attention on the current battle. In her plan, once she and Li Sino conquered the capital of the Stag Kingdom, her forces would be completely liberated from the northwest corner of the Trial Continent. At that time, whether to continue north towards the White Desert Ice Field or to head east to compete with Li Qi for the Golden River Valley, both would be excellent choices. However, Li Sino grabbed Suing Xue and showed her a screenshot of the system. No, that idiot didn't ambush us, so I'm not worried about that. But Li Sino simply waved her hand and said, I called you here so you can see what Wu Wei is doing. Upon hearing Wu Wei's name, the tension on Suing Xue's face vanished instantly. Snap. Suing Xue patted Li Sino on the back of the head and said with some dissatisfaction, Why are you paying attention to him when you have nothing better to do? Focus your attention on conquering the royal city first. No, take a look. Lee Sino was really anxious. Just like you said, he conquered the entire Bitter Sea Desert. But his offensive tactics have major problems. In the scene, Wu Wei's legion, aided by the black setting sun, has decisively defeated the orcs' army. But this is far from the end. Because Wu Wei's forces, which had been sent out earlier to surround the scattered demon army, had already taken advantage of the time when Wu Wei was fighting the orcs to launch a surprise attack and occupy all the orc camps. The orcs remaining in the orc camp were completely unable to stop the onslaught of these massive numbers of demons. Their defenses were destroyed in the blink of an eye under the demons' brutal attack. Moreover, what intrigued Lee Sino the most was that each wave of demons besieging the breached camp was just the right number to overwhelm the orcs inside. More importantly, according to the scouts, although the behavior of these individual demons was chaotic, it was clear that a lord had given them mandatory orders during the battle. Because of the chaotic behavior of many demons, they are often forcibly interrupted at a certain point and then forced to execute a certain command. This is what Lee Sino doesn't understand the most. It's important to understand that these numerous battles were essentially happening simultaneously. But how was Wu Wei able to command so many battles simultaneously? For many lords, personally directing the marching and deployment of various armies is not a difficult task. Both Lee Sino and Su Yingxue can do it. The problem is that these battles, large and small, add up to dozens of them. But Wu Wei personally commanded every battle, so how could that be? Because the way he acted in the Bitter Sea Desert made it seem as if he could command dozens of battlefields at the same time. You two have known each other for so long, you should know how he did it. Faced with her best friend's persistent questioning, Su Yingxue couldn't help but sigh. Lee Sino, you want to know why Wu Wei was able to do this, right? But the answer is that I really don't know, because I really don't know why Wu Wei was able to do that. Lee Sino was taken aback when she heard Su Yingxue say that. Su Yingxue continued. I wasn't covering anything up for him, I was just telling the truth. Wu Wei performs much worse than the average person in many aspects, and you can see that from his grades. Indeed, Wu Wei's grades, which were almost all the worst in all subjects, were truly appalling. However, he still has talent, and it is his only talent. That means he can process many different combat information in his mind at the same time. I discovered this the first time I did a simulated war game with him. No, even earlier than that. Su Yingxue reminisced about the past. I noticed something was wrong when we were both children. But I didn't pay much attention to this at first. It wasn't until my school offered war game simulation courses in middle school, and until I played war games with Wu Wei, that I realized I couldn't win against him no matter what. That's when I finally confirmed it. At this point, a clear change in the emotions in Su Yingxue's eyes became apparent. Upon hearing this, Lee Sino said with a sudden realization, wait a minute, if you put it that way, then all these years you've been second in wargaming simulations, and it wasn't just to take care of Wu Wei. Of course not. Su Yingxue laughed through her tears. Haven't you noticed that I've consistently denied this claim? Lee Sino recalled it, and it was indeed true. From the beginning, Su Yingxue never admitted to this claim, but no one believed her. However, it now seems that things are not as simple as they imagined. I really can't beat him. In war games of the same scale, he did a much better job than me. No matter which simulation it was, he always won against me in the end, making me watch helplessly as my base exploded in chaos. The chaos you see is different from the chaos he sees. What you see as chaos is absolute disorder, but what he sees as chaos is opportunity. Therefore, Wu Wei is undoubtedly the best in this course. I can't imagine anyone I know being able to beat him in this course. No wonder. Lee Sino clapped her hands, her eyes shining. No wonder you insisted on bringing Wu Wei into your team back then. It turns out you didn't want to take care of him, but rather to exploit his talent. You, Su Yingxue, I never expected you to keep Wu Wei's secret hidden for so long. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known this earlier, I would have insisted on bringing this guy into our team with you. Hearing her best friend's pragmatic attitude, Su Yingxue couldn't help but laugh. No, that's impossible. He would absolutely never team up with me, much less with us to enter this Lord's trial. Oh, I understand. Lee Sino squinted her eyes. The eternal divide between rich girls and poor boys, right? Just like in novels. No, that's not it. Suing Shue denied it again. He has no feelings for me whatsoever. Moreover, the real reason he won't team up with me is because Wu Wei is eager to enter this Lord trial. Although his goal is not to get the so-called first place, he is more likely to get the first place. And I want this first place just as much as I do now, more than ever, because the rewards of the Lord's trial will determine our future. And if I can really get him to come in, then this first place will definitely be ours. But judging from the current situation, we no longer have the chance to bring him into our alliance. Hearing this, Lee Sino felt a little regretful. But at the same time, she suddenly remembered an important question. Wait, Suing Shue, you know that once Wu Wei's territory develops, it will pose a huge threat to both of us, so why did you allow Wu Wei to attack the Bitter Sea Desert? If you and I had joined forces back then to launch a surprise attack and kill Wu Wei, wouldn't we have been able to get rid of this trouble sooner? Were you having an affair back then? Suing Shue shook her head and gave a wry smile. No, I didn't. At that time, I was actually actively avoiding him to get more time to develop. And believe me, Lee Sino, I am different from Wu Wei. His path of war is a flawed development strategy, relying on war to sustain war, and he will ultimately perish from the war itself. But my seemingly weak but all-encompassing development strategy, which embraces all living beings, is the only correct solution in the era of lords. Therefore, the longer this drags on, the more obvious our advantages will become. Suing Shue glanced at Wu Wei's territory, which had gradually shifted to the Bitter Sea Desert, and said this. Therefore, I will prove that I am the true strongest and take the #1 throne. Chapter 70 Turning the Gun Around. A few minutes earlier during Suing Shue's conversation with Lee Sino. Bitter Sea Desert. Thump. Sack Blackblade's mangled body was dragged to the ground by the Little Devil's mistress. This poor chieftain of the Blackblade clan, like his son, was devoured alive by the imp matriarch and left bleeding as he lay in the desert. Although this is cruel, it is not cruel enough. The cruelest thing about what the little demon mistress did was that the beastmen's strong physiques meant they could bleed for a long time before dying. My lord, it's over. The little devil mistress Caroline came before Wu Wei and said respectfully. Wu Wei opened his eyes, withdrawing his gaze from the other battlefields further away and looking at his feet. Your war is utterly dishonorable. Sark Blackblade stared intently at the Abyss Lord before him. The other party responded to his gaze without wavering in the slightest. I'm too lazy to repeat myself. War is war, nothing more. Wu Wei glanced at the orc chieftain and then ignored him as if he were trash on the roadside. Caroline. As soon as Wu Wei spoke, the little ghost mistress became even more respectful, almost kneeling before Wu Wei. Tell your children to stop eating the remaining orc warriors, especially the ones that are still alive. At that very moment, as Wu Wei was speaking, countless lesser demons were frantically slaughtering the orc warriors who had fallen into a mental breakdown due to the black setting sun. Many of these poor orc warriors could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. They either believe that the little demons in front of them are nothing more than illusions, and they put up a futile resistance in a panic. They may have already suffered a mental breakdown and are unable to recover from the previous hallucinations. Looking at these orc warriors, Wu Wei said coldly, Keep them, they're still useful. Upon hearing her lord's order, the imp matriarch immediately opened her mouth and roared like a raging dragon, then quickly ran towards the group of imps. The next second, the little demons who were gleefully devouring the orcs suddenly scattered in all directions, as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Not only the lesser demons, but also the serpent demons, inferior demons, and even the Loran demons in the army ran away. Although none of the imps were willing to give up the delicious food in front of them, they maintained a rare unity among imps under the tyranny of the imp mistress. Oh no, it's still inconsistent. Even though two little devils clearly saw their imp mistress Caroline running over, they still chose to continue eating the food in front of them. and their last bite truly became their last bite. The little demon matriarch, enraged, grabbed the two little devils, swallowed the uglier one by one, and then stuffed the even uglier one into the cage on her chest. Letting the poisonous mist spewed from the tumors on her body turn them into monsters in a perpetually raging state. Now, not a single imp dared to approach the orcs who had surrendered. The point about the suppressive power of the little demon mistress is actually a new pattern that Wu Wei discovered from countless battles. Compared to their own forceful commands, many weaker demons are often suppressed by demons far stronger than themselves. This kind of suppression, which may originate from bloodline or strength, is often far more effective than the coercive commands issued by Wu Wei through the heart of the abyss. At least the little devil mistress's ordinary shout was much easier to lock onto than Wu Wei's within the heavenly Tao system. Demons are such a peculiar species, though they are chaotic and unpredictable. However, amidst this endless chaos, certain patterns, which are hardly regular, still manage to operate. But just as Wu Wei began to direct his remaining demon slaves to bind and move the orcs, the Black Blade clan chieftain, who had been reduced to a human stump but still had a breath left, suddenly laughed. This eerie smile surprised Wu Wei as well. Seemingly sensing Wu Wei's surprise, the chieftain of the Black Blade clan stubbornly lifted his head off the ground, turned over, and looked at Wu Wei. Haha, useless, evil lord. Even if you capture our warriors, it won't do you any good. Because you only use dark and corrupted magic, temporarily breaking our spirits. But under the protection of the beast ancestor, none of the beastmen who have regained consciousness will ever obey you. So, all you can get from us is one corpse after another and nothing else. The Black Blade chieftain, who originally wanted to die and quickly returned to the embrace of the beast ancestor, stared intently at Wu Wei. Do you understand? We orcs will never submit to you. Wu Wei remained silent for a moment, then blinked twice his snake-like, scarlet vertical pupils. Oh. After saying, oh, Wu Wei continued to give orders to the group of demonic slaves. These orc warriors will be divided into two groups, and those who are still alive will be taken away. The other part was distributed on the spot to his demon subordinates as food to replenish their strength and heal their wounds. Hey, you damn bastard! Did you even hear what I said? We orcs will never submit to you. I am furious, the Black Blade clan chieftain shouted. Of course I heard it, I'm not deaf. Wu Wei turned his head and smiled. For some reason, after Wu Wei laughed, the chieftain of the Black Blade clan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The last time he saw this indescribably evil lord smile was when the black sun was shining brightly. You seem to have misunderstood. I never said that keeping living orcs useful to me was on the condition that you submit to me. Wu Wei stood in front of the other person and slowly squatted down. Then, Wu Wei touched the other person's head and said with a smile, I'm keeping you here only to keep your bodies fresher. Fresh. Upon hearing these words, an extremely ominous premonition arose in Sack Blackblade's heart. What exactly are you talking about? Wu Wei shook his head. Behind him, an abyss portal, built using the resources he had just acquired, was slowly rising. On the other side of the portal lies the endless abyss. Wu Wei plans to use the Bittersea Desert as a node to teleport orcs, half-orcs, and their slaves. Although this will consume his already limited resources, it is a necessary thing. Wu Wei needed to use this portal to send the orcs and their slaves into the endless abyss, creating creatures affected by the abyss, to sacrifice to the seeds of the abyss that were in the incubation stage. Moreover, during this process, Wu Wei could also conveniently send those still alive, or rather, still fresh, orc warriors to the group of parasitic demons who were already ravenous. Although this method is not very convenient, in a sense it is the most effortless way. Another way is to build several desecrating torches in the Bittersea Desert and then turn them into territory of the abyss. The resources required to do this are far greater than those required for a portal, and more importantly, Wu Wei had no intention of actually treating the Bittersea Desert as his own territory. In his strategy, although the Bittersea Desert was easy to defend, he believed that defense alone was not his philosophy. It is even less in line with the Abyss's philosophy. This desert is too barren. Although it is indeed suitable for the Abyss seeds to defend themselves, it is not conducive to the development of the Abyss. Especially Wu Wei's fighting style of using war to sustain war. Therefore, Wu Wei planned to abandon most of the Bitter Sea Desert area, using most of the area as a buffer zone, leaving only a certain number of troops near the seat of the Abyss to guard against sneak attacks from other lords and forces. Next, Wu Wei's next goal will be return to the Dwarf Kingdom. Wu Wei looked at the system map and smiled. Gu Chaqing, I wonder how you and your allies are doing with the construction of my mine on the land I left behind. I wonder how many civilian units you left behind, waiting for my arrival. Finally, Wu Wei's evil goal was achieved. He successfully used his teleportation ability to lure Gu Chaqing and the others into the battlefield he had reserved for them, which was the entire Dwarf Kingdom and even the kingdom's passageway. Next, taking advantage of the fact that the enemy would not pursue him further after seeing that there were so many resource-producing areas in the former Dwarf Kingdom, Wu Wei focused most of his superior forces on conquering the Bitter Sea Desert. And this step of the plan was also successful. Wu Wei not only gained access to a large amount of resources that originally belonged to the Orc clans, but also gained control of the entire Bitter Sea Desert. Most importantly, Wu Wei's losses this time were not significant in a sense, because his current army originated from those dwarven miners who were no longer able to resist. It was their corpses and sacrifices that made up this great army. Although this army had suffered considerable losses in the Battle of the Bitter Sea Desert, the problem was the number of these surviving demons still far exceeds the number Wu Wei had in the Dwarf Kingdom, and is almost double the number before. More importantly, Wu Wei also believed in a result that was unlikely to go wrong. That is, despite several days having passed, Gu Chaqing and his alliance still have no way to control the entire Dwarf Kingdom, because the territory left behind by Wu Wei was simply too large. And, because he moved too fast, there are definitely more than just him competing for the entire region. Countless forces have likely already extended their reach into this region, along with a large number of civilian units. Therefore, Wu Wei now needs to turn his guns around. He needs to use this massive army to reclaim the territory that belongs to him. Because there, the Abyss Torch, which has not yet completely collapsed, is urgently calling for his return as the Abyss Lord. Along with them calling for Wu Wei's return, the Plague Twins, who had been holding out in the Dwarven capital for several days. The siblings never gave up the nest their lord had given them, or rather, home. Chapter 71 Finding Out and the Impregnable Fortress. Wu Wei is always very decisive in the execution of strategies. After resolving the troubles in the Bitter Sea Desert, he quickly turned his demon army around and headed back towards the former Dwarven Kingdom's territory. However, his advance was an absolute disaster for Gu Chaqing and his men. What did you say? Wu Wei actually turned around and is heading back into the Underground Kingdom? Gu Chaqing said in a panic after hearing the scout's report. But why would he do that? Didn't he already give up the entire Underground Kingdom? If he still wanted this area, he should have held on to it in the first place. Hearing Gu Chaqing's question, many of those who had formed an alliance with him looked at each other in bewilderment. Wu Wei's line of thinking is really too strange. It's so strange that they can no longer understand it. Gu Chaqing is right. Wu Wei was very decisive and did not hesitate at all when he abandoned the former Dwarf Kingdom, which is the entire underground world. It was as if this area no longer meant anything to him. But now, with Wu Wei having already occupied the Bitter Sea Desert, he has suddenly turned around, seemingly wanting to reclaim the Underground Kingdom. However, Gu Chaqing, who had already dealt with Wu Wei several times, suddenly understood the problem. Having already grasped some of Wu Wei's thought process, he observed Wu Wei's path forward and came to a conclusion. I see. Gu Chaqing said loudly. This greedy and foolish fellow didn't abandon the Underground Kingdom because he didn't want to hold on, but because he wanted to make more money. He obtained a large amount of flesh and resources by slaughtering the dwarves of the entire Underground Kingdom, and then used them to create a large army. After sweeping across the bitter sea desert with an army of this size, he turned around and wanted to take advantage of our alliances to launch a surprise attack and reap the benefits. In this way, he can bring the mines that we have worked so hard to rebuild back under his control. If we fail to hold on and lose, then all our investments in the entire region will belong to him, whether it's the mines or our civilian units. He really is. Greed. Hearing this, many people frowned. If Gu Chongqing's words are true, then Wu Wei can truly be described as greedy to the extreme. But problems arose as a result. But if that's really what Wu Wei is thinking, how can we stop him? Should we begin to gradually shrink our defensive lines now and temporarily cease fire with the other lords? Or perhaps we should prepare a large army and launch a preemptive attack on Wu Wei when he arrives? Hearing his allies' uninteresting suggestion, Gu Chongqing shook his head. No, you're all wrong. First of all, we don't need to initiate a ceasefire with the other lords. Because when Wu Wei's army really returns to the underground kingdom, they will naturally cease fire with us, and I even guess that some of them will take the initiative to form an alliance with us. After all, Wu Wei posed too great a threat, to the point that they could not resist him. Secondly, we absolutely must not launch an attack on Wu Wei. Gu Chongqing stretched out his slender fingers and pointed to the dwarf capital on the map. In every skirmish we've faced, we've suffered losses, so this time we absolutely must not take the initiative. But this does not mean we will surrender without a fight. Do you remember what I said about Wu Wei's biggest weakness right now? It's poverty. Poverty. Hearing Gu Chongqing say this, the other allies were stunned. What is he talking about? Does the Lord's trial have anything to do with real-world wealth? That's right, we're poor. Gu Chongqing explained slowly. Although Wu Wei's army always far outnumbered ours, he was still too poor, so poor that he could only rely on a large number of lesser demons to launch attacks. And this poverty comes from his aggressive military campaigns. Although Wu Wei can win easily, the number of lesser demons is too large, and they are easy to kill. Therefore, every time Wu Wei wins a war, he has to spend a lot of resources to recreate lesser demons. So despite the sheer size of Wu Wei's army, its quality was always a major problem due to his poverty. Do you understand? Everyone shook their heads. Seeing this, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but rub his forehead. What I really want to say is actually very simple. We're no longer in the early stages of entering the trial continent. Many lords in our alliance have already completed the construction of their first-generation buildings. And the composition of our army is no longer the basic type of soldiers it used to be. In other words, as long as we can gather superior forces and station and defend the Dwarven Royal City, which is the only territory of Wu Wei that has not yet fallen, then our army, with its superior quality, will have a higher chance of winning than if we launch an offensive. Moreover, within the entire underground kingdom, the only node where Wu Wei can freely send his army into the kingdom's passage is the Dwarf King City. And more importantly, after we acquired our respective era buildings, many of us now have the ability to build defensive structures such as outposts and arrow towers, right? As long as we can use our elite warriors, along with our respective defensive structures, to block the front of the former Dwarven capital, then we won't have to worry about the problems caused by Wu Wei. Upon hearing this, the allies' eyes lit up. Firstly, because Gu Chongqing's strategy made a lot of sense, and secondly, because everyone began to look at Gu Chongqing with new respect. It has to be said that, after experiencing these recent wars, Gu Chongqing himself has grown the fastest. The eldest son of the Gu family has gone from being arrogant and self-willed at the beginning to being able to guess Wu Wei's thoughts like a strategist. All of this is enough to prove his progress. Hearing everyone's praise, Gu Chongqing smiled. Wu Wei, oh Wu Wei. Your abilities are ultimately limited, and your seemingly chaotic thinking is actually not that hard to guess. No matter how much you let the little demons run rampant on the trial continent, you will eventually be defeated. Let the Dwarven capital become your grave. With Gu Chongqing's order, one arrow tower and outpost after another rose up in front of the Dwarven capital, forming an impregnable wall that would make any lesser demon sigh in awe. P.S. The fever has subsided, updates will resume as normal. Chapter 72 The Encounter of Two Forces. Great Lord, you have finally returned. Hel and Mara, the siblings, spoke to Wu Wei solicitously. But Wu Wei did not reply to them, because as soon as he returned to the Dwarf King city, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. He noticed that the once vast dwarven capital, with its luxurious palace and several smaller cities, had completely vanished. Instead, there was a dilapidated city with all sorts of muddy swamps and the sky filled with plague flies. Inside the entire dwarven capital, there was no longer a single building that could be considered intact. All the buildings were covered by some kind of green, slimy pustules. Moreover, the center of the dwarven capital, which was once the palace of the dwarven king, has also disappeared. What grew back from that spot was a super huge purple cocoon. The cocoon was constantly wriggling and releasing some highly toxic substances, but no giant creatures were hatching inside. What hatches from this cocoon is nothing more than large chunks of fly eggs. Even Wu Wei was somewhat shocked by such a scene. He finally understood why Hel and Mara had called the city they had given them the nest. Because the two of them had truly transformed the once magnificent dwarven capital into their own lair. However, Wu Wei would not ask any further questions about what he had already given away. He merely glanced at Hel and Mara, then spoke indifferently. Yes, I'm back. You two did a good job, managing to defend this city this lair for so long under the watchful eyes of so many lords. When he heard his lord praise him, the younger brother, Hel, chuckled. My lord, you flatter me. Actually, we didn't do much. Many times, I thought those lords would do anything to take over my sisters and my home. But most of them only glanced at the city after entering the dwarven capital and then left. As for the few people, my sister and I have turned them into biomass-rich mucus for those flying little cuties to reproduce. Hearing what Hel said, Wu Wei could understand. After all, if he were an ordinary lord, seeing the dwarven capital in its current state, he would also hesitate about whether to continue occupying it. However, Wu Wei no longer had time for pleasantries. After dealing with the Hel siblings, Wu Wei immediately ordered his demon warriors to prepare for war. Speed is of the essence in war. Wu Wei needs to quickly consolidate the underground kingdom, the territory that originally belonged to him. But at that moment, Hel suddenly reminded his lord. My lord, I think now is probably not a good time to attack. Oh? Why? Hel pointed to the newly built arrow towers and outposts outside the Dwarf King's city and said to Wu Wei. Enemies have already begun to try to stop your unstoppable expedition. The defensive structures they built were very sturdy. I tried to destroy them before you arrived. But the problem is that I found that even the most fearless plague demon cannot get through the blockade of this area. Their defense was very tight, and their division of labor was very clear. I suggest you wait a few more days patiently. My sister has started to create a disease that can spread throughout the entire Trial Continent. Hearing this, Wu Wei smiled. Was this the problem you were worried about? But no, I can't wait a few more days. You know, the longer the plan drags on, the greater the chance of failure. Upon hearing this, Hel knelt down in front of Wu Wei. In that case, Your Excellency Abyss Lord, please allow me to lead all the plague demons to the vanguard. Only in this way might we have a chance to break through the enemy's blockade and reclaim our territory. No need. Wu Wei stopped Hel from making the request. I already have my own plans for dealing with these enemies. Let them lead the charge this time. After he finished speaking, one after another, orcs controlled by the parasitic demons emerged from the portal behind Wu Wei. These parasitized beastmen, apart from retaining their previous strong physiques, they themselves were also greatly enhanced. Moreover, at Wu Wei's request, the parasites removed the pain receptors from these orc bodies and added certain hormones that could make them more excited. In this way, they will advance forever before they die. Until you are completely exhausted or torn to pieces. What's going on? What kind of monster is this? Just as Gu Chaqing and the others were trying to use their strong defenses to stop Wu Wei's attack. Their defenses were breached in an instant. But don't misunderstand. The monsters they were referring to were not the orcs controlled by the parasitic demons. It wasn't Wu Wei's demon army that broke through their defenses. The person who caused all this destruction was actually Li Qi, who had been dormant on the trial continent for too long, and his newly created steam tanks. That's right, when most lords had just built or were building their first era buildings. Li Qi has completed the construction of 2 eras of buildings and has begun to plan for his people to advance to a higher era. While most lords were still using ordinary troops as their main force, Li Qi, who prioritized technology, had already begun to manufacture miniature goblin tanks powered by steam technology, thanks to his technological advantage. Although these miniature tanks are more like toys to slightly stronger lords. But in this current era, they're invincible beings that transcend the boundaries of time. Li Qi, a lord with equally great ambitions, also became involved in the conflict between Wu Wei and Gu Chongqing. However, just as Li Qi broke through Gu Chongqing's rear defenses, Wu Wei's army of parasitized orcs and demons also broke through Gu Chongqing's front defenses. Both are heading towards the same destination. Finally, the 2 groups met inside the vast kingdom tunnel. What's going on? Wu Wei was stunned and rubbed his eyes. A tank. Li Qi was also stunned for a moment because he saw the demons that he was already very familiar with. Wait, a demon? Chapter 73 War and Technology. A few days ago in the Golden Valley. My lord, the Academy of Sciences and the College of Engineering are nearing completion. Upon hearing this news, Lord Li Qi immediately put down all his work and quickly passed through the portal back to his original plane. Because Li Qi chose goblins as his first race and the initial environment was a desert, the system gave him an initial plane that resembled a desert planet. In this plane, the number of plants and animals is unusually small. However, in contrast, the mineral resources in this plane are extremely abundant, to the point that they are ubiquitous. Many rare metals are as common in this plane as pebbles are in the ordinary world. Logically speaking, with such a rich plane as his base, Li Qi could have easily avoided plundering resources from the trial continent and instead fought tooth and nail with other lords, right? But the reality is not so simple. Although these dimensions contain a considerable amount of resources, they also harbor enormous dangers. Even for many lords, including Li Qi, who participated in the lord trials, their base camps were located in plains that were far more dangerous than the trial continent. For example, on the desert planet where Li Qi is located, there are giant scorpions with high venom, native trolls that are more dangerous than orcs, and desert storms that occur every day. Therefore, in such a crisis-ridden situation, Li Qi's operational strategy as a new lord is somewhat different. Other lords often choose to first expand their territory, absorb resources, and then gradually accumulate power before finally heading to the trial continent to plunder resources. But Li Qi was different. He chose to directly advance in technology. Seeing the large-scale scientific and engineering colleges taking shape before his eyes, Li Qi's eyes couldn't help but light up. With the establishment of the university and the engineering institute, his gnomes and goblins simultaneously received corresponding buffs. First, all of the goblins' creations will receive a 5% damage bonus thanks to the Engineering Academy's support. Furthermore, the instability of goblin technology will be reduced, preventing it from spontaneously combusting. Next are the dwarves, who will receive an intelligence boost from the Academy of Sciences and unlock more technological creations. But none of these are the most important. What Li Qi truly desires is the new technological pathways he can unlock after establishing these 2 major era-defining buildings. System: construct new buildings, a goblin factory, a gnome laboratory, and an assembly workshop. Li Qi looked at the empty space that had been reserved in advance and spoke to the system. Thump. Thump. As tens of thousands of resource points vanished, with the help of the system, 2 buildings far more magnificent than the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering rose from the surface of this desolate planet. As if by prior arrangement, countless dwarves and goblins quickly split into 2 groups and entered the 2 equally magnificent buildings. Not long after, clanging and banging sounds, as well as some not-so-faint explosions, came from the 2 buildings. Then, Through the combined efforts of the two buildings, countless parts of different specifications were produced. Ultimately, under Li Qi's watchful eye, these parts were sent to the assembly workshop and assembled into some strange new creation. Steam Tank Type A. A steampunk-style chariot carrying goblins and gnomes and spewing out blackish-gray steam appeared before Li Qi. Its attribute values, in particular, greatly satisfied Li Qi. Steam Tank Type A. A mechanical creation, not a living entity. Construction requirements: 1 goblin factory, 1 gnome laboratory, 1 assembly workshop. Armor value: 1,200 points. Attack damage: 80. Attack range: 120 meters. Requirements: 2 goblins, 1 gnome. Evaluation: a simple yet effective weapon if it doesn't self-destruct. Seeing one steam tank after another appear in the assembly workshop, Li Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because he knew that once these steam tanks actually appeared on the trial continent, the entire landscape of the trial continent would be completely changed. Previously, whether it was Wu Wei, Su Yingxue, or even Gu Chaqing and Li Meimeng, they were all frantically claiming land and plundering resources on the trial continent. Almost everyone ignored Li Qi and overlooked this lord who was skilled in technological research and development. And now, it's time to let those barbarians taste the power of technology. Thinking of this, Li Qi excitedly sent the first batch of steam tanks through the portal to the Golden River Valley of the trial continent. So-called war is not just a battle between cold weapons and magic. When Li Qi thought of the dwarf alliance that had been utterly crushed by Wu Wei, he couldn't help but sneer. A real war is about who has the superior technology. Now let me see who will be the first lucky one to have their territory's gates blasted open by my tanks. Looking at the map of the Heavenly Dao system, Li Qi began to think. To the west of the Golden River Valley lies Su Yingxue's human territory, while to the south lies the former Dwarven Kingdom, which has fallen into the hands of Gu Chaqing and his group. To the southwest of the Golden River Valley lies the Bittersea Desert, controlled by Wu Wei. In the north and northeast, several hundred lords intermingled, each occupying a portion of the resource-producing areas, forming dozens of alliances of varying sizes. Seeing this situation, Li Qi made a decision without much thought. That is, he decided to first attack southward, occupy the former Dwarf Kingdom, drive out the forces of Gu Chaqing and others, and then advance southwestward to drive out Wu Wei's forces as well. Then, once his power is stable, he can take action to eliminate the others. The reason Li Qi thought this way was because, in terms of apparent strength, Wu Wei and Gu Chaqing seemed to be among the weakest. However, all of this is now just wishful thinking. When Li Qi finally managed to mobilize his army and arrive at the entrance to the underground kingdom, what awaited him was not Gu Chaqing's allied army. What awaited him was the army of demons he knew all too well. This time, it wasn't just Li Qi who was a little confused. Even Wu Wei himself was a little stunned when he saw the chariots forming a square actually enter the kingdom's passage. This is a tank? Li Qi looked at the group of beastmen controlled by the parasitic demon in front of him and couldn't help but ask in confusion. This is a combination of orc and demon? The two groups of people collided in the same area in such a bizarre way. Chapter 74 Encirclement. This applies to both Wu Wei and Li Qi. The sudden appearance of the enemy army here is quite surprising. Although both of them had conducted reconnaissance in advance, due to the limitations of their intelligence and the fact that the enemy's advance was too fast, neither of them expected that the other would appear here. Even so, these two people changed their minds very quickly. After all, neither of them believed they would lose to their opponent. Only Gu Chaqing and the other minor lords, caught in the middle of the two, were suffering terribly under these circumstances. Li Qi was the first to change formation. He first deployed his steam chariots in parallel to form a temporary defensive line. Then, countless dwarf cannons were carried by dwarfs piloting simple small mechs to the rear of the defensive line. Behind these dwarves, more goblins began preparing all sorts of flying explosive devices. Furthermore, more equipment and devices gradually filled the rear of the entire battle line as vehicles gradually moved in. The entire battle line unfolded smoothly, like an iron barrel with no flaws whatsoever. After successfully establishing a battle line, Li Qi's army opened fire. However, his first target was not Wu Wei, but Gu Chongqing and the others who stood between him and Wu Wei. Knock, knock, knock. With the roar of the steam tanks, countless shells were fired at Gu Chongqing and his men's lines. In an instant, countless explosions and flames began to appear. Whether it was Gu Chongqing's army or the defensive structures they had built, everything began to crumble. In the early stages of the Lord's era, especially during the Lord's trials, the emergence of the steam tank was groundbreaking. Therefore, no matter how large the army of Gu Chongqing and others was, they could not withstand the bombardment of these war machines. At least until their army grew to the same age as steam tanks, they were unstoppable. Li Qi understood this as well. Keep firing. Blast through this defensive line, then occupy it. Li Qi watched as Gu Chongqing's defenses crumbled and gave his orders. He was well aware of the importance of this defensive line, although he did not know at first that Wu Wei had turned his army around again and launched a renewed attack on the underground kingdom. However, after discovering Wu Wei's demon army, he quickly understood, through simple deduction, why Gu Chongqing and the others had built such a series of rudimentary, defensive lines in this area near the Dwarf King city. They wanted to block Wu Wei's way out. In their minds, as long as they could block this area, Wu Wei's army would be unable to deploy into the kingdom's passage. But now it seems that this is no longer possible. Because shortly after Li Qi fought against Gu Chongqing and others, Wu Wei's army also set out. He was also attacking Gu Chongqing's defenses, and his attack was far more efficient than Li Qi's. Unlike the previous large-scale attacks by lesser demons, this time Wu Wei used the vanguard of orcs that had been transformed by the parasitic demons. This group of beastmen, who had lost the sense of pain and whose bodies had undergone significant mutations, crashed into Gu Chongqing's defenses in an overwhelming manner. Despite the countless arrow towers and watchtowers, and even the mage forces pouring all their firepower on them, they still did not slow down their advance. My God, what kind of monster is this? Thump. As an orc smashed through the fence, a soldier belonging to Gu Chongqing looked at the veritable monster in horror. The muscles on this monster's body are almost as hard as metal. Although his limbs had been bitten off, he also gained new limbs after 4 different parasitic demon cubs were injected into his body. A new limb composed of countless tentacles. Moreover, countless bone spurs, like spreading cancer, spread throughout his entire body and most of his head. Except for his mouth and one eye, which showed that he was once an orc warrior, the rest of his face had been taken over by the body of the parasitic demon. Yet this monster, stimulated by hormones within its body, can display even more terrifying combat power than in its prime. With just a sweep of the left tentacle, a large number of spearmen were turned into minced meat. Those lucky survivors were mostly maimed, screaming and wailing on the ground. As for the soldier who uttered those words, he was the most unlucky. He was grabbed by the charging orc warrior and used as a human shield while being devoured alive. Before he died, he noticed that the orc had a black blade tattoo on his chest. That's the legendary. Only the chieftain of the Black Blade clan is qualified to have a tattoo done. The monster that was slowly devouring him was actually the chieftain of the Black Blade clan? Attack. On the distant dwarven capital, Wu Wei looked at the gradually collapsing defensive line and spoke. And the speed of the attack must be increased. Wu Wei turned his gaze to the other side of the defensive line. There, someone else was attacking the same defensive line that he was trying to breach, and the opponent was only slightly slower than him. More importantly, although Li Qi's army occupied the territory at a slightly slower pace. But that was because their advance was a parallel advance by the entire legion, moving forward together. The cannons of these steam tanks inflicted far more damage on the defensive lines and the soldiers on them than the flesh and blood of the orcs. At this moment, the 2 legions are protected by Gu Chongqing's army, preventing them from directly clashing. The problem is that Gu Chongqing's army clearly cannot hold out for long. Once Gu Chongqing's army on this defensive line is completely wiped out by Wu Wei and others, the demons will inevitably face Li Qi's artillery fire directly. Thinking of this, Wu Wei turned his head and gave new orders to the siblings, Hel and Mara. Prepare your plague legions and plague flies. When the time is right, immediately send them to charge with the orcs. You don't need to pursue efficient killing of the enemy. You just need to ensure that you spread as much chaos as possible within the enemy's army. Although the plague cannot directly affect the machines, it can have an intangible impact on the goblins and gnomes who operate them. This appears to be a viable strategy. But that's only what it looks like. Because Li Qi also has a corresponding method. The two of them were staring intently at each other. Only the pitiful Gu Chongqing and his allies began to be gradually forgotten. Chapter 75, Never Give Up. Damn it. That bastard Li Qi actually ambushed us. No, Wu Wei is a bastard too. Those two damn bastards. Seeing his hard-won defense line crushed by Li Qi and Wu Wei, Gu Chongqing could no longer contain himself. Now, his situation is very awkward. The troops he originally sent to stop Wu Wei from coming and going were no longer worth saving. This is not a joke, but a very harsh truth. If it's only Wu Wei's side attacking, then even if Gu Chongqing and the others can't hold the front line, they still have a chance to evacuate this area. After all, these troops had a way to retreat. But the situation is different now. Behind the passage they had originally intended to use for evacuation, Li Qi's own tank army had already completely occupied it. Moreover, what they occupy is not just the passageway itself. The area they occupied also included the entrance to the underground kingdom's passage used by Gu Chongqing and others for support. This led to a very awkward situation. Although Gu Chongqing and his men still had a large number of troops, these troops had been separated from the soldiers on the defensive line. If Gu Chongqing and his men want to support their soldiers, they must defeat Li Qi's current steam tank army. Under the current circumstances, this is almost an impossible task. After all, Li Qi's steam tank legion can be countered by both magic legions and flying units. The problem is that Gu Chongqing currently has almost no flying units in the Kingdom Passage. As for the Magic Legion, that would be even more impossible. The only organized magical force that can be considered a legion on the entire Trial Continent is currently under Su Yingshua's command. Although Gu Chongqing and his group possessed a small number of magical units, they even had quite a few mage-type heroes. However, their numbers are far from qualifying as a legion. Furthermore, the goblins' flying explosive devices are very effective against small numbers of magic-based troops, so these small numbers of magic troops and heroes simply cannot destroy Li Qi's steam tank legion. Thinking of this, not only Gu Chongqing, but also his allies fell into pessimism. These soldiers are doomed. What a pity. Seeing the death data popping up like crazy on their respective systems, many lords sighed with emotion. It can be said that for every minute that was delayed, a large number of these soldiers would die. Whether they were torn to shreds by Wu Wei's demon warriors or blasted to ashes by Li Qi's artillery fire, death would come in the same way for these warriors. The only difference is the way it arrives. However, none of these people blamed Gu Chongqing for this setback. Because they knew very well that Gu Chongqing's strategy was correct. There was nothing wrong with his thoughts and actions. The only problem was that he hadn't anticipated Li Qi's appearance. In fact, Li Qi's appearance was something no one could have predicted. No one, regardless of who they are, believes they could do better than Gu Chongqing under the same circumstances. No. Suddenly, Gu Chongqing spoke. We cannot abandon these soldiers. We cannot let them die in such despair. We must support them. Upon hearing this, not only the allies Gu Chongqing had brought in, but also many members of the Gu family couldn't help but raise questions. Almost all the lords expressed their opposition. After all, in their view, this group of soldiers was doomed to die, and there was no need to save them. Gu Chongqing, have you gone mad? We don't mean to blame you. Your strategy was correct, and the current situation is not your fault. However, given the current situation, since we have already suffered losses, We cannot let the losses continue to expand. Yeah. They are just a group of warriors recruited from their respective territories. We have already occupied most of the underground kingdom. The longer we delay, the more resource points we will gain, which will allow us to recruit more warriors. But to everyone's surprise, after hearing what they said, Gu Chongqing showed an extremely stubborn attitude. I know. I knew they were going to die. But here's the problem. Gu Chongqing stood up, looked at the group of allies surrounding him, and said with utmost seriousness, although we are lords, these warriors were once loyal to us. They pledged allegiance to us, vowed to fight for us, and we accepted their allegiance. These soldiers are one of us. Although I am not as capable as Li Qi in technology, nor as good as Suing Xue in leadership, and I am not as ruthless and cruel as Wu Wei, I am definitely not a hypocrite. Because in my heart, the warriors who swore allegiance to me, like my territory, are part of me as a lord. Therefore, I will not abandon any soldier who belongs to our side. Even if it puts me in danger, I will do it. At least I must ensure that what they see before they die is not utter despair under enemy encirclement, but the support of our soldiers from afar, even if they can no longer wait for our support. When I first entered the Lord trial, I failed to do this many times, and that was my mistake. But I won't make the same mistake again. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, especially the members of the Gu family. Only at this time do they think about one thing. That's Gu Chongqing in front of me, the eldest son of the younger generation of the Gu family. This was the style of leadership that the Gu family used during the era of lords. Every soldier recruited by the Gu family knows that even if they encounter difficulties in their battles, they will not fall into complete despair. As long as they are alive, there will always be reinforcements to pull them out of danger, even if the cost of this is far greater than saving their lives. The reason why the Gu family was able to establish its own Gu family dynasty in countless plains was not because their army was much stronger than other lords, nor because their technology and skills were so sophisticated. They relied on the absolute loyalty of their people and their soldiers. Even though Gu Chongqing was only in an introductory level lord trial, he still adhered to this principle. But this is, after all, just a family-oriented philosophy. Most of the lords remained rational in this matter. I'm sorry, Gu Chongqing, if you insist on doing this, then we will have to withdraw from this league. There's no other way. The foundation of our alliance is interests. When those interests are no longer enough to cover the risks, we can no longer support you. Me too, I'm leaving this league. One lord after another withdrew from the alliance Gu Chongqing belonged to, taking away large tracts of territory and control of resources from this loose alliance. But the remaining group consisted of the Gu family's sons and a small number of Gu family relatives. Lao Gu. He placed a pair of hands on Gu Chongqing's shoulders and said with a smile, I'll listen to you. Because my father was rescued from an attack by other lords by your Gu family. So I believe you. Don't give up on them. Chapter 76 Fire and Plague. Once Gu Chongqing's defenses were breached, some of the parasitized orcs on the battlefield immediately changed their targets. These monsters, no longer able to feel any pain and only knowing how to advance relentlessly, charged towards Li Qi's army while howling madly and attacking everything in their path. It must be said that after the removal of pain sensation and even most of their thoughts, and with the boost of hormones, these orcs did not have any intention of dodging even when facing cannons, guns, or even goblin bombs. They were like a bunch of madmen, charging towards the steam tanks with their bare flesh and blood. It doesn't matter if the enemy's artillery blasts them into a bloody mess. Even if their bodies are blown in two by the cannon fire of a steam tank, they will still be forced to get up and continue crawling forward under the control of the parasitic demon. Even the goblins and gnomes who controlled the steam tanks were horrified by the sight. This state clearly goes beyond the scope of ordinary living beings. However, even though their condition was extremely terrifying, this terror did not last long. In the minds of goblins, all fear stems from a lack of bombs. As long as there are enough bombs to shatter the enemy into pieces, there is nothing to fear. Therefore, although these orc warriors displayed terrifying qualities, they were still, after all, just flesh and blood. Under the cover of more artillery fire, within seconds, these moving pieces of flesh were completely immobilized. However, Wu Wei had clearly already guessed this outcome. When faced with weapons at a higher technological level, flesh and blood cannot fight against them. Therefore, his real killing move was not the group of orcs controlled by the parasitic demon. Instead, it was the Plague Legion and Plague Flies that were already prepared. And so, in the instant after the first round of artillery fire ended and before the second round of artillery fire was fully loaded, countless demon legions corrupted by the plague suddenly began to march onto the battlefield amidst the howls of even more orc warriors. The Plague Legion at this point was even more terrifying and twisted than the Plague Legion Li Qi had first encountered. The demons who were incorporated into this legion were basically demons who had survived several, or even dozens, of plague infections. Their bones had long been infected by the disease and become deformed. From the countless holes on their bodies, a black viscous fluid composed of their discarded organs and tissue fluid was constantly flowing out. And within their blood, countless diseases are poised to erupt, ready to spill out of their host's body and infect everything. Even more terrifying, above their heads, a cloud of plague flies was also making a horrifying sound, sweeping over the enemy like a tidal wave. But when faced with such an army, Li Qi, who controlled the entire steam tank corps, simply sneered. "Oh, they actually want to use plague? Don't you think that's too outdated? I must say, Wu Wei, your warriors are indeed getting more and more frightening, but the problem is, your fighting style is still the same old trick with different names. It's just a mere plague. In the face of science, it's simply the one that gets crushed." After saying that, Li Qi gave the order for his soldiers to bring out the weapons they had prepared. Soon, the dwarf squads distributed the weapons. However, their targets were individual goblins. The weapons they distributed to these goblins were flamethrowers. Haha, burn it, baby, burn it. Boom. In just over 10 seconds, the group of short, green-skinned goblins, armed with flamethrowers and dressed in special gear, leaped onto the tops of the various steam tanks and aimed their flamethrowers at the direction of the Plague Legion. And the moment these flamethrowers began to unleash their power, even the plague, which was more terrifying than death, began to retreat. Countless plague flies with only 1 point of health were instantly reduced to ashes and fell from the sky. Those soldiers infected with the plague were transformed into moving torches on the battlefield by the power of the flames, dying with screams of agony. It has to be said that the flamethrower device that Li Qi originally built for the siege finally came in handy. Watching the Plague Legion turn to ashes one by one, a triumphant smile appeared on Li Qi's face. Wu Wei, you're nothing special. Although many lords fear your attack, I do not. After all, although your attacks are successful every time, in my eyes, it still lacks too much variability. As long as we follow your attack steps systematically, all that awaits you is defeat. On the other hand, after seeing his attack neutralized, Wu Wei himself did not feel any disappointment. He simply closed his eyes and took a slow breath. Then, when he opened his snake-like scarlet eyes again, a portal, an indestructible portal, appeared on the battlefield. Meanwhile, within the main body of the endless abyss, a dozen enormous eggs began to hatch. In war, the endless abyss has plenty of means to achieve its goals. The only difference is whether the abyss lords are willing to pay a sufficient price and drive them. Chapter 77: The Fatal Mistake. Knock knock. Knock knock. Deep within the abyss, a dozen demonic cocoons were writhing wildly. Furthermore, with each of their wriggling movements, the enormous, seemingly never-ending heartbeat resounded like thunder throughout the entire abyss. Even more remarkably, these bizarre heartbeats traveled through a newly risen portal nearby, sending their voices to another world. That world called the Trial Continent. Is this guy insane? When Li Qi saw Wu Wei establish a new teleportation portal on the battlefield, he couldn't help but become suspicious. He said that because Wu Wei had actually built a new teleportation portal in the center of the battlefield. Central location. That's right, this isn't something he's just imagining. His surprise stemmed from the fact that Wu Wei had actually built an expensive and easily destroyed portal in the center of the battlefield. Although Li Qi could understand Wu Wei's anxiety and his desire to recruit an army from his initial plane as soon as possible to free his army from the encirclement of steam tanks. However you look at it, placing the portal in the center of the battlefield was a fatal mistake. Moreover, it's a fatal mistake that no lord would ever make. Firstly, in Li Qi's understanding, the construction cost of a teleportation portal is extremely high. In the early stages when resources are scarce, many lords have to sell everything they own to build a portal. Secondly, the portal itself is very fragile and easily destroyed. However, neither of the above 2 points is very important anymore. After all, at this stage, many lords already have a relatively large number of resource points. The resource points required to build a portal are not particularly expensive. Li Qi believed that Wu Wei's move was a fatal mistake because the portal itself was bidirectional. However, once the portal is opened, if the portal's owner has no way to protect it, once the enemy seizes your portal, they can send their army into your territory at any time, destroying everything you've worked so hard to build and ending your lord trial. Thinking of this, Li Qi did not hesitate at all. He changed his previous order to hold the line and instead ordered his army to advance steadily and orderly toward the teleportation gate in the center of the battlefield. Wu Wei, whether you're truly insane or faking it, this move will be your biggest mistake. Li Qi, who was in the center of the legion, raised his head and looked at Wu Wei, who was standing on the former dwarf king's city in the distance, and said, "Let me take this opportunity to drive you out of this trial in one fell swoop. A cruel and heartless fellow like you is not fit to be a lord. Rather than let you wreak havoc on countless lives after passing the lord's trial, I'd rather end your path of evil right here." Li Qi recalled Wu Wei's previous war tactics and the dwarven capital city that had been reduced to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and his resolve grew stronger. Although Li Qi was well aware that the methods of warfare between lords were not necessarily much cleaner than those used by Wu Wei. However, Wu Wei was the first person to use such crazy and dirty methods in the early stages of the lord's trial. This is the real reason why many lords, even those who haven't been attacked by Wu Wei, harbor ill will towards him. Wu Wei was a war-obsessed madman. The means of warfare were irrelevant to him. But the other lords, were not. They are still human beings, and they still have compassion for ordinary living beings. In addition, Wu Wei put too much pressure on the other lords, so Li Qi believed that. At this moment, eliminating Wu Wei is most likely the right choice. So, urged on by Li Qi, his steam battle group swept across the entire battlefield at a speed visible to the naked eye, advancing resolutely toward Wu Wei's teleportation portal. Along the way, gunpowder and flames roared together. Whether it was the Plague Legion's pathogenic demons, the modified orcs, or the lesser demons that had appeared too many times before, none of them could resist for long. A cannonball that can deal 150 points of fire damage, a flamethrower that causes continuous burning, plus flying goblin bombs. Li Qi's steam-powered combat group had an overwhelming advantage over Wu Wei in close combat, mid-range combat, and long-range combat. So, after only a short advance, the Steam Legion had already approached the portal located in the center of the battlefield. If Li Qi advances another 400 meters or so, he will completely control the portal. At that time, a large number of active goblin bombs will pass through the portal and reach Wu Wei's core territory, reducing everything he owns to nothing. But just when everything seemed to be going so smoothly, Li Qi suddenly noticed something. In the distance, in the direction of the dwarven capital, the Abyss Lord, who should have been nervous, was smiling. This monster, who revels in war and is willing to destroy all that is beautiful, is actually laughing. His serpentine, vertically shaped, scarlet pupils were fixed on Li Qi and his army. What is he laughing at? A feeling of being tightly enveloped by deep malice made Li Qi shiver involuntarily. But having already made his decision, Li Qi gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Stop being so mysterious, Wu Wei. Open fire. Crush all the enemies. Boom boom boom. A few minutes later, as the last orc bound by the parasite was blown to pieces by the steam tank's cannon, there was no longer a single demon standing between Li Qi and the portal on the entire battlefield. Although some demons survived and fought against the remaining Gu Changqing army. But they are too far away to pose a threat to us anymore. Therefore, Li Qi did not hesitate at all and directly ordered the goblins and his army to aim their bomb launchers at the center of the portal. Once these mechanical bombs, capable of automatically identifying enemies, pass through this portal, Wu Wei's territory will surely suffer heavy damage. Wu Wei will also completely lose his eligibility for this trial. With this in mind, Li Qi gave the order to launch. Whoosh whoosh. As planned, dozens of mechanical bombs passed through the portal inscribed with blasphemous objects and abyssal runes, arriving in the long, silent, endless abyss. Moreover, shortly after the launch, Li Qi and the others heard the sound of an explosion. Wait, why didn't I get any kill notifications? Li Qi looked at the heavenly Dao system with some confusion. Even though these mechanical bombs that can automatically locate enemies show that they have hit the enemy, Li Qi did not receive any kill notifications. This is clearly not right. However, while Li Qi was still wondering, a pair of enormous hands suddenly reached out from the portal. What those hands were holding were fragments of a mechanical bomb that had exploded. Oh. Li Qi's heart suddenly sank. Damn it. A monster poked its head out from the abyss portal and looked at this strange world. Chapter 78 Crushing Force from the Abyss. A monster's head with 6 small, narrow eyes and 2 pairs of twisted horns emerged from the abyss portal. This monster has a forked tongue like a snake, but its tongue is a deep purple color. Its size was one of the largest monsters Li Qi had ever seen. It was only about 2 sizes smaller than Caroline, the little devil mistress that Wu Wei owned. Click. Moreover, when the monster poked its head out of the abyss portal, Li Qi clearly heard groans of unbearable strain coming from near the portal. However, none of these were what Li Qi feared most. What truly terrified Li Qi was that the monster was also holding a large number of fragments of goblin bombs in its hand. Although his body, which gradually emerged from the abyss portal, was covered in numerous wounds, none of them were fatal. On the contrary, the constant bleeding pushed the monster to the brink of madness. Although he hadn't completely stepped out of the portal, the violent aura emanating from him already made the group of dwarves and goblins tremble in fear. Fire. Now, Li Qi finally understood why the Abyss Lord had been laughing. Because he foresaw all of this. The reason he was so confident was that he had already prepared the monster within his territory. He was waiting for Li Qi to approach the portal on his own initiative. Thinking of this, Li Qi immediately ordered all the soldiers to open fire, trying to unleash as much firepower as possible on the monster before it passed through the portal and take it down. The problem is that the dozens of goblin bombs fired earlier only managed to injure the monster. These shells, fired in a single salvo, are simply not enough to destroy him directly. Boom boom boom. Countless shells exploded on the monster with twisted horns, knocking him to the ground several times. But each time he would still get up from the ground and roar as he charged towards Li Qi and the others. However, after the second salvo and the burning from countless flamethrowers, the monster finally collapsed to the ground, motionless, just a second before reaching the steam warband. Call. Although frightened, Li Qi forced himself to calm down. What's going on? Why is this powerful warrior, who isn't a hero, spirit, or general, appearing in Wu Wei's territory? Furthermore, judging from its attribute strength, this should be a unit that can only be built in the 3rd era, or even closer to the 4th era. How did Wu Wei manage to transcend technology and directly create such a monster? Was it some kind of fortuitous encounter, or did he accidentally obtain such a monster prototype? Although it's hard to believe, it's like how steam-powered tanks, after crossing an era, could crush the armies of Wu Wei, Gu Changqing, and others. This gigantic demon warrior also possessed overwhelming stat advantages over Li Qi's army. Although Li Qi's soldiers annihilated the enemy, But this was after all the soldiers concentrated their fire twice to take down one. Li Qi had reason to believe that if more of these monsters appeared, his army would certainly... Click! Click! Suddenly, Li Qi's face turned deathly pale. Because after that monster fell, a second, a third, a fourth similar monsters began to emerge from the abyss gate. Unlike the first one, which was covered in wounds upon its appearance, these newly appeared monsters were all in their prime. What's even more terrifying is that as these monsters left the portal, more footsteps followed. In other words, there are even more monsters waiting to come to this world on the other side of the portal. That's impossible. Li Qi stared wide-eyed, somewhat questioning the meaning of life. However, the current situation leaves him no room for anything else. Everyone, open fire immediately and destroy the portal. Then, he snatched the gun from the hand of a dwarf who was in a daze and opened fire on the portal. Li Qi reacted very quickly. Under the current circumstances, he and his army no longer have the resources to deal with an even greater number of monsters. Therefore, he had to quickly unleash his firepower on the portal and destroy it. But if the appearance of these monsters made Li Qi feel terrified and surprised, then his attack on the portal would make him utterly desperate. Boom boom boom. No matter how much artillery fire covered these portals, Li Qi did not receive any notification from his heavenly Dao system about the damage he had caused to the enemy portals. If we rule out the possibility that the heavenly Dao system might malfunction, there is only one possible reason for this situation to occur. That is, the abyss portal built by Wu Wei is indestructible. He was in a state of absolute invincibility. Magic, arcane arts, and psionic abilities might be able to expel this portal from the abyss, but simply trying to destroy these portals from the abyss by force is utter nonsense. This is impossible. There must be an error. Faced with this outcome, Li Qi's eyes turned bloodshot, and he kept firing his gun at the abyss portal while rapidly making a judgment in his mind. In the era of lords, it would be impossible to have such a building, because the very existence of such a building would be tantamount to violating the rules of the heavens. Moreover, according to normal logic, it is impossible to manufacture soldiers at this stage. But Li Qi didn't have time to say more. The monsters pouring out of the abyss portal gave him no chance to speak. Knock knock knock. Under the command of the Abyss Lord, the monsters charged towards Li Qi's army, which was less than a few hundred meters away. And this was only the first wave of the attack. The soldiers belonging to Wu Wei crushed the steam tanks that were firing continuously in the first row. That's right, it crushed the past. These steam-powered creations, each with over 1,500 armor points, were utterly unable to withstand this group of monsters, which were at least from the Fourth Era. It's like how tanks from World War I were completely crushed by tanks from the 20th century. These proud members of Li Qi, along with the gnomes and goblins who piloted them, were crushed to pieces by the monsters. Even more terrifyingly, there were a full 12 of these monsters. No! In despair, Li Qi and a fleeing goblin were trampled into a pile of minced meat. Although he can be resurrected during the Lord's trial. However, the legions he had painstakingly built with so many resources had become nothing but scrap metal. He had indeed used his superior technology to completely crush Wu Wei's demons. And now, the Abyss has returned the humiliation it suffered in the same crushing manner. This is a crushing blow from the Abyss. Chapter 79: The Call of Hunger. Watching Li Qi, who had been so arrogant before, being crushed into pieces along with his army. The smile on Wu Wei's face finally disappeared. He is not happy right now. In fact, he has suffered enormous losses. In order to get rid of the trouble caused by Li Qi, he had already spent all the resource points he had just obtained from the Bitter Sea Desert. And this is only the initial cost. What truly gave Wu Wei a headache were the 12 giant demons that were rampaging across the battlefield. These monsters, who have entered the 4th stage and are called the giant demons, are actually a bunch of money-burning machines that need to spend money every moment. Their appearance completely disrupted Wu Wei's rhythm. Wu Wei said this because the giant demons have a very peculiar trait. Their attribute values are as follows. Giant demon. Level 47 unit, built from the Abyss Hatchery, no special buildings required. Cost, 7,000 resource points, or an equivalent amount of flesh and soul. Attribute values, Strength 79, Intelligence 2, Stamina 60, Perception 1, Agility 4, Charisma 23. Health, 840 Mana, 0. Physical Defense, 24, Magic Defense, 25. Passive skills, Twisted Titan Body, Hungry Call. Twisted Titan Body, passive skill. Skill effect, the giant demon will gain an additional 15 defense points, which will double when its health drops to 1/3. The Call of Hunger, a negative effect that cannot be removed. Negative effect description, every 12 hours, the giant demon needs to consume 100 units of flesh as food, otherwise, it will permanently lose 90 points of maximum health. If its maximum health falls below 90 points, the giant demon will die. Comment, young man, have you ever heard of the price of power? Wu Wei's headache lies in the call of hunger. While the appearance of the giant demons is indeed useful, their cost is extremely high. To feed them, 100 units of flesh and blood are needed every half day, and 200 resource points are needed every day. And this is only in the case of one bird. Wu Wei now possesses a total of 12, which means that with 12 giant demons around, he will lose more than 2,000 resource points every day even if he does nothing. Wu Wei was very poor, really very poor. Although he conquered vast territories, plundered wealthy dwarven kingdoms, and raided orc clans that made their living by raiding, he remained poor. Whenever he had just acquired some abundant resources, the war situation would always cause him to reinvest all the remaining resources into the war. And even now, Wu Wei's territory remains very rudimentary. All his possessions, all his resource points, are now these troops before him. Once this army is completely wiped out, he will have nothing left. Even the chance to make a comeback is unlikely to come again. Even a madman like Wu Wei, who desperately craved war, gradually began to feel suffocated due to the endless abyss and the special nature of the demons. For some reason, Wu Wei always felt this way. The moment I was sent into the endless abyss, it all seemed predetermined. It was as if he had not actually controlled the abyss, much less the demons before him. He was not their lord, nor was he using them. On the contrary, the one being used is yourself. The demons and the endless abyss behind them are relentlessly propelling themselves forward. Their desire for war even surpassed that of Wu Wei himself. This is the second major reason why Wu Wei's smile disappeared. He seemed to sense that the more he entangled himself with the abyss and the demons, the more firmly the countless transparent, invisible chains bound him to the throne of the abyss. Forever. Is it just my imagination, or what? Wu Wei recalled the black and red vortex he saw when he first entered the endless abyss, and the faint, imperceptible gazes he had received within it. But after thinking for a short while, Wu Wei gave up. He shrugged, putting all his previous suspicions behind him. There was no way around it. Wu Wei was different from other lords, and even from many normal people. This unusual event was nothing to him. He was neither a scholar nor a gifted genius, and he had no interest in things that were unseen or intangible. His only interest was how to carry this war through to the end. With this in mind, Wu Wei began to redeploy the troops. He directed the 12 giant demons to different directions on the battlefield to ensure that all of Li Qi's remaining forces could be completely hunted down and killed. On one hand, he regrouped the remaining demons who still had fighting power, preparing to completely wipe out the warriors of Gu Chongqing's alliance who had temporarily survived the battle because of his confrontation with Li Qi. After doing all this, Wu Wei can then launch another attack on the other towns in the underground kingdom. These territories that had fallen into the hands of others because of his departure will once again return to Wu Wei's hands. He also desperately needs these territories to make up for his current war losses. However, while Wu Wei was still directing his troops across the battlefield, Gu Chongqing's reinforcements arrived on the battlefield once again. This eldest son of the Gu family, upholding the family's beliefs, was preparing to rescue his army, which was gradually sinking into despair. But he didn't know, no, not even Wu Wei himself, nor any of the lords who participated in this lord trial would have thought of it. What kind of disastrous consequences will result from this reckless act by the heir of the Gu family? The Age of Lords is not just about endless war. Intrigue and scheming, betrayal and destruction are also part of it. For the first time, the intrigues and schemes of the Lord's era will be laid bare before everyone. At this very moment, the seed on the hem of Gu Chongqing's clothes was secretly sprouting. Chapter 80 True Ignorance. Just as Wu Wei was commanding the giant demons to crush the remaining troops on the battlefield, Gu Chongqing's reinforcements finally arrived along the routes through the kingdoms that had not yet fallen. To his surprise, when he led reinforcements to the battlefield, Li Qi had already died and returned to his own territory to resurrect. The revolutionary steam warfare unit led by Li Qi has now been reduced to ashes. Moreover, the entire battlefield was littered with burning corpses and shattered mechanical fragments. In the wreckage of the steam tank, consumed by flames, gnomes and goblins are being burned alive in despair. Watching the warriors slowly turn into charred corpses in despair, Gu Chongqing fell silent. At this point, he already knew the gap between himself and Wu Wei. Because that terrifying army, which could have easily shattered his position in a dozen minutes, was no different from a toy in front of Wu Wei. Moreover, if the only difference was in tactics, Gu Chongqing wouldn't have gone to such lengths. After all, the so-called battle of wits is inherently full of uncertainties. What Gu Chongqing found truly unacceptable was the 12 giant demons wreaking havoc on the battlefield. He's not an idiot. The moment Gu Chongqing saw the 12 giant demons, he immediately understood. These demons with twisted horns on their heads are actually a type of soldier that is at least one era ahead of steam tanks. Their appearance signifies only one thing. That is, Wu Wei, who had already defeated him twice in local battles, actually had a stronger reserve force that he did not use from beginning to end. My own reasoning has always been wrong. Wu Wei was not poor in the way he understood it. It's not that he's incapable of creating high-level units, nor is it that he lacks the resources to upgrade his territory's technology. On the contrary, the reason why Wu Wei was willing to use those weak and powerless little demons and inferior demons to deal with them was simply because he thought that doing so would save more resources. In other words, Wu Wei never regarded him, or the ridiculous alliance he had won over, as an evenly matched opponent. Their actions didn't even qualify them to force him to use his trump card. If Li Qi hadn't suddenly appeared in the underground kingdom with his steam warband, Gu Chongqing would have had reason to believe that, even now, he and his group might still be dealing with Wu Wei, who is using lesser demons and inferior demons as the main force in the war. In a very likely scenario, Wu Wei will be the one to win this war. Gu Chongqing raised his head and looked at the Abyss Lord standing in the distance in the Dwarf King city. He, meanwhile, was scanning and directing the troop movements across the entire battlefield with his scarlet vertical pupils wide open. When Wu Wei saw the reinforcements brought by Gu Chongqing, he was also stunned for a moment. Clearly, Wu Wei, who didn't know the Gu family well enough, didn't understand Gu Chongqing's decision to sacrifice more soldiers to save a small group of certainly dying warriors. But that's all there is to it. After glancing at Gu Chongqing, Wu Wei shifted his gaze away from this, not a threat enemy. "You damn bastard," Gu Chongqing said through gritted teeth. He certainly sensed the contempt in Wu Wei's eyes. That was genuine disdain. It was the gaze of the strong who ignored the weak when the difference in strength between the two sides reached a certain level. What enraged Gu Chongqing the most was that Wu Wei's giant demons charged over without saying a word after discovering that their reinforcements had arrived. These demons, who were constantly hungry, had long desired flesh and blood that were even more delicious than that of dwarves and goblins. Or rather, flesh and blood that could provide sustenance even better than goblins and dwarves. They paid no attention to the spellcasters in their army, nor to the arrows in the hands of the longbowmen. They didn't even care about themselves, the Lord standing at the forefront of the army. One after another, giant demons stepped over Gu Chongqing and rushed straight towards the army behind him. They crush everything, destroy everything, and eat anything they can get their hands on. But not a single giant demon stretched out its filthy limbs to touch Gu Chongqing himself. This was clearly an order issued by Wu Wei. In Wu Wei's view, it was better to take this opportunity to destroy more of the enemy's warriors than to waste a few seconds attacking a lord who could be resurrected in the Lord's trial. Therefore, even though Gu Chongqing stood at the very front of the army, not a single giant demon attacked him. And it's not just the giant demon. The lesser demons and lesser demons that charged after the giant demon did not attack him either. He was completely ignored. Gu Chongqing, who had never felt such rage, immediately slashed his sword hard at the heel of a giant demon. But the opponent was thick-skinned and tough. When the sword struck, the giant demon felt nothing. Instead, Gu Chongqing staggered and fell to the ground, and was stepped on by a little demon who jumped over him. Damn it, Lao Xia, you guys take the soldiers we rescued and retreat first. What? Upon hearing this, the relative of the Gu family was taken aback. Aren't you going to retreat with us? No. With a heart full of resentment, Gu Chongqing gritted his teeth and cleaved a winding demon that swept past him in two. I'll see how long this bastard can keep ignoring me. Upon hearing this, everyone else knew that Gu Chongqing had gone mad again. However, given the current situation, no one can afford to worry about him anymore. After all, every second that is delayed will result in more casualties for the troops. Anyway, during the Lord trial phase, Lords can spend resource points to revive infinitely, so everyone just went along with him, letting him vent some of his dissatisfaction. So, under the immense pressure from the giant demons, the group began a less organized retreat in the opposite direction, heading back in the direction they had come from. As for Gu Chongqing, unfortunately, after he was separated from the majority of the troops, the remaining demons, who had temporarily lost their target, naturally wouldn't let him become a target for sword practice. A serpentine demon flickered behind one of the lesser demons and appeared behind Gu Chongqing the next second, plunging its dagger into Gu Chongqing's body. Gu Chongqing cried out in pain, turned around and slashed the serpentine demon with his sword, then sat down on the ground, clutching his wound, and looked at his health bar returning to 0 with disgust. And so, this lord entered the resurrection process. No. His resurrection process has not yet begun. Because at the very moment he fell, the seed suddenly took effect. His soul, which should have returned to the heavenly Tao system, was timely protected within this seed. His body, however, was torn to pieces amidst the cheers of the little devils. And that seed fell to the ground. No one, including Wu Wei who possessed the vision of war, noticed this. If Wu Wei had been focused on this, he, who could digitize everything on the battlefield, could have seen this scene. However, because Wu Wei was focused on the abyss seed that was about to hatch, this scene was missed forever. Chapter 81: Strange Phenomena and Shattering. Let's begin. In the abyss, Wu Wei, who had returned to the throne of the abyss, spoke to the little ghost mistress. Send the last batch of beings affected by the abyss to the seed of the abyss. Yes, my lord. After the imp matriarch Caroline bowed to Wu Wei with her enormous body, she immediately had the imps around her lead the last 20,000 slaves affected by the abyss, who were still alive through the portal leading to the center of the Bitter Sea Desert. There, the abyss seed, which had begun to gradually resemble an abyssal tunnel, eagerly awaited their arrival. As more and more living beings were sacrificed to the seed of the abyss, various strange phenomena gradually began to appear on the trial continent. For example, some trees began to wither unnaturally, and some mortals with high perception began to hear certain whispers from other worlds. The most outrageous thing is that a black spot appeared in the sky above the trial continent that was invisible to the naked eye, but could be seen by arcane mages through the magic network system. And all these extraordinary phenomena will reach a new peak today. I surrender. I lost. The king of the Principality of Buck, led by his only remaining loyal servants, emerged from the half-ruined Buck Castle. The deposed king raised his head, glanced at the castle behind him that had been passed down for generations, and burst into tears. But no matter what, he still managed to maintain his last shred of dignity. He successfully sided with the tide of events before his subordinates were about to launch a complete rebellion and kill him, preventing his enemies from utterly destroying the symbol of his family. Upon seeing the king of the Stag Kingdom surrender, the countless warriors surrounding the castle erupted in an astonishing cheer. The cheers resounded throughout the entire royal city. However, it is worth noting that a large portion of these soldiers were not professional soldiers. Many of them were ordinary people, such as farmers, merchants, and craftsmen. But in this war, they bravely took up arms and fought against their enemies. However, they were not fighting against the so-called invaders, but against their own king and his henchmen. Thinking of this, the king of the Stag Kingdom gritted his teeth in hatred and looked across the street with extremely venomous eyes. There, amidst a tidal wave of cheers, a goddess, protected by knights who had evolved into silver moon knights, slowly approached the Stag King. Today, Suingxue wore a pure white dress, a crown woven from wisteria blossoms, and held a golden scepter, looking both sacred and beautiful. Despite her sacred status, she did not give off a sense of distance that kept strangers at bay. Instead, countless citizens crowded around her, praising her, and she responded with a smile, showing no air of superiority. "May your light endure forever, my lord." "Thank you. It was your pastor who saved our family and rescued us from the plague. I offer you my loyalty and will forever be devoted to your greatness." Countless people swore allegiance to the lord who had recently invaded their homeland, and some even more fanatical people wanted to join the lord's army on the spot and serve her directly. The reason they acted this way was because Suingxue not only showed extreme restraint when attacking the royal city, but also never harmed the innocent. Moreover, after the city fell, she took the initiative to implement benevolent policies towards these highly vigilant new subjects. She not only provided food for the starving and freezing citizens, but also had her paladins and priests provide free treatment for the sick, and even took the initiative to send troops to maintain order in the areas under her control. This was clearly a brutal siege, but the attacking side was more concerned about the lives of civilians and took the initiative to maintain order in the city. Therefore, compared to the previous King Xionglu, who always used harsh methods to manage his people and frequently conscripted able-bodied men, Suingxue's approach was clearly more popular. Although the Buck King's army still numbered in the tens of thousands, these soldiers, who had already learned from their families about the disparity in strength between the two lords, all defected to Suingxue's side within a few days. Although his allies were increasing, even reaching as many as 17 during the final siege. But almost all the civilians who received care and treatment from Suingxue were willing to fight for this new lord. Therefore, the combined army of these lords was no match for Suingxue's rapid troop deployment, which was almost in units of tens of thousands, and they fled in panic. Not to mention that Ms. Charles has now reached level 10 and is fully equipped with hero gear of gold quality or higher. She can spot kill any enemy hero at any time if she wants and then escape unscathed. Therefore, Suingxue has done her best in the way that the strong protect the weak gather around the strong, and the strong become even stronger. Having just conquered the city of the Stag, the vast majority of her subjects have already begun to pledge their allegiance to her. After imprisoning the king of the Stag and preparing to recruit, try, or sacrifice him later, Suingxue, as the new ruler, entered the Stag castle to begin her new reign. I'm going crazy. But as soon as no one was around, Suingxue, who had been like a goddess descending to earth, lay down in the chair, put her legs on the table, and couldn't help but sigh. "We've finally captured this crucial city. I was almost exhausted these past few days." Seeing this, Li Sino, who was following behind Suingxue, rolled her eyes and patted her head. "What? You're tired? I'm the one who's clearly tired. Every time, it's you who sets the policy and I who carry it out. If anyone's tired, shouldn't it be me who's tired?" Hee. Suingxue chuckled, scratching her head. "I'm mentally exhausted. But in any case, We have now occupied the entire Principality of Bucks and have accomplished our initial goals without destroying the vast majority of our production facilities. Suingxue said seriously. Next, with the entire Principality of Bucks as our logistical base, we can use our abundant resources to upgrade and develop our territory. At present, I think our highest priority should be to upgrade to the Third Era and strive to build the God-level sculptures and the Arcane Council. Then, with the technology of the Third Era, we can optimize the Faith and Arcane branches. Once we take this step, we can simultaneously gather a large force in the Golden River Valley to compete with Li Qi for control of the valley, while sending small groups of troops to the icy plains in the north of the continent to trade with the barbarian tribes scattered in small tribes, or wage wars of annexation. Thinking of this, Suingxue looked at the map again and added more. Oh right, I almost forgot. While we have plenty of resources now, Li Sino, you should quickly upgrade the remaining Silver Knights to Silver Moon Knights. However, just as Li Sino plugged her ears and stood aside listening to Suingxue read out the follow-up plan. Thump. Suddenly, the door to the Lord's room was flung open. Before Li Sino could even raise the rapier at her waist, she discovered that the one who had barged in was none other than the arcane mage, Mishar. However, this powerful arcanist's face was frighteningly pale at this moment. Miss Charles, what happened? Suingxue raised her head and looked at Ms. Xiaer with concern. Miss Charles, panting heavily, pointed out the window with a look of horror. Lord, it's in the sky. The sky? What happened in the sky? Li Sino and Suingxue opened the window and looked outside. But neither of them saw anything. While the two women were still wondering what Miss Charles had seen, these two outsiders, both possessing the status of lords, suddenly found their world shattered. Everything shattered into pieces, like broken glass. However, this statement is not entirely accurate. From a materialist perspective, the world they lived in had not changed. Nothing had been destroyed. The item that just shattered at level 10 was something they both possessed. It's just the interface of the Heavenly Dao system. Chapter 82: The Crack in the Sky. Aya! My eyes are blind. The instant the system interface shattered, Li Sino panicked and covered her eyes, screaming wildly. Clearly, the feeling of suddenly losing all vision and being plunged into darkness is unbearable for most people. However, compared to Li Sino, Suingxue was noticeably calmer. She didn't believe that two people could go blind at the same time. But to prevent Li Sino from doing anything foolish, she turned around, grasped the location of Li Sino in her memory, and forced her to calm down. Sure enough, the darkness lasted for less than 3 seconds before all the images returned. The world is still the same world. It is neither broken nor has it become dark. Everything was as usual. However, when Li Sino and Suingxue, whose sight had been restored, looked up at the sky again, they were both stunned. No, it wasn't just the two of them. All the new lords participating in this lord trial across the entire trial continent were stunned. Just now, all the lords were blinded for 2 or 3 seconds at the same time. But after everyone finally regained their sight, they discovered a crack had appeared above his head without him even noticing. Looking upwards along this crack, one can see a faint, flickering dot. For some reason, these lords felt that this so-called point was like a wound in the world. As it flickers, the world I live in is dying little by little. However, unlike the pus and blood flowing from the wounds of ordinary things, what flows from the wounds of the world is the essence of the world itself, the core of the world. Near it and the rift from which it extends, everything that was originally normal is being rewritten, distorted, and contaminated into something chaotic and unknowable. Deeper within those chaotic and unknowable things lies a dark, unknown world on the other side, which is expanding rapidly. The existence of this rift is like a passage that tears through the dimensions of reality and illusion, brutally connecting the trial continent they are currently in with some unknown dark world. As this rift widens, the aura of that dark world is also infecting and transforming this world. Despair, helplessness, fear, rage, jealousy, resentment. Countless negative emotions flooded the world like a tidal wave. The desires hidden deep within the hearts of living beings began to be released little by little, and some originally normal and rational thoughts began to become chaotic. Even if such a change is only a little bit and is extremely difficult to detect in the early stages. But these changes are still real. Even the most obtuse lord could sense that some evil being was about to descend upon the trial continent. What is that thing? Lee Sino stared blankly, saying in disbelief. Although she was pretty sure she wasn't the only one who saw it, she still couldn't quite believe it. I have no idea. Su Yingshue's face turned pale, and she shook her head as well. In fact, she really didn't know what that thing was. Because this thing is something that even the gods in the clouds have never seen. This thing, after withering in the endless abyss, has not appeared in countless worlds. This period of time is so long that even the gods were not born in that era. In essence, this thing is a sign of a lower dimensional world forcibly linked to a mid to high dimensional world. At the same time, its existence is also a hunting mark that appears on the body of prey that is being targeted by the endless abyss. In short, without sufficient background knowledge, no matter how smart Su Yingxue is, she could not possibly know. But she learned something. That was a countdown that appeared on her newly restored Heavenly Dao system. When Su Yingxue curiously clicked on the countdown on the Heavenly Dao system, she finally got a clue as to why this rift had appeared. The trial continent's destruction countdown is on. Warning, a certain lord has completed the initial construction of the Abyss Seed, an era-defining structure. The entire trial continent is about to enter the Abyss Era. Warning, once the trial continent fully enters the Abyss Era, the coordinates of the trial continent will disappear, and this Lord Trial will end immediately. Warning, the Abyss Era is a reversible process. It can be reversed by completely destroying the Abyss Seed structure located at the following coordinates. Seed of the Abyss coordinates, XXX.XXX. The current remaining time is 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 7 seconds. Su Yingxue first looked at the prompt from the Heavenly Dao system, then immediately summoned the map and entered the coordinates given by the system. After entering the coordinates prompted by the system, Su Yingshue's eyes glazed over as she received the result. Because the area indicated by the coordinates is in the Bitter Sea Desert. That area was Wu Wei's sphere of influence. Wu Wei is the mastermind behind all of this. He actually tried to drag the entire trial continent into an endless abyss of darkness. This will inevitably trigger a war of unprecedented scale. A war that will decide the life and death of the entire continent. Chapter 83 Hidden Schemes. Has Wu Wei gone mad? Lee Sino looked at the countdown on the Heavenly Dao system panel and said, does he even know the consequences of doing this? He will be united by all the lords of the entire trial continent and torn to pieces alive. Hearing Lee Sino say this, Su Yingxue finally recovered from her daze and calmly replied. Of course he knew the consequences of doing so. So from now on, we must be careful. Wait, you mean us? Lee Sino wondered if she had misheard. Because what Su Yingxue just said seemed to be that they needed to be careful, and the main focus was on the two of them, not Wu Wei. Why should we be the ones to be careful? Shouldn't we be wary of Wu Wei? In response to Lee Sino's question, Su Yingxue replied decisively. Because Wu Wei must know very well that he alone cannot win this war head-on, so he will definitely choose some unconventional means to help himself win this war against the entire trial continent. Unconventional methods, for example? I have no idea. Su Yingxue shook her head, but then said firmly. But I'm certain that Wu Wei's methods will be far more terrifying than we imagine. On the other side, just as Su Yingxue had thought. My lord, I have already cultivated the plague you desired. In the former dwarven capital city, which has now been completely transformed into a city of plague. Mara, the plague bringer, emerged from her brother's body and bit a white egg in her mouth. Mara's brother then carried the egg to Wu Wei. My lord, as you requested, this new type of plague will become the most contagious of all the plagues I possess. Furthermore, I have also achieved what you requested, the ability to spread to other small organisms. Its transmission routes can be as many as 14, and basically any form of contact can cause organisms to become infected with this plague. After saying this, Mara shrank back into Hell's body, seemingly unaccustomed to the outside air. But I must remind you that, due to the overemphasis on transmissibility, the mortality rate of this new plague has dropped significantly. Wu Wei glanced at Hell and asked, "In that case, what will the final mortality rate be?" "It's probably between 30% and 60%, and many stronger creatures are completely immune to this new plague." Mara was clearly a little embarrassed when she mentioned this number. Of all the plagues she herself spawned, this was one of the lowest in terms of mortality. However, Wu Wei was very satisfied with this number. 30% to 60%? That's enough, little Mara. You did a good job. Hearing her lord's praise, the shy Mara laughed through the holes in Hell's body. "However, my lord, I have a question for you." "Ask away." "Why did you specifically request this particular plague protozoan?" "Although it is highly contagious, it is clearly less effective than other types of plagues in eliminating enemies. I guess that you wanted to use disease to disrupt the operation of the entire trial continent and eliminate as many enemies as possible. So why didn't you choose other more effective plagues instead of this one?" In response to Mara's questions, Wu Wei offered his own answer. "Because we only have one chance to unleash a large-scale plague. All the lords already know that I have the ability to create plagues, so they will definitely be very wary of this. Although the highly lethal plagues you mentioned can kill a large number of enemies, their spread does not meet our requirements. Once a lord discovers that such a deadly plague is raging in his territory, he may take extreme measures to eliminate the infected people and thus stop the spread of the plague. They might even unite to stop the spread of this plague. And in doing so, we have wasted this last chance to unleash a large-scale plague. That's why I made you abandon those highly lethal plagues and instead cultivate this new plague that is highly contagious, but has a slightly lower mortality rate. The main purpose of this new plague is not to kill the enemy. Killing enemy soldiers is merely a secondary objective. My true aim is to plunge all the Lord's territories on this continent into widespread chaos due to this plague. Only a new type of plague with such extreme infectivity can create as much chaos as possible across the entire trial continent. Because it can inflict widespread damage on enemy civilian units, which are precisely the cornerstones that those lords use to wage war. In the history of ancient humans, there was a plague similar to this new type of plague, and their mortality rates were also very similar. Although it was not as deadly as many diseases in later generations, it took away more lives than those diseases. It was even because of its emergence that a dark period occurred in the history of humankind. People at that time were so terrified that they treated it as some kind of demonic curse or witch's magic. And it is also the undisputed king of plagues in the history of ancient humans. Upon hearing this, Mara finally understood her lord's thoughts. "I understand, my lord." Mara spoke in a weak voice through the hole. "I will strive to carry out your will, and I will work hard to spread this new plague across the entire continent." After saying that, Mara and Hel took the fly egg back from Wu Wei's hand and returned to their nest to nurture the initial pathogen. In less than a day, this new plague will begin in Wu Wei's territory and gradually infect the entire trial continent. The entire trial continent remains completely unaware of this. Those creatures who are busy all day long could never have imagined that this new type of plague would accompany them through the entire war in the future. Call. Wu Wei breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Hel and Mara leave. One plague alone is not enough. With the countdown to the next 20 days underway, Wu Wei is making every effort to prepare. He knew that as time went on, the counterattack forces across the entire trial continent were rapidly gathering strength. Once their strength reached a certain level, his plan to drag the trial continent into an endless abyss would completely fail. So Wu Wei looked toward the abyss hatching pool in the abyss. Over there, countless cocoons of demons are hatching. Chapter 84 Bloodline Evolution. Click. Click. As this batch of demon cocoons hatched, a new batch of lesser demons appeared in the endless abyss. In fact, it's not just them. Along with them hatched a host of other demons, including the Winding Demon, the Stone Statue Demon, and the Inferior Demon. Once these demons have hatched, they will, as Wu Wei has set out, travel through several portals in the abyss to different areas, appearing just like before. But in reality, the demons that appeared today are different from those that were born before. This is because the newly hatched demons possess bloodline abilities. Since Wu Wei has already built the first era building called Seed of the Abyss, although the Seed of the Abyss is currently still in its embryonic stage and has not yet reached its complete form in 20 days. However, this unique architecture of the era has already begun to provide enhancement capabilities to all the demons under Wu Wei's command. However, unlike the enhancements provided by other Lord's era buildings, the Seed of the Abyss provides demons with an enhancement called Bloodline Evolution. It is worth noting that although this special ability called Bloodline Evolution sounds like it can evolve a unit into a higher level unit, such as an imp upgrading to a lesser demon, it is not actually like that. Because there are absolute barriers between the different types of demons. Unless a little devil evolves into something like the imp mistress, no matter how they mutate through bloodline evolution, they will only ever be little devils. In short, bloodline evolution can enhance the power of all demons, including lesser demons, without changing their species. For example, the little demon that Wu Wei is currently observing has successfully acquired a bloodline ability called the Secondary Heart after it has hatched. This little devil, possessing the Secondary Heart bloodline ability, is completely different from any other little devil in terms of physical structure. In the empty space of his chest cavity, a small heart similar to his original heart grew. After this small heart grew, this little devil gained almost half the life regeneration and half the stamina of a normal little devil. Although this ability doesn't make this little devil much stronger than his companions, he is still just a little devil. The other lesser demons and all the other demons also gained this ability called Bloodline Evolution and received enhancements in other aspects. However, such bloodline evolution is completely random and chaotic. While all are demons, some demons gain enhancements such as growing scales to increase their defensive capabilities, while others undergo physical transformations, becoming more agile. Among this batch of demons, a few were absolutely lucky. This is because the bloodline evolution abilities they acquire are often perfectly matched with their racial attributes. For example, a certain stone demon gained the ability to rapidly heal its flesh. This ability allowed it, with its hardened skin, to survive longer on the battlefield. Another serpentine demon also possessed outstanding bloodline evolution abilities. With a lower body resembling a snake, his bloodline evolution ability allows him to transform his fingers into bone blades sharper than knives. This ability allows him to silently eliminate his prey within the army, without relying on other weapons. Good. Seeing that this batch of demons had finished hatching, Wu Wei nodded in satisfaction. Although bloodline evolution ability is very unstable, it often results in very small enhancements. At the same time, although the chance of bloodline evolution that greatly enhances the host's abilities is very small, so small that only 1 or 2 demons out of thousands of demons will have such a degree of enhancement. However, Wu Wei's advantage lies in the sheer number of demons under his command. As more and more demons are hatched, the upper limit of bloodline evolution ability actually becomes higher. In other words, given such a large number of them, rare, even uncommon, bloodline enhancement abilities must also appear in Wu Wei's army. Given enough time and resources, Wu Wei will gradually acquire a large number of high-quality warriors. More importantly, this is just a bloodline evolution ability. The demons under Wu Wei's command can only enjoy the bonus brought by bloodline evolution once at present. Once Wu Wei passes the Lord's trial, he will establish a new Seed of the Abyss from another plane or world. These demons will then receive a new type of enhancement on top of their current bloodline evolution abilities. Moreover, according to the description of the Seed of the Abyss, there is no limit to the number of times the bloodline evolution ability can be performed. In other words, those seemingly weak individual demons in the Abyss actually each have unlimited potential for evolution. Many lords believe that they will become stronger and stronger as they enter the later stages of the lord's era, and their troops will also become stronger. However, in Wu Wei's view, the so-called enhanced troops and elite troops of these lords are simply no match for the demons under his command. Thinking of this, Wu Wei felt much more relaxed. With this batch of demons, who have already undergone their first enhancement, as a foundation, his path in war will be much smoother. Thinking of this, Wu Wei closed his snake-like crimson eyes and began to examine the data within his territory. It can be said that Wu Wei's territory was expanding rapidly every minute and every second. Wu Wei's current territory includes the Bitter Sea Desert and the Underground Kingdom, and all the resources within them are under his control. Moreover, near the surface entrance of the Underground Kingdom, Wu Wei's army, led by the Little Demon Queen and the Giant Demon, is constantly expanding outwards. As one blasphemous torch after another was lit, Wu Wei's power became increasingly consolidated. His current area of actual control has reached the top among all lords on the current trial continent. But it's still not enough. To withstand the backlash from the entire trial continent, I still need more and stronger power. Wu Wei opened his eyes and shook his head. Let's recruit some more heroes. Wu Wei looked at the Sin Temple, which had become increasingly magnificent due to several upgrades, and said this. Chapter 85: The Swallowing Sound in the Black Mist. Recruit new heroes. This is the last way Wu Wei can think of to quickly improve the strength of his territory. Given the current scarcity of resources, Wu Wei must be very careful with his money, even if he wants to purchase a few more giant demons. Therefore, while it is necessary to reserve some resources for unforeseen circumstances, Wu Wei, who has not yet conquered other territories, plans to use the souls and flesh of the fallen heroes obtained from the previous battles to recruit some new heroes. At least, these fallen souls and flesh and blood were the only rich thing for Wu Wei, who was poor to the extreme. I need to upgrade the Temple of Sin again, which will cost tens of thousands of resource points. Wu Wei arrived at the Temple of Sin and couldn't help but sigh. Unlike other lords who recruit their own heroic units and hero units, the only way for the Endless Abyss forces to increase their demon heroes is by upgrading the Temple of Sin. Although it may not sound as troublesome as other lords expanding their hero and spirit units, in reality, upgrading the Temple of Sin costs just as much as other lords do when it comes to increasing the number of hero units. More importantly, the hero units that the Temple of Sin provides to Wu Wei are random, while other lords can selectively recruit them. Although the Endless Abyss granted Wu Wei powerful hero units, whether it was the top-tier frontline Imp Mother Caroline, or the Plague Twins Hel and Mara. However, this so-called randomness remains a significant hidden danger in Wu Wei's mind. In short, Wu Wei always paid close attention to the timing of recruiting heroes. He only recruited hero units when resources were extremely abundant and when initial expenses were low. Therefore, Wu Wei often prefers to invest equal resources in his own army rather than in upgrading the Temple of Sin. But this time is different. Although both can expand power, this time, due to the temporary limit of army expansion and consumption, Wu Wei's only option to improve his strength again is to recruit hero units. After glancing at the black and red vortex above his head, Wu Wei reluctantly chose the upgrade option. Before long, as the resource points disappeared, the Temple of Sin in front of Wu Wei became noticeably more magnificent. After placing the flesh and souls needed to recruit heroes into the magic circle in front of the Temple of Sin, Wu Wei pressed the recruit option. Here we go. Wu Wei stared wide-eyed at the flesh and blood before him. And soon, just like the previous two times, when Wu Wei pressed the recruitment option, the flesh and blood in the magic circle began to change. However, it is different from the previous two times. This time, the flesh and blood in the magic circle did not fuse into a lump, nor were they turned into pus by some plague. The flesh and blood themselves remain unchanged. They themselves remain unchanged. What has changed is the air around the flesh and blood. Just as Wu Wei was still observing, a large amount of black mist suddenly appeared above these flesh and blood creatures. These black mists appeared out of thin air from a distorted point, directly enveloping all the flesh and blood within the entire magic circle. These black mists were so thick, so dark. Even though Wu Wei is currently the appointed Lord of the Abyss, he still cannot see anything else through these black mists. In Wu Wei's own memory, only the dark condensation within the abyss itself could be darker than this black mist. At the same time, a strange swallowing sound suddenly echoed within the magic circle. Moreover, the sudden swallowing sound was extremely loud. Wu Wei even suspected that a huge monster was hiding in the black mist. However, as the swallowing sounds continued, the black mist began to disappear little by little. However, the black mist disappeared from the outside in. As the black mist gradually receded inward, more and more gaps appeared in the magic circle. Wu Wei clearly saw that the flesh and blood that were originally piled up in this huge magic circle had completely disappeared in the gap. It disappeared completely, without leaving a trace. Neither the blood-stained mud nor the shredded flesh remained in the gaps of the magic circle. In contrast, the swallowing sounds from within the black mist grew louder and louder. Even the swallowing sound made by the monster, as the pieces of flesh disappeared, turned into a huge roar of extreme dissatisfaction. He seemed to be in a state of discontent, dissatisfied with the current shortage of flesh and blood. Finally, after countless roars, the black mist gradually disappeared. At the same time, Wu Wei also received a notification from the Heavenly Dao system. Wu Wei was finally able to see the full picture of this new hero unit. However, Wu Wei was even more surprised this time than when he recruited heroes before. This is a sword. You have drawn a new race hero. The Blood Driver Hendrix. A single-edged long sword, about 1.5 meters long, with countless chains wrapped around its hilt, was stuck alone in the center of the magic circle. The single-edged longsword has a bluish-black exterior, but a series of black and red abyss patterns are engraved on its bluish-black blade. At the center of this pattern is a strange eye symbol with a red dot pupil engraved in pure black and red. Just as Wu Wei was observing the eye symbol suddenly came to life. It suddenly turned its central red pupil, looking at the world with eyes more ferocious than any demon. However, just as it was looking around, trying to figure out where it was, it suddenly noticed Wu Wei and the Abyss Codex in Wu Wei's hand. In an instant, its eyes became clear. The previous tyranny vanished, replaced by a fawning gaze. Then a voice, transmitted directly through mental power, entered Wu Wei's mind. "Oh, praise be to you, the new Lord of the Abyss. Thank you for rescuing poor Hendrix from endless darkness and bringing him back to this sweet real world. I, Hendrix, the Blood Driver, will serve as your most loyal subject, bringing you 10,000 victories of slaughter." This sword spoke. Chapter 86 Blood Driver Hendrix. Can this sword talk? This was Wu Wei's first reaction upon seeing Blood Driver Hendrix. Although Wu Wei had witnessed countless bizarre events and seen countless monsters born on his territory under the drive of the Abyss. But in any case, this was the first time he had ever seen a hero like Hendrix. Seemingly sensing Wu Wei's thoughts, Hendrix once again transmitted his voice into the mind of the Abyss Lord. "Oh, my Abyss Lord. Please don't be confused by my current look. Right now, I am merely in a sealed state. My true physical body does not look like this." Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Wu Wei was stunned for a moment. A sealed state. It was at this moment that Wu Wei noticed the attributes of the Blood Driver Hendrix. This hero he just recruited not only has a unique appearance, but his attributes and skills are also in a class of their own. Blood Driver Hendrix. Hero level, 1 experience, 0 out of 500. Hero attributes: Strength 0, Intelligence 0, Stamina 0, Perception 0, Agility 0, Charisma 0. Health 0, Mana 0. Physical Defense 0, Magic Defense 0. Physical Attack Power 121. Hero Skill 1, Demonic Parasite. Demonic Parasite, Active Skill. Skill Effect: Hendrix, sealed within the demonic sword, can possess any unit excluding special units such as heroes and spirits, parasitizing it and making it a part of himself. Units infected by Hendrix will have double the base attributes, health, and mana, and will retain their original skills and equipment. The death of the host will prematurely end the demonic parasitic state. Hero Skill 2, Bloodthirsty 1. Thirsty for blood, passive skill. Skill effect. The host possessed by Hendrix will inflict an additional 22 points of bleed damage on all their attacks. This skill can stack up to 5 times and lasts for 10 seconds. Furthermore, the bleed damage inflicted by this skill will provide an equal amount of healing to Hendrix's host. Hero Skill 3, The Price of Blood. Blood Price, passive skill. Skill effect. The parasitized host will gain an additional 20% speed, but each swing of Hendrix will deal 40 damage to himself, and this damage cannot be reduced in any way. Hero Skill 4, Berserk Bloodlust. Raging Bloodlust, active skill. Skill effect. Hendrix can store up to 240 points of health in the host's body and then release it, dealing 480 points of damage to the enemy. Loyalty, 100 permanent. Other skills, not yet unlocked. Other attributes, omitted. Review. The demon sword Hendrix yearns to see his brother, the evil eye, and then to personally exact revenge. That's really strong. Wu Wei stared wide-eyed as he carefully examined Hendrix's data. It must be said that although Blood Driver Hendrix has a strange appearance, his strength is undeniably powerful. First, there's his first skill, Demonic Parasite. With this skill, Hendrix is practically invincible as long as he is on the battlefield. As long as there are enemies or teammates on the battlefield, he can parasitize them without limit. More importantly, any unit that is corrupted and parasitized by Hendrix will gain double the attribute values. If it is a certain elite unit, then these parasitized units will instantly surpass the strength of some low-tier heroes. Someone like him is practically impossible to eliminate. Secondly, there's Hendrix's Bloodthirsty skill. This skill grants its host additional damage and recovery abilities. Although it may not seem to restore much health at once, it is important to note that this skill means that all of the host's attacks will cause additional bleeding damage, and there is no limit to the number of times this damage will occur. This means that if Hendrix possesses a host with area of effect damage, he will continuously draw blood from enemies in all directions. The amount of health points that this host can recover will also be increased by a huge order of magnitude. Furthermore, with this skill, the blood cost skill that Hendrix applies to the host doesn't consume as much energy as it seems. As for the final Berserk Bloodlust skill, it is simply a burst damage skill. However, this skill's damage was the highest that Wu Wei had seen in the early stages. That's exactly the type of hero I want. This time, Lady Luck smiled upon Wu Wei, because the hero drawn by the Temple of Sin was exactly the type he wanted most. Hendrix's skills all seemed to perfectly suit Wu Wei's war needs. At this critical moment, he desperately needed combat power, and indeed, he acquired an extremely powerful warrior. My lord, are you satisfied with my abilities? Within the magic circle, Hendrix, who had transformed into a demonic sword, narrowed his eyes and looked at the Abyss Lord not far away. The cunning man knew very well that nothing was more important than first impressions. Judging from the appearance of the Lord in front of him, he must be very satisfied with his abilities. Very satisfied. Wu Wei nodded. However, at this moment, Wu Wei suddenly noticed something. That is, Hendrix appears to be unable to move on his own. Since he was sealed within the demonic sword, he needed a suitable vessel, or rather, a host, to carry him in order to move. So Wu Wei immediately summoned a little demon and brought it to the side of the magic sword Hendrix, making it the first vessel for him to enter the real world. Although the demon sword Hendrix didn't particularly like possessing such weak and powerless trash. But out of respect for the Abyss Lord, he still acted with overwhelming gratitude before wrapping the chain on his sword hilt around the poor little demon. This was also the first time Wu Wei had observed Hendrix's parasitic method. Contrary to his expectations, The parasitic method of the demon's sword Hendrik relied on his chains. As the black chains wrapped around the imp, Hendrix's true form was tightly bound to the imp's right arm. Because Hendrix's true form was much larger than the imp, it automatically adjusted the size of its own form to fit into the new body. It gradually shrank, transforming into something like a short sword, and wrapped itself around the little demon's body again. At the same time, the little demon's soul was instantly devoured by him, and its gradually whitening pupils, in the instant its soul was consumed, became the pupil shape on Hendrix's sword. The little devil possessed by Hendrix opened its mouth and revealed an evil smile. Then, it spoke in Hendrix's cold, tyrannical voice. "I have finally escaped that cage." Hendrix gave Wu Wei a smile. "Great Abyss Lord, I can't wait to unleash a massacre under your leadership. A bloody massacre taking place in this sweet, real universe teeming with souls and flesh." Chapter 87 Beneath the Abyss. Oh, a sweet, realistic universe? At this moment, Wu Wei suddenly remembered. The words used by blood driver Hendrix are escape and cage. And he's not the only one saying that. From Caroline, the little imp matriarch recruited by Wu Wei, to the plague twins Hel and Mara, they have all said similar things. According to Wu Wei's understanding, these demon heroes seem to have lived in some boundless dark corner before responding to his recruitment and coming to this world. The demons had differing opinions about the darkness. The imp matriarch's attitude towards that darkness was one of annoyance and disgust, while Hel, the pure sun, was somewhat indifferent, seemingly neither liking nor disliking it. As for the adorable little Mara, she absolutely loves the darkness and doesn't want to return to the real world. She just wants to stay there. But what about Hendrix, the blood driver? His attitude toward that darkness was another extreme. It loathed and hated that darkness. He even used the word cage and viewed his return to the real world as an escape. This complex contrast in attitudes naturally piqued Wu Wei's curiosity. He was very curious about what kind of dark place it was that could cause such a large difference in the attitudes of these heroes. He was also curious about what these demons had experienced in the past. Hendrik. Still immersed in the joy of escaping the cage and returning to the real world, Hendrik heard Wu Wei call his name and immediately knelt down in front of Wu Wei, speaking very respectfully. "Yes, great Lord of the Abyss, are you summoning me?" "Yes, I have some questions I'd like to ask you." "Please ask me anything. As long as I know it, I will tell you everything without reservation." Wu Wei glanced at Hendrik's right hand, which was the sword that Hendrix had transformed into, and then said, "I want to know, before you answered my call, where did you, the imp matriarch Caroline, Hel, Mara, and the others live? And where's the darkness you speak of?" Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Hendrik immediately replied, "Down below, my lord." Under. Wu Wei frowned. What kind of answer was that? Hendrix knew that his answer would not satisfy the Abyss Lord, so he quickly added something. "That's right, my lord, I was referring to the area below. My brothers and sisters and I live down there." "You mean underground?" Wu Wei glanced at the soles of his feet and continued to ask. "No, what I mean by below is the very bottom of the legendary Endless Abyss, which is also the lowest point where all worlds converge. It is pure darkness, a place of pure silence, and also the end of all causal lines. I have been down there until I answered your call. But if you were to tell me exactly where I am in that area." Hendrix lowered his head and said humbly and apologetically, "I'm sorry, my lord, I really can't tell you where that place is, because I myself don't know how to get there or how to enter it. I've been staying there ever since I returned to the real world last time and followed the Abyss Lord in defeat." Suddenly, Hendrix revealed an unexpected piece of information. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. "Wait, the other Abyss Lords? Defeated? When was that? Who is he? And are there other lords in the entire Endless Abyss?" Hendrix kept his head down. "Yes, my lord. There used to be at least 16 lords in the Endless Abyss, but they're no longer there. I can only sense you. Because those previous lords, they are all long dead and..." Blood driver Hendrix said slowly. I have no way of telling you their names or who they are, because the endless abyss has erased everything from them, including their names and memories. Can it erase names and memories? Wu Wei was taken aback. However, Hendrix continued speaking. Moreover, in that darkness, the passage of time is meaningless, which is why I call that darkness a cage. We cannot escape from there, nor will we be harmed there, and we will even receive some nourishment in that darkness. It was a region woven together by space and time, and the nature of that darkness was so profound that I could not even comprehend it. So I must admit that I can't even tell you the timeline of everything about the other lords before me, because I don't know how long I was in the dark. The only thing I know is that, after such a long time, your appearance has given me the opportunity to return to the real world again. Is that so? Wu Wei nodded. Did you communicate with the little devil matriarch Caroline and the plague twins in that darkness? Hearing Wu Wei say this, Hendrik nodded. Of course, we know each other. However, we communicate very little because we are not allies in the same camp most of the time, and we are even enemies to each other. And Hendrix looked up and glanced at Caroline, the imp matriarch who had passed through the portal back to the abyss, received a new batch of imps, and then passed through the portal again to other areas. Our current situation is actually very different from before, so we rarely need to communicate with each other. After all, the flow of time we experience is completely different. Hendrix was telling the truth. The heroes under Wu Wei's command rarely, if ever, interacted with each other. Although Caroline, the little devil mistress, had protested to Wu Wei about the plague twins using too many lesser demons for their plague experiments, it was merely a complaint between Caroline and Wu Wei. Even though she hated that her children were being used as experimental subjects, Caroline never directly confronted the plague twins. The plague twins never initiated any communication with their imp matriarch, Caroline, for any reason. This interesting phenomenon was overlooked by Wu Wei, who was focused entirely on the war. It wasn't until Hendrix brought it up that Wu Wei suddenly realized what had happened. What were you like before, as well as the little devil mistress Caroline and Helmera? Chapter 88 Their Past. The Old US? To be honest, although we've met before, this is the first time we've served the same lord. Hendrix scratched his host's head with the blade of his sword, drawing some blood. Let me start with the little devil matriarch Caroline. She has changed the most, especially in terms of her figure. I remember meeting her during that war some time ago. Back then, she wasn't nearly as petite as she is now. Mini? Wu Wei's eye twitched involuntarily when he heard this adjective. If this enormous body, which is over 10 meters tall, can be considered miniature, then there is no such thing as being slender in this world. However, Wu Wei soon realized he was wrong. I remember that the little devil mistress Caroline was several thousand meters tall back then. Moreover, at that time, she could not only quickly produce a large number of little demons from her own body, but also use her own hormone poison mist to directly change the form of the little demons, causing them to mutate and possess various abilities. At that time, she was a living war machine. As long as she exists on the battlefield, the little devils will overwhelm us like a flood, and she herself is a near immortal being. Hendrix said so. As for the plague twins you mentioned, Mara and Hel, although I haven't seen what these siblings look like now, I have already sensed their presence from the abyss. But unfortunately, they are much weaker than when I first met them. If they were at their peak, every breath of air we breathe and every sip of water we drink now would be filled with all sorts of bizarre plague factors. And it's not just the air. As long as they exist, even the earth will be contaminated by these plague twins. Because even lifeless earth can get sick and produce all sorts of plague-inducing creatures. Wu Wei blinked. This sounds quite different from the plague twins I already possess. As for me, I'm actually not much different from before. Hendrix said with a smile. However, in the past, I possessed complete skills, although they were also sealed. But the skills I had were several times greater than they are now. Moreover, at that time, I wasn't possessed by these little demons. The demon sword Hendrix lowered his head, glanced at the shabby, pitiful, and weak parasitic body, and said, I was quite selective about who I possessed. When there was no war, I mostly possessed the titans of hell. Those guys who are taller than mountains and have very sweet blood are the most suitable hosts for me to unleash my power. Well, Wu Wei was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the requirements of the Abyss hatching pool. Fortunately, his Abyss hatchery did indeed have the option to hatch the Hell Titans race. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford it. He really couldn't afford it. Because these Hell Titans, marked as level 82, cost 200,000 resource points and specially supplied giant flesh and blood. I want a Hell Titan too. But don't get me wrong, if Wu Wei really possessed a Hell Titan, he wouldn't be so extravagant as to offer it as a sacrifice to Hendrix. Because of the high cost of these troops, he could use them to completely change the landscape of the entire war zone, no, the entire trial continent. Seemingly noticing Wu Wei's thoughts, Hendrix quickly added, "Great Abyss Lord, please don't worry about these things. We are now merely weakened along with the endless abyss that you represent. Because I can see that the abyss is now recovering. As the endless abyss gradually recovers and you grow stronger, there is a high probability that we will return to our former glory. All you need is time and experience." Surprisingly, Hendrix, who appeared with an extremely ferocious look in his eyes, seemingly wanting to kill everything, was actually quite human. This was also something that surprised Wu Wei. "So, Great Lord of the Abyss, do you have any other questions?" Hearing Hendrix say that, Wu Wei also came to his senses. Of course he has many problems. Only. Wu Wei raised his head and glanced at the eternally spinning vortex in the sky, silently suppressing all the questions and curiosity in his heart. He knew very well that although he had countless questions he wanted answered, simply answering those questions was of no practical significance. Because understanding these issues will prevent one from expanding their sphere of influence or improving their war-fighting capabilities. Therefore, instead of wasting his limited time trying to decipher everything in this strange dimension, Wu Wei might as well abandon these useless thoughts and focus all his energy on the wars he had started. No more for now. That's good. Hendrix smiled ingratiatingly at Wu Wei. Then may I ask, Great Abyss Lord? Now, can you let me join this war you are currently waging? Although I know this seems like I'm being too hasty, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself. Hendrix's eyes began to turn scarlet. Because I, in my lowly position, have been imprisoned in a dark cage for far too long, I'm so hungry. Thank you all for your tremendous support over the past year. I wish all my viewers a happy new year and smooth sailing. Chapter 89: A New Crisis. While Wu Wei was still recruiting new heroes, the entire trial continent was anything but peaceful. First, the lords who were originally vying for resources and territory began to fight each other even more frequently. More and more lands changed hands under the iron hooves of these lords, and many of these lands, which were of great strategic value, changed hands several times a day. There are two reasons why this might happen. One is that the vast majority of lords have completed their first era building and already possess advanced buildings and new types of advanced units for the new era. As a result, they gained a greater capacity for warfare and mobilization than ever before. Therefore, the intensity and scale of the war between lords have risen to a new level. The struggle on the trial continent has even destroyed most of the local indigenous forces, causing these barbarians, who originally existed in the form of countries and tribes, to be captured and enslaved by other lords in batches. The second reason was Wu Wei's provocation. The moment the Seed of the Abyss was completed, all the lords discovered the anomaly in their heavenly Dao system, and at the same time, they also discovered the strange 20-day countdown after the heavenly Dao system was restored. It was this 20-day countdown to death that drove these lords to become increasingly fanatical and obsessed with bringing more resources into their own territories. What? You're asking why these lords, knowing that Wu Wei would stop the lord trial in 20 days, didn't form a large army to directly attack Wu Wei? The reason is simple. Benefit. For many lords who were already ranked in the middle or lower ranks of the school, the campaign against Wu Wei offered absolutely no benefit whatsoever. Note that the lords mentioned here are those ranked in the lower half of the hierarchy. Their strength was insufficient to continue plundering for another 20 days during the Lord's trial. Their only goal is to complete this Lord's trial. As for the final reward of the Lord's trial, they never intended to compete for it. That's a reward for the strong, not for them. And they are well aware of this. Due to the unique nature of the Lord's trial, the later stages of this trial will become a winner-takes-all game. Therefore, instead of wasting time engaging in various grand battles with other lords in the later stages, they, having already set the bar low, decided to quickly gather the resource points needed to complete the Lord's trial within these short 20 days, and then return to their respective planes. Although 100,000 resource points are just the cost of one battle for powerful lords like Su Yingxue and Wu Wei. However, for these minor lords, it is the key to whether they can pass the Lord's test. So in a way, they were actually very grateful to Wu Wei. Because of his existence and his actions, most of the top lords focused their attention on him, ignoring the large number of small and medium-sized lords. These leading lords are already communicating and forming alliances to create a new army to attack Wu Wei's territory. This army will be so large that even Wu Wei will be unable to stop it. Only, Wu Wei never imagined that he would have to face this army head-on, and at least he would not engage in a direct confrontation with it until he was ready. What did you say, Su Yingxue? The edge of Su Yingxue's territory. Riding a white horse, Su Yingxue and Li Sino looked expressionlessly at the dozen or so lords in front of them. You actually oppose joining our alliance? Are you serious? You should know that the condition for recruiting you into our alliance is that you become the leader of our alliance, wielding the greatest power. These dozen or so lords are basically powerful lords whose spheres of influence are located on the east and south sides of the trial continent. All of these people present were also there to compete for the final rewards of the Lord's trial. Therefore, given their current common enemy, they are willing to set aside all prejudices, form an alliance, and try to recruit Su Yingxue. However, the reason they recruited Su Yingxue was not because they respected her or anything like that. They, who also considered themselves extraordinary, truly respected only the immense power that Su Yingxue wielded. In 20 days, Wu Wei will end the entire trial. Don't you want to stop him? A female lord wearing a white cloak questioned Su Yingxue. Unlike other lords, this female lord actually held Su Yingxue in some respect. No, I really want to stop him. Su Yingxue sighed, looked at the land she had conquered behind her, and said earnestly, "But as I've told you, I will not join any alliance. Even if you want me to become the leader of an alliance, I will not join your alliance." Why? Because my beliefs are different from yours. Su Yingxue said with a smile. Unlike Wu Wei's slightly wicked smile, Su Yingxue's smile looked very sincere and was also a little prettier. If I were to become the Lord, I would grant you absolute authority and treat your people as you would your own children. Can you do that? Many of the lords present couldn't help but frown. In fact, this is unlikely. Due to racial and historical factors, many of these lords still lived in slave societies. This is impossible, therefore, I will not form an alliance with you. Secondly, I know that you are planning to form a large army to attack Wu Wei, and I disagree with that. If the previous point was somewhat embarrassing for other lords, then what Su Yingxue said was pure nonsense. Have you gone mad too, Su Yingxue? If Wu Wei's evil plan really succeeds, then the territory you occupy on the trial continent will actually be lost. At that time, won't your people also be doomed? Or worse, if they survive, they'll be turned into demon slaves, you know. Within this alliance, Wu Wei shares a lot of intelligence. Therefore, these lords were well aware that Wu Wei's main civilian units were demon slave workers. And they naturally knew that the slaves who became demon laborers suffered treatment that was several times more cruel than that of ordinary slaves. Su Yingxue shook her head and continued. No, you still don't quite understand. I did not stop you from attacking Wu Wei. I simply believe that now is not a good time to attack Wu Wei. A good time? Yes, a good time. Su Yingxue answered the Lord's questions very patiently. Just because Su Yingxue and Wu Wei have a so-called private relationship, she will go easy on Wu Wei in this trial. On the contrary, Out of respect for Wu Wei, Suing Xue was the one among these countless lords who had the greatest awe for Wu Wei's strength. You should not be so hasty in gathering their army now. What you should do is prepare for a defensive counterattack. Because Wu Wei has not yet made a move, you must wait until he launches his attack before seeking an opportunity to form an alliance. Otherwise, haha, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself when I heard that. One of the lords couldn't help but laugh. Suing Xue, do you mean we should adopt a defensive counterattacking strategy? A defensive counterattacking strategy against Wu Wei? You don't even look at the size of our army, and then look at the size of his army. It's Wu Wei himself who should be playing a defensive counterattack. The lord was right. Judging from the size of the army alone, the combined forces they possessed were large enough to easily crush Wu Wei's forces. Although an army of this size cannot guarantee that all soldiers are of elite quality. But as I said before, these lords are among the most powerful of all. Even if their number of warriors is weak, they are still at least stronger than the ordinary warriors of ordinary lords. More importantly, at least half of these lords had purchased steam age weapons crafted by goblins and gnomes from Li Qi. In other words, although Li Qi no longer participated in the struggle for the Trial Continent and focused on researching technology in his own little corner of the world, he did not directly join their alliance. But he still made great efforts to strengthen this legion. If all the lords of such an army were to work together to forcefully conquer Suing Xue's territory, it would not be a big problem, let alone Wu Wei, whose ruling foundation was even weaker than Suing Xue's. Hearing these lords say such things, Suing Xue was at a loss for words. What about the plague? What about Wu Wei's plague abilities? Now that Wu Wei has already demonstrated his ability to spread the plague once, how are you going to defend against it? Like the demon slaves, Wu Wei's plague ability is no longer a secret. Don't be afraid, we have already taken precautions against those virulent plagues. Although our alliance is loose, after a series of discussions we have shared our pharmacists and potion resources, and they have prepared a large number of potions. Therefore, our logistics units always have enough defensive medicine for the soldiers to drink twice. Moreover, our priests are all fully charged and ready to unleash healing spells at any time. Wu Wei's plague ability, although impressive when it was first unleashed, is not enough to impress us, who are already prepared. Hearing this, Suing Xue didn't know what to say. In that case, then I can only wish you good luck. Suing Xue sighed helplessly and gestured for the lords who had come to the edge of her territory to return. Seeing Suing Xue's attitude, the lords had no choice but to leave. But after they left, Suing Xue suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Li Sino looked at her best friend, thinking she had gone crazy. I laughed because I saw a great opportunity to expand. A golden opportunity to seize vast territories without shedding a drop of blood. Suing Xue, however, had completely abandoned her past sincerity and innocence. Now, her eyes were filled with cunning. Trust me, Li Sino. Soon, you and I will have to prepare to compete with wild beasts for food. And at the same time, in the underground kingdom where Wu Wei was located, countless demons began to stir and started mobilizing for war. However, this time their target was the same as the plague released by Wu Wei. Their goal was everyone in the entire trial area. Chapter 90. The attack ends abruptly. On the edge of the former Duke of Sirius, now within Suing Xue's territory. Roar City. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. A group of civilians who had just finished their work entered the tavern and began coughing loudly. They coughed so hard that it made you wonder if they were coughing up their lungs. However, the people in the tavern paid no attention to the coughing. Because since yesterday, far too many people have developed the same symptoms, and the number is increasing. Ahem, Lena, have a drink. A dock worker shouted to Lena, who worked at the tavern. Soon after, Lena, dressed in revealing clothes, brought a glass of watered-down beer to the laborer. Here, this is for the drinks, cough, cough, cough. What made Lena frown was that this laborer, who usually took advantage of her every day under the guise of asking for alcohol, didn't have the slightest dirty thought today. While this may seem like a good thing, it is not actually the case. Although the laborers would grope Lena, this was the bulk of her tips. Amidst a chorus of coughs, the laborer seemed only interested in getting the wine as quickly as possible, then drinking it down to soothe his throat, which was throbbing from the coughing. What a disaster. Lena looked at the 5 copper coins in her hand and couldn't help but feel worried. If this disaster continues, I will go bankrupt very soon. Hopefully this cold will pass quickly. In fact, what happened in this tavern was just a microcosm. Starting from the edge of Wu Wei's territory, whether it's a forest or a river valley, whether in sparsely populated villages or bustling cities, the same plague has begun to break out. The plague broke out so quickly that in less than 2 days after Wu Wei released it, the entire Trial Continent was already infected by this plague, whose early symptoms were very similar to those of the common cold. However, just as Lena was feeling melancholy, a sudden and extremely noisy commotion arose outside the tavern. Before the people in the tavern could understand what had happened, a warrior bearing a scepter and a rose emblem walked into the tavern. Through this emblem, everyone immediately recognized that this was a soldier belonging to Suing Xue. You, and you, come with me out of the tavern and outside. The soldier pointed to everyone present who had coughed, including the laborer. What are you doing? What are you going outside for? It's so cold. Just as the diners were becoming increasingly nervous, the soldier began to explain. Don't you know yet? Our great Lord has decreed that all those who have been afflicted by the plague and are showing symptoms of a cold can receive free medicine from the nearby church. Those with more severe symptoms can receive the protection of the priests and have their illnesses cured. Hearing this, many people were stunned. Free medicine? How is that possible? You see, in the minds of these civilians, medicines that can cure diseases only exist in the military. Moreover, even in the military, not everyone can drink this kind of medicine that can cure diseases. Really? A bottle of potion must cost at least 1 silver coin, right? Yeah, something this expensive cough. Is it really being given to us for free? However, these doubts vanished instantly when the infected civilians arrived at the church and saw the medicine being distributed to them. The civilians, who became energetic immediately after drinking the potion, once again believed the rumor. That was their ruler, a true angel, a miracle walking among men. Thinking of this, many ordinary people were even more grateful for Suing Xue's act of saving them, and some even chose to convert to the new religion established by Suing Xue. In fact, Suing Xue saved them for this very reason. She is uniting faith. This female lord, who has taken the dual paths of magic and faith, decided to take advantage of the plague released by Wu Wei to accumulate a large number of faith fragments. In her view, nothing was a better opportunity to build her faith than a plague. That's why she directly gave a large amount of medicine to the civilians in her territory. But this seemingly generous act actually did not save many civilian lives. Because this is only the beginning of this wave of the plague. More diseases and symptoms are just beginning. What Suing Xue is facing is a bottomless pit. And following the plague came the invasion of the demon army. Attack. Sitting on the throne of the abyss, Wu Wei simultaneously issued the order to attack to the 3 demon armies under his control. These 3 demon armies were led by the Plague Twins, the Imp Mistress Caroline and Hendrix, respectively. Their 3 attacks also took completely different directions. The Plague Twins' attack direction is north, that is, towards Suing Xue's territory. Meanwhile, the young matriarch Caroline headed east, from which the territories of various lords stretched all the way to the sea. As for Hendrix, his direction of progress was somewhat unusual. His attack was directed towards the direction of the Allied army. Wu Wei's objective for him was to engage the Allied forces and prevent them from advancing into the Bitter Sea Desert. Although the military strength of the 2 sides seemed vastly different, Wu Wei still issued such an order. Moreover, Hendrix carried out the order, which was not much different from sending someone to their death, with great pleasure. Because Wu Wei and he both knew very well that he, the demon sealed in the demon sword, could not possibly die in the war. Moreover, the army that Wu Wei gave Hendrix was also the strongest. The 12 giant demons from before were all in his army. Therefore, Wu Wei's order was quickly carried out. The three demon armies were advancing rapidly in different directions. However, unlike before, Wu Wei's attack this time was the most frantic one he had ever made. Because the imp matriarch Caroline, heading east under Wu Wei's command, led countless imps and began to destroy every town they encountered, like pulling up radishes. Despite suffering heavy casualties under such attacks, Wu Wei's army never hesitated to launch an attack. City after city was reduced to scorched earth under the ravages of the demons. One after another, once prosperous lord bases were reduced to ruins amidst the roars of demons. Wherever these demons go, everything turns to death. The number of demons who died was equally staggering. Having captured just 4 towns and 3 lord bases, Wu Wei's army had already lost nearly 2/3 of its strength. Even so, Wu Wei's offensive was still astonishing. Even though the army suffered huge losses, his command was still flawless. Many solo lords wanted to use their superior military strength to directly thwart Wu Wei's offensive. However, they soon came to understand Wu Wei's terrifyingly ruthless methods of killing. Chaos and panic spread along with the plague released by Wu Wei in the eastern part of the Trial Continent. Moreover, this fear reached a new climax after Wu Wei used the resources he obtained to create a large number of reinforcements. Because the reinforcements sent by Wu Wei were no longer the lesser demons who had already died in large numbers, but the giant demons who had surpassed these lords by at least 2 eras. These terrifying demonic giants grinned as they drove one lord after another back to their homeland. These lords, who were already fighting their own battles, gradually came to realize a cruel truth without sufficient cooperation. That is, if they don't consider uniting, they will all be completely wiped out by Wu Wei. However, when they finally mustered the courage to prepare to form a new coalition, Wu Wei's attack came to an abrupt halt. The demons, who were frantically killing everyone just a moment ago, suddenly came to an abrupt halt. No, it's not just the demons along the way. The same situation applies to the demon armies in the Plague Twins and Hendrix. After a brief stop and silence, they suddenly began a rapid retreat. This strange situation made all the lords wonder what had happened on Wu Wei's side. In fact, Wu Wei's territory had indeed become a mess. Because a monster appeared in Wu Wei's territory, a monster Wu Wei never expected. Chapter 91: Resentment and Surprise. 10 hours before Wu Wei withdrew his troops. Thump, thump, thump. Hearing the loud footsteps coming from behind, Li Sino said in a somewhat distraught tone, "Oh my god, Suing Xue, Wu Wei's demon army has caught up again. My silver knights are really struggling to hold on. Please help them. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Hearing Li Sino say this, Suing Xue, who was directing other troops in the rear, was completely helpless. Li Sino, didn't you say you wanted to compete with Wu Wei? Why did you break down after only 2 hours? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly send your Paladin Legion to save my Silver Radiance Knights. Li Sino was almost crying. If this drags on any longer, not only will the city fall, but my entire knightly order will be wiped out. When Wu Wei's army first arrived in Suing Xue's territory, Li Sino was indeed full of confidence. At that time, she wasn't even full of confidence, she was arrogant to the extreme. Not only did she firmly reject Suing Xue's suggestion to hold the city, but even after Suing Xue explicitly told her not to leave the city, she still dispatched her Silver Knights to actively leave the city to obstruct Wu Wei's advance towards Ruerxing City. In Li Sino's view, his Silver Knights were a great counter to Wu Wei's army, which was mainly composed of foot soldiers. After all, the Silver Knights, an advanced variant of heavy cavalry, are special warriors with both increased movement speed and armor. Moreover, Wu Wei's army is best suited for cavalry charges across plains. As long as the heavy cavalry charges, Wu Wei's army will be shattered. Therefore, from any perspective, Wu Wei's Demon Legion has no chance of gaining an advantage over Li Sino. But everything changed when Li Sino actually got entangled with Wu Wei's demon army. Wu Wei's formation and thought process were so complex that Li Sino couldn't understand them. Even Wu Wei's soldiers puzzled Li Sino. despite the fact that these demons appeared to be in such a chaotic state under Li Sino's observation. However, under Wu Wei's forceful orders, they displayed a fighting instinct even stronger than that of professional soldiers. In their very first contact, Li Sino discovered that these soldiers had no fear. Even with the Silver Knight's charge right in front of them, the demons remained in a state of extreme excitement. Even though the Silver Knights had already crushed the first wave of demons, the subsequent demons ignored the casualties at the front and kept charging towards the unstoppable Silver Knights with their own flesh and blood. Even during this process, it was not uncommon for the demons in front to be used as human shields by the demons behind them and to be pushed forward to resist the charge from the knights. Wu Wei's warriors, like their lord, are inhuman monsters. Even more terrifying is that the weapons of these demon warriors, led by the Plague Twins, are also somewhat different from common weapons. Their weapons have all been plague-enchanted. These weapons, which Li Sinodox considered to be nothing more than scrap metal, no, even worse than scrap metal, could actually kill a Silver Knight in his prime with just a tiny wound. Moreover, Silver Knights who were injured by these weapons were basically beyond the saving of even battlefield priests. Unlike the plague that Wu Wei released voluntarily, these demons led by the Plague Twins are essentially real pathogens. The number of plague variants they possessed and in their vicinity was staggering to mortals. While relieving the torment of one disease, countless other plagues ravaged the bodies of these mortals. Therefore, when Li Sino realized this situation, she immediately ordered her Silver Knights to retreat and keep as far away from the enemy as possible. But at that very moment, Wu Wei's counterattack arrived. The moment the Silver Knights charged, the entire legion's formation was already shifting towards a U-shape. In other words, although Li Sino believed that his legion's charge had not penetrated very deep, in reality, these knights had already stepped one foot into Wu Wei's encirclement. If they lingered any longer, they would be plunged into a real battle. However, Li Sino is also excellent in combat command. Compared to Li Mingming back then, her biggest highlight is her decisiveness. Seeing that her retreat was shrinking, she stopped demanding an attack. Instead, she personally led her Silver Knights to turn around and launch a counter-charge in the direction they had come from. Now, even if Wu Wei wanted to launch an encirclement operation, it would be futile. After all, this area was a plain, not a swamp, so after a charge, Li Sino led his Silver Knights away from Wu Wei's army. But this is not the end, because Wu Wei is about to begin his pursuit. First is the Trent Demon. These cunning demons flying in the sky under Wu Wei's command swooped down in a near-suicidal attack, dragging one Silver Knight after another off their horses. These demons, like the demons on Earth, are all pathogens infected by the Plague Twins. Their goal was not to kill the Silver Knights directly. On the contrary, their goal was simple, to bring them down. Because during the forced march, any knights dragged off by the demon Loran would be caught up by the demons behind and brutally killed. Even more deadly is that, under Wu Wei's orders, this group of Loran demons specifically targeted high-value targets hidden within the army. For example, the chaplains accompanying the army, rare mages, and the captains of various squads. This is a process of continuous bleeding, and it is also a very cruel process. Just as Li Sino gritted her teeth and finally managed to pull her knights to a safe distance, preparing to officially deal with the group of Loran demons, the group of Loran demons flew away. It flew away. Li Sino gritted her teeth as she looked at the laughing Loran demons in the sky, almost grinding her teeth to powder. However, the situation for her warriors is not optimistic either. Many of the Silver Warriors have fallen ill with various diseases. She was originally supposed to go to another small town behind Rolchen. That was the safe zone Suing Shua had given. However, considering the distance between Rurkson City and another small town, many Silver Knights may not be able to make it through that distance. That's why Li Sino chose to enter the city first, to gather a large number of priests and pharmacists to heal his Silver Knight. But what she didn't expect was, shortly after she entered the city, Wu Wei surprisingly began to besiege it. Despite Wu Wei's army also suffering losses, he still chose to launch a forced attack on the city. Moreover, during this process, in order to maintain high physical strength, Wu Wei's army actually chose to have its soldiers devour each other before attacking the city. This terrifying scene chilled the hearts of the warriors belonging to Su Yingxue and Li Sino's side within the city. Even those who had witnessed the cruelty of war never imagined they would one day see such a hellish scene. Countless stench-emitting demons were torn to pieces and swallowed by their own demonic brethren right before their eyes. And their remaining foul-smelling entrails and excrement were not wasted at all. Because Wu Wei actually built an abyss portal outside the city gate right in front of Li Sino. Emerging from this indestructible portal are catapults crafted by demon artisans. Although the stones thrown by these catapults were completely unable to breach the walls of Urksun, Wu Wei's target was never the walls. His real goal was to use catapults to throw those foul-smelling entrails and sewage, teeming with all sorts of plagues, into the city of Urksun. Along with them came plague flies that parasitized these internal organs and the sewage. In less than a few hours, Urksun, a city that had barely escaped the plague once before, was once again feeling the power of the plague. This time, the types of plague that have struck may exceed the city's population itself. Just as Li Sino was preparing to defend the city to the death, trying her best to block Wu Wei's attack and waiting for Su Yingshue's reinforcements, the most devastating scene unfolded before her eyes. 5 or 6 newly created giant demons emerged from the portal. These futuristic demons, whose armor was even thicker than that of the Silver Knights, ignored the large number of archers and began to slowly breach the defenses of Urksun City, like machines. Their armor, fused with their flesh and blood, was beyond the reach of weapons of this era. Even the steam-powered cannons of the next age could only wound them. So, increasingly desperate, Li Sino finally began to call for Su Yingshue's help. Having messed things up once, she didn't want to completely mess everything up. After all, from the very beginning, Su Yingshue's task for her was not to confront Wu Wei head-on. Su Yingshue's task for her was to send the Silver Knights to stay behind Wu Wei's army. Because if Wu Wei were to decide to attack the city, Li Sino could successfully use his knights to restrain the legion and prevent him from attacking. This is the true purpose of this powerful heavy cavalry in Su Yingshue's eyes. However, due to Li Sino's resentment, the situation is somewhat different now. Not only did the Silver Knights suffer premature casualties, but their current situation is also quite dire. Wu Wei's demon army has surrounded the Silver Knights' encampment. These knights, who could have unleashed their full power on the plains, could only tremble with fear as they watched the demons outside from within the city. Well, Su Yingxue was speechless at her best friend's recklessness. However, she could still understand Li Sino, since she had never fought Wu Wei before, and it was normal for her to feel unconvinced. However, just as Su Yingxue had already mobilized her legion and was preparing to provide assistance, the message from Li Sino stunned her. Dear Xiaoxue, you don't need to come to help anymore. When Su Yingxue first heard this, she thought that Roar City had been breached and the Silver Knights were no longer worth saving. However, what Li Sino said next made Su Yingxue think she had misheard. Wu Wei's troops have withdrawn. Chapter 92 Legendary Lava Lord. Wu Wei passed through the portal and stared into thought as he looked at the charred demon corpses scattered on the ground before him. This is a real problem. It turns out that a true monster had suddenly appeared in the underground kingdom 10 minutes earlier, attacking Wu Wei's territory and clashing with the creature before him. This monster cannot even be considered a creature, because it does not have a flesh and blood body in the conventional biological sense. It's a fire elemental. However, unlike the fire elementals summoned by those elemental mages, the fire elemental that just appeared in Wu Wei's territory and wreaked havoc was the legendary lava elemental lord, the top of the fire elemental family. The strength of a single lava elemental lord is around the legendary level. It is a truly legendary creature. However, it should be noted that legendary here refers to ability, not monster level. In the Age of Lords, Legendary creatures and legendary lords refer to lords and creatures that possess legendary abilities, regardless of their rank. For example, some creatures, such as purebred unicorn cubs, are born at only level 1. However, because it possesses the legendary ability of the demon-slaying horn at level 1, even a level 1 unicorn cub is considered a legendary creature. The same applies to lords. Any lord who possesses legendary abilities will be recognized as legendary, regardless of their own level or the level of their territory. Therefore, this legendary lava elemental lord is a truly legendary creature because it possesses the legendary skill Heart of Fire. Its specific level is 56, a number that was even more devastating to Wu Wei than the word legend. In comparison, Wu Wei's strongest and the highest level unit he dared not recruit more of was the level 47 giant demon. The level difference between the two sides is 9 levels. In other words, while Wu Wei was wreaking havoc with troops that were at least 2 eras ahead of others, the legendary Lava Lord was wreaking havoc in his territory with abilities that were a generation ahead of Wu Wei. Moreover, the opponent is a legendary creature with legendary abilities. Looking at his several mines that had been completely burned down, and at the demonic slaves who had been scorched to ashes by the flames, Wu Wei felt as if his heart was bleeding. Because of the constant external warfare, Wu Wei was already poor. Now, the legendary lava lord that suddenly appeared in his territory and wreaked havoc has made his poverty almost lose the meaning of quotation marks. They became truly poor. However, that legendary lava lord did not appear out of thin air. Led by the little ghost mistress who had already returned, Wu Wei arrived near a huge cave entrance that was still burning. The depths of this opening point to an active volcanic region. Its extension points in the direction of the seat of the abyss. In other words, no wonder the system warned me that I would be besieged after all the things that happened in the abyss. Wu Wei scratched his head and said calmly, "So the siege I was subjected to came not only from those lords, but also from the hidden forces in the Lord trials." Hidden forces refer to some forces that are not very active in many planes during the Age of Lords, but do exist. As countless lords conquered outwards, conquering one plane after another, they often encountered special forces that did not exist among the regular forces. These were collectively known as hidden forces. However, these hidden forces vary in strength, and the difference in their upper and lower limits of ability is even greater than the difference in talent between people. A weaker hidden force is very likely a small, secluded village that possesses 1 or 2 special abilities. They were so weak that a lord might accidentally destroy them in a struggle with other forces. Stronger hidden forces might be the true rulers of a certain plane or world, or a shadow government. These stronger, hidden forces often pose a real obstacle to lords conquering different planes. Many lords often suffer defeats due to surprise attacks from these hidden forces. For example, there was once a lord who tried to conquer a human plane that seemed to be only at a medieval level, but he accidentally attracted the hidden vampire bosses in that plane. These hidden vampire bosses are a branch family of one of the top 10 families in the vampire world, and this plane is their garden world for retirement and rest. They secretly control this plane using their own abilities, and then immerse themselves in a near-endless hibernation. So, once that lord's iron hoofs woke up those old fogies, his fate was pretty self-evident. It is said that the morning grumpiness of vampires is comparable to that of dragons. In short, the presence of hidden forces in a plane is often a bad thing for those lords, because that often means a sharp increase in the difficulty of conquest. However, some hidden strengths that are easy to conquer can bring unexpected gains to lords. However, Wu Wei's luck didn't seem to be that good. Because this legendary lava lord didn't come to deliver unexpected gains to Wu Wei, he came to cause Wu Wei an accident. But it's not too bad. At least most of the territory and resource-producing areas have been preserved. Wu Wei checked his losses, and his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. At least this attack by the legendary lava lord did not completely destroy Wu Wei's underground kingdom. Of course, this is by no means because he has any kind of benevolence. It was only after Wu Wei discovered that it had begun to destroy his territory that he directly mobilized a large number of demons gathered nearby and successfully stopped it. However, remember that this is only to stop him, not to kill him. Even without considering the fire elementals surrounding him, a level 56 legendary lava lord is not someone Wu Wei can easily deal with. There is another reason why he was able to be successfully stopped by Wu Wei. That is, the lava lord, being a mutated form of a fire elemental spirit, does not like to stray too far from his lava nest. Once it strays too far from the lava nest, its power itself will be weakened. So after seeing Wu Wei put up a desperate resistance, the legendary lava lord followed the cave it had come from and returned to the volcanic region where it lived. But this was only the first attack. To be more precise, this was a test by the legendary lava lord. The other side won't give up. Wu Wei glanced at the abyss seed, which still had 18 days to hatch, and said, "As long as the seed of the abyss continues to establish a connection with the endless abyss itself, this legendary lava lord will certainly not give up his plan to attack. I have to come up with a strategy before his next attack comes." Although there is only one legendary lava lord, Wu Wei can overwhelm him with a massive number of demons. The problem is that this cunning monster always carries a large amount of fire elementals with it when it attacks. These elemental creatures are also incredibly efficient at killing demons. Therefore, Wu Wei's attempt to stop the legendary lava lord's repeated attacks by simply relying on numbers is destined to fail. Because of this legendary lava lord's invasion, Wu Wei's army will suffer heavy losses. These losses are not a small amount. Furthermore, in order to prevent the next invasion from directly destroying Wu Wei's entire underground kingdom, Wu Wei, seeking stability, also suspended his external expansion. This kind of internal strife that only goes out and doesn't come in will eventually wear down Wu Wei. Don't forget, after Wu Wei withdrew his troops, those lords who had a chance to catch their breath would not let him go. Faced with this situation, Wu Wei currently has no good way to break the deadlock. However, Wu Wei didn't think about it for long before he had an idea. However, anyone who hears this idea would find it somewhat crazy. Attack. Wu Wei summoned all the heroes under his command back and issued them new combat orders. Use all available resources and advance towards the volcanic area with full force. Don't worry about how many soldiers will die or how many casualties there will be along the way. Your only task is to push the front line into the volcanic area. I want to drag this monster out of the lava in its lair, and then let it watch itself being slowly drowned in the lava it knows so well. Upon hearing Wu Wei's order, neither the little devil matriarch Caroline, nor the demon sword Hendrix, nor even the plague twins were quite understanding. However, I don't understand. None of these demon heroes objected to Wu Wei. Instead, they resolutely carried out his plan. Because no matter how crazy his plan may be, the Abyss Lord's orders, backed by the Abyss Codex, are the ironclad law of the entire Abyss. However, Wu Wei did not go mad. Instead, he saw an opportunity after this legendary lava lord's attack. An opportunity to recruit a level 50 warrior, the legendary fire demon, from the Abyss Hatchery. The best way to control an uncontrollable fire is to let it burn more thoroughly, burning everything it can reach to the ground before it's completely destroyed. Chapter 93: The March in the Heat. Let's begin. As Wu Wei issued his iron-fisted order, tens of thousands of demons began to surge toward the cave entrance from which the legendary lava lord had come. Wu. However, just as mentioned before, Wu Wei's attack was incredibly reckless from any perspective. Ordinary demons are simply unable to withstand the high temperatures emanating from underground. After advancing less than 2 kilometers, the scorching heat and sweltering environment caused hundreds of weak little demons to collapse and return to the embrace of the abyss. Although the corpses of these lesser demons provided a feast for the other demons, it was still not good news. Because the other demons are also suffering from the torment of their environment. In Wu Wei's war vision, the health bars of the entire demon army were decreasing. Although the reduction each time was small, the damage they suffered was still real and visible. Before long, more demons will die in the process of advancing. But speed up. Sitting on the throne of the abyss, Wu Wei coldly issued the order to accelerate the advance. With the heart of the abyss empowering him, the demons were forced to accelerate their advance. At this moment, the casualties had truly become just numbers jumping around in Wu Wei's eyes. Moreover, it wasn't just Wu Wei's demons who suffered greatly. After the majority of the demon army entered the cave entrance and advanced towards the underground volcano area, a large number of demon slaves, led by their respective demon overseers, also entered the cave entrance. Many of these slaves, who had long been enslaved by demons, were already on the verge of physical collapse. Therefore, after entering the high-temperature zone, their death rate was even higher than that of the demons. With each step they took, they left behind a new corpse. However, Wu Wei consistently ignored all of this. He remained like a cold machine, directing the demon overseers and making these demon slaves follow behind the demon army. In his view, all these sacrifices were worthwhile. The more restrained and fearful of casualties one is in a war that has already begun, the greater the casualties will be. Only those who can most firmly adhere to their own ideas and most thoroughly implement their battle strategies will ultimately achieve victory in the war and end all of this. Therefore, all of this is a necessary sacrifice. Wu Wei's gaze swept over the corpses of the demonic slaves and landed on the volcanic area that was getting closer and closer. Elf language Lord Fax, Lord Fax. The legendary lava Lord Fax, who was slowly healing his wounds in the volcanic lava, gradually awoke. Possessing the legendary ability Heart of Flame, he swiftly retrieved his lava body from the surrounding flames. Although his maximum health had only recovered to less than 90%, this was enough for him. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly wake me up? Fax looked at the little fire spirit that was bouncing in front of him, which was shaped like a ball, and said, "This being, known as the fire spirit, is the cornerstone of the existence of all fire element families. If we use human society as an example, these fire spirits are equivalent to human infants. The fire spirits will gradually grow and acquire various branch abilities. Some fire spirits will become ordinary fire elementals or fire rock elementals, while others will become lava elementals, lava raigers, and so on. Of course, there are also rarer fire spirits that will grow into fire spirits." In response to Fax's question, the little fire sprite bounced around and spoke in Elvish. "Lord Fax, evil invaders have entered our territory. A huge amount. Intruder." When he heard this word, the legendary lava Lord Fax was clearly taken aback. Although the initial intelligence of the fire elemental race is similar to that of other elements, it is not particularly high among the monster groups in the Lord era. However, as a legendary creature, Fax's intelligence still surpasses the average level of all living beings due to the passage of time. Therefore, he would naturally be able to have doubts and make guesses. "Intruders? How could that be?" Fax said, puzzled. He couldn't quite understand how other creatures could possibly invade his territory. Although a small number of adventurers have indeed explored this area over the past few millennia. However, these adventurers often didn't have time to venture far into their own territory before being captured and burned alive by their own fire elementals. So this was the first time he had ever heard the word intruder in all these years. Furthermore, the fire spirit in front of him was described with the adjective a lot, so Fax naturally felt that something was very wrong. However, being clever, he quickly remembered something. That's the underground kingdom he recently invaded. Could it be that the lord of that territory has come knocking on our door? Fax was even more confused. Shouldn't the other party feel fear after demonstrating great power? Why would the other party still actively seek them out, seemingly intending to continue their suicide mission? This is clearly my territory, and I'm clearly invincible here. Clearly, this legendary lava lord is not yet able to comprehend many human thoughts. Despite possessing decent intelligence, its thinking remains simple, and it cannot yet comprehend what anger truly means. However, when this legendary lava lord crossed the fire spirit's greenhouse and arrived at the edge of the volcanic region, he understood. How is this possible? What appeared before the legendary Lord Fax was a horrifying scene. An almost endless number of demons rushed through the entrance to the passage guarded by fire and lava elements, surging into their territory. Their numbers far exceed those of the elemental spirits. Moreover, they are far more terrifying than those elemental spirits. A demon engulfed in flames under the forced command of the Heart of the Abyss launched its final attack on a lava rage. Under the blade in his hand, the physical body of the lava rage was directly destabilized and turned to ashes. But when Fax saw the eyes of the fallen demon, he seemed to gradually understand something. That is, he seems to have angered someone he shouldn't have. The entity behind these demons was thoroughly enraged by his sneak attack. Chapter 94 Procrastination. Roar. Elf Spirit of Fire, burn them. Although Fax couldn't understand the demon's actions, the legendary creature still displayed formidable fighting prowess in the face of the invaders. As he finished chanting, he summoned a large amount of lava and hurled it fiercely at the demons who wanted to invade his territory. Under the bombardment of these scorching magma, all the demons that were hit were submerged under the magma before they could even scream. The magma, with temperatures far exceeding the limits of biological life, could completely dissolve the demon's bones and flesh in an extremely short time. Moreover, even small, scattered clumps of lava that splash onto other demons possess extremely high destructive power. Many demons, when attacked by these lava rocks, would immediately scream and cower into a ball. All of this was merely the first wave of attacks from the legendary Lava Lord. "O Spirit of Fire, please protect me." The massive Lava Lord began chanting once more. This time, however, he did not use magma to attack the lesser demons, but instead fused a large amount of magma into his own body. Click, click, click. As the lava fire gradually cooled, chunks of black magma transformed into armor, growing onto Fax's body. And the lava monster's body grew to more than twice its original size once again. "Get out of our sacred territory." Fax roared and swung his fist at the nearest imp. Thump. With a sudden tremor, the poor little devil was reduced to ashes almost instantly. Even his remaining body was vaporized by the intense heat of the legendary Lava Lord Fax. But this is far from the end. Lava Lord Fax roared as he plunged into the demon army, crushing one lesser demon after another like a demon god from mythology, and then vaporizing them. But just as he was slaughtering demons, a single-edged sword blocked his next attack. Then, Fax looked up and saw a grinning demon. The parasitized giant demon stared intently at him with an extremely distorted gaze. "Hee, although I don't understand what you're saying, I have a feeling you're asking us to leave." Hendrix grinned maliciously as he plunged his own body, the demonic sword, deep into Fax's chest. With a scream of pain from Fax, the twisted sword demon spun the blade through the opponent's lava body. Although the opponent's body contained scorching lava elements, Hendrix was not worried about his own body at all. Your previous raid on our Lord's territory greatly angered him. So I'm really curious to know what you're thinking, daring to anger an Abyss Lord. Especially an Abyss Lord backed by the Abyss Codex. In my memory, the endless abyss of the past was not lacking in Abyss Lords who enslaved elemental spirits. However, their cruel rule over the elemental spirits was something that even I found somewhat unbearable to witness. However, although Hendrix kept talking big. However, in the actual battle, he was at a disadvantage. Because after Fax took the hit from the opponent's sword, he immediately gathered more lava element into his fist. Thump. With just one punch, the head of the giant demon that Hendrix was possessing collapsed. Then came the second and third punches. After 3 punches, the giant demon's body, which already had less than full health, was brought to the brink of death. "Oh no, this is bad." Hendrix looked at his host's body, which was in a complete mess, and let out a very regretful sigh. "Looks like I need a new body, little hell, it's your turn." The instant he finished speaking, Hendrix removed himself from the poor giant demon and prepared to possess the next one. Although the giant demon was unwilling to be possessed by him, under the manipulation of Wu Wei's Abyss Heart, the poor giant demon still loyally came to Hendrix's side, allowing him to kill its consciousness and then manipulate its body. Then, during this time, Hell began to engage in close combat with Fax, who wanted to continue his attack. Unlike Hendrix, who possesses extremely high offensive capabilities, Hell, who has secretly grown to a level 8 hero unit, is a frontline warrior with high defense and high recovery. Hell remained completely unfazed by Fax's lava bombardment. The terrifying attack that had previously crippled the giant demon was not so deadly to Hell. Even if he is hit by the opponent's attack, he can recover most of his injuries before the next attack comes due to his super regenerative ability. In addition, with Hell's high movement speed bonus, no matter how much Fax roared or how angry he was, he couldn't kill this annoying little thing. However, just as Fax was starting to go crazy, Hendrix, now in a different body, charged in from another corner and swung his sword at Fax's head, attempting to behead him. The strike was successful. Fax's lava head was cleaved in two. Unfortunately, Fax's entire body can regenerate with the help of lava. So don't be fooled by the fact that Fox has been fighting 2 hero units for so long. His health bar has probably dropped by less than 1/10. On the contrary, the ones who were truly hurt were Hendrix and Hull. One of them has already had a new body, while the other has gradually withdrawn from frontline combat and begun to slowly recover. Oh, and poor little Mara was also hurt. Aya! I'm burning up. Aya! Poor little Mara, while crying, darted around inside Hell's body, constantly using the mucus from her tail to plug the holes and prevent the high temperature from the outside from getting in. I told you a long time ago that I didn't want to participate in the battle, but you insisted on dragging me here, wha? If I had known, I would have stayed in my lair and slept like a log. At this moment, Mara desperately missed her solitary lair in the dwarven capital. Is our lord not ready yet? Looking at her sister crying inside her body, Hell felt a pang of guilt and asked Hendrix a question. I don't know, but does it matter? Ha ha. But Hendrix clearly didn't care much about that. We're fighting, and just the thought of fighting is making me tremble with excitement. Thump. The next second, Hendrix is preparing to change bodies again. The body he was using now had been burned to a crisp. While the two were still trying to stall for time, Wu Wei was also directing the little devil Mistress Caroline in battle on the other side of the battlefield. However, unlike the attack here, Wu Wei's objective here is to clear a safe area so that the demons can protect the demon slaves who are building the profane torch. Chapter 95 Heart of Molten Core. While enduring the burning pain of a lava sprite, the little imp matriarch managed to destabilize its physical body. Although the lava spirit was dead, the lingering burns from his body still caused the imp matriarch Caroline unbearable pain. Therefore, the imp matriarch Caroline had no choice but to reluctantly capture a little devil to help her heal her wounds. Quick! Make those demonic slaves hurry up. Feeling her child being gradually digested, the little devil matriarch Caroline impatiently urged her on. She didn't want to drag it out any longer and see her beloved children suffer. Understood, Lady Caroline. On the other side, when the demon overseers heard the urging of the little cabinet mistress, they also picked up their whips and used physical motivational techniques on the demon slaves who were frantically building the profane torch, in order to speed up their construction. In fact, without his prompting, these demonic slaves were already building the blasphemous torch at top speed. Countless demon slaves, under the supervision of their respective demon overseers, tirelessly placed the pre-prepared building materials into their proper positions. Unfortunately, this building, which could have been completed in just a few hundred man-hours, was not so easy to build. Because often, these demonic slaves' work is just beginning to get going. The surging fire elementals around them would then use various methods to attack their creations, or more simply, attack the demonic slaves themselves. This is the real reason why Wu Wei deployed the vast majority of his troops to the other side of the battlefield. Unlike the demon army that emerges from the tunnels, in this volcanic region belonging to the fire elemental realm, the fire element is truly inexhaustible. These fire monsters, evolved from fire spirits, are more determined than any warrior to defend their territory. Furthermore, even though the demon's brutality could instill fear in most creatures, these simple-minded elements would still not feel any fear. At least until Wu Wei's rule awakens more of the abyss's power, they feel no fear. Roar! As the profane torch was being built, the legendary Flame Lord Fax, who had been delayed by Hel and Hendrix, suddenly sensed something was amiss. He sensed a familiar, malevolent energy emanating from within his territory. That evil aura was just like when Wu Wei first came to the trial world. However, this wave of evil was not as terrifying as when the seed of the abyss was planted. By the way, Fax was originally a hidden force in the trial continent, and the only reason he attacked Wu Wei's territory was that he sensed a huge threat from the abyss. Although this fluctuation did not bring him as much fear as the seed of the abyss. However, such fluctuations still caused Fax, who possessed an instinctual affinity for fire, extreme disgust and fear. Therefore, upon sensing all of this, the legendary Lava Lord Fax went berserk. This Lava Lord, possessing a sixth sense-like quality, erupted a massive amount of lava, engulfing Hendrix, before kicking away the extremely resilient Hel. Then, ignoring the demons around him who were fighting with various fire elements, the monster headed directly toward the area of fluctuations it could sense. In that instant when his behavior became unusual, Wu Wei's attention also began to shift from the battlefield to Fax. And so, almost in the blink of an eye, a large number of demons surged toward the legendary Lord Fax. Wu Wei attempted to recreate his tactics from the underground kingdom, utilizing the demon's fearlessness and his own abyss heart to forcibly eliminate the Lava Lord Fax. Unfortunately, this time, the battlefield is different. The area where Fax is located is a volcanic region where lava can accumulate indefinitely. While his health cannot be fully replenished in this area, his combat abilities will be greatly enhanced. As a result, Wu Wei's strategy produced a result that was not quite what he expected. Although Fax's advance was significantly slowed down. However, he was not killed and continued to advance little by little with his terrifying fire abilities. With each step he took forward, countless demons died. Such a rate of death and injury far exceeded all the wars Wu Wei had previously waged on the ground. However, this delay is effective. Wu Wei achieved his goal when Fax finally closed in on the profane torch and repelled the imp Mistress Caroline for the second time. Build the abyss hatching pool. Thump. The fluctuations were far more terrifying than those during the construction of the Torch of Desecration, almost making Fax tremble. Next up are two molten cores. These so-called molten cores are rare items that look like fire crystals and can only be obtained from fire elementals. Although the drop rate was pitifully low each time, Wu Wei still managed to get 2 drops during this long battle. Of course, there are only 2. Although Wu Wei killed tens of thousands of elemental monsters this time, he was still pleasantly surprised to find 2 of them dropped. Based on his understanding of his own luck, he had actually prepared himself for the possibility of only getting 1 drop, or even none at all. Anyway, after these 2 molten core materials were sent into the abyss hatching pool, Wu Wei also invested a large number of resource points into the abyss hatching pool. Then it will all be over. 2 enormous demonic cocoons appeared on the battlefield. The legendary demon who once ruled the volcanic region in the ancient abyss is about to return. And they are the true masters of these flames. Chapter 96: Mistakes and New Discoveries. Wu Wei, who considers himself unlucky, has had 2 plans ever since he started attacking the legendary Lava Lord's lair. First, the initial plan is for Wu Wei to obtain the Heart of Molten Core during the attack and successfully create a legendary flame demon within the volcanic region. As long as Wu Wei can create the so-called legendary flame demon, then all the problems he faces will no longer be problems. After all, Abyss Lord Wu Wei himself had great faith in the demon's strength, just as the demons under his command believed in his conscience. Therefore, he believed that as long as he could obtain 1 or more molten cores during the battle, he could solve the trouble caused by the legendary Lava Lord Fax once and for all. As for the second plan, it was based on Wu Wei's consideration that he might not be able to obtain the heart of molten core. He planned to use the already built abyss hatching pool to forcibly create a large number of fire demons, using their numbers to suppress the terrifying lava elementals and the extremely powerful legendary lava elemental Lord Fax. However, it is worth noting that the birth of the fire demon is somewhat similar to that of the legendary Balrog. Although the former's strength is insufficient to reach the threshold of the legendary stage, these fire demons are still only eligible for exchange after Wu Wei builds an abyss hatching pool in the volcanic region. Therefore, when Wu Wei decided to confront the legendary lava Lord Fax head-on, he had to prepare to attack the interior of the volcano. Any other form of defense is, in essence, undesirable. Because from the very beginning until now, the Endless Abyss has never given Wu Wei any options for defensive buildings or units. The only option she could offer Wu Wei was to attack again and again. All of this further confirmed Wu Wei's belief in a particular characteristic of the Endless Abyss. That is, the creatures inside the Endless Abyss will always take the initiative to attack. Wu Wei's risky actions were met with a response from the Endless Abyss. Because the legendary flame demons created by Wu Wei are incredibly powerful. Click click. As the two giant, fiery demon cocoons exploded, two enormous demons appeared on the battlefield. Their appearance is somewhat different from that of ordinary demons. These two fire demons, born to breathe, possess demonic horns made of flames. Their eyes are also somewhat different from those of ordinary demons. They have no eyes, only an eternally burning void, within which countless unidentified liquids melted by the high-temperature flow, forming their strange eyeballs. And most importantly, the bodies of these fire demons are not made of ordinary flesh and blood. Rather than demons, they are more like a new type of lava element. Their bodies, like those of the lava elementals, have lava as bones and fire as flesh. However, the moment these two legendary fire demons appeared, they provoked strong dissatisfaction from the true master of this territory, the legendary lava Lord Fax. Roar, you two monsters! This powerful lava elemental easily blocked the obstruction of the demon sword Hendrix and the pure sun Hell, and rushed towards the newly hatched legendary fire demon. Not good. Seeing this, Hell, the son of purity, panicked. Although these two fire demons are also of the legendary rank, they have only just hatched, so Hell is very worried that these two fire demons will suffer a crushing defeat when facing the veteran legend Fax. But as it turned out, his worries were useless. Because the two legendary fire demons had already made their move just as Fax charged over. Unlike Fax, who possessed the legendary skill Molten Core, both of them attack by purely utilizing fire and lava, shaping them into their own weapons. The two enormous fire demons sneered and grabbed the nearby lava. Then a giant sword engulfed in flames and a thick whip appeared in the hands of the two legendary fire demons. Then, the two terrifying monsters engaged in a fierce battle with a surprised-looking Fax. The battle between these three monsters affected almost the entire volcanic battlefield. The already chaotic battlefield was completely shattered by their struggle. The kind of breakage in a physical sense. Thump. As Fax gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, this seemingly foolish, but actually extremely cunning lava lord shattered the ground beneath his feet and then used his monstrous strength to drag two legendary Balrogs into the depths of the volcanic lava. Unfortunately, before encountering the legendary Balrog, Fax's move was always effective. No living being could possibly fight Fax to the death in the lava. However, the legendary Balrog is completely different. Because they are both spirits of fire and both are servants of magma. In some respects, these two legendary fire demons are even more adept at using fire than the lava lord who has lived for countless millennia. Both of them, possessing the heart of Molten Core, can also revive themselves in lava. So when Fax thought he could defeat the two fire-desecrating monsters in his advantageous territory, he made a fatal mistake. He will not be defeated for the time being. However, after losing his strongest combat force on the front line, his remaining fire spirits and fire elemental warriors will have to face the wrath of the demons. His main battlefield is about to be rapidly thrown into disarray because of his departure. Haha, you bunch of little bastards. Hendrix, who had previously lost face at the hands of the legendary Lava Lord, could now finally vent his anger. Now, parasitizing the giant demon's body, he began to slaughter the pitiful fire spirits, fire elementals, and other elemental spirits. Don't look at him. He seems somewhat weak when hurting Fax. But that's because the other party's level is far beyond his. So once Fax left, the entire volcanic region became his hunting ground. Countless fire spirits, their physical bodies, were directly cut down by the demonic sword in his hand, turning into a ball of extinguished flames and lava. Upon seeing this scene, Hendrix shouted excitedly. Soon after, while he was still indulging in the slaughter, Hell, the son of purity, suddenly stopped him. Hey, can you smell it? What do you smell? Hendrix asked, somewhat puzzled. But this time, the child of purity's expression was somewhat strange. He pointed in the direction of the crater and said, I don't know if I'm just smelling something wrong, but I have a feeling that in that area, there's something. The taste of a pure-blooded dragon. Chapter 97, An Unexpected Gain. There seems to be the scent of pure-blooded dragons in that area. Hendrix was stunned when he heard what the pure Sun Hell said. Although both are heroes of the demon race and fight under the same Abyss Lord, in reality, the relationship between the two is not that good. On the contrary, there is a high possibility that some minor frictions may break out between them in the future. Haha, did you burn your nose? Hendrix, whose true form was inside the demonic sword, couldn't help but burst into laughter. How many dragons have you even seen? How dare you say you smelled a dragon? Even if there really was the smell of dragon, I should have been the first to smell it, but I didn't, because all I could smell was blood and sulfur. Hendrix, a demon hero who has fought under countless Abyss Lords, has seen his fair share of grand scenes. As for the so-called pure-blooded dragons, he had seen no fewer than 1,000 of them. He even personally consumed at least 80 to 100 dragons. So when Hendrix tells him that he smells the scent of a so-called pure-blooded dragon, Hendrix absolutely does not believe it. After all, his nasal cavity was now filled with the smell of blood and sulfur. However, Hell, the son of purity, seemed completely unfazed by Hendrix's mockery. He simply shrugged and said nonchalantly, Although I don't know why you don't believe me, I did smell the scent of pure-blooded dragons. And I need to add that it wasn't just me who smelled it, even my sister, Mara, smelled it. And unlike me, my sister Mara genuinely enjoys tasting the flesh and blood of dragons. In the past, her top 3 favorite foods were always black dragon blood, red dragon blood, and diamond dragon blood. Therefore, I believe her premonition is correct. Even though we are in a volcanic area right now, and the air is thick with the smell of sulfur and fire, I trust her sense of smell. In any case, I need to report the situation to our Lord immediately. If the intelligence is true, then our Lord will need to change the current battle plan. Upon hearing this, Hendrix suddenly narrowed his scarlet round eyes and looked at the siblings, Hell and Mara, etc. Perhaps I should report this matter to the Lord myself. After all, I've started to smell the dragon's scent too. Hell narrowed his eyes as well, looking at the other person with an unfriendly expression. The two looked at each other. It was obvious that the other party all seemed to have a desire to steal credit and curry favor. A few seconds later, Wu Wei's ears were practically exploding. At almost the same time, Hell and Hendrix began using their connection with the Abyss Lord to repeatedly call Wu Wei and convey almost identical messages to him. What? Wu Wei was stunned for a moment when he saw the messages from the two people. Are there dragons in this area? How could this be? No way. Just as Wu Wei was about to deny his own idea, he suddenly became alert. If other lords saw this message, they would likely think it was a misjudgment by the two heroes. However, Wu Wei suddenly remembered that he had seized a life form called the Earth Dragon during the first battle when the Dwarf Kingdom was destroyed. Moreover, that life form does indeed possess a faint dragon bloodline. Although those Earth Dragons look nothing like dragons. However, they strangely inherited the dragon flame of the dragon race. Furthermore, Dragon bloodlines are not something that can evolve on its own, so the message these two are trying to convey is most likely true. In other words, dragons may actually exist in this plane of existence. After considering this, Wu Wei made a temporary adjustment to his war strategy. Some of the demon soldiers who were originally recuperating at the rear of the battlefield for the upcoming battle were once again mobilized by Wu Wei using the heart of the abyss. They attacked from several corners of the battlefield, and after defeating a group of lava rages that came to their aid, they began to advance in the direction Hell had indicated. Even without Hell pointing it out, Wu Wei was already heading in that direction to attack. Because within that region lies the palace of the legendary Lava Lord. Although Wu Wei didn't know, or rather, simply hadn't memorized all the racial characteristics of the fire elementals in class, he still saw the anomaly in that area through the war vision. Firstly, Lava Lords often do not need palaces and thrones. The fact that this legendary Lava Lord, who had no desire for enjoyment, built a palace in the middle of an entire volcano is itself an extremely rare occurrence. Furthermore, in Wu Wei's war vision, the number of fire elementals that were closing in that direction was significantly greater than the number outside. So Wu Wei finally decided to go and take a look. Even if it means losing more wounded soldiers, it doesn't matter. However, when Wu Weijin actually began to advance in that direction, Fax's reaction became extremely excited. Already short-tempered, he immediately began hurling deadly, high-temperature lava at the demon warriors heading in that direction. Therefore, Fax, who had intended to use his lava abilities to delay the two legendary fire demons, instead became the one being delayed. The two legendary fire demons, sensed by the heart of the abyss, began to entangle each other tightly, thus giving Wu Wei space to investigate. Wu Wei was finally able to take advantage of this opportunity to have his mistress, Caroline, personally lead her army into the palace, where Fax was located. What happened next really surprised Wu Weijin. Hull's guess was both correct and wrong. The correct statement is that dragons do indeed appear in this land of lava and fire. Only, these dragons are really too small, even excessively small. So tiny that they haven't even had a chance to hatch yet. Because they are a group of dragon eggs that have not yet hatched. For black dragon eggs were placed quietly in the volcanic lava in front of Wu Wei, waiting for the day they would hatch. No way. At this moment, Wu Wei, sitting on the throne of the abyss, finally fell silent. Even though he had maintained an indifferent expression for a long time, at this moment his face showed greed and longing. These things now belong to him. Chapter 98 Death is imminent. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wu Wei squinted at the dragon egg in the picture. There are 4 in total. The number was so large that even Wu Wei himself was somewhat shocked. After all, these are genuine dragon eggs, offspring of a true mythical beast. Its value, even within the context of the entire Lord's era, is extremely high. So when he saw the 4 dragon eggs, Wu Wei did not hesitate to control the giant demon to crush a few of the smaller demons, and then use their bones as insulation to carefully fish the 4 dragon eggs out of the lava. Before long, the 4 dragon eggs were in the hands of the giant demon. When Wu Wei saw the 4 fleshy dragon eggs with uneven, soft scales fall into his hands, his heart pounded wildly. At this very moment, Wu Wei had already received a notification from the Heavenly Tao system, learning the attributes of these 4 dragon eggs. Black dragon egg. Level 20. Attributes. Omitted. What other attributes would you like for the dragon egg? Current status. Incubating. Current incubation time, 400 years. Warning. Obtaining this dragon egg will subject you to relentless pursuit by dragons, with no end in sight. A 400-year incubation period? What Wu Wei noticed first was not the red warning text. He was already being hunted down by the entire Trial Continent. The pursuit of the mere dragons was nothing to him, like having too many lice to bother him anymore. Therefore, Wu Wei was more concerned about the hatching time of the 4 dragon eggs than about the warning. However, just as Wu Wei was directing his men to pick up the 4 dragon eggs. On the other side, within the lava, the legendary Lava Lord, who was battling the legendary fire demon, went berserk. Roar. Give me. Open. In the scorching lava, the legendary lava lord Fax grabbed the arm of the legendary Ballora who was wielding his whip at him and pressed it firmly into the lava below. The poor legendary fire demon screamed in agony as he tried to fight back. But Fax showed no intention of letting go, continuing to bind him tightly until another legendary Balrog attacked from behind, tearing off a large section of his lava armor. In terms of strength, Fax appears to have a significant advantage, and he has made good use of that advantage. At this moment, he no longer bothered to entangle with these two legendary fire demons, but instead unleashed his power to the fullest. Click! The instant the lava armor was torn off, Fax grew a new arm from his own body and gripped the legendary fire demon who had ambushed him. He used it as a weapon and smashed it hard against another fire demon. But this is far from the end. Lava, bind them. Fax, who possessed the power of lava, began to chant elemental language. Instantly, a large amount of magma began to rapidly gather in the direction of the two legendary fire demons under his power. At Fax's signal, these scorching magmas rapidly lost their temperature. Even though they are now in extremely hot lava, Fax is still able to absorb their heat and return it to himself. This is the biggest difference between his legendary abilities and those of the legendary Balrog. The legendary Balrog wields fire and lava, while Fax, as a legendary lord, is transformed into fire. As expected, under Fax's control, two cages made of cooled lava instantly bound the two legendary fire demons firmly within them. Fax, however, dodged and began moving upwards towards the lava. At this moment, his speed in the lava far exceeded that of a fish in water. Almost in the blink of an eye, this lord of the legendary class traversed the entire lava region and jumped in front of the giant demon who was holding 4 dragon eggs and drooling non-stop. Within a few dozen seconds that the legendary fire demon was bound. The offspring of our lord. Fax was completely enraged. At this moment, he was like a boss entering the second stage, no longer sparing his energy, but attacking like a raging beast. Give it back! The next second, the raging lava beast swung the surrounding magma, turning it into a protective layer around its fist, and slammed it down on the giant demon. Unfortunately, that's not the case. As the Lord of the Abyss, Wu Wei knew the moment Fax broke free from the shackles of the two legendary fire demons. Therefore, he was prepared for this. Hendrix, you've arrived, my lord. Just as the giant demon was about to be attacked, a serpentine demon possessed by the magic sword disregarded the opponent's intense heat and climbed directly onto Fax's back. However, instead of launching an attack using Hendrix's physical body, he first gathered all the blood energy within his body and focused it on Hendrix's physical body, which was the single-edged longsword. You lava bastard, give me a taste of the power of raging blood. The next second, amidst Hendrix's arrogant laughter, the blade plunged deep into Fax's back. In that location, and only in this location, the powerful creature is not protected by the lava armor. Thus, the blade pierced into Fax's body without any hindrance. Then came the explosion. Thump. The countless wisps of demonic blood energy that had gathered on Hendrix's body exploded like dynamite. The massive amount of blood energy nearly tore everything inside the monster's body apart. Although Fax, as a lava elf, does not have internal organs. However, its physical form still requires certain physical rules to take shape. That's why he used lava armor to protect his body. The force of the explosion instantly caused Fax's body to tremble and become unstable. His powerful attacks were forced to stop. Click, click, click. As the sound of a shell cracking came from afar, the badly injured Fax turned his head. In the distance, flame demons belonging only to Wu Wei crawled out of the demon cocoon. Not far away, the two legendary fire demons that had escaped their restraints also crawled out of the lava. Unlike his previous attempt to stop the lava lord Fax, Wu Wei decided this time to stop delaying. Having already built the abyss hatching pool in the volcanic area and unexpectedly gained a dragon egg, Wu Wei finally had enough power to prepare to kill the legendary lava lord Fax. Today is his death day. Chapter 99: The Burner's Servants. Watching the demons gradually gain the upper hand, the legendary lava lord Fax remained silent for a moment. At this moment, as time went by, more and more demons began to join the battle. Even though Wu Wei's biggest shortage right now is resources, he is still incredibly decisive when it comes to investing in the war. For this battle, whose goal is to exterminate all the fire spirits in the entire volcanic area, Wu Wei has already invested the last batch of reserve resources into it. Therefore, it is impossible for him to lose. In every war, regardless of its purpose, he would do everything in his power to the fullest extent. Fax also sensed this. As a member of the legendary class, he had already sensed the presence behind this group of evil monsters. That was an evil being even more despicable and ruthless than these evil monsters. His existence is the real reason why these evil monsters have become so violent. Perhaps the demons are simply evil, greedy and chaotic, but Wu Wei's existence makes them stronger and more terrifying. The mighty Fax had already sensed this when he destroyed the Underground King. However, at that time, his feelings were not so profound. With that in mind, Fax spoke up. "Stop." The moment this legendary lord spoke, his voice echoed throughout the entire volcanic region. "Elemental language, no matter what you're thinking, as long as you return our lord's offspring, this matter will be over. Common language, whatever you think, as long as you return the sons of our lord, this matter will be over." To ensure that the entity controlling these evil monsters could understand, Fax, who had initially used elemental language, repeated himself in common language. But after hearing what this legendary creature said, whether it was Wu Wei's instruction or not, all the demons simultaneously let out low laughter. Clearly, the brutality in their bloodshot eyes had intensified. They began moving toward Fax again, getting closer to each other. "Common language, I know you can understand, but I need you to know one thing. These dragon eggs are not for you to touch." Fax looked at the group of demons approaching him and spoke without fear. "Release my lord's offspring, and I can guarantee that I will not attack your territory again. I can disregard your previous encroachment on this continent, but you must, under any circumstances, relinquish my lord's offspring otherwise." "Oh? Otherwise what?" Just as Fax was still making threats, Wu Wei, who found the whole thing quite interesting, spoke up. However, no, he himself did not come here. Instead of transmitting his voice, it was our old friend, the talkative demon. This grotesque demon, with its twisted shape and tongues covering its entire body, arrived before Fax, escorted by a number of other demons. Although the blasphemous appearance of the talkative demon made Fax instinctively feel uncomfortable. However, forced by circumstances, Fax still spoke to the talkative demon beneath his feet, which was smaller than one of his toes. "Otherwise, my lord, the owner of these dragon eggs, will hunt you down to your death. Our lord is the spokesperson for all destruction and annihilation, the Black Dragon Lord whose dragon might makes countless plains tremble, Delson the Burner. And I am just one of his thousands of servants, watching over these hatching offspring for my great master." "Delson the Burner?" Upon hearing the name, Wu Wei searched his memory for a moment. All right. As a poor student, he didn't remember the name. But in fact, it's not entirely Wu Wei's fault for being too lazy in school and not knowing the name Delson the Burner. Because this name is outside the scope of daily teaching, it is something that only higher-level lords would know about. Delson the Burner is a black dragon. Just like his name suggests, Delson always enjoyed breathing out his dragon fire, watching his enemies and their cities slowly turn into charred corpses. However, unlike other ordinary black dragons, it is a powerful black dragon that rules over 7 planes, which is why it is called the Black Dragon Lord. More importantly, unlike some dragons who directly use their physical bodies to rule the planes on their own, this is different. Delson the Burner is a rather unique individual. He possesses a vast army derived from his bloodline. This massive army was larger than the total military strength of most lords during the Lord's era. This massive army, coupled with the immense strength of Delson the Burner himself, could essentially destroy any territory belonging to most non-legendary lords. Therefore, compared to his fellow beings, this black dragon possesses the strength and power to rule the plane. The reason his name is rarely seen and has not spread widely is simply because Delsin the Burner gradually reduced his external invasions over the past few decades. Some lords say he is plotting some terrible scheme to gain greater power. Some lords say that he has temporarily entered an advanced state, preparing to step into the next life form. But no matter what, Delsin the Burner was an extremely terrifying figure in the eyes of all the lords who knew him. Most lords, upon hearing what the legendary Lava Lord Fax said, would probably quickly give up on those 4 dragon eggs. After all, many lords have ways to deal with being chased by a single dragon. However, if faced with the pursuit of Delsin the Burner, many lords would probably reconsider. However, Wu Wei was somewhat different. He simply ignored it after hearing Fax's threat. "So, you're just a servant, right?" Fax nodded upon hearing what the talkative demon said. Fax also believed that, even if the other party did not know his master's name, he should be able to guess how powerful his master must be from the fact that he was just a servant. Unfortunately, the talkative demon laughed. "In that case, you might as well die." "What did you say?" Fax didn't believe what he was hearing. "I say, since you are just a servant, then die. I thought you would be a worthy opponent, but in the end, you were just a watchdog. This is really disappointing. Whatever other methods you have, tell your master about these dragon eggs. It's mine now." The next second, countless demons surged towards Fax, engulfing the enormous man in a sea of demons. Upon seeing this, Fax roared in anger. "Are you insane?" my lord, He and his army will pierce the veil of dimensionality and find you. Then he will burn you and your land to ashes." Upon hearing this, the talkative demon turned his head and said with a wicked smile, "Oh, is that so? In that case, wouldn't it be even more, let me think about it." Interesting. Chapter 100: The Troubles of Luxury. Endless Abyss Dimension. In Wu Wei's territory. At this moment, the battle in the volcanic area has completely ended. To be precise, the moment Wu Wei achieved his goal, that is, by sacrificing a large number of warriors to build the abyss hatching pool from the volcanic region, the Lava Lord Fax had already entered a state of slow death. Wu Wei's attacks never involved the most violent methods to directly kill the enemy. Accustomed to flawless planning, he preferred to use the method of slow suffocation, watching the flame of life in the eyes of his enemies gradually die out. This sense of ultimate despair, emanating from the very soul as it gradually marches towards destruction, is precisely what he loves most. But Wu Wei was not happy after the battle ended, because he encountered a new problem. Well, on the throne of the abyss, Wu Wei gazed at the dragon egg before him, lost in thought. Although we have indeed obtained the dragon egg, how to use it has become a big problem. Wu Wei felt the residual warmth still on the outer shell of these items, which had been taken from the magma not long ago, and said, although they are still in the dragon egg stage, the life force inside these dragon eggs is already incredibly strong. Even through the eggshell, Wu Wei could hear a faint heartbeat. It must be said that this was the first time Wu Wei had ever seen something so precious, and the first time he had ever touched something of such high value. So he genuinely didn't know how to handle it. It would be great if we could open an auction house. Even if it's not sold, we can still know the true value of a dragon egg. It's important to know that Wu Wei is currently in the Lord trial state, so he cannot access the auction house function, nor can he do that. Only after Wu Wei passes the Lord's trial can he be considered a true Lord. Only then will a series of new system functions, such as the auction house, be officially unlocked. Although Wu Wei had also heard that before the Apocalypse Day, when all the functions of the system were complete during the Lord era, the auction house was open at will. But even 3,000 years after the apocalypse, Wu Wei still has no way to bypass the heavenly Dao system and forcibly open the auction house system. Therefore, Wu Wei is currently very troubled about how to determine the approximate value of the 4 dragon eggs he has. If there really were an auction house, Wu Wei was very confident in the value of these 4 dragon eggs. Selling just one of them would provide enough resources to bring this increasingly tedious Lord trial to an end. After all, dragon eggs are something that, even in the era of lords, are priceless and unavailable. Therefore, Wu Wei could roughly guess the value of these dragon eggs. Although they couldn't be auctioned off, Wu Wei still came up with a very good way to use the 4 dragon eggs. That's the bloodline contamination chamber. Wu Wei personally carried the 4 dragon eggs and, without any demonic assistance, huffed and puffed his way to the nearby bloodline contamination chamber area. However, he did this not because he liked to do things himself. Wu Wei held the 4 dragon eggs himself simply because he didn't trust the other demons. Upon seeing the 4 dragon eggs, almost all the demons revealed expressions of greed and desire. Their desire to eat the dragon eggs was extremely strong. Moreover, it wasn't just ordinary demons, including the imp matriarch Caroline, Hel, and Hendrix also wanted to eat the 4 dragon eggs. Even little Mara, who usually prefers to hide in the dark, bravely crawled out of the pit on Hel's body after smelling the dragon eggs and looked at the dragon eggs with burning eyes. That's why Wu Wei didn't let any demons help him carry the dragon eggs. Instead, he carried them himself. When Wu Wei finally arrived at the bloodline contamination chamber and placed a dragon egg inside, he was speechless. Because he received a new notification from the Heavenly Dao system. This item cannot be used in the blood-contaminated chamber. No matter which dragon egg Wu Wei used for testing, the information he obtained was exactly the same. The bloodline contamination chamber cannot modify the dragon egg. Originally, Wu Wei intended to use the bloodline contamination chamber's abilities to directly extract the life essence of these dragons and create dragons belonging to the abyss. However, it seems that the bloodline contamination chamber cannot directly extract the dragon's life force from these eggs. Or perhaps, since these dragon eggs have not yet hatched into real baby dragons, Wu Wei is unable to modify them. After all, every creature that the bloodline contamination chamber can modify, regardless of its strength, is at least a complete organism. Wu Wei only provided the bloodline contamination chamber with dragon eggs, so the unhatched dragons could not be modified before they were hatched. Therefore, when Wu Wei saw that even the bloodline contamination chamber couldn't handle these dragon eggs, he was completely helpless. These dragon eggs, which will take at least 400 years to hatch, seem to have no way of being used for the time being. I can't really let my heroes eat them up. Wu Wei glanced at Hendrix, the blood manipulator, who was pretending to pass by not far away, and narrowed his eyes. How about we sacrifice the dragon egg to the abyss? Wu Wei glanced at the abyss sacrifice altar. However, Wu Wei rejected the proposal shortly afterward. Although the abyss sacrifice altar gave Wu Wei a lot of good stuff, its appearance is always random. Therefore, although the true value of these 4 dragon eggs has not yet been determined, their value is definitely not something Wu Wei can squander at will. Even any one of them. Damn it. Wu Wei rubbed his head in distress and said helplessly, "If only this thing were less valuable. At least this way I can decide where they go as I please, instead of being so troubled like I am now. Because it is so valuable, we dare not decide how to use it casually. This is truly a luxurious dilemma." However, this distress did not last long, and Wu Wei soon shifted his attention away from the dragon egg. Because the lords who had previously besieged Wu Wei have launched a renewed offensive. Chapter 101: The War That Was Paused. While Wu Wei was busy recalling all his troops and dealing with the legendary Lava Lord Fax, the other lords who had been held back by Wu Wei were not idle either. In just 2 short days, they regrouped their scattered army. During this period, the lords, who had already been taught a lesson by Wu Wei's army, reflected on their past mistakes and began to change their tactical approach. They realized that their initial approach was flawed. Because they discovered during the last war that demons were a very strange race. They didn't care about casualties, morale damage, or even their own survival in the war. Furthermore, these monsters that crawled out of the abyss could obtain supplies through the war itself. Therefore, these lords believed that defeating Wu Wei's army was meaningless. They cannot completely eliminate the scourge of demons until they break through to a higher era. Relentlessly pursuing kills will only cause their army to suffer even greater losses. Therefore, the allied forces of these lords, who originally wanted to use their superior numbers to eliminate Wu Wei's territory, changed their tactical approach. They decided to launch a surprise attack on the Bitter Sea Desert while they still had superior forces and destroy Wu Wei's era buildings. That is, the abyss seed that can drag the entire continent into an endless abyss. It's worth mentioning, however, that they are not alone, because others joined their ranks. Those were the junior lords who had already achieved their initial strategic goals and accumulated enough resources to complete the lord's trial. These young lords, who were focused solely on completing their lord trials, were currently gathering on the other side, in the direction that the little devil matriarch Caroline had attacked earlier. They decided that after achieving their strategic objectives, they would use their surplus troops to sabotage Wu Wei's plans. They did this to retaliate against Wu Wei, to avenge his previous brutality, and to avenge the damage he had caused them. Rather, it's because they also intend to take this opportunity to pool their remaining value together. They alone are worthless. But if they come together, it's a different story. Once they were united, they were qualified to demand benefits from the lords who most wanted to sabotage Wu Wei's plans. These benefits could be resource points, alliances, or even future promises. But in any case, their actions were reasonable. After all, this is a trial for lords, and everything they do is aimed at making their territories stronger. Therefore, even if the two sides have different goals, as long as they have a common enemy, everything can be used as a bargaining chip. As long as those great lord alliances pay a sufficient price, they will also attack Wu Wei's territory from another direction. Unfortunately, in Wu Wei's view, their decision was completely meaningless. From Wu Wei's perspective, what they were doing was actually a very childish act. Oh, am I being double-teamed? That's interesting. Wu Wei glanced at the map. On the map, Wu Wei's current situation is extremely dire. Because of his hasty withdrawal of his troops, Wu Wei has now lost the initiative in the offensive. His original bases on land were almost completely destroyed. Although the demon slaves near the resource-producing areas have been taken away by the demon overseers, the production facilities such as mines and logging camps have been severely damaged and need to be rebuilt. Even more frightening is that Wu Wei's only remaining ground stronghold is now the barbarian stone town. In addition, the underground kingdom has also temporarily lost its productivity due to the legendary lava lord Fax. Therefore, Wu Wei's current situation is extremely bad. Even in such a terrible situation, Wu Wei was not worried at all. Unlike before, while the legendary lava lord Fax brought immense destruction, he also provided Wu Wei with a new opportunity. Now, although his army is almost half the size it used to be. However, due to the appearance of the legendary Flame Demon and the Flame Demon, Wu Wei's current high-level combat strength has actually increased rather than decreased. In Wu Wei's eyes, these ridiculous so-called allied forces were nothing more than corpses that provided him with resources. If they come, Wu Wei will wipe them out without leaving a single one alive. However, Wu Wei still had his own concerns. However, unlike the other lords, Wu Wei was never worried about these worthless scoundrels. There was only one person who could cause Wu Wei distress. That was Su Yingxue. Just as Su Yingxue understood Wu Wei well in many ways, Wu Wei also understood Su Yingxue well in many ways. Unlike Wu Wei, who advocated military supremacy and used war to sustain war, Su Yingxue is a lord who, given time, can quickly become stronger and break through limits. Moreover, unlike traditional farming lords, Su Yingxue is a true all-rounder. Every extra minute she has to develop, the threat she poses rises to a new level. Therefore, Wu Wei was willing to waste his already limited forces to send an army to Su Yingxue's territory, with the aim of interrupting Su Yingxue's development process. But now, this method is no longer feasible. Knowing Wu Wei's intentions, Su Yingxue made full use of her enormous production capacity to transform the entire territory into a veritable impregnable fortress. Furthermore, she was the only one among all these lords who, through her own power and system, completely isolated herself from the effects of the Great Plague. Wu Wei wouldn't be able to deal with her until he resolved the troubles caused by the other lords. So the thought that Suing Xue was still plotting something in secret made Wu Wei feel a vague threat swaying on his forehead. We can only deal with those rotten fish and shrimp first, and then take care of Suing Xue. Wu Wei glanced at the allied forces of lords marching towards the Bitter Sea Desert and said, "Hopefully there's still time. Marching. Let us end this war and then drag the entire continent into an endless abyss." At the command of the Abyss Lord, the demon army that had been waiting in the abyss for a long time was mobilized once again. This war, which was put on hold, now looks like it's about to come to an end. But that's only what it appears to be. Chapter 102: The Currency of the Gods. Just as Wu Wei's army was setting off again. Just as Wu Wei had worried, Suing Xue was also rapidly refining her plan. However, contrary to Wu Wei's expectations, Suing Xue's plan was also accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. 48 hours after Wu Wei's renewed advance. "Li Sino, have you finished your preparations?" Li Sino shook her head, just about to answer. However, after thinking for a while, Li Sino gritted her teeth and said, "No, it's not finished. I need more time." However, on the other side of the heavenly Tao system, Suing Xue sensed Li Sino's lack of resolve. "You're lying, Li Sino." "Yes, I lied, so what?" Li Sino suddenly exploded, saying angrily, "I think you know better than anyone why I lied. Suing Xue, you were such a kind lord before, you could have treated all your subjects equally, so why did you do this?" Li Sino said, somewhat devastated. "Why do you insist on killing those barbarians? Just because they can't change their beliefs. Even so, you shouldn't have killed them all in such a cruel way." At this very moment, on the far north ice plains, countless barbarians, their hands bound, were being led slowly towards the sacrificial altar that Suing Xue had already prepared, hanging behind the Silver Knights. The savages struggled incessantly, trying to escape. But no barbarian was able to escape. Even on the icy plains, the Silver Knight possesses exceptional mobility. Even if they managed to free their hands and feet, they could not escape the knight's pursuit. An atmosphere of despair spread across the entire ice field. "That's right, it's precisely because they can't change their beliefs that I'm using them." Unlike Li Sino, Suing Xue used manipulation rather than killing. In her view, the two are very different. These barbarians were probably all powerful warriors in the past, the kind that deserve praise. But at the same time, they are also my people's nightmare. They plundered ordinary people and looted caravans. Under such brutality, the barbarians of the far north, along with their ancient beliefs, have become a nightmare for my people. These people who were not my subjects before are afraid of them, and, by extension, they are afraid of their symbols of faith. That's why I chose them to be the objects of sacrifice. Only by killing my people in the name of religion can I maximize my faith points, achieve my goal, and save more people. And don't forget, all barbarians who are willing to convert to a different faith, and all barbarian children, are safe. It was I who saved them from their false faith. Right now, I am merely committing necessary evil. The sacrifice of a small group can save many more people." Countless barbarians were dragged toward the sacrificial altar. At this moment, countless people who had come under Suing Xue's rule were already waiting near the sacrificial altar. When they saw the first barbarian appear, they were filled with panic. The existence of barbarians is a nightmare for these people. However, when a group of barbarians were bound by the Silver Knights and dragged this way, they cheered instead. Because they knew that their lord had defeated those terrible barbarians for them. At that very moment, the chief priest sent by Suing Xue stood on the sacrificial altar, holding a sharp blade. "Fellow citizens, rejoice. The former raiders have become utterly defeated and dead. They will never again plunder you in the blizzard, kill you, or they hurt you with their sinful faith." Upon hearing this, countless citizens who gnashed their teeth in hatred for the barbarians cheered once again. A female barbarian with scars on her face was dragged before the chief priest. The chief pastor addressed the crowd below the stage. My fellow countrymen, behold, this is proof of their depravity. Brush. The chief priest tore open the barbarian's animal skin clothing from her back, revealing the scarlet tattoos etched on her back to everyone. This symbol represents the beliefs of these barbarians. It could be a totem or an animal, but in any case, these things are manifestations of the barbarians' beliefs on Earth. Often, these negligible acts of faith can actually provide these barbarians with a power that transcends the physical rules of reality. But now, they have another use. But my fellow countrymen, do you know the real reason for the defeat of this barbarian tribe? It's their mistaken belief. It was their false beliefs that led them to commit those cruel acts. It was their false beliefs that led them down the path of defeat. They have been abandoned by the gods of order. It is precisely because they lost divine grace that they are heading towards destruction. The chief priest slashed down with his sword, and the barbarian clutched his neck and curled up on the ground. Seeing this, the people below the stage began to use the temple they had just learned about to recite the names of different gods, demonstrating their loyalty. Saint Carl, Lord of Light, Tassel, Goddess of Knowledge and Life, Stuka, Lord of the Ocean. As countless people chanted the names of their respective gods, the tattoo on the barbarian's back began to fade. There's a reason for all of this. These barbarians, who sealed their faith power on their backs, died on the sacrificial altar. Their sealed faith power was then plundered and became part of another faith. Therefore, this is the real reason why Suingshua had Li Sino bring these barbarians from the ice plains to this place. In the eyes of the gods, the invisible and intangible power of faith can be physicalized. To put it in a blasphemous way, the power of faith is the currency that can circulate among the gods. However, behind these currencies of the gods are living, breathing souls. As more and more barbarians are judged and stripped of their faith, this blood-soaked sacrificial altar is becoming increasingly sacred. This kind of sacredness doesn't need to be put in quotation marks. The sanctification of the sacrificial altar is not just an adjective, but a real phenomenon. As more and more faith power is plundered, the sacrificial altar itself will become part of the sacred site, making it easier for that faith power to gather and eventually condense into faith fragments that certain lords can use. These fragments of faith will play an extremely terrifying role in the hands of certain lords. Distance. Kneeling in the historic Cathedral of the Gods, Suingshua slowly raised her head. Dressed in stunning attire, she slowly raised her hands. Under the watchful eyes of countless gods and statues, several snowflake-like fragments of faith appeared out of thin air in her hand. So beautiful. Looking at these fragments of faith, Suingshua couldn't help but sigh. Then, holding these currencies of the gods, Suingshua closed her eyes. She is about to redeem the first heroic spirit in this Lord's trial. Chapter 103: The Spreader of Radiance Fans. Do you wish to consume faith shards to summon a heroic spirit? Looking at the options on her heavenly Tao system, Suingshua nodded. In an instant, a great deal of divine radiance began to appear in the Cathedral of the Gods where Suingshua was located. The source of this divine radiance is the statues of the order-related deities worshipped by Suingshua's people. This divine radiance only appears in this area when these majestic deities set their gaze upon a particular place. However, Suingshua herself knew very well that the divine radiance created by the so-called vision of the gods was just a deception. The gods would never lower their high heads to survey a trial continent that hasn't even formed a plane. The reason they set their sights on their own territory is simply because they have offered to them the fragments of faith they desired. This was a transaction from beginning to end. Without the fragments of faith as a catalyst, no matter how devout Suingshua is, she will not be able to attract the attention of the gods. Moreover, even now, Suingshua possesses fragments of faith that can attract the attention of the gods. What she attracted was merely a fleeting glance from the gods across countless ages. Even with such disdain, this single glance from the gods was enough to change many things. For example, once the mighty gods have obtained enough fragments of faith, they will send a divine servant residing in their divine kingdom down to the mortal realm. And the name of these divine servants is Heroic Spirit. Ah, now I can choose a heroic spirit. Suing Xue looked at the heavenly Tao system in front of her and said with a smile. Unlike Wu Wei's hero selection, Suing Xue can choose heroic spirits. The specific reason is that since the gods want fragments of faith, they must provide corresponding heroic spirits for the lords who provide these fragments. Each deity provides heroic spirits with different divine attributes and abilities. For example, some heroic spirits are good at purifying and strengthening soldiers, while others are good at direct combat, and still others can provide a lot of knowledge. The abilities and attributes of these heroic spirits are closely related to the deities they worship. Similarly, the more fragments of faith a lord provides when requesting heroic spirits from the gods, the stronger the attributes of the heroic spirits he can obtain. Even during the era of lords, some lords were able to obtain the true forms of heroic spirits from the gods. The more fragments of faith they submit, the stronger the heroic spirits the gods can provide. Although it still appears to be random, the heroic spirits provided by the vast majority of the gods generally meet the needs of the lords. The more a deity craves fragments of faith, the more likely it is to provide lords with heroic spirits that align with their own ideas. Suing Xue was so happy because she had successfully found the heroic spirit she wanted most among the 7 options in front of her. After making her choice, the light emanating from the statue of Saint Carl, representing justice and radiance, in front of Suing Xue immediately increased significantly. Meanwhile, the other statues dimmed in the process. Then, the light surrounding Saint Carl's statue gradually absorbed all the fragments of faith from Suing Xue's hand. Then a ball of light, taller than a person, appeared in front of Suing Xue. When Suing Xue touched the ball of light, the first heroic spirit to appear on the trial continent was officially bound to her. The sphere of light slowly transformed, and a man radiant with light emerged from the tiny sphere, slowly approaching Suing Xue. Although he lacks a physical body, as an immortal heroic spirit, he possesses a body forged from divine radiance. Although ordinary mortals cannot see his face clearly, judging solely from his voice and appearance, he is a very perfect man, so perfect that it is unbelievable. You have acquired a new heroic spirit, the Radiant Spreader Vance. Heroic Spirit Rank 1. Experience points required for level up, 0/1000. Heroic Spirit Attributes, Strength 30, Intelligence 120, Stamina 75, Perception 27, Agility 12, Charisma 19. Health Points, 480, Holy Points, 1200/1200. Physical Defense, 10, Magic Defense, 10. Heroic Spirit Skill 1, Spreading Light. Spreading Light, Active Skill. Skill Effect, Vance consumes a certain amount of his holy power to release a beam of holy light, dealing holy damage equal to 1 times the amount of holy power consumed to the enemy. Note, when a heroic spirit's HP or holy power reaches 0, the heroic spirit will enter a state of oblivion and will require a large amount of faith shards to revive. Holy power will not increase with the heroic spirit's level. Heroic Spirit Skill 2, Holy Light Array. Holy Light Array, Active Skill. Skill Effect, Vance consumes 200 holy points to create a magic circle composed of the aura of the god Saint Carl, protecting everyone within the circle. Friendly life forms within the circle will regenerate 2 health points per second. Note, holy damage will have a certain advantage against some dark races. Conversely, the desecration damage from dark races will also deal additional damage to the heroic spirit. Heroic Spirit Skill 3, Evil Judgment. Evil Judgment, Active Skill. Skill Effect, the fiercely righteous Vance can actively mark an enemy on the battlefield. The marked enemy will suffer an additional 20 points of holy damage. Other, omitted. Comment, Vance was an extremely fanatical believer during his lifetime, so you can't say anything bad about the hypocritical god of light, Saint Carl, to his face. Otherwise, wait, it sounds like someone's knocking at the door. Very good. Finally, I also possess the ability to rival Wu Wei. Suing Xue, who had secretly gathered a lot of information about Wu Wei, did not choose the heroic spirit provided by the goddess of wisdom according to her own preferences, as she had initially thought. In her view, wisdom was no longer the most important thing in order to fight against Wu Wei. After observing Wu Wei's offensive tactics, she concluded, "The light and judgment bestowed by the gods are the only things that can restrain this demon of the abyss. Heroic spirit vans, for the sake of the people of this continent, please bestow holy light and judgment upon those demons." Looking at the heroic spirit vans in front of her, Su Yingxue said with a smile. Vans returned the courtesy, expressing his respect for Lord Su Yingxue. "Of course, the glory of our Lord will naturally purify all impurities. Evil will perish under the light." Chapter 104 Dreams and Infiltration. Within Su Yingxue's territory, a heroic spirit has appeared? Within the territory of the Abyss Lord, Wu Wei, who was watching the dragon egg hatch, couldn't help but frown after receiving this message. How is that possible? Wu Wei's first reaction was naturally disbelief, believing that the intelligence was wrong. Although Wu Wei's grades in school weren't ideal, he still knew the basics of the era of lords. Heroic spirits are beings that a lord can only possess after upgrading to at least the third era. This kind of existence, which requires a large amount of faith power to exchange for, cannot be obtained simply by having resource points. They need a large population and the power of faith that a large population generates, both of which take time to produce. Therefore, Wu Wei naturally found it somewhat unbelievable. But Wu Wei, after calming down, thought about it again. No, since this intelligence came from within Su Yingxue's territory, the likelihood of it being true has actually increased considerably. After all, this guy is not one to be soft-hearted. Wu Wei said to himself. Su Yingxue is a madwoman who will even exploit loopholes in divine contracts if given the chance. Therefore, to be on the safe side, I cannot simply conclude that this message is false. I need to see for myself what this so-called heroic spirit is. Thinking of this, Wu Wei stood up, walked away from the dragon egg, and returned to the throne in the abyss. Soon, a new perspective connected with Wu Wei's mind. Just as Wu Wei was sitting on the throne of the abyss, in a corner of the former capital of the Duke of Stag, which was also Su Yingxue's base city on the Trial Continent, a homeless man sleeping next to a sewer suddenly opened his eyes and mechanically got up. During this process, he will share everything he sees with Wu Wei. However, don't misunderstand, this doesn't mean Wu Wei has gained any possession ability, nor does it mean he has some kind of mind control ability. Wu Wei was able to do this entirely because of a demonic ability that hatched from the Abyss's incubation pool. A demon called Nightmare. This demon is different from other demons. It has no physical body and no physical attack capabilities. However, it possesses one of the most seductive abilities of all demons. As illusory demons, they can directly lure the souls of ordinary creatures from afar, gradually leading them into their control through dreams. However, the targets he can possess are extremely limited. Only those souls with strong desires or whose souls are inherently inclined towards evil can be easily controlled by their dreams. Those creatures with stronger willpower, or those souls protected by faith, require prolonged corruption to be tempted into depravity. People who are marginalized and forgotten in society are more easily lured by the beautiful dreams they create. This is why nightmares first target homeless people. God, Your Excellency, why did you awaken me from another beautiful world? Reality is too painful. After the homeless man awoke, he wept bitterly as he spoke to the nightmare. The nightmare controlled the homeless man by weaving all sorts of beautiful dreams for him. In those dreams, he could be a king above all others, a learned poet, or a general leading troops into battle, but he would never be this homeless man in reality. Therefore, this extreme disparity caused the homeless man to suffer greatly upon regaining consciousness. But what he didn't know is that each time the nightmare allowed him to enter those beautiful dreams, it was intensifying his suffering. Moreover, his soul is no longer complete. After entering the dream a few more times, he will die completely, and his soul will belong to that nightmare. Send him to the place where heroic spirits are said to appear. I need to use his eyes to see the appearance of the heroic spirits myself. However, Wu Wei didn't care about any of that. He simply coldly issued new orders to the nightmare. Understood, my lord. Nightmare quickly deepened its control over the homeless man and passed on the series of tasks that Wu Wei had assigned to him. In an instant, the homeless man, under the promise of the nightmare, understood the task given to him by the divine messenger. Despite his gaunt frame and the biting cold, he crawled out of the filthy sewer, put on his coat, and headed toward the church where the spirits of the fallen had appeared. The condition Nightmare promised him was that after he completed the task, it would weave another equally beautiful dream for him. Not long after. Thanks to Su Yingxue's benevolent policies, although this homeless man was universally disliked, he still managed to reach his designated location smoothly as a civilian. Despite the frighteningly low temperature in the Bucks' capital city today, the homeless man still managed to climb up a corner of the church with terrifying perseverance. Furthermore, guided by the evil contract, Wu Wei still managed to see the legendary heroic spirits through the eyes of this homeless man in the cracks of the church. The spirit was currently receiving worship from several priests, gaining experience points in this special way. However, the moment he sensed that he was being watched, his perception level of 27 immediately came into play. In just a moment, the homeless man's head exploded and he rolled off a corner of the church. Is there something possessed by evil in this city? That person's soul is already rotting and decaying. Is he your enemy? Vance said, frowning. Su Yingxue, who was standing next to him, was also taken aback. How's that possible? The vast majority of people in my city have already been converted to believers. They shouldn't be susceptible to corruption. She also did not expect that her city would be infiltrated to this extent. But in the instant the homeless man's head exploded, countless marginalized people throughout the city began to awaken from their sleep. After Wu Wei confirmed the existence of the heroic spirits, an evil plan began to brew in his mind. And these marginalized individuals will be an important part of this evil plan. Chapter 105 Indictments and Crimes. The Edge of the Bitter Sea Desert. That's not fair. This is completely unfair. A lord looked at the corpse of his dead hero and roared in fury. Why can Wu Wei's recruited warriors ignore the limitations of the era? Why can the heroes he recruits directly possess such high base attributes? Don't you guys think that Wu Wei's possession of the demon race is a bug? Faced with this question, the others around the lord also fell silent. The strength these demons have displayed has long exceeded the threshold of the lord's trial. If Wu Wei only possessed lesser demons and inferior demons, that would be one thing, but look at what these things are. The lord pointed to the legendary Balrog, who was slaughtering allied warriors at the edge of the desert. This is a level 50 legendary unit. Are we really capable of dealing with this level of troops at our current stage? At this very moment on the battlefield, the legendary Balrog is laughing as he throws a Naga hero unit into his mouth. As the Naga screamed in agony, the legendary Balrog let out a chilling groan. Although the flesh and blood of the Naga race are rich in water elemental elements, they are not on the diet of most fire elemental creatures. However, this legendary fire demon, being a demon, obviously cannot be judged by common sense. The more unconventional the food, the more enjoyable it is for him. So, after swallowing the Naga hero, the legendary Balrog walked straight towards the trembling Naga warriors, out of Wu Wei's sight. Although the legendary flame demon only possesses a single bloodline enhancement effect, it cannot compare to the legendary lava lord Fax in terms of strength. But you should know that as the leader of the hidden forces, Fax is the only one of his kind on the entire Trial Continent. Without this deadly enemy of the same attribute, the legendary fire demon is actually in a temporary, invincible phase. These soldiers, whose strength was at most only at the second generation, had absolutely no effective means to fight him. Do we really have a chance of winning against such a race? The lord behind spoke to the other lords. What exactly are you trying to say? What I really want to say is that this trial is unfair. Wu Wei definitely cheated. Demons, such a powerful race, should not appear in the lord's trial assessment. According to the common sense of the Lord's era, such a race should be considered an extremely powerful hidden race. Although you could choose your race before entering the Age of Lords. Whether you choose the human race or the Murloc race, you can choose for yourself. You can even choose between the undead and giants if you want. The problem is that most lords choose common races like humans, naga, dwarves, and gnomes before entering the lord assessment. Almost none of them choose rare races like undead or giants. This is because the rarer a race is, the more difficult it is to control, and the lower its chances of passing the Lord's trial are. Because each unique race presents a significant challenge to the abilities of all lords. Take the giants as an example. Although any unit recruited by the giants is far more powerful than that of an ordinary race, their cost is also extremely high. The recruitment cost for an ordinary giant requires at least 800 resource points. This is just the construction cost. The minimum daily maintenance cost food for a giant is at least 20 points. Therefore, given such difficulty, most lords would not choose giants as their initial race. Only after their territory has reached a certain scale would they choose giants as their new subordinate race. Rare races may be powerful, but they are not necessarily suitable for the Lord's trial. This is common sense that these new lords learned in school. However, Wu Wei and the demons he controlled defied this common sense. That's why the Lord was so agitated, to the point that he believed Wu Wei must have cheated. Cheating? Are you crazy? Are you questioning the heavenly Tao system? That's a serious crime. Yes, accusing someone of cheating is a very serious matter. Many lords, though equally disgusted by Wu Wei's greed, were not as agitated. After all, there are many lords every year who randomly encounter rare races in the Age of Lords and then pass the Lord's trial. Although few lords achieved good results, they were not entirely absent. Therefore, they believe that Wu Wei at most drew a rare race, and there is no question of cheating. In addition, every so often, new races are discovered or created during the Age of Lords. Therefore, the existence of a demon race is not a particularly novel thing. Really? Is the heavenly Tao system truly infallible? Faced with the rebuttals from the other lords, this extremely agitated lord spoke. Have you forgotten how the heavenly Tao system collapsed a few days ago because of the appearance of the Seed of the Abyss? At that time, it seemed like we all lost our heavenly Tao system within a minute. You might think that Wu Wei's current performance is due to his luck or his strength. But I would never think that way. I believe he must have found a way to cheat, or the ability to deceive the heavenly Tao system. I even suspect that he tampered with our relics, which led to this situation. Therefore, after this assessment, I will proactively request that the school conduct an investigation into Wu Wei. Upon hearing this, the other lords, who initially thought the Lord was just being sarcastic and making empty threats, were also stunned. Because their world is divided into the real world and the world of the lords. Therefore, while it is possible to investigate a lord in the real world and determine that a lord has violated the heavenly Tao system, it is a very strict accusation. Although there have indeed been candidates in history who cheated in the Lord's examination with the help of their parents. But that's extremely rare, so rare that you might not see even one case every few years. The last candidate who was found to have cheated ultimately faced the death penalty. Not only was the candidate who participated in the Lord's trial affected, but the family members who helped him cheat were also severely punished. As for the crime for which he was sentenced to death, it was precisely for destroying the heavenly Tao system. So after hearing what this lord said, many other lords advised him to calm down. Even so, this lord was still determined to report Wu Wei after the Lord's trial ended. However, to some extent, his statement is not problematic. Because the existence of the endless abyss itself is indeed a form of destruction against the heavenly Tao system. However, the erosion of the heavenly Tao by the endless abyss had already begun the moment she found Wu Wei. Wu Wei, who was busy processing war information, was completely unaware of this matter. Chapter 106 Expansion Between Each Other. Little Mistress, keep pushing forward. On the throne of the abyss, Wu Wei, unaware that he was already suspected, was directing the little devil matriarch Caroline toward a certain city. Under his command, All the demon armies advancing eastward are in a terrifyingly overwhelming situation. This differs somewhat from the usual Lord's occupation strategy. The demons have no direct management capabilities whatsoever. Those resource-rich mines, those logging camps ready to operate, and those farmlands that have been cultivated for a long time are all operated by demonic slave laborers. Those demons simply slaughtered all the soldiers and rebels and destroyed valuable buildings, turning them into ruins. During this process, at least less than 20% of the creatures in the occupied territory survived. The rest of the flesh and soul became nourishment for the newborn demons. They don't consider the future output of the buildings they've destroyed. All they cared about was destroying everything in front of them as much as possible, spreading death and terror. In other words, with the demons' destructive attacks, their numbers are actually growing wildly, in a one-off manner. Although this growth was a one-off event, it was enough for the demons and Wu Wei, who stood behind them. The burgeoning demons plunder as much land as possible for the Endless Abyss, the engine of war, to provide it with fresh fuel. The Endless Abyss breeds even more demons, further expanding the scale of its war. This vicious cycle will eventually reach a point where it becomes unbearable. Even the vastest universe has an end, and the Endless Abyss will eventually reach a point where there is nothing left to plunder. But no matter what, the expansion of the Endless Abyss will never stop today. Keep going. Destroy all the cities, towns, and villages along the way. Burning forests, polluting rivers, and spreading plague and poisonous fog across the sky. With each cold-blooded order issued, the bases that lords had painstakingly built on the Trial Continent were destroyed, along with the natives of the Trial Continent. On the chessboard, called the Trial Continent, Wu Wei was placing his chess pieces one by one. Where the chess piece goes, death and destruction will follow. With each move made by the Abyss Lord, a portion of the chessboard would be permanently corrupted, plunging into darkness. All beings on the entire Trial Continent are gradually suffocating due to the pulse of the Abyss Lord. No matter which lord it was, or how many lords formed the allied forces, they could not stop the Abyss's invasion at this moment. 3 days after Wu Wei redeployed his troops, he had single-handedly opened up the eastern and western ends of the entire Trial Continent. And this is just the end of the beginning. But just as the entire Trial Continent entered its darkest hour, Su Yingshua's forces, which had remained silent, finally mobilized their troops once again. Upon hearing this news, countless lords were moved to tears. They thought Su Yingxue had finally had a change of heart and was ready to stop Wu Wei's atrocities. However, Su Yingshue's subsequent actions stunned all the lords. Because this benevolent lord, who was known as a goddess, was not attacking the area where Wu Wei was located, but rather the territories of other small and medium-sized lords. In addition, the major lords who had suffered heavy losses due to their previous failed attacks on Wu Wei's territory were also her targets. Unlike Wu Wei, Su Yingxue concealed her talents as much as possible until the moment she led her troops out. When she actually set out with her army, the other lords were surprised to find that compared to Wu Wei's demon army, Su Yingshue's army seems even more terrifying. Because during this period, Su Yingxue possessed the largest army on the entire Trial Continent. Even the size of her army far exceeded that of Wu Wei. The reason for this is that Su Yingxue successfully utilized the characteristics of faith to recruit a large number of fanatical warriors. Whether it's to atone for past sins, to fulfill promises of heaven in the future, or simply to repay the merciful goddess they worship. Su Yingxue improved their lives, helped them find their own paths faith, and also provided a stable life for their parents and children. Therefore, these fanatics are willing to take up arms for Su Yingxue in the name of their faith and slaughter all her enemies. At this moment, the other lords finally understood why Su Yingxue had acted like a fool before, trying her best to protect her people and even spending a lot of resource points to provide them with the antidote for the plague. All she did was to gain the trust of her people. Countless lords originally intended to resist to the end. But in the face of such a massive army of faith, all resistance is futile. Because besides her faith, Xue also wields the powerful tool of magic. One lord's territory after another was completely destroyed, and their portals were removed one by one. In this way, they have completely lost the right to continue competing for resources on the Trial Continent. Therefore, while Wu Wei was plundering everything in the southern part of the Trial Continent, Xue was also wreaking havoc in the northern part of the Trial Continent. Even Xue's expansion speed was faster than Wu Wei's. On this chessboard called Trial, there are no longer only Wu Wei's pieces of different colors. The color of Xue's chess pieces also occupies half of the entire chessboard. As the two gradually eliminated other forces in their respective areas, their expansion gradually approached its theoretical limit. It's unclear when it started, but the directions of both armies began to change. The duel between these two is finally about to begin. A pair of scarlet vertical pupils opened from the throne of the abyss, looking towards the northern end of the Trial Continent. Chapter 107: Surprise Attack and Disturbance. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Xue, I'm so nervous. What should I do? Looking at the densely packed marching routes on the map, Li Sino bit her fingernails and stared wide-eyed at Xue. Don't panic, Wu Wei's attack hasn't fully unfolded yet, so you must relax. Xue, with the benevolence of a saint, patted her companion on the shoulder to comfort her. No, I won't be afraid of that brat anymore. What really makes me nervous is that I'm actually going to get second place in the Lord's Trial. I wonder what the reward for second place in the Lord's Trial will be. A legendary hero, a new tech tree, or some kind of new, upgraded version of the architecture? Oh, right, it's not quite right to say I'm second. After all, with Xue around, this trial is inherently unfair. No matter where you go, you'll be number one, so if we round it off. At this moment, Li Sino was overjoyed. Actually, I should have been the first place winner in this Lord's Trial. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this fool say that, Xue slapped Li Sino on the forehead, right there on her well, pulling her back from her reverie. Don't let your imagination run wild. We haven't won yet. Now, we must also be wary of Wu Wei's attack. Hundreds of scouts have already discovered traces of demons along our territory's defenses. We must be careful. Hearing her best friend know, her big sister say that, Li Sino laughed and ran to Xue's side. Hey! Li Sino pinched Xue's cheek and forced a smile. Don't be so serious, smile, okay? Haven't we already done our reconnaissance? Wu Wei's resource production capacity is less than 1/7 of ours. As long as we can withstand his first wave of attacks and clear out that era building called the Seat of the Abyss in time, then we're guaranteed to win. Li Sino's confidence largely stems from Xue's operational capabilities. Under the leadership of this supreme goddess in their hearts, the entire northern part of the Trial Continent was under their control. Every second, under Xue's control, this vast territory provides them with countless resource points. And this number is still increasing. With such abundant resources, Xue has even begun planning to break through the Third Era and build the Fourth Era's architecture. It wasn't just the times. The number of soldiers recruited by Xue, Li Sino, and others was also increasing rapidly. Because more and more of the people who initially did not approve of Xue have begun to gradually accept the Lord's benevolent methods. Regardless of the race of these people, they gradually became believers of the gods of order under Xue's active or passive influence. Under the blessing of faith, more and more believers in Xue's territory began to be inspired and turned into fanatical believers. Because of their sheer number, the faith power they accumulated in such a short time was almost enough for Xue to recruit a second heroic spirit. On the other hand, Wu Wei's facilities were already in a state of partial destruction due to the destructive power of the demons. If everything in Xue's territory was vibrant and full of life, then Wu Wei's territory was a different story. In many resource-producing areas, only a few demon slaves exist. The once vast forests began to thin out due to war and demons. Even those once fertile lands have become much more barren because of the desecration of the torch. It can be said that Wu Wei's current territory production capacity is 1/7 of Xuengshue's, mainly because he occupies too much territory. Moreover, even this limited production capacity is not being utilized to its fullest extent. Wu Wei did not use it to expand his production capacity, but instead poured it all into the incubation of demons. In some extremely barren areas, food shortages have even led to instances of demons eating demons. In short, the two sides are vastly different in terms of business operations. Li Sino firmly believes that if the situation drags on for a few more days, the balance of power between the two sides will become unbalanced. Because, in the end, the competition in Lord Wars is about the potential and productivity of each other's territories. No, Li Sino, you absolutely mustn't think like that. Xuengxue stopped her best friend's arrogant idea. She lowered her head, a shadow falling over her face, as she sat in the corner of the room. Have you forgotten how terrified you were by Wu Wei's attack? Believe me, at that time, he probably didn't even consider you a real enemy. That level of attack was merely a small probe. And now, having acquired a legendary unit, he will only be more terrifying than before. No matter what advantage we have, we must be wary of his surprise attack. Xuengxue raised her head and said firmly, I really want to beat him just once. Even just once. Hearing what the other party said, Li Sino also became serious. Okay, I'll do it now. But before this guy could make up his mind, the level 15 Archmage suddenly pushed open the door. Then, a piece of bad news hit Li Sino like a bombshell, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. My lord, we have been attacked. Xuengxue was not alarmed when she heard the news. She spoke calmly, as if she had expected this news to come. Which areas were attacked? Miss Charles remained silent for a moment, but she still gritted her teeth and told the truth. Apart from our capital city, all other cities have been attacked to varying degrees. Hearing this, Xuengxue fell silent. How is that possible? Li Sino was getting anxious. How could it be all the cities? Our defenses are still intact, and our scouts haven't detected any enemy activity. Furthermore, why haven't I received any warnings from the Heavenly Dao system? Xuengxue spoke up. It must have been the magicians trained by Miss Charles who sent out this message. Miss Charles nodded. That's true. The only reason we haven't received a system warning yet is that Wu Wei didn't attack our troops or our civilians first. To be precise, he didn't even attack our units. Because the units that were attacked belonged to Wu Wei. Xuengxue closed her eyes and, after seeing the scenes in the city, spoke with a slight tremor. At this very moment, in those cities, large numbers of people, bewitched by demons, are engaging in sacrificial rituals under the guidance of several fallen individuals who have descended into madness. In their delirium, they had no idea what they were doing. Summon the demons. Chapter 108: The Fall of the City. Battles between lords are often not determined solely by the outcome of the war. In a game between two or more parties, war is only the most crucial element. Whether a battle is won or lost often depends on whether the participants in the war can achieve their objectives. Therefore, in schools, wargaming is treated as a regular course, rather than the only one. This was known not only to Xuengxue, but also to Wu Wei, who was at the bottom of the class. However, these two final participants in the Lord's trial share the same goal at this moment. That is to drive the opponent's forces back to their own plane and monopolize the entire trial continent. Only in this way can the two determine the true winner. Evacuate our civilian units, allow the army to enter the city, and wipe out the demons. Upon receiving Ms. Xiao's message, Xuengxue immediately issued her orders without hesitation. Among these, sheltering civilians is the second most important matter. The most important task is to eradicate demons and the corrupted. Any civilians who have excessive contact with the fallen, or any civilian units that have been corrupted by the fallen, may be executed by the army on the spot. With the order issued, the troops in various cities, who were already in a state of tension, began to move. Even so, their speed was still much slower. After all, Wu Wei had already begun planning this attack several days ago. So when those devout armies entered the areas where the rebellion had occurred, they would be met with hellish scenes. Goddess of Wisdom, please save me and protect my soul. A believer in the Goddess of Wisdom was being dragged to a corner of the city by a fallen being who had long been corrupted by demonic power while praying. Further afield, countless corrupt individuals wielding various sharp blades relentlessly hunt down and persecute ordinary civilians. These depraved beings are twisted in body, and their souls are already utterly filthy. Even their eyes were as murky as mud. And from their mouths, they murmured the dreamlike illusions woven for them by the nightmares. From the moment they fell, they were no longer ordinary creatures, but slaves of demons. However, these horrific corruptors do not kill civilians immediately after capturing them. Instead, they drag them to a fixed corner of the city after committing various horrific atrocities. In that corner of the city, a huge, almost unreal heartbeat was resounding throughout the heavens and earth. Furthermore, as time went on, this heartbeat grew louder and louder, becoming increasingly closer to reality. The source of this heartbeat sound is a demon gate structure that grows from an underground magic circle. This unique architectural shape resembles a heart. However, the material that makes it up is the blood and bones of innocent people. Whether they are devout believers or innocent citizens, any civilian unit that fails to escape the area controlled by the Fallen in time will be captured by the Fallen and used as material for the Demon Gate. The more pain, howling, and torment they endure before their death, the higher their value and the faster the construction of the Abyss Gate can be accelerated. Only in this way will their souls have value to the endless abyss. As more and more souls are sacrificed to the Demon Gate, the soldiers are increasingly surprised to find that the land is being desecrated. On what was originally ordinary land, bizarre abyss plants would inexplicably grow. These abyssal plants, though nominally plants, are no less aggressive than any predator. Poisonous and hallucinogenic properties are common, but what is even more terrifying is that some abyssal plants have the ability to actively hunt, grabbing any passing creatures and swallowing them into their bellies, turning them into part of their own nutrients. It doesn't matter whether it catches animals, intelligent beings, or the degenerates. Inside the city, a large amount of air began to change abnormally. Large areas of the region began to smell foul, become filled with toxins, and become unsuitable for the survival of ordinary organisms. The buildings, corroded by the air and infested by abyssal plants, began to decay and endlessly evolve into dens of demons. The city area that these soldiers were once very familiar with began to gradually develop into some indescribable and bizarre state. It's as if this decadent urban area is beginning to break down the barriers between reality and illusion. They became a kind of channel, a channel connecting to a dark and corrupt world. But all of this has only one purpose. That was to celebrate the early arrival of the demons. So when those devout soldiers began to wield their sharp blades, striving to advance into the region and finally reach their destination, the construction of the Demon Gate has also been completed. Amidst the despair in the soldiers' eyes, creatures far beyond what their faith had described descended upon the city with wicked smiles. These twisted demons scrambled out of the temporary structure of the Demon Gate. With their arrival, it was the Fallen who were the first to be liberated. This group of marginalized people, who had fallen into depravity for various reasons, ran towards the messengers of God in their dreams, seeking liberation. In fact, they will indeed find their own liberation. The grinning demons, having fulfilled the pact in place of the nightmare demons, killed the Fallen one by one and sent their corrupted souls to the endless abyss. Unlike Su Yingshua's army, Wu Wei's demons were a group of madmen who loved pain. They craved to see others die, to see their wails and pain. Therefore, the flesh and blood of these fallen ones will only further incite the abyssal creatures that have emerged from the Demon Gate, making them, who are already insatiable with hunger, even more desperate to plunder everything in the city. The soldiers, already terrified by the change in their surroundings, would tremble uncontrollably with fear upon seeing these enormous demons. But this is only the beginning. As mentioned before, the Demon Gate is a special type of structure, unique in that it resembles a combination of the Profane Torch and the Abyss Portal. Then, as a teleportation device exclusive to demons, it has a limit on the number of demon units it can transport at one time. Therefore, the Demon Gate is like a connector that links the abyss to reality. If it were to be destroyed, all the demons would be enraged and uneasy because they would lose their connection to the endless abyss. That is the mark etched into the souls of all demons. As beings of the endless abyss, demons are destined to serve the endless abyss to the very end, until their souls return to the endless abyss. Therefore, after losing their connection with the abyss, they will do everything in their power to try to reconnect with the endless abyss. This situation will worsen once the Demon Gate, this special structure, explodes due to the excessive number of demons it contains. Because those demons will become even more unscrupulous and insane until they reconnect to the endless abyss. The only way to reconnect to the abyss is to build more demon gates, allowing the abyss's influence to spread even further. The materials they used to build the second batch of demon gates were naturally from the army that had just entered the area. The demons, watching the soldiers gradually lose their minds due to the terrifying surroundings, revealed greedy expressions. Chapter 109 Pessimists and High-End Combat Force. My lord, you have succeeded. Upon sensing the sudden increase in the influence of the Abyss Mother across the continent, the Plaguebringer Mara excitedly shouted within Hell's body. I can feel the power of Mother Abyss amplifying in this land. Upon hearing what Mara, the Plague Breeder, said, Hell and the Imp Matriarch Caroline, among others, nodded in agreement. After all, Mara and the others, as heroic units of the demon race, are more able to sense the endless abyss itself than ordinary demons. Although in the past they had all served different abyss lords. But they still share a common mother, the endless abyss. The power of the endless abyss would fill them with genuine excitement and joy. However, unlike the joyful attitude of Mara and the others, Wu Wei, sitting on the throne of the abyss, did not appear happy at all. He simply sat there, using his Abyss Heart abilities to continuously mobilize the armies in his territory. Don't be too happy. Wu Wei opened his eyes and said calmly, We haven't won yet. It could even be said that our chances of winning this war are not necessarily more than 50%. Nothing is certain yet. Wu Wei was somewhat different from the other lords, although he always sought endless war. But in reality, he is a pessimist. Regarding his path of warfare, he always had 2 or more contingency plans and prepared for the worst. Just like the plan made this time within Su Yingshue's controlled area. Although Wu Wei successfully stirred up rebellion and madness in almost all the cities, in reality, most of Su Yingshue's territory remained very peaceful. Unlike modern society, Su Yingxue, who is currently only on the edge of the Third Era, does not actually have the ability to urbanize her territory. In other words, more than 90% of Su Yingshue's territory is currently rural areas mainly consisting of farmland, or small town areas centered around mines, ranches, and logging camps. These towns are Su Yingshue's true core, the source of her soldiers and resources. In these core areas of Su Yingxue, Wu Wei did not launch any rebellions that could be considered successful. This is not because the fallen ones are not capable enough. Rather, it's because the number of these fallen ones in these areas is simply too small. As a marginalized group, their numbers ultimately amount to only about 1%. After all, given Su Yingshue's religious fanaticism, it's already a miracle that such a large number of marginalized people could exist. Therefore, in sparsely populated villages and towns, these marginalized people are killed as soon as they show their faces. Even though they were crazy enough, terrifying enough. However, courage and reason can be washed away by sheer numbers. Therefore, although Wu Wei's offensive seemed intimidating, in reality, all he did posed little threat to Su Yingxue. The vast majority of urban civilians were able to survive with the help of priests and the army. Moreover, those terrifying demons that had already taken over the city had actually been strategically abandoned by Wu Wei, who treated them as expendable pawns. Because after losing reinforcements from the Demon Gate, their survival time is measured in hours. In no more than a day, all these demons will be killed. But their deaths actually had value. Because while they were causing chaos, they were also trying to destroy the city's infrastructure and delay a large number of Su Yingshua's troops. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the demons within Wu Wei's sphere of influence were finally able to advance. Because a large number of troops are being held back by those demons, Wu Wei's demon army will face significantly less resistance during its advance. It was the sacrifice and destruction of these demons that gave Wu Wei the opportunity to advance. However, don't think that Wu Wei's actions were too cold-blooded or inhumane. In fact, Wu Wei's actions were precisely in line with the nature of an Abyss Lord. Because he never needs to take responsibility for the demons themselves, never needs to feel sorry for the death of any demon, and even having feelings for the demons themselves seems somewhat superfluous. He was the Lord of the Abyss. It is enough to be loyal only to the endless Abyss itself. As long as he can win the war, then he is a qualified Abyss Lord. So after hearing what Wu Wei said, the other hero units, including Mara, fell silent. Because they discovered that the human lord before them was becoming more and more like the Abyss Lords they remembered. That profound awe and fear, emanating from their very souls, forced them to remain silent. Compared to demons, Abyss Lords are actually nurtured by the endless abyss and are a stranger, more evil, and less suitable to be discussed existence. This has led to the gradual disappearance of the sense of closeness that Wu Wei previously gave them. Instead, there was a mix of trepidation and strange excitement as one awaited the Lord's orders. Aren't you all curious why I haven't transferred you? Hearing Wu Wei say this, Mara and the others nodded in agreement. They were indeed wondering about this. After all, ever since Wu Wei started the rebellion and transferred all available demon troops to Su Yingshua's territory, these heroic units have not been mobilized. This is very different from Wu Wei's usual playing style. Having a deep understanding of warfare, he never wasted the value of any piece. Therefore, it is quite strange that these heroic units did not receive any orders after the war began. Don't worry, what you need to do most right now is not to attack, but to improve your own strength. Wu Wei glanced at his current, abundant resource points and said, I don't lack too many warriors right now. What I lack now is sufficient high-end combat power. Therefore, I am now giving you a new order. You will each go to the Temple of Sin and the Abyss Altar. Whether you exchange or upgrade new skills from the Temple of Sin, or obtain new equipment through the Abyss Altar, it doesn't matter. I need you to achieve the greatest improvement in the shortest amount of time. After saying this, Wu Wei took out a large number of items that he had been accumulating since he entered the Lord era, which were suitable for sacrifice at the Abyss sacrifice platform. He placed countless precious treasures, preserved by various racial groups, in front of him, numbering nearly 100. I need you to improve your combat capabilities and ensure that you defeat the heroes who are my enemies on the front lines and that St. Carl's spirit whom I loathe utterly. Chapter 110 Treatment Issues. As the wealthiest Lord army in the current Lord trial, where exactly does Su Yingshua's army demonstrate its wealth? Are they the standard armor and weapons they use? No, that's not the case. There was a new lord with a military lineage who had been swept out of the game by Su Yingxue, but the armor and weapons of his army were the best. The method for making that armor was a closely guarded family secret, which he could memorize and bring into the Lord's trial. Is that the soldier's powerful supply capabilities? That's not true either. If we're just talking about supply capabilities, the Natural Alliance, to which Li Mengmeng belongs, is the strongest. Although she was also swept out of the game by Wu Wei. However, thanks to their natural abilities, the fairies and druids of the Natural Alliance are the least lacking in food and medicine. They even survived the super plague that swept across the entire continent using their natural abilities, with less than 20% of their population dying in that disaster. What truly showcases the wealth of Su Yingshua's army is the number of heroes within her ranks and the powerful equipment they wear. Unlike many lords who tighten their resources and only support or train 1 or 2 heroes, Su Yingxue has a total of 17 heroes. This high number of heroes is due to 2 factors. First, Su Yingxue accommodated a large number of races, bringing nearly 10 different races under her control, and the people of each race were willing to pledge allegiance to her. Therefore, her maximum number of heroes naturally exceeds that of other new lords. However, if it were only about the number of heroes, Su Yingxue wouldn't deserve so much description. What truly sets Su Yingxue apart is that, after providing ample resources to her territory, she is willing to invest over 40% of her resource points into her heroes. This is a terrifying number, especially considering the total number of resource points Su Yingxue has acquired. Su Yingxue's heroes all have equipment that is most suitable for them. These are not the junk equipment crafted by ordinary blacksmiths, nor are they wild equipment dropped by so-called monsters. Instead, they are high-quality equipment that can be purchased directly with resource points from the recruitment buildings of these heroes. In addition, these heroes have also learned new skills that can enhance their abilities from various buildings. The most outstanding among them was Ms. Xiao'er, the earliest mage to follow Su Yingxue. This mage, whose hero level is far ahead of others, now possesses a full set of basic magic skills. Furthermore, at Su Yingxue's promise, he has built a mage tower in the heart of the royal city that is even more luxurious than the Lord's castle. With the blessing of this mage tower, Miss Charles will become a true mage turret. Any enemy who dares to spy on the royal city area will be blasted to pieces by arcane energy in front of this archmage. Even the rebellion in the royal city was suppressed by Lady Charles all by herself. This is what makes Su Yingxue so terrifying. Her army has a large number of fanatics as its basic fighting force, as well as hero units that are almost invincible at the same level. Moreover, Su Yingxue has never given up on leveling up her hero spirit, namely Fan Si. That's why Wu Wei is so worried about this. The difference in troop numbers between him and Su Yingxue was not significant. He was confident and capable of maintaining an advantage in troop numbers over Su Yingxue once the war began. However, he was less confident about high-level combat capabilities. Although his current number of legendary Balrogs has doubled to 4. However, the legendary fire demons can only be considered legendary creatures at best. They cannot compare to true hero units that have been equipped with both skills and abilities. The reason why hero units are called hero units is because their combat power will increase infinitely over time. The gap between the two sides will narrow indefinitely, and then one side will be overtaken. Moreover, Su Yingxue's speed in overtaking will be very fast. More and more information indicates that, in order to achieve final victory in this battle, many heroes have once again changed their equipment and upgraded their skills. Therefore, Wu Wei also had to keep up. His hero units must also receive the same upgrade. When Hel and Mara saw the countless treasure supplies suitable for the Abyss Altar, collectively referred to as treasures laid out before them, they couldn't help but tremble. Not only the two of them, but also the hero units Hendrix and Caroline were overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing these treasures. Is this really for us? Wu Wei nodded. I don't care how you use it, nor do I care what skills you want to upgrade. You can use everything I have accumulated so far as you wish. As soon as he said those words, Wu Wei regretted it. The moment he finished speaking, his 4 heroes immediately started fighting. Let go, this is fucking mine. Get lost. I was the one who saw it first. Hull and Hendrix got into a fight. Meanwhile, the little demon queen happily ran towards the Abyss Altar, clutching a bundle of treasure. Even the little Mara inside Hell took this opportunity to leave her cave, come to Wu Wei, bite a blood-red diamond with her mouth, and then flee back like lightning. Oh, by the way, just a quick note. Wu Wei treated his hero very poorly. He never provided these hero units with any equipment or resource points. In other words, these are the heroes who followed Wu Wei. They had long been dissatisfied because of poverty. It's just the kind of dissatisfaction that you dare not express. Chapter 111 Desire and Incompleteness. Well, Wu Wei covered his face, somewhat helpless. Hell, you little bastard, let go of me. Let go. Faced with the lure of treasure, even siblings Hel, the son of purity, and Mara, the plague bringer, began to fight over it. Mara, whose size was only slightly larger than that of an ordinary maggot, disregarded the dangers around her and bit her brother's arm tightly in order to prevent him from placing his share of the treasure on the Abyss sacrifice platform. If this brother and sister are like this, then let alone the little devil matriarch Caroline and the blood driver Hendrix. These two really fought until their brains were splattered. Well, that's not an exaggeration. The still wriggling mass of brain matter in front of King Wu Wei's throne was a byproduct of the fight between the two sides. If I had known, I would have divided it equally. Wu Wei opened his eyes, looked at the 4 hero units locked in combat, and showed a helpless expression. However, in fact, Wu Wei was right to do so. Because in the endless abyss, talking about fairness or equal distribution is a very foolish thing. If Wu Wei were to distribute these treasures equally, these heroic units would be even more dissatisfied. Even though these 4 heroes were locked in a fierce battle, none of them felt dissatisfied because their final reward was less. Since Wu Wei has already given the total amount of wealth, how much they can take depends on their abilities. Therefore, in their souls, plundering the wealth of others and gaining more benefits is a part of life, and also a way for them to practice the way of the abyss. And the endless abyss is exactly like this. Because this is a truly immoral, never-ending killing ground. This is the abyss. My lord you really don't want these treasures? Mara wriggled her insect-like body and came to Wu Wei. While selecting the treasures she could lift, she curiously asked Wu Wei, who was sitting on the throne of the abyss. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei lowered his head and looked at Mara. Treasure. I don't need it. After saying that, Wu Wei stepped off the throne, reached out to help Mara, picked her up as she was dragging a crystal bracelet, and led her toward the abyss altar. Then you, my lord, are very different from the other abyss lords I remember. Different? Isn't that normal? Just like there are no 2 identical leaves in the world, everything should be different, right? Wu Wei bent down, put Mara down, and said. Mara shook her head as she performed the sacrificial ceremony. No, my lord, you misunderstand me. You are truly different. I have seen more than one abyss lord in countless dark years. Without exception, they are all loyal servants of desire and absolute benefactors of the abyss. And the desires of these abyss lords are so powerful that even demons are astonished. Their desires are varied, whether they are sexual desire, destructive desire, or desire for conquest, they are all extremely strong. But I see no desire in you other than for war, which is very strange. It's as if your soul is incomplete. If we were to describe them using colors, the other abyss lords, based on the desires they exhibit, would have souls like twisted hellish rainbows unstable, but certainly possessing a multitude of colors. But what you said. After the sacrifice was completed, Mara raised her head and looked at the new abyss lord. Your soul is as pure as the black sun we worship. Then shouldn't this be a good thing? Wu Wei, who rarely communicates with his hero units, asked rhetorically. Isn't a lord only qualified if he has a single desire? No, quite the opposite. Mara seemed to be in a very good mood because of the sacrifice, and she even forgot her greatest fear of the Abyss Lord, becoming unusually talkative. My lord, the Endless Abyss has denied this from the very beginning. Because the merciful Mother Abyss, in essence, encourages any being to indulge its desires. Her existence is like a desire amplifier, capable of arousing all the desires in your soul and mind. As for the creatures of the abyss, whether they are weak abyssal worms or powerful demon kings, the reason they can survive in the abyss is because they have desires. Desire is the fundamental driving force for life to continue, and it is also the true driving force for living beings to fight and break through their own limitations. Even if these desires seem dirty and despicable to outsiders, the motivation they provide is genuine. The creatures of the abyss are made strong because of this, because under the stimulation of Mother Abyss, their desires will never end. On the contrary, any creature that comes to the abyss would find it difficult to survive if it lacks the support of desire. This is especially true for beings with only one desire. Because Mother Abyss will not favor those beings who have no desire or potential. But you're special. Because even so, you were chosen as the esteemed Lord of the Abyss. The favor the endless abyss has shown you surpasses that of all the abyssal creatures I have ever known. Mara said no more after she finished speaking. Upon hearing Mara's words, Wu Wei seemed to realize something. He raised his head and looked at the vortex above the abyss sky. Above the crimson sky, that vortex, defying physics and common sense, continued its slow, relentless rotation. Even though the ground beneath Wu Wei's feet had long since dried up and withered, the vortex in the sky continued to spin endlessly, like an eye that never closes. Hee. Wu Wei smiled. Everything Mara said before. He doesn't care at all. Who cares? Whether I am favored or not, I don't care. I don't care whether I'm a qualified Abyss Lord or not, I don't care. Even if I only have one desire left to exist. So what? Isn't the ultimate manifestation of desire the war I'm pursuing? The sum of all desires is the essence of war. Wu Wei left the Abyss sacrifice altar and headed to the Temple of Sin. There, Wu Wei's heroes will complete their final upgrades and armaments. Next, they will head to the front lines. The war has begun, and the war spirits known as heroes will certainly not be absent. Chapter 112 Equipment and Childishness. Just as Wu Wei had predicted, the existence of the Abyss Sacrifice Altar is indeed highly random. Of those nearly 100 treasures, less than 1/5 were transformed into equipment needed by the heroes at the Abyss Sacrifice platform. But actually, that's enough. After all, Wu Wei gave away so many treasures that even with only a 1/5 conversion rate, Wu Wei's heroes would be fully armed. Unlike Su Yingxue, who needed to allocate a large amount of resources to 17 heroes and 1 heroic spirit, Wu Wei only needed to take care of 4 heroes from beginning to end. Oh no, to be precise, they are 3 combat heroes. In the upcoming battle, Mara will remain in the safest abyss area to help Wu Wei breed the plague flies. Only 3 people, the Little Demon Mistress, the Pure Child, and the Blood Driver, are able to go to the battlefield and directly participate in combat. At this moment, the 3 heroes, each with different physiques and bizarre appearances, had taken their loot from the Abyss sacrificial altar and put on their equipment. It must be said that the equipment from the Abyss, though strange, is all of high quality. This refers not simply to attributes, but to the adaptive extensibility of equipment. For example, an item called the Evil Thorn Chainmail can absorb the life force of the Imp Mistress after she wears it, and then automatically extend and grow out, eventually covering most of the Imp Mistress's body. Evil Thorn Chainmail. Living heavy armor. Rarity, epic. Rarity, unique and cannot be replicated. How to obtain: Abyss Sacrifice Altar. Equipment attributes: increases physical defense by 45 points, magic defense by 23 points, and maximum health by 30%. Equipment requirement: Demon Race. Equipment skill: Thorn Growth. Hypertrophic growth. After being attacked, the wielder of this equipment will gain 1 point of movement speed, 1 point of attack speed, and take 1 point of damage upon being stimulated by the hypertrophic growth. This effect can stack up to 15 times and lasts until the end of the battle. Equipment durability: 1,200 points. Living gear trait: this gear will not break after losing all its durability. It will only shrink and enter a dormant state. Reactivating it requires health points equal to the amount of durability lost. Comment: it is said that this was a spoil of war from the time of the Demon King Fubuti during his princely days. However, due to its special properties, Fubuti never wore it on the battlefield. But on another kind of battlefield, this piece of equipment that can increase speed is his favorite. In addition, the other equipment effects are also very good. For example, Hel, the son of purity, obtained a giant hammer forged from the finger bones of a 100-armed titan. Giant finger bone hammer. 2-handed weapon. Grade: Premium. Rarity: Standard equipment. How to obtain: it can be crafted from the corresponding demon craftsman or obtained from the Abyss Altar, provided you have the necessary materials. Finger of the 100-armed titan. Equipment attributes: physical attack power 181 points. Equipment requirements: demon race and minimum strength not lower than 20. Equipment skills: none. Equipment durability: infinite, can only be destroyed by special fire and frost. Review: it's really sturdy. Try sticking your head over there and see. Although this huge hammer-shaped weapon has no weapon skills, its attack power is the highest that Wu Wei has seen so far. Oh, of course, except for Hendrix's original form. Even a single premium weapon can deal 181 points of physical damage. Such high damage is something even elite warriors cannot withstand. It can be said that with this equipment, Hel finally got rid of the embarrassing situation where she was always passively attacked and could only silently heal on the sidelines. In addition, many other items that could increase health were also equipped by Hel. As long as he doesn't get trapped in an inescapable encirclement, his ability to restore life every second is a true fortress for him. Besides the Imp Mistress and Hel, Blood Driver Hendrix also acquired a lot of equipment. However, unlike these two who directly equipped themselves, there is a difference. Hendrix, the Blood Driver, was originally a weapon. Therefore, he himself is actually unable to use other weapons and equipment. However, the host he parasitizes can. However, the proud and arrogant Hendrix would never allow such a thing to happen. It would not allow its slaves to wear other, gaudy and cheap clothes. Even if these slaves are the kind that are used and discarded, it won't work. So although he stole the second largest amount of treasure, he didn't actually equip himself with any of the weapons and equipment he obtained from the Abyss Altar. He simply stored them away, and then had Wu Wei look after them for him. Oh, by the way, although Hendrix does not allow his host to use these items, these extra items still cannot be shared with other hero units. After all, according to his words, this is my equipment. Even if it falls apart, it's still my equipment. So even Wu Wei could only helplessly watch as the equipment he had painstakingly accumulated, transformed from his treasures, slowly rotted and rusted at his feet. In some ways, these demon heroes are actually quite innocent, like children, with a strange childlike quality. However, he's a rather wicked child. In short, after initially resolving the equipment issue, Wu Wei began spending resource points to help his heroes upgrade and learn new skills. Compared to the previous equipment, skills and upgrades actually consume the most resource points. When Wu Wei actually arrived at the Temple of Sin to make a purchase, he finally let out a genuine sigh. He was lamenting Su Yingshue's wealth and his own poverty. This was somewhat different from what Wu Wei had imagined. Upgrading the skills of his hero units costs tens of thousands of coins. Chapter 113: Highest Combat Strength. When upgrading his skills, Wu Wei spent less than a quarter of the time at the Abyss Sacrifice Altar. It's not for any other reason than that the skill prices in the Temple of Sin are simply too expensive. The Little Demon Mistress Caroline's Rotting Gas skill requires a full 10,000 resource points to upgrade from LV1 to LV2. The Devour skill, in particular, requires 20,000. Therefore, the resource points that Wu Wei had painstakingly accumulated could not withstand such a drain. War, in the end, is expensive. It seemed to sense that Wu Wei's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Little Mara, perched on Hel's shoulder, was a little worried and said weakly, my lord. Should we temporarily stop helping us upgrade our skills? Our current skill level is sufficient for most situations, and besides, we've acquired quite a bit of equipment. Yes, it's wartime now, and we heroes don't need too much treatment. I will obey you, my lord. These heroes belonging to the Abyss faction are not stupid. Although they had not studied so-called knowledge, having experienced countless wars in the past, they could guess Wu Wei's current economic situation. But it was rather pathetic for a lord to have such words spoken by one of his heroes. Wu Wei turned his head and said through gritted teeth, "Need not. We still have enough resource points. This kind of problem is not something you heroic units need to worry about. Just tell us your demands. I am the Lord of the Abyss, do as I say." As Wu Wei spoke, he shut down some of the less important Abyss hatching pools. Some poor little devils that hadn't even hatched yet were thrown back and recycled, turning into resource points. But as soon as Wu Wei finished speaking, he regretted it. Because it's just like the demons fighting each other before. The demon hero units are also incredibly ruthless. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, the monsters began to frantically shout out their demands. The previous concern about Wu Wei's resource points was all an act. Such touching stories of filial piety and parental love are nothing but a deception in an abyss devoid of ethics and morality. Their true intention is always to make Wu Wei get gold coins. Remember, demons are creatures adept at disguise. A few minutes later, Wu Wei stared blankly at his resource points, which had been completely reduced to 0. The heroes behind him were all beaming with joy. Besides their levels being forcibly raised to level 20 by Wu Wei, each of their basic skills received a huge boost. First, Hell's Pure Blood skill has been upgraded to LV5, and now he can recover 7% of his maximum health per second. In some ways, he is already a true immortal monster. The Imp Mistress primarily increases the putrid gas and imp throwing skills. Her gas damage has now doubled, from the initial 15 points to 30 points. As for the imp throwing skill, it has been changed to throwing 3 or more imps at once. Furthermore, the little demon mistress has become even larger, and the number of cages on her body has increased from 20 to 50. The little devil matriarch has now transformed from a slender monster who was over 10 meters tall into a slightly chubby monster who is nearly 20 meters tall. As for Hendrix, he is the most special one. He did not ask Wu Wei to upgrade his other skills, but instead focused all his efforts on upgrading the Berserk Blood Chi skill. At his request, this skill was upgraded to LV10. It is the highest level skill among all heroes. And the effects of this skill have begun to become extremely terrifying. He changed his previous maximum storage limit of 240 lives to a maximum storage limit of 1,200 lives. The damage dealt by the skill naturally increases to 2,400 points as the maximum health increases. This is an extremely alarming number. In the current situation, no hero can withstand the full power of the Berserk skill. Of course, no non-hero unit host could allow Hendrix to drain a full 1,200 health points. Even giant demons couldn't do that. Of course, the legendary flame demon might be able to, but Wu Wei simply disagreed. Even in Wu Wei's army, there were only 4 flame demons, which were treasures among treasures. Wu Wei would only allow these 4 fire demons to die if Wu Wei needed it to. Apart from the 3 of them, Little Mara's combat power increased the most. Because her health points jumped from 1 to a full 10. A full 10 times. Even her physical attack power increased from 0 to 1. This is a qualitative leap. But these are all jokes. Wu Wei's skill upgrade strategy for Mara focused on 2 main skills, Mother of Flies and Targeted Evolution. After Mara's current skill upgrade, his plague flies can now carry 3 different types of viruses instead of just 1 type of virus. Secondly, there are targeted evolution skills. After Mara upgrades the skill to LV3, her ability to modify plagues will increase significantly. The plague that swept across the entire Trial Continent would take her about 2 weeks to recover. However, now that Mara has evolved, she can create a new type of plague with a similar scale of spread, but with a completely different nature, in about a week. In other words, as long as she is still alive, the area she is in will be constantly facing a world-ending plague on a weekly basis. Such changes were enough to satisfy Wu Wei and also sufficient to meet the current needs of the war. By the way, hero units can actually learn new skills every 10 levels. However, because it was too expensive, the stingy Wu Wei did not agree to let any hero unit learn new skills. That's too expensive. So, after Wu Wei successfully spent all of his resource points, 3 of the 4 heroes were kicked out of the abyss by Wu Wei and sent to the battlefield. Poor little Mara was forced by Wu Wei to keep breeding new plague factors and plague flies. However, after Wu Wei threw these heroes out of the endless abyss, the effects of leveling up heroes were quickly apparent on the battlefield. Suing Xue's forces, which had already begun to fight Wu Wei across the continent, started to suffer a series of defeats. These three heroes were like three nails, firmly fixed on their respective battlefields. Wu Wei and Su Yingshue's ideas are not actually completely opposite. Wu Wei also has elite troops under his command. Moreover, Wu Wei was equally generous in his investment in elite troops. Because these demon heroes, at this moment, represent the highest combat power of the Endless Abyss. Chapter 114: The Being Who Controls Everything. Click. With a look of disgust, Lee Sino pulled the spear from the little demon's body. The well-built lord, panting, tore off her already tattered clothes. Then, amidst the burning gazes of the soldiers, she nonchalantly changed into a relatively clean set of clothes on the battlefield littered with corpses and blood. The fair skin of the body formed a stark contrast with the gruesome battlefield. I really want to take a shower. What are you all looking at? However, when Lee Sino, sensing something amiss, turned and glared at the group of soldiers whose eyes were darting around, all the soldiers immediately lowered their heads and dared not look at them again. The reason they became so obedient was not simply because Lee Sino was not tempting enough, but because of fear. Because the girl in front of them was a genuine killing machine. In the battle just now, this girl single-handedly killed hundreds of demons. Even the giant demon, which even heroes had to face with caution, had its heart pierced by this girl. Accompanying the giant demon's scream was Lee Sino's laughter. At the time, many soldiers wondered who the real demon was. Xiaoxue, the battle on my side is over. Lee Sino opened the Heavenly Dao system and contacted Su Yingxue. How's the battle going on your end? Soon after, Su Yingshue's voice came through. The situation is terrible. The pressure from Wu Wei was immense. If it weren't for Ms. Charles's magic tower forcibly activating the magic energy overload program at the cost of half of its magic pool, the outer defenses of the royal city would have been breached by now. Su Yingxue said with lingering fear. Currently, although Wu Wei has withdrawn his troops, the outer perimeter of the royal city remains surrounded. The transportation lines have been completely blocked, and a large number of demon armies have been dispersed into small groups around the area. Oh? Isn't that just as you expected? Hearing Su Yingxue say this, Lee Sino wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, she was very happy. Didn't you say before that Wu Wei would use a strategy of besieging our city and attacking our reinforcements? Using our capital as a base, he would continuously annihilate our support forces. Su Yingxue sighed and said, No, it's not quite the same. I did think they would try to besiege the enemy and attack their reinforcements, but Wu Wei's previous attack intensity far exceeded my expectations. He acted as if he really wanted to take the city. This is somewhat different from what I knew about him before. Su Yingxue looked somewhat helpless as she finished speaking. According to her original plan, she intended to use her own capital city as bait, and then use all the large and medium-sized towns as fortresses. Every large and medium-sized town has a large amount of military supplies and a sufficient number of soldiers. They can hold their ground against the surging tide of demons, or send out troops to support each other when besieged in other areas. In this way, she immediately used these fortresses as leverage points to dominate the entire region and seize the initiative in the war. However, Wu Wei's offensive intensity was somewhat different from what Su Yingxue had expected. First of all, Wu Wei did indeed launch an attack on her as expected. However, the terrifying power Wu Wei displayed during his attack far exceeded her expectations. In the past, when he and Wu Wei conducted war game simulations, Wu Wei was like a roaring giant machine, gradually turning the situation in his favor amidst the chaos. Although this offensive method is chaotic and disorderly, and contains many errors, it is extremely effective. But Wu Wei now is completely different from before, because his attention to detail began to become perfect. For some reason, the minor errors that Wu Wei had previously made in weapon simulations have stopped appearing. On the vast battlefield, countless battles are fought every moment. Logically speaking, someone like Wu Wei, who likes to expand the battlefield, should make many mistakes. After all, humans are not machines and are bound to make mistakes. However, Wu Wei can now extend his command to every battle and every battlefield. That's terrifying. In this state, Wu Wei was like a wild beast with bloodshot eyes, searching for the weaknesses of Su Yingshue's army on the battlefield. Because if he doesn't expose his mistakes, then Su Yingxue, who was originally on the side of breaking the deadlock, will be in a disadvantageous position instead. Any weakness exposed to him will be met with a fierce and relentless attack. Such changes made it difficult for Su Yingxue to continue. Originally, Su Yingxue could have weakened the opponent by taking advantage of Wu Wei's mistakes on the battlefield and gradually found a way to turn the tide. But now, the situation has completely reversed. Even Su Yingxue felt a long-lost sense of suffocation during her battle with Wu Wei. Fortunately, war is not simply a contest of who is more meticulous. Many factors can influence the outcome of a war. With more soldiers, more resources, and most importantly, Lady Xia, Su Yingxue still won this round. After realizing that his army was unable to capture the capital and was suffering huge losses at all times, Wu Wei withdrew his troops without hesitation. Even though the demons under his command, already stained with blood and gradually descending into madness, were howling wildly and doing everything in their power to resist this command. The Abyss Lord's order still forced them to withdraw. As a result, Su Yingxue and the royal city she resided in were given another chance to breathe. The feeling of suffocation I had before had disappeared. But that's all. Wu Wei's large army remained entrenched on the outskirts of the capital. Countless demons are relentlessly blaspheming the earth, and along with them comes a deadly plague deliberately sown by the demons. Given time, this seemingly invincible royal city will one day fall into the hands of the devil. Therefore, I have no choice but to activate other plans ahead of schedule. Accompanied by the heroic spirit vans, Su Yingxue arrived at the highest point of the royal city. After looking down at the densely packed demons below, she spoke calmly. As I said before, Li Sino, I will divide our territory in two. I will use the area I control as bait to defend against Wu Wei's siege. And you and the heroes stationed in your respective cities are responsible for the attack. Countless times before, Wu Wei deliberately expanded the battlefield to drag me into his territory. Now, I want to see how he will react if I expand the battlefield to a point where he can't handle it. I don't believe he can completely control all the battlefields. So, let the scope of the war expand once again. Faced with Wu Wei's terrifying offensive, Su Yingxue did not choose to back down. Because she believes that everyone has their limits, even Wu Wei is no exception. There is no existence that can completely control everything. Chapter 115: The Hidden Existence. Oh. On the throne of the Abyss, Wu Wei looked at the intelligence reports within Su Yingxue's territory and muttered to himself. At this moment, almost all the troops in Su Yingxue's territory were mobilized. Just as Wu Wei's behavior was somewhat unconventional, Su Yingxue also frequently made unconventional decisions. She no longer confined herself to small area operations that she was good at, but instead followed Wu Wei's ideas to further expand the scale of the battlefield. In fact, she had already done so before Wu Wei was even ready to ignite the war across the entire Trial Continent. So that's what they were planning. You want to test my limits? Are you prepared to break my command ability? Wu Wei smiled. He wasn't worried at all. Because Wu Wei's command ability was never actually improved from beginning to end. As mentioned before, his ability to command battles on multiple fronts is an innate talent. This kind of talent cannot be explained by common sense. As for Wu Wei's current ability to make mistakes while commanding, that's another matter entirely. This situation originates from Wu Wei's perspective on war. This special skill is the real reason why Wu Wei is becoming increasingly stronger in command. Don't underestimate this passive skill that only provides Wu Wei with various data. It was the data provided by the war vision that gave Wu Wei the ability to control the situation on any battlefield. Then come on, Su Yingxue, let me see if you can succeed. After saying that, Wu Wei closed his eyes again and resumed commanding the battle. Countless demons, unable to comprehend it, followed the will of the Abyss Lord and headed in various bizarre directions. Just like chess pieces on a chessboard. However, in reality, Su Yingxue lied. When she divided her command in two, she did not tell Li Sino the whole plan. On the contrary, she deliberately concealed some important information. However, she did this not because she didn't trust the other person, but rather it was a sign of her trust in him. Because Su Yingshue's plan is not just about expanding the scale of the battlefield. The real reason she expanded the battlefield was to highlight Li Sino herself. Just like Wu Wei has a talent for multitasking, Li Sino herself actually possesses extremely high talent. However, unlike Su Yingshue's management and Wu Wei's command, Li Sino's talent lies in combat, in personal combat. She's a combat genius. Don't assume that all lords are like Wu Wei and Su Yingxue, strategizing and planning from the rear, watching their generals and soldiers fight. Such lords constituted the vast majority during the era of lords. But that's definitely not all. Because Li Sino is such an exception. She, and the Li family of Linjiang City behind her, all the lords in the family are rare combat-type lords. As for the so-called combat-oriented lords, they refer to a special type of lord who concentrates a large amount of resources on themselves and learns as many skills as possible to fight. It's important to know that lords can change their class during the lord era. For example, Wu Wei himself is an abyss priest. Because lords have more resources than heroes, plus the digital bodies given to them by the heavenly Tao system. Therefore, in many cases, the combat power of battle-type lords is actually greater than that of heroes, and even most heroic spirits. The lords of the Li family were among the best of the best. In the battlefields of the lords era, the lords of the Li family often fought against hundreds of enemies, ultimately leading a small force to kill key targets. The reason why Li Sino was chosen by Su Yingxue as a teammate to experience this lord's trial together is because of this. Li Sino may seem a bit dim-witted, but she is actually a very strong person. Therefore, in this war that swept across the entire trial continent, Li Sino was actually Su Yingshue's second trump card, or rather, her true trump card, besides the heroic spirits. However, Su Yingxue never told Li Sino this, but simply let her figure it out herself. Even when Wu Wei first invaded Su Yingshue's territory, Su Yingxue did not allow Li Sino to show this. She simply allowed Li Sino, like the most mediocre lords, to gradually collapse along with his army under Wu Wei's attack. She kept this a secret from Li Sino from the very beginning. This wasn't because Su Yingxue didn't trust Li Sino. On the contrary, it was because she believed in Li Sino and trusted her abilities. The reason Su Yingxue concealed Li Sino's abilities within her information network was to deceive Wu Wei. She is creating an information black hole. She deliberately made Wu Wei not value or even ignore Li Sino's original abilities, and then focused all his attention on herself. Because she knew that beneath Wu Wei's seemingly indifferent face lay an extremely arrogant heart. So arrogant was he that he disdained to collect intelligence on most of the enemy's forces and simply carried out the war according to his own ideas. Even Li Sino, who was chosen as his teammate, received the same treatment. He was extremely arrogant and didn't care about anyone at all. But it was precisely this arrogance that allowed Su Yingxue to find an opportunity for breakthrough in this chaotic battlefield. If Wu Wei's attack was like a curtain slowly covering the entire battlefield. Therefore, Li Sino's existence is an exceptionally solid point. A point that even Su Yingxue didn't know when she would break through this veil. Therefore, Su Yingxue believed that when Li Sino began to gradually demonstrate her strength and start to disrupt Wu Wei's plans, Wu Wei would definitely be scrambling to deal with her. And then, it will be time for us to launch a counterattack. Su Yingxue couldn't help but smile as she looked at Li Sino, whose heavenly Tao map had initially been somewhat chaotic, but was gradually coming into motion. Since Wu Wei likes to find opportunities for victory in chaos, then I'll give it a try too. Sometimes, too much order can actually stifle people's normal thinking. Su Yingshue's idea is correct. Because on the vast battlefield, Wu Wei seemed to have everything under control. However, he remained unaware of Li Sino's abnormality. She gradually became a ticking time bomb in the midst of normal warfare. Chapter 116 Acting on Impulse. On the battlefield of the Trial Continent. Wu Wei's offensive was like a millstone, starting from the south and gradually crushing Su Yingshua's territory. Although Wu Weifang's soldiers were outnumbered at the beginning, he did not hesitate at all and launched an even more ferocious attack. It was this decisiveness that enabled Wu Wei to achieve his first results in the early stages of the war. However, it is somewhat different from the cities that Wu Wei occupied in the past. This time, the civilian units in Su Yingshua's territory resisted much more fiercely than those in other areas. Moreover, it wasn't just the civilian units that were causing trouble. The biggest problem for Wu Wei was also Li Sino. After Su Yingxue stopped commanding her, she began to grow rapidly through a series of battles. "Get out of here, you demons!" Amidst the ruins, a young boy gripped his broken sword and spoke fiercely to the demons before him. "Ha ha ha! Devilish language I see. The ants are struggling." In contrast, they were met with ridicule from the lesser demons and mockery from the demon overseer. "Oh, poor lad. Put down your weapons, and you will become an excellent slave laborer." The burly demon overseer, striding along on all fours, grinned as he approached the boy. The chains on his hands rattled and made a terrifying sound. Seeing this, the boy trembled all over and kept backing away. However, this is not because he lacks courage or anything. To be able to raise a broken sword in the face of rampaging demons is itself a very courageous thing to do. However, compared to courage, the demons were far too brutal. Even the bravest person often loses the courage to fight when truly facing a demon. Because these monsters that emerged from the abyss did not belong to this ordinary world. The more they grow, the more bizarre and grotesque they become. So when the demon overseer arrived at the boy's side, the boy was trembling like a leaf and could barely hold onto the broken sword in his hand. The demon overseer's greed became increasingly apparent, because he could already imagine that he would soon acquire a young and strong demon slave. This demonic slave will work for himself and the Abyss Lord he serves until death. But at that very moment, for the glory of Stuka, the sea god, the boy mustered his last bit of courage and roared, chanting the name of God as he raised his broken sword and swung it fiercely at the demon overseer with 4 thick legs. This is why Wu Wei dislikes faith. It was precisely because of the false faith instilled by Su Yingxue that his battle became so difficult. After many towns were captured, large numbers of devout people would fight the demons to the very end in the name of a hypocritical and ignorant religion. But demons don't simply disappear because of faith. More importantly, their actions only increase unnecessary suffering and death. But this time, things are a little different. As the boy watched in astonishment, the massive demon overseer, clutching his chest from which a large hole had been pierced, slowly collapsed. "Hee, luckily I made it in time." Li Sino swung her blood-stained spear once more, turning the little demons that pounced on her into mincemeat. "Quickly search for more survivors, gather them together, and then escort them away." After speaking to the Silver Knights behind him, he added a sentence, having already fought demons many times. "Remember to be quick. After I kill this demon overlord, we have at most 10 minutes left. If we exceed this time, we will be completely surrounded." Then Li Sino pulled the boy up from the ground and patted his head. "You were very brave just now, just like a real warrior." The boy was stunned when he heard what the other person said, because he felt that the goddess might actually exist. And the way they walk among humans should be just like the lady in front of me. Looking at Li Sino's blood-stained but still beautiful face, the boy was somewhat dazed. But Li Sino had no time to worry about any of that. She simply instructed her guards to protect the boy, then immediately picked up the long spear with the wolf head pattern and rushed at lightning speed toward the next civilian unit that needed her rescue. "I may not be as clever as Su Yingxue, but I can manage my territory just like her," Li Sino thought as she ran through the ruins. "I'm not as cold-blooded as Wu Wei, who can execute his tactics and strategies without hesitation. Throughout this war, I have consistently acted as an outsider. Because of my mediocrity, I didn't know what I could do to change the course of the battle. So, since Su Yingxue has always trusted me, I might as well act on my own whim." I will do as Suingxue said, save and protect my people. Even saving just one more person would be worthwhile. Upon reaching her destination, Li Sino took a deep breath, leaped up, and hurled the spear in her hand at a demon overseer who was being escorted by a demon squad. As the demonic overseer fell to the ground, Li Sino smiled at the group of people who had been waiting to die in despair. This is completely different from Suingxue, who uses benevolence as a pretext, but is actually still driven by self-interest. Li Sino was, in a way, truly naive. Because after being brainwashed by Suingxue's benevolent rule in the early stages, she truly cared about these people. Although Suingxue proposed benevolent governance, she was essentially a qualified lord. What she truly desired was compassion and faith. The people themselves are not that important. But Li Sino was a fool. Even at this point, she still couldn't get past this hurdle. That's why she did something no lord would do at this moment. That is, even after a region has been overwhelmed by the demon army and captured, a small number of elite troops are still sent out to try to rescue the civilian units that are about to be enslaved by the demons. Because doing so would be a completely unprofitable business. The recruitment value of civilian units is simply incomparable to that of elite warriors. Therefore, Li Sino's actions not only caught Suingxue, who was no longer in command, off guard, but also caught Wu Wei himself off guard. Because of Li Sino's foolish way of thinking, she inadvertently struck at Wu Wei's weak spot. It is important to understand that wars in the endless abyss require the use of war to sustain the war effort. This guy's impulsive actions inadvertently began to slow down Wu Wei's frenzied attacks little by little. Beneath the abyss, those eyes that had once ignored Li Sino and regarded her as an ant. They began to focus their attention on her. This is not a good sign. Chapter 117 The Bottom Line of War. It must be said that Suingxue's plan was indeed effective. Originally, every time Wu Wei conquered a region, he would allow his demons to slaughter and plunder all the resources in that region. Among them, the most important resource is the living, demonic slave laborers who can be used as labor. Li Sino's illogical behavior really did jeopardize Wu Wei's annexation plan to a large extent. She was willing to sacrifice more elite soldiers to save those civilian units. In this way, it seems that Wu Wei is the one who makes a profit. But his inherent weakness of lacking resources was actually amplified. More importantly, Li Sino was completely unaware of his own illogical behavior. Without Suingxue's judgment, she was largely unaware of whether her actions were right or wrong. For a long time, she led a small number of elite warriors in the occupied territories, liberating the slaves enslaved by the demon overseers. Even if it actually results in greater losses for oneself. However, Wu Wei was not without defenses. Unfortunately, Li Sino always prioritized speed in every action he took. It would be difficult for Wu Wei to promptly mobilize nearby troops to stop Li Sino's sabotage activities after discovering her whereabouts. Moreover, even if those armies did manage to intercept Li Sino, there was a high probability that they would not be able to stop her. As a result, Li Sino rescued more and more civilians and destroyed many newly established demon production lines. In fact, by sheer accident, she even destroyed a blasphemous torch located at the front line, rendering the abyssal hatching pool next to it useless. Therefore, it all seemed as if Wu Wei was somewhat helpless. But in fact, the Abyss Lord who sat on the throne of the Abyss had always kept his eyes on her. From beginning to end, both her and Suingxue's ideas were complete failures. Because she was unaware of the existence of the skill War Vision. With his War Vision skill, Wu Wei can observe every battlefield from all angles without any blind spots. With each action Li Sino took, her specific data and thought process became clearer in Wu Wei's eyes. An evil idea began to brew in his mind. Mara, is the plague I desire ready? Upon hearing the Lord's question, Mara immediately woke up from her sleep. Of course, my lord. With that, Mara returned to her lair behind her, then crawled out with a plague fly egg in her mouth. This egg contains the 3 plagues you desire. Once they reach a suitable environment and infect the corresponding host, they will exhibit 3 different effects, One is skin ulceration and pus discharge, which is highly contagious. Another is loss of reason, going berserk and attacking others, causing further infection. And the most important one is that after they are infected, parasites similar to nematodes will appear in their bodies. Under the control of the parasites, they will become increasingly thirsty, eventually flowing uncontrollably to the water source, where they will expel the parasites from their bodies, ultimately polluting the entire water source. However, the timing and conditions of these three plagues have been controlled. They generally do not appear in the same host, but rather break out one by one when the conditions are suitable for each of them. Upon hearing Mara's words, Wu Wei nodded in satisfaction. Since you want to save those civilian units, then I'll let you save them all at once. I hope that in the future, when you look back on what you did today, you won't regret it. Wu Wei's countermeasure was simple. Since he currently lacks the ability to retain his slaves under Li Sino's invasion, so he took the initiative to send those slaves back. However, those slaves who were sent back were actually hidden pathogens. With this in mind, Wu Wei immediately put his plan into action. He ruthlessly issued his orders, commanding Mara to control the plague flies and contaminate all the demon slaves who might be rescued by Li Sino. Next, Wu Wei began to create a trap. Each time, he deliberately made Li Sino fight a hard battle before letting her rescue the slaves enslaved by the demon overseer and bring them back to the city. Wu Wei carefully selected the locations where many of the demon slaves were placed, to make these traps even more realistic and lifelike. Even knowing he would die, Wu Wei still sent out a large number of giant demons, making Li Sino believe that he was gradually strengthening the defenses of the resource-producing areas. At the cost of his own soldiers' blood, Wu Wei's plan succeeded. One after another, the demon slaves were rescued by Li Sino and brought back to the nearest city. This situation lasted for 3 whole days. In the past 3 days, Li Sino's footprints have covered almost the entire northern part of the Trial Continent, destroying more than a dozen resource production areas that Wu Wei had just established and killing countless demons. But this good situation continued until the 4th day, when Li Sino noticed something was wrong. Because she discovered that the civilian units she had painstakingly rescued were actually pathogens that Wu Wei had prepared long ago. It was precisely his own kindness that actually caused the deaths of many more people. Save me, my lord. Li Sino stared in astonishment at the boy in front of her, whose belly was as big as a ball. She knew this boy, because she was the one who saved this boy. This boy, who once wielded a broken sword and bravely faced the demons, is now being corrupted by countless nematodes. Numerous nematodes were multiplying inside his body, and even through his abdomen, Li Sino could clearly see the wriggling of these nematodes. Meanwhile, more nematodes that had already hatched were emerging from his back, like countless tiny snakes, doing everything they could to find water in the surrounding area. I feel sorry. Li Sino lowered her head. The boy was no longer breathing, and not far from his body, many more civilians were also suffering from the plague, their lives a living hell. And this is just a town. Many towns under Li Sino's control are ravaged by the plague. In some towns, widespread riots broke out, with large numbers of irrational infected individuals attacking people indiscriminately. Some towns have even become dead zones. The soldiers who went in to check on the situation all contracted a terrible disease that caused their flesh to fester and rot. And the source of all these plagues was those rescued demon slaves. Now, Li Sino finally understands why Suing Xue has been wary of Wu Wei from beginning to end. Because Wu Wei is a monster who understands the true nature of war. This is different from my attitude towards games. He had no compassion. He would use anything possible as a tool of war. Wu Wei also has no bottom line. Because war has no bottom line. At this moment, he was ready to end the war. Chapter 118: Protracted War. Wu Wei's unscrupulous war tactics have thoroughly enraged Li Sino. But war is not a game. It is cruel and has no bottom line. Its ending will not change because of people's emotions. Regardless of whether Li Sino has grown or not, Wu Wei has already decided to end this war, which has gradually become boring. Once he made up his mind, the situation on the battlefield began to change drastically. As orders were issued one after another, large numbers of demon armies began their advance simultaneously. Countless data generated by the vision of war began to gather in Wu Wei's mind. In that instant, the entire trial continent transformed into a chessboard that belonged solely to him. Wherever demons exist, there are no secrets for him. Previously, Xue wanted to test Wu Wei's limits, so Wu Wei showed her his limits. This is an unfair war. Because the situation on the battlefield is now almost transparent to Wu Wei. It is impossible for anyone to defeat Wu Wei under such circumstances unless the difference in strength between the two sides reaches a certain level. Xue understood this point very well. But she didn't care. She had thought of this long before her duel with Wu Wei. So it still doesn't work? Xue looked at the constant barrage of alert messages on the heavenly Dao system and showed a helpless expression. At this very moment, her kingdom is disintegrating under Wu Wei's all-out attack. Although the disintegration was very protracted due to the vastness of her territory. But the collapse of the front lines and the fall of the city are undeniable facts. Moreover, due to her lack of knowledge about the war, Xue's idea of hiding Li Sino also failed. Many cities under Li Sino's control have also completely lost their production capacity due to the disease. It can be said that, with the strength of the army, Xue will find it very difficult to achieve the victory she desires from Wu Wei. But she still did not choose to give up. Under her orders, vast amounts of territory began to be abandoned by her. A large number of people were transported to their initial plane, which was the non-trial continent region, through the portal she had set up in advance. There, the pre-built production facilities are sufficient to support her subsequent wars. Moreover, it wasn't just civilian units. Many warriors with potential but currently insufficient combat power were also brought back to their initial planes by her. It can be said that as Wu Wei's attack began, one empty city after another began to appear on the trial continent. When Wu Wei's army stormed into the city, all they could gain were lands that were of no value to occupy. Without sufficient demon slaves, occupying these lands is not very meaningful. This is another method Xue uses against Wu Wei. She directly undermined Wu Wei's subsequent war-fighting capabilities at the source. Although Li Sino's unconventional behavior did not completely ruin Wu Wei's plan. But it was thanks to her that I was able to see Wu Wei's weaknesses more clearly. Xue looked at the increasingly busy territory in her original plane and said, unlike the endless abyss that Wu Wei possessed, Xue's initial plane had sufficient resources. Therefore, even with only the resource points she had accumulated, Xue could maintain most of the normal production capacity, even if she only had population. Moreover, preserving this population is only the first part of her plan. Her counterattack truly began. With only the royal city and a small amount of land remaining, Xue is now finally able to go all out. She no longer attempted to seize the so-called initiative from Wu Wei in the context of large-scale battles. Instead, they centered their efforts on the royal city and engaged in a brutal tug-of-war with Wu Wei himself. Although only one city remains. However, because a large number of troops began to gather in front of it, this city actually became a truly impregnable fortress. No one could have imagined that this trial war would end in such a way. Every moment, prepared warriors are armed from Xue's territory, fighting the demons with an almost fanatical attitude. On the city walls, which were constantly being repaired by magic, spells and cannons roared incessantly, blasting the demons that surged onto the walls to the ground. These defeated siege warriors, upon falling to the ground, would be torn to pieces by their fellow demonic brethren who had also been besieging the city and ultimately devoured. On the magic tower in the city center, Miss Shire was on the verge of collapse several times. But with her strong willpower, she gritted her teeth and, despite the attacks from the magic stones, hurled one deadly arcane spell after another at the demons outside the city. Although these arcane spells are so powerful that they can kill hundreds of demons at once. But as it killed these demons, more demons, like a swarm of ants, frantically crawled towards other unbombed areas of the city walls. Looking down from the city wall, these twisted monsters, born from the abyss, are like morbid tumors, growing from the outer edge of growth and then nailed there. Finally, after a long siege, a small number of demons broke through a corner of the city wall and reached the outermost edge of the royal city. But this didn't help. Before they could even stand firmly on their feet, Su Yingshue's prepared hero units roared and rushed over, slaughtering them all. And so began an unprecedented and brutal tug-of-war. The demons surged onto the city walls and then died. The soldiers held the line, and then they died. Every minute, every second, countless soldiers die. Under such circumstances, many of the Lord's most elite warriors would feel fear. However, Su Yingshue's army was different, because she armed this army with faith and hatred. Indeed, in the eyes of these mortal warriors, the demons were nothing but deserving invaders who deserved to die. They're the ones who destroyed their own home. Fueled by the faith and hatred of these warriors, Su Yingxue achieved her goal. She forced Wu Wei, who was invincible on any battlefield, into a war in which he had to compete with his own will. If Wu Wei can't withstand such exertion, or if he relaxes even slightly, the next moment, the expeditionary force that Su Yingxue had prepared would pour out of the royal city and destroy Wu Wei's lines with swords and fire. Even the seemingly safe heart of the abyss is a target for them. Chapter 1, 1910 Days and the Cruel Truth. Li Sino fell silent as she watched the soldiers dying one after another on the battlefield. Now, she has long lost the naivety she had when she first entered the era of lords, and the war stories that the elders in the Li family had told her have completely lost their romantic color. Having just returned from the front lines, she glanced at the heavenly Tao system. The countdown to the fall of the above-mentioned dimension has reached 10 days. 10 days. Only 10 days left. No, to be precise. 10 days to go. Oh my God. Li Sino closed her eyes, painfully listening to the incessant roars of war all around her. She turned around and said to Su Yingxue, "Xiaoxue, do we really want to continue? What I mean is, do we really have to compete for this so-called first place?" Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue, dressed in a pure white priest's robe, looked at her with some surprise. Compete for first place? Of course. You know, our current strategy has actually been successful, and that's all thanks to you. It was your unintentional actions that led me to the idea of staying put. According to my calculations, as long as we hold on for about 2 more days, then Wu Wei's attack threshold will reach a point where he can no longer completely encircle us. Because while we were bleeding, Wu Wei's side was also bleeding, and compared to our better preparation, Wu Wei's side was bleeding even faster. And by then, we will have a full 8 days of final time. In these 8 days, we have every opportunity to use hero units as the core to break through Wu Wei's encirclement, take the ancient buildings he has built, and then turn the tide of the war back in our favor. Inspired by Li Sino, Su Yingxue carried out this crazy new plan. So what are our chances of winning? 30%. A full 30%. And the longer we persist, the higher our winning rate will be. You should know that, according to my previous simulations, the chances of me confronting Wu Wei head-on are only about 10%. So, it's really all thanks to you that we were able to do this. Upon hearing this number, Li Sino was stunned. But is it really worth sacrificing so many lives for this 30% chance of victory? Take a good look at these soldiers. They all went to the battlefield because of your promise. But you never told them the truth about the war, and in their minds, they didn't know they only had a 30% chance of winning. They don't know that the real reason the war hasn't ended yet is simply because you and Wu Wei want to compete for a first place that doesn't really matter. Don't you think this is too cruel for them? Xiaoxue, how about, let's give up on this pointless first place and take second place, which is rightfully ours. This 30% probability is simply not worth such a sacrifice. Too many people have died because of your struggle with Wu Wei. Don't you think that in some ways you've become just as monstrous as Wu Wei? Hearing this, Su Yingxue stopped. She never imagined that her initial ideas of benevolent governance would have such a profound impact on Li Sino. Although she mentioned benevolent governance, it was only for her own beliefs and to better control her territory. Su Yingxue does not mind making her people live better, but that is on the premise that it does not affect her own goals. No, I will not stop. Su Yingxue suddenly laughed strangely. Her smile was still as perfect as ever. But for some reason, when Li Sino saw her smile at that moment, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Because she saw the coldness hidden behind Su Yingxue's smile. Because all I want is to win. Even just once. In the era of lords, wars were happening every moment. There are battles that are far more brutal than our war, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times more numerous than you can imagine. Li Sino, do you know why I don't care about the casualties of these people? Because they are our people, they are my children. I am the Lord, the true subject. To fight for us, to die for us, is their duty. The promise I give them has always been a stable life, nothing else. But a stable life comes at a price. And all of this is the price they have to pay. In the era of lords, cruel things are everywhere, so why should you care about this one? Don't forget one thing. Su Yingxue looked into Li Sino's eyes and smiled as she spoke her final words. After we leave this Lord trial, each of us with our own family power will be able to obtain far more soldiers and territories from our respective families than we do now, perhaps even dozens of times more. Whether it's our Su family or your Li family, we can easily do this. This trial is just a test of our strength and mentality, and an opportunity for us. Although the rewards of the Lord's trial are very tempting, for large and powerful families, they are often not necessities, but simply rewards to help new lords grow faster. So, Li Sino, why are you so concerned? What about such a trivial sacrifice? Looking at the warriors who had died like weeds on the city wall, Li Sino felt as if her soul had been struck a heavy blow. Yes, Su Yingxue is right. The era of lords has been running for thousands of years since it transformed into the heavenly Tao. Over these millennia, countless wars have resulted in a number of deaths that cannot be counted using conventional methods. The war he was waging against Wu Wei was, in reality, nothing more than a joke in the eyes of countless great lords. Because the true lords were already used to this. Their struggles with each other are often measured in terms of the gains and losses of entire continents or entire plains. Why should she worry about these people who are less than ants? The cruel truth of the Lord era was finally revealed to her. Chapter 120, 40%. Over the next 3 days, a brutal tug of war, beyond description, unfolded within the royal city. The city of Wanqing soon ceased to be a city. Of all the buildings that can be considered architectural structures, only the towering magic tower of the Archmage Xia Heir and the Lord's Castle where the two lords, Su Yingxue and Li Sino, reside now remain. All other buildings, whether they were residence homes, trading markets, or streets, were all destroyed by the war and reduced to ashes. The cruelty of war is evident here. The once bustling streets have been transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. The muddy ground was littered with the corpses of warriors of various races and the remains of demons. When you actually walk on such a path, you'll feel like you're walking on cotton. Because a large amount of putrid entrails, mixed with fresh blood, covered the muddy bricks and stones below. In such a cruel environment, even the most powerful plague would be ineffective. Because soldiers' survival time on the battlefield is measured in minutes. The vast majority of the infected soldiers fell before they even had a chance to develop the disease, mingling with the dismembered corpses and becoming indistinguishable from one another. The soldiers on both sides fought street by street. Every meter was the focus of the battlefield, and every slightly conspicuous ruin would attract terrifying attacks from both sides. Sometimes, the demons gain the upper hand, breaking through the magically constructed walls and entering the city to devour the wounded and the remaining support staff. More often than not, Su Yingxue's warriors had the upper hand. They roared as they pushed the invading demons out of their city, then used magic to repair the damaged walls and defend against the next attack. This is only the ground battlefield. The battle was also raging in the skies above the city. A large number of Loran demons were engaged in bloody close combat with Su Yingshua's Griffin Riders, Goblin flying machines, Dragon Eagles, and other flying units. Every moment, on the battlefield, Loran demons scream as they fall to the ground, only to be torn apart by the waiting warriors. However, these demons, watched over by the Abyss Lord, would try their best to drag enemy units down with them each time they landed. Even as they fell, these demons of the sky were still pecking at their enemies with all their might. Similarly, their enemies, fueled by hatred, wielded their weapons against them. Time passed slowly amidst this torment. During these 3 days, both sides forgot what they were fighting for. Every soldier and every demon on this battlefield only knows how to use all their strength to eliminate the enemy. Although their sacrifices were meaningless most of the time. For every soldier of the gods who dies, another soldier of the gods will pass through the level 3 portal in the castle and arrive at this battlefield. And for every demon that dies, the abyss will replenish it. In the nearby area, 3 abyssal hatching pools, resembling pools of blood, were constantly writhing, throwing one demon cocoon after another into this world. Such a battlefield is far too cruel. It was so brutal that even the demons stopped roaring and instead tried to hide themselves on the battlefield, hoping to survive for even one more second under the enemy's attacks. Remember, the minds of demons are more confused than stupid. Thus, the bloody tug of war lasted for 3 days. There are still 7 days left until the seed of the abyss has fully hatched. In those final 7 days, the demons' relentless onslaught finally ceased. Come on. You bunch of scum, come on. Inside the magic tower, its walls stained with blood, Lady Charles, now in a state of madness, roared as she crushed a magic stone and injected its magic energy into her body. This mage, who was originally beautiful and whose every smile and frown was captivating, now stood in the center of the magic tower with disheveled hair and clothes, releasing one arcane spell after another amplified by the magic tower. Her palms were covered with scars. This was caused by her crushing too many magic stones. During those 3 days, she barely closed her eyes. Every day when I open my eyes, all I see is endless blood and death and demons surging in like a tidal wave. The 7th level arcane ring is complete, mana is being replenished, and the skill-shattering impact is ready to be released. She is now on the verge of a mental breakdown. Unable to distinguish between fantasy and reality, she spotted a wriggling black dot in the magic tower and instinctively prepared to unleash her attack. And at that very moment, Miss Charles, stop. A figure rushed up from the bottom of the magic tower, grabbed Lady Char's bleeding hands, and stopped her from releasing this terrible arcane spell. Let me go, you demon, let me go. Despite Miss Charles's screams and desperate resistance. But how could her strength possibly surpass that of Lee Sino, who specializes in combat? Already. It's over. Lee Sino, panting heavily, spoke to Miss Charles, who was struggling in her arms. The demons have retreated. You were just aiming at one of our own people. No, I was aiming at the demon. You're lying to me, aren't you? Or are you the demon in disguise? Let me go. Miss Charles screamed and opened her mouth to bite Lee Sino's hand. Lee Sino did not dodge or flinch, letting herself suffer a deep, bone-revealing wound on her hand. No, I'm not lying to you. It's really over. Hearing this, Miss Charles released her grip and stood at the window of the magic tower. Sure enough, the demons retreated from the muddy ruins. And the howling of those multi-winged bat-like demons in the sky was no longer heard. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Seeing this, she turned her head and smiled. The next second, she collapsed and lost consciousness. Even top-tier arcanists would break down in such a battle. The fact that she has been able to persevere until now is enough to prove that she is exceptionally talented. Lee Sino picked up the unconscious Miss Charles and walked down the magic tower. Miss Charles needed to rest and recuperate. Xiaoxue, as you predicted. We really withstood this attack. Now tell me, what are our chances of winning? With bloodshot eyes, Su Yingxue walked out of the Lord's castle, looked at her companion who was holding Lady Charles, and smiled. 40%. We now have a 40% chance. Chapter 121 Golden Wings. In the abyss, Wu Wei, who sat on the throne of the abyss, looked very pale. But he showed no emotional fluctuation at this moment. His pale complexion was simply due to exhaustion. However, this is not hard to understand. After all, even he was finding it difficult to continue after 3 days of intense competition. During these 3 days, Wu Wei, who possessed the vision of war, was not only a lowly cannon fodder demon on the ground, but also a Loron demon soaring in the sky, and a giant demon charging around like a tank. Having tried to control every detail of the war, he was nearly exhausted by the end of the 3 days. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to halt his attack on the royal city. However, his decision to halt the attack was not solely due to fatigue. The so-called fatigue was a minor issue for him. He would become extremely excited and agitated whenever there was war. All his current exhaustion is simply due to the emptiness he feels after the battle ended. The real reason he stopped his attacks was that the demon's hatching process had encountered problems. That's right. So far, apart from the demon heroes, none of the demons Wu Wei possesses can be considered veteran demons. Including the giant demons, Wu Wei's army has undergone several major overhauls in essence. Even though the demon slaves received the best care during this period, with all possible resources provided, it was still of no use in the face of such an intense war of attrition. The war's costs far exceeded Wu Wei's supply capacity. The ability to maintain such a large-scale offensive over 3 days was largely due to Wu Wei's command skills. No lord who makes even a few more mistakes could have done this. Because in this siege, Su Yingxue displayed a more terrifying resilience and tenacity than ever before. Those warriors, armed with faith and spirit, also gained such resilience and tenacity. Their fighting spirit even surpassed that of the ferocious and cruel demons. For the glory of the Lord, and for their final home, they once hid their inner fears deep within. But the fear still exists. Even in the brutal tug of war, there were still instances of soldiers breaking down and trying to escape the battlefield. However, without exception, all of these deserters who might have caused a drop in morale were executed by Su Yingxue in the most ruthless way. Under such extreme circumstances, it's not hard to understand why Su Yingxue's side was able to defend the capital. As expected, it's somewhat different from simple wargaming simulations. In real war, the factors that determine the outcome of the war are extremely complex and diverse. Belief, supplies, fighting spirit, and weaponry are all factors. Those warriors who have been brainwashed by faith and religion, even if their lines are broken several times, can still bravely swing their weapons at the demons under the encouragement of the priests. Unlike many overly arrogant people, Wu Wei, though equally arrogant, still knew how to assess the situation. Upon realizing that the intensity of the attack could not be maintained, Wu Wei withdrew his troops without hesitation and moved them to a relatively safe location. Suddenly, Wu Wei smiled. He was very happy. He hadn't personally participated in such a thrilling war for a long time. He was really happy. Then he stood up from his throne. Then, having not left the throne of the abyss for a long time, he actually took the initiative to exchange for and put on a set of clothes belonging to an abyss priest from the Temple of Sin. That was quite a satisfying battle, Su Yingxue. Now that you've successfully defended against my attack, you'll definitely want to launch a counterattack. But unfortunately, you placed too much trust in those false mistakes and believed in so-called morale, giving the soldiers hope. Wu Wei took a pendant engraved with a black sun from his personal space and put it around his neck. You must think that with the boost of a victory, your soldiers' morale will be so high that even demons cannot confront them head-on. Moreover, I had already observed that. Throughout this protracted battle, you have been deliberately protecting your heroes and preventing them from dying in battle. Because they will be the most important link in your counterattack. Only these powerful heroes could possibly shatter my defenses during the counterattack. They are like nodes, constantly providing your army with high morale and false hope. Wu Wei passed through the abyss portal made of flesh and blood and sinful things and arrived on the trial continent. Protected by several demon heroes, Wu Wei stood at the forefront of his newly hatched army. Smelling the faint scent of blood in the air, Wu Wei's bloodshot vertical pupils revealed a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Even his own body trembled slightly with excitement. But if I can crush the will of the hero units, or even their last hope. So how will you win? The Black Sun is ready to rise again. On the other side, Suing Xue, who was in the initial plane, was indeed preparing for a counterattack. Inside the deserted Cathedral of the Gods, she knelt alone before the statue of the God of Order, clutching the newly acquired fragments of faith. As these fragments of faith were gradually traded away by the gods in the name of piety and offerings, Suing Xue completed her final preparations for a counterattack. With a smile on her face, she pushed open the church door. Outside the church, countless soldiers looked at her with tense eyes. And she spoke to these soldiers what they most wanted to hear. Everyone, I have received a divine revelation from the gods. May our Lord protect us. Their light will protect us as we rush to the battlefield. A pair of golden wings suddenly unfolded from Suing Xue's back, making her look like an angel descended from heaven. But before the warriors about to embark on their expedition could even cry out in alarm, her pair of golden wings vanished instantly. Instead, countless points of light fell like rain upon each soldier. Every soldier can feel kindness, beauty, and hope from these points of light. And this is the collective buff she traded from the gods using fragments of faith. Now let us defeat those corrupt, twisted, and filthy demons, reclaim our land, and then let's end this war. Chapter 122 From Hope to Despair. On the horizon, an army that had set out from the royal city and whose destination was the Bitter Sea Desert slowly appeared in Wu Wei's field of vision. Their appearance immediately put the demons around Wu Wei into a state of frenzy. However, Wu Wei did not allow these excited demons to launch an attack on the enemy. Because the quantities on both sides are unequal. Wu Wei's main army is still in its infancy. Suing Xue's expeditionary force was at full strength. They were Suing Xue's final and strongest attack. Although Wu Wei had already put all the abyss hatching pools into full operation, it would still take time to replenish the troops. That's why he used the power of the Heart of the Abyss to forcibly suppress the attacking desires of all the demons. However, he came to the trial continent not just for this one thing. His true purpose in coming here was precisely to kill the last glimmer of hope in Suing Xue's heart. At the forefront of the army, Suing Xue, dressed in a holy robe, was the first to spot Wu Wei, and at the same time, she also noticed the pitifully small number of soldiers behind Wu Wei. With such a large army, it is impossible for the enemy to defeat us. But at this moment, Suing Xue felt no joy or excitement. Because no one understood better than her what Wu Wei's appearance meant. Sure enough, when the expeditionary force actually began to attempt an attack on Wu Wei's side, a black sun suddenly rose from the sky, shining its light upon the earth. That cold, deathly, and terrifying black light. For the briefest moment the black sun appeared, almost everyone in the expeditionary force simultaneously witnessed a terrifying vision from the abyss. However, just as these abyssal illusions were about to form, the collective buff that Suing Xue had previously obtained from the gods of order began to take effect. Having a thorough understanding of Wu Wei's intelligence, Suing Xue had long been prepared for the appearance of the Black Sunset. Therefore, in just a moment, the expeditionary force warriors had broken free from the abyssal illusion and, under the command of the heroic units, moved away from the area illuminated by the Black Sun. This is the glory of the gods. Only the light of God can guide lost souls away from the abyss and its deadly allure. This battle will be a showdown between the gods and the abyss. Because light represents the rule of the gods of order and their will. The black sun represents the physical manifestation of the endless abyss in the real world. Within a limited space, they constantly vie for ownership of these poor souls. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Wu Wei and his troops had already created distance and moved back to a safe position. Suing Xue was about to do something, but the next second, she looked up in disbelief. Because the black sun rose again. Two black suns appeared in the sky at the same time. As a charged device that can be used as soon as it is fully charged, black sunfall itself does not require a cooldown. The only price to pay for summoning it is one's soul. A multitude of souls. In the previous tug of war, Wu Wei had already obtained enough soul resources through the hellish prison he had secretly deployed. So, he currently possesses a total of 800,000 souls. No, how could this be? Suing Xue looked at the second black sun in the sky with an incredulous expression. But her shock was far from over. Because her army successfully used the collective buff effect to once again shake off the illusions from the abyss. The cold, black sun reappeared in the sky. This is the third round. This time, the blessings bestowed by the gods have begun to dissipate. Then came the fourth round. The fifth round, more black suns rose. On the trial continent, all areas illuminated by the black sun have been completely distorted. The curtain between reality and illusion was brutally torn down by the endless abyss. Within minutes, the expeditionary force began to uncontrollably receive illusions from the abyss. The murmurs that originated from the low-dimensional spiral world also began to resonate in their minds. Sinful thoughts and depraved desires began to slowly erode their fragile souls. No living being can resist the pull of the abyss for long. The endless abyss can reflect without limit the ugliest, most chaotic, and twisted desires in the hearts of every soul present. These desires are both their inner demons and an inseparable part of themselves. Because all living beings have desires. Looking at the warriors around her who were trapped in the abyss of illusions and unable to extricate themselves, Su Yingxue finally felt utterly hopeless. As more and more expeditionary forces were driven mad by the invasion of the abyss illusions. Some with weak wills even became believers in the abyss on the spot. Even the most resolute heroes could not escape their fate, for they too possessed desires. Only Miss Charles, who was still recovering, escaped this ordeal. She never expected that the trump card she had been preparing would be cracked by Wu Wei in such a way. However, not all units were affected. Vans, the spreader of light, is an exception. As a heroic spirit, he resisted the influence of the abyss under the protection of his god. However, this is largely related to the fact that his soul does not belong to him. But before he could do anything, a figure appeared near him and Su Yingxue. That was Wu Wei. This lord from the abyss was now looking at Su Yingxue with a strange smile and his scarlet vertical pupils. He didn't say anything. But Su Yingxue already knew what he meant. Well, Su Yingxue closed her eyes, listening to the screams around her, and couldn't help but sigh. The so-called 40% chance of winning was just wishful thinking on her part. From beginning to end, she never escaped the clutches of this monster. She was merely struggling with hope within the cage woven by this monster. The monster did this simply because he wanted to see all the hope he had turned into utter despair in his futile struggle. This battle. I lost. Chapter 123 Disguise and Choice. I lost. Su Yingxue looked at Wu Wei and said, Really? But why do I feel like you're lying? But Wu Wei smiled, as if he had seen through everything. If you really want to admit defeat, shouldn't you bring your companions back? My companions are plotting to secretly destroy the seed of the abyss. Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue's originally gentle gaze immediately sharpened, and she retorted with a question. How did you find out? At this very moment, Li Sino, who had disappeared from the army, was secretly heading towards the seed of the abyss under Su Yingxue's arrangement. However, none of the demons she encountered along the way could see her. Even the Loran demon hovering in the sky could not find her. Because she possesses the blessings bestowed by the gods. A special blessing called the blessing of concealment can make one's existence concealed. In other words, at that time, Su Yingxue used her remaining fragments of faith to exchange for more than just one blessing ability. The blessing these expeditionary soldiers possessed was a kind of protection against the illusions of the abyss. The divine concealment blessing on Li Sino and a few elite warriors is the second type. Even with an expeditionary force far exceeding Wu Wei's current military strength, Xue did not choose to put all her resources into one basket. Just like I said before, she will never have only one trump card. Lee Sino, the partner she carefully selected, is her true trump card. To conceal her existence, Xue was even willing to place the powerful heroic spirit fans in her army as bait to lure Wu Wei into a trap. However, all of this is meaningless now. Because of Wu Wei's war vision, he was able to detect Lee Sino's existence from the very beginning. Even if the demons can't see or feel Lee Sino, he can still do this. Because of how Lee Sino became invisible, as long as she exists in this world, she will have an impact on the surrounding environment. These subtle influences will generate enough data in Wu Wei's war vision and attract his attention. The data that appeared out of nowhere is enough to prove everything, isn't it? However, Xue was unaware of these matters, and Wu Wei had no intention of telling her. Just as the two were testing each other, the heroic spirit fan C, who had been following Xue, spoke first. "You villain! You have turned your back on the path of light." A spear of light appeared in the hand of this radiant hero. The tip of the spear was pointed directly at the Abyss Lord. "In the name of my lord, I will purify your evil soul." Unfortunately, that's a shame. Before she could finish speaking, the poor heroic spirit, who had been nothing but a decoy and bait from beginning to end, was taken back into her own space by Xue's lord's forced command. Unlike hero units, heroic spirits do not have a substantial physical volume. What an absolute idiot, and I hate it when my subordinates talk nonsense. Xue looked at Fan C in her space and said with a cold gaze, "If your cost weren't so high, I would have converted you into faith points on the spot. If there's a next time, I'll torture you properly and make sure you can never return to St. Carl's side. Did you understand?" Upon hearing Xue's words, Fan C, who had shrunk to a ball of light, trembled violently, appearing to be in a panic. Ha ha! Wu Wei finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Xue he knew was still exactly the same. She's still the same. Cruel and cold-blooded, and adept at disguise. By the way, aren't you going to try to save your warriors? Wu Wei pointed to the expeditionary force soldiers not far away, some of whom had already suffered mental breakdowns and fallen into the abyss, and asked. "No, it's no longer necessary." Xue sighed and said nonchalantly, "Since I have already lost this war, there is no need to treat them anymore. I need to save some resource points to prevent someone from taking my second place. Therefore, saving them is a losing proposition. And, more importantly, this lord, known for her kindness, spoke in a melodious voice the coldest and cruelest words. If they die here, their families left in my initial plane will harbor immense hatred towards you, this unknown enemy. And this hatred can be used by me. They will grow faster in their hatred for you and give me more faith points. As for those hero units, let them die here too." Of these 17 heroes, apart from Ms. Charles, the others have very little potential. Looking at the heroes still fighting against the fallen, Xue showed a look of disgust. "And the trial is about to end, so I need to free up enough hero slots to get stronger new heroes from home to replace them." At this point, Xue glanced at Wu Wei and asked with some anticipation. "Oh, by the way, I'll force them to stop resisting. Consider it a gift from me, how about it?" "No need," Wu Wei decisively refused the other party's kindness. "You should let them resist for a while, otherwise my soldiers will get bored." "That's a pity. You're still the same as before, rejecting all my advances." Xue was not disappointed at all. Instead, she walked forward with a wicked grin. Then she reached out and hugged Wu Wei's arm tightly. "Speaking of which, you really are lucky. I thought you would use a race like the undead for the Lord's trial, but I didn't expect you to choose a random race, and even more surprisingly, you got such a chaotic, filthy, and evil race. They are truly a perfect match for you. After your assessment is over, send me your initial plane so I can also colonize from your plane. This race has quite a lot of potential." However, Wu Wei pulled his arm out of the other person's arms while refusing the request. "No need. I don't want you to come to my initial plane, otherwise, if I wake up one day, my territory will change hands. Moreover, the plane I live in is somewhat special, and it is not suitable for you. Unsuitable? What do you mean? It means that the plane I live in has long since withered and died. Wu Wei raised his head and glanced at the black dot in the sky that echoed the seat of the abyss. There are no resources inside for you to develop and expand. You can't adapt to her internal environment. Moreover, I can sense that that plane has its own consciousness. I feel it's better to say something other than I randomly got her. It was she who chose me. Volume 1, Trial Continent Chapter completed. Starting tonight, I will upload the content of Volume 2. Chapter 124, Strange Ideas. So boring. Can't there be some bloody and brutal war to cheer me up? Sitting on the throne of the abyss, Wu Wei rested his chin on his hand and spoke. The war on the Trial Continent has come to a complete end. Suing Xue's teleportation portal and the royal city she had previously worked so hard to protect have both been destroyed by Wu Wei. Currently, only the forces of the Endless Abyss remain on the entire Trial Continent. As long as Wu Wei waits for the last few days to pass, he can undoubtedly take first place in this Lord trial. But this period of stability, which all new lords yearn for but cannot attain, is extremely agonizing in Wu Wei's eyes. After all wars on the Trial Continent have now ceased. Even if Wu Wei wanted to find an opponent, he couldn't. During this special period, all Wu Wei could do was wait. Watching the seed of the abyss continuously expand its influence in the distance, Wu Wei, utterly bored, slumped onto the abyss throne, at a loss for what to do. But at this very moment, "My lord, I want to tell on someone." A faint voice rang in Wu Wei's ear. Wu Wei opened his eyes. It was the plague that gave birth to little Mara. The poor, yet adorable little guy was standing angrily next to Wu Wei's ear, shouting as loudly as he could. Although Wu Wei didn't know what had happened. But if she, who is usually most afraid of the Abyss Lord, could muster the courage to take the initiative to find Wu Wei, then this matter must be very important. Unfortunately, Wu Wei, who had just begun to have some hope, was completely disappointed. "My lord, the little mistress, she. Perhaps due to her extreme anger, Mara even started to stutter. She took all the little devils away, secretly taking them from my lair. You'd better do something about her. She's my little devil, and she's my experimental subject. I finally managed to cultivate the germs that could stably amplify my power, but the experiment was only halfway done when the little devil Mistress Caroline took them all away, sob. She's bullying me so much. Wake up and stand up for me." It has to be said that after hearing this, Wu Wei lost all interest in listening further. Just as the endless abyss desires. All living things in the abyss need to compete with each other. Even the hero units of the demon race are the same. So, having lost their common enemy, these heroes who belonged to Wu Wei immediately started fighting each other for various reasons. Caroline the Imp and Mara the Plaguebringer. Hell, the Son of Purity, and Hendrix, the Blood Driver. Even siblings Hel and Mara, who seem to belong to the same camp, are constantly at odds because of their different plague attributes. However, among these conflicts, the most acute is that between the Imp Matriarch Caroline and the Plague Bringer Mara. After the war ended, Wu Wei generously gave the entire underground kingdom to Mara as her lair, and Mara, who loved darkness and disease, immediately displayed a morale even higher than during the war. She is constantly building her nest, making it more humid and warm to facilitate the spread of disease. However, modifying diseases requires experimental subjects. Wu Wei does not allow direct experimentation on most high-value units. Therefore, Mara could only use the weakest and most numerous lesser demons for experiments in order to test the performance of various plagues. However, such behavior would inevitably anger the young Master Caroline. After all, those were her children. So, after several days of endless bickering, the Imp Matriarch Caroline finally couldn't sit still any longer and took all the imps from Mara's lair away. Because the Imp Mistress Caroline had extremely strong control over the imps, even if Mara wanted to stop her, she was powerless and could only watch as she took the imps away. That's why the scene is unfolding today. An enraged Mara sought Wu Wei's help to take charge and demand the return of the little devils from the imp matriarch Caroline. But how is that possible? There are two reasons why Wu Wei would not do that. One is that he himself is completely indifferent to the love-hate relationship between his heroes. Secondly, Mara's own hands weren't very clean either. During previous clashes, Mara deliberately infected the imp matriarch Caroline and the demons in her territory with a malignant disease. Moreover, it's not just one malignant disease. If it weren't for her brother Hell stopping the other party, Mara would probably be a dead worm by now. Thinking of all this, Wu Wei said helplessly, "To stand up for you? How do you want me to make the decision for you?" Mara clearly didn't hear the sarcasm in Wu Wei's words and thought that her lord was really asking her a question. She then said fiercely, "Of course, you should send your troops to teach that brat mistress a lesson. That fat bastard deserves to be hung up and beaten." Wu Wei was completely speechless. "You mean you're sending my army to fight another of my armies? If that's the case, why don't I just give you an army, let you fight it out with them, and then decide who's right and who's wrong? Isn't this?" Suddenly, Wu Wei, who had been slumped on the throne, sat up abruptly. His sudden movement sent the little Mara, who was lying next to his ear, flying out of the air. The poor little guy fell straight to the ground, losing a whole drop of health, and started crying with tears streaming down his face. "Yes! Since it's so boring, why don't I try in fighting? Use my heroes as the core, give each of them a legion, and then let them fight each other. Then, during this time, they can each develop their own legion's unique characteristics and abilities, and then use them for my purposes." A novel idea, but one that perfectly aligned with the Abyss's philosophy, came to Wu Wei's mind. It was this peculiar idea that led to the emergence of the various Abyss legions that would later instill fear in people on this trial continent. But more importantly, the infighting that had ceased in the Abyss has begun again. And the Endless Abyss will become even more powerful as a result. Chapter 125: The Divided Army. Less than a day after Wu Wei conceived this peculiar and bizarre idea, the project known as the Abyss Legion has already begun. The first step is, those were the heroes under Wu Wei's command, each receiving a demon warrior from Wu Wei. Unlike before, Wu Wei kept the veteran demon warriors who had experienced war, all the demon slaves, and the vast majority of the demon craftsmen by his side. The demon warriors that Wu Wei gave to these 4 heroes were all newly hatched ordinary demon warriors. These newly hatched demon warriors are like blank slates. Everything from combat experience to battle plans is decided by their own heroes. The total number of demons they receive is not determined by quantity, but by resources. The total amount of resources Wu Wei allocates to each hero is fixed. Therefore, they need to decide for themselves what kind of demons they need to incubate using these fixed resources. However, this also led to a divergence among these heroes from the very beginning. First is the Little Devil's mistress, Caroline. As a staunch supporter of the Little Devil, she naturally devoted all her resources to the Little Devil's incubation. Hendrix, the blood driver, as a living demonic sword, chose to hatch demon warriors with high life and high base attributes, including giant demons and stone demons. The choice of Hell, the son of purity, was somewhat different. He chose an army composition similar to that of Wu Wei, consisting of a large number of lesser demons and inferior demons as cannon fodder, with serpentine demons and Loran demons forming the backbone, and then selecting a few high-attribute demons as elites. As for Mara, since she herself has no direct combat ability, she chooses to recruit a large number of lesser demons and inferior demons, and then use plague demons to replace the others. However, this is only the composition of the army. These 4 hero units also have the authority to control the demon artisan. Therefore, Wu Wei gave them extra resources, allowing them to utilize these demon craftsmen to forge equipment suitable for their legions. Then, once everything was ready, Wu Wei then ordered these 4 heroes to wage almost unlimited small-scale wars around the area he had designated. The reason it is described as almost unlimited is because Wu Wei only imposed one restriction during this first attempt. That means that while heroes can participate in battles, they are not allowed to kill the enemy. This is overseen by Wu Wei's War Vision, the Lord of the Abyss. No hero unit can cross this red line. Wu Wei can also guarantee this with the Heart of the Abyss. So, these 4 heroes, who had long wanted to have a chat, prepared their respective armies and almost without hesitation, started fighting each other. As for Wu Wei, he sat on the Abyss throne as the referee, watching them fight each other with great interest. Before long, the outcome of the battle between the 4 hero units was decided. The winner, unsurprisingly, is Hendrix, the Blood Driver. This demon sword, which is nearly immortal, is almost invincible in such small-scale battles. However, his victory had little to do with his army. Hendrix's army was the first to be wiped out in this battle. Besides his less than accurate command, the main reason was that the other 3 hero units were also strong enough that even the giant demon could not directly confront the demon heroes other than Mara. But that doesn't matter anymore. Wu Wei, who was already pleased with the outcome, once again allocated his increasingly abundant resources to allow these demons to prepare their own legions and launch a second round of fighting. However, unlike the first time, the winner this time was the Pure One, Hell. This time, Hell chose to preserve his army as much as possible during the war, thus catching Hendrix off guard. It must be said that these heroes adapted very quickly. Moreover, Wu Wei found their application of warfare methods to be somewhat unconventional and quite worthy of study. Then came the 3rd time, and this time, the winner was the little devil matriarch Caroline. The 4th time. The 5th time. On the 6th time, Wu Wei added new conditions. That is, the scope of the war expands, and it can involve competing for certain resource-producing areas. Heroes who acquire resource-producing areas will have additional resource privileges and can exchange them for new warriors from Wu Wei. As a result, the operation of these demon heroes has become complicated once again. Ultimately, it was Mara, who had no fighting ability, who won this 6th battle. She used the regenerative abilities granted to demons by the mutated plague to allow her plague army to have the last laugh. Then came the 7th and 8th times. In less than 7 days, the battles between these 4 heroes lasted a full 12 times. Each time, Wu Wei would modify or add to the rules, such as adding siege battles, defense battles, and special combat scenarios like plundering and counter-plundering. And each time, the demon heroes become stronger than ever before. Ultimately, under Wu Wei's intentional or unintentional manipulation, for legions with completely different compositions, combat styles, and weaponry appeared under his command. Among them, the Little Demon Queen's army became the most suitable army for plundering and raiding. Hendrix's army is best suited for attacking fortified positions. Mara's Plague Legion, aided by the plague, possesses the most comprehensive attributes. As for Hell's legions, they are suited for defense and fierce battles. Furthermore, the equipment that these 4 legions rely on is completely different. Despite these changes, Wu Wei was happy every day. But even these happy days are coming to an end. Because, in the sky, that black dot representing the endless abyss has grown larger and larger, to the point that it has begun to tear apart the real world of the Trial Continent. And this only represents one thing. That means the hatching of the seed of the abyss has reached its end. Wu Wei, it's time for you to return to the real world. But before that, he needed to complete one last thing. That is to claim your Lord's trial rewards. The trial rewards that all new lords eagerly await. Chapter 126, The Interception from the Abyss. Countdown begins for the seed of the abyss to hatch. 10, 9, 1, 0. The seed of the abyss has hatched. You now possess a new era structure, the seed of the abyss. The Lord's trial is about to end. Warning: the Heavenly Tao system has been compromised. The Heavenly Tao system currently shows no abnormalities. Upon hearing the notification from the Heavenly Tao system, Wu Wei raised his head. Above the Trial Continent, the small black dot representing the endless abyss was rapidly expanding. Then, Wu Wei noticed. The land beneath my feet began a rapid process of decay in just a few seconds. These once fertile lands not only began to change color, but they also shrank rapidly, turning into gravelly soil. No, it's not just about land. Above the sky, with the arrival of the endless abyss, countless dimensional rifts began to appear out of thin air. Within the endless abyss plain, poisonous mists and foul-smelling air also began to surge into this land called the Trial Continent. The water sources that once nourished everything have begun to turn into poison that can kill most living beings. Even distant oceans, lakes, and rivers have begun an irreversible process of corruption. All of this signifies that the entity known as the Endless Abyss has begun to extend its tentacles to this world called the Trial Continent. Furthermore, during this process, Wu-wei could hear the entire Trial Continent begin to groan and wail as if it were a creature being devoured. It was as if she, in her desire to survive, was begging for mercy from an endless abyss. However, such a request is destined not to be fulfilled. Besides the fact that the endless abyss itself is inherently hungry, there are many other reasons. The endless abyss, like the monsters it spawns, has no concept of mercy. Her hunger and greed, her urgent need to be satisfied. However, compared to the process of being swallowed by the endless abyss, Wu-wei was more concerned about the demons under his command. Because these ugly monsters, who usually commit all sorts of evil deeds, have become unusually well-behaved at this moment. All the demons. Remember, it's all the demons. Starting with the weakest little devils and progressing to the powerful demon heroes. At the moment the endless abyss descended, all the demons remained quietly in their positions, looking towards the place where the endless abyss descended with the most reverent and fearful gaze. They were terrified, they were trembling. The endless abyss can grant them power, but it can also take it away from them. This is something these demons fear to the core. They welcomed the arrival of the Abyss Mother, but they also genuinely feared her. As expected, it works much better than my commands. However, Wu-wei, whose thought process was somewhat unusual, completely ignored all of this. In his view, the arrival of the Endless Abyss had little to do with him. This was merely a byproduct of a lord's trial. It was as if the Endless Abyss had chosen him, providing him with the fighting power of the demon race. In return, Wu-wei would need to work hard to extend the influence of the Abyss to other worlds. She and he had a business partnership. Besides these byproducts, Wu-wei's real concerns have also arrived. Warning: the Lord's trial has ended. Warning: the Lord's trial has ended. Warning: the Lord's trial has ended. With the appearance of the 3 red warnings, Wu-wei's perspective immediately changed. The interface for the previous Lord's trial has begun to break. Instead, a completely new interface was introduced. Above the interface is an icon that looks like a wishing well. As soon as Wu-wei focused his attention on the icon, a new system notification appeared. New lords who wish to complete the assessment, please put your accumulated resource points into this. The more resource points you invest, the higher the trial rewards for new lords. The top 3 finishers in this trial will receive additional rewards. Note: to advance to the rank of a full-fledged lord, you must invest at least 100,000 resource points. The moment has finally arrived. It's time to claim the final reward. Wu-wei, who had made preparations long ago, had started accumulating resource points several days ago, and now he was investing the resource points he had accumulated. However, when Wu-wei opened his resource points interface, the numbers that appeared before him brought him pleasant surprises. After the seed of the abyss was planted, this peculiar building of the era could account for all the resources on the trial continent under the Abyss Lord, namely Wu-wei. P.S. This ability is recorded in Chapter 65. Therefore, the number of resource points that Wu-wei currently possesses is soaring like a roller coaster. 20 million, 30 million, 100 million. Because the resource continent was originally a super large resource continent artificially accumulated by the Heavenly Tao system. Therefore, the massive amount of resources immediately brought Wu-wei's resource points to over 100 million. Moreover, this is far from the end. 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion, 111 billion. More than 1 billion resource points ended up in Wu Wei's pocket. Even Wu Wei, who was usually indifferent, couldn't help but have his eyes turn to look at money. No one can resist the allure of money. If so, it only means that you don't have enough money. Ha ha. Just as Wu Wei was excitedly watching his resource points keep increasing, the endless abyss made its move. She's going to steal it. Some anomalies detected in the Lord's data. The Heavenly Dao system is restarting its detection. Well, the resource points, which had originally exceeded 1 billion, suddenly began to decline sharply. Countless resources began to be carefully diverted by the endless abyss to its own side, for its own recovery. Wu Wei's resource points also began to gradually decrease from 1 billion to 900 million, 800 million. Hey, hey, hey! Wu Wei shouted. Stop it, you bastard. Those are my resource points. However, the endless abyss completely ignored Wu Wei's shouts, just as Wu Wei had ignored the demons. Of course, she wasn't completely shameless. As her abyss lord, Wu Wei still had to give her some compensation, didn't he? In the end, Wu Wei's resource points reached an extremely high level, but still a little short of being outrageously high. 150 million resource points. More than 1 billion resource points were transferred away by the endless abyss. So, after all this was over, Wu Wei looked at his 150 million resource points and fell into deep thought. Speaking of which, Wu Wei raised his head and looked at the black and red vortex that was gradually rising on the trial road. Is it too late for me to switch sides? After letting out a burp, the endless abyss indicated its refusal. Chapter 127 Tempting Trial Rewards. Damn it. Seeing that his resource points had shrunk by 9/10, Wu Wei had no choice but to divide his resource points in two, into 100 million resource points and 50 million resource points. Wu Wei directly invested 50 million resource points into the wishing well-like interface to complete his Lord trial and obtain the rewards. 50 million resource points is a very safe number. In Wu Wei's view, Suing Xue should have accumulated around 20 to 30 million resource points while possessing such a large territory and maintaining such a high production capacity for more than 10 days. If I want to get first place, I should invest at least 40 million resource points. However, this is only in theory. Because Wu Wei himself was not good at managing territory, and Suing Xue also needed to share some of these resource points with Li Sino, Wu Wei did not know exactly how much Suing Xue could invest. Therefore, in order to secure first place, Wu Wei chose to directly invest 50 million resource points. Although Wu Wei felt bad, he still chose the safest way for the sake of the high reward for first place in the Lord's trial. As expected, after Wu Wei invested those 50 million resource points, he saw his ranking. First, Wu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he looked at the second and third ranked players, his eye twitched involuntarily. There was a slight discrepancy between his calculations and reality. Suing Xue invested 33 million resource points, while Li Sino invested 11 million. In other words, the two of them together possess more than 40 million resource points. If he were even slightly greedy, then his first place would be snatched away. As for the rankings that followed, Wu Wei simply glanced at them and ignored them all. Because the remaining lowly players only had a maximum of 10 million resource points, while the outstanding lords invested between 9 million and 1 million. The remaining small and medium-sized lords invested 1 million each. The worst off and the most incompetent lords only invested a meager 100,000, barely passing the mark. Further down the line, those lords who either made the wrong strategic choices, were targeted by the initial plane at the start, or were simply unlucky, didn't even invest 100,000. They were eliminated immediately. And this is actually related to Wu Wei. It was precisely because of his fighting style that the entire trial continent was quickly engulfed in war. These lords originally had the opportunity to gradually develop and catch up. But their hopes, along with those of their soldiers, were extinguished by Wu Wei. However, while this may sound cruel, it is actually a very normal thing. Because the capable should occupy the position, and the incapable should yield it. If one cannot even pass the Lord's trial, the first hurdle to becoming a lord, then such a person is even less qualified to compete with other, stronger lords for other things in the era of lords. However, Wu Wei, who was always somewhat arrogant, did not notice one thing. Among these eliminated lords, there was a name he recognized. Gu Chongqing. He was somewhat different from all the other lords. Because his number is 0, the rewards for the Lord's trial have been distributed. Please claim them yourself. After claiming the trial rewards, all lords who pass the Lord's trial will obtain full lord status. At that time, features such as the auction house will be available. After all the lords have invested all their resource points, the golden light of the heavenly Tao system finally reappeared before the eyes of all the lords after several dozen days. Wu Wei is the same. However, just as Wu Wei was watching the reward from the heavenly Tao system gradually approaching him, the endless abyss intervened once again. However, this time, she was not there to misappropriate these rewards. On the contrary, to Wu Wei's tense expression, the endless abyss simply modified the reward from the heavenly Tao system slightly. For the endless abyss, which had long begun to erode the heavenly Tao system, doing so had become increasingly easy for her. This time, the heavenly Tao system didn't even detect it. After Wu Wei clicked on the golden sphere that was originally golden but had turned blackish red due to the pollution of the endless abyss, a new heavenly Tao system appeared. Congratulations! You have won the first place reward in the Lord's trial. Your reward is as follows. 1. Your Lord level has been raised to level 20. You can reselect any Lord skills you haven't acquired before, and the selected skills will be updated with entirely new content by the system. 2nd, you have gained the capacity for 2 additional hero units. Please check your hero unit recruitment page. 3. You have obtained new equipment, Abyss Codex Fragment X2. 4. Your Black Sunset Pendant equipment has been automatically upgraded. Please check it in your personal inventory. 5. A new troop type option has been added to your basic building, the Abyss Hatchery. Please check it out. 6. You have gained the right to build a new additional building, the Abyss Cult Sanctuary. 7. You have obtained full Lord status. A total of 7 awards. It has to be said that the reward for first place in the Lord's trial is truly tempting. It's no wonder that so many new lords are eyeing the so-called number 1 spot so covetously. Apart from the 7th item, which is a fixed reward, the other 6 items were all extremely useful options in Wu Wei's eyes. From Lord level to equipment upgrades, to troop types and new buildings, these are all things that Wu Wei, who wants to expand continuously, needs most right now. In addition, Wu Wei also has 2 new hero unit slots, which is an unexpected bonus. It seems that this time, the Endless Abyss is truly helping Wu Wei grow better. Or perhaps, coming from a low-dimensional spiral world, she had already discerned Wu Wei's inner desires and was gradually drawing him into her embrace. After Wu Wei received his reward, he did nothing. Because he still needs to wait for his official lordship to come into play. From this moment on, he was no longer a rookie lord, but a genuine Abyss lord with his own territory and qualifications. System reset initiation. As Wu Wei's vision began to shatter, the previously damaged system interface began to reassemble. This time, Wu Wei saw many options he had never seen before. Auction house feature now available. Friends feature enabled. Map function enabled. Guild function is now available. Welcome to the Lord's era, Wu Wei. Chapter 128, Faith from the Abyss. Looking at the completely redesigned interface, Wu Wei smiled. Moreover, that smile was genuine. Because now he can enter a larger world. In this larger world, he finally used the power of the Endless Abyss to start an even bigger war. War, under his will spread to any world. Death, disaster, and terror will rejoice at his arrival. Thinking of this, Wu Wei trembled with excitement. But, you have received a friend request from a stranger. Wu Wei frowned. It's most likely Suing Xue. Reject. You have received a friend request from a stranger. Reject. Wu Wei sighed. Now he was going to check out his new territory and take advantage of the rewards he had obtained from the Lord's trial. During this time, he didn't want to be disturbed by anyone else, not even Su Yingxue. You have received a friend request from a stranger. You have received a message from a stranger. Information? Wu Wei opened the information bar, one of the new features, and glanced at the new message from a stranger. This is Su Yingxue. I just sent you 2 friend requests, but it looks like you accidentally clicked reject, right? At the very end of the message, Su Yingxue added a deathly smile emoji. Upon seeing this expression, Wu Wei was taken aback. Well, without further hesitation, Wu Wei decisively agreed. After all, he knew the other person better than anyone else, and if he really refused 3 times in a row, a monster even more terrifying than the endless abyss is about to come to his side. However, after accepting the friend request, Su Yingxue guessed Wu Wei's thoughts. She did not ask Wu Wei what trial rewards he had obtained, nor did she say anything irrelevant. She simply told Wu Wei that once he was done with his work, he should return to the real world as soon as possible. After all, there were still some things in reality that Wu Wei needed to do personally after the Lord assessment was completed. Moreover, even the most diligent lords still have attachments to the real world. However, Wu Wei is somewhat special. He had far less attachment to the real world than anyone else. That's why Su Yingxue informed Wu Wei of this immediately. Because of her, it seemed she didn't want Wu Wei to disappear from the real world so quickly, didn't want to lose him so soon. Even Wu Wei was silent for a moment when faced with Su Yingxue's message. Then he replied to the other party. Good. I will do it as soon as possible. After replying, Wu Wei finally had time to take stock of his gains. First is the Black Sunset Pendant, a charging device. The equipment obtained from the Abyss has now been automatically enhanced by the Heavenly Dao system. Its upgraded attributes are as follows. Black Sunset Pendant, all-class equipment, energy charging equipment. Equipment attributes, Spirit plus 50, Maximum Mana plus 100, Charisma 10. Equipment requirements, none. Equipment skill, Black Sunset. Skill effect 1, upon full charge, releases a black sun illuminating a radius of 10 kilometers. Under the illumination of this black sun, all abyssal creatures gain 10 points to all attributes and recover 2 health points per second for 10 minutes. Skill effect 2, under the illumination of the black sun, all enemies lose 3 health points per second and suffer a mental shock that reduces their current sanity every 20 seconds. Current energy, 0/1000000 souls. This equipment can be upgraded. Equipment evaluation. Praise be to the Lord's glory. After the upgrade, compared to its previous attributes, in addition to its radiation range being directly upgraded from 3 kilometers to 10 kilometers, its attribute value bonus and life recovery speed against demons have also been directly doubled. In addition, its damage to enemies has increased from 1 point to 3 points, and the interval between mental shocks has been reduced from 30 seconds to 20 seconds. This is a very good improvement. Although the number of charges has been increased from 50,000 to 100,000, such a consumption is negligible for Wu Wei. Next up is the Abyss Codex. This piece of equipment, which originally had only 1 fragment, now has 3 full fragments. Although Wu Wei didn't know that the Endless Abyss had done it this way. However, she did modify the rewards of the Heavenly Dao system, making her rewards replace the other rewards from the Heavenly Dao system. However, it was somewhat different from what Wu Wei had imagined. You have obtained a unique piece of equipment, Abyss Codex Fragment X2. Although Wu Wei obtained the new Abyss Codex, the problem is that after acquiring new pages, this Abyss Codex became unopenable. The above message indicates that the equipment fusion will take at least 72 hours. Therefore, Wu Wei can only put it aside for now and wait for him to complete his fusion and upgrade. Next, Wu Wei directly checked the new changes in the Abyss Hatching Pool, and sure enough, it was true. This time, the Abyss Hatching Pool successfully added a large number of warriors. Among them are frontline warriors like the Minotaur and special demons like the Deadly Ice Demon. However, the total number of warriors has increased too much, and these new demons require special conditions to be built. Therefore, Wu Wei still needs some time before he can hatch it. Next up was the matter that Wu Wei valued most: a new and special building. Since Wu Wei upgraded his territory level, he has not acquired any new abyss buildings. However, this system reward gave him a chance. That is a special building called the Abyss Cult Sanctuary. However, Wu Wei was speechless when he saw the building conditions of this abyss cult. Because the construction conditions for this so-called Abyss Cult Sanctuary actually required him, as an abyss priest, to first develop abyss followers. What's going on here? Does faith exist even in the abyss? Moreover, how should he develop the followers of the abyss? Wu Wei, who himself lacks faith, does not believe that he has the ability to spread faith. Countless questions arose in Wu Wei's mind. Chapter 129: The Abyss Cult and the Fallen Angels. Faced with the requirement to develop believers for the establishment of the Abyss Church, Wu Wei was completely bewildered. Although he is nominally a full-fledged abyss priest, but in reality, his status as a pastor was questionable. Firstly, he himself has no faith whatsoever. Secondly, he himself does not believe in so-called faith. Wu Wei was not like Suing Xue, who had an understanding of religion and faith, order and gods from a young age. Therefore, Wu Wei was somewhat puzzled about the construction requirements of this special building. However, Wu Wei wasn't one-dimensional. When faced with a problem he didn't understand, he decisively chose to seek help. However, the person he sought help from was not Suing Xue, but the demon heroes on his side. And he quickly got the answer he wanted. Do you wish to learn about the Abyss Cult? I am very familiar with it and would be honored to answer your questions. After Wu Wei brought in the blood driver Hendrix, the demons seemed very pleased. In his view, being summoned by an Abyss Lord, especially one recognized by the Abyss Will, was proof of the other party's trust, so he naturally answered all his questions. The so-called Abyss Cult actually refers to a major force that existed in the Endless Abyss in the past. The Abyss Cult already existed when I was still active in the real world, and at that time their power was very strong. The reason I remember it so clearly is that, apart from a few Abyss Lords, the strongest and most influential group that ruled the entire Endless Abyss at that time was the Abyss Cult. Unlike the Abyss Lords, the Abyss Cults are a separate entity. However, some Abyss Lords choose to cooperate with the Abyss Cult, while others choose to be hostile to it. In short, the Abyss Cult is a force that is extremely involved in the power struggle within the Endless Abyss. And I need to state that the racial composition of the followers of the Abyss Cult is extremely complex. They could be fallen humans, liches who have escaped the realm of death, devils who have rebelled against hell, or some fallen priests. Of course, the children of the gods who are fleeing from the pursuit of the gods could also become followers of the Abyss Cult. When they become followers of the Abyss Cult, they will be favored by something called the Will of the Abyss, which will allow them to quickly adapt to the environment of the Abyss and become a part of it. At this point, Hendrix seemed to remember something. Moreover, they are very different from us demons in terms of faith. They believe in the will of the Abyss, have specific behavioral norms, and their doctrines are rather complicated and conventional. We serve the various Abyss Lords and the Endless Abyss itself behind them, so we are quite unrestrained in our actions. Therefore, demons who hate being bound rarely join the Abyss Cult. Although we are essentially no different, there are actually some subtle differences, just like the difference between the XX sect and the OO sect in some monotheistic religions for reasons that cannot be described. This paragraph cannot be elaborated on. In short, I hate the existence of the Abyss Cult. Hendrix shook his head, saying that it seemed he, as a demon, truly loathed the Abyss Cult. However, at this moment, Wu Wei asked a new question. Wait, if you hate the Abyss Cult so much, then why are they still able to survive in the Abyss? I don't think demons would tolerate this. Don't demons just kill people they dislike? Upon hearing this, Hendrix's face, which was residing in the giant demon, twisted slightly, and he spoke somewhat unnaturally. Actually, many of us do want to destroy the Abyss Cult, but the problem is, the Abyss Cult is protected by fallen angels. With them around, it will be difficult for us to directly eliminate the Abyss cult. Fallen angels? What are those? Wu Wei asked. Are they corrupted messengers of God? In Wu Wei's memory, some extremely powerful heroic spirits, that is, messengers of God, seem to be called angels by the Lord. No, not quite the same, but pretty much the same. The fallen angels are a group of selfish and greedy bastards, and at the same time, they are the rulers of the Abyss cult. Though they are beautiful and graceful, they are more greedy than demons and more cunning than devils. They feed on the faith of the followers of the Abyss cult and are known throughout the Abyss for their appalling depravity. What's even more terrifying is that each fallen angel has a large number of followers of the Abyss cult as their private army, and sometimes these private armies are far larger than the Abyss lords in terms of numbers. Moreover, each fully formed fallen angel is as powerful as, or even surpasses, a newly born demon prince. As Hendrix recalled this, hatred and fear flickered in his eyes. It seems he has faced fallen angels in the past and suffered losses as a result. In addition, fallen angels hold an extremely high position even in the mythology of the Abyss. According to mythology, the earliest and strongest fallen angel once gave birth to a daughter for the supreme ruler of the Abyss, and the ruler of the Abyss regarded this only offspring as the apple of his eye and doted on her to the extreme. This is also the real reason why those fallen angels are so favored by the will of the Abyss. Of course, this is just a myth, and no one can guarantee its authenticity. I see, after hearing this, Wu Wei roughly understood what the Abyss cult of the past and the fallen angels who ruled the Abyss cult were like. However, he still had one question. In that case, how should I acquire a follower of the Abyss cult? Hendrix paused for a moment when faced with this question. He originally wanted to ask Wu Wei why he wanted to become a follower of the Abyss cult, but considering Wu Wei's identity, he suppressed his curiosity. You know, curiosity is what kills the devil. Therefore, Hendrix only told Wu Wei how to obtain followers of the Abyss cult. However, this method surprised Wu Wei for a moment. Because he never imagined that the way to gain followers of the Abyss cult would be so simple and yet so abyssal. Chapter 130 Numb Souls. Great Abyss Lord, your method of gaining followers of the Abyss cult is simple. As a priest of the Abyss, all you need to do is choose a demon, human, dwarf, undead, demon slave, or whatever else you want to join the Abyss, and have him or it complete some kind of corruption ritual that suits your taste before acknowledging him as a member of the Abyss. These depraved rituals include, but are not limited to, killing, regicide, patricide, offering important treasures, and engaging in lewd sexual intercourse. If you like it, even if you make him cut off his own body or tear his own soul as a kind of depravity ritual, it is not impossible. It is all up to you to decide. It's that simple? Wu Wei frowned. He never expected that the thing that had been bothering him before could be solved so easily. This made him somewhat reluctant to believe it. Of course, it's that simple for you. Hendrix blinked and said seriously. Do other priests in the Divine Abyss acquire followers in the same way? No, it's only you who are like that, Hendrix explained. What do you mean I'm the only one like this? Wu Wei was even more confused. Because other Abyss priests, when recruiting believers, need to communicate with the tentacles of the Abyss's will, which is inherently a very dangerous thing. Many Abyss priests, if their affinity with the Abyss is not high, are easily provoked by the Abyss and go berserk, turning themselves into deformed monsters. The reason for holding the ritual is to increase the Abyss priest's affinity with the endless Abyss in this bloody ritual. And you don't need to worry about that at all. Because you possess the Abyss Codex, in a sense, you are the Abyss's while walking among humans. This is not some false title of honor, but a genuine proof of identity. Your ability to obtain the Abyss Codex itself means that the will of the Abyss has recognized you. It's just that you haven't paid attention to it. The Abyss Codex, as the only order within disorder and the only entity capable of suppressing chaos within endless chaos, isn't it itself one of the greatest authorities in the entire Abyss? Therefore, no one has a higher affinity for the Abyss than you. You are the chosen one and the only one. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei suddenly realized what was going on. Now he finally understood why those unruly demon heroes, who wouldn't even submit to the King of Heaven, were so respectful to him. He finally understood why these demons, who were once so powerful as to rival demigods, had become such sycophants in front of him. Having figured all this out, Wu Wei glanced at the Abyss Codex, which was in a state of fusion within his own space, and his mood immediately improved considerably. I understand now. I will go and find some beings who are willing to fall into the abyss and become believers. Now that Wu Wei knew how to create abyss believers, he immediately took action. Hendrix left after confirming that Wu Wei had nothing else to ask him. In the original trial continent, now the first level of the endless abyss. Bilkin, who was in charge of assigning demon slave laborers, you wouldn't believe it, that scumbag dwarf is still alive, was enjoying massages from his female slaves in his mansion while casually glancing at the ledger in his hand. By this time, Bilkin's status had risen significantly. Now he controls all of Wu Wei's demon slaves and has the right to transfer them to various resource-producing areas. The reason for this is that, as a dwarf, he was more proficient in mathematics than the illiterate demon. The most important reason is that he understands better than those demon overseers how to exploit the value of demon slaves. He was a qualified slave owner and a born capitalist. Damn it, another 120 slaves died from exhaustion yesterday. It's infuriating. These useless bunch who only know how to eat my food can't even stand working 16 hours a day. This is absolutely despicable. They must be faking illness, using death as an excuse to pretend they're sick. This is no longer ordinary laziness. We must take decisive action. I must find a way to solve this problem once and for all. Just as Bilkin was rubbing his chin, pondering whether to have his master, the Great Abyss Lord, recruit a group of necromancers to turn the corpses of the dead into undead laborers to work 24 hours a day, Wu Wei himself suddenly arrived at Bilkin's mansion. His pair of scarlet eyes swept over Bilkin and the trembling female slaves behind him without showing any emotion. Master, master, master. Bilkin, who never expected the Abyss Lord to come to his room in person, was startled by Wu Wei's sudden appearance. He tumbled off the sofa and scrambled to Wu Wei's side. At first, Bilkin thought that the Lord had discovered his embezzled small fortune and that the Lord had come to kill him. But he was clearly overthinking it. Bilkin, take 10,000 of the strongest slaves from your demon slave laborers and drag them to the ruins of the nearest city. Yes, master. Bilkin answered loudly, without the slightest hesitation or delay. I'll do it right away. Before long, Wu Wei's will was put into practice. Exactly 10,000 slaves, no more and no less, were led by the demon overseers to the nearest city ruins. They had long since become numb and silent. Faced with a life worse than death, they completely lost even the courage to resist. And so, under the watchful eyes of the demon overseer, they gazed with despair at the Abyss Lord not far away. The Abyss Lord, too, scrutinized them with indifferent eyes. In fact, Wu Wei did all this in order to find suitable followers of the Abyss cult. However, Wu Wei originally wanted Bilkin to be the first follower of the Abyss cult. However, considering that no one could replace Bilkin in managing demon slaves for the time being, Wu Wei, who wanted to play it safe, cancelled the plan. After all, Wu Wei had many soldiers under his command, but a talent like Bilkin was unique. Therefore, Wu Wei did not choose Bilkin, but instead set his sights on the demon slaves. In Wu Wei's view, no group was more eager to return to the embrace of the abyss than those demon slaves. Because of the endless toil, the souls of these demonic slaves had long since fallen into utter despair. They will seize any opportunity to improve themselves. Isn't that right? Wu Wei looked at the 10,000 desperate souls in front of him and revealed an evil smile. Chapter 131: The Reason for the Fight. Everyone, the reason you came here is not to do hard labor like digging up these ruins. The only reason I called you all here is because I want to conduct a small experiment. Wu Wei made no attempt to conceal his use of the word experiment. This looks extremely cruel and inhumane. But in reality, these two words have no meaning in the abyss. I need to select a group of you to become part of the abyss. Upon hearing this, almost all the demon slaves trembled. To become a part of the abyss. That doesn't sound like a nice word. Oh right, it's a living member, not a dead one. Wu Wei, who had noticed this, explained. Don't misunderstand. Once you become a part of the abyss, you will become believers of the abyss and dedicate your faith to it. Under such circumstances, not only will your lives be guaranteed, but you will also gain great freedom. Upon hearing this, many of the demon slaves' eyes lit up. Just like what was mentioned earlier. These monstrous slaves had long been driven to despair by their endless toil. The long-lost word freedom, like a wildfire on the prairie, suddenly ignited the despair in their hearts and set off a flame of hope. I haven't lied to any of you. Everything I've said is true. In the name of me, the Lord of the Abyss. Wu Wei continued. However, the purpose of my little experiment is actually to create believers in the abyss. As for me, I don't need all of you to become believers in the abyss of faith. Besides the fact that most of you don't truly believe in the abyss, the main reason is because of me. We don't need too many abyss followers. I only need 1,000 believers who worship the abyss at most. Therefore, you need to use this city ruin as your battlefield, in the name of the abyss, to unleash your desires and nature and fight each other to the death. Until the final 1,000 are determined. Upon hearing this, the demonic slaves fell silent. Despair once again enveloped them. In their eyes, Wu Wei, the Lord of the Abyss, had become an existence more evil and terrifying than a demon. How could he utter such flippant words about killing 9,000 people? Everyone began to tremble. Are you trying to make us kill each other? You damn demon. A dwarf slave said, looking at Wu Wei in the distance. Although we are enslaved by you demons, we will not kill each other. Another minotaur roared. You demons, you love to force us to do the cruelest things under all sorts of pretexts, and you take pleasure in it. His words resonated with many of the demon slaves. Yes, if you have the guts, execute us all. He's right. Although these demonic slaves have been tortured beyond recognition, living beings are a very peculiar existence. Despite being tortured by the demons, these demon slaves were actually very united. This kind of unity transcends race and gender. Oh? Don't you want to kill each other? Sure. Wu Wei smiled. Then you shall stay peacefully in the ruins of the city for 3 days, and I will return after 3 days. At that time, I will randomly select 1,000 people from among you, and the rest will all be executed by my demon warriors. All you can do is pray in the abyss, praying that you are one of the 1,000 lucky ones. What did you say? You damn bastard, you're trying to divide us. You are 100 times more evil than a demon. Upon hearing this, many of the demon slaves wavered. Wu Wei's words struck a nerve. There's a saying that goes, it's not poverty that's worrisome, but insecurity. It's not scarcity that's worrisome, but inequality. This is a true reflection of the current state of mind of these demonic slave workers. If everyone dies together, everyone can accept it. But the problem is, death is sometimes unfair. Because Wu Wei chose to let 1,000 people live, while the others were ruthlessly executed. Therefore, they are less willing to accept dying while others enjoy a hopeful new life than to die an equal death. But if one's companions die, and only 1,000 remain, then is it possible to become one of those 1,000 lucky ones? In an instant, the group of demonic slaves began to stir. They stared at each other, wary of one another. Desires swell, and the seeds of betrayal are sown at this moment. We will not yield to you. Don't even think about trying to divide us with such despicable means. The Minotaur slave spoke again, but he hadn't finished speaking. A sharp stone struck him hard on the back of the head. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The strong Minotaur warrior collapsed into a pool of blood, convulsing. His reason for becoming the first target was simple. He was the strongest of these demonic slaves. As long as it lives, it will most likely occupy a spot. Your own spot. A troll wielding a sharp stone thought to himself. The fall of this Minotaur became the trigger for this chaotic battle. Almost instantly, these 10,000 demon slaves began to fight each other, battling for a mere 1,000 spots. At this moment, everyone is the enemy. Everyone has a reason to kill others. Even if just a minute ago they were comrades fighting side by side against a common enemy. Seeing this, Wu Wei laughed heartily. As he expected, living beings are extremely prone to killing each other under the influence of desire. Often, they simply lack a legitimate reason. The endless abyss gave them ample reason. For no other reason than that this is an extremely harsh environment where living beings struggle to survive. This is a place where friendship, love, and family ties are severed, and where killing, betrayal, and deception are rampant. This is the endless abyss. Only those beings who have experienced all of this, understood all of this, and believed in all of this in the midst of battle are the true believers of the abyss that Wu Wei desires. As the sounds of battle around him intensified, Wu Wei, with a smile on his face, left the place and prepared to return to the real world. 3 days later, he will find a true abyss believer in these ruins. Chapter 132: Return and Work. After Wu Wei explained some things to the demon heroes and handed over food, war supplies, and a certain number of demons to them in advance, Wu Wei temporarily returned to the real world. Although Wu Wei still has 2 open slots for demon heroes, he is not in a hurry to recruit them. He planned to complete some tasks in the real world first, and then decide when to recruit them based on his own needs. After all, having 4 demon heroes with different personalities and values was already enough of a headache for him. If 2 more were added, he didn't think he could handle it. As for less important matters such as reselecting Lord skills, Wu Wei plans to do them after he returns. Do you wish to exit the Lord's era? Note, after exiting the Lord's era, your game time within that era will also expire. Please ensure you are fully prepared before leaving. Furthermore, after you leave the Lord's era, unless you are notified of certain important news through the system, you will not be able to interfere with anything in the Lord's era in any way. Whether. Yes, Wu Weinian said. Then, in an instant, Wu Wei's digitized body disappeared into the endless abyss. The next second, with a burst of data appearing out of thin air, Wu Wei himself returned to the real world, which was the playground of the number 1 middle school in Linjiang City. Looking at the clear blue sky, Wu Wei couldn't help but narrow his modified scarlet vertical pupils. To be honest, having gradually gotten used to the complex and unpredictable weather in the abyss, he really couldn't stand this kind of sky. Since Wu Wei and the other new lords were all teleported to the Lord era through the same relic, their return areas were all on this playground. However, this situation will change after these new lords obtain their personal artifact terminals. Because every new lord who passes the Lord's trial can apply for their own personal relic terminal within the Empire. However, before Wu Wei returned to the classroom, a figure appeared on the playground beside him as the data materialized out of thin air. That's Li Qi. 4th place in this Linjiang City assessment. Having just returned from the Lord's trial, he naturally noticed Wu Wei. However, the two did not exchange any words. Wu Wei merely glanced at him before walking towards the teaching building. At this time, other grades had already started their summer vacation, so there were very few people in the school. But all the teachers remained at the school, waiting for their students to return to the real world. The reason they stayed here, besides comforting those unqualified lords who failed the lord assessment and were forced to leave, was mainly to introduce jobs to other new lords. That's right, lords also need to work. Just like many common societies. New lords are at the bottom of this society. Having just acquired the status of lords, they themselves had no foundation whatsoever. Throughout the Age of Lords, war and annexation were ever present, making it difficult for these small lords to survive on their own. Therefore, the vast majority of new lords need to join various guilds to become members of the guilds, or they join an alliance to become a member of the alliance. Some outstanding lords will choose to join a family and become a member of that family. These options may look similar, but they are actually quite different. For example, labor unions. Although guilds absorbed the most lords during the era of lords, their strength was the weakest. Because the size of guilds varies greatly, some guilds may only have 4 or 5 new lords, or even no veteran lords at all. Such a union is very likely to disband before it can even withstand a single war. Larger guilds, despite their large numbers and many long-established lords, are not particularly powerful. Because the biggest characteristic of labor unions is freedom. As a result, many lords who are dissatisfied with the distribution within the guild or who aspire to better treatment will often leave their original guild and join other guilds. Therefore, there is a high degree of mobility within the union. Only those guilds that have weathered countless wars and rallied enough support can become powerful and retain enough strong members. Such long-established unions are not numerous. As for alliances, they are similar to unions, but their components are different. Alliances in the Age of Lords are united by shared values, lord clans, or other factors. For example, some alliances specifically recruit lords who excel in technology research, while others specialize in forging techniques. Alliances are very strict in selecting their core members, but without exception, the lords who pass the selection process become their core members. All core members of the alliance will enjoy a limited supply of resources within the alliance, and with the help of other alliance members, they can grow rapidly and ultimately give back to the alliance. Besides the core members of the alliance, there are a large number of peripheral alliance members. Their existence is simply to provide the alliance with supplies and personnel, and to help core members complete their missions. Although they are the most numerous, they have the lowest value within the alliance. Even so, many lords are still eager to join an alliance and become its peripheral members. Because once you join an alliance, the benefits it provides are simply too numerous to list. In addition to receiving protection from powerful figures within the alliance, they also have access to a wide range of magical knowledge, armor, runes, constructs, and weapons produced by the alliance. It can be said that as long as the alliance they belong to does not fall, these lords who have joined the alliance will slowly but steadily grow stronger. This is where joining an alliance is better than joining a guild. However, joining an alliance is not the most desired thing for all lords. For these lords, joining a prominent family and becoming a member of that family is the most beneficial thing. Unlike alliances and guilds, any family with even a slightly prominent reputation has a formidable foundation. They not only possessed vast territories during the Lord era, but also a massive amount of private property that neither the alliance nor the guild possessed. Over countless years, those families that have remained steadfast have become even more terrifying than alliances and powerful guilds. Like wealth, strength can be accumulated indefinitely. Therefore, under such circumstances, no lord could guess how vast the resources and manpower of those illustrious families were, or how many trump cards they possessed that could change the course of a war. Even those newly established families that have only existed for a few hundred years possess a foundation that ordinary lords cannot match. Every force that dares to call itself a family is an absolute monster in the era of lords. With their own strength, they can not only make deals with major guilds and alliances, but also use their wealth and resources to recruit the best new lords and absorb them into their vast family system as fresh blood. And, most importantly, that is, the emperor who established the human empire that Wu Wei belongs to is the most powerful family among countless families. The family, whose surname was Shi, ruled this empire for over 1,000 years. These unions, these alliances, these families, despite their constant internal struggles. In reality, they were all just fighting each other within the sphere of influence of this so-called aristocratic family. Suing Xue had previously told Wu Wei to return to the real world in time, her purpose being to help Wu Wei find a foothold in the real world. However, as soon as Wu Wei entered the teaching building, the group of teachers who were introducing suitable guilds, alliances, and families to the new lords all fell silent. That is, Wu Wei. That monster. Everyone, including the new lords, was watching him. In response to their gazes were Wu Wei's cold, crimson vertical pupils. Chapter 133 Invitation. Wu Wei. Haha, congratulations. Congratulations on winning first place. Actually, I've never doubted your abilities, because I've seen all the hard work you've put in over the past few years. In the silence, Wu Wei's homeroom teacher walked over with a big smile. Unlike the other teachers who looked livid, Wu Wei's homeroom teacher was actually the happiest one. Because Wu Wei's actions, to some extent, brought their school's pass rate to an all-time low in this assessment, causing countless unfortunate students to lose their qualifications to become lords. But what does that have to do with him? The era of lords is inherently a process of the strong eliminating the weak, isn't it? Moreover, the school's first and second place students were both in his class. Therefore, despite such a low pass rate, his performance bonus this time has not decreased but increased, and by quite a bit. Hey Wu, what are your plans after graduation? As the top performer in this Lord's assessment, you're in high demand. I have several suitors here. Wu Wei was completely speechless. To be honest, this homeroom teacher's change of attitude is really fast. In the previous years of study, Wu Wei's grades were so stable that, to be honest, he was practically invisible to the other party. He and this homeroom teacher had virtually no communication over such a long period of time. Wu Wei went to sleep, and the other party approved of this behavior. Although the other party disliked him, they did not do anything outrageous. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Wu Wei was adopted by Su Yingshua's father. Even if the other party disliked Wu Wei, they dared not go too far in some ways because of Su Yingshua's father. However, today, the other party's fawning attitude only made Wu Wei feel a little annoyed. I'm here to pick up my personal terminal. Where is it? I have no interest in anything else. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, his homeroom teacher's expression immediately froze. However, as if he had remembered something, he eventually shut his mouth. I've already prepared everything for you here. Wu Wei's homeroom teacher went into a nearby room and took out a fist-sized piece of mechanical equipment and an envelope. After Wu Wei took the two items, he immediately examined them. This fist-sized mechanical device is his personal data terminal. With this device, he can leave the real world at any time and return to the era of lords. As for that belief, inside was an invitation. An invitation to the school's graduation ball. Every new lord who graduates from the school will receive such an invitation. The school organizes this event not only to foster a stronger sense of belonging among the new lords, but also, and most importantly, because this graduation ball is a great opportunity for them to find jobs. However, the job opportunities offered at this ball come only from individual families, not from mediocre guilds and alliances. The job opportunities the teachers introduced were nothing compared to this dance. Because some newly joined family members will find their ideal partner at such a ball and invite them to join their family's power. However, it was done through a marriage alliance. For many new lords, this can be considered a chance to leap over the dragon gate and achieve great things. However, Wu Wei was not interested in this. He glanced at the envelope and left. By this point, he believed that he had dealt with most of his affairs in the real world. And after he left, countless discussions about him only just began. I really don't understand why he got first place. I never imagined that this idiot would cause me to lose my lordship. He really got incredibly lucky. I heard that Wu Wei got a good race randomly, which is why he got first place. Did Su Yingxue hold back? I heard that in the final battle, it was just the two of them left. Wu Wei, who had no interest in or concern for the discussions behind the scenes, walked to the school gate. At this point, he suddenly felt that most of the countless constraints that had bound him had been lifted. He could sense that the constraints of the real world were becoming fewer and fewer. And he was finally able to do as he pleased and become more free. Even he felt better when he thought about it. Hey, you brat. However, just as Wu Wei's mood improved, a voice reached his ears, pulling Wu Wei, whose thoughts had drifted to the era of lords, back to reality. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Wu Wei turned his head and saw a young woman in a suit, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, and sunglasses standing next to a car, smiling at him and saying something. The woman seemed somewhat displeased, perhaps noticing Wu Wei's stunned expression. What, you brat? You don't recognize your older sister after just one trial, huh? If you dare to try that amnesia trick, I swear I'll give you a complete memory restoration technique. The other person casually tossed the cigarette aside and took off his sunglasses. Without. Wu Wei, who thought he could finally relax, said with some helplessness after seeing the other person's face. It's only been a while since we last met. How could I possibly forget you, Sister Suli? The young woman wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigarette is Su Yingshua's cousin, Suli. The other person smiled, then rushed over and gave Wu Wei a bear hug. Good lad, you've grown taller again, haven't you? Sniff, not bad. You don't smell like any other woman. Looks like you're a decent kid, ha ha. After finally managing to escape the bear hug, Wu Wei said with a hint of helplessness. Sister Suli, what brings you to school? Are you here to pick up Xiaoxue? Wu Wei remembered that Su Yingxue seemed to have left the era of lords long ago and returned to the real world, which is why he was curious. Could it be that the other person has been staying at school for such a long time? However, the other party's answer surprised Wu Wei. How's that possible? Su Yingxue returned to the real world a day ago. I've been waiting for you here specifically. Wait for me. Of course I'm waiting for you, you brat. Don't go back to your pigsty like rented room today. I've come to take you home. Xiaoxue and her father have been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone is waiting for you to come back so we can have a reunion dinner together. Chapter 134, Returning Home and Promises. On the speeding car, Wu Wei looked out the window. It has to be said that after the Lord era became the heavenly Tao system, everything in the real world actually became quite wonderful. Oh right, Wu Wei, I heard that you little rascal, defeated Xiaoxue in the Lord assessment at Linjiang City No. 1 Middle School and got first place. Awesome. As Suli drove, she sighed with admiration. Tell your sister, did you hang Xiaoxue up and beat her? Well, faced with this question, Wu Wei didn't know how to start. No, that's not what I'm concerned about. What I really want to know is, have you managed to completely win over with your personal charm? Okay, upon hearing this, Wu Wei finally couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look at the female hooligan beside him, who was making suggestive remarks in every sense of the word. It must be said that the other driver was indeed a bit too wild. Hee, why are you looking at me like that? It makes me seem like I'm not serious. Of course, I was just asking. I'm someone who really respects other people's privacy. If you don't want to tell me, I'll ask you again next time. Wu Wei. Su Yingshue's home wasn't too far from the school. After driving for less than 20 minutes, Wu Wei, led by Suli, arrived at a villa located in the center of an artificial lake. This villa, besides being the residence of Su Yingshue's family, is also the base of Su Yingshue's father's guild in the real world. In the center of the artificial lake, besides this huge villa, there are other smaller buildings. The other buildings were inhabited by union members. As for the name of Su Yingshue's father's union, it is somewhat unusual, because the union is called the Su Family Union. The reason for this name is that Su Yingshue's family is not yet considered a family in the era of lords. However, the number of family qualifications during the entire Lord era was limited. Therefore, lacking the necessary qualifications, they can only use the functions of a labor union as a substitute, hence the unique union name. Even so, confident in their own strength, Su Yingshue's family still chose to use the Su family name in the name of the guild. They seem very confident that they will soon become a true family. However, these are not matters for Wu Wei to worry about. The vehicle slowly came to a stop, and Wu Wei climbed out of it. The center of the lake was now deserted, with few people and little sign of life. However, this is the normal phenomenon, because the vast majority of lords, for the vast majority of the time, fought during the Lord era. They're so busy that they rarely have time to return to the real world and relax. Even if they return, these busy lords will mostly be back to handle some practical business. Wu Wei, you're back. At the villa's entrance, Su Yingxue, dressed in white, pushed open the door and said with a smile, I was just thinking of going out for some fresh air when you arrived. Wu Wei raised his head and looked at the villa that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. The reason I say it's familiar is because Wu Wei lived in this villa after his parents disappeared and he became an orphan. The reason for the unfamiliarity was that 4 years ago, when Wu Wei was 14, he moved out of the villa and rented a house near the school. He hasn't been back for 4 whole years. And this place holds some of his few childhood memories. Yes, I'm back. Upon hearing these familiar words, Su Yingxue smiled happily. Okay, I've almost finished cooking. Take a break and let's eat. Just like always. Upon entering the house, Wu Weixian returned to his previous room. Sure enough, everything seemed unchanged. Because of the regular cleaning by the maid, many places in the room are very clean. Wu Wei placed his personal terminal on the table and lay down on his long-absent bed. At this moment, he felt somewhat conflicted. The real world is different from the era of lords, here, although there is no obvious killing or war. However, the peaceful atmosphere here made Wu Wei, who was used to killing, feel uncomfortable. Maybe. Will this be the last time I return to the real world? Will I, like some special lords, spend my entire life in the era of lords, with no further attachment to the real world? However, before he could finish processing his feelings, a knock came at the door, and a voice appeared outside Wu Wei's room. May I come in? Yes, that's fine. Wu Wei replied and sat up from the bed. A burly middle-aged man walked in from outside. He was of average appearance and not very tall, but he could give people an undeniable sense of authority, and this authority and domineering aura came from his long years of training during the era of lords. And he is none other than Su Yuanjing, the owner of the Su family guild and Su Yingxue's father. Long time no see, Xiao Wu Wei, you've grown a lot. Uncle Su. Wu Wei nodded. Haven't seen you for a long time. After a few polite exchanges, Su Yuanjing spoke. Congratulations, kid, you've completed the Lord's trial and become a new lord. This means a lot, but I don't think I need to repeat it again. After all, what you most want to know right now is definitely. Su Yuanjing glanced at Wu Wei with a complicated expression. Tell me the truth about your parents' disappearance. Just as I promised back then, after you become a lord, I will tell you everything I know. Chapter 135 Rebellion and Trade. Wu Wei's parents disappeared when he was 3 years old, and it has been 15 years since then. The reason for their disappearance remains a mystery to Wu Wei to this day. For Wu Wei, the only memory he had left of the night they parted ways was that night. A weeping mother, a sorrowful father, and their reluctance as they sent their young child to the Su family. Although Wu Wei could be considered an evil and indifferent person in many ways, the endless abyss only amplified this. However, he is still immortal at present and has not been completely corrupted by the endless abyss. Therefore, he still had feelings for his parents and understood that they did not want to be separated from him. Even now, it's the same. So, a problem arises. Where did the two of them go? Why did those two abandon me and leave alone? But what exactly happened to them? Wu Wei had asked Su Yuanjing these questions countless times when he was young, hoping to get some answers from the other party. But no matter how many times he asked the other party, Su Yuanjing always chose to remain silent on this issue. His answer to Wu Wei was that he would tell him about these questions after Wu Wei came of age and became a lord. Therefore, the main reason Wu Wei was willing to return to the real world, besides having to handle some trivial matters, was that he wanted to return to reality and find out the answer to this matter from Su Yuanjing. This was a promise made to Su Yuanjing, Su Yingxue's father. Now is the day when the promise will be fulfilled. Good. Wu Wei nodded and gestured for Su Yuanjing to sit down inside. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. But after sitting down, the powerful and legendary Lord Su Yuanjing did not say anything immediately. Instead, he took out a cigarette from his jacket pocket and lit it for himself. He silently finished the cigarette, as if he were struggling with something inside. Wu Wei did not urge the other party, he simply looked at him in silence. Finally, Su Yuanjing spoke up. Xiao Wu Wei, I need to apologize to you first. Su Yuanjing looked at Wu Wei and said with his head down. I'm sorry, for so long I haven't been able to tell you the truth that I know. Although it's shameless to say this, I still hope you can understand me, At least you don't resent me or my daughter Xiaoxue because of this. This was the first time Wu Wei had seen Su Yuanzheng behave like this. In his memory, Su Yuanzheng always maintained his dignity and was always so serious that he instilled fear in those around him. Uncle Su, I have never resented you for this, and I would never resent suing Xue for it. That's good, that's good. Su Yuanzheng gave a wry smile. Because the reason I'm not telling you the truth is actually to protect you, to protect my best friend's only child. Protect? Upon hearing these two words, Wu Wei couldn't help but frown. Yes, protection. Because the disappearance of your parents is a taboo subject that cannot be spoken of, even among many lords who are aware of it. The disappearance of these two individuals actually involves a royal family. However, if it only involves the affairs of aristocratic families, it is not really a big taboo. After all, although aristocratic families are royalty, many of their actions are public. But what truly made this a taboo was Su Yuanzheng glanced at Wu Wei again, but this time it was different from the previous times. This time, Su Yuanzheng's eyes were filled with fear and gloom. Your parents were deeply involved in an internal power struggle within a powerful family, namely the royal family, more than a decade ago. Moreover, this so-called internal strife is nothing more than a public statement by the aristocratic families. Because the essence of this internal struggle is actually a rebellion. A terrible rebellion targeting the current emperor of a powerful family, Shi Wushuang. They want to dethrone the emperor who controls countless territories and then install their chosen prince as the new emperor to rule the empire. What did you say? Wu Wei could hardly believe what he was hearing. How is that possible? You're definitely lying. In Wu Wei's view, there were far too many loopholes in what Su Yuanzheng said. First, the current emperor is still unparalleled in the world, which means that the rebellion back then should be considered a failure from any perspective. Wu Wei stood up and looked at Su Yuanzheng, the legendary lord. As an emperor, Shi Wushuang would have absolutely no chance of letting my parents go after their rebellion failed. No, it's not just the two of them. If Shi Wushuang were a sane emperor, he would have ruthlessly ordered the execution of my parents and me when I was young. Even anyone connected to treason. Wu Wei didn't know why Su Yuanzheng would tell this lie, which was why he was so angry. Secondly, and most importantly, I don't believe that such a rebellion ever really existed in history. Because if this rebellion were to actually happen, then you would absolutely not be able to take me in. After all, taking in the son of a traitor could bring death upon you and your beloved daughter. You would never take such a risk. That would be treason. Even if my father were your best friend, it would still be the same. Hearing this, Su Yuanzheng lit another cigarette. Amidst the ever-spreading smoke, an unusual shadow and darkness appeared on Su Yuanzheng's face. Xiao Wu Wei, you are absolutely right about some things. If your arrival would really put Xiaoxue in danger, I will never adopt you. I might even hand you and your parents over to the royal family to protect myself. After all, only by doing this can we ensure the safety of Xiaoxue and me to the greatest extent possible. If the treason plot is true. Wu Wei nodded. Although Su Yuanzheng's words were cruel, he didn't care. Because reality is made up of one cruel truth after another. That's right, so according to this logic, the treason you're talking about is impossible. I'm curious, why would you lie to me, especially knowing that your logic is flawed? Su Yuanzheng knew that Wu Wei wasn't stupid. He could hear the flaws in his words. But in reality, he wasn't lying. Because everything he said was true. But Xiao Wu Wei, what would you think if I told you that your father and mother made a deal with Shi Wushuang after their failed rebellion? It was this deal that saved your father and mother from being executed. It is precisely this transaction that ensures your life will be risk-free from now on, allowing you to live a peaceful life. What would you think of this deal? A stroke. A deal that even the patriarch of a powerful family, the current emperor of the empire, Shi Wushuang, approves of. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei was taken aback. What kind of deal are you talking about? Chapter 136 Instructions and Costs. What kind of deal was that? Wu Wei asked. He was genuinely curious about what kind of deal could have made Emperor Shi Wuxuang spare the Wu Wei family from pursuing their failed treason plot. Have no idea. Su Yuanzheng took a drag of his cigarette and said, "Don't look at me like that, Wu Wei, I really don't know. Because I asked your father the same question you did back then. But he didn't tell me the specifics of the deal. Then how did you confirm that everything he said was true?" Upon hearing what the other party said, Wu Wei couldn't help but frown. He was puzzled as to why Su Yuanzheng could assume that he was safe back then and would not be implicated in the treason without confirming the details of the transaction. "Because when your parents brought you to my house, they didn't come alone." Su Yuanzheng gave a wry smile. "The unparalleled emperor of the empire has also arrived. He personally instructed me to take good care of you and not to worry about those rumors." After extinguishing his cigarette, Su Yuanzheng couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, it was the first time I had ever seen the emperor in person, and I was so scared I almost peed my pants, you know? That's the head of a powerful family, the current emperor of the empire, and the empire's only supreme lord. Even now, when I recall the scene of meeting the unparalleled emperor in person, I find it hard to breathe. Wait, you said the peerless emperor told you this personally, and that he had been here before. I don't remember that. Faced with Wu Wei's question, Su Yuanzheng even smiled, which was rare for him. You were barely 3 years old then. How could you possibly remember anything? Furthermore, even if you did meet the emperor in person, could you really tell the difference between him and everyone else? So you just believe a casual remark from someone and think there's no risk in adopting me? Wu Wei countered with a question. Of course, but that wasn't just a casual remark, it was the emperor's personal instruction. Su Yuanzheng glanced at Wu Wei with some surprise, seemingly not understanding. You still know too little about high-level politics. There are many things you don't understand. The emperor of the empire, Shi Wuxuang, has come in person and given instructions, which means that what he just said is equivalent to an imperial edict, which no one can disobey. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare keep you here no matter what, would I? Su Yuanzheng smiled broadly as he said this. It's unclear whether he was happy to meet the emperor himself because of Wu Wei, or happy that he had the opportunity to raise Wu Wei to adulthood. Wu Wei fell silent. So, in the end, the disappearance of my parents was simply because they once wanted to dethrone Shi Wuxuang? That's all? That's all. What do you mean just? That's treason. But you're right, your parents' disappearance was indeed because of this. Su Yuanzheng's face turned ashen. He could hardly believe his ears. But after seeing Wu Wei's indifferent expression, he couldn't help but speak up. Xiao Wu Wei, I'm telling you this so that after you understand the truth of all this, you can cherish the precious life ahead of you. Although it may seem like your parents abandoned you, I can assure you that they did it to protect you. Even if it means we'll be separated forever. So, Xiao Wu Wei, promise me that this matter will end here, okay? Wu Wei raised his head, and his pair of scarlet vertical pupils suddenly opened. Why should we stop here? Just because the other party is royalty. Su Yuanzheng seemed somewhat helpless, as if he had anticipated Wu Wei's response. Although I know you'll definitely feel resentful and want to understand all of this. But I swear, the secrets behind this matter are absolutely terrifying and should not be known at all. The infighting within the empire's upper echelons, even if it spills over, will leave you with no place to bury your body. Compared to other lords, the aristocratic family is a true monster. Your parents have already made sacrifices for you, and you should not let their sacrifices go to waste. Okay. These words were Su Yuanzheng's heartfelt words. Although he admitted that if Wu Wei's existence really posed a risk to him, he would definitely betray him. However, in retrospect, given that Shi Wuxuang personally promised to guarantee Wu Wei's safety, Su Yuanzheng still fulfilled his responsibility to the best of his ability. He raised Wu Wei, educated him, and did his best to ensure that he received the same treatment as Su Yingxue. The fact that he attended the same school and was in the same class as Su Yingxue with the worst grades is enough to prove everything. Therefore, Su Yuanzheng was unwilling to see Wu Wei lose his life for a useless truth. Even if this useless truth involves Wu Wei's parents. However, Wu Wei did not answer this question. It seems he already has the answer in his heart. Knock, knock, knock. After a knock on the door, Su Yingxue pushed it open, successfully breaking the almost frozen atmosphere inside. Let's eat. Hey, why aren't you all saying anything? At the dinner table, Wu Wei and Su Yuanzheng maintained a tacit understanding, and neither of them mentioned the matter they had discussed earlier. The two of them chatted and laughed as much as possible while Su Yingxue finished the meal she had painstakingly prepared. After finishing his meal, Wu Wei returned to his room. Unlike last time, Wu Wei opened a locked drawer. Next, Wu Wei took out a somewhat worn-out old chessboard and stared intently at it. After looking at it for a long, long time, Wu Wei put the chessboard back and then pressed his personal data terminal. In the blink of an eye, Wu Wei was back above the endless abyss. The Abyss Lord sat on the Abyss throne, lost in thought. Finally, after thinking it over, the Abyss Lord raised his head, looked at the eternally rotating black and red vortex in the sky, and uttered a sentence he should have said to the endless abyss long ago. We need your strength. No matter what price I have to pay for this. The endless abyss heard his plea. And a response is imminent. Chapter 137 World Coordinates. After returning to the endless abyss, Wu Wei did not immediately seek out the demon slaves still fighting amongst themselves in the city ruins and convert them into the abyss believers he desired, since the Abyss Codex had not yet been fully integrated. However, Wu Wei's trip back didn't end there with nothing to do. On the contrary, he has been very busy since he returned. The first thing to do is to help those demon heroes replenish the demon soldiers they have already lost. Indeed, less than a day after Wu Wei left, the four of them began a bloody infighting because the Abyss Lord was absent. Although Wu Wei did initially intend to train them, he wanted them to begin learning how to lead troops. But the problem is they are demons. Although one of the four of them is a maggot with only 10 health points, they are still demons through and through. After Wu Wei stimulated their already violent demonic bloodline through internal strife, they had long been inseparable from that terrifying and bloody battle. Given any opportunity or excuse, they will use their own army to fight the other side. Even if the opportunity and excuse is as small as the other side's little devil accidentally stepping on one of their own little devils, they will still fight each other to the point of brains spilling out in a physical sense. Previously, when Wu Wei, the demon lord who held the Abyss Codex, was around, these things were manageable. After all, one had to consider the Buddha's feelings even if one didn't respect the monk. As long as Wu Wei disagreed, even if these four heroes disliked each other, they could still get along despite their resentment. But once Wu Weijin left the endless abyss, in less than a day, freed from the suppression of the heart of the abyss, they immediately began to let loose. Therefore, when Wu Wei inspected the territory again, he was speechless. Countless demon corpses piled up like mountains on the battlefield after the four demon heroes' battle. Blood splattered everywhere, plague raged, and pain and groans became the main theme of this area. Among them, the four demon heroes were thoroughly enjoying it all. They didn't even notice that Wu Wei had returned. They were focused solely on annihilating the enemy army. Cough, cough. On the battlefield, Wu Wei deliberately coughed. He was trying to get the attention of the four demon heroes in order to stop the war. Oh whoa. Die, you idiot. Go to hell. But he was completely ignored. These four bloodthirsty demons used their own methods to relentlessly carry out their killing spree. Moreover, during the observation of the battlefield, they were surprised to find that these bastards had actually disobeyed their orders and tricked Wu Wei into transferring those demonic armies that did not belong to them, the army that Wu Wei used for foreign wars, into their own army to satisfy their bloodlust. Wu Wei turned pale with anger upon seeing this. It must be said that the devils have never disappointed Wu Wei when it comes to deceiving their superiors and engaging in underhanded tactics. Lord, you're back. The first person to discover Wu Wei was Mara, the plague's mother. Upon discovering the Abyss Lord, the adorable little insect, with the help of countless plague hawks, immediately crawled out of Hell's body and flew to Wu Wei's side. You're finally back. While you were away, Those guys kept bullying me, trying to steal the nest you gave me and make it their territory. It's so awful, sob sob. Mara pretended to sob while secretly glancing at Wu Wei. But in fact, having seen through everything, Wu Wei merely narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the little insect in front of him. This cunning fellow, one second he was shouting that he would drown the other with more plague, the next second he turned into an innocent face. Wu Wei had only ever seen such a rapid change of expression in Suing Xue. Cough cough. Not only Mara, but the moment they heard that Wu Wei had returned, these demon heroes all dropped their weapons, corpses, and imps and ran towards Wu Wei with fawning expressions. While running towards Wu Wei, these guys didn't forget to trip up the others. Judging from their expressions, they all seemed afraid that the other party would complain to Wu Wei first. Wu Wei was utterly speechless amidst the chatter of the four demons. Sometimes, demons can truly be considered some kind of pure creature. However, they are pure evil. All right, I won't hold what happened before against you. Sitting atop the throne of the abyss, Wu Wei used his authority to mobilize a vast amount of resources to incubate a demon army as he spoke. In a few days, I will be starting a new war. Before the new war begins, you must restrain your desires and not allow any unnecessary internal strife. Upon hearing this, the demon hero's eyes widened immediately. To be honest, they were already fed up with the fact that the Lord's trial was not yet completely over and they could only fight each other internally. Hearing Wu Wei's words now, they felt genuinely happy. After all, the nature of demons is to plunder and destroy. The so-called internal struggle is merely a helpless measure taken when there is no influx of new external resources. My lord, where will our next war take place? Ideally, the natural world, haha, because I love the blood of druids the most, especially when they are tied to their beloved trees and burned to death. Their groans are irresistible. Hendrix trembled with excitement, and even a faint buzzing sound emanated from the blade of his sword. I'm not quite sure about that yet, Wu Wei said, because I need to get the new world teleportation coordinates before I can set them. It's somewhat different from the Lord's trial. The trial continent, as part of the Lord's trial, is a unified coordinate system provided to all new lords, accessible to anyone. But other worlds are completely different. Only by possessing the coordinates of those worlds could Wu Wei and other new lords travel to other worlds through dimensional portals. When Wu Wei returned to the real world this time, apart from handling some trivial matters, his most important task was to obtain the coordinates of other worlds. The coordinates of these worlds are often obtained through cooperation, auctions, and other means. Many new lords cooperate with others, or even with multiple guilds, to conquer a world together. However, unlike other new lords, Wu Wei participated in the auctions of 3 world coordinates in one go this time. 3 worlds. Just like the endless abyss, Wu Wei's appetite is also expanding. Chapter 138 Army Composition and Coming of Age Ceremony. In Wu Wei's eyes, the expansion of the endless abyss is essentially a kind of almost insane act of destruction. She brought deadly war to those poor worlds and then devoured them like a giant serpent. Then, amidst the flames of war, these worlds will be corrupted by her and become part of herself. Wu Wei had no objection to this expansion method. On the contrary, he was passionate about war and also deeply loved this method of warfare. However, there is one thing to note. That is Wu Wei now, and the risks that the endless abyss will face are different from those during the Lord trial. Because during the Lord trial, Wu Wei's enemies were all new lords. These new lords posed very limited pressure on Wu Wei, otherwise it wouldn't be called a Lord's trial. However, the new world that Wu Wei wants to invade will not be so easily defeated by the enemy. Because the enemies of these worlds will use every means to oppose Wu Wei until they drive the tentacles of the endless abyss out of this world. After all, that was their home, the place they depended on for survival. If their home was destroyed, they would have no way out. Under such pressure, Wu Wei will face increasingly frantic attacks, until one of them completely collapses. With this in mind, Wu Wei made a small change to the composition of his army. Apart from the four heroes' private armies remaining unchanged, all other demon legions directly under Wu Wei's command were reorganized by Wu Wei. The most important point is that almost all the little devils were kicked out of the army by Wu Wei. However, this is not because Wu Wei discriminates against the little devils. The little devils still have many uses, such as being eaten, played with, or used as materials. Wu Wei kicked these lesser demons out of the army simply because he needed to make his demon legion more elite. Given that the enemy will become stronger, the fragile, paper-thin little demons will not be able to serve as the main force in the war. Furthermore, Wu Wei believed that once the scale of the war expanded, it would be a huge waste to focus his energy on commanding the lesser demons. However, Wu Wei did not completely let those lesser demons go, because he turned around and incorporated a large number of them into a brand new legion. This brand new legion will have only one role in Wu Wei's upcoming wars. That is, when the war has reached a certain point of intensity and it is difficult to determine a winner. These little devils will be thrown into the battlefield in complete chaos, overwhelming the enemy with their sheer size. Alternatively, under Wu Wei's manipulation, they could shield high-ranking demons from harm. Therefore, Wu Wei still needs to ensure the number of little devils at all times, at least maintain the current number of little devils. This is good news for them. Next, Wu Wei began to hatch large numbers of Loran demons. These flying demons will be deployed in large numbers to every demon legion. Their role was to provide Wu Wei with enemy intelligence before and after the war began. In addition to the Loran demons, Wu Wei also equipped the legion with a large number of gargoyle demons, as well as wandering demons and inferior demons. These three types of demons are now the most important frontline soldiers, warriors, and cannon fodder in the legion. Therefore, in the structure of this legion, their three numbers will be the largest. In addition, Wu Wei will also equip a small number of giant demons, fire demons, abyssal earth dragons, and abyssal catapults. However, Wu Wei organized these relatively few individuals into separate units so that he could deploy them to various regions to achieve his objectives in the event of war. As for Wu Wei's highest-ranking legendary flame demons, he maintained their numbers and did not expand them further. After all, the current number of legendary fire demons is limited by special materials. Although Wu Wei could directly bid for those special materials called molten cores from the auction house in the Lord era, after glancing at the prices of these special materials, Wu Wei felt that it was actually quite good for the number of legendary fire demons to remain at its current level. It's definitely not because he's poor or anything like that. After Wu Wei finished hatching the army in the endless abyss, he returned to the real world once again. This time, however, his goal was not to complete those trivial tasks, but to capture those world coordinates. Due to certain special reasons, Wu Wei and the other lords were unable to directly purchase world coordinates from the auction house during the Lord's era. Therefore, Wu Wei was forced to join other lords who shared his ideas in the real world to purchase world coordinates from auction houses. In fact, if Wu Wei had chosen to join a guild, he wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. Because most guilds provide world coordinates. Members of other unions can gain free access to these worlds to plunder or build upon them, provided they hand over a portion of their harvest to the union. Of course, families and alliances are similar. They also provide world coordinates in the name of their respective families or alliances. The only difference is the revenue-sharing model. So, after reassuring or threatening his demons not to cause trouble, Wu Wei returned to the real world once again. Almost instantly, Wu Wei returned from the era of lords. It is currently 4 p.m. in the real world. Wu Wei deliberately chose this time to return because the royal auction house in Linjiang City, which he was going to, opened at 6 p.m. However, after Wu Wei pushed open the door and walked out of the room, he turned around and ran into Su Yuanzheng and Su Yingxue, a father and daughter. "Oh? Little Wu Wei, you've returned from the era of lords so quickly." Su Yuanzheng was somewhat surprised to see Wu Wei here. He had thought Wu Wei would stay in the lord era for a while longer, but he didn't expect that the other party would only stay for one night and one morning. This was somewhat unexpected for him. Because I'm planning to go to the royal auction house in Linjiang City. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Su Yuanzheng immediately understood. I see. So you're planning to participate in the auction for world coordinates, right? After all, you don't have a guild to provide you with world coordinates yet. Su Yuanzheng scratched his head, as if he had remembered something. Oh, right, kid, this is for you. Su Yuanzheng handed a card engraved with the name of a royal family to Wu Wei. What's this? Wu Wei, who had never seen this before, frowned and asked Su Yuanzheng. However, Su Yuanzheng just smiled and didn't say anything. Su Yingxue, on the other hand, seemed quite happy and took out an identical card from her pocket. This is your coming-of-age gift from your father, Wu Wei. This card represents 100 million resource points from the Royal Auction House. Chapter 139 War, Unity, and Compromise. Although 100 million resource points are nothing to many veteran lords, especially legendary lords, Wu Wei was still very surprised. Although Su Yuanzheng controls the entire Su family guild, the patriarch's resource points are still very limited. After all, the Su family's guild is constantly expanding outwards. A guild that wants to become a family needs to accumulate a lot of resources. There are so many aspects that require Su Yuanzheng to invest resources to maintain. After all, the larger the war machine, the more energy it requires. Seemingly noticing Wu Wei's hesitation, Su Yuanzheng patted Wu Wei on the shoulder and said with a smile, Haha, this is a gift, and you absolutely must accept it. You can't refuse. As mentioned before, Su Yuanzheng has never mistreated Wu Wei. He treats Wu Wei the same way he treats Su Yingxue. Even coming-of-age ceremonies are the same. Good. Wu Wei glanced at Su Yuanzheng and put the card away. Seeing that Wu Wei did not refuse, Su Yuanzheng was also satisfied. Since you're also going to the royal auction house, let's go together. I'll go call the driver. Also, are you also going to the royal auction house? Wu Wei asked. Of course. Su Yingxue smiled. Like you, we're also going to photograph world coordinates. The car arrived, and Wu Wei and his daughter Su Yuanzheng got in together. On the bus, Su Yingxue gave Wu Wei, who was not very familiar with the reality, a crash course in basic knowledge. After all, the Su Family Guild needs to purchase more than 15 world coordinates every year. Although some of the large worlds will be abandoned because they are too difficult to conquer, as long as one or more large worlds are completely conquered and colonized, these investments can be recouped. The other worlds will be used as bonuses to ensure the development of the guild. This is the operating model of labor unions, expansion and colonization. The more worlds that are successfully colonized, the stronger the unions become. Alliance and families are somewhat different. With their vast power, they colonize fewer new worlds than guilds, since they focus more on maintaining and nurturing their own territories rather than plundering them. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the two sides have different target worlds. The target worlds attacked by the Alliance and families are generally super large worlds guarded by powerful forces. They have no interest in small worlds and are not very willing to disperse their precious forces. All the lords are actually just like the creatures in nature. Powerful lords, such as lions and tigers, as the top of the food chain, generally disdain to eat prey like insects and rats. But insects and mice are precisely the food of those small predators. The weak and the strong were strictly divided in the era of lords, but the boundary was even stricter than in nature. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanzheng added, Xiaoxue is right. But it's not complete yet. Because the top predators are actually the beasts that stick together the tightest. Just like lion prides and wolf packs, they can only become the true rulers of a region by banding together. No matter how strong an individual is, it is difficult to gain an advantage against the entire pride of lions or wolves. This is why these top lords, each of whom is incredibly powerful, still choose to establish alliances, families, and guilds. Because only through unity can we better protect our own strength. So even though they know there are incompetent parasites in their families, they still condone such behavior. As long as it doesn't shake their foundations, they will turn a blind eye to it. The Age of Lords is not just about war. Unity and compromise are also important components of the Age of Lords. In the past, these were called politics, or at least a part of politics. Su Yuanzheng narrowed his eyes and said to Wu Wei, "So, Xiao Wu Wei, have you ever thought about joining another guild, for example a guild called the Su Family Guild?" In fact, Su Yuanzheng had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but firstly because his daughter had not invited him, and secondly because of Wu Wei's attitude, he had not asked him. Now, with such a fascinating topic unfolding, he felt it was a good time to ask Wu Wei. After all, only by letting the other party understand the power of unity can he give Wu Wei a reason to join the union, right? Wu Wei squinted. Absolutely not. As before, Wu Wei had absolutely no intention of joining any other guild. Because in his view, joining a union was not a good idea. Well, Su Yuanzheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wu Wei to refuse so decisively, and he felt a little awkward for a moment. Although the Su Family Guild is the largest guild in Linjiang City, countless lords are eager to join it. The problem is, such a signboard does nothing to attract Wu Wei. Moreover, Su Yuanzheng also knew that Wu Wei, with his somewhat peculiar personality, was unlikely to join any guild. So he quickly gave up on the plan. However, this also reminded Su Yuanzheng of some things. He looked at Wu Wei and Su Yingxue and said, "By the way, isn't the date for the graduation ball coming up soon? Are you two ready?" Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue's eyes immediately lit up. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. "Yes, but I'm not planning to participate." Wu Wei spoke the truth. "Of course, I didn't go to that stupid ball back then because it was so boring and a waste of my time. I'm not talking about the dance your school is holding. I'm referring to an invitation to another dance." Su Yuanzheng smiled, took out 2 envelopes from his pocket, and handed them to Wu Wei and Su Yingxue. "This was just delivered to my home today. It arrived a little later than expected. This is the invitation for the two of you. An invitation is only given to the top 5 finishers in each Lord's trial. An invitation from the War Academy." Chapter 140, The Missing Person. An invitation from the War Academy? Wu Wei opened the envelope in his hand. Sure enough, unlike the shabby school invitation, an extremely luxurious invitation appeared before his eyes. At the very top of the envelope was engraved the mark of a wand and a long sword, and the area around the mark was decorated with golden blood. Even the invitation itself wasn't made of ordinary paper, but rather some kind of extremely antique parchment. Besides, just by holding the envelope, Wu Wei could feel a strange war impulse surging within him. Moreover, the longer he held the invitation, the more obvious and uncontrollable this impulse became. This invitation has actually been reinforced by both faith and magic, and it can even be brought into reality. This is truly rare. Unlike Wu Wei, who was overcome with impulse, Su Yingxue, who was knowledgeable and observant, immediately noticed the difference in the invitation. Of course, the location of the War Academy is not in the real world, but in a world during the era of Lords. It is not an academy that exists in the real world, but an academy in the era of Lords. Therefore, this invitation is actually a materialized teleportation coordinate. By holding this invitation, you can take it back to the era of Lords and obtain the coordinates of a plane for teleportation. As he said this, Wu Wei couldn't help but glance at the invitation a few more times. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever seen items from the Lord's era that could be brought into reality. The War Academy is quite different from other academies. Because their academy was established for only one purpose, to cultivate the strongest and most skilled lords for the empire. It is said that the curriculum and teaching methods there far surpass those of the royal family system of aristocratic families. In fact, many princes and princesses from aristocratic families choose to study at the War Academy. I don't know the specific teaching methods. Su Yuanzheng blushed a little when he said this, because he wasn't that outstanding back then, so he wasn't actually qualified to enter the War Academy. Therefore, he could only give a general overview. He really didn't know the more specific details. The invitation you hold in your hands is the key to entering the War Academy. And that ball was the opportunity for you to enter the War Academy. So, are you two going? Su Yuanjing asked. I'm not going. Wu Wei answered very decisively. Go. Su Yingxue answered decisively while glaring at Wu Wei. Upon seeing this, Su Yuanzhang smiled. Things unfolded much as he had predicted. However, before they could say anything more, the car stopped and the discussion about the War Academy came to an end. Because the Royal Auction House of Linjiang City has arrived. As royal property, even Wu Wei was greatly shocked when he first saw the Royal Auction House. The enormous size, the lavish decor, the ubiquitous security, and everything else made Wu Wei start calculating how many resource points this building could be exchanged for in the Lord era. Cough cough. Although thinking this way is very wrong. But that's really what Wu Wei thought. Everyone please. After checking the personal terminals of Wu Wei and the other two, a butler-like figure led them slowly into the auction house. It must be said that, as a supporting building in the real world for the era of lords, this building houses the largest number of lords Wu Wei has ever seen. Wu Wei had at least heard of the names of many of these lords. Wu Wei even knew the deeds of a very small number of lords. It can be said that at this moment, Wu Wei truly entered the ranks of lords. Before, he was just an ordinary person. The dividing line between lords and ordinary people begins here. Thinking of this, Wu Wei finally couldn't help but take another look at these lords. However, what he didn't expect was that this one glance would lead to an unexpected trouble. Wait, are you Wu Wei? Please don't leave yet. Just as the butler was leading Wu Wei and the other two toward the auction that was about to begin, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face blocked their way. Moreover, he called out Wu Wei's name with unparalleled accuracy. This is very unusual. At least, in the eyes of Wu Wei and Su Yuanjing, this was very unusual. What you up to? Before Wu Wei could say anything, Su Yuanzhang stepped in front of him, blocking the gloomy-faced man. Don't misunderstand. The middle-aged man with a gloomy face revealed a smile that was even more gloomy than his face. I am a relative of the Gu family. My name is Wang Wadao, the head of the Su family. We met once a few years ago. After saying that, Wang Wadao extended his hand to Su Yuanzhang. Judging from his expression, it seemed he wanted to get closer to the other person. Wang Wadao, I know you. But for some reason, Su Yuanzhang seemed to have a very bad impression of this man named Wang Wadao and even skipped the handshake. What do you want to do? Why are you looking for Wu Wei? Actually, I just wanted to ask Wu Wei a small question. Really, it's just a small problem. Wang Wadao ignored Su Yuanjing, who was blocking Wu Wei's way, and spoke to Wu Wei. Mr. Wu Wei, may I ask if you remember Gu Changqing, the eldest son of the Gu family? Gu Changqing. It didn't take Wu Wei long to remember the name of this miscellaneous fish. Yes, I remember. How? That's right. Wang Wadao sneered and said to Wu Wei. Our eldest son, Gu Changqing, has gone missing during this lord trial you are conducting. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanjing's expression turned grim. Because he had a vague feeling that a huge trouble was silently approaching his family. That's right. Although it sounds very bizarre, the fact is that Gu Changqing disappeared before the Lord trial ended. And you, Mr. Wu Wei, were the last person to see him before he disappeared. May I ask you something? Do you know what exactly happened to Gu Changqing? Or rather, what exactly did you do to Gu Changqing of our family? Chapter 141 Soul Magic and the Threat of War. After Wang Wadao finished speaking, Su Yuanjing's expression worsened. Because what the other party said was actually an accusation that Wu Wei had harmed Gu Changqing. But Wu Wei didn't care at all and instead laughed. Are you accusing me? Accusing me of kidnapping Gu Changqing during the Lord's trial? Wu Wei stared intently at the middle-aged man, Wang Wadao, with his scarlet vertical pupils. The opponent's various data began to be analyzed and came into Wu Wei's view. Sorry, I have absolutely no interest in kidnapping a piece of trash. Especially since he's a complete waste of space, bearing the name of your Gu family. Wu Wei had a very bad impression of Gu Changqing during the trial. However, this was not because he was his enemy. Wu Wei did not dislike any enemies. The only reason he hated Gu Chongqing was because he was too weak as his enemy. So, your ugly face is blocking my way to the auction house. For some reason, Wang Wadao, who was originally prepared to confront Wu Wei, suddenly felt a strange sense of fear after being stared at by Wu Wei's peculiar eyes. It was as if a corner of his soul had been seized by some twisted being that was both evil and dark. This inexplicable sense of fear made him tremble involuntarily. However, this was in the real world, and Wang Wadao quickly realized what was happening. Please don't get agitated, Mr. Wu Wei. Please forgive my misuse of words just now. As a relative of the Gu family, Wang Wadao seemed completely unconcerned about Wu Wei telling him to get lost, and instead acted very magnanimously. But this was a lie. In Wu Wei's view, some of Wang Wendao's data were improving rapidly at this time. His anger toward himself was rising, and rising quite a bit. After all, the Gu family has just lost an heir. Everyone in the Gu family is in a state of anxiety and negative emotions, and their words are bound to be a bit too harsh. Your family is Gu's? Losing patience and unwilling to continue arguing with the other party, Wu Wei narrowed his eyes. Oh, I thought your surname was Wang and that you had nothing to do with the Gu family. Upon hearing this, not only Wang Wadao, but also Su Yingxue, Su Yuanzheng, and the staff member who led Wu Wei and the other two into the auction hall all turned pale. Because the Gu family is a clan, and Wang Wadao first introduced himself as a relative of the Gu family. Therefore, in this world where reputation is highly valued, once he says this, anyone who knows this, no matter how much they despise him, must regard him as a member of his family, regardless of his original surname. This is an unspoken rule in this world. In this situation, Wu Wei's words were essentially no different from directly calling the other party a dog in their family. This behavior is not only extremely rude and disrespectful, but also a direct provocation against the other family. It should be noted that this statement was not only directed at him, but also at many powerful lords from other clans who had joined his family. Although discrimination against people with outsiders has always existed within various families, discrimination within the family is one thing, but discrimination from outside the family is quite another. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Wang Wadao roared, his face contorted in rage. Wu Wei's words had just reopened the deepest, most untouchable wound in his heart. So you want me to repeat myself? I thought your surname was Wang and that you had nothing to do with the Gu family. Wu Wei smiled and repeated what he had said before. At this moment, everyone in the entire auction house heard Wang Wendao's roar and turned their attention to this side. You must understand, the Linjiang City auction house is a royal asset, and they haven't seen anyone causing trouble there for a very, very long time. After being scanned by countless eyes, Wang Wadao strangely calmed down. Mr. Wu, it doesn't matter how much you look down on me personally, because I'm here representing the entire Gu family. The reason I contacted you is simply to ask you for some simple help in a friendly manner. Help? Wu Wei sneered. You didn't look like you were asking for help just now. I apologize again for my rudeness just now, but I still hope that you can visit our Gu family's territory in the next couple of days. The Gu family's territory? Upon hearing this, Su Yuanzheng instinctively became alert. Are you referring to the territory during the Era of Lords? What do you want Wu Wei to do there? The Era of Lords is different from reality. In the real world, Wu Wei faces no risks. However, things were different during the Era of Lords. Although lords like Wu Wei had digitized bodies and seemed to not need to eat, drink, or sleep, they were actually more dangerous than in reality. Because if the Lord dies during the Lord's era after the Lord's trial ends, then they will truly die. Every year, countless lords die because of war, intrigue, or hostile forces. Don't misunderstand, our Gu family really had no intention of harming Wu Wei. We simply want to use a demigod mage who is proficient in soul magic to scan Mr. Wu Wei's soul, to see if he is lying and if he has done anything to Gu Chongqing. Soul magic. Su Yingxue was shocked and said in disbelief. No, I absolutely disagree. Because even the most powerful soul magic user can uncontrollably damage the soul of the target, to the point that it can never be repaired. For Su Yingxue, who commands various magicians, soul magic is the most evil and terrifying type of magic. If it's just a matter of the soul being damaged, that's one thing. But once the soul has been controlled by someone else and a soul imprint has been left, then the person who is cursed will be the other party's slave for life. More importantly, once the soul of the person being targeted is exposed to that soul mage, then all of the person's thoughts and secrets will be known to the other party. Therefore, I absolutely disagree with your demands. Wu Wei, you absolutely cannot agree. Su Yingxue looked at Wu Wei and said anxiously. But no matter what, the last person to see Gu Chongqing was Mr. Wu Wei, and most importantly, at that time the two of them were in an adversarial state during the Lord trial. You should know that although in theory it is impossible to directly kill or bind any new Lord in the Lord trial, there are a lot of hidden items and strange spells in the Lord era that can bypass the heavenly Dao system to do so. Such things have happened before in history, and I'm sure you all know that. Although using soul magic will indeed cause a slight, negligible damage to Mr. Wu Wei's soul. But the Gu family must ensure that Mr. Wu Wei is not the mastermind behind Gu Chongqing's death. Therefore, I'm sorry, only soul magic can completely reveal the truth and ensure Mr. Wu Wei's innocence. Just like you said, in the presence of a soul mage, no secret is a secret anymore. Although Su Yingxue exposed the true nature of his soul magic, Wang Wadao remained calm and uttered the following words. In fact, including members of our Gu family, many people who had contact with Gu Chongqing in the 24 hours before his disappearance have been examined by soul magic within our Gu family territory, and Mr. Wu Wei is the last person on the list. These people are all safe and sound, and there is nothing seriously wrong with them. Mr. Wu Wei, I hope you understand the importance of this matter. After all, this is extremely important to our Gu family. Wang Wadao said with utmost seriousness. Our Gu family will use any means necessary to find out the truth behind Gu Chongqing's disappearance, no matter who the other party is. I hope you can understand and offer a little help in helping us find the truth. This is a blatant threat. However, Wu Wei revealed a wicked smile after hearing this. You actually want to threaten me, to use threats to force me into your family's territory? Because I'd still be happy to go. Of course, I only have one purpose in going, to bring my demons to your family's territory. I really want to see just how useless a family will become if they produce a good-for-nothing like Gu Chongqing and still try so hard to groom him as their heir. I also want to see how long your useless family can struggle against my army. Not only Wu Wei, but Su Yuanzheng also stood in front of Wu Wei and spoke to Wang Wadao. Go back and tell your Gu family patriarch that Wu Wei is a member of our Su family guild. He will not accept your Gu family's bullshit soul magic. If you insist on doing so, then be prepared for a bloody battle with our Su family guild. It just so happens that your Gu family has occupied one of the few family qualifications for far too long. It's about time you all got a different chair to sit on. Hearing Wu Wei and Su Yuanzheng say this, Wang Wendao's expression calmed down considerably. All right, I will relay your two replies to the head of the Gu family. I hope you won't regret it. After saying this, Wang Wadao, whose request had been refused, left the place. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that the Su family's guild would threaten the Gu family with war because of Wu Wei, their adopted son. This differed from their previous estimates, since according to their intelligence, Wu Wei was just an adopted son. Gu Chongqing is the designated heir of the Gu family, a status vastly different from that of Wu Wei, the adopted son. It's understandable that the Gu family would go mad over Gu Chongqing's disappearance, but it's somewhat incomprehensible that Su Yuanzheng would wage war against the Gu family, who are stronger than him, for Wu Wei's sake. However, what Wang Wadao couldn't understand the most was why Wu Wei, a new lord, dared to use the word war to threaten the Gu family. Even if the Gu family is in decline, it is still a family. For a new lord to face an entire clan is no different than throwing an egg against a rock. Why would the other side dare to issue such a threat of war? What puzzled him even more was that Wu Wei seemed to be more than just a threat. The way he looked just now. It seems they really want to wage war against the Gu family and invade their territory. But how could this be? Has he gone mad? Wang Wadao recalled Wu Wei's evil eyes and thought to himself. Chapter 142 The Madman at the Mortgage Office. Kid, don't worry about that idiot. After Wang Wadao left, Su Yuanzhang patted Wu Wei on the shoulder and said with a smile. The Gu family threatens countless people every year, but I've never seen them lay a hand on anyone. They just like to talk big. And behind you is the Su Family Guild. Although our guild has not officially become a family force, we are not pushovers that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can easily bully. Su Yingxue also spoke up. Yes, Wu Wei, such impolite requests must be rejected very decisively. Of course, I'm referring to the impolite requests from outsiders. Although both father and daughter said this, neither of them ever asked Wu Wei whether he had killed Gu Chongqing or whether he was responsible for Gu Chongqing's disappearance. The reason for this is that they both understand that this is something that should absolutely not be asked or even mentioned. Regardless of whether Wu Wei told them the truth or not, it was possible that the truth would be leaked unintentionally. Because such life or death secrets can be concealed in reality. However, in the era of lords, there are ways to uncover these secrets. The era of lords was far more terrifying than reality, so they had to be on guard. In fact, Wu Wei did not care about the other party's threat of war. Although his current war strength was not strong enough, this was by no means a reason for him to refuse war. As a qualified Abyss Lord, he would not refuse any war that was presented to him. Because those foolish enemies will eventually face the entire Endless Abyss. The Endless Abyss will have countless ways to make these enemies regret their decision. After Wu Wei and his two companions were taken inside the auction house, the staff member spoke to them with exceptional professionalism. My lords, the auction hall is just ahead. There are 45 minutes left before the auction officially begins. During this time, you can choose to go to your own private room to rest or go to our pawn area to pawn the items you want to exchange for resource points. The staff member pointed to the left of the group and said, like other auction houses, Royal Auction House also offers mortgage services. Many lords who are short of money but want to participate in auctions often go to the pawn shop to pawn their items, supplies, or even territories. Okay, sure. Su Yuanzhang said to Wu Wei and Su Yingxue. You guys go to the private room first, I'll go to the mortgage office. However, at that moment, Wu Wei said, the mortgage office? I need to go there too. Oh. After hearing Wu Wei say that, Su Yuanzhang couldn't help but feel curious. You brat, isn't the 100 million resource points I gave you enough? And what treasure did you obtain in the Lord's trial that you're planning to pawn it? You should know that the pawn shop doesn't accept certain, low-value items. Wu Wei nodded. The resource points given by Su Yuanzhang were indeed insufficient. After all, Wu Wei had his eye on the coordinates of 3 worlds from the previous auction house flyers, and the combined value of these 3 coordinates was at least 300 million. Therefore, this 100 million, plus the less than 100 million resource points that Wu Wei originally possessed, was indeed not enough. Yes, it's definitely not enough, so I'm planning to pawn a few dragon eggs. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanzhang was taken aback. Dragon egg? Or just a few. Then he burst into laughter. Haha, I didn't expect you to become so much more humorous in just a few days. Su Yuanzhang smiled as he and Wu Wei entered the mortgage office. Upon entering the mortgage department of the Royal Auction House, Wu Wei discovered that it consisted of one soundproof room after another. It seems that the confidentiality measures taken for clients here are quite excellent. After all, matters involving mortgages are inherently confidential. So after waiting for less than a few minutes, Wu Wei was moved into a soundproof room. Hello, sir. What service do you require? On the sofa in the cubicle, a woman wearing glasses and a meticulously dressed uniform smiled professionally at Wu Wei. Is it a mortgage or a pawn? If you use a mortgage, your items can be repurchased at a price higher than the mortgage price on the agreed date. However, the mortgage price will be slightly lower than the actual value, and the interest rate will start at 10%. If you pawn the item, you will receive the corresponding resource points based on the price offered by the Royal Auction House, but the price will be absolutely fair. All of this will be traded through your personal data terminal. Please place the items that need to be pledged into your personal space in your lord's era. The woman was actually quite upset after seeing how young Wu Wei was. In her view, Wu Wei was clearly a new lord who had just completed the lord's trial and wanted to see how much his trash was worth, or simply to experience the mortgage service. Furthermore, Wu Wei clearly wasn't one of those rich kids. The lady had already memorized the appearances of those rich kids in her little notebook, hoping that one day she would have a chance to rise above them. Cough, cough, cough. None of that matters. However, it was clear that she was wrong. Because in her view, Wu Wei does not belong to any of the above three categories. He's a madman. Mortgage services. I want to pawn the dragon eggs. Wu Wei pondered for a moment, then took out his personal data terminal and held it in his hand. The woman in uniform remained silent for a moment, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Well, cough, cough, okay. May I ask how long you need to pledge this dragon egg? This is related to the interest you will receive when you redeem it. If it's a high-value item like a dragon egg, we need the supervisor to personally appraise it. Please understand. With the attitude that even if the person opposite me is crazy, I still have to work hard, the woman in uniform asked this question with a smile. No, I'm not just mortgaging one. Wu Wei interrupted the other person and corrected them. I'm prepared to mortgage for. This kid, he's seriously insane. Upon hearing this, the other person's face twitched involuntarily. Chapter 143 Auction of World Coordinates. Hey kid, what took you so long? After Wu Wei walked out of the pawnshop with the card worth 1.2 billion in his hand, Su Yuanzhang had already been waiting impatiently. Keep in mind that he had just pawned the life-saving box of a demigod lich, and it still didn't take this long. Is it that they don't accept your collateral? Or perhaps they need to properly appraise it before determining its value. The unspoken meaning of this statement is actually quite simple. Su Yuanzhang doesn't believe that Wu Wei's ideas will be accepted. Hearing Su Yuanzhang say this, Wu Wei nodded. Indeed, the people who came to do the appraisal did take quite a bit of time. Su Yuanzhang smiled but remained silent. He understands. After returning to their private room at the auction house, Su Yingxue and her father began chatting, while Wu Wei flipped through the brochure published by the auction house in front of him, carefully searching for the items he wanted and setting an acceptable price for each one. However, the three of them didn't have to wait long before the auction officially began. But it differs from those auctions that are theatrical and exaggerated. The auction ceremony at a normal royal auction house is actually very simple and can even be described as quick. There was no fancy, dazzling opening ceremony and no empty words of thanks to any guest. All the actions taken by the entire auction house have only one purpose. That is to sell all the auction items as quickly as possible, and then everyone leaves. However, this situation is not entirely incomprehensible. After all, many of the lords present are long-established lords and members of families and alliances who are extremely busy with their daily affairs. They all wish they could split their time in two, and you're just letting them waste their time watching musicals at an auction house? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The purpose of the booklet that the auction house sent to the lords beforehand was to let them familiarize themselves with the auction items they wanted in advance, and then imagine a price that met their expectations, so that they could bid on the items without exceeding their expected price. Therefore, under such circumstances, almost all auction items were being listed, sold, and moved on to the next item at breakneck speed. The first item to be auctioned was a pile of priceless equipment. The equipment that appears in the royal auction house is basically top tier in terms of attributes, with each piece being at least legendary, and occasionally even epic or mythical quality equipment. Each of these items grants special units such as heroes, spirits, or generals significant attribute bonuses and powerful equipment skills. These equipment made Wu Wei extremely envious. Unfortunately, the premiums on these items were far too high, so high that Wu Wei could not accept them. So after symbolically bidding against a sickle weapon with a very low chance of being fatal and failing, Wu Wei gave up on the auction of all equipment. Next came the second batch of auction items. This batch of auction items mainly consists of special units. Mature heroes with powerful attributes and veteran generals with many years of service experience are all tradable assets. However, Wu Wei had absolutely no interest in these auction items. After all, these seemingly powerful heroes simply couldn't adapt to the abyss and survive, so he couldn't possibly consider them. As for the generals, with Wu Wei around, it's even more impossible. He would not tolerate anyone seizing command of his army. Next came the third batch of auction items, which was also the batch that Wu Wei valued most. World coordinates. The next item up for auction, with world coordinates, number F98479, codename, Green Cage. World type, Forest World, Ultra Small Single Plane. The highest level of creatures discovered so far is level 56, and no high-value mineral veins have been detected yet. The host read aloud the information from the booklet. Starting bid, 75 million resource points. As soon as the world coordinates were revealed, many lords flocked to it. 80 million, 82 million, 85 million. Wu Wei also made a move. 100 million. Upon hearing this number, the number of lords participating in the competition decreased significantly. After all, the value of a super small dimension might only be a few billion, and it would take hundreds of years to develop it. In addition, the number of troops needed to conquer a tiny plane cannot be too small. After factoring in the maintenance costs of the troops, the bidding price of over 100 million in cash is somewhat unprofitable for them. That's why many lords chose to give up, and only the lords of two small guilds participated in the subsequent bidding. The two of them seemed to be. However, after raising the price to 110 million, Wu Wei successfully acquired ownership of this ultra-small dimension codenamed Green Cage. Not bad, kid. Su Yuanzhang smiled. He was very happy that Wu Wei had such an enterprising spirit. Manage this dimension well. It's the starting point of your career. The next item up for auction, with world coordinates, number E1863, codename, Raven Habitat. A world-type world, a small world under attack by undead races, planet-shaped, with two satellites orbiting it. The highest level of life currently discovered is level 62, and it possesses rare resources such as stick soil and spider lilies. Starting bid, 110 million. This is a tough world to conquer, as many lords thought. Even though the highest level of creatures discovered is only level 62, and it possesses rare resources such as stick soil and spider lilies, many lords are still unwilling to consider purchasing this world. The very phrase, invaded by the undead, implies that to conquer it, one must stop an almost impossible undead catastrophe. The being capable of organizing a massive undead army to invade a small world must be at least an undead creature with the strength of an undead lord, and an undead creature of this level is already close to a demigod. Therefore, the number of lords participating in the auction was more than 10 times less than in the previous super small plane. Only a few lords with undead units as their servants participated in the auction. 120 million. 123 million. However, at that moment, Wu Wei made his move. 130 million. At that moment, many people noticed Wu Wei. After all, Wu Wei had just acquired a super small dimension, and now he had acquired a second one. With such frequent acquisitions of world coordinates, many people believed that Wu Wei was a new lord in dire need of expansion. However, this time, the price of this small dimension called Raven Habitat exceeded Wu Wei's expectations by a considerable margin. Wu Wei ultimately spent a full 150 million to snatch ownership of this world coordinate from a certain lord. Seeing that Wu Wei acquired 2 worlds in one go on his first auction, even Su Yuanzhang couldn't sit still anymore. Wu Wei, didn't you just finish the lord's trial? Where did you get so many resource points? In Su Yuanzhang's view, even if Wu Wei frantically cultivated the rich trial continent, it would be impossible for him to obtain such a large number of resource points in such a short period of time. At this time, Wu Wei should still be working hard to build the trial continent. What he didn't know was that, with the help of the Seed of the Abyss, Wu Wei could actually cultivate an entire world in just 20 days. The seemingly prosperous trial continent was actually empty long ago. That's why Wu Wei was so eager to obtain the new world coordinates at this moment. Regarding the issue of resource points, I told you I mortgaged the dragon egg. Wu Wei glanced at Su Yuanjing, somewhat worried that the other man's memory might have deteriorated. Su Yuanjing. After Wu Wei won the bid for the second world coordinate, he crossed 3 more world coordinates without participating in the bidding. Since he had reviewed the information on all 3 worlds and found that some of it did not meet his needs, he did not allocate his valuable resource points to these 3 worlds. But when it came time to auction the coordinates of the 6th world, Wu Wei immediately sat up straight. The main event is here. Cough cough. The host cleared his throat and read aloud. The next item up for auction, with world coordinates, number B6936, codename, Beast Ancestors Backyard. World nature, multiple world branches, large planets worlds with multiple terrains and environments. The highest level of creatures discovered so far is level 100. There is a god's son known as the son of the beast ancestor, and the beast ancestor's will is quite active. Since the exploration footprints of the previous exploration teams have not been too deep into this world, the only rare resource that has been discovered so far is the metal-heavy refined gold. Note that this world coordinate is being auctioned for the 3rd time. The lords who attempted to conquer this world in the previous 2 attempts have already relinquished ownership of this world coordinate and handed it over to this auction house for re-auction. Therefore, lords need not worry about the purity of the world coordinates. The purity of the world coordinates will be guaranteed by the royal family. Starting price, 50 million. The entire room fell silent. An active beast ancestor, a level 100 enemy. No lord wanted to participate in the bidding for this world coordinate. Even though the price of this world coordinate is far lower than the average price of 500 million for a large world coordinate. Just when the host thought the auction for this world coordinate would fail once again, Wu Wei raised the bidding paddle in his hand. 5,001,000. This time, all the lords present looked at him. What's going on with this guy? Are you crazy? P.S. It's almost Chinese New Year, so I'll post 2 3,000-word chapters and 1 2,000-word chapter today. You're not allowed to say that this handsome guy hasn't updated his chapters again. Chapter 144. The auction ends, and the Black Star. What's wrong with this kid? Has he gone mad? Who is this? Another unlucky guy has appeared. Is Su Yuanzhang, one of the Su family's guild members, by this kid's side? Oh? So the Su Yuanzhang guild wants to conquer the beast ancestor's backyard? That's really interesting. How could that be? It's probably just some silly kid trying to show off. That's true. In a few days, this world will probably be back at the auction house, and the price will likely be much lower. After Wu Wei raised his paddle to indicate that he was bidding, many people in the auction room looked toward the private room where Wu Wei and his 2 companions were. Hey, you brat, are you crazy? Su Yuanzheng picked up the booklet in his hand, turned to the page with the title, The Beast Ancestor's Backyard Garden, and said, The coordinates of this large world may be cheap, but there's a reason for that. Su Yuanzheng was quite familiar with this world. Because although this world is rich, it is a notorious world of death. Do you know the Li family in Linjiang City? The Li family, to which Xiaoshua's friendly Sino belongs, was the first force to attempt to conquer this world. At that time, in order to conquer this plane, they assembled a vanguard force of more than 100,000 men in the early stages of the conquest. But guess how long these advanced troops survived in this world? 1 hour. In just 1 hour, these 100,000 vanguard troops and their commanders died there. Do you know why? Because the will of the beast ancestor is very active in this world. And the beast ancestor is the ancestor of all beastmen and also a true saint. If he simply projects his will into the beast ancestor's back garden for about a moment, a true son of God will be born. Their first wave of counterattack alone could kill a full 100,000 elite family warriors. If you really want to gain a foothold in this world, don't even think about it without an army of tens of millions. No, even tens of millions isn't enough. For the first time, Wu Wei saw fear in Su Yuanjing's eyes. Although Su Yuanjing's strength was among the top in the entire Linjiang city, he still felt fear towards the Beast Ancestor's Son of God and the Beast Ancestor himself. This is not to say that Su Yuanjing lacks ambition or anything like that. The truth is quite the opposite. It is precisely because Su Yuanjing's strength has reached a certain level that he has this emotion called fear towards the Beast Ancestor. Many new lords, and even some who are not very experienced in the ways of the world, do not feel fear because they do not understand the true strength of the Beast Ancestor. The more powerful the lords, the more awe they hold for the higher life forms of the Lord's era. Because as strong individuals, they know where the line between themselves and those who are stronger lies. And the weak. They simply said that ignorance is bliss. I know. Wu Wei looked at the auction catalog in his hand. However, unlike Su Yuanjing, who was filled with fear, Wu Wei himself did not feel any fear. On the contrary, he was calm. This calm stems from his prior war preparations. He had already made preparations for war long before he bought these world coordinates. But believe me, Wu Wei tilted his head and smiled. I can win. At that moment, Su Yuanjing suddenly realized. Perhaps I don't know Wu Wei as well as I think. But in that brief moment of stunned silence, the auction for the Beast Ancestor's backyard has been completed. Meanwhile, the auctioneer began bidding on the next batch of items without stopping. After all, the world that lords want to conquer is limited, and their time is limited. Time is the true luxury in the age of lords. Hello, sir. This is the auction item you won. Not long after, 2 staff members dressed as maids, smiling, brought 2 trays to Wu Wei and his 2 companions' private room. On one of the trays were the coordinates of a medium-sized world plane that Su Yuanjing had photographed, as well as a Lord upgrade pack that he had bought to give to Su Yingxue. These are called upgrade packs, which contain a large number of tech trees and equipment blueprints. After lords receive them from the Lord's era, they can provide their artisans and builders with many new building and equipment crafting options. Su Yuanjing originally wanted to give one to Wu Wei as well, but Wu Wei declined the offer in time. In his view, such behavior was truly unnecessary. After all, Wu Wei found these so-called upgrade packages troublesome even to use. Leaving aside whether the demons and craftsmen could truly understand these new technology trees and blueprints, even if they did manage to build the corresponding items according to the blueprints. The things that Wu Weijue and his team created were, to say the least, completely different from what was shown on the blueprints. Furthermore, the technology tree of the Endless Abyss is unique and distorted to begin with. Therefore, in order not to cause trouble for his territory, Wu Wei decisively refused. On the tray of another maid were the coordinates of the 3 new worlds that Wu Wei had photographed. After Wu Wei opened the tray, 3 things that looked like electronic chips appeared before his eyes. This is what world coordinates actually look like in reality. Currently, only this type of electronic device can store world coordinates in the real world. Wu Wei picked up his personal information terminal and then stored the information from the 3 chips into his personal information. Once he returns to the Lord's era, he will be able to use these 3 world coordinates. Now that his goal had been achieved, Wu Wei was ready to leave. Similarly, Su Yingxue, who failed to buy the items she wanted, and Su Yuanjing, who had already bought everything they desired, also planned to leave. Just as the 3 were about to leave, Wu Wei overheard the host starting to auction off a miscellaneous item that he had no interest in. The item to be auctioned now is a logbook of a foreign race that a certain lord unearthed from the ruins. This journal is very old, and its contents are obscure and difficult to understand. Even many scholars of classical literature cannot decipher it. Therefore, we cannot yet verify the authenticity and accuracy of the contents of this logbook, and the same is true for everyone's manual. Wu Wei had seen this log in the manual. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in ancient history, so he had never put this item on his list of things he wanted to buy. But what the manual doesn't mention is that this log seems to record a war between alien races, and there's a deciphered passage that describes an entity like a black star. Of course, this point also needs to be verified, and the authenticity of the content cannot be guaranteed. Black Star? Wu Wei, who was about to leave, turned around and stared intently at the auction stage. Therefore, lords who are interested in ancient history can now begin participating in the auction. The current starting price is 20 million. Wu Wei raised the sign. 21 million. Chapter 145, Dividing the Army into Two Groups. Oh? Wu Wei, that's rare. You're actually interested in ancient history. On the way back from the auction house, Suing Xue said to Wu Wei with some surprise. At this point, Wu Wei had already spent 30 million resource points to acquire ownership of the logbook containing the information about the Black Star from a lord who loved ancient history. However, this log was also transmitted to Wu Wei's personal terminal as data. He will only be able to see it after Wu Wei returns to the era of lords. I'm not very interested in ancient history, Wu Wei said. But I do take the phrase Black Star very seriously. This was the first time Wu Wei had ever heard the name Black Sun or Black Star in the real world. That's why he spent so much money to buy this journal. Hearing Wu Wei say that, Su Yingxue finally realized what was going on. Oh, so that's why you bought it? Because you thought it was related to the Black Sunset you owned back then. As a victim of the Black Sunset skill, Su Yingxue has a very deep memory of it. More or less. Then you may be disappointed, Wu Wei. Su Yingxue said with some concern. During the era of lords, the cultural level of many non-Han peoples was very worrying. Many myths and legends of other races record all sorts of strange knowledge and astronomical phenomena, just like the Black Star that might be recorded in that log. If you really want to collect these kinds of items, you need to be careful. Because these ancient items, such as logs, may have no value at all, or they may simply be the ramblings of a madman in a state of delusion. However, some of these antiques do indeed have extremely high value. But that requires very good luck. If you pursue these things rashly, you are very likely to damage your territory's management. In the era of lords, territory was everything. Okay, I understand. Wu Wei nodded. He understood that Su Yingxue wanted to save him money, but he didn't lack those tens of millions of resource points right now. Therefore, this impulsive act will not affect his war effort. Several tens of minutes later, Wu Wei got off the car. However, unlike when he came, this time Wu Wei returned to his rented apartment and did not go back to Su Yingxue's house. As soon as he returned to his rented room, Wu Wei couldn't wait to open his personal terminal and return to the Lord era. After a flurry of data scrolls, Wu Wei returned to his abyss throne. Not bad. After inspecting his territory, Wu Wei expressed his satisfaction. My own reassurance or threats played a significant role. During the time he was away from the era of lords, his heroes did not fight each other anymore. Even though it was extremely painful for them, who loved the smell of blood, they did it anyway. Wu Wei, of course, would also reward those who obeyed him in his own way. You guys, come here. As Wu Wei issued his command, the three demon heroes swiftly passed through the portal and arrived before the Abyss throne. Lord, is a new war about to begin? I feel like the boredom of these past few days is making my body rust. Blood Driver Hendrix said exaggeratedly. Of the four, he was the one who craved battle the most. Yes, the war is about to begin. Wu Wei didn't waste any words. Instead, he closed his eyes and entered the world coordinates he had obtained from the real world into the Abyss portal. However, Wu Wei did not rush to open the two-way portal. Instead, he first gave a general explanation of the situation of the first world that needed to be conquered. Unlike many other Lord's conquest scenarios, which start with smaller scenarios and progress from easy to difficult, this one differs somewhat. Wu Wei did not intend to conquer worlds one by one, but rather to conquer two worlds at once. These two worlds are the Green Cage and the Raven Habitat. I need to divide the four of you into two teams. Wu Wei slowly began to explain. Caroline, you're in charge of attacking the Green Cage world. Upon hearing this, the little devil's mistress, Caroline, immediately bowed and showed her obedience to Wu Wei. And Hendrix, Hel, and Mara, The three of you will be responsible for conquering the world of Raven Habitat. These three demons also demonstrated their submission in their own way. However, Wu Wei didn't care about these formalities and continued to explain their tasks to the four of them. The four of you may be attacking different worlds, but your responsibilities are the same for each other. Because according to my plan, Caroline, after you enter the green cage, you will not receive any army supplies from me for a period of time. But under such circumstances, you need to plunder this world as much as possible, taking all the high-value minerals and resources from it, so as to give back to Hell and the other two and support the Abyss expedition to the end. I know this is very risky, but it's the best option. Hearing Wu Wei say this, little ghost Mistress Caroline showed no dissatisfaction. My lord, you need not worry about my safety. As your loyal pawn, I will do my utmost to achieve your goals during your expedition. Good. Wu Wei nodded, satisfied with the loyalty of the little devil's mistress, Caroline. As for the three of you, Hel, Mara, and Hendrix, I want to conquer this world called Raven Habitat in the shortest amount of time. So you need to complete 2 tasks. Your first task is to conquer an area as quickly as possible, and then establish the Profane Torch, the Abyss Hatchery, and most importantly, the Abyss Seed. The second task is a bit more difficult, because you need to defend. Wu Wei frowned, but continued speaking anyway. After the Seed of the Abyss is completed, you will have to hold out for at least 20 days in that world called Raven's Habitat, until that world is pulled into the endless abyss. And during this time, you will be besieged by the entire world. A never-ending siege from the Undead Legion. Furthermore, you will face the legendary Lord of the Dead. Chapter 146. The Flames of War are Rising. Great Abyss Lord, trust us. We will slaughter all living beings in this world and bring it before you. After hearing what Wu Wei said, the 3 demons, Hel, Mara, and Hendrix, showed no fear or hesitation. They were simply expressing their loyalty to Wu Wei, just like the little devil's Mistress Caroline. This is perhaps the biggest difference between demons and ordinary races. Faced with extremely perilous circumstances, the demons will not hesitate, nor will they be afraid. What they wanted was exactly the same as what their lord wanted: war and plunder. Seeing the 3 of them perform so well, Wu Wei felt relieved. All right, wait a little longer. Once the army has been mobilized, the portal in front of you will open. From the moment Wu Wei returned to the Abyss, the war machine of the Endless Abyss began to operate. Large numbers of demon warriors began to return to the Abyss from various areas of the previous trial continent through pre-arranged portals. In fact, Wu Wei's hasty troop mobilization was seen as an unacceptable act by many lords, because he did it in a way that seemed a bit too hasty. It is very easy to make mistakes when one person mobilizes an entire army. A war involving the conquest of a new world often requires the combined efforts of several, or even dozens, of lords. In many cases, such wars can last for years or even decades before they are over. Moreover, during wartime, every lord had to accomplish all sorts of tedious tasks, including not only fighting but also considering supplies. Therefore, war is actually a brutal yet exceptionally sophisticated phenomenon. But Wu Wei doesn't need to worry about that, because he possesses the vision of war. These eyes, with their scarlet vertical pupils, granted him a powerful ability that no other lord had ever possessed. As long as he has this ability, Wu Wei doesn't need to worry about any of these problems. However, returning to the topic of impatience, Wu Wei was indeed too impatient. Because he actually wanted to annex a world in just 20 days, something that many lords wouldn't even dare to dream of. But there's nothing we can do about it. What Wu Wei lacks most right now is time, because his current war funds are borrowed. At the previous auction house's pawn shop, Wu Wei pawned 4 dragon eggs in exchange for 1.2 billion in war funds. However, mortgages are different from pawnbroking. Mortgages require the payment of interest. The daily interest on this 1.2 billion yuan is an astronomical figure. Therefore, unwilling to give up the 4 dragon eggs, Wu Wei must conquer a world as soon as possible, then use the resources of that world to fill his own gaps, retrieve the dragon eggs, and continue his never-ending war. Money, or rather, resource points. That is the root of all wars. Even Wu Wei had to abide by the ironclad rules of this era of lords. Wu Wei did not recruit new heroes or upgrade his existing heroes in order to save the money temporarily and use it as much as possible for the army. However, just as Wu Wei was worrying about money, he suddenly remembered that the logbook containing the black star that he had bought from the auction house was lying in his personal space. So, taking advantage of the extra time, Wu Wei took the book out of his spatial storage and began to read it. I see. Not bad, not bad. Wu Wei casually flipped through a few pages and nodded. To be honest, this diary is indeed an ancient artifact, and the contents recorded inside are quite fascinating. But there's only one problem. I don't think I understand. Wu Wei closed the logbook. Unfortunately, lacking the necessary expertise, he was completely unable to read the contents of the diary. He couldn't even understand it. Because it was somewhat different from what he had imagined, the language used in this logbook was not the abyssal script associated with the Black Star. However, Wu Wei did not give up completely. He took the logbook and asked Hendrix, Mara, and the other three. Can any of you understand the text in this diary? Writing? What's that? Can you eat it? A log? What's a log? Sorry. In an endless abyss where everyone has graduated from prenatal education, Wu Wei, a talent who has undergone systematic learning, cannot be called a public intellectual, because he is a prophet. Therefore, in every sense, Wu Wei really overpaid for this diary. Because currently, no one in the entire abyss can understand these characters. Perhaps a very few demonologists will be able to easily decipher the mysteries of these texts. The problem is that, now in this withered and dying abyss, those demon scholars who could decipher these words have long since perished. But at this very moment, Hendrix, who was knowledgeable but illiterate, noticed Wu Wei's troubles and gave him a word of advice. My lord, if we're talking about knowledge, then I think you could seek help from the fallen angels. Fallen angel? That's right, my lord. Although knowledge is not highly valued within the Endless Abyss, the fallen angels, as the founders of the Abyss cult, actually possess an extremely vast reserve of knowledge. In fact, that dark and twisted forbidden knowledge was one of the rewards that fallen angels bestowed upon members of the Abyss cult. After all, they're the group of abyssal beings who are closest to the abyssal ruler, and another meaning of the abyssal ruler is the endless treasure trove of abyssal knowledge. All the corrupt knowledge in the abyss originates from the abyssal ruler. Therefore, these bizarre and ancient characters may not mean anything in the eyes of fallen angels. Fallen angels, is this how it is? Wu Wei understood after hearing this. He glanced at his personal profile. Within the space, the system indicated that the fusion process of the Abyss Codex had entered the countdown phase. In a few more hours, the Abyss Codex, now incorporating even more fragments. Since that was the case, Wu Wei took this opportunity to set off for the ruins of the city where 10,000 demon slaves had fought each other. He wanted to see which lucky individuals had completed their trials and were ready to become the first followers of the Abyss cult. Taking this opportunity, Wu Wei finally prepared to establish the Abyss cult sanctuary and recruit the legendary fallen angels. However, just as the battle was escalating on Wu Wei's side, the turmoil related to him in the real world was also far from over. In a courtyard in Linjiang City, Li Mengmeng was kneeling in front of an old man. And she is confessing to the other party the truth that she killed Gu Chaqing. With the Spring Festival approaching, this humble author would like to share with you all my writing plans for the new year. Part 1. This novel, Abyss Lord, is my first attempt at writing an ultra-long novel. It will be the longest work I have ever written, with approximately 2 to 3 million words. Therefore, I will not consider the profitability of this book. I will only consider the integrity of the plot. I will try my best to tell the story well within the length of this book, a story about the departure of the old master and the ascension of the new king against the backdrop of the gradual decline of the abyss, while old enemies make a comeback. Second, After the Spring Festival, I will start uploading several short creative ideas that I have prepared. They will update in sync with the Lord, but the difference is that their stories are not very long, usually around 300,000 to 700,000 words long, and their content mostly contains elements of evil gods, horror, and apocalypse. Thank you again to all my readers for your tremendous support last year. On this Lunar New Year's Eve, I, the author, would like to wish all my handsome readers a happy Chinese New Year. May you all have a prosperous year of the rabbit. May all go well with you. Chapter 147, A Deeper Conspiracy. You idiot. What a sin. You've truly committed a sin. In the backyard of the Li family mansion, Li Mengmeng, who had just returned to the real world after completing the Lord's trial, was kneeling on the ground with tears in her eyes. In front of her, an elderly man dressed in brocade robes sat in a grand chair, holding a wooden cane in one hand, and roaring at Li Mengmeng. This old man is Li Mengmeng's great-grandfather. However, his identity is somewhat special. Despite his advanced age, he is actually an elder of the Children of Nature Alliance, Li Muyun. More importantly, he was one of the most powerful elders among them. Li Mengmeng's natural affinity with living beings is thanks to his years of education. However, at this moment, Li Muyun changed his amiable demeanor in front of outsiders and viciously cursed his great-granddaughter. Even when he got excited, he raised his wooden cane and hit Li Mengmeng with it. Li Mengmeng neither dodged nor flinched, letting the crutches hit her as she cried on and on. The reason Li Muyun was so angry was that after his great-granddaughter returned to reality, she told him about how she had caused Gu Chongqing's death. Upon hearing about his great-granddaughter's actions, Li Muyun was naturally furious. You should know that the Gu family is currently in an uproar because of Gu Chongqing's disappearance. In order to uncover the truth, they even used the power of soul magic to examine the memories and souls of the individuals involved, hoping to find clues. Although Li Mengmeng is Gu Chongqing's fiancée, due to her special status and the backing of the powerful forces behind her, she doesn't need to worry about her soul being tested by him for the time being. But who can guarantee what will happen to this seemingly insignificant little thing in the end? Everything carries risks, doesn't it? So after confirming that only the two of them knew the news, he immediately began to teach Li Mengmeng a lesson. Great-grandfather, I was wrong. Li Mengmeng said this while wiping away her tears. Cough, 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 you're wrong? Li Muyun coughed twice in anger. You actually know you were wrong? Do you even know where you went wrong, you idiot? Li Mengmeng said, looking down. My mistake was going back on my engagement and secretly causing Gu Chongqing's death. My other mistake was fart. Before Li Mengmeng could finish speaking, the old man Li Muyun slammed his hand on the chair and said abruptly, So after all this talk, you still don't understand? Do you think I'm blaming you for causing Gu Chongqing's death? Huh? Li Mengmeng was stunned. Seeing his great-granddaughter in this state, Li Muyun was speechless and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Sigh, it's all Grandpa's fault for being an idiot, which resulted in your father being an idiot, and your generation has become stupid as well. Little Mengmeng, listen carefully. I don't care at all that you killed Gu Chongqing. After all, he was just a good-for-nothing from the Gu family. He was never good enough for you. Because the moment you figure out a way to kill him and succeed, he is no longer worthy to be your partner, and the engagement is better off gone. Sitting in the chair, Li Muyun suddenly revealed a sinister and cunning demeanor. His appearance made even Li Mengmeng, who was usually closest to him, feel a little frightened. The reason your parents arranged for you to marry Gu Chongqing is simply because they covet the Gu family's power. Because although we also share the surname Li, we are completely different from the Li family on Li Sino's side. They are the Li family clan, a large power, while we are just a small power that depends on the alliance, and we can't even form our own faction. That's why we're so passive, and we have to constantly curry favor with those stronger than us in order to gain more political capital. You and your eldest sister, second sister, and third sister are all tools of political marriage. You think you should be very clear about this. Hearing this, Li Mengmeng's eyes dimmed, and she silently lowered her head. Political marriages have existed since ancient times. Even seemingly carefree lords cannot escape this. I know you're unhappy, so I'm not angry because you killed Gu Chongqing. The reason I'm angry is because you didn't think things through when you did this. Let's put aside the fact that you didn't express your opinion to the Gu family as soon as you returned. Li Mengmeng, I have a question for you. Did you destroy the soul tree seed that houses Gu Chongqing's soul? No, Li Mengmeng hesitated. But there's a reason for that. The enemy that controlled that area back then wasn't even that strong. All right, it's pointless to say all this now. Li Muyun frowned, interrupting Li Mengmeng's speech. Because I will try to find the soul tree seed later to ensure that it does not fall into the hands of others. What I really want to tell you is that you shouldn't have taken this matter so superficially. Since you're already prepared to kill your fiancé, you should abandon all feelings and use him and his death as leverage as possible. You need to think more deeply and take control of this matter. For example, back then, you could have used Gu Chongqing's death to unleash the Gu family's anger on any enemy that posed a threat to us, such as the Su family guild or Suing Xue. Or, you could use Gu Chongqing's death to trigger a bloody war between the Li family and the Gu family. At that time, whether the Li family wins or loses, the Gu family's power will be severely damaged and plummet. By doing this, wouldn't you be able to cancel the engagement without any problem? Or, you could choose to marry into another family member of the Gu family. But back then, the stakes the other side had to pay, and the benefits we gained, would have been much greater than they are now. Well, Li Muyun sighed and stroked his great-granddaughter's head as he spoke. But no matter what, little Mengmeng, you actually did quite well. Upon hearing this, Li Mengmeng was stunned. She didn't understand why she was suddenly praised, and the difference between then and now seemed a bit too much. However, Li Muyun naturally understood this as well, and explained with a smile. Because I never expected that among all my grandchildren, it was you, who made a mistake, who would be the one most in line with my wishes. Even though your methods and techniques for plotting are so clumsy. But among so many children, only you dared to take this step and rebel against your own Su Ming, which has become your most outstanding point. In the era of lords, there has never been a shortage of schemers and ruthless people. And only such people are suited to survive in the era of lords. Compared to you, your father, grandfather, and sisters all seem too kind and weak. Looking at Li Mengmeng in front of him, Li Muyun inadvertently recalled his younger days. At that time, he was also willing to use any means necessary to climb the social ladder. Li Mengmeng, you are young, but your future is promising. How about this? Go back and tell your father that he doesn't need to worry about your engagement anymore. Once we return to the era of lords, come to my side and follow me back to the headquarters of the Children of Nature Alliance. Learn from those masters and predecessors. Upon hearing this, Li Mengmeng's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, she turned misfortune into good fortune and gained her great-grandfather's approval. However, just as she was still immersed in joy, she suddenly remembered a problem. Great-grandpa. What if that guy named Wu Wei can't withstand the pressure from the Gu family and his soul is examined by them? After all, with everyone else cleared of suspicion, the Gu family will definitely expand their search, and they'll inevitably find me again. Li Mengmeng was somewhat worried. Don't worry. Li Muyun smiled, comforting the not-quite-qualified heir of the family in front of him. I'll figure something out. After all, that guy named Wu Wei. He might not even live long enough to undergo a soul test. But before that, we need to get the seed of the Tree of Souls back first. In the Age of Lords, on the Trial Continent, which has become part of the Endless Abyss, a verdant seed is constantly sending out faint calls. It is calling to outsiders, inviting them to descend into the abyss. Chapter 148: The Abyss Cultists. Beyond the real world, in the Endless Abyss. Wu Wei, who knew nothing about Li Muyun and Li Mengmeng, was strolling through the city ruins. Unlike when he left a few days ago, the city ruins were now filled with horrific corpses and bloodstains that had not yet completely dried. Wu Wei only glanced at them a few times, but he could tell that these corpses had suffered extreme pain before they died. By the way, before leaving, Wu Wei did not provide any food or water to these 10,000 demon slaves. However, he was not worried at all, because these demonic slaves are each other's best food and water. Meat is for food, blood is for water. Wu Wei arrived at the center of the city's ruins and scanned his surroundings. In the surrounding darkness, countless bloodshot eyes were staring intently at him. The owners of these eyes are the surviving demon slaves. For 3 whole days, their minds were perpetually warped by the carnage. Too many relatives and friends betrayed them. Too many people killed each other. Everyone here is no longer innocent, and no one trusts anyone anymore. Each of them had the blood of their relatives and fellow clansmen on their hands. During this period, their souls were unknowingly twisted into the shape that the endless abyss desired. They completed the assessment task assigned by Wu Wei with exceptional skill. And now, they are also qualified to be accepted by the endless abyss. You did a good job. Wu Wei smiled. He was quite satisfied with this. Those of you who survived, you can come out now. Following Wu Wei's forceful command, the surviving demon slaves know, quasi-abyss cult followers began to emerge from their hiding places in the ruins of the entire city, in every unexpected corner. However, this group of people, whose minds were on the verge of collapse and who were almost insane, still maintained an extremely distant distance from each other. No one wants to expose their back to another. This is the aftermath of this battle, but it is also proof of their growth. Oh? It's much less than I expected. Only 622 quasi-abyss believers survived. This is far fewer than the 1,000 slots Wu Wei had previously offered. However, this is not entirely incomprehensible. In such a massacre, none of them could accurately determine how many people were still alive. Then came baptism. After Wu Wei took out the Abyss Codex, which had been fully fused, the baptism from the Abyss began. However, just as Hendrik said, this was merely a symbolic formality. With the Abyss Codex in his hands, Wu Wei could, with just a thought, make these fallen souls belong to the great, endless abyss. So after Wu Wei accepted them, this withered abyss soon welcomed a new batch of Abyss believers. Of course, all of this sounds rather mundane to Wu Wei, but that's because Wu Wei's status is different from theirs. For these newly minted followers of the Abyss, the moment Wu Wei recognized them was a moment of profound significance. My soul has been completely transformed from its previous distorted state. Their souls became whole. The completeness here is due to a multitude of desires they had never noticed before, which began to fill the hearts of each of them. Endless, corrupt thoughts began to replace their old thoughts as beings of order. None of the people here have ever felt so powerful. They could also sense that they would have an infinite future in the endless abyss. From that moment on, they were no longer able to escape the abyss. Even if their souls are crushed to pieces by the stronger, their souls still belong to the abyss. But Wu Wei didn't care about any of this. He only noticed that after acquiring new abyss followers, he was finally able to unlock the special building, the Abyss Church. Therefore, Wu Wei began to allocate resource points and selected the initial location of the Abyss Cult Sanctuary in this city ruin. After all, in his view, there was no position more suitable for the Abyss Church's sanctuary than the central position, because the depravity of the first believers began from this place. As tens of thousands of resource points were exhausted, a massive black stone church began to rise from the ground, replacing the old ruins. Countless skeletons were automatically collected by the system and transformed into decorations on the main gate of this massive stone church building. The still fresh blood was randomly smeared onto the black stone bricks by the system. Then, amidst the longing gazes of countless believers in the abyss, images of angels, beautiful in appearance but corrupt in conduct, were carved and placed on all sides of the church. Construction complete. You have acquired a new special building, the Abyss Cult Sanctuary. The next moment, a new notification sounded in Wu Wei's heavenly Dao system. Since you have completed the Abyss Cultist Sanctuary, the system will draw your first fallen angel. When Wu Wei received this message, the perpetually spinning black-red vortex in the abyss sky immediately accelerated. Then, Countless black condensations began to solidify in front of Wu Wei, forming a dimensional portal that resembled a shattered mirror. As more of the black solidified and materialized, it began to pour into the portal. Shortly after, a pair of black wings appeared from the portal. The legendary fallen angels will once again return to this abyss that is both familiar and strange to them. Together with the believers they rule. Chapter 149 Fallen Angel Liz Olsen. Under Wu Wei's gaze, more and more black condensation poured into the portal. However, at this moment, Wu Wei noticed something unusual. Because he had a feeling. That is, the function of these black condensates doesn't seem to be that impressive. They were simply using force to pull the owner of those black wings out of the interdimensional portal. Well, that's right, it's about pulling it out. Finally, with a pop sound, the owner of those black wings was dragged out of the portal, which resembled a shattered mirror, and thrown in front of Wu Wei. Before him stood an incredibly beautiful woman with exquisitely delicate features. Her light blonde hair was as smooth as a waterfall, but her eyes were a deep, blood-red color. She was barefoot and wearing a rather loose black and red dress. But even such a loose dress couldn't hide her exaggeratedly hot figure and her snow-white skin. Furthermore, Wu Wei noticed that on the other person's calf, there was a pattern that he didn't understand, but which seemed to have a magical quality. Her appearance and figure were arguably the most beautiful she had ever seen. Perhaps this will be my first subordinate who is both mentally sound and physically normal? Wu Wei thought to himself. But the good times didn't last long. Why me again? I've only rested for less than 100,000 years, okay? I don't want to work at all, okay? Please, Mother of the Abyss, let me go back. This beautiful being lay sprawled before Wu Wei, futilely reaching out like a rogue trying to slip back into the fading dimensional portal. Even the black condensation she had grasped seemed to despise the fallen angel's actions, quickly vanishing amidst her desperate cries. Finally, realizing that there was no hope of a complete return, the fallen angel turned his head stiffly, lying down as he looked at Wu Wei. Their eyes met. That? The other person spoke in a seductive voice. Could you please cancel the summons and send me back? I hate my job. After saying that, she lay down on the spot, lazily looking at the sky, perfectly blending into the abyss land. Wu Wei fell silent. Okay. He can lower his expectations for the creatures of the abyss a little further. To be honest, Wu Wei, whose face was twitching incessantly, did want to change the candidate. Are you kidding me? The system finally managed to draw a fallen angel for him, but this fallen angel started acting up right away. Let's not call them fallen angels anymore, let's just call them slacker angels. However, just as Wu Wei was internally complaining, the system seemed to have noticed this, so it promptly used its information to inform Wu Wei that he now owned the fallen angel. You have acquired a new fallen angel Liz Olsen. You currently have January 1st of the fallen angel slots available. Liz Olsen. Upon seeing the other person's name, Wu Wei couldn't help but read it aloud. Because this fallen angel seems different from demons, she actually possesses a surname that demons do not have. Upon hearing Wu Wei call out his name, the fallen angel named Liz Olsen turned his head again to look at Wu Wei. This name sounds familiar, oh right, that sounds like my name. However, just as Liz Olsen was looking at Wu Wei, she suddenly noticed something extraordinary. The books in the hands of the Lord who used his abyss authority to summon himself to this new abyss also seemed somewhat familiar. Etc. This is the Abyss Codex. You actually possess the Abyss Codex. You are. Liz Olsen looked up at Wu Wei and said in shock. You know, you are actually the one who embodies the will of the abyss? Almost instantly, the fallen angel vanished from Wu Wei's sight. Then, Wu Wei's vision blurred, and the fallen angel stood straight in front of him with terrifying speed. Cough, 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 great abyss lord. I was just playing a little joke on you. Suddenly, the fallen angel, who had just been a model of slacking off, changed his expression to one that was extremely serious and professional. Then, he knelt down in front of Wu Wei. To express my gratitude for your call from the abyss, I, Liz of the Olsen family, will offer you everything I have, until you acknowledge my loyalty and sacrifice. Therefore, Great Lord of the Abyss, please issue your command." During this time, Wu Wei finally had the opportunity to check Liz Olsen's basic attributes. This lazy, or rather, fallen angel has the following attributes. Fallen Angel Liz Olsen. Unit level, 1 upgrade faith required, 0/1000. Hero attributes, Strength 30, Intelligence 64, Stamina 27, Perception 19, Agility 22, Charisma 44. Current clone's HP, 500, current clone's MP, 330. Physical defense, 7, magic defense, 24. Active skills possessed, not yet unlocked. Note: additional active abilities must be unlocked from the Fallen Angel Sanctuary. Fallen Angel Ability 1, Slothful Vision, LV4. Slothful Gaze. Liz Olsen stares directly at a unit, causing it to enter a state of sloth. Enemies in this state will lose all their positive effects and temporarily lose the ability to take the initiative to attack, lasting for 30 seconds. Fallen Angel Ability 2, Power of Corruption, LV1. The Power of Corruption. Liz can issue a bloody trial to the followers of the Abyss cult. Those who pass the trial will receive permanent attribute and skill bonuses. Furthermore, if the trial conditions are suitable, those who pass will become the chosen ones of the corrupted god, gaining even greater attribute bonuses. Note: this skill requires a large amount of faith points, the amount of which is proportional to the number of Abyss cult followers participating in the bloody trial. Fallen Angel Ability 3, Abyss Knowledge, LV17. Abyssal Knowledge. Liz Olsen possesses the ability to decipher vast amounts of ancient texts, forbidden knowledge, and mysterious secrets. Furthermore, after learning these skills, she can bestow them upon followers of the abyssal cult who align with her will. Other, omitted. Comment: even within the Olsen family, Liz Olsen is the laziest, but undeniably, she is also the most beautiful. Liz Olsen, with her black wings, looked at her newly sworn Abyss Lord with her stunningly beautiful face and gave him a sweet smile. Her eyes never left the Abyss Codex. Chapter 150 Others and the Fallen Chosen Ones. Very good and very practical. This was Wu Wei's first reaction after seeing Liz Olsen's attributes. This is somewhat different from what I had in mind. At first, Wu Wei thought that fallen angels would be like the heroic spirits of the gods, a kind of spiritual unit unique to the endless abyss. But now it seems the situation is quite different. Liz Olsen not only possesses extremely high initial skill, but also extremely high scalability. First, although she initially has no additional active abilities, they need to be unlocked from within the Abyss Cult's sanctuary. However, when Wu Wei looked at the exchange options of the Abyss Church, he was surprised to find that many skills and abilities were not expensive, and the only requirement for exchanging them was faith points. Furthermore, Liz Olsen possesses 3 extremely powerful fallen angel abilities: the Sloth Vision, the Power of Corruption, and the Abyss Knowledge. These 3 fallen angel abilities can each provide Wu Wei with different bonus effects. Among them, the ability to be indolent is the one that Wu Wei desires most. Because he is about to face a powerful enemy, he needs a skill that can slow down the enemy's attack frequency or directly reduce the damage. Most importantly, with the fallen angel Liz Olsen, Wu Wei finally gained the ability to unlock ancient texts and forbidden knowledge. This would be a huge blow to the Abyss Army, whose members are now practically all trained in prenatal education. However, Wu Wei still had one question. You like the demons under my command, value the Abyss Codex highly? Unlike the previous summons. Having already learned of the importance of the Abyss Codex, Wu Wei noticed the change in Liz Olsen's attitude. The angel who had previously been giving up immediately became incredibly dignified and serious after seeing himself holding the Abyss Codex. Wu Wei simply couldn't believe that this angel, who had given up from the start, would change his nature in such a short time. Therefore, this must be related to the Abyss Codex. Certainly. Liz Olsen answered very honestly. In fact, she couldn't lie, nor would she dare to lie. In this day and age when the will of the abyss is in decline, you, who hold the Abyss Codex, are essentially the living will of the abyss. To put it simply, in this abyss where you reside, you are the undisputed king of the abyss, and your will is an absolute command that all abyssal beings must obey. Wait, the abyss I'm in. Wu Wei frowned. He seemed to have discovered something. Could it be that other endless abysses exist now? Are other endless abysses in the same strange state of desolation as the one I am in? Other endless abysses certainly exist. Liz Olson gave an affirmative answer. However, my lord, your understanding is somewhat flawed. Because the other endless abysses are in a different position than you. Location? Yes. If you can fully understand the river of time, then for you, some endless abysses are located after your timeline, while others are located before your timeline, and still others are located in a time domain similar to yours, but different from yours. Due to the inherent chaotic nature of the endless abyss, time itself is also extremely chaotic within it. In such a chaotic state, different endless abysses can occasionally touch each other, or even merge. And if you can still understand the concept of dimension smoothly, then some endless abysses will be located in a lower dimension than you. In that state, the essence of that lower dimensional endless abyss will be completely different from the endless abyss you are in, or even completely opposite. Some endless abysses are located in a higher dimension or within a higher range than you. That kind of endless abyss would be more relevant to reality than the endless abyss you are in, but I must make it clear to you that no matter how high the dimension of the endless abyss, its essence is still to keep falling into a lower dimension. Because the low-dimensional world is where the endless abyss should be. And if you have a deep understanding of entropy, then the states of other endless abysses become much easier to explain, such as some endless abysses. Stop. Wu Wei reached out his hand, stopping the fallen angel Liz Olson's chanting. There's no need to continue. I feel like I can't understand the rest of the content. However, I still understand what you mean, at least most of it. Wu Wei answered with great confidence. So, in the timeline I'm in now, other endless abysses also exist, right? But their timeline is a little different from mine? Is that what you mean? Looking at the confident Wu Wei, Liz Olson gave a sweet smile, and Wu Wei's image was reflected in her beautiful eyes. Oh no, the new Abyss Lord I'm serving is an academic idiot. Of course, these were Liz Olson's inner thoughts. She could never say them aloud. Of course, you're so smart. Liz Olson smiled and gave Wu Wei a thumbs up in encouragement. Hearing this from the other party, Wu Wei was very satisfied. It seems that my poor academic performance before was entirely due to the fact that the content wasn't interesting enough. Oh, right, Liz Olson. Wu Wei remembered something. By this time, their own army should be almost ready. As soon as he gives the order, the demon army attacking Raven's Nest and Green Cage should be dispatched to the front lines. It's time for me to focus my energy on other things. As a fallen angel, what kind of demon army do you need as your subordinates? I am waging 2 wars to conquer the world. One of the wars will most likely require your abilities, so you can select a sufficient number of demons from my side to serve as your private army and join the battle. Upon hearing this, the beautiful fallen angel's eyes immediately dimmed, but only for a moment. After all, the Abyss Lord in front of her was an abyssal practitioner who held the Abyss Codex, so no matter how lazy she was, she absolutely could not cause trouble at this time. So she still managed to smile. Great Abyss Lord, thank you for your understanding. But unfortunately, as a fallen angel, I am very likely unable to command the demon race. However, I have noticed that you already have your first batch of Abyss cult followers. Please hand them over to me as my private army. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei was taken aback. Currently, the number of followers of the Abyss cult is less than 1,000. With an army of this size, entering the battlefield would basically be suicide. Just them? Won't that be enough? Liz Olson smiled when he heard his lord say that. No, great lord. You've misunderstood. For me, it's not that their numbers aren't enough, but rather, too many. In the eyes of this beautiful angel, a hint of cruelty belonging to the abyss was revealed. I will create for you the first fallen god. In fact, I only need one of them. Chapter 151, The Fallen Angel's Little Thoughts. Liz Olson is very intelligent. Although she is lazy as a fallen angel, she is actually an extremely intelligent being. Because not all lazy people are stupid. On the contrary, in the endless abyss known for its chaos and disorder, the proportion of geniuses is actually higher among these lazy groups. Because Mother Abyss is fair. After she takes a part of your soul, she will replenish it in another way to ensure that you remain highly competitive in the endless abyss. Of course, the little devil is an exception. And Liz Olson is just such a person. Unlike the little demon Mistress Caroline and the blood driver Hendrix, after she responded to Wu Wei's call, came to this world and pledged her allegiance to him, she immediately began to analyze the current situation. The new lord I currently serve is clearly not one of those academic lords. Liz Olson had already personally confirmed this during the previous test. However, according to the standards of the Lords of the Endless Abyss, this new lord also does not belong to the combat category. Although he immediately claimed to be preparing for 2 battles to conquer the New World, it was clear he wouldn't personally lead the troops into battle. Looking at Wu Wei's black and red Taoist robe and his obviously frail body, Liz Olson once again ruled out an option. Furthermore, the Lord just personally asked me what kind of demon army I needed, which means he should be a kind of overarching lord. Liz Olson, who was flying slowly behind Wu Wei, looked up and thought to himself after glancing at the black and red vortex in the sky. This explains why the endless abyss where my clone resides appears so weak. Because the mother, who resides in the abyss of this world, needs him to obtain nourishment for her and thus sustain herself. Thinking of this, Liz Olson lowered his head and glanced at Wu Wei's back as he walked ahead. So, was he chosen as the Abyss of Ambition practitioner because of his good fortune? But there are still some things I don't quite understand. Just how strong must he be to be acknowledged by the Abyss Mother? With this in mind, Liz Olson followed Wu Wei to the location of the first group of Abyss cult followers. That is, inside the building called the Abyss Church Sanctuary. Praise be to you, great fallen angel. Angels, please lead me to a deeper fall. His attitude towards Wu Wei was different from when he met him. Upon seeing the fallen angel Liz Olson, the followers of the Abyss cult immediately felt a deep, soul-searching desire to beg for the truth of the Abyss from him. These Abyss followers are no different from the demons. They were equivalent to the beings of the Abyss that later came to believe, so compared to the unrestrained demons, their souls were actually controlled by the Endless Abyss. One of the ways the Endless Abyss controls them is through fallen angels. But the fallen angel Liz showed no kindness to this group of devout believers in the Abyss. Unlike the languid angel Wu Wei had seen before, Liz's face was filled with indifference and disgust etched into her bones when dealing with these mortals who were truly like ants. Even so. Yes, I am your savior, the one who leads you down the path of depravity. You ants whose hearts have turned to depravity, kneel before me and the Lord of the Abyss whom I serve. Although the fallen angel loathed these weak ants from the bottom of her heart, she still acted like a charlatan when facing hundreds of devout believers in the Abyss. She flew over the heads of these believers, comforting their broken souls one by one, giving them a sense of heartfelt satisfaction. After she did this, Wu Wei discovered the faith points, which were previously 0, have begun to slowly increase. Moreover, the increase was quite significant, with several hundred faith points added up in just a short period of time. Although these few hundred faith points weren't enough to buy even a single skill or blessing, Wu Wei was still satisfied with the speed. However, after circling once, Liz, now in her lazy mode, landed again and stood in front of Wu Wei. My lord, my followers of the Abyss are ready. They can fight for you, and they will become my first private army. Hearing Liz say that, Wu Wei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Are you ready so quickly? Is there no other procedure? I thought baptism would be a very troublesome thing. Hearing this, Liz smiled and said very sincerely, Of course, great Abyss Lord. What I spread is the true faith from the Abyss, not the false doctrines of some pseudo-god. The only thing the Abyss cares about is the degree of depravity of the souls of its followers, not those useless hymns. The more depraved their behavior, the more they please the endless abyss, and the more Mother Abyss blesses them. So that's enough. In the abyss, everything is that simple. That beautiful bastard lied. In fact, every fallen angel holds a grand falling ceremony before setting out with their army. Doing so serves two purposes. First, it grants them the blessing of the abyss, enhancing the strength of these abyss believers. Second, it allows them to gain more abyss attention on the battlefield, increasing their chances of being chosen by a fallen god. Lazy Liz Olsen, in order to avoid being too tired, forcibly canceled all these rituals. In addition, Wu Wei currently only has one fallen angel, so it's impossible to verify whether what she did was right or wrong. Therefore, the lazy Wu Wei resorted to a petty trick. Anyway, she didn't care about these fallen believers of the abyss. Whether they lived or died was none of her business. After all, once she gets to the battlefield, all she needs to do is find one abyss believer who isn't completely dead and convert him into a fallen god's chosen. That would be enough for her to complete Wu Wei's mission, wouldn't it? However, Wu Wei was indeed unaware of the procedures by which fallen angels guide believers, so he was happy to see this happening, given his already limited time. Okay, now that you're ready, then I will officially open the gate of the abyss and begin the war. After he finished speaking, the long-sealed abyssal portals in the abyssal plane opened once again. At the same time, these two different worlds also witnessed the arrival of creatures from the abyss. And they too are about to perish. Chapter 152 Living Corpse. Hurry, hurry, hurry. You bunch of scum, charge. The moment the portal lit up, Blood Driver Hendrix roared. His group of demons immediately surged into the portal amidst his howls, heading to another world. The Blood Driver himself showed no fear. Long craving blood, he too quickly entered the abyss portal and, together with his army, arrived at the new world of Raven's habitat. He fulfilled his duties very faithfully. Just as Wu Wei planned, Hendrix, who was best suited for the attack, would be among the first troops to enter the Raven habitat. And upon entering this period, a temporarily safe territory was established for Wu Wei's other demon armies. However, when Blood Driver Hendrix actually arrived in another world, he cursed first. Damn it. How can there be such a strong aura of death? Did we accidentally poke a hole in those skeletons' back door? As soon as he regained consciousness, Hendrix discovered that the aura of death, so dense it was almost tangible, had permeated every corner of the world he was in. Even before he had crossed the portal, he had already spotted several small undead creatures wandering around it. When these undead discovered the living demons, they immediately began to swarm towards them. Even though Hendrix and his demons were several times stronger than them, they were not afraid at all. They were simply desperately extinguishing all the flames of life in the comfortable, bitter cold of death. Get out of my way, you damned skeletons. With a single swing of his sword, the host controlled by Hendrix turned the surrounding small undead into a pile of broken bones, utterly dead. Cut. There was a battle right from the start, and they won. Logically, Hendrix should have been satisfied. But in reality, this feeling of winning made him feel very unhappy, extremely unhappy. He absolutely hates the existence of the undead. Because he needs to be driven by fresh blood and drink fresh blood. The blood flowing from the rotting flesh of these undead only made him feel nauseous. And, although demons and the undead both belong to the dark element, they are at odds and cannot coexist peacefully. In fact, they are even adversaries. There are many reasons for this. Besides both sides needing the souls of mortals, the biggest reason is that the two have very different ways of using the soul. Demons simply want to enslave souls, while the undead want to devour them and use those souls to become stronger. Both sides are extremely evil, but they're evil in different ways. However, this is not the time to worry about these things. Because Hendrix noticed something. Damn it, this is never going to end. Within minutes of arriving in this new world, Hendrix discovered that thousands of unidentified undead creatures were gathering in his direction, surrounding his army. Moreover, their speed is getting faster and faster. Their numbers are also increasing. Finally, after a few minutes, Hendrix was able to see what the enemies looked like. It's a living corpse. So much. Countless pale-faced humanoid creatures arrived from all directions around Hendrix and the demons, launching the first attack. Just like last time, the powerful Hendrix cleared out the undead with just a few sword strikes. But Hendrix sensed that the situation was becoming even more dire, because he himself knew what zombies were and how they were created. Therefore, he was convinced that his upcoming battles would become extremely troublesome. As a powerful demon hero, Hendrix could clearly sense it. As time flows on, with each passing second, the aura of death in this world grows ever stronger. In such circumstances, a mortal with weak resistance would likely die suddenly without the protection of the gods of order. After his sudden death, his soul will be directly dragged into the river Styx. But death is not the end. Even his physical body cannot find peace. Under the infusion of excessive death energy, the physical bodies of these mortals will directly transform into a type of wild undead creature called the living corpse. The resulting zombies are very different from the zombies in science fiction novels. They won't die from a mere headshot, nor will they lose their fighting ability due to the decay of their mechs, because it's simply a living corpse. Furthermore, these units are quite different from the undead's basic unit, the skeleton. They did not have a soul fire surrounding their bodies. All they had was a large amount of mottled death aura. Therefore, many spells that can instantly kill skeletons are actually ineffective against them. They are creatures far more dangerous than zombies and skeletons. Once such creatures reach a certain size, even demons will find it difficult to deal with them. Not to mention, Hendrix already knew the true state of this world from Wu Wei's side. That's why he's so agitated. As time goes by, more and more of the original creatures in this world will become such living corpses. Their numbers will be consistent with the number of living beings in this world. So unafraid of death and harm, they will use their strength to tell the demon, to tell Hendrix. Tell Wu Wei, who controls them from afar. What is meant by the calamity of the dead? Chapter 153, The Little Devil of Freedom. It seems the situation is more complicated than I thought. When Wu Wei turned his attention to the Raven's habitat plane and connected with his demon army, he immediately sensed that this war would be somewhat troublesome. This was because it had been less than a few minutes since Blood Driver Hendrix entered the Raven's habitat. Under Wu Wei's watchful gaze, a large number of undead creatures had already surrounded his legion. Although the overall quality of these undead creatures is not high, their numbers are a major problem. Loran demons, each fly at least 100 kilometers in the directions I have marked. You do not need to return, nor do you need to consider the issue of returning. You only need to avoid enemy attacks as much as possible during the flight. Apart from that, your only responsibility is to bring the intelligence you collect here. After Wu Wei himself arrived at the Raven's habitat, a large number of Loran demons also arrived. These demons, capable of flying at incredible speeds, were immediately met with Wu Wei's ruthless and cruel orders upon arriving in this plane. No need to return to base. This command has only one meaning. That means they will die during flight. Their only purpose was to bring back the information Wu Wei wanted. Even so, under the threat of the heart of the abyss, these Loran demons quickly flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Under the will of the Abyss Lord, they will do their utmost to transmit all the intelligence they have collected to Wu Wei's mind. After they spread their wings, Wu Wei began to collect a large amount of information. He filtered out countless pieces of useless information. The remaining information, after being collected by Wu Wei, allowed him to construct a gradually improving war map in his mind. As these Loran demons flew further and further away, more and more areas and more lands gradually became clear, like mist blown away by the wind. Therefore, Wu Wei was able to formulate the next battle plan. Hell. My lord, I am here. Just as Hell was about to enter the portal and arrive in the river Styx, he suddenly received an order from Wu Wei. The troops you and your sister command will remain inactive for the time being. I need to bring that huge number of little demons into this world first. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Hell immediately stopped the army that was about to cross the portal. Immediately afterward, under his watchful gaze, a large number of imps formed teams of varying sizes and quickly passed through the portal, arriving at the Raven's Roost earlier than expected. However, this is different from before. These usually noisy little devils, who get excited about anything new, became eerily quiet once they actually arrived at the Raven's habitat. This wasn't because Wu Wei, the Abyss Lord, was personally overseeing the situation. Rather, they genuinely sensed danger. A real and undeniable danger of death. Even the most foolish little devils sensed that this world was unusual. Because the atmosphere of death in this world is just too thick. I never imagined that I would need to mobilize such a large number of lesser demons so soon after arriving in this world. Wu Wei said this as he looked at the swarming little devils. However, Wu Wei had his own reasons for doing this. He mobilized these lesser demons to temporarily eliminate the threat of the undead scourge. However, their approach differs somewhat from that of other lords. When Wu Weijin brought these little devils to this world called Raven's Habitat, the first thing he did was, "Hey, you guys." Wu Wei looked at the hundreds of thousands of little demons in front of him and revealed an extremely evil smile. "I'm free. In the name of the Lord of the Abyss, I grant you the right to freedom. From this moment on, I will no longer use the Abyss heart power I possess to bind you. My final order to you is that for the next 20 days, you are not allowed to approach the portal to the Endless Abyss in any way. Besides that, whatever you do in this world, whatever destruction you cause, or whatever treasures you acquire, I will not restrain you. So, you depraved and weak little devils, you are free." The little devils were stunned the moment they heard those words. The group of bloodshot-eyed, child-sized demons from the depths of the abyss wore expressions of disbelief. Did they mishear? Even Hendrix and the giant demons around him were stunned. They also began to wonder if there had been something wrong with their hearing just now. The Abyss Lord actually grants freedom to his subordinates? How is that possible? No, it's not just them. Even Liz Olsen, the fallen angel who had just followed Wu Wei to the Raven's habitat, was stunned. What exactly does this new lord I serve want to do? These are hundreds of thousands of little devils. Even though they are as weak as ants and are just trash that is not much better than scum, they are still the wealth of the Abyss Lord. And Wu Wei just let them go like that? Has he gone mad? Gaga. As Wu Wei's will as a practitioner of the Abyss was acknowledged, almost all the lesser demons sprang into action the moment he finished speaking, holding the Abyss Codex. Every single one of them, remember, every single little devil, began to stir restlessly. After confirming that they were no longer bound by the heart of the Abyss shackles forged by the Abyss Lord, the group of lesser demons quickly fled away from the area. Are you kidding me? Although these little devils are also devils, it is precisely because they are devils that their very bones and souls are extremely chaotic and utterly frenzied. Such people are very fond of so-called freedom. And so, these hundreds of thousands of little devils embraced freedom with unprecedented enthusiasm. Like a black and red torrent, they fled in all directions at breakneck speed, leaving Hendrix and Liz Olsen bewildered. At this moment, Wu Wei lost control of these little devils. But he was smiling happily. A pair of eyes with scarlet vertical pupils grinned as they looked at the out-of-control world around them. However, Liz Olsen's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty as he looked at Wu Wei's smile. Because she seemed to have seen this eerie smile in portraits passed down in her family, and it had also appeared on the face of the former ruler of the Abyss. This is the smile that a conspirator reveals when his plot is about to succeed. Chapter 154 Chaos and Calamity. Alright, hell. After personally releasing the little devils, Wu Wei continued to give orders. You and your sister Mara can now take your troops and garrison here. At this moment, the area in front of Wu Wei's abyss portal was now empty. After the massive horde of lesser demons was released, Hell and Mara's army finally regained the right to pass through the abyss portal. Yes, my lord. As before, Hell followed Wu Wei's orders without hesitation and began to lead his army to teleport to this world called Raven's Habitat. The instant they set off, All the abyss hatching pools in the entire endless abyss began their hatching process. More and more demon cocoons began to emerge from them, falling to the ground and starting the rapid incubation process. While Wu Wei's war was proceeding in an orderly manner, the usually lazy Liz Olsen quietly came to Wu Wei's side and asked him a question. "Great Lord." Liz Olsen glanced in the direction the little devils had gone. "Excuse me, could you answer one question for this ignorant person?" At this moment, Wu Wei, who was multitasking, turned his head, glanced at the fallen angel with his eyes, and said indifferently, "Ask away." "May I ask, Great Lord of the Abyss, why did you grant those lesser demons freedom? Or rather, why did you release those little demons?" The fallen angel frowned, looking puzzled, and said, "In my view, the endless abyss you are in is in a state of depletion. She should be in a state where she needs resources the most, and relatively speaking, you should not be very rich in resources at present. So why did you do something so wasteful of resources? Although these little devils are all weak, having such a large number of them still represents a considerable amount of resources." To be honest, Liz Olsen really didn't understand why Wu Wei would do that. Because his actions just now were something that no other lord would do, and he was very different from all the other Abyss Lords. The brutal and greedy Abyss Lords will not grant their subordinates any freedom. Even if the other party is just a lowly, negligible little demon, they are still the property of the Abyss Lord. Therefore, Liz Olsen was filled with doubt. Faced with Liz Olsen's question, Wu Wei couldn't help but smile. "Get closer." Wu Wei waved to Liz Olsen. The fallen angel obediently did as instructed, flapping its wings and flying to Wu Wei's side. "Good." However, Wu Wei then placed a finger on Liz Olsen's forehead and spoke. "See for yourself why I let those little devils go." In an instant, countless images flashed through Liz Olsen's mind. There were so many images that Liz Olsen felt his head was about to explode. However, Liz Olsen, as a fallen angel with a vast amount of knowledge, quickly adapted to the appearance of these images. After seeing these images clearly, Liz Olsen was surprised to discover that they were all within the vision of the imps. These creatures, resembling evil monkeys, are now free and fleeing rapidly in all directions. During their escape, these lesser demons dodged attacks from nearby smaller groups of undead while killing their weaker brethren to fill their stomachs and satisfy their hunger. Although the number of undead was enormous, their speed was not much better than that of the lesser demons. As a result, nearly half of the lesser demons successfully escaped the undead's blockade and continued to venture deeper into various parts of this world called Raven's Habitat. The scene then shifts to the perspective of a certain Loran demon. From this perspective, Liz Olsen clearly saw that the undead army, which had been secretly swarming towards Wu Wei's side, began to split up. Many undead, drawn by the little devils, began to actively capture these weak but incredibly fast little devils. Moreover, often, the escape of a small demon can lead to 3, 4, 5, 6, or even a dozen undead creatures going to capture it. No matter how many undead calamities there are, they cannot withstand such dispersion. Therefore, in the end, the number of the undead army that was slowly approaching Wu Wei's area was reduced to less than 1/3 of what it used to be. By the Abyss. "My lord, is this your purpose in unsealing these little demons? Your ultimate goal was to delay the advance of the undead army, and this tactic is incredibly effective. This is an unexpected method used by the little devil." It has to be said that Liz Olsen, who had previously had some doubts about Wu Wei, suddenly felt that the new Abyss Lord he served might not be as weak as he had seemed before. At least in terms of the tactical application of war, this Lord's thinking was surprisingly clear. However, what the fallen angel Liz Olsen did not expect was, upon hearing himself say that, Wu Wei suddenly turned his face away. A pair of sharp, scarlet vertical pupils stared intently at Liz Olsen's fair and pretty face. "Really? Do you think this is my ultimate goal? Liz Olsen, as a clever fallen angel, think about it again. Is this really all I'm after?" Hearing Wu Wei say that, Liz Olsen unconsciously became nervous. because she could sense that the aura of the abyssal practitioner on Wu Wei's finger was gradually becoming stronger. This aura both made her submit, terrified her, and even stirred a sliver of desire within her. I don't know. The fallen angel Liz Olsen shook his head after watching these clips repeatedly, he said. Yeah. Wu Wei withdrew his fingers and said coldly. My ultimate goal in releasing those little demons wasn't just to lure away this first wave of the undead army. What I really need is destruction. Do you understand this? Destruction. What? Liz Olsen suddenly realized. That's right, those little devils who successfully escaped are real devils, no matter how much you look down on them or think of them as ants. They are the purest inheritors of the demon bloodline. The desire for destruction and annihilation also exists in their blood. Any imp that manages to escape will, in the infinite years that follow, do its utmost to destroy everything it can see, including buildings, production facilities, and even ambush hostile undead. You're only treating them as one-off bait. You're clearly underestimating them. The little devils are capable of far more than you can imagine. Wu Wei once again revealed an evil smile. When the fallen angel Liz Olsen tested him, wasn't he also testing the other party? At this moment, the first batch of little demons, who were also the first to escape from the encirclement of the undead, arrived in front of a strangely shaped building built on some kind of mine. And at this very moment, in front of this eerie building, several weak undead called necromancers turned their heads and looked at the group of uninvited guests. The fire of their souls flickered when they saw these little demons, because they noticed that endless rage and greed were spreading in the scarlet eyes of these little demons. Not just in this one building. In the forest, several ghouls who specialized in digging up grave soil and timber also encountered the lesser demons. Further away, near a building called the graveyard, the little devil's figure began to emerge from the shadows. A chaotic catastrophe known as the Little Devil is about to begin. Chapter 155 The Undead Lord Drew. A corner of the Raven's habitat, the starting point of the Styx invasion. Gnosis Necropolis. Ding, 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 ding. As countless stinging sounds emanated from the soul crystal ball, a skeleton dressed in a pure black, rotting robe, sitting on a magical platform, suddenly had the color of soul fire ignite in the eye sockets of its skeleton. However, it's not quite the same as the pale blue soul fire possessed by those skeleton soldiers. The color of the soul fire in the eye sockets of this clothed skull is cyan. And this bluish-green soul fire is the level marker of this undead creature. Undead creatures that possess a bluish-green soul flame generally have their own class and level. And they, too, have their own ranks. Legendary peak rank. Such spirits also have another rather unique name, which is Lord of the Dead. A demigod-like undead creature that possesses forbidden necromancy abilities. I have already meditated. The undead's jaw twitched, once again adapting to the body. 7 years and 4 months is a very short time. The soul crystal ball just sent an alarm. Has the invasion war in this world ended? That's what Lord Drew said, and slowly walked to the soul crystal ball to check the source of the alarm. As a Lord of the Dead, Drew is not a being that belongs to this world. It is actually an invader of this world, just like Wu Wei. P.S. As mentioned in Chapter 143, this world belongs to a plane invaded by the undead. Despite its immense power, it is not inherently noble. In fact, it came from a massive undead world. In that world of the dead, there are a great many undead creatures, and among these undead creatures, there are dozens who are as powerful as Druid, or even more powerful than him. These powerful undead, each aided by the River Styx, continuously invade other worlds, bringing the aura of the River Styx into those worlds and ultimately transforming them into new undead worlds, thus colonizing those worlds. Therefore, Drew, who had only embarked on an ordinary expedition, would utter such words. However, this time, it was destined to be disappointed. What's going on? The Shieling Empire has not only not been conquered, and in my territory, quite a few buildings and undead servants have also been attacked. Even though he had become an undead, the undead Lord Drew still felt a sense of surprise. Wait a minute, The beings attacking my territory are a group of... What is this thing? A monster. When the image in the soul crystal ball froze on a scene of a dead soul gold mine, Drew could hardly believe what his soul fire was seeing. A group of dark, deformed creatures, like wild beasts, that it could not comprehend at all, were frantically destroying its own ghost gold mine. At their feet were undead servants who had lost their function but were not dead. At this moment, the undead servants had been torn to pieces by these dark, deformed monsters and lay helplessly on the ground. But those deformed monsters were still not satisfied. While relentlessly persecuting the undead servants who had become nothing but skeletal remains, these lesser demons also began plundering everything of value in the area. Their actions were incredibly brutal and utterly repulsive. When the little devils set their sights on something, they don't use the common sense to understand whether it has value. Instead, they consider whether they are interested in it. They will take everything that is within their power to do so. They will destroy anything they cannot take but deem valuable, no matter how valuable it may be. As for those things and buildings that they could neither take away nor were deemed to have any meaning, they would be destroyed into complete fragments. Moreover, this is only one area. Similar scenarios are occurring in many other areas. These demons, who are considered weak even in the eyes of the undead, are relentlessly spreading their accumulated madness and destruction to every area they can see. Are they new war creatures created by the Shieling Empire? Drew glanced at his memory bank and discovered that these dark creatures were not products of the biotechnology-savvy Shieling Empire, because their physical structure does not conform to conventional physical rules. Their biological systems are far too chaotic and disordered. More importantly, the designs of these little demons do not conform to the aesthetic standards of the Shieling Empire. However, these problems only troubled Drew for a few minutes. With the help of countless pre-placed undead eyes, Drew successfully followed the direction from which these dark monsters came and found the master of these little demons. At least they were their former owners. This is... And then Drew's gaze fell upon the distant area. His soul fire was immediately drawn to an abyssal creature with a peculiar shape, because what he saw was a portal from the endless abyss. A humanoid creature near the portal seemed to sense something and glanced back at them. What a blasphemous creation! Beside this humanoid creature, a jet-black seed was about to fall onto the land eroded by the aura of death. The death knell from the abyss is about to toll in another new world. Chapter 156: The Arrogant Perfectionist. My lord, something is spying on us in some way. Just as Wu Wei was about to transmit the new abyss to his own world, the fallen angel Liz Olsen suddenly spoke up to remind him. Not just the fallen angel Liz Olsen. Even Hell, who had just arrived at the Raven's habitat, quickly walked to Wu Wei's side and stood guard in front of him like a bodyguard. My lord, the fallen angel is right. I can also sense that something is lurking in the shadows, watching us. Moreover, there is a deep-seated hostility in their spying. As a hero of the combat type, Hell, the pure child, has extremely keen senses. And unlike the fallen angel Liz Olsen, who could only sense that someone was watching, Hell, the son of purity, directly pointed out the direction the enemy was spying on for his lord. It's in that direction, my lord. The spying from that direction is coming from. Hell pointed in the direction of a remote battlefield. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei immediately raised his head and turned his gaze to the direction Hell was pointing. Sure enough, Wu Wei immediately noticed that among the countless complex and chaotic data on that battlefield, some data was extremely abnormal. Wu Wei paused for a moment, then withdrew most of his attention from the other battlefields and focused it all on this one. There it is. I've found the source of the spying. This time, it was Wu Wei's turn, despite his weak combat strength, to guide Hell and the fallen angel. However, unlike the other party, who can only point out a general direction, Wu Wei, who possesses the vision of war, can pinpoint locations to the millimeter. So, Hell and the fallen angel naturally followed Wu Wei's finger and looked in that direction. Well, unfortunately, in the eyes of Hull and Liz Olsen, Wu Wei seemed to be joking. Because in the area Wu Wei pointed out, There was only an open space and nothing else there. Lord, are you seeing things? There seems to be nothing there. Really? You really think so? Wu Wei smiled. Hell, have your abyssal dragons unleash abyssal flames in the direction I'm pointing. Yes, my lord. Although Hell didn't know whether Wu Wei had actually seen anything, as a demon loyal to Wu Wei, he still faithfully carried out Wu Wei's orders. The next moment, an abyssal earth dragon that was originally behind suddenly spewed out terrifying abyssal fire in the direction Wu Wei pointed. These abyssal flames, capable of turning flesh and bone to ashes, ignited the entire area. The next second, my lord, has that feeling of being watched disappeared? What's going on? Is the method they're using to monitor us a ghost? But why can a ghost be attacked by a physical abyssal fire? Wu Wei sighed and gave his answer. Not a ghost, but a physical entity. The enemy is using a beetle that has been modified into an undead. Beetle? Yes, this beetle is only the size of a grain of rice. They lie on the ground, so it's very difficult for you to spot them. Wu Wei was able to see these beetles thanks to his war vision. This ability to transform everything into data enables the detection of all data within a given area. Moreover, this ability is becoming stronger as Wu Wei adapts to it. When he first acquired this ability, Wu Wei was unable to notice these more minute details, but now he is able to do so. This is another kind of progress. As for that poor undead beetle that was directly bombarded by the abyssal flames, it died on the spot because its data was exposed to Wu Wei. However, Wu Wei did not become complacent after taking down one of the enemy's informants. On the contrary, Wu Wei's face was full of worry at this moment. Because of Wu Wei's current situation, he had a guess. The being that controls this army of the undead has awakened and has noticed me. This is not good news. Because an army of the dead with a master and an army of the dead without a master will be two completely different things. On the other side, what's going on? How did this get discovered? The undead king, having lost one of the Eye of the Dead, was momentarily puzzled. It never imagined that its tiny, rice grain-sized undead creature could be detected by the other party. However, like Wu Wei, the other party did not take the matter too seriously. After all, the other party might just have gotten lucky. While thinking this, Drew mobilized another undead beetle that he had transformed into the Eye of the Dead, attempting to continue monitoring Wu Wei and the others from another direction. Only, thump. Less than a few seconds after Druid had summoned a new undead beetle, a burst of abyssal fire arrived near the beetle's area, burning the tiny but expensive beetle to ashes. The reason these undead beetles are said to be expensive is because the undead King Druid made a small innovation to the ordinary Eye of the Dead spell. Originally, the Eye of the Undead could only be used by ordinary skeleton soldiers and low-level undead, such as wraiths, as a means to expand the vision of high-level undead. Undead creatures weaker than skeleton soldiers or ghosts cannot withstand this spell. However, after studying the core of this necromancy spell, Druid successfully shrank and mutated more than 50% of the runes. Therefore, these undead beetles, smaller than a fingernail, were able to contain the spell and ultimately become a means for him to expand his vision. Moreover, in order to ensure that these useful undead beetles could better serve him, and to prevent their fragile bodies from being destroyed by various accidents, Drew modified the body of each undead beetle. Their current bodies are derived from the remains of the Grim Reaper, which even Drew himself was reluctant to use. This is why they were able to meet the Drew's war needs and survive in a wide variety of battlefield environments. However, due to their extremely small size, even with their advanced rank, these beetles could not withstand the abyssal flames that could directly corrode their bones. How is that possible? How did he find out? Unconvinced, Druid unleashed even more undead beetles. However, without exception, they were all destroyed by Wu Wei. No, not just on this battlefield. In all areas still under Wu Wei's control, as long as Wu Wei discovers any trace of the undead beetles, he will have the demons find and destroy them. Not even one was given to Drew. This made Drew's bones tremble with heartache. It should be noted that although these undead beetles were smaller than grains of rice, Wu Wei destroyed so many of them in one go. The total amount, even when added together, will still make Drew feel the pinch. How exactly did he do that? Drew simply couldn't understand this problem. In his view, this undead beetle he specially made was an absolutely perfect product that surpassed all other undead eyes of its kind. Such a perfect product should be perfect in every way, from its concealment to its functionality. No one can easily discover them, not even beings more powerful than themselves. But Wu Wei was able to accurately discover his undead beetle every time, which must mean that something was wrong with his perfect creation. But that's absolutely impossible. For a time, Drew was caught in a vortex of self-affirmation and self-doubt, unable to extricate himself. So, after doubting himself for more than 10 minutes, Drew made a bold decision. He made a decision. I'll personally send a clone to find Wu Wei and ask him. He wanted to know how the other party had discovered his undead beetle. By the way, the powerful undead King Drew is actually a perfectionist and extremely arrogant. He would never allow any flaws in his work. Chapter 157 Problems and Compensation. Although the mind of the undead King Drew is slightly abnormal, however, he is a man of action. Driven by his thirst for knowledge, Drew arrived before Wu Wei just a few hours later, just as he had hoped. During the meeting, Drew also paid a small price. In front of the abyss portal, a pair of scarlet vertical pupils met a pair of skull eye sockets burning with the flames of the soul. You came here just to ask me one question? Wu Wei rubbed his somewhat sluggish brain and asked the person opposite him. Opposite him, the clone of the undead King Drew nodded. It turned out that a few hours earlier, the undead army controlled by Druid had begun an unusually frenzied attack. However, in Wu Wei's view, the attack pattern of these undead armies suddenly became very strange. The previous undead army aimed to exterminate all living beings, including demons, and assimilate them into their own ranks. But during this time, these countless undead armies, suddenly led by a group of Black Knights who appeared out of nowhere, forcibly broke through the several lines of defense set up by Wu Wei with an attitude of complete disregard for sacrifice. In Wu Wei's view, this breakthrough was completely meaningless and extremely foolish. Because their breakthrough did not completely destroy the demon army on the defensive line, but simply bypassed them and continued to advance. This is reckless. Moreover, it was an extremely arrogant and reckless act. If their follow-up troops are even slightly stalled, such reckless advance will lead them to utter ruin. In fact, that's exactly what Wu Wei did. Because he deliberately set up 2 weak defensive points on his own line of defense, and then led them into the trap he had set. Next, Wu Wei cut off the army's follow-up support and began to encircle and annihilate the reckless, elite undead. But just as Wu Wei was grinning and preparing to deal with these elite undead and win his first great victory in this world, Drew's will forcibly took over the body of a Black Knight and turned him into his own clone. Then, to Wu Wei's surprise, all the Black Knights began to protect Drew's clone, slowly approaching their own territory. However, after going through countless hardships and finally getting close to Wu Wei's area, Drew's clone actually ordered all the Black Knights around him to give up resistance and let the demons destroy it. All of this was naturally very strange in Wu Wei's eyes. The situation became even more bizarre after Drew's clone began to speak. Because the other party actually said that they came here just to ask me a question. Yes, I came here to ask you how you discovered my beautiful works, oh right, my perfect works, which refer to those undead beetles that you destroyed. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei felt his brain was going completely blank even more. So, you're asking me this question in person? You'd send an entire company of Black Knights to clear a path for you, and in the process, hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers would die? All those crazy, aggressive moves you made before were just to ask me such a question? Looking at the Black Knight Company, which had been torn to pieces not far away, and then at the mountain of undead skeletons piled up further away, Wu Wei asked, completely bewildered. Yes, your understanding is correct. And I've already answered this question once before. Drew, who is currently controlling his clone, was somewhat displeased. My time is precious, so I don't want to waste it on these boring conversations. So tell me, how exactly did you find my undead beetles? This is very important. Much more important than those low-level undead you just asked about. Because it concerns the perfection of my work. Even Wu Wei was somewhat taken aback by Drew's words. In his view, the purposes of war are often diverse. The existence of war may be for status, for resources, for survival, or even, to an extreme, for amusement. However, Drew's purpose was still somewhat beyond Wu Wei's comprehension. My lord, beware of this undead. The other side is very likely to use some kind of conspiracy, and this might just be part of it. Beside Wu Wei, the fallen angel Liz spoke with some concern. Meanwhile, Hel had already been standing beside Wu Wei, weapon in hand. In their view, the undead King Drew was lying. How could the other party possibly do something so crazy because of such a nonsensical request? Fortunately, Wu Wei's thinking also seems to be somewhat abnormal. Okay, I can answer that question. But what can I gain? Wu Wei said with a serious expression. Hearing this, both Hull and Liz were stunned. What's going on? Is my lord broken? You're going to proactively tell the other party these confidential secrets that can't be spoken of. That's right. Since I asked the question, you should get a reward for answering it. Drew scratched the smooth head of his clone and said, What do you want from me? Weapons, equipment, or some treasure? I can satisfy your desires as much as possible, as long as your answer is worth it. I don't want those. Wu Wei shook his head. I am very interested in the performance of your previous Black Knight Company when attacking our positions. Although I originally wanted your Black Knight Company to break through from my predetermined position, their speed and efficiency of attack far exceeded my expectations. So, can you tell me what's so special about these Black Knight Companies? Furthermore, if possible, I hope that after answering your question, you can send a new Black Knight Company to attack me again. After all, this war was forced to end because of your stupid question, and I couldn't experience the full joy of war. This is not a reward, but your compensation to me. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, the fire of the soul in Drew's eyes burned even more intensely. You actually want me to attack you again? And you actually think war is fun? You seem a little off your mind. However, I will grant your request. Drew extended his hand in a gesture of respect typical of the undead world and spoke to Wu Wei. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Drew, the king of the dead from the Styx world. Wu Wei smiled and introduced himself. Wu Wei, Abyss Lord from the Abyss. It was somewhat different from what I expected. These two seemed to get along very well in some ways. Chapter 158 Hunting in the Green Cage. While the Abyss Lord Wu Wei and the undead druid were still communicating. In another, different world, in a plane known as the Green Cage. Monsters. Those monsters are charging again. In a corner of the forest, a near man dressed in a primitive tribal cloak suddenly started shouting. Upon hearing what the near man said, his remaining companions, who had been sitting on the ground, immediately sprang to their feet. Notice. There is nothing wrong with the wording here. Because these so-called near people can indeed jump directly from flat ground. They are a group of alien creatures whose bodies are similar to monkeys, but far more agile than monkeys. However, they are somewhat different from the common monkeys on Earth. The nearmans are actually much taller than ordinary humans, with each adult being around 2.2 to 2.3 meters tall. Given their height, their bones are naturally incredibly light, just like carbon fiber in the real world. In addition, their skin is extremely smooth and appears as a standard pale green camouflage in the forest. All these powerful factors combined naturally made the near people the absolute kings of the Green Cage, that is, this forest world, firmly occupying the top position of the food chain. The near people are truly the darlings of the forest. Unfortunately, their rule has recently faced a very serious challenge. Because the demons have arrived. Monster. Run. Aya. A snaking demon's figure flashed by. A near man who was dragging his companion along in an attempt to escape suddenly screamed and then collapsed to the ground in agony. But when he looked at the source of his pain, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at everything in disbelief. Because of his astonishing discovery. My leg is broken. The Nerman's originally long, running legs had broken in two from the middle. Blood was gushing out continuously from the section above the wound. His ruptured muscles and Achilles tendon hung on his broken calf like tattered rags from a tattered doll. As for the lower half of his calf, it lay not far from the near man, twitching incessantly. It's like a paralyzed frog in a laboratory whose nerves haven't been completely severed. But it was at this moment that a very interesting little thing was about to happen. My legs, my legs. The poor near man clutched his leg and howled in pain. However, his pain stemmed from two sources. A small portion of his pain comes from his current wound. The other large part came from the lower half of his calf, which had been broken and completely separated from him. This kind of phantom pain is even more terrifying and intense than a direct wound. The intense, burning pain, like an electric shock, made the near man tremble all over, and beads of sweat dripped incessantly to the ground. However, this extreme pain did not last long. Because of the presence of a merciful person, it all ended quickly. Click! With the sound of a heavy object striking a skull, a twisted hammer shattered the near man's skull. Immediately afterwards, a drooling imp and his companions gathered joyfully around the dead near. It was clear that this poor Nerman's body was about to be desecrated. These hungry and greedy little demons are about to devour his body completely, leaving not even a trace. However, just as one of the imps reached its filthy claws into the shattered skull of the dead Nerman, preparing to devour his brains. Roar! From afar, the roar of the little demon queen made these little demons tremble. Stop! You're not allowed to eat it. The enormous, mountain-like demon matriarch stopped this barbaric act. However, this was not because she wanted to protect the corpse or anything like that. Little Devil Caroline wouldn't do that. Load all this food into the vehicle and head towards the portal. As the orders from the Little Devil Matriarch Caroline were given, the imps immediately stopped their desecration of the corpse and began to hurriedly load the bodies of the Nya man and his other kin onto the transport vehicles that had been prepared beforehand. The beings transporting these vehicles were also near people. However, they were somewhat different from the near men who had already become corpses. These near people, in order to survive, have betrayed the natural way they originally believed in and have begun to serve the demons. And yet they still became glorious, demonic slaves. When the little devil's mistress Caroline saw the corpses being successfully loaded onto the truck, the shadow on her face lessened considerably. This hunt provided her with a large amount of meat resources. These meat resources not only feed the little devils under her command, but also allow the Abyss Lord in another world to gain a considerable amount of resource points. That's right, just like Wu Wei's previous arrangement. After the imp matriarch Caroline descended into this world, all she did was plunder. During this time, the imp matriarch Caroline and her little devils slaughtered all the near tribes within a radius of tens of kilometers at lightning speed. Of course, this meager amount of meat resources is not enough to satisfy the imp matriarch Caroline and the Abyss Lord behind her. These resource points aren't even enough for a single war. So after wiping out these near tribes, the little devil matriarch Caroline's real harvest began. Ignition. Following the orders given by the little devil's mistress, Caroline, countless little demons began to use their torches to set the trees ablaze, following the order set by Wu Wei. In an instant, flames began to ignite in this ancient forest. The entire forest world emitted a faint, mournful sound because of the imp matriarch Caroline's blasphemous act. But the imp matriarch Caroline and the imps turned a blind eye to this. Instead, they were watching with wicked smiles as they gazed in the direction the flames were rising in the forest. Because amidst those flames and thick smoke, their true prey was about to arrive. A pair of sharp eyes began to emerge from the thick smoke. Chapter 159 Shadow Panther. Crack. Crack. Beneath the flames, the entire forest world began to wail. Tree after tree began to turn into black charcoal in the flames and fell with a crash, even though many of them have existed for hundreds or thousands of years. Faced with flames, they are powerless to resist as they cannot move. As the flames continued to burn, countless lesser demons, numbering in units of dozens or hundreds, took up positions in the areas where the fires originated. They are waiting. And soon after, their patience paid off. Awo! Wah! Suddenly, the roars of wild beasts began to echo throughout the entire forest. Rumble. A bizarre yet incredibly spectacular earthquake began throughout the entire forest area. Countless wild beasts, sensing the danger, rushed out of the forest in a frenzy. They crossed the raging flames and the charred trees, charging towards the edge of the forest with unwavering determination. During this process, the raging flames began to ignite everything around them. Their once soft fur also began to become fuel for the flames. Stimulated by the intense heat on their pain receptors, these wild animals, whether carnivorous or herbivorous, became incredibly ferocious. And so, amidst the raging flames, they charged madly toward the demons who had set the fire ablaze, determined to drag these damned enemies down with them. But what about the other side? The little devils, however, were clearly prepared. Under Wu Wei's will and the orders of Little Demon Mistress Caroline, they brought out countless specially made weapons. However, it is somewhat different from conventional weapons. The design of these weapons is more like a tripwire used by some backward civilization. However, these tripwires, made by demonic craftsmen, are covered with all sorts of hideous and terrifying iron pieces. Awo! Accompanied by countless cries of agony, these brave beasts that had charged out of the forest fire fell one by one on the layers of tripwires. Moreover, after the first batch of beasts fell, the rest of the beasts would also fall down, resulting in a terrible stampede among their own kind. As more and more beasts fell, the impatient imps pounced on them and, with their merciful actions, swiftly and precisely ended the beasts' suffering. During this process, the total amount of resources they collected also increased rapidly. In addition to having hundreds of times more meat resources than the Nyers, the imps also collected the teeth and bones of countless wild beasts. These peculiar entities can all be exchanged for resource points. It's fair to say that these little devils are having a bumper harvest. Many of the little devils no longer looked down on these meats, which were now considered civilized food cooked by the fire, and began to devour them in large mouthfuls. However, for the little devils, good days or good times are always short-lived. Just as they were enjoying their bountiful harvest, for pairs of golden eyes stared intently at them. In short, apart from a few flying beasts, the vast majority of the beasts in the green cage cannot pass through here directly. The reason I say the vast majority is not all. This is because in this ancient and unchanging forest, wondrous creatures are always born. And that being with 4 pairs of golden eyes is one of them. Brush. Just as the little demons were feasting, a purple figure swiftly swept past them. The next second, before these little devils could notice anything amiss, their bodies suddenly began to separate. They are already dead, but they haven't realized it yet. Clap, clap, clap. As countless pieces of flesh fell to the ground, the graceful and powerful shadow panther narrowed its eyes and licked its paw. It's like a king savoring his spoils of war. But the next second, after tasting the demon's foul-smelling, corrupted blood, the shadow panther immediately gagged, losing all its elegance. Shadow panther, a level 55 spirit beast, is a powerful wild animal with bloodlines approaching legendary status. If the Near people hunted by the imps were the kings of this world, then this shadow panther and its pack are the masters of this world. Although the Nyers control the tribe and culture, they can actually be considered the slaves of the shadow panthers, because they worship the shadow panther in their respective regions. They would also offer their own children as tribute to these terrifying and powerful beasts. Even within the culture of the Near people, the strength of the shadow panthers in each region directly reflects the prosperity and power of their respective tribes. It can be said that the shadow panther is the true ruler of this world called the Green Cage. Those wild beasts that had previously emerged from the fire were incited by him to commit such unnatural acts. Looking at the little demons that had turned into minced meat in front of him, and recalling their foul-smelling blood, the shadow panther with 4 pairs of golden eyes on its head left the area it had guarded for hundreds of years with utter disgust. He was going to hunt down more little demons and stop them from continuing to destroy his home. Although in the shadow panther's mind, the near people were just a bunch of ugly monkeys who only knew how to provide food to him regularly and were not worth mentioning. He wouldn't risk his life for these near men. But burning forests is a completely different matter. Setting fire to a forest is tantamount to destroying your own home. Therefore, the shadow panther's heart was filled with hatred. He wanted to kill every little demon he saw, to let these ugly and weak monsters know what the wrath of the king of the forest was. However, the shadow panther forgot one thing while slaughtering these lesser demons. That is, these little devils have an owner. Their primary master was not the Abyss Lord, who was high and mighty. Instead, she treated them like her own children, the mischievous Madame Caroline. His bloodshot eyes, after seeing the little devil's dismembered body, were filled with hatred, just like the shadow panther's. However, the shadow panther will not die today, because what awaits him will be an end more terrifying than death. Capture it alive, and then take its genetically valuable parts to the bloodline contamination chamber. Chapter 160. The Aberration Completed, Shadow Crawler. There are many reasons why the shadow panther was able to become the master of the green cage world. A strong physique, incredible speed, and indestructible claws are all essential elements that make it so. However, the most important aspect is the shadow panther's ability to adapt to its surrounding environment. The word shadow in its name is not just a simple adjective, but an extension of its own abilities. The moment the shadow panther sensed something nearby staring at it with hatred, it activated its abilities. In just a moment, the shadow panther's body, which was originally a pale purple color, began to distort the surrounding light. Moreover, its tough skin and flesh began to change, becoming almost transparent. In an instant, it transformed from a clearly visible target into a shadowy presence. In this forest, untouched by the flames and filled with tall trees, it blended seamlessly into its environment. In this state, it is the true king that rules this forest. The shadow leopard, hiding in the shadows, soon discovered the source of that gaze. A gigantic monster with an extremely large body, like a mountain of flesh. And she was none other than Caroline, the little demon mistress. At that moment, the imp matriarch Caroline was running quickly toward the remains of the imps that had been torn to pieces by the shadow panther. Upon witnessing the miserable state of these little devils, the imp matriarch Caroline roared in fury, her massive body stomping the ground in a fit of rage, even causing a considerable earthquake. However, upon seeing the enormous body of the imp matriarch Caroline, the shadow panther showed no fear whatsoever. Furthermore, the little devil mistress didn't even exert much pressure on it. Because in its perception, the little devil mistress Caroline in front of it was really too weak. A bulky body, slow speed, and eyes that can't detect their own presence, all of these combined. The shadow panther, which can hide itself in its environment at any time, doesn't care about the slight advantage that its opponent's size gives it. Therefore, upon discovering that it had activated its shadow abilities and that the imp mistress Caroline's gaze could no longer track it, the shadow panther immediately launched its attack. Despite all that has been said, the shadow panther is still just a wild beast, or perhaps a spirit beast. Before fully awakening its intelligence and becoming a true magical beast-type individual, the shadow panther still relies more on its instincts to act. Therefore, shortly after realizing that it had the upper hand, the shadow panther began its first round of probing. Brush. The shadow panther, existing in the shadows, slowly circled around to the side of the imp matriarch Caroline, extended its claws, and swiftly slashed towards her neck. As its claws drew ever closer to the imp mistress's neck, the shadow panther even began to imagine the agony she would feel as her flesh was torn apart. Unfortunately, just before the shadow panther launched its attack, the imp mistress's counterattack had already begun. A pair of huge, rough hands covered in tumors and sores crossed with the Shadow Panther's claws and slammed heavily onto the Shadow Panther's head. Although the Shadow Panther did scratch the imp mistress's neck, the problem was that the wound it caused was far from serious enough to seriously injure or even kill her. In the clash between the two, the one that struck first, the Shadow Panther, was the one that suffered the most severe injuries and was in the most dangerous situation. The Shadow Panther was somewhat bewildered. It didn't quite understand why its attack was anticipated by the other party. But it doesn't have time to worry about that now. Because it was knocked to the ground by the little devil's punch and let out a painful cry, the little devil's mother did not hesitate at all. It immediately raised its foot and stomped towards where it was, as if it wanted to crush it to death. At this point, the little devil's enormous body was no longer a burden. With her immense strength, if she were to land a solid footstep, even the strongest shadow leopard would likely be unable to withstand it. Seeing this, the Shadow Panther immediately used its agile body to spring up from the ground, attempting to dodge the attack. However, to its surprise, its attempt to dodge was ineffective. For some reason, the enormous little demon mistress once again predicted her location and even chose a place to hide. This time, the fate of the Shadow Panther is self-evident. Once the Shadow Panther's hip bones, which supported its lower body, were crushed, it was like a broken toy, only able to be held in the hands of the imp mistress and sent to another world. This time, it was caused by a single mistake in the attack, a small misjudgment. The Shadow Panther, being a wild beast, was completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. But Wu Wei knew very well that this was never a fair fight from beginning to end. Although Wu Wei himself does not have direct combat ability, with the help of the Heart of the Abyss, he can still use his war vision to predict enemy attacks from the surrounding environment. This ability to ignore all changes and see directly into the essence of things is itself one of the greatest powers of the current Abyss Lord. However, it's no longer very meaningful to talk about all this now. After all, the green cage is a tiny plane, and even the most powerful creature within it cannot exceed the level of a legendary fire demon. If Wu Wei wanted to destroy this world, he could easily do it. However, because two world wars were being waged simultaneously, Wu Wei did not choose to directly destroy this world. As for the Shadow Leopard, it did not die immediately. Because he still had a sliver of life left, the little demon mistress carried him into the endless abyss. Then, it was thrown into the bloodline contamination chamber that had been prepared beforehand. Just as Wu Wei had instructed, the Shadow Panther, possessing genetic value, began an extremely long and painful journey of mutation under the stimulation of the abyss's aura. His body was constantly twisted and distorted by the abyssal aura, taking on various forms. Ultimately, after being washed away by countless streams of filthy blood, a new abyssal mutant species appeared in Wu Wei's exchange options. The name of this new mutant species is Shadow Crawler. A slender monster with a greatly elongated body, a flexible, snake-like form, and sharp claws. However, it is different from the previous Abyss Earth Dragon. This Shadow Crawler still possesses the original head of the Shadow Panther. However, its 3 pairs of eyes were no longer a sacred golden yellow, but a scarlet red belonging to the Abyss. More importantly, its appearance signifies only one thing. The remaining Shadow Panthers in the green cage will be completely replaced by it. And it should be the uncrowned king in the green cage. After focusing his attention on commanding and seeing his strategic objectives achieved, Wu Wei withdrew that focus. Because at this very moment, the undead King Drew is explaining to him the secrets of his army's strength. And he will also see the secret behind the undead race's immense power in another war. Chapter 161 Drew's Conjecture. Just minutes before Wu Wei successfully mutated into a Shadow Crawler. Raven habitat in the middle. Data, so it was just data? At this moment, the soul fire was burning fiercely within Drew's skull eye sockets. It's important to know that the undead race also has its own emotional fluctuations, but unlike all other races, they are somewhat different. The emotions of the undead are manifested in the form of soul fire. However, the undead have fewer emotions than most races. In many situations, they can only express a few emotions. For example, anger, curiosity, sudden realization, and threat. However, the types of emotions that the undead can express are also greatly related to the level of these undead creatures. The more powerful the undead, the more they can find more of themselves and gain more emotions from the constraints of the river Styx. Except for a few special undead, most ordinary undead do not experience any emotional fluctuations. I really didn't expect that it would be the existence of data that exposed my great and perfect item. In the preceding period, the undead King Drew had learned the truth about how Wu Wei was able to destroy the undead beetle from Wu Wei's explanation. It was the very data about the existence of their own undead beetles that exposed their whereabouts. But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, no matter how Drew modifies these undead beetles or designs them into ingenious reconnaissance machines, they still exist in this physical world and cannot achieve complete invisibility. Under the power of Abyss Vision, as long as you exist, you will inevitably generate data. By the river Styx. King Drew nodded and spoke to Wu Wei. I never expected that you, as an Abyss Lord, would possess such powerful abilities. The ability to transform everything that exists into visual data. To be honest, it's already quite remarkable that Druid, as a native undead from the Lord's era rather than a Lord himself, could know about the existence of data. Not bad, not bad. This existence of data is truly a detail I've never noticed before. Drew's clone exclaimed repeatedly, looking at him with such high spirits, like a child who had just gotten the toy he wanted. However, after a period of elation, the undead King Drew began to look at Wu Wei with his empty eye sockets. Thank you for telling me the truth so honestly. What you do will greatly help me create a more perfect work. Oh. At this moment, Wu Wei didn't care about Drew's gratitude. Instead, he was more curious about something else. Sincere. You mean I didn't lie? I want to know, since we are on opposing sides in this conflict, how do you know I'm not lying? Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, the skeletal Lord Drew's jaw clicked twice, as if mimicking human laughter. Haha, that's because the soul is the domain of us undead, the mysterious Abyss Lord. No matter how much other races emphasize their affinity with the soul, no matter how much those alien dark mages flaunt their soul manipulation skills, in terms of the soul, we undead are the true masters. Oh, right. The undead Lord Drew seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Wu Wei again, then at the Black Knight corpses being moved away behind him, and slowly spoke. In fact, as I promised you before, what I am about to tell you is also inextricably linked to the soul. Because Wu Wei and the undead Lord Drew made a promise, in exchange for Wu Wei telling him how he discovered the undead beetles, Drew would also tell him why his undead army performed better than ordinary undead. During the previous battle, Wu Wei discovered that Drew's army was somewhat unusual. Because compared to traditional undead armies, Druid's army has no attribute advantages. However, they often perform better than ordinary undead in battle. Wu Wei had personally verified this through the vision of war, as he had also encountered the undead race during the Lord's trial. And most importantly, this is especially true for higher-tier undead units. The Black Knight is one of the best among them. That's why Wu Wei was so curious about how Drew broke through the shackles of data. Lord of the Abyss, how do you think the undead race assess the strength of each other? Bones and soul. Wu Wei replied without hesitation. The strength of the bones and the strength of the soul. The more powerful the undead, the stronger the bones that make up its body, and the stronger its soul. Drew did not deny Wu Wei's answer. Because, in the eyes of the undead King Drew, Wu Wei's answer was actually very correct. That's right, you're absolutely right, and you've hit the nail on the head. Drew said. The strength of the undead race can indeed be determined by the strength of their skeletons and the power of their souls. Take the weak skeleton soldier and the powerful Black Knight as examples. The strength of their skeletons is worlds apart. Similarly, the strength of a weak ghost soul is vastly different from that of a howling banshee. However, problems then arise. The evolutionary paths among the undead have thus become parallel. Those undead warriors who specialize in bone enhancement and those undead mages who cultivate souls have become mutually exclusive entities. Those who specialize in bone enhancement are constantly enhancing their own bones. Those who cultivate their soul strength are constantly strengthening their soul. Although my bones and soul, which I didn't originally cultivate, will instinctively become stronger when they level up, that's still far from enough. Because they always have a weakness in another area. So, in my opinion, the soul fire in the eye sockets of the undead king burned fiercely. The undead race can actually achieve co-evolution of bones and souls. I believe that if this comes to fruition, the undead race will become much stronger than it is now. Furthermore, the potential of the undead race will also transcend a certain level, reaching a truly limitless stage. So I've been working hard on this. Those Black Knights you saw were one of my test subjects. Each of them possesses a soul far more powerful than that of an ordinary Darth Vader. Furthermore, I also created something called the Soul Network for them. In this network, all the dead are actually sharing the same body. Chapter 162 Soul Sharing Network. Soul Sharing Network? A Soul Sharing Network? When Wu Wei heard the King of the Dead say this, he and Liz, the fallen angel guarding Wu Wei, showed completely different attitudes. Wu Wei's attitude was similar to listening to a story with interest. Therefore, Wu Wei's demeanor was very calm. The fallen angel Liz Olsen's face showed undisguised shock, and her heart was also in turmoil. Because she understood better than Wu Wei what the other person was saying. However, the contrast in expressions between the master and servant was a different matter in the eyes of the undead King Drew. The Abyss Lord appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by praise or criticism, and showed little surprise even upon hearing my wild speculation. However, the fallen angels beside him were clearly inferior. Yes, I created something called the Soul Sharing Network. Drew went on to explain, and very honestly. The prototype of this Soul Sharing Network comes from the magic network ability I used in my human days. However, the Soul Sharing Network I established only shares a similar structure with the magic network. Its core functions are completely different. The essence of the magic network is an information terminal that can give you the ability to use ring spells. It's a set of templates. But my Soul Sharing Network is something completely different. The essence of the Soul Network is a large soul machine that stores the souls of all the undead individuals under my command. Its greatest function is actually to protect these dead souls from harm. But the individual souls of all the dead can be reused, and they can choose other bodies as needed. Drew pointed to the fallen Black Knights behind him and said, "In your eyes, did I just kill my own warrior?" Wu Wei nodded. But that's not the case. To put it simply, the moment I gave the order for them to self-disintegrate, their souls were already back in the soul-sharing network I had built. After returning to the soul-sharing network, they can return to the battlefield in new bodies. In other words, although there was no flesh or blood on his face, everyone could still see a smug look on Drew's face. The Dark Knight you defeated this time is very likely the same Dark Knight you defeated once before. These two seemingly different Dark Knights actually share the same soul and the same memories. Lord of the Abyss, do you know what this means? The question was so simple that Wu Wei answered it without much thought. Growing up. Your undead souls are actually growing every moment. This is the real reason why your Dark Knights are far more powerful than Dark Knights of other existences. You're right. Drew nodded in satisfaction. They are indeed growing. Although the growth potential of the vast majority of the undead is extremely low, to the point that it can be ignored. But with such a large scale, the experience gained from these countless battles is enough to make any undead soul powerful. Even if one of my skeleton soldiers has just one more fighting instinct than the other skeleton soldiers, I will still be the one to win. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's expression turned serious. If that's really the case, then Drew, the undead king, is indeed quite powerful. Its true strength goes without saying. What Wu Wei truly valued was his scientific research ability. And so, with his scarlet vertical pupils, he looked at the undead king opposite him. Drew, you also kept your promise and told me the fundamental reason why your forces are so powerful. Although some of your ideas have exceeded my understanding of the soul, your wild imagination is truly admirable. Thank you. Drew nodded when he heard Wu Wei say that. However, not long after, the two lords, who had already gotten to know each other, spoke at the same time. So, are you ready for a new war? Are you going to evacuate this world before my undead army arrives? Well, just a second ago, these two guys, who had each gotten what they wanted, started threatening each other at the same time, saying they would drive each other out of this world. All the so-called compatibility and mutual appreciation they had previously shown vanished in an instant. But in reality, this was the norm during the era of lords. Even in the most harmonious circumstances, as long as there is a conflict of interest, the lords will have a perfect reason to decide to fight to the death. Although Druid was not among the lords, he was just a native of the lord era. The lord's endless thirst for slaughter and conquest has long permeated every individual of this era and cannot be erased. In that case, I have no choice but to destroy you. Drew looked at Wu Wei and said very seriously, although I appreciate your sincerity, I still have to do it. Because I need to conquer this world and bring it into my territory. So, give up now. I have many more powerful warriors who haven't arrived in this plane yet. Once they do, all that awaits you is death. However, unlike the serious Drew, Wu Wei simply smiled. Haha, but I don't think so. By the abyss above, I will absolutely win. But I'm not planning to kill you. Because I'm considering whether or not to take you, the creator of the soul-sharing network, under my command. Drew was taken aback upon hearing this. What's going on? Chapter 163, Liz's Advice. To become your subordinate? Drew was taken aback when he heard Wu Wei say that. As a true high-ranking undead, a undead king, having already approached the level of a demigod, he never imagined that one day someone would make such an absurd request of him. It's important to understand that the undead army currently in the Raven's habitat is not his entire army. As a necromantic king, Druid's main army is mostly stored in his own territory, along with his physical body. Like Wu Wei, the entire Raven habitat world is just a small part of the areas he conquers. But, Drew, who already knew that Wu Wei was somewhat mentally unstable, did not argue further, but instead went along with what Wu Wei had said. Okay. If you can truly defeat me, defeat all my undead armies and defeat the Styx forces I belong to, then perhaps I might really have to submit to you. But Drew stared intently at Wu Wei's soul, memorizing its unique aura before speaking. You'll need to survive the undead scourge under my command first. Farewell, Abyss Lord. The moment he finished speaking, under the watchful eyes of Wu Wei and the others, the soul fire within Drew's clone went out. Then his clone transformed into ordinary undead skeletons and collapsed heavily to the ground. Wu Wei was not surprised, because he knew very well. As the founder of the soul-sharing network, Drew naturally did not perish. He simply returned his soul to a network node, just like the previous batch of Black Knights. My lord, I need to explain the situation to you. But at that moment, the fallen angel Liz stepped forward and came to Wu Wei's side. However, this beautiful angel did not speak her mind directly, but instead glanced at Hel, the pure sun who had been guarding Wu Wei. Her meaning was quite clear. Compared to Wu Wei, the lord to whom he had already pledged allegiance, she herself did not actually believe in Hel, the sun of purity. Even if both of them were loyal to Wu Wei at the same time, it would be the same. It's okay, just say what you want to say. Wu Wei said to Liz Olsen, and added a sentence. In the course of war, no matter who we are, all the intelligence we share should be shared. Because when facing the enemy, mutual concealment is the basis for defeat. So, just say it directly. Yes, my lord. After hearing Wu Wei say this, the fallen angel Liz Olsen stopped pretending and revealed all his thoughts. My lord, I suggest we plunder the resources in our controlled areas as soon as possible to minimize the losses caused by the war, and then, Liz hesitated for a moment. Then we should abandon this plane and withdraw our troops. Oh. Hearing his subordinates say this, Wu Wei showed no sign of anger. Even though Liz Olson's remarks were actually a questioning of him, he showed no dissatisfaction. State your reasons. On the contrary, Wu Wei was very curious to know what his subordinates had discovered that made them say this to him. My lord, first of all, the undead you just faced was extremely powerful. Once his most elite undead legions awaken from his death lair, we simply won't be able to hold it. You should know that our abyss seeds have not yet fully hatched, so the time we actually have to hold out will be far more than 20 days. Of course, I still believe you can solve these problems and bring victory back from the abyss. My biggest reason for wanting you to withdraw your troops is that I want you to sever all contact with the undead King Drew. Because the undead King Druid is embarking on a desperate and mad path of no return. And since you've been entangled with him for too long, the despair and madness he's about to experience will be contagious to you, not to mention that you've even considered taking him under your wing. A desperate and insane road of no return. Wu Wei pondered this short sentence. Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me what you've discovered. Liz Olson clearly anticipated that Wu Wei would say that. To be precise, she had gone on for so long just to guide Wu Wei to ask that question. My lord, the soul of the undead King Druid, no, all the souls he controls, are undergoing an irreversible decay. And this decay is contagious. You may not understand why, but I know very well. Because among the countless forbidden knowledge I have seen, the so-called soul-sharing network was not created by the undead King Drew. In the distant past, whether it was the spirits in the endless abyss or the spirits belonging to the river Styx, this conjecture called the shared network has actually been proposed countless times. However, they have different names in different eras. Soul Forge, Rest Agreement, Gate of Rebirth. Liz rattled off a few names. These ancient beings once created far more sophisticated systems than the soul-sharing network, but without exception, they all failed. Do you know why? Because the soul cannot bear the price of immortality? Wu Wei said casually. After all, in his view, Drew's actions were essentially a way of achieving immortality for himself and the souls he controlled. No, that's not immortality at all. Moreover, contrary to your opinion, the soul can actually bear the price of immortality. Otherwise, how were those high and mighty gods born? What truly cannot bear the price of immortality is not Drew's soul, but the sea of his mind. The sea of the mind, or the sea of the soul, is a completely different existence from the soul. As he repeatedly uses his soul to enter different bodies, his spiritual sea will be polluted little by little. These pollutants may be memories of battle, emotions, or perceptions of the environment. These contaminations won't be very noticeable at first, but they will accumulate over time, and eventually, they will completely distort the soul of even the undead King Drew. At that time, a very peculiar phenomenon will appear in his mind. Its spiritual sea will undergo a frenzied decay process. After decay, Drew himself will be twisted into a special monster that defies logic and life. At that time, he will become an incomplete, but far more destructive and corrupting divine abomination. Chapter 164 Divine Abominations and the Continuation. A divine abomination? And what is that? When Wu Wei heard yet another new term appear in the mouth of the fallen angel Liz, he became even more puzzled. But at that moment, Hell suddenly spoke up. My lord, I know about divine abominations. Divine abominations are extremely terrifying things. Their existence is for destruction. No, actually it's not quite the same as destruction. The destruction that demons commit is actually a process of releasing desires. In the process of destruction, demons revel in it. But the destruction caused by the divine abominations is actually just to spread despair and pain. The despair and pain caused by divine evil is something that even the most morbid demons cannot bear. Not only him, but even the little Mara hiding inside him recalled certain things and said, Yes, my lord, I still remember the scene when I first saw the divine abomination appear on the battlefield. The pain emanating from the sea of my soul caused by their appearance, the sense of despair and suffocation, I still can't forget it even now. Most importantly, my lord, Mara Jr. added, My brother Hel and I were in our prime at the time. Furthermore, neither he nor I directly confronted the divine abomination. Rather, we witnessed its birth on the battlefield. But just witnessing it, just having eye contact, the pain and despair brought by that divine abomination almost broke us down. However, Lord Wu Wei, I have some doubts about what the fallen angel Liz Olsen said. Little Mara showed an unusual bravery at this moment. The petite girl emerged from the hole in Hel's body and looked at the fallen angel Liz Olsen. Her eyes were full of doubt. Because I remember very clearly the abomination that my brother Hel and I saw back then. But it was released by the faction to which the fallen angels belong, namely the Abyss cult. Since the Abyss cult can create abominations, why should we fear an abomination that has not yet been born? So, Liz, don't you think you should inform the Lord of this beforehand? Or are you hiding something in secret again? As expected, after the appearance of the fallen angel Liz, Wu Wei's subordinates began to uncontrollably split apart. Unlike the demons, who are constantly fighting amongst themselves, but at least racially unified, this is different. As a fallen angel, Liz Olsen was a being hated by all demons. Even if these demons, along with the fallen angel Liz Olsen, are all loyal to Wu Wei, it doesn't matter. The divisions brought about by power and interests further fractured Wu Wei's subordinates. However, Liz Olsen did not panic when he heard Mara say that. First of all, I did not hide any information. I was just about to tell our Lord this, but you rudely interrupted me. You are right. Our Abyss cult does indeed possess the means to create divine abominations. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's eyes lit up. The Abyss cult can actually create divine abominations. If such powerful beings were deployed in a war, they would gain an unparalleled advantage. However, your understanding is incorrect. Liz Olsen smiled dismissively and looked at Mara. To be honest, with her beautiful face, even when mocking someone, she displayed an extremely elegant demeanor. While the Abyss cult can create abominations, they may not be able to control them. Even if a fully fallen angel were to descend, he wouldn't dare guarantee that he could control a divine abomination. Because according to the records in the Forbidden Library of the Abyss, the earliest divine abominations were actually born from the forbidden experiments of the ancient Abyss ruler. Only the Abyss ruler of that time, and the original fallen angel who gave birth to the daughter of the Abyss ruler, could have the ability to control all the divine abominations. Therefore, your belief that the Abyss cult can control the abominations is actually a huge mistake. With my current incomplete power, I am unable to control a divine abomination, even if it is incomplete. Therefore, I must remind you filthy demons. Liz Olsen narrowed his eyes, scanning the brother and sister in front of him. You may question my abilities, but you must never question my loyalty. If there is a next time, I will fight you to the death until one of us is banished from the Abyss. Upon hearing Liz's threat, Hull snorted and stepped forward, standing in front of Liz. Blood battle? You think we're afraid of you. All right, shut up. Under these circumstances, Wu Wei could no longer hold back. From now on, no one is allowed to threaten each other with bloodshed in front of me. Ladon. I have one more question. Since you are currently in a state of incomplete power, are you able to control a divine abomination that is also incomplete in power? Didn't you say before that the abomination that the undead king drew became after being corrupted in the Sea of the Mind was incomplete? So, can you take control of the incomplete divine abomination and use it as my future fighting force? Although Wu Wei was heartbroken that his future subordinate, the undead King Drew, was about to become the so-called god's abomination. However, considering the powerful combat strength of the divine abomination, Wu Wei was not so concerned at this moment. Certainly. No. Liz gave a wry smile and said to Wu Wei, Great Lord, I need to explain this to you. There is only one difference between a divine abomination and an incomplete divine abomination. True divine abominations possess immortality stronger than that of gods. They are like fallen deities, immortal and indestructible. However, incomplete divine abominations can be destroyed, or even perish naturally. Moreover, incomplete divine abominations have absolutely no hope of being controlled. From the moment he was born, he was extremely polluting. Once this incomplete divine abomination comes into contact with any one of us, no matter who it is, we will all scream and turn into a pool of blood. But, my lord, we beings who dwell in the abyss cannot truly die. But you're different. If you confront the divine abomination, your soul, which has not yet resided in the abyss, will be annihilated. Therefore, please withdraw your troops as soon as possible. After all, the undead King Dru is now like a ticking time bomb. Nobody knows when he will explode. So for your safety and your future, please take these troops back to the abyss. After listening to all of this, Wu Wei silently began to think. A short while later, he gave his firm answer. No. The war will continue. Besides, I still have one of my men who needs to be saved, don't I? Chapter 165 Reasons and Uninvited Guests. No. The war will continue. After all, I still have one of my men who needs to be saved, don't I? After thinking for a while, Wu Wei said calmly. I cannot stop this war until the undead army is completely driven out and the raven's habitat is turned into the abyss. My lord, Liz exclaimed anxiously upon hearing Wu Wei's words. I think I may not have explained myself clearly. If the Sea of the Souls of the undead King Druid is truly and completely corrupted, then all the souls in the entire soul-sharing network will be infected. Do you understand what I mean? In other words, the undead army controlled by Dru could actually become incomplete abominations. At that time, everything in the entire Raven habitat will be submerged by endless, incomplete divine abominations. I know. Wu Wei nodded. But haven't I already given my orders? The war will continue. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Liz Olsen was momentarily speechless. However, after seeing the Abyss Codex in Wu Wei's hand, she swallowed back all the things she wanted to say. Yes, my lord. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Hel and Mara, Liz Olsen, the laziest yet most intelligent angel, bowed his head before Wu Wei. It looked as if the headstrong Wu Wei had rejected his subordinates' good intentions. However, Wu Wei didn't actually care about any of this. Because he also knew that if he encountered divine calamity, it would be a very dangerous thing. Perhaps the Abyss Mother could protect his soul, but as the Abyss Lord who personally commanded the army, Wu Wei understood that when the incomplete divine abomination truly appeared, his soul would inevitably be damaged. Furthermore, if an incomplete divine abomination were to actually appear, all the demon heroes under his command would die screaming in agony. At that time, whether it's reviving them or recruiting and training new heroes, it will be an astronomical sum. All of this is the best reason for him to stop the war. But aside from these, Wu Wei had only one reason for insisting on continuing the war. That means he cannot stop this war. Because once Wu Wei stops this war, his war funding chain will immediately be cut off. The Green Cage, being a tiny microplane, generates far less profit than it could ever afford to redeem the 4 dragon eggs it has already mortgaged. Furthermore, if Wu Wei fails to conquer this world called Raven Habitat, he will then completely lose the qualification to attack the stronger and more important beast ancestors' backyard world for a very long time. War escalates step by step. The same applies to preparations for war. Therefore, it is impossible for Wu Wei to give up on conquering the world of Raven Habitat. This is a high-stakes gamble. Wu Wei was betting that he could win the war against the Undead King, and also betting that he would be lucky enough that the incomplete divine abomination would not descend. But in any case, this high-stakes gamble was inevitable. Wu Wei took a deep breath and spoke to Liz, Olsen, and the others. You don't need to worry too much about my safety. As your lord, all I need is for you to trust me. This war against the undead army will only have one outcome. That means I will win this war before the soul of the Lich King Druid decays. Because when Dru told me why his soldiers were so powerful, I had already found a way to deal with them. While Wu Wei was focusing all his energy on the battlefield. In the original Trial Continent, now the first plane of the Endless Abyss, a strange figure quietly descended upon this place. This unfamiliar figure was neither a ghost of the undead race, nor a formless nightmare demon, nor a soul commonly found among ordinary creatures. His appearance was completely different from these dark creatures. Even if it's just a shadowy presence, it gives people a beautiful and natural feeling. Even more remarkably, if you can observe him, you can also inexplicably smell a faint, natural fragrance. In reality, he is a doppelganger, projected onto the real world by the gaze of some higher being. However, this so-called higher level is far higher than the level of any creature in the endless abyss. Because the master behind this clone is an extremely powerful being who has at least ignited the divine fire and clarified his own essence. However, although the owner of this clone is so powerful, this clone does not actually possess that ability. Because his only ability is to come to this world from an extremely long distance and then transmit everything he sees back to it. Once this clone actually descended into the endless abyss, he immediately got busy. While remaining invisible, he slowly made his way in a predetermined direction. After walking for a while, he changed direction. After walking a distance again, he changed direction once more. After repeating this countless times, he finally arrived at his target area, inside a cave in the underground world. At this moment, he finally relaxed. Because, in the underground kingdom of the Trial Continent, he finally found what he was looking for. A green, natural seed, strikingly different from the environment of the endless abyss. However, in his joy, he failed to notice one thing. That is, after he came into this world, no matter how he changed his position, the black and red vortex above his head seemed to be watching him all the time. Chapter 166: Another Kind of Prosperity. Within the endless abyss, under the watchful gaze of the black and red vortex, the clone that came from the outside slowly walked into the underground kingdom of the original Trial Continent. This area is truly nauseating and disgusting. I really don't know what kind of monster the Lord who rules this area is. The reason this clone said this is because the underground kingdom at this time is no longer the same underground kingdom as before. At this time, the underground kingdom, having been given to the siblings Mara and held by Wu Wei, presented itself in an extremely morbid state. To call it pathological is not entirely accurate. To be precise, the underground kingdom at this point had become something like a plague domain. The once black underground soil began to lose its darkness. Because colorful plague clusters are growing rampant in this underground kingdom. These wild swarms successfully used their colorful forms to transform the entire underground kingdom into a world resembling a fallen rainbow. However, these plague clusters are different from rainbows. Rainbows spread beauty and hope. These seemingly beautiful plague clusters only spray out a toxic mist called disease particles. Moreover, the entire underground kingdom was not just transformed from the earth itself. As the lair of Mara, the plague breeder, the air and climate of the entire underground kingdom have been drastically altered. The air, which was originally cold and dry, has now become warm and humid. This temperature is also ideal for the growth of Mara's new toy, the slime mushroom. Slime mushrooms, a type of filamentous fungus, are found throughout the top of the entire underground kingdom, above the various large caves. These filamentous fungi, in addition to their ability to multiply rapidly, can also use their own power to provide a scarlet glow to the entire underground kingdom. Moreover, they serve as food and hatcheries for numerous plague flies. Every moment, mature plague eagles mate, die, and give birth to their next generation on these slime mushrooms. In the course of this process, a large number of twisted and terrifying new plagues also emerged. And these new plagues, once born, will in turn promote the prosperity of the underground kingdom once again, ensuring its endless cycle. Therefore, after adding all of these together, the underground kingdom, once silent and desolate, burying countless corpses, was not as lonely as people believed. The vast number of free and unfettered plague spirits, under the care of the plague's mother, lived as happily as children in their childhood. This underground king, surrounded by disease and plague, was undoubtedly the greatest paradise that brought them happiness in their childhood. However, all of this filled the clone with immense disgust and fear. Because the owner of this clone is actually a nature spirit, and she is a nature spirit of extremely high level. She is the master of the Great Garden, the pride of the Children of Nature Alliance, and a descendant of the ancient elves Tess. Flower language. Tess, as a genuine inheritor of the bloodline of the natural spirits, showed extreme disgust and anger after seeing the state of Wu Wei's underground kingdom. The delay is because what Tess's flower language is passed down in her bloodline is not just a simple statement about nature. In her view, everything in the natural world deserves respect. In her mind, the natural world should be beautiful, prosperous, and unforgettable. Mother Nature has given birth to everything, and all existence should be her children. She will do her best to show the most beautiful side of nature to her children. However, Wu Wei's underground kingdom can be considered the absolute opposite of Mother Nature. Furthermore, Tess' flower language felt angry because, in her eyes, plague and death, these two blasphemous words, had completely distorted the definition of nature in this region. Within this distorted definition of nature, an abnormally disgusting prosperity has emerged on this land. This kind of prosperity is completely different from the prosperity defined by Mother Nature. It is sick and distorted. But that's precisely what makes it prosperous. This is a complete desecration of Mother Nature. Looking at the land before her, Tess's alter ego revealed anger in its eyes. However, such anger was fleeting. After all, the it we see now is nothing more than a tiny fragment of Tess Flower Language's soul. Its capabilities are very limited. Even in its rage, it is now unable to directly destroy this land that has desecrated Mother Nature's definition, as well as the plague spirits that inhabit it. So Tess, the language of flowers, simply glanced at the land and then continued on her way. Not long after leaving, Tess Flower Language's clone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found it. It really wasn't easy to find this thing. The soul tree seed left behind by the descendants of the Lee family. Sure enough, following Tess's gaze, a tiny emerald green dot, hidden among the endless rotting corpses, stands out like a flower that emerges from the mud, unsullied. It's really thanks to Li Mangmang using the soul tree seed, otherwise I really might not have been able to find this world. The meaning of the flower Tess is as follows. It should be noted that although thousands of lords have descended upon the Trial Continent, it appears to be an area that everyone can teleport to. However, after the trial ended, the coordinates that the lords once possessed became invalid. If Wu Wei hadn't used the power of the Abyss Seed to forcibly turn the Trial Continent into part of the Abyss, he wouldn't have been able to return to the Trial Continent after the trial ended. As for the underlying principles of this matter, we will leave that aside for now. After Tess Flower Language found the seed using her ability to communicate with the soul tree seed, she picked it up without hesitation. Yes, it's exactly the same as what Li Muyan said. The soul of this unlucky kid is residing in this seed. However, he is still under the protection of the soul tree seed and is currently in a deep sleep. It's a pity. In this state, with my current clone ability, I can't directly kill him and eliminate future troubles. Let this unlucky kid live a little longer, even though he won't live much longer. Although the soul tree seed is not a particularly rare item, even Li Mangmang, who was in the trial stage, was able to exchange for it. However, its special ability to protect souls is extremely powerful. It is so powerful that even in its current clone form, Tess of the Flower Language cannot shake it. Let me return my clone first. Once it returns to the plane where the Alliance of Children of Nature is located, I will be able to resolve all of this. Thinking of this, Tess Flower Language's main body, located in the Alliance of Children of Nature, immediately began casting a spell, starting to drag her clone back to her own world. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A force she couldn't comprehend suddenly intervened in her spellcasting process. The Power of the Endless Abyss. Chapter 167 The Power of the Abyss. Just as Tess Flower Language was trying to use the power of magic to drag her soul clone back to her own plane, an accident occurred. Within the Child of Nature Alliance. In a world designated as Plane 1 by the Alliance of Children of Nature, and also known as the Cradle of Nature, Tess, wearing a floral dress, suddenly screamed in her room. The sharp cry caught the attention of the maid outside the room. Upon hearing these cries, the maids who served Tess immediately rushed in. However, when the maids entered the room, the scene before them took them by surprise. Because in their eyes, Tess and Flower Language, who have always been known for their beauty and elegance, were sitting slumped in the middle of a small French courtyard with disheveled hair and clothes. What they found most unbelievable was that the powerful Tess Flower Language was actually injured. A trickle of bright red blood flowed from Tess's lips. Seeing this, many of the maids panicked and rushed over. Lord Flower Language. Tess, what happened? However, just as the group of maids approached, a powerful force emanated from Tess Flower Language, blasting them away from their room. Don't come any closer. The natural forces within me have gone out of control. Get out of my room. After saying that, Tess waved her hand and closed the door to her room, shutting the maids out. She wiped her mouth, then sat back down in the magic circle with a sharp look in her eyes. What's going on? There's something blocking me, preventing me from reclaiming my own soul avatar. Tess, who had returned to the magic circle, was far from calm. On the contrary, her heart was in turmoil. Because she had just been attacked by something she couldn't understand. This attack not only destroyed half of her magic circle, but also temporarily severed her connection with her soul avatar. However, the entity that attacked her did not directly harm her, nor did it harm Tess or Flower Language's soul clones. Instead, it directly attacked her magic circle. In Tess's perception, this strange existence, which she could not understand, seemed to be leaving behind a fragment of her soul. This is not good news. No, I must successfully retrieve my soul clone. Tess's face darkened. You must understand that the soul is something that can never be shared. Or rather, they were captured by other powerful beings. In the history of the elven race, there are countless instances where the soul's owner was turned into a plaything due to unexpected events. Tess doesn't want to be one of them. Especially since she had already realized that the strange being harbored ill intentions towards her. Reactivate the magic array. Thinking of this, Tess Flower Language immediately restarted her magic circle, which was already half damaged, and engraved new magic runes on it before the original magic circle had completely dissolved. Soon, with the new magical runes taking effect, the magic circle successfully restarted. After countless bizarre and fantastical images flashed by, Tess Flower Language's consciousness reconnected to her clone. However, when Tess Flower Language reconnected to her clone, the scene before her eyes made her almost unable to believe her eyes. Tentacles, countless viscous tentacles composed of dark energy, were constantly extending from the black and red vortex in the sky, reaching towards his clone. Although Tess didn't know what these tentacles of dark energy would do to her clone, she instinctively felt fear. Fear that comes from the deepest part of the soul. However, although these viscous tentacles are composed of dark energy, they are actually hidden in the real world, just like Tessa's specially made clone. Get out of my way. Unlike the last time we were ambushed. This time, having already gained experience, Tess chose to reinforce the magic circle. She infused the magic circle she was in with a large amount of natural energy to protect the absolute safety of her soul and the soul fragments of her clone. And her preparations did indeed come in handy. Because when Tess reconnected to her clone, the dark tentacles that had been wrapped around her clone suddenly retreated. These terrifying dark tentacles, like vampires encountering sunlight, quickly concealed themselves. Just as I expected. Just as Tess had predicted, the natural elements she carried were extremely effective at restraining all creations in this corrupt and twisted world. But, is that really the case? Just as Tess Flower Language was overjoyed with her victory, the black and red vortex in the sky has changed again. However, this is different from the Endless Abyss's gentle treatment of Tessa's soul. This time, the attitude of the Endless Abyss is rage. What's going on? Just as Tess relaxed, she suddenly realized that the clone she was possessing was completely unable to move. No matter how much he increased the magical energy within the magic circle, he could no longer control this clone. How is that possible? I clearly didn't feel any attack, oh Mother Nature, this is. It turned out that when Tess discovered she couldn't control her clone and turned to examine the magic circle she had created, she finally understood why she couldn't control it. Crack. Chirp. Squeak. The magic circle beneath Tess had actually come to life. The runes that Tess had previously infused into the magic circle have now transformed into a series of indescribable, alien entities. Runes can actually be twisted into life? What kind of monster is this? As more and more runes were twisted by the endless abyss, Tess could no longer suppress her fear and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, the endless abyss welcomes any outsider. But she absolutely would not allow the outsider who had already entered her body to escape again. Across a vast distance, traversing the rifts of time and space, a tentacle emerging from the abyss of darkness coiled around Tess's smooth calf. Now, she and her soul belong to the abyss. Mother Nature. Help me. In her despair, Tess cried out to something. Chapter 168: The Clash of Two Wills. Just as the endless abyss was about to use its power to drag Tess Flower Language's soul into the endless abyss. In despair, Tess begins to pray to Mother Nature, whom she serves. Mother Nature. Help me. In the depths of despair, Tess cried out. This was the last thing she could do before she and her soul were swallowed by the abyss. And a miracle really happened. The instant Tess finished saying those words, a collective consciousness, belonging to an ancient existence just like the endless abyss, took notice of everything happening in this corner of the world. In an instant, the endless abyss tentacles that were dragging Tess and her soul were met with a counterattack from Mother Nature. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Although these two massive aggregates of consciousness cannot speak, that does not mean they lack thought. The moment they spotted each other, they immediately began fighting. However, the purposes and significance of the struggle between the two sides are slightly different. The vast consciousness of the endless abyss is vying for ownership of its prey. She was like a giant, multi-clawed beast, angrily snatching its prey from the other's grasp. But Mother Nature is somewhat different. Because the so-called prey in the eyes of the endless abyss is actually her child in the true sense of the word. Nature spirits, especially high-level nature spirits, are two completely different creatures in the eyes of Mother Nature compared to ordinary beings that are close to nature. If ordinary creatures born to the Mother Nature are like adopted children whom she neither particularly likes nor dislikes, then high-ranking nature spirits are like her own children whom she loves dearly. The two are positioned and treated very differently. So when Mother Nature, this vast collective consciousness, sensed that someone was vying for ownership of Tess Flower's soul, she felt no anger. Instead, he was furious. Boom. In an instant, the consciousnesses of these two enormous beings collided in the small room. Everything in this room was being wildly distorted by the collision of these two consciousnesses. Sometimes, under the influence of the endless abyss, they transform into some kind of deformed and disgusting living creature. Sometimes, it reverts to its original form due to the passing of pure natural air. In fact, these things, which originally belonged to nature, became even more valuable because of the excessive natural atmosphere. However, as the struggle intensified, these items eventually lost their original form. Due to the collision of their auras, they gradually transformed into something that even description could not accurately capture. However, amidst all this, those runes that were originally brought to life by the abyss's aura gradually transformed into peaceful, natural runes due to Mother Nature's powerful aura. Instead of helping the abyss fight for Tess's soul, they will help Mother Nature protect the souls of Tess and her clones. A passage, appearing emerald green in the spatial rift, quietly appeared between Tess and her clone. At that moment, Tess Flower Language, who had been gradually suffocating due to the constraints of the abyss, suddenly realized. I'm free. Even now, she is still free. So upon discovering this, she immediately began to save herself, trying every possible means to break free from the clutches of this bizarre monster, the endless abyss. As a result, the endless abyss is finding it increasingly difficult to control the other party. This is the power of Mother Nature. Even when facing the terrifying, endless abyss, Her Majesty remained. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time to say the words that would later be used to praise Mother Nature. As the endless abyss realized that its prey was getting further and further away, it too transformed from anger into rage. This massive collective consciousness did not employ the same attack methods as Mother Nature. She doesn't seem to have that powerful control over things right now, directly creating a passage between two different worlds. So she used the dumbest, most primitive, but also the most effective method to attack her opponent. She condensed the darkness within the endless abyss and injected it into Mother Nature's body, attempting to destroy her resistance and will. The instant the endless abyss did this, terrifying changes occurred simultaneously in all planes within the alliance of Children of Nature. I'm in so much pain. Oh my god, a monster. A monster is coming. Haha, destruction has begun. We will all die. Among countless territories, those creatures of nature whose will was the weakest, but who had a connection with Mother Nature suddenly went mad. To the astonishment of countless lords, these originally perfectly normal creatures of nature transformed into utter madmen. They cried out that the end was near and evil was coming, while futilely venting their pain. Some lords even observed that some natural creatures, due to extreme pain, actually ripped off their own skin while still alive. However, compared to these less important natural creatures, these lords paid more attention to another matter. A truly significant event that will impact the entire Children of Nature Alliance. That was a golden world tree planted by the Alliance of Children of Nature in the instant these natural beings went mad. The first withered leaf of its life fell. In the end, what happened? All the high-ranking members of the Child of Nature Alliance are pondering this question. Meanwhile, the struggle between Mother Nature and the endless abyss also came to an end. The battle between the two of them has also come to a conclusion. The winner among them is Chapter 169, Each Side's Victory and Defeat. Hiss. In the completely chaotic room, Tess Flower Language, naked and with lifeless eyes, knelt on the ground. At this moment, she was no longer the dignified and elegant natural attendant she once was. Because, after experiencing the struggle between Mother Nature and the endless abyss, Tess's fragile soul and spirit were on the verge of collapse. All of this stemmed from the fact that Tess gained a brief period of freedom during her battle with Mother Nature in the endless abyss. This freedom was hard-won. This is because Mother Nature, through her own power, created a passage for Tess's soul from the Alliance of Children of Nature to the endless abyss. This passage is her only chance to reclaim her entire soul. So she didn't have time to think much before making the decision to send her clone back to her original world. Unfortunately, the moment she pulled her clone toward her own plane, the endless abyss had already responded. Just as Tess's avatar was about to completely break free from the endless abyss, the endless condensations of darkness crushed the natural passage into dust. At that moment, Tess could only preserve her clone as much as possible, and then bring the rest of the souls that had not yet been pulled away by the endless abyss back into the embrace of Mother Nature. But at this moment, due to the counterattack of the endless abyss, those dark condensations began to play another role. That is, their existence successfully allowed Tess to see clearly the true nature of the so-called endless abyss. A monster, an absolute monster. Tess Flower Language, who had just crawled out of the abyss, trembled uncontrollably. Fear was deeply etched into her mind. At this point, she had become somewhat insane due to the excessive blows she had suffered. Not long ago, a part of her soul, enveloped by Mother Nature, witnessed the essence of the endless abyss. This was the first time she had ever encountered a powerful consciousness capable of contending with Mother Nature. This was also the first time she had ever seen such a dark, profound, and twisted, terrifying collective consciousness. A twisted world spiraling downwards. A terrifying and depraved endless will. A mad and irrational creature. All of this made Tess, who is used to nature and beauty, feel extremely uncomfortable. Too terrifying, too crazy, and too. But just as Tess was still screaming, Mother Nature intervened again. Sleep well, child. I will cleanse the pollution from your soul. Sleep now, child. The monster you fear is not real. Sleep well, child. Go to sleep. Soothed by Mother Nature's will, Tess Flower Language, whose soul had been in turmoil and whose will was on the verge of madness, suddenly felt extremely tired. Then, without her noticing, Tess Flower Language fell into a deep sleep. The immeasurable natural energy began to wash away the madness in her soul from gazing into the endless abyss during her slumber. After doing this, when Tess of the Flower Language awakens again, it will completely return to normal. However, washing away this so-called madness is not the key point. The true purpose of these natural elements is, in fact, restoration. Repair the broken soul of Tess. In this battle, the immense will known as Mother Nature prevailed. She successfully snatched back most of the sole ownership of her daughter, Tess Flower Language, from the clutches of the endless abyss. Even though the attacks from the endless abyss had caused her great damage. However, in reality, Mother Nature has already won. But after Mother Nature was injured and Tess Flower Language, the pride of the Children of Nature Alliance, was severely damaged, an extremely terrifying storm was stirred up within the entire Children of Nature Alliance. This incident will soon drag Li Mengmeng and Li Muyun back into the fray. Neither of them could have imagined that their little scheme would cause such a sensation. Even the golden world tree planted by their alliance of Children of Nature shed its first withered leaf because of this small conspiracy. On the other side, within Wu Wei's territory, if the massive consciousness of the endless abyss truly possessed sufficient emotions, then her strongest feelings at this moment would likely be resentment and discontent. She was unconvinced because she had actually lost to a tiny Mother Nature. The reason for the grievance is that the endless abyss is now far too weak. Otherwise, if it were the endless abyss at its peak, this so-called Mother Nature would at least disintegrate upon seeing her, if not be terrified out of her wits. But as I said before, the endless abyss is far too weak. No matter how powerful the endless abyss was in the past, it is still at the critical point of just escaping its near-death state. Even so, the battle between the endless abyss and Mother Nature was not without its gains. At least in the previous great battle, the abyss took the initiative and used its own abilities to injure Mother Nature, on whom Tess relied. And that's not all. The truly important thing is that although the abyss lost most of its prey, namely Tess's soul ownership, it still managed to get its hands on the Tessa souls that were originally inside it during the entanglement between the two sides. However, here's something interesting to tell you. As mentioned before, Tess chose to preserve her soul clone as much as possible at the moment the natural passage was crushed. The method of preserving Tess Flower Language is rather peculiar, or rather, somewhat cruel. Because at that time, the only way she could preserve her soul was to use her soul affinity to forcibly allow the soul tree seed to protect her own clone soul. Although there was some risk involved, Tess herself couldn't think of any better solution under the circumstances at the time. So this was the only thing she could do. However, the internal capacity of the soul tree is very limited. So when Tess Flower Language actually did that, poor Gu Chongqing's soul was directly squeezed out of the soul tree seed. Before he could fully regain his will, he was crushed by the terrifying pressure of the solidified darkness, turning into countless shattered fragments of his soul. Since the trial assessment had ended, Gu Chongqing no longer had the qualification to be resurrected. In addition, the endless abyss had destroyed his entire soul. So, in a sense, Gu Chongqing himself is completely dead. Moreover, his death was truly linked to Wu Wei. A faint thread of cause and effect first circled several times in the endless abyss, and finally wrapped itself around Wu Wei. Oh right, I almost forgot to mention. Wu Wei himself felt nothing about the battle between the endless abyss and Mother Nature. This was not only because his own level of life was insufficient to perceive a battle of this magnitude, but also because the endless abyss had not informed Wu Wei of everything it had done in any way. However, Wu Wei didn't get unfairly blamed. On the contrary, he himself also gained something. After obtaining this soul tree seed containing a small portion of Tessa's soul in the endless abyss, a certain value within Wu Wei's territory quietly changed from 0 to 1. And this so-called numerical value is the special soul. Essential materials needed to exchange for a succubus. The endless abyss's revenge on the natural world has only just begun. Chapter 170, Spying on the Shilling Empire. A2. On the other side, Wu Wei, who was completely unaware of the strange battle that had just taken place in the endless abyss, inexplicably sneezed. Actually, this was just the endless abyss reminding Wu Wei in some way, and it certainly wasn't because he had a cold or anything. However, due to the chaotic nature of the endless abyss, amidst the absolute chaos of fate, she inadvertently chose to remind Wu Wei in such an inefficient and somewhat incomprehensible way. In any case, the endless abyss had already done its best to warn Wu Wei. Whether the other person understands or not is their own problem, isn't it? However, the sneeze caused Liz Olsen, the fallen angel beside Wu Wei, to pause in surprise. My lord. You, as a lord of the abyss, can actually catch a cold? However, noticing this, Liz Olsen narrowed his eyes and suddenly had a wicked idea. Oh right, my lord. Do you think it's possible that that damned fatworm is secretly getting revenge on you, causing you to catch a cold? Hearing this from the fallen angel. Because hell went out to fight, little Mara, who was forced to lie on Wu Wei's shoulder, became furious. You damned Blackwing bastard, how dare you slander me? My loyalty to the great lord far exceeds yours by 10 times, 100 times. Oh really? Liz Olsen, whose face was extremely beautiful but whose mind was as deep as a black hole, laughed out loud. Then why does our great lord never sneeze normally, but start sneezing as soon as you get on his shoulder? Doesn't this just prove that you were the one behind this? My lord, I humbly suggest that you carefully consider the loyalty of these demons. After all, how could they, who do not believe in the Lord of the Abyss, possibly know what true loyalty is? You. Mara was enraged to the extreme by the cunning and ruthless Liz Olsen. Already socially awkward and with a slight stutter, she was at a loss for words. She could only wriggle around on Wu Wei's shoulder like a disturbed caterpillar, trying to find something to say in response. Hey, didn't I say that? From now on, especially when I'm waging war, you guys are not allowed to fight amongst yourselves in front of me? And Wu Wei glared at the beautiful fallen angel and said, Don't throw mud at Mara. I don't have a cold. That sneeze just now was probably just an allergic reaction. Wu Wei was so certain because he glanced at his status bar. I do not have any illness at the moment. So, that sneeze was just a coincidence. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Liz Olsen, who was standing behind him, smiled and replied, Yes, great Abyss Lord. I will obey your commands forever. However, at the moment he said that, the fallen angel Liz Olsen actually made a very contemptuous face at Mara. Moreover, due to the angle, Wu Wei, who was facing away from the fallen angel, did not see this action. Poor little Mara, if she weren't outmatched by Liz Olsen, she would have rushed up and plucked a single black feather from him. By the way, Liz. Wu Wei suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Those Abyss cult followers you sent out should have reached the border of the Shilling Empire by now. Didn't you say before that you could bring the Shilling Empire into our camp with your own abilities alone, without me having to use the demons? Or that if you couldn't win them over, you could at least use the people in their empire and cultivate a large number of Abyss believers? The Shilling Empire is a large power in the world of Raven's habitat. Like Wu Wei, the Shilling Empire was also engaged in a war against the undead army. However, Wu Wei didn't care about the other party at first. After all, as the leader of the Demon Legion, he never intended to have any allies. All he needed were powerful heroes and a large number of obedient warriors. However, the fallen angel Liz Olsen made some minor requests for improvement regarding Wu Wei's approach. Because in the eyes of the fallen angels, the inhabitants of the Shieling Empire actually have extremely high value. At least after becoming believers in the abyss, they will gain extremely high value. Therefore, indiscriminately destroying everything in the Shieling Empire would actually be detrimental to Wu Wei's current battle situation. Therefore, Liz Olsen, who wanted to prove himself, made a request to Wu Wei. That is, without using the demon army, she could take over most of the value in the Shieling Empire with only her own group of abyss believers and a little bit of Wu Wei's resources. Of course, this attempt to win over Liz was just a polite remark from the fallen angel. She and Wu Wei didn't care at all whether the Shieling Empire would be destroyed. All she cared about was whether she could establish enough value in the Lord's eyes. However, in Wu Wei's view, Liz Olsen's proposal was actually very tempting. After all, with the undead and demons locked in a fierce battle, and the demons facing increasingly higher risks, if Wu Wei could acquire a large number of warriors out of thin air, the battlefield situation could very well be reversed. Of course, all of this was done without Wu Wei using the final plan to fight back against the undead race. That's why Wu Wei suggested unifying Liz Olsen and let her give it a try. It doesn't matter if she fails anyway. After all, the value of those earliest Abyss cult followers is practically zero on today's battlefield where hundreds die every minute. How are the Abyss believers who have already reached the border of the Shieling Empire doing now? Upon hearing Wu Wei's question, Liz Olsen immediately dropped his previous frivolous demeanor and adopted an extremely serious and professional expression. My lord, your keen observation and decisive judgment have astonished me. Please rest assured, the fallen believers I released have already begun to spread the Black Sun your glory on the edge of the Shieling Empire. Given time, we will gain a large number of usable troops and a large number of new Abyss believers. But it is at this time that the moment I mentioned to you, when I needed your little bit of help, has arrived. Olsen said with a smile. I may need you to exchange some skills for me from the Abyss Cult Sanctuary. Upon hearing Liz Olsen's words, Wu Wei nodded. Okay, I can trust you. Since you need me to exchange skills for you, then let's return to the Endless Abyss together first. Perfect timing. I also need to return to the Endless Abyss to retrieve the Lord's skills I've accumulated. Wu Wei has not yet used up all the gains he made in the Lord's trial. Aside from those precious Lord skills, Wu Wei's fully fused Abyss Codex has not yet been fully utilized to some extent. Therefore, eager to gain more combat power, Wu Wei returned to the Endless Abyss with the beautiful fallen angel Liz Olsen. But in reality, Liz Olsen lied, or rather, she didn't tell the whole truth. Because the fallen Abyss believers she sent out did not engage in any meaningful equal exchange with the beings of the Shieling Empire. There is absolutely no possibility of cooperation between the two sides. And those fallen Abyss believers are currently carrying out one terrifying sacrificial ritual after another in countless villages of the Shieling Empire. Their actions were far more terrifying than the undead to the poor people of the Shieling Empire. She is using the purest methods, but with the most cruel and depraved means, to select new fallen believers. Chapter 171: The Special Demon. All right, Liz Olsen. Upon returning to the Abyss territory, Wu Wei led Liz Olsen to the front of the Abyss Church's sanctuary. Although the blasphemous church was incredibly magnificent, Wu Wei, severely lacking in time, had no interest in admiring such architecture. Instead, he spoke directly to the fallen angel Liz. Which skills do you want to exchange for? Oh right, your usage limit is 10 million resource points. I will not consider skills that exceed this number for the time being. Hearing Wu Wei say that, Liz Olsen smiled gently. Great Abyss Lord, I understand. However, I need a little time to calculate how to use such a generous amount of resource points. Could you wait a moment? Upon hearing what the fallen angel said, Wu Wei nodded. Okay, you can calculate everything you need first. I'll be there in about half an hour. After saying that, Wu Wei returned to the Abyss throne to check the Lord's skill reward he wanted to exchange for. However, after preventing Wu Wei from sitting on the Abyss throne, he, who was extremely sensitive to data, suddenly discovered a peculiar point. That is, his all-too-familiar data panel seems to be acting strangely. For example, he noticed that the number in his special soul section, which was originally 0, had changed. What's going on? Wu Wei was extremely surprised at this moment. Although he may not be an expert in some areas, his memory ability is beyond question. He remembered very clearly that he had never exchanged for any kind of existence called a special soul. How did this special soul come about? It turns out that after suffering injustice and anger from Mother Nature in the endless abyss, she vented all her anger on Tess Flower Language's alternate soul. Although the soul tree is a peculiar existence, it can protect the souls within it to a great extent. But that only works under normal circumstances. Faced with the endless abyss of rage, the soul tree seed's ability to protect souls is like a not-so-funny joke. The endless abyss easily destroyed the tree of souls and tore off the remaining soul of Tess. Then, this remaining part of the soul was manipulated by the endless abyss, directly transformed, or rather lured into depravity, into the special soul it is today. Now it will become the most important part of the endless abyss's revenge on Mother Nature. That's a bit strange. Wu Wei glanced at his past system interface and notifications and found that he had indeed never redeemed this so-called special soul. More importantly, he had no idea how to exchange for the so-called special soul. Wu Wei raised his head, glanced at the black and red vortex in the sky, and narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this thing was a gift from the endless abyss? However, Wu Wei shook his head when he thought about the endless abyss's previous withholding of resource points. That's unlikely. It's good enough if she doesn't skimp on things. Never mind, whatever. Now that a special soul has appeared, I'll make use of it. After all, a succubus is at least a level 25 combat unit. I wonder what the fighting style of a succubus is like. After saying that, Wu Wei selected the exchange option and put the resource called Special Soul into the Abyss incubation pool. Soon, under the watchful gaze of the endless abyss, a semi-transparent cocoon, completely different from all the other demon cocoons, appeared in Wu Wei's field of vision. When Wu Wei looked through the semi-transparent cocoon at what was inside, he couldn't help but be shocked. Wait, it looks like this. Is it really a demon? Inside the translucent cocoon, an extremely alluring creature sways slowly as the cocoon expands. And she will become the first succubus to return to the real world from the endless abyss, where Wu Wei is. Chapter 172, The Succubus's Abilities. Wait, this looks like this. Is it really a demon? Inside the translucent demon cocoon, a creature that Wu Wei considered extremely skinny and uncompetitive in appearance was developing steadily. However, Wu Wei's thinking differs from that of most people. Therefore, the wording above actually needs a little revision. Wu Wei's description of her as extremely thin should be revised to slender and delicate. Instead of saying lacking in competitive appearance, it should be revised to beautiful and alluring. Indeed, this translucent demon cocoon gave birth to a body completely different from all other demons. Even in the gestation stage, she had extremely long limbs and looked full of healthy vitality. Even before she opened her eyes, her allure was already conveyed through her blurred face. Vitality, charm, joy, and love. All of this is simply a quality she possesses even while in the gestation stage. Even before she was born, she already possessed various special qualities. More importantly, she possesses a positive quality that none of the demons have. Unfortunately, these so-called positive traits did not last long. Because from the moment she was truly conceived, these so-called positive traits began to rapidly mutate and become distorted. Just like all matter and non-matter in the endless abyss, everything in the endless abyss ultimately cannot escape the ultimate fate of being distorted. Smack! With a cracking sound, the succubus emerged from the shattered demon cocoon. Wu Wei's scarlet vertical pupils suddenly narrowed as he stared intently at the fragile, newborn creature in front of him. He was observing the other person. Similarly, the newly born succubus was also observing Wu Wei. What Wu Wei noticed first was the succubus's extremely exaggerated attribute values. Succubus unnamed. Unit level, 25. Attribute values: Strength 5, Intelligence 22, Stamina 7, Perception 48, Agility 9, Charisma 60. Current stage maximum values: Health 65, Mana 125. Unit Skill 1, Camouflage. Disguise, passive skill. The succubus possesses a limited ability to shape-shift, allowing her to alter her appearance, sexual organs, and body shape for an extended period. Unit Skill 2, Soul Lure. Soul Seduction, active skill. A succubus can use her body, words, thoughts, aura, etc. to significantly increase the other party's favorability towards her and lower their guard until they completely trust her. Note: this skill can be used on non-humanoid creatures and can slightly ignore level differences. Unit Skill 3, Soul Imprint. Soul Brand. Any being who trusts this succubus will have their soul branded by her. If the soul brand persists, that being will be considered the succubus's slave. Furthermore, that being will be unable to escape the succubus's control, nor will they be able to refuse any of her demands or fight for her. Unit Skill 4, Hedonistic Revelry. Indulgence and revelry. Once the succubus has a sufficient number of slaves, she will initiate a massive, unrestrained revelry. During this revelry, the succubus will selectively absorb the souls of some of her slaves, resulting in a certain increase in her attribute values. Current number of souls absorbed, 0. Current attribute value increasing, 0. Other attributes, omitted. It has very strange attributes and a very peculiar set of skills. This was Wu Wei's first assessment of succubi. Moreover, once Wu Wei truly understood the succubus's abilities, he began to accept its existence. From the very beginning, after Wu Wei saw the succubus's frail body, he subconsciously thought that such a weak creature would be completely uncompetitive in the abyss and become a slave to those cunning and cruel demons. But the truth is the opposite. Because although those demons appear cruel and cunning and are extremely fond of violence, but it is they that truly become playthings. The succubi will become their masters, treating them as playthings. The reason for this is that the succubus's abilities, from beginning to end, highlight one characteristic: control. From the initial ability to disguise, to soul seduction, and then to soul imprinting, all of the succubus's abilities exist for the purpose of control. Therefore, it is different from most ordinary demons who only know how to kill. The succubus's role in the abyss is that of a soul controller among demons. It's surprisingly good. Wu Wei looked at the succubus in front of him, carefully examining her attributes, and then pondered the succubus's use in the war. If she has the ability to control souls, then she can play a role in many situations. For example, by disguising ourselves, we can obtain intelligence from behind enemy lines. Or rather, I directly asked her to use her abilities to infiltrate the upper echelons and carry out assassinations. Or perhaps I could order her to corrupt certain special units. As he spoke, Wu Wei couldn't help but get excited. Because in his mind, this succubus could play too many roles. Her arrival will greatly enhance Wu Wei's war tactics. However, as mentioned before, while Wu Wei was observing the succubus was also observing him. However, their purposes for observing each other are somewhat different. Wu Wei was pondering the purpose of the succubus. Meanwhile, the succubus was pondering how to quickly win over Wu Wei. To curry favor with the Abyss Lord before him. Splash! As a soft rustling sound was heard, countless tiny flesh buds, denser than hair, suddenly sprouted on the succubus's smooth skin. These tiny fleshy buds kept turning and changing, quickly transforming the succubus's appearance. She transformed into a fairy with red hair, silver eyes, and fair skin. However, this state did not last long. After realizing that Wu Wei was not interested in her appearance, the succubus immediately began to change. Then, under Wu Wei's curious gaze, the succubus began to change its appearance wildly. A strong, muscular female orc, a pale blue-bodied, elven-faced, serpentine-bodied ocean naga, a fair-skinned, beautiful, and noble vampire. In order to please Wu Wei, the succubus began to use countless different appearances to please him. Unfortunately, Wu Wei seemed uninterested in all of this. But when the succubus tried again, Wu Wei's eyes widened suddenly, and he quickly called for a stop. Because the succubus's appearance had just changed beyond Wu Wei's expectations. More importantly, she was incredibly bold enough to dare spy on us. The Soul of the Abyss Lord? Chapter 173, The Application of Perception. You are. Do what? Just as the succubus was trying to please Wu Wei with different appearances, Wu Wei's scarlet vertical pupils suddenly contracted. The reason for this was that the succubus actually transformed into Su Yingshue's appearance right in front of Wu Wei. No. More accurately, she transformed into someone resembling Su Yingxue. Because, due to the succubus's unique abilities, the little succubus who transformed into Su Yingxue was an even more perfect being than the original. Remember, it's about being even more perfect. The succubus discarded all the flaws in Su Yingshue's original body without hesitation. Su Yingshue's originally beautiful face and figure also underwent a huge change under the succubus's disguise ability. For example, in terms of body shape, the succubus has made it even more exaggerated and three-dimensional. However, even though it was meant to please. However, Wu Wei still felt a surge of anger the moment he saw the little succubus do that. Because when she became this top-tier Su Yingxue, it wasn't a direct transformation. She figured it out little by little through Wu Wei's own soul. For example, when the succubus was initially changing, Su Yingxue had purple hair, but after observing Wu Wei's reaction, the succubus gradually changed it, eventually transforming it into its current appearance. This feeling of having one's soul spied on is something Wu Wei cannot accept. Especially in this way. Therefore, Wu Wei's originally narrow, snake-like pupils became needle-like in his anger. Upon seeing that look, the poor little succubus trembled. It was obvious to her that Wu Wei's soul was currently in a state of rage. The wrath of an Abyss Lord is not good news. Especially considering that this Abyss Lord possesses the heart of the Abyss. In demonic language, my lord, The little succubus had no idea what she had done wrong and was gripped by fear. But at this very moment, my lord, I've already chosen the skill I want in the sanctuary. Why are you taking so long, Above the endless abyss, a pair of soft black wings brought the fallen angel Liz to Wu Wei's side. Originally, the fallen angel Liz Olsen was still waiting for Wu Wei in the Abyss Cult Sanctuary, but because Wu Wei had taken too long, she flew over on her own to find this Abyss Lord. However, when he flew near the throne of the Abyss, Liz Olsen witnessed a very interesting scene. That was Wu Wei, his eyes blazing with anger as he stared intently at a trembling little succubus. A succubus? Wow, it's a live succubus. My lord, this is a treasure. As soon as she landed, the fallen angel Liz spoke. Good stuff. Wu Wei frowned. What do you mean? Hee, my lord, you may not know this, but in the endless abyss, if you can possess a succubus and not be controlled by her, then your blissful life is about to begin. The shameless fallen angel gave Wu Wei a lewd smile. Happiness in every sense of the word, the kind that one wouldn't even trade for the position of the supreme god king. However, I saw you were angry when I arrived. Did something happen? After Wu Wei briefly explained the reasons, Liz Olsen laughed and said to Wu Wei, My lord, please calm down. This little guy is just ignorantly displaying his instincts in front of you. Moreover, she did not actually peer into your soul just now, and I swear to that. They didn't spy on my soul? Wu Wei was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He found it hard to believe, because if the other person hadn't been spying on his soul, how could she have become the way she is now? You should know that this little succubus has never seen Su Yingshue's true appearance. How did she do that? In response to Wu Wei's question, Liz Olsen gave his own answer. Perception. My lord, it's an extraordinary level of perception. In the endless abyss, besides possessing special soul-related abilities, the succubi's most advantageous ability is their superhuman sensory attributes. Hearing this, Wu Wei took another look at the succubus's attribute values. Just as Liz had predicted. In terms of attribute values, besides possessing the current maximum level of charm, this succubus's highest attribute is perception. As for what perception is, to put it simply, the essence of perception is a kind of observation ability. There are countless categories of observation skills, such as observing the other person's clothing and lifestyle, or observing micro-expressions. And this perception is especially important in battle. For example, sensing an impending attack, perceiving potential dangers, and so on. And succubi can use this ability to quickly identify anyone's preferences, the appearance of their love interest, and even their inner desires. Because during their transformation process, your micro-expressions already reveal your personal preferences. Even if you yourself are unaware of it, it's the same. At this point, Liz glanced at the succubus who was cowering behind her, not daring to look at Wu Wei, and secretly memorized the face of Suing Shue. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's anger subsided considerably. Certainly. However, my lord, what I just explained to you was merely my superficial understanding of the perception attribute. Because those beings who possess truly superior perception have a level of perception that we simply cannot comprehend. Take, for example, the great queen, Lilia, who is also a succubus. She is a terrifying being with extraordinary senses. It is said that all beings in the abyss, simply by standing in front of her, have their thoughts enter a state of one-dimensional transparency. She can guess what we're thinking, what we want to do, and how we'll react. Under these circumstances, Queen Lilia can manipulate us using only her language abilities, plunging us into an abyss of no return. Empress? Hearing this title, Wu Wei became somewhat curious. Why do you call her queen? Is it because there is a throne even in the abyss? To be more precise, no. In the endless abyss, titles are meaningless. Even if you call yourself the Lord of XX or the King of XX, it's useless. It's still about strength. We call her Empress, apparently because the Lord of the Abyss whom she used to serve was called His Majesty. However, considering that most of the history of the demons is unofficial, this reason is highly questionable. After all, how could the Lord of the Abyss, who is as great as the Lord of the Abyss, possibly have time to favor a mere, insignificant succubus and make her his queen? This should be done by us fallen angels. But in any case, the existence of Queen Lilia does prove one thing. That means succubi can indeed use their sensory abilities to judge their current situation and attract their targets more quickly. After all, spying on souls is a very dangerous thing. Because many succubi are sent by the Abyss Lords to serve as spies among the high-ranking members of opposing forces. It's impossible to casually peer into the souls of these high-ranking individuals. Those high-ranking officials are no weaker than some hero units. Casually peeking into their souls would easily expose their own abilities. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei nodded. After the explanation from the fallen angel Liz, Wu Wei gained a better understanding of the succubus's abilities. However, Wu Wei still had one more problem. Wait, Liz, don't you hate demons? Why do you know so much about succubi? Because I used to keep over a dozen succubi as pets in my temple. How should I put it, although it was a bit tiring every day, but... This shameless fallen angel, without batting an eye, gave Wu Wei a thumbs up and said, "So awesome!" Wu Wei covered his forehead and said helplessly, "As expected of you. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You've already chosen your abilities, right? What have you chosen?" But when Liz actually told Wu Wei about the abilities she had chosen, Wu Wei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because he never expected that the ability chosen by this fallen angel would be so extreme. Chapter 174 Halo and New Job Skills. Is this all the ability you have to make choices? This is too much. When Wu Wei saw the abilities chosen by the fallen angel Liz in the Abyss Cult Sanctuary, his expression immediately turned strange. The reason this happened was because Wu Wei never expected it. The fallen angel Liz actually chose 20 different Halo skills. Bloodlust Aura, Blade Breaking Aura, Resistance Aura, Stamina Aura, Recovery Aura. Aside from these aura abilities, the fallen angel Liz Olsen didn't select a single active skill. Although aura abilities themselves are not expensive, the sheer number of auras, coupled with the fact that many aura skills become almost negligible in effectiveness if their level is too low, means that the 10 million resource points Wu Wei gave Liz were actually not a fortune. Such a large investment of resources, yet without any direct improvement in combat strength. Liz Olsen's choice made Wu Wei hesitate for a moment. After all, he is currently in a stage where he is extremely lacking in high-end combat power. However, while Wu Wei was still pondering, the exceptionally intelligent fallen angel, Liz Olsen, noticed Wu Wei's hesitation and began to explain. Great Abyss Lord, please allow me to explain. My choice of these abilities is not an extreme act. On the contrary, the choices I have made are in line with my characteristics and, most importantly, my nature. These aura abilities perfectly suit the needs of the Abyss cult followers. Oh. Wu Wei glanced at the fallen angel Liz, waiting for her explanation. My lord, I have already witnessed your artful command of war in the previous battles. Therefore, I believe that in your endless journey ahead, the army composed of demons will be of paramount importance to you. But in order to alleviate your pressure, I must also do everything I can to help those Abyss believers you gave me grow into the qualified combat force you need as soon as possible, at least to a level that is no less than that of the demon army. And the Halo ability is the best solution. Because those fallen believers are extremely easy to cultivate, but unlike demons, they lack the opportunity to evolve. Therefore, only endless sacrifices of death can transform them. They need wars far more deadly and bloody than bloody battles to grow into qualified fallen gods. Given the large number of them and the relatively small individual differences in the early stages, the aura skill that compensates for their deficiencies can help me to quickly select the suitable fallen seeds and then nurture them. Upon hearing the explanation from the fallen angel Liz, Wu Wei nodded. Indeed, having gradually become accustomed to controlling the demon army, he simply didn't have the extra energy to command the Abyss cult followers anymore. Since Liz is able to use his aura ability to select qualified fallen gods, this is a good thing for him. Okay, I understand. After confirming that everything was correct, Wu Wei quickly exchanged the abilities of the fallen angel Liz. In an instant, countless faint black energies surrounded Liz, injecting one power after another from the endless abyss into her body. In just a few seconds, the transformation of the fallen angel was completed. Liz herself seemed quite satisfied with the changes. However, because she had gained even greater power, the fallen angel Liz suddenly brought up a question with Wu Wei. By the way, my lord, if I come across a suitable abyss of depravity, may I trouble you to personally bestow blessings upon those who have fallen? In the name of you, Lord of the Abyss and Shepherd of the Abyss. Sure, Wu Wei said without hesitation. However, bestow a blessing? Can my blessing be directly converted into combat power? Upon hearing this question, Liz smiled and nodded. My lord, you may not have been able to do this before, but now that you have completed more of the Abyss Codex, you can do it easily. You may have been too busy to notice that the Abyss's favor towards you has increased significantly since you completed the Abyss Codex. Upon hearing Liz's words, Wu Wei suddenly remembered that he had not used the new fragments he obtained from the Abyss Codex. So Wu Wei held the Abyss Codex in his hand and opened it after a long time. Then, something happened that greatly surprised Wu Wei. After he opened the Abyss Codex, with the appearance of 2 new Codex poems, he directly gained 2 new skills in his Abyss Priest class slot. You have acquired a new class skill, Fallen Blessing. You have acquired a new class skill, Dark Infusion. Chapter 175 Fallen Blessing and Dark Infusion. You have acquired a new class skill, Fallen Blessing. You have acquired a new class skill, Dark Infusion. With the opening of the Abyss Codex, 2 brand new skills were added to Wu Wei's class list. It must be said that Wu Wei is extremely unqualified as a lord in many ways. He was too innocent, so innocent that he didn't care about many things outside of war. Even though he had already made Abyss Priest his profession, he never really cared about this. He was more concerned with the development of his army than with improving his own personal strength. This wouldn't be a problem for a lord. After all, a lord's foundation lies in his own army and territory. Furthermore, Wu Wei is definitely not a madman like Li Sino, who would dare to charge forward directly. Therefore, improving his personal strength is not important to Wu Wei. It's not a problem. But in reality, there are big problems here. Because the area where Wu Wei was located was an endless abyss. Even though he is the Abyss Lord appointed by the Endless Abyss, he is still a part of the Endless Abyss. Since he is part of the Endless Abyss, Wu Wei must follow some of the rules of the Endless Abyss. The greatest principle of the Endless Abyss is that strength reigns supreme. Only absolute power can rule over others in the abyss of utter chaos. Whether it's a tiny, insignificant demon, a mysterious Abyss Lord, or an Abyss Overlord above lords, they all must abide by this rule. But Wu Wei today has violated this principle. Because Wu Wei's personal strength had hardly improved, he was able to command those terrifying and powerful demons so easily with the help of the Abyss Codex. Once, the fallen angel Liz stood not far away, watching Wu Wei, who had just opened the Abyss Codex, with a gloomy expression, pondering something to herself. Once the Lord is stripped of control over the Abyss Codex, he will likely face the most terrible fate. We fallen angels are all right, but those vile demons, whose nature is inherently prone to betrayal, might very well betray us on the spot. While I don't care which Abyss Lord I serve, this current Abyss Lord is different. Because he, as a mortal, was able to gain the recognition of the Abyss Codex, it means that his soul is indeed something the Endless Abyss craves. Therefore, if he can successfully complete all the fragments of the Abyss Codex in the future, he, who is deeply favored by the Abyss, is very likely to grow into the current ruler of the Abyss. And in this way, I, as his crucial support during his early years, will also gain an unparalleled position due to his rise to power. Even our Olsen family will become the royal family of fallen angels because of my existence. Therefore, as long as I sincerely help him, it will be a very worthwhile investment for me. A small investment yields a huge return. A hint of smugness flashed in Liz Olsen's beautiful eyes. In fact, Wu Wei was still able to recall that he possessed the upgraded Abyss Codex thanks to the fallen angel Liz. The reason she was able to do this was because Liz was different from Hendrix, a demon hero. She devoted her entire being to the Abyss Codex in Wu Wei's hands. Therefore, Liz is more concerned about when Wu Wei can complete the incomplete Abyss Codex than how many victories Wu Wei can achieve. And she will, in the countless years to come, use her diligence to guide this still inexperienced lord. Make sure the other person goes down the path you want them to go down. You actually gain 2 new skills at once? Wu Wei said after looking at his Heavenly Dao System notification. I didn't expect that I would gain a new professional skill without leveling up. While complaining, Wu Wei opened his system panel to check the effects of the class skills that only Abyss priests possessed. Fallen Blessing LV1. Active Skill, Skill Effect. The Abyss Lord performs a prayer using the Abyss Codex, then receives a blessing from the will of the Abyss, and infuses that blessing into a designated being. The blessing effect is as follows. Effect 1. Benefit of Death. The Abyss Lord can bless any weapon or armor, granting it the protection of the Abyss's aura and a 200% attribute bonus. Effect 2. Apocalyptic Perception. With the aid of the Abyss Codex, the Abyss Lord can forcibly alter the weather and climate of an area, temporarily transforming it into an environment suitable for Abyss creatures. Effect 3. Dark Gaze. With the help of the Abyss Codex, the Abyss Lord can command the Abyss will to cast its gaze upon a large number of Abyss creatures at once. Any Abyss creature gazed upon by the Abyss will have its advancement chances greatly increased. Effect 4. Ancient Summoning currently unavailable. Please increase your Lord's class level and skill level. Effect 5. Soul Loan unavailable. Effect 6. A very powerful skill. Upon seeing this skill, Wu Wei's eyes lit up. Because this skill's effects are so comprehensive. Whether it's the increased individual damage from the benefit of death or the environmental changes from apocalyptic perception, both are extremely useful effects. Furthermore, Wu Wei doesn't need to make any extra effort to achieve these powerful blessing effects. He only needs to pray to the will of the Abyss. However, Wu Wei's mind was not entirely focused on Fallen Blessing. Because his second newly acquired active skill, the Dark Infusion skill, is far more powerful than his first skill. Dark Infusion LV1. Active Skill, Skill Effect. The Abyss Lord uses the Abyss Codex to summon darkness from the endless abyss and infuse it into a designated abyss entity. Note: the effects of injecting dark condensation will vary depending on the specific abyss entity. The specific effects are as follows. First, after the Pit Lord infuses dark condensation into a demon hero unit, the demon hero will possess immortality for a total of 60 seconds. Second, after the Abyss Lord injects dark condensation into an ordinary demon unit, that demon unit has a 1 in 4 chance of evolving and a 3 in 4 chance of undergoing an uncontrollable mutation. In the mutated state, the demon unit's strength will increase significantly, but it will die after the mutation ends. Third, when the Abyss Lord bestows darkness upon a designated Abyss cult, the followers of that Abyss cult will directly evolve into Fallen Chosen. Fourth, after the Abyss Lord injects dark condensation into his body, he will randomly gain fragmented abilities of certain Abyss Overlords for a short period of time. Wait, the Abyss Overlord. Ability? Chapter 176, The Mindset of the Dominator. Fourth, after the Abyss Lord injects dark condensation into his body, he will randomly gain fragmented abilities of certain Abyss Overlords for a short period of time. The fragmentation ability of the Abyss Overlord? After seeing the description of Dark Infusion, Wu Wei used the skill on himself without any hesitation. He did this because he was genuinely curious. From the very beginning, whether it was the demon heroes or the fallen angels, every single one of them was telling Wu Wei about the power of the Abyss Overlord. In their descriptions, the ruler of the Abyss is infinitely exaggerated and elevated. Although Wu Wei himself was never jealous or concerned about what kind of being the so-called Abyss ruler was, after all, the other party was too far away from him. However, in such an environment, Wu Wei eventually developed a sense of curiosity. He really wanted to know what kind of abilities the so-called Lord of the Abyss possessed that could make all the demons submit to him. No, demons never submit. They were in fear of the so-called ruler of the Abyss who ruled them. Driven by this curiosity, Wu Wei used the Dark Infusion skill on himself. But the moment he actually used the Dark Infusion skill, a strange transformation occurred. Here we go. My lord, what have you done? The moment Wu Wei unleashed the Dark Infusion skill, Liz Olsen, a fallen angel, immediately sensed something was wrong. Not only her, but even the newborn succubus beside her sensed that something was wrong. Because from the endless black and red vortex above the endless abyss, a wisp of pure black condensation suddenly flew out and struck Wu Wei below like lightning. However, Wu Wei was not injured as a result. The black, tentacle-like condensation gently enveloped him. Then, Liz Olsen was surprised to find that Wu Wei's aura had been altered. The human soul he possessed began a transformation of unknown significance. An aura far beyond what this fallen angel could comprehend began to emanate from Wu Wei's side. My lord, are you all right? Unaware of what Wu Wei had done, Liz Olsen quickly stepped forward and approached Wu Wei, who was enveloped in darkness. But to her surprise, she began to tremble instinctively even before she got close to Wu Wei. The aura Wu Wei was emanating made her tremble from the depths of her soul. That was the true aura of a high-ranking being, an aura that, according to legend, only the Abyss ruler and the Lord of the Abyss could possess. While Liz Olsen was still trembling, Wu Wei emerged from the dark, solidified envelope. However, Wu Wei's expression and appearance have changed slightly. First, a cold and indifferent expression filled Wu Wei's entire face. His expression now was extremely cold. But at the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up in a strange way, revealing an almost evil smile. But more than the subtle changes in his expression, Liz Olsen was more concerned about Wu Wei's eyes. Because in Wu Wei's right eye socket, where blood had been donated, appeared an eye with a black and red spiral engraved on it. That is, the eyes of the Abyss ruler. The eyes of the Abyss ruler, which have been lost for countless millennia. How is that possible? Just as Liz Olsen was still wondering if he had seen things wrong, Wu Wei suddenly began a series of bizarre actions. On the other hand, Wu Wei was feeling absolutely fantastic. Because what he just acquired is a kind of ability called activated thinking, and the essence of this ability comes from the fragmentation ability of the Abyss Ruler's thinking. With this ability, Wu Wei could feel his brain operating at an extremely terrifying speed, tightly connecting and manipulating everything visible. The development of this territory is extremely inefficient and chaotic. Under the current circumstances, it could have been even more efficient than it was in the past. After Wu Wei gained the ability to think like the Abyss Overlord, the first thing he did was to start rearranging the buildings throughout the entire Abyss territory. There are 26 Abyss hatching pools, which is a considerable number, but the problem is that their locations are too scattered. Furthermore, due to the location of these abyssal hatching pools, the abyssal portals used for teleportation must also be built around them, which is a case of putting the cart before the horse. So, let's change the layout. After seeing his territory, Wu Wei suddenly had the idea of improving it. Wu Wei's previously somewhat careless construction of the Abyss territory suddenly gave him the feeling that it could become more efficient. Therefore, Wu Wei first began to solve the layout problem of these Abyss incubation pools. Rumble. Countless abyssal hatching pools were destroyed one by one as Wu Wei's will was carried out, and then rebuilt in the area that Wu Wei himself considered most suitable. Next, outside the Abyss hatchery, Wu Wei began to collect the blasphemous torches that had lost their function, using them to replenish the losses incurred in rebuilding the Abyss hatchery. In addition, Wu Wei also began to arrange some more detailed things. A very rapid change began. This change quickly spread from the single building, the Abyss hatching pool, to the entire territory. From the placement of buildings within a territory, to the storage and use of resources, to the hatching order of various troop types in the Abyss hatchery, and even the crafting of certain artifacts in the demon workshops. Such a change may not sound like much. However, if Su Yingxue or some high-level lords skilled in management were to see this, they would definitely be amazed. Because the construction of this territory is clearly the work of some kind of operational mastermind. This unknown operations master, using some extremely precise and perfect methods, helped build the most efficient and extreme operational plan within the entire Abyss territory. However, Wu Wei, now possessing a revitalized mindset, was not prepared to devote all his precious time to so-called territory building. On the contrary, having now acquired a portion of the Abyss ruler's mindset, he began to focus his attention on the battlefields of other worlds. Then, under Liz's horrified gaze, Wu Wei revealed an evil smile and stepped into the portal. Wu Wei has a new idea for this war between demons and the undead. Chapter 177 Madness and Even Greater Cruelty. What's going on? Shortly after Wu Wei returned to the world of Raven's Nest, Drew, who was commanding the undead army in battle against the demon army, suddenly discovered a very unusual situation. Has that guy who calls himself the Lord of the Abyss finally lost his mind? Drew said this because he discovered that in just a few hours, Wu Wei's strong defensive line, originally built to guard against the undead army, was suddenly breached by his own probing attack. That's right. A defensive line that had successfully held off the undead army for several days was suddenly breached. Has the meticulous command ability he previously relied on disappeared? Why are there so many loopholes in his defenses? As the soul fire within his eye sockets burned intensely, Drew's soul couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. It should be noted that in previous wars, Drew's every battlefield victory was achieved by sheer numbers. In any war where the undead's raw power cannot overwhelm the demons, Wu Wei usually wins by a narrow margin. But such doubts did not last long, and Drew continued to lead his army to attack Wu Wei's next line of defense. However, when this powerful undead king launched his attack, he overlooked a trivial matter. That is, during the time he launched his attack, the thing his army used called the soul-sharing network was rapidly collapsed. Because as the war progressed, certain undead souls were being used indefinitely. Their frequency of use is determined by the speed at which their own bodies are destroyed in reality. Once their physical bodies in the real world are destroyed, their souls will return to the soul-sharing network, awaiting their next rebirth. However, perhaps due to a bug, the souls of several undead were reused far too frequently during this period. It's as if someone is specifically targeting them to eliminate them. And in the midst of such frequent use, some kind of error, some kind of contamination, begins to accumulate deep within the souls of these deceased, in the sea of their hearts. The amount of pollution that would normally take years to accumulate was achieved in just over 10 hours. Moreover, the rate at which this pollution is spreading is accelerating. The arrival of the divine calamity is imminent. Meanwhile, on the other side, near the Abyss portal, under the horrified gazes of several demon heroes, Abyss Lord Wu Wei watched all this with an extremely wicked smile. Because he could sense that the King of the Dead was drawing ever closer to his defeat. Because the soul-sharing network of the Undead King is flawed. As the soul is reused, a kind of pollution that can transform the soul into divine evil will continuously accumulate in the sea of the mind. What Wu Wei is doing now is to seize this point and continuously use his war vision ability to promote the achievement of this goal. The reason Wu Wei was able to do this is because the soul is a very peculiar existence. Although there is not much change between the souls of the dead. However, due to repeated use, the souls of the minions of the undead King Drew are actually more distinct than those of ordinary undead. For example, some undead souls, through long battles, learn to use a little trick that other undead souls have not mastered to fight their enemies. These tricks might not seem like much to other lords, but to Wu Wei, they were quite obvious. Therefore, Wu Wei could easily find these undead with tricks in the vast battlefield by using the data provided by the vision of war, and then kill them. Once these undead souls are reused, Wu Wei will target them again once they reappear on the battlefield. Anything that Wu Wei targets will be targeted and killed by him, and then the above process will be repeated indefinitely. Snort. Wu Wei sneered. As long as I continue to accelerate the locking process, Drew's soul-sharing network will not last long before it collapses. Although terrifying divine abominations will be born from this battlefield and destroy everything around them. But we don't need to worry about that at all, because after the abomination is born, Drew will be the first to die. The lifespan of the abominations is limited. We can take this opportunity to leave this place, take over the Green Cage world, and then come back to take over this world. At that time, there will be no enemies in the world to stop us. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, little Mara, who was lying on Hell's chest, suddenly asked a question. But, my lord, didn't you say before that you wanted Drew to be your subordinate? If his soul contribution network really collapses, then how can he become your subordinate? Not only Mara, but all the other demon heroes also sensed Wu Wei's change. However, Wu Wei's change made them instinctively feel fear. Compared to Wu Wei's previous strategies, his current strategy appears even more wicked and crazy. Subordinates? Haha. Wu Wei laughed. No, I think I've changed my mind. A being who invents things that are destined to fail is not worthy to be my subordinate. What do you think? Upon hearing this, all the other demons trembled. For some reason, they suddenly felt that the Abyss Lord in front of them was ruthless and terrifying. Although we can't say we've won this war, Drew's side is definitely going to lose. The purpose of war has never been to create winners and victors, has it? But just as he finished speaking, Wu Wei's body suddenly swayed. Then, a sharp pain appeared in his mind and in his soul. The backlash from the dominant mindset. Here we go. Chapter 178 Failed Possession. The purpose of war has never been to create winners and victors, has it? The instant Wu Wei uttered those words with a sinister grin, an unbearable, intense pain shot through his mind. This pain did not originate from physical ailments, but from the tearing apart of his soul. To put it more precisely, the essence of this pain is actually caused by the entanglement and struggle between Wu Wei's thinking and the thinking of the Abyss ruler. So-called thinking is essentially a collection of values, concepts, ideas, and everything else. As an independent individual, Wu Wei possesses his own independent thinking. Although the Abyss Overlord's mind is extremely powerful, it is not Wu Wei's own mind after all. The two have vastly different experiences, statuses, and even natures, so when Wu Wei used dark infusion on his own body, his thoughts were immediately suppressed. This kind of suppression is a very dangerous act. Because if the Abyss ruler's way of thinking completely crushes Wu Wei's own thinking, then he is very likely to lose himself. Fortunately, Wu Wei and the Abyss Overlord had vastly different approaches to warfare. Therefore, when Wu Wei used the Abyss Overlord's mindset to think about the war he was facing, his soul immediately became alert. No, the purpose of war is to produce a victor. Wu Wei's mind was torn apart, and one uncontrollable thought after another appeared in his mind. The opponent's loss does not mean you've won. Furthermore, even if a subordinate fails, it doesn't mean they are worthless. Thinking about this, Wu Wei's headache became even more severe. The next moment, amidst the gasps of Mara and the others, Wu Wei convulsed and fell to the ground. When Hell picked up Wu Wei, they were surprised to find that Wu Wei's right eye, which was engraved with a black and red vortex, had actually exploded. Fresh blood mixed with a large amount of tissue fluid flowed down from Wu Wei's right eye socket, looking quite horrifying. My lord, what's wrong?" As the voices called in his ear, Wu Wei's consciousness began to fade, and he fell into a coma. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Wei suddenly opened his eyes. Where is this? At this moment, Wu Wei awoke on a vast expanse of arid land. On this parched land, there is not a trace of life. It is like an absolute forbidden zone for life, inspiring awe in all who behold it. But on this very dry land, there sat a figure that Wu Wei recognized very well. The Throne of the Abyss. A throne similar to the Abyss throne that Wu Wei possessed, but even more ancient and more blasphemous, sat in the center of this land, its back to him. Moreover, to Wu Wei's surprise, at this moment, countless dark condensations were swirling around this throne. However, it was somewhat different from the dark congealing that Wu Wei had seen in the past. These dark entities that surrounded the throne showed no signs of violence. They're incredibly gentle, incredibly quiet, and even in some ways. These dark condensations can be described as incredibly well-behaved. They caress the throne gently, like the embrace of a lover. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Wei couldn't resist his curiosity and walked towards the throne. He wanted to see what the being on that throne looked like. What kind of powerful being could make such a violent and merciless world as the endless abyss show tenderness towards it? However, when Wu Weijin walked to the front of the throne, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because on the front of the throne, there was no solid entity, only a faint, shadowy phantom. The illusory figure takes on a human shape, but it's impossible to tell whether it's male or female. However, there is still an eye left on the right side of the phantom's head. An eye engraved with a black and red vortex. In other words, those gentle, dark condensations were only ever gently caressing a phantom that no longer existed. Even if all that remains of the owner of this phantom is this eyeball. Just as Wu Wei was trying to communicate with the other party, the eyeball suddenly turned to a different angle with the help of the surrounding darkness. Those dark red pupils, frozen in the darkness, gazed at Wu Wei. The two looked at each other. Exclamation point. At that very moment, Wu Wei's physical body in reality awoke. Upon seeing Wu Wei awaken, many beings, including Hell and Mara, calmed down. Because the moment Wu Wei woke up, the violent, crazy, and indifferent aura that had been on him before vanished. Instead, it was the aura emanating from Wu Wei, who was weak but whom they were gradually becoming familiar with. My lord, you've finally woken up. When Wu Wei opened his eyes, he found himself in Hell's arms. Meanwhile, his subordinates were surrounding him, checking his physical condition. Wu Wei shook his head, stood up, and quickly checked his current situation. Because at this moment, he really couldn't tell whether the area he was in was reality or another illusion. The reason for this is that after Wu Wei absorbed a trace of the Abyss ruler's thoughts, he began to feel that the illusion he was in was not. It's as if the whole world he lives in is somewhat unreal. While Wu Wei was still confirming, he suddenly felt an itch around his right eye socket. It turned out that because Wu Wei's right eye had already burst, a new eyeball was growing rapidly. As the pain of nurturing a new eyeball grew, Wu Wei's false perception of the world began to gradually disappear. Yes, I'm fine now. After the false feeling disappeared, Wu Wei's condition finally returned to normal. Wu Wei pressed his forehead, then spoke to his men who were beside him, who were worried about him. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with my body. I just made a stupid mistake. Wu Wei let out a long breath and said with a smile, My lord, what exactly did you just do? Compared to the brainless demons, the fallen angel Liz was the most nervous at this moment. Because the aura that Wu Wei had previously exuded was simply too terrifying. That extreme brutality, that indifference to all life, that feeling of being at the top of all living beings, is something that Lord Wu Wei could never possess. Because it never belonged to him. Wu Wei's answer did not disappoint Liz. Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just that I was almost possessed by the Abyss Lord just now. But his attempt to possess someone failed. I won. Wu Wei stated the most terrifying truth in the most calm tone. Chapter 179 Restarting the War. Just now, I was almost possessed by the Lord of the Abyss. However, his attempt to possess someone failed. I won. Wu Wei's 3 short sentences stirred up a storm in the heart of the fallen angel Liz. Despite Wu Wei's calm demeanor and composed expression, he remained composed when discussing these matters. But as the old saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Wu Wei had no idea what he had just said meant. That's the ruler of the abyss. That is the supreme ruler who has governed all the abysses and all the creatures belonging to the abyss throughout countless ages. Wu Wei actually said that the other party wanted to possess him. That's simply impossible, isn't it? Because in the eyes of the Abyss Overlord, Wu Wei, an Abyss Lord, might be like an ant or a tick in the eyes of humans. So humble, so lowly. Ask yourself, would any human being really willing to give up their current life to possess an ant? However, these issues can be put aside for now. What truly puzzled the fallen angel Liz was, even if the great Abyss Overlord really wanted to possess Wu Wei's body, how could he possibly fail? No. These 2 questions don't even qualify to be asked in the face of a single question. What the fallen angel Liz was truly curious about was, how did Wu Wei, this insignificant Abyss Lord, come to meet the Abyss Ruler? But Liz's questions are destined to remain unanswered. Because after Wu Wei woke up, he focused all his attention on another matter. And this matter, of course, is war. The first thing Wu Wei did after waking up was to take over and continue the war against the undead King Drew from the perspective of Dominator's mind. As mentioned before, because his dominant mindset was too insane, he chose an unconventional fighting style. That is, he plans to use his war vision ability to continuously help the undead King Druid accumulate the corruption from the rebirth of souls, ultimately forcing the undead to become apocalyptic. However, Wu Wei rejected this strategy immediately after waking up. Because in Wu Wei's true mindset, the undead King Drew has extremely high value. Rather than killing it, it's better to defeat it head-on and bring it under our control. Therefore, Wu Wei decisively stopped the war mode dominated by his previous dominant mindset and reorganized a new battle line. However, the situation on the battlefield was no longer optimistic. Because the Abyss Overlord caused a large number of front lines to fall in the previous war. Wu Wei's original multi-layered defensive lines, which could have expanded to extend for tens of kilometers, have been reduced to just 2 defensive lines. The boundary of the final laying line was less than 5 kilometers away from the Abyss portal. This is an extremely dangerous distance. Once the undead break through the demon army's defenses and block the Abyss portal's retreat, these demon heroes may all perish in this plane. My lord, we are delighted to have you return. But the current war situation makes it impossible for us to continue this war. Because a large number of undead launched a frenzied attack after our defenses collapsed. The intensity of such an attack will continue to increase as our lines collapse. Once our lines break down to a certain critical point, we will no longer be able to stand on our own 2 feet in this world. The pure child, Hell, stood before Wu Wei and spoke. He was very honest and told Wu Wei everything he knew. Do you mean we should prepare to withdraw our troops? Wu Wei looked at Hell and said with a smile. Although I am also reluctant to say this, for your safety reasons, my lord, you should indeed consider withdrawing your troops. Just then, Liz spoke up as well. With her exceptionally high intelligence, she also recognized the current state of defeat on the battlefield. But at that moment, Wu Wei shook his head. No, my children, the war will continue. Because I have found another way to win the war. Believe me, we will win. Hearing Wu Wei say this, everyone, including Hell, was stunned. Although they would love to win this war against the undead, reality is reality. They knew very well that in their current state of defeat, even if the number of demons doubled, they would not be able to win. There were far too many undead. If they had used Wu Wei's steady and methodical approach, they might have had a chance to outlast their opponents in terms of attrition and willpower. However, after experiencing the Abyss Overlord, they no longer believed there was any chance of victory in this war. However, after Wu Wei said this, these demon heroes and fallen angels agreed with Wu Wei's idea of continuing the war. Because, compared to the previous Abyss ruler, they were more inclined to believe the Abyss Lord before them. At least in the eyes of this Abyss Lord, their existence is far more significant than that of the Abyss Overlord. When the Abyss Overlord's mind descended before, its attitude of regarding all living beings as nothing was enough to terrify even the demons. Therefore, rather than being driven to their deaths by the will of the Abyss, they would rather die fighting alongside their Abyss Lords. Even if this Abyss Lord was deceiving them. But, unexpectedly, Wu Wei, this Abyss Lord, truly possesses the ability to defeat the current undead army head-on. He had no intention of deceiving these demons. To be more precise, the army of the Endless Abyss has always had the ability to defeat the undead army head-on. However, Wu Wei, as the Lord of the Abyss, had never noticed this point before he had experienced the will of the Abyss ruler. Wu Wei stood at the front line between the demons and the undead, looking into the distance with a somewhat agitated expression. However, he quickly issued his own orders. Liz, go back to the Abyss and find a dwarf named Vilken. Tell him I'm going to gather all the demon slaves and bring them all to the Raven's Nest world. But after hearing Wu Wei's order, Liz seemed somewhat hesitant. My lord, isn't it a bit too late to have the demon slaves dig fortifications now? Upon hearing Liz's reminder, Wu Wei simply smiled. Who said I was going to send these demonic slave laborers here to dig fortifications? I brought them here for only one purpose, to have them help me build a structure. And this building will directly turn the tide of this war. Wu Wei's scarlet pupils were filled with excitement and pride. Although the Abyss Overlord's consciousness had dissipated, he still left a trace for Wu Wei. A small gift. Chapter 180 Small Gifts and Seeking Help. Great, rational, and wise Lord. Vilken, like a dog, lay prostrate at Wu Wei's feet, speaking in the most respectful posture and tone. The hellish prison you requested has been completed in the front line area. Of course, it was done under the supervision of your most loyal servant, which is none other than myself. I hope you are satisfied. Listening to Vilken say these words, Wu Wei nodded calmly and said, Well done, Vilken. Afterwards, you will receive a reward worthy of your loyalty. After saying that, Wu Wei didn't look at Vilken again and slowly walked towards the front line of the battlefield. At the very front of the battlefield, an evil building surrounded by hellfire stands on this land ignited by death and blood. Below this building, the corpses of thousands of demon slaves lay scattered nearby. However, compared to these insignificant corpses of demon slaves, the surrounding area was filled with powerful demons and undead. Countless undead and demons, under the orders of their respective lords, frantically seized every piece of land near the hellish prison. However, the orders received by the two sides were somewhat different. The demons are the guards of the hellish prison. The undead, on the other hand, spared no effort to destroy the hellish prison. The reason for this is that once the hell prison was completed, the entire battlefield situation was reversed. As the ultimate abyss creation capable of attracting and shattering all souls, the hell prison possesses a certain irreplaceable quality. However, from the beginning, Wu Wei did not pay much attention to this building, simply regarding it as a kind of production building unique to the abyss. However, this idea was changed after Wu Wei himself absorbed a trace of the abyss ruler's thoughts. Wu Wei began to utilize the soul-absorbing properties of the Hell Prison to serve his war effort. With these characteristics, Wu Wei successfully thwarted wave after wave of undead army attacks. More importantly, all the dead within the Hell's Prison will be unable to return to the Drew's soul-sharing network in any way after death. Their souls can no longer be used infinitely on the corpses of the dead as before. Because under the control of the Hell Prison, the soul of every dead person is directly attracted to the Hell Prison the moment they leave their body, and then shattered bit by bit. No one would have thought of that. A war between the undead and demons can be completely reversed because of a small building. During the time when Wu Wei was controlled by the will of the Abyss Ruler, he made a significant discovery. That is, the mindset of the Abyss Ruler is not particularly outstanding in terms of warfare. He had no effective operational guidelines, nor did he possess sufficient professional military skills. However, the mindset of the Abyss Overlord can crush all enemies in war. Because his way of thinking was the most unconventional he had ever seen. The Lord of the Abyss never cares about the so-called victory or defeat in war. All his thinking stemmed from the essence of things. He always used the coldest, cruelest, but also the most efficient methods to kill his enemies. All the resources he possesses can be transformed into his real and tangible power. For example, his previous, godly abomination plan. However, saying these words any further is meaningless. Because Wu Wei had already swept the mind of the Abyss Ruler out of his soul. Wu Wei himself no longer thinks in the way the Abyss Overlord does. But that's enough. Because during the process of being controlled by the mind of the Abyss Ruler, Wu Wei successfully learned many things. One of these is to delve into the essence of things. Wu Wei's idea of building hellish prisons on the front lines of war was influenced by this kind of thinking. Under the influence of this way of thinking, Wu Wei seemed to have a sudden enlightenment, discovering many details in the abyss that he had never noticed before. For example, Wu Wei began to discover that many of the buildings in the abyss seemed to have only independent functions, but in reality, these buildings could cooperate with each other and create certain unique effects. But that's a story for later, because Wu Wei needs more time to understand the connections between these abyssal structures. His greatest gain, aside from his way of thinking, comes from certain ideas of the Abyss Overlord when he was controlling Wu Wei's body. In Wu Wei's view, these so-called ideas were a small gift left to him by the Abyss Ruler. One of them was an evil plan that Wu Wei called the Demon Pre-March. The origin of this plan was a new and unique idea that arose in Wu Wei's mind after the Abyss Overlord discovered that the demons were too weak during the previous war. The Abyss Overlord's idea is to use the abilities of the various demon heroes to link their bloodlines with his own private armies, and then use certain secret arts of the souls to establish some kind of connection between them and their respective armies. This connection will, over time, gradually transcend blood ties and even the soul. It is foreseeable that if this plan is successfully implemented, then each of Wu Wei's demon heroes will have a super army that is connected to their soul and infinitely compatible with their bloodline. Furthermore, the potential of this army can still be increased. They will grow stronger along with the demon heroes. This is a perfect plan, suitable for Wu Wei. However, Wu Wei needs a little help from Hai to complete this plan. He needs a master of soul manipulation to help him complete this plan. Unfortunately, the master of soul manipulation was currently at war with him. Wu Wei needs the help of this master of soul manipulation to complete this seemingly insane plan. And he was none other than the king of the dead, Druid. In other words, the war waged in the Raven's habitat will determine more than just the rise and fall of a single world. It will determine whether Wu Wei can complete his transformation under the influence of the Abyss Overlord. On the other hand, Drew encountered a similar, but slightly different, situation. He needs help too. Help came from Wu Wei. Chapter 181 Miss Charlotte. Just as the armies of Abyss Lord Wu Wei and Undead King Drew were still fighting around the building known as Hell's Prison, an unexpected trouble quietly appeared beside Drew. A few hours ago, the starting area of the Styx invasion in the Great Tomb of Gnosis. By the River Styx, I never expected that this guy who calls himself the Lord of the Abyss would possess such a unique building. A fire of intense curiosity burned fiercely in Drew's eyes. But I must say, the structure and operation of this building are incredibly ingenious. Furthermore, its priority in attracting souls is even higher than that of the soul-sharing network I possess. How exactly did they do that? Unlike the enemies Wu Wei had encountered before, Drew, as a demigod-level undead lord, was neither enthusiastic about his territory and wealth nor concerned about the growth of his strength. His only concerns were whether he could create a more perfect artwork of the dead and whether he could make further progress in his research on souls. During his long years as a ghost, he lost many things, such as taste, smell, joy, and pain. However, his insatiable curiosity, which he had possessed since the time of mortals, never disappeared. Therefore, even though he knew that the Hell's Prison would suppress his army, Drew still sent his troops forward without hesitation to fight against Wu Wei's army. Even if the sacrifice of these undead only brings him a sliver of understanding of the hellish prison architecture, it would be worth it for him. In the eyes of the undead Lord Druid, the characteristics of the hellish prison were well worth studying. He didn't care what price he would have to pay. And to be honest, Drew, who doesn't have much ambition for increasing his own strength or territory, doesn't really care about the gains or losses of a small plane. As an undead, he has almost endless time to obtain what he desires. The reason Drew is still vying with Wu Wei for ownership of this world called Raven Habitat is simply because he has already invested certain resources in this world and has not yet received enough returns. However, just as Drew was pondering how to study the Hell's Prison more quickly and effectively, an uninvited guest suddenly arrived in his territory. Bite. Bite. As the alarm sounded from the crystal ball beside him, Drew withdrew his soul from the soul-sharing network he had created and returned to the real world. However, just as Drew was about to check who had come to his territory and disturbed him, Drew's soul suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous feeling. This sense of danger prompted Drew to activate all the defensive facilities within his territory. Anti-life magic arrays, magic energy traps, and dimensional escape channels were all activated. Moreover, in this vast territory, the undead army, numbering in the millions, that had been sleeping in the tombs, also awoke. Several of the legendary high-ranking undead knights teleported directly to Druid's side, using themselves as a shield to protect the undead lord. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. Before Drew could even react, the uninvited guest had already arrived in front of him. Even Druid, the Lord of the Dead, had not considered this. He never expected that the other party could cross such a vast distance in such a short time and arrive directly in front of him without alerting any undead army or traps. However, this is not the most outrageous thing the other party did. What truly astonished Drew was that the legendary undead knights he had trained had completely lost control after the arrival of the other party. As the soul fire in the eyes of these legendary undead knights shifted slightly, Druid completely lost control of them. Strangely, upon seeing this, Drew stopped being nervous. However, this does not mean that he gave up resisting. It was because he had already figured out who the so-called uninvited guest was. He knows better than anyone else. Faced with the opponent's absolute strength, their resistance was nothing but a joke. "Hello, Drew, it's been a long time." A cold, indifferent voice, though barely identifiable as female, resounded in Drew's ears. And Drew, this powerful undead lord, actually bowed his skeletal waist very respectfully and spoke to the source of the voice. "Greetings, Your Excellency, the Great Death Archon, Overseer of the 13 Councils of the Dead, and the Venerable Lady Charlotte. Haven't seen you for a long time." In the shadows before Drew, a ghost gradually transforms from nothingness into reality. The ghost's face resembled that of a beautiful and delicate young girl. However, unlike ordinary girls, this ghost's face had no color at all. It was simply deathly pale. Against such a pale background, her originally delicate face looked eerie, like some kind of porcelain doll. Furthermore, this ghost was wearing a wedding dress as black as the night, and within this wedding dress, countless starlight-like points of light were scattered. And this beautiful yet eerie woman was now floating quietly in front of Drew, looking down at him. However, Drew showed no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, as an undead, he believed that the other party should look at him with such an attitude. Because standing before Drew at this moment was a genuine demigod undead. And she is also extremely rare, a demigod spirit who evolved from a ghost bride. May I ask, esteemed Miss Sheriff, why have you come to my territory to find me? The soul fire in Drew's eyes was somewhat dim, as if expressing some kind of worry. Has something happened in the Styx world? Or does the Council of the 13 Dead need support for another expedition? Upon hearing Drew's words, the demigod undead named Sheriff shook his head. No, dear Drew, nothing unusual has happened in the Styx world, and the 13 Councils of the Dead have no plans to organize an expedition for the time being. The reason I came here, Drew, is simply to ask you a question. Question. After hearing what Charlotte said, Drew seemed to realize something. Even though he no longer possessed emotions in the ordinary sense, the burning fire of his soul in his eyes still betrayed that his heart was not so calm. Yes, one question. Miss Charlotte gave Drew a pale smile. I'd like to know, dear Drew, with your past record, have you recently restarted anything related to the souls of the undead? Forbidden experiment? After saying that, Miss Charlotte placed her hand on Drew's skull and gently stroked it. Chapter 182 Forbidden Experiments. I'd like to know, dear Drew, with your past record, have you recently restarted anything related to the souls of the undead? Forbidden experiment? Miss Charlotte placed her hand on Drew's skull and gently stroked it, asking with great concern. There's a reason why the powerful demigod undead, Lady Sheriff, is so gentle with Drew. The demigod spirit Miss Charlotte is actually Drew's junior. Although the term junior seems somewhat illogical to the undead race, whose lifespan is almost infinite. However, Drew and Miss Sheriff did have a rather peculiar past, so using the term junior to describe their relationship is actually quite accurate. When faced with Miss Charlotte's questions, Drew was very honest. Of course not, dear Miss Charlotte. As a Lord of the Dead, how could I possibly conduct experiments that go against the will of the River Styx? Drew lied. The experiment Drew is currently conducting, called the Soul Sharing Network, is essentially a taboo experiment concerning the souls of the dead. However, Drew's experiments differed from the original prototype of the forbidden experiments on the souls of the dead. The full name of the forbidden experiment on the dead is the Styx Crossing Experiment. The purpose of this experiment, known as the Styx River Smuggling Experiment, is to achieve immortality of the soul by bypassing the supervision and constraints of the Styx River. Note that the immortality mentioned here is different from the eternal life that mortals talk about. The immortality of the soul means that the soul can exist forever, but it can be destroyed and can disappear from this world. But the immortality of the soul has another meaning. Because in the process of achieving immortality, the soul that breaks free from the control of the Styx will become a truly free being. Drew's experiment is a variation of the Styx Crossing Experiment. His true purpose was not to make one or more souls immortal. Drew's idea was essentially to create a new Styx that existed independently of the River Styx, a separate entity that would safeguard souls. This so-called new Styx is the giant network used by the Soul Sharing Network. To put it simply, the Soul Sharing Network and the Styx River Crossing Experiment are intricately related, but their purposes are different, yet they both belong to the same type of experiment. Like the creator of the Styx River Crossing Experiment, Drew attempted to escape the Styx's supervision and gain some degree of freedom. Really, Drew? Hearing Drew say that, Miss Sheriff smiled faintly. It must be said that although Miss Charlotte is now a ghost, her beautiful face from her lifetime has been preserved to a great extent. Now, every smile and frown of hers is so captivating. Unfortunately, this kind of charm was something Drew could not understand. If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Because if you hadn't continued those forbidden experiments, then I wouldn't have needed to bring you back to the Council of the 13 Dead. Upon hearing the name of the 13 Council of the Dead, the fire of souls in Drew's eyes burned even more intensely. Really? That's really good news. After all, those old monsters who rule the Council of the 13 Dead are not very friendly to a newcomer like me who dares to innovate. It is clear that Drew himself is very resistant to the existence of the Council of the 13 Dead. The sarcastic tone in his words confirmed this. But Miss Charlotte was quite annoyed by Drew's statement. Don't say that, Drew. For countless millennia, the reason why our undead race has been able to firmly occupy the River Styx is because of the sacrifice of the 13 Council of the Dead. Although the ancients who formed the Council of the 13 Dead died in that war, their will has been preserved through the Council of the 13 Dead. And don't forget, Drew, the Council of the 13 Dead did you a great favor. If I hadn't joined the Council of the 13 Dead and become one of its supervisors, you would have been thrown into the River Styx and your soul would have been cleansed long ago for your reckless experiment. So, don't be too resistant to the Council of the 13 Dead, Drew. They are just a group of poor people forced to sit in that position, and the responsibilities they bear are so great that they can crush any resilient soul. Drew seemed a little impatient when he heard Miss Charlotte say that. Okay, I understand. Miss Sheriff, please inspect my territory and see if I have been involved in any forbidden experiments. Drew lied, but he wasn't afraid. Because his experiment this time was somewhat different from the previous ones. After he voluntarily shut down the soul-sharing network, he was confident that Miss Charlotte would not be able to find any clues. More importantly, the entity of the soul-sharing network does not exist in the physical universe. He said that this important device was stored in a region called the space-time rift. That's why Drew was able to speak so calmly with Miss Charlotte. Hearing Drew say that, Miss Sheriff smiled again. No need, Drew. I have finished inspecting your territory. From the moment I arrived here, I began using my soul abilities to examine every inch of your land. I found nothing in your territory related to forbidden experiments. Drew breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing what Miss Charlotte said. However, what Miss Sheriff said next chilled Drew to the bone. However, Drew, the fact that there are no problems in your territory does not mean the inspection is over. On the contrary, this is just the beginning of the investigation. Next, I will examine your soul in order to confirm this through your soul and your memories. Drew was somewhat incredulous when he heard Charlotte say that. What did you say? Examine the soul. Sheriff, you should know what this means. If you dare to do that, I will use all my abilities to fight you to the death. However, in the face of Drew's threat, Miss Sheriff simply sighed and then spoke slowly. Drew, aren't you curious why I've suddenly come to your territory to check what you've been doing? Drew only realized this after hearing what Miss Charlotte said. Yes, I have been secretly conducting forbidden experiments for hundreds of years without ever being discovered. But why on this particular day would Miss Charlotte suddenly come to her territory and conduct such an inspection? In response to Drew's question, Miss Sheriff provided the answer. Because just recently, the Styx prophet, one of the 13 Dead, sensed your abnormality. Drew, the River Styx told him that your soul, and the souls of your subordinates, are slowly rotting. You are slowly turning into some kind of monster. After saying that, Miss Charlotte reached out her hand and sealed Drew's soul. Chapter 183, The Freedom of the Soul. The moment Druid's soul was imprisoned, a terrifying soul pressure capable of directly destroying low to mid-level undead erupted from Druid's body. The oppressive force was so terrifying that it directly destroyed everything in Drew's room. From Drew's favorite crystal ball to Drew's skeleton furniture, and to some of the precious materials Drew has stockpiled. All of this was reduced to ashes under this oppressive force. Except for one. The Death Consul, the overseer of the 13 councils, Miss Charlotte. This demigod undead, whose strength far surpassed that of Drew, didn't even flinch in the face of such terrifying pressure. It is clear that the power gap between Drew and Miss Sheriff is real. Stop struggling, Drew. The more you struggle, the greater the pain you will suffer. Drew, do you know that I've known all along that you've been secretly conducting forbidden experiments? Because last time, the time before that, and the time before that, I personally destroyed your forbidden experiments. Every time, you are so disobedient, and every time, you go down the same path. But every time, I will save you. What did you say? Hearing this, Drew struggled even more fiercely. You dare erase my memories? Charlotte, have you gone mad? At this moment, Drew was furious because he had no memory of the experiment that Charlotte had mentioned before. Moreover, judging from what Charlotte said, this wasn't the first time the other party had done this. In other words, he had been repeating this experiment, but Miss Charlotte had stopped him every time. Don't get me wrong, Drew, I'm just protecting you. Your experiment will plunge you into an irreversible tragedy. So, from beginning to end, I never wanted to hurt you, but to protect you. Drew, relax. Once I erase your memories and destroy all the data from this experiment, everything will be fine. As for the stick's profit, I'll figure something out. After saying this, Miss Charlotte's spiritual tentacles began to reach into Drew's soul. Already familiar with the process, she quickly located the part of her soul that stored the secrets of the experiment. But just as Miss Charlotte was about to take things a step further, Drew's rebellion from the depths of his soul began. As Drew's soul fiercely resisted, Miss Charlotte's soul tentacles, after reaching a certain depth of the soul, could no longer advance any further. Faced with this situation, the demigod Charlotte remained completely calm. Because she directly increased the soul power attached to the soul tentacles, she dismantled Drew's soul defense in less than a few seconds. Everything is as simple as eating and drinking. Under such circumstances, even if Drew used all his strength, he could not resist Miss Charlotte's corruption. In just a few seconds, all his secrets will be completely known to Miss Charlotte. Yes, we've been taken into control once again. So, at Drew's most desperate moment, he finally made up his mind and made his decision. Drew, what are you doing? Suddenly, Miss Charlotte screamed. Stop. But Miss Charlotte's cry had lost its meaning. For the instant she finished speaking, Drew's soul began to condense into a distant form. This is a manifestation of soul self-destruction. Drew, are you insane? Although you are a lich, self-destructing your soul won't kill you completely, but it will severely damage your soul. At that point, you might not even be able to maintain the legendary stage. Is your so-called experiment really worth it? Faced with Ms. Charlotte's questioning, Drew, whose soul was still condensing, answered very firmly. Charlotte, you don't understand, and you never will. The experiments I conducted were not merely to satisfy my own curiosity. What I really want to do is to bring the souls of our undead race out of the control of the Styx's will. Although the river Styx is great, and although it provides us, the souls who voluntarily become the dead, with an opportunity to continue living, its essence remains that of a shameful slave owner. She uses souls as bargaining chips to enslave us, to enslave all the dead. Because she controls all cycles of reincarnation, every soul must obtain her permission before it can be reborn. In such circumstances, death is not only not fair, but rather restricted. So, what I really want is freedom. It is the freedom of the soul. No matter how much you and the 13 Council of the Dead you serve grovel before the will of the Styx. I, the legendary Archmage of the past and now the Lord of the Undead, will never submit to the so-called will of the Styx. After he finished speaking, a terrifying soul explosion occurred. A few minutes later, a scrawny skeleton, covered in dust and missing an arm, was seen running frantically, clutching a lich life box made of ornate materials. At the end of the direction he was running, stood a portal to the abyss. Chapter 184 Drew's Escape. Click click. Within a world called Raven's Habitat, a gaunt skeleton is running at breakneck speed, carrying in his arms an extremely ornate lich's life box. Although the frail skeleton was running as fast as he could, his overall running speed was not fast because he was missing an arm and his body was too weak. He even needed to stop and rest every now and then to prevent his skeletal body from falling apart. After walking and stopping for a while, the thin skeleton finally arrived at its target area, which was near the defensive line where Wu Wei was located. However, when the skinny skeleton actually reached its destination, it didn't seem very happy. Even in its cracked eye sockets, the emotions expressed by the fire of its soul revealed a vague sense of worry and confusion. Because it could clearly see that in front of it, hordes of rebellious undead were frantically searching for its whereabouts. Those undead warriors who once served it and fought for it have now become its death warrant. Damn it, what are we going to do now? All my undead warriors have completely betrayed me. Drew, whose soul resides in this body, said with concern. Although I had guessed that Sherop would snatch control of the undead army from me, the problem was that I didn't expect her to be so fast. Since she became the overseer of the Council of the 13 Dead, the intensity of her soul fire has far surpassed mine. Is this a true demigod? The reason Druid lost control of the undead army was because there is a significant difference between undead creatures and ordinary creatures. First, the vast majority of undead creatures, especially low-ranking undead without intelligence, have no concept of loyalty. Their loyalty depends solely on who holds control of their souls. This is also a major characteristic of undead creatures. High-ranking undead can use their more powerful souls to control low-ranking undead and make them their servants. Of course, this kind of enslavement sounds easy, but it is actually not a simple matter. For a high-level undead to truly enslave a low-level undead, it must ensure that the intensity of its soul fire is overwhelming that of the low-level undead, and that it can completely invade the other's soul. Only in this way can it truly control that low-level undead. Therefore, those undead creatures that gain intelligence in rare circumstances or under the favor of the River Styx are difficult to enslave by high-ranking undead. Besides their ability to escape, their resistance to soul invasion far exceeds that of ordinary undead creatures. When facing undead creatures that are not much higher in rank than themselves, their resistance is extremely effective. For this reason, most high-ranking undead will not bother trying to enslave low-ranking undead that possess consciousness. They will choose more efficient and reliable methods to deal with each other. The solution is to simply kill them. In the bloody and dark era of lords, the undead, like countless human lords, were also passionate about war, death, and conquest. No high-ranking undead force would show goodwill towards a stranger undead without a reason. Because as long as the other party is alive, it means that a threat exists. No one knows whether the low-level undead that has developed free will grow to the same level as them in the future. No one can guarantee that the low-level undead in front of them will destroy their territory and enslave their soul in the future. Therefore, when high-ranking undead encounter low-ranking undead with free will, they often resort to such extreme measures. However, all of the above is actually just a battle between high-level and low-level undead. Battles between high-ranking undead are not so troublesome. In fact, they can be described as extremely simple. Battles between high-ranking undead are either evenly matched, with each side using its own undead legions to wage a deadly struggle that lasts for thousands of years. It could be like the battle between Sherop and Drew, resulting in a one-sided crushing defeat. In just one encounter, Sherop, a demigod undead, seized control of all the armies of the legendary undead Lord Drew, leaving him with no means of resistance. Simple and brutal. Given the current situation, I have no way to go any further. Within his somewhat cracked eye sockets, Drew's soul flame gradually dimmed. It began to analyze its current situation. It has to be said that its situation is terrible. Its soul was weakened to the extreme due to the self-destruct spell. Although as a lich it wouldn't completely perish, such a soul injury couldn't be repaired in a short time. With its strength diminished, it was no longer able to compete with the Overseer, Ms. Sherop, for control of the armies that originally belonged to it. Moreover, it vowed that if it dared to use even the slightest bit of its soul fire to touch those undead warriors, Lady Charlotte would arrive before it within minutes. But if it doesn't do this, those rebellious undead blocking its way will become an insurmountable barrier for it. I must find a way to notify that guy who calls himself the Lord of the Abyss to come and pick me up. After all, under the current circumstances, only someone with a mental problem like him would dare to take in me, who has already defected from the Styx forces. The reason Drew sought refuge with Wu Wei directly after his soul self-destructed was because he recognized the unique aspects of Wu Wei's personality. That was a human with an extremely pure soul. With such a pure soul, he didn't care how powerful his enemies were and always adhered to his own principles. This can be seen from the fact that Drew's power far exceeded Wu Wei's, but Wu Wei still wanted to take him as his subordinate. Only someone like him can accept his current troubles. The thought that just a few days ago he was looking down on the Abyss Lord, and now he was asking for his help, made Drew inexplicably sigh at the capriciousness of fate. However, just as Druid was pondering how to notify the Abyss Lord, the gate of fate opened a small rift for him. But it is precisely this small crack that will guide its destiny toward another, unique continent. A path of destiny guided by chaos. Under Drew's watchful eye, a little imp, while dodging other imps and frantically eating, while clinging to the leg of an unknown creature, ran out from the edge of a forest. After running to the edge of the woods, the little devil's crimson eyes immediately met the soul fire in the bewildered skull's eye sockets. Of course, the next second, its greedy nature noticed the lich's life box in Druid's hand, which looked to be of great value. A wicked smile crept across the little devil's lips. Chapter 185, Heading to the Abyss. On the other side, in the area controlled by Wu Wei. Wu Wei frowned as he looked at the map on the system. Why have all the undead attacks stopped? With his brow furrowed, a large shadow appeared on Wu Wei's face. One after another, alarming thoughts began to appear uncontrollably in Wu Wei's mind. Was all of this Drew's conspiracy? Otherwise, why would his attack pattern suddenly change? Has he admitted defeat, or is he preparing some other methods? It turned out that after Lady Sharap seized control of Drew's army, all the undead creatures paused for a moment before quickly withdrawing from the demon's territory. After all, Miss Charlotte is different from Drew. She doesn't care about controlling this small world at all, nor does she care about that so-called hellish prison. She cared even less about the war between the undead and demons. So, under her command, the almost endless army of undead quickly withdrew from Wu Wei's controlled area, leaving behind a field of undead corpses. This seemed like good news for Wu Wei, but in reality, her withdrawal actually confused him. Because Wu Wei had devoted himself entirely to the war, with all the enemies withdrawing, he found himself in an extremely awkward situation, like a boxer who had thrown a punch that missed its mark. Due to a lack of intelligence, Wu Wei found himself in a dilemma. Logically, he should have directly pursued the fleeing undead and killed as many of their remaining forces as possible. However, considering that Drew might have some hidden tricks up his sleeve, Wu Wei couldn't do that yet. Because his ultimate goal is to protect the abyss seed that is hatching. Therefore, with no battles to fight, Wu Wei can only helplessly stay in the territory he controls, watching the undead who have already withdrawn retreat towards the rear. However, this situation did not last long before the situation changed. Because Wu Wei observed that a little devil, which he had already granted freedom to destroy everything at will chapter 154, caught his attention. As mentioned before, Wu Wei granted these little devils freedom, but in reality, this freedom was limited. Although Wu Wei no longer commands the little devils to do anything, Wu Wei lied. Although these little devils are now free, they are still essentially serving Wu Wei. However, they unintentionally act as his informants. Wu Wei can use these little devils to detect the enemy's movements in many unexpected places. However, the little devil that Wu Wei noticed this time was somewhat different. Because these little devils actually discovered a very peculiar and fragile skeleton in an area dozens of kilometers away from Wu Wei's territory. And more importantly, this skeleton was actually holding something that looked extremely valuable. Normally, Wu Wei would just glance at such intelligence and ignore it. After all, the little devils discover countless high-value items every day, and the high-value items in the eyes of the little devils are slightly different from the high-value items understood by ordinary people. The lesser demons consider items of high value to include, but are not limited to, not yet completely rotten internal organs, the genitals of mutated animals, slime-covered clothing, and oddly shaped stones. But what this little devil discovered was completely different. To Wu Wei's surprise, the little devil discovered something that looked like it was related to the undead and had an extremely luxurious design. Treasure chest. Well, actually, even the Abyss Lord, whose knowledge and understanding were challenged, didn't recognize the so-called Lich Life box. He could tell that this thing was a box, which, to some extent, aligned with his understanding. However, Wu Wei noticed something else unusual. The little skeleton crawling at the little devil's feet actually possessed a high level of intelligence and was desperately guarding the box in its arms. Seeing this, Wu Wei immediately guessed that this thing might be quite valuable. So, several Loran demons that were circling nearby immediately changed their flight path and flew towards the little demon who had discovered Drew. They will follow Wu Wei's orders to bring the skeleton and the Lich's life-saving box in the skeleton's arms back to their side. Clap, clap, clap. Damn it, why did this happen? The imp that had discovered Druid grinned as it slapped the skull of the undead lord while trying to snatch the Lich's life box from his arms. Meanwhile, Drew, who was singing Conquer and lying on the ground with one hand covering his head, was almost unable to hold back his tears. The story begins a few minutes ago. At first, Drew was overjoyed when he saw the little devil, because Wu Wei had explained his abilities to him before. He also knew that the Abyss Lord could obtain extremely large amounts of data through any demon. So Drew initially wanted to use this little imp to proactively convey his message to the Abyss Lord. Unfortunately, the little devil he encountered. He is not on Wu Wei's staff. Therefore, the information he initially revealed to the little devil was not conveyed to Wu Wei at all. Instead, upon seeing itself, the little devil did not hesitate to use the half-eaten leg of the unknown creature in its hand as a weapon and hit itself with it. That one blow completely stunned Drew. What baffled him even more was that this little devil, after defeating him, actually started to snatch the Lich Life box from his arms. That would have really cost him his life. This so-called Lich's life protecting box is actually equivalent to his soul itself. Once this thing is destroyed, his already damaged soul will be completely annihilated. So when Drew discovered that this little devil was plotting against his true form and was constantly spitting out filthy saliva, he really panicked. Fortunately, Drew didn't have to endure the beating for long before the Loran demons sent by Wu Wei arrived. After landing, the twisted demon with fleshy wings first devoured the little demon that tried to escape, and then approached Drew as Wu Wei ordered. It was at this moment that Wu Wei noticed that the skeleton in front of him looked somewhat familiar. Because this skeleton, upon seeing the Loran demon, wrote two symbols in common on the ground in front of it. Drew. The moment Wu Wei saw those two characters, he immediately understood a lot and reacted accordingly. In an instant, Drew was astonished to find that the ground before him had undergone a terrifying change. The land was rapidly decaying, the air was deteriorating, and endless wails of souls began to resound. The next second, an abyssal portal made of pure blasphemy stood before Druid. Drew did not hesitate to cross the abyss portal and head to Wu Wei's side. A soul yearning for freedom, guided by fate, willingly ventured into the abyss. He's saved. Temporary. Because at the very moment he made the transfer, Miss Charlotte finally observed his movement. Chapter 186 The Price of Freedom. Drew, how did you become like this? Wu Wei stroked his chin, looking at the fragile little skeleton in front of him that seemed to collapse at the slightest push, and couldn't help but ask with some doubt. Not only Wu Wei, but also Liz, the fallen angel who was with Wu Wei, had some doubts. After all, the undead in front of her was a powerful being who could rule several worlds not long ago. Now, however, he has become a weak skeleton, even weaker than a ghoul. Such a large gap in such a short period of time is something even someone with the experience of the fallen leads has never seen before. Drew did not answer Wu Wei immediately. After arriving at Wu Wei's side through the abyss portal, the first thing it did was run to the side of a certain winding demon corpse and turn its still undying body into its own new body. After being placed in a new body, Drew finally regained his ability to speak. He finally couldn't wait to tell Wu Wei about his experience and what he knew. So it is, and so it is. Oh? The 13 Council of the Dead, the Overseer, the demigod Shallop, and the forbidden experiments on the undead. Wu Wei pondered what he had just heard. Yes, that's exactly what happened. I am now extremely weak. If the Overseer Shallop catches me, I may be enslaved forever. Either the Council of the 13 Dead, or Lady Shallop, the latter's enslavement might be even more terrifying. Therefore, Lord of the Abyss, I need your help. Although I know this request is very unreasonable, I swear I will do my best to make it up to you in the future. Drew said somewhat nervously. Although Drew had previously believed that Wu Wei might be his only hope of saving him. But when he actually stood before this Abyss Lord, he became less resolute. Because he realized that he might not be able to offer the compensation the other party wanted. Especially when the other party realizes that protecting them means facing the wrath of the entire Council of the Dead. Okay, no problem. I will protect you. However, to Drew's surprise, the Abyss Lord's reply was unusually simple and straightforward. Without the slightest hesitation, the other party agreed to his request. What did you say? Wu Wei smiled, a smile appearing in his scarlet vertical pupils. Didn't you hear me? I said I would protect you. Drew was not too happy to hear Wu Wei's decisiveness. Instead, he became even more worried. Because he needs to clarify one issue. But, Lord of the Abyss, I must understand. What price do I need to pay to gain your protection? Upon hearing Drew's words, Wu Wei glanced at him and said in a very indifferent manner. You ask if there's a price to pay? It's simple. You have to become my subordinate. But, Drew raised his head and met Wu Wei's gaze with his own soul fire. I'm sorry I can't agree with that, because I don't want to be enslaved by anyone. As I've said before, my life's goal has been to achieve freedom of the soul. If my condition for receiving your protection is that you put me in chains, then I would rather perish. I've had enough of having my soul controlled and enslaved. As he spoke, Drew prepared to completely destroy the Lich's life box. Unlike demons and fallen angels, Druid, being an undead, was unwilling to be enslaved by Wu Wei. Demons and fallen angels, born to serve the Abyss. Out of loyalty to the Abyss, they would instinctively obey the commands of Wu Wei, the Abyss Lord. However, Drew, being an outsider, was different. He is not yet a being from the endless abyss. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for him not to want to be shackled. However, Wu Wei paid no attention to Drew's concerns. Because slavery? You seem to have misunderstood. I call you my subordinate, not because I want to enslave your soul. I only need your abilities to help me in this endless war. Because as a Lord of the Abyss, I will never enslave anyone. Wu Wei stared at the tiny, wretched spirit before him, his serpentine, vertical pupils wide. Or, I can give a different explanation. At this point, Wu Wei suddenly remembered some remnants of the Abyss Overlord's thoughts in his mind and blurted out. I, and the endless abyss I serve, have no interest in enslaving anyone. This is the greatness of the terrifying and enormous consciousness of the endless abyss. The endless abyss is free. It welcomes any soul, regardless of your evil or your past. As long as you can adapt to the endless abyss, as long as you become a part of it, then you will gain the right to live freely within the endless abyss. The capable should occupy the position, and the incapable should step aside. You don't need to tell me what kind of being you want to be. You should ask yourself what kind of being you want to become from the endless abyss of freedom. Drew, you need to know something. Freedom comes at a price. What are you willing to give up to gain the freedom you desire? Drew was stunned when he heard this. He slowly opened his mouth and gave his answer. I can give my everything. Perhaps. That being called the endless abyss is far more suitable for him than the river Styx. Chapter 187 Dragon Corpse. Even after the former undead Lord Drew officially joined Wu Wei's forces, Wu Wei's situation did not improve. On the contrary, it has become much more difficult for Wu Wei to completely conquer the Raven habitat. Because although Drew disappeared, the demigod Lady Shallop arrived. Unlike Drew, who was only a half-baked individual, Miss Shallop was a true demigod. Although there was only one person as powerful as her on the other side, it was still not good news for Wu Wei. Because Wu Wei never had the ability to directly confront a demigod creature from beginning to end. And this was something that not only he, but also his subordinates, were well aware of. My lord, if you really want to take Drew under your command, you must be very careful of that demigod named Lady Sharap. The fallen angel Liz glanced at the former undead King Drew and said, Demigods are different from ordinary creatures. They have already ignited the sea of their minds and begun to become super strong beings who have seen through their own hearts. It would be very difficult for us to defeat such a monster head-on. Although Liz kept reminding Wu Wei, as a fallen angel, she did not object to Drew's joining and even subtly revealed her support. Because she belongs to the Abyss cult. Unlike demons, she is not averse to the land of the dead. Because in the vast, endless Abyss, there are many undead like Druid who voluntarily joined the Abyss. It's not just the dead. In the endless Abyss, many beings who have nowhere else to turn have voluntarily thrown themselves into its embrace, seeking the protection of Mother Abyss, who embraces all things. That's right. Drew, now in his new body, nodded and added. Although my strength was already very close to the peak of the legendary level. But when I actually faced Miss Sharap, I still couldn't escape her control. The intensity of her soul fire is far greater than mine. But she is not invincible, my lord. As he spoke, Drew recalled Miss Charlotte's shortcomings. Miss Sharap is different from me. She is an upgraded version of the Ghost Bride, while I am a Lich. Although she is powerful, her power is more of an individual strength. Furthermore, as the overseer of the 13 Kings Council, she herself does not own any territory or buildings. So, although she now possesses the army I left behind, she will be left all alone once these undead armies are exhausted. We can concentrate our superior forces to destroy those undead armies first, and then directly encircle and annihilate her. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei nodded. Is that so? Then I understand. In other words, the number of undead will no longer increase, which should be good news for us. But this doesn't solve all the problems. A living demigod can completely bypass our defenses and constantly harass and attack us with its individual agility. We must find a way to solve this problem. Yes, even if Ms. Sharap's army cannot be replenished, her individual strength should not be underestimated. An attack from a demigod was something even Wu Wei couldn't completely defend against, let alone hold the seed of the Abyss for 20 days. Thinking of this, even Liz fell silent. Unfortunately, Wu Wei, as a newly appointed Abyss Lord, is still too inexperienced. In the past, when the Abyss was still active, a mere demigod would not have posed any threat to the Abyss Lord. Because every mature Abyss Lord possesses the means to severely injure a god or even kill one. In their eyes, mere demigods were no different from slightly stronger cannon fodder. But Wu Wei currently possesses none of these things. Therefore, even a single undead demigod was enough for him to rack his brains to fight against. But at that moment, Drew's sigh reached Wu Wei's ears, giving him a new idea. I'm sorry, my lord. If I were still at my peak strength, or if I possessed a more powerful biological corpse, I might be able to help you delay Sharap for a while, or even injure her. And as long as we can wound her with the power of your Hell's Prison, she will become weaker and weaker, and it will be difficult for her to recover from the wounds to her soul. At that time, we won't have to worry about her at all. Upon hearing Drew's words, Wu Wei's eyes lit up. Wait, Drew, what did you say? If I prepare the corpse of a stronger creature for you, can you really weaken the demigod Sharap? When Drew heard Wu Wei ask this question, he immediately nodded. Of course, but I can only do it with the help of the Hell Prison. Since Hell's Prison can devour all soul fragments around it with the highest priority, Drew believed that as long as he injured Lady Sharap, the soul fragments she dropped would be immediately devoured by Hell's Prison. Such an injury is something that even a demigod cannot heal quickly. And more importantly, the stronger body I'm referring to isn't the body used by ordinary undead. This body must be stronger than that of a demigod. A powerful body can bring my damaged strength to a new peak, and as my soul wounds heal, I will become even stronger. Although he didn't know why Wu Wei asked that question, Drew still answered Wu Wei's question very honestly. In his view, Wu Wei clearly did not have such a body, because a corpse of this caliber is something that all forces would fight over. However, after hearing Drew say that, Wu Wei immediately interrupted Drew's subsequent remarks and said decisively, "Okay, I understand. You don't need to worry about so much, as long as you can guarantee to delay Charlotte in a positive direction." After saying that, under the questioning gazes of Drew and Liz, Wu Wei passed through the portal and returned to the endless Abyss plane. Watching the Abyss Lord hurriedly leave, Liz and Drew couldn't understand what Wu Wei was trying to do. However, Wu Wei returned very quickly. And he also brought Drew a surprise. "All right, Drew, you don't need to worry about the body anymore, because I've taken care of it for you." After saying that, Wu Wei opened his personal space. Almost instantly, both the fallen angels Liz and Drew trembled uncontrollably, because Wu Wei actually produced a corpse that neither of them had ever expected. The corpse of a dragon. Boom. A massive dragon corpse, already decomposed into bare white bones, crashed heavily to the ground along with the auction house's email. Even more so, due to its enormous size, several small demons that couldn't dodge in time were also pulverized. "This is a dragon corpse. How is this possible?" Drew almost screamed. But the next second, he, as an undead, managed to squeeze out an absurd expression. "Wait, my lord. Why?" Drew turned his head and looked at Wu Wei. "This dragon only has a head left?" Well, the corpse that Wu Wei took out was indeed the corpse of a dragon. However, this dragon corpse is slightly incomplete. All that's left is the dragon head. Wu Wei scratched his nose and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "There's no way around it, it's just too expensive." Chapter 188, Refining the Dragon Bone. In the Age of Lords, there are many forces that can be called lords. Aside from human lords like Wu Wei and Suing Xue, there are countless wild lords in the endless plains. Take, for example, the powerful undead lord of the past, Druid, who was an undead lord. However, in general, the strongest type of lord in the lord era is still a human lord like Wu Wei. The reason is simple. Wu Wei and his group have the help of the Heavenly Dao system. With the help of the Heavenly Dao system, Wu Wei and his group can directly possess a universal resource called resource points, and they can also use the functions of the Heavenly Dao system to establish all sorts of unbreakable alliances. Aside from universal resources like resource points, the biggest reason why human lords ruled the entire Lord's era was the existence of the auction house. The auction house of the Heavenly Dao system is the foundation of the power of all human lords. Aside from extremely rare and precious items like world coordinates, human lords like Wu Wei can purchase most of the things they want from the auction house. Even the corpse of a dragon is no exception. There's no way around it. It's just too expensive. Wu Wei stood next to the giant dragon's head and smiled sheepishly. A complete adult dragon carcass costs at least 1 billion resource points, and that's not negotiable. Even the dragon bones, after all the flesh and blood have been removed, would cost over 500 million. After all, dragons are just too special. As a super treasure trove where every part of a dragon is valuable, any lord who successfully slays a dragon will not easily waste the value of the dragon. In the vast era of lords, there were quite a few lords who had the power to slay dragons. However, the number of lords who actually went to slay dragons was pitifully small. The dragon's revenge and their unique nature dictate one thing. A lord who is capable of slaying a dragon may not actually go and slay one. Those lords who actually went to slay dragons probably wouldn't last more than a few before being crushed by the dragon army. In conclusion, the number of dragon corpses auctioned was not large. This also led to another situation. That's the price of dragon corpses. They're generally very high. Wu Wei spent 120 million resource points just to buy this dragon head that had rotted to the point of being reduced to bones. Moreover, the other party is only selling one dragon head. The rest of this per dragon corpse had already been sold off. Furthermore, Wu Wei speculated that before the dragon head rotted, it was displayed as a mascot by a certain union as a facade. If the dragon head hadn't already begun its irreversible decay, the other party might not have put such a precious item up for auction. So from any perspective, Wu Wei was already considered very lucky to have bought this dragon head. Is that so? Drew patted the enormous dragon head in front of him, which was as big as a small mountain, and felt a surge of emotion. But no matter what, even though it's just one dragon head, if I really refine it into a part of my body, it will be enough to fight against Sherop for a short time. Thank you so much, my lord. You have gone to such lengths for me. I swear, once you have dragged this world into an endless abyss, I will find a way to make up for your losses. Because in other worlds, I possess many treasure troves. Although the artifacts inside are not as valuable as this dragon head, their total quantity will satisfy you. Wu Wei smiled and said very generously, "Don't worry about it. As my subordinates, it is my duty as your lord to improve your strength. But if you insist on giving me something of equal value, I don't mind. After all, I greatly admire your loyalty, my dear Drew." In short, after gaining control of the dragon, Drew quickly changed his stance. Although there was only one dragon head, because the dragon head skeleton was complete, the druid, being a lich, was still able to unleash the dragon head's power to its fullest extent. The power of a dragon does not only reside in its own flesh and blood. Their bones and the remnants of their souls possess similar power. However, this power is destined to be used only by beings like the undead. After a brief spellcasting, the lich druid immediately extracted his soul from the winding demon corpse and squeezed it into the dragon's head. After squeezing into the dragon's head, Drew's first action was not to refine it, but to devour as much of the faint dragon soul remaining in the dragon bones as possible. These dragon souls are useless to ordinary creatures and are even harmful. However, for Druid, who was a lich, these remaining dragon souls were more like a kind of tonic. Soon, nourished by the remaining dragon soul, Druna's originally severely injured soul began to recover rapidly. Although the number of these remaining dragon souls is not enough to bring Drew back to his peak, at least his strength has been stabilized at the legendary level and is no longer declining. After his soul stabilized, Drew finally began to formally refine the dragon head. As a large amount of cyan soul fire overflowed from Druid's soul, everything on the dragon's head began to be engulfed by the soul fire. These soul flames caused no harm and would not damage the dragon's skull. Because these soul flames are merely telling us that this dragon skull has become Druid's property. Finally, after a long wait, the soul fire's erosion of the dragon bones has ended. The countless soul flames that had been burning the dragon bones began to extinguish and began to gather towards the eye sockets in the dragon bones. Boom! Boom! With a surge of spiritual energy, the soul flame representing Druid ignited from the dragon's eye sockets. It flicked the soul fire in its eyes and looked at Wu Wei. "My lord, my refining is complete." The lich Druid finally gained complete control of the dragon's head. At this moment, Drew, just as he said, temporarily possessed the ability to confront, or at least delay, the demigod Sherop. Seeing this, Wu Wei nodded in satisfaction. He can finally face the threat of demigods directly. But compared to this, Wu Wei cared more about something else. That is, he discovered that Drew's attribute values, with the blessing of the dragon bone, seemed excessively excellent. Drew's attributes are as follows. Chapter 189 Forbidden Spell Ability Reversing Life and Death. Drew's attributes are as follows. Lich Druid Dragonbone State, Soul Damage State, Nourishing. Undead Heroes. Current level, Legendary. Level, 75. Unit Attributes, Strength 94, Intelligence 620, Stamina 240, Perception 60, Agility 0, Charisma 17. Current Health, 14800, Mana, 7400. Physical Defense, 99, Magic Defense, 110. Hero Skill 1, Lich Body LV1. Lich Body, passive skill. Skill effect. When the Lich Druid's health is depleted, he will not die immediately, but will instead transfer his soul into the Lich life box. Note: if the Lich's casket is destroyed or severely damaged, the Lich residing within it will die instantly. Hero Skill 2. Mana Forge LV40. Mana Forge, passive skill. Skill effect. For every 1% of mana Druid loses, his mana regeneration rate increases by 3%, up to a maximum of 300%. Hero Skill 3. Death Erosion LV10. Death Erosion LV10, active skill. Skill effect. Druid releases a necromantic aura to attack enemies. If the enemy is not an undead race, they will receive damage equal to twice the Druid's intelligence. If the enemy is an undead race, they will undergo a soul fire check. Undead with a soul strength lower than Druids will be controlled by Druid. Other undead abilities: Corpse Summoning, Bone Prison, Army of the Dead, Soul Drain, Corpse Spear. Other general skills: Mana Shield, Scholar's Heart, Rune Analysis, Soul Manipulation. Legendary ability: the Death Announcer. The Announcer of Death, passive skill. Skill effect. Any spell Druid uses that successfully hits an enemy will mark them with a death mark. When the number of death marks reaches 5, Druid can detonate them with his next spell. Damage dealt upon detonation of 5 stacks of death mark, 14250. Superpower: Reversing Life and Death. Reversing Life and Death. Active skill, forbidden spell, unique skill. Skill activation time: 3 hours. Skill effect. After Druid has been chanting for 3 hours in a stable state, he can reverse the death and life of a large area at once. All living beings within the range of this forbidden spell will be transformed from the living into the dead, and the dead into the undead, to be used by the Druids. Note: Druid cannot move during the casting phase. If attacked by a powerful attack or a forced displacement attack, the casting phase of the skill will fail immediately. Physical attribute bonus. Due to the Lich Druid currently residing within the skull of a blue dragon and influenced by the remnant soul of the dragon, the Druid will gain a 10% casting speed bonus. Other, omitted. Comment: Drew is a madman obsessed with the study of the soul. In order to better explore the mysteries of the soul, he even transformed himself into a Lich. Excellent attributes. As expected of a high-ranking undead who once ruled over a vast territory, Druid not only possesses extremely high attribute values, but also a full set of mage skills. More importantly, like the legendary Balrog, he also possesses legendary abilities that are truly suited to him. However, the above attribute values were not enough to make Wu Wei too excited. What truly surprised Wu Wei was that Drew also possessed the ability to unleash forbidden spells. Even Wu Wei's eyes lit up when he saw this forbidden spell ability. After all, this was the first person among his subordinates to possess a forbidden spell level ability. Although the casting time of this skill is extremely long, the destructive power of this forbidden spell is beyond doubt. Having acquired skills similar to those of weapons of mass destruction, Wu Wei can become more tactically flexible. In addition, since Drew is currently controlling a dragon skull, he has gained a new attribute bonus besides the forbidden spells, which can significantly increase his casting speed. Drew, how does this body feel? After reviewing Drew's current attributes, Wu Wei asked Drew with satisfaction. My lord, I'm feeling pretty good so far, except... Drew replied. Since I can only control one head at the moment, I feel that it is not very convenient for me to move around. Although this doesn't affect my spellcasting, something just feels off. Within the enormous dragon head, Drew's soul fire flickered incessantly. Wu Wei was also helpless in the face of this problem. Poverty is a problem that constantly plagues Wu Wei. However, Wu Wei still offered his own idea in response to Drew's question. By the way, if you feel that you have difficulty moving around, why don't you try making a body out of the materials you have? Pointing to the mountain of broken bones in the distance, Wu Wei said this. It's important to know that Druid, as a high-ranking undead, possesses the ability to control undead bodies. In Wu Wei's opinion, It shouldn't be too difficult for Drew to make himself a movable body. But soon, Wu Wei regretted it. However, Wu Wei regretted it not because Drew couldn't make it, but because the body Drew made was strange, even distorted, even by Wu Wei's aesthetic standards. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of skeletal hands, under Drew's control, grew onto the inner and outer parts of the dragon head that Drew possessed. Thanks to the efforts of these skeletal hands, Drew's dragon head was able to move a short distance temporarily. But they were so numerous that Wu Wei couldn't even make out Drew's body, which had once been a dragon's head. Because of the sheer number of skeletal hands, the dragon head looks more like some kind of moldy, rotten fruit. It is so powerful that it can cure trypophobia on the spot, or even kill someone who has tried to kill themselves. However, this is no longer the time to consider aesthetics. Wu Wei, who was standing in front of the dragon head, suddenly changed his expression. He turned his head and looked into the distance. There, dark clouds of unknown origin are gathering rapidly. From a more distant direction, the cries of the dead grew clearer and clearer. The air was thick with the scent of death. All of this points to one fact. Miss Charlotte. This genuine demigod is coming. Chapter 190 Sloth. My lord, Lady Charlotte has arrived. The fallen angel Liz cried out. In the distance, dark clouds, almost as dense as the condensation of darkness, are gathering. Within this dark cloud, Wu Wei and the others could even vaguely make out a beautiful yet ferocious female face. That's Ms. Charlotte's face. As she shouted, Wu Wei himself made his own arrangements very quickly. Liz, Drew, prepare for battle. Hell, Mara, you two return to the abyss. Hendrix, you take the remaining troops and continue to guard against any possible undead army. As he spoke, Wu Wei changed into the attire of an abyss priest. At this moment, he stood beside the abyss portal, holding the abyss codex and wearing a black sunset pendant around his neck, clearly ready for battle. Yes, sir. My lord, you must also be careful. After receiving Wu Wei's orders, Hell and Ma returned to the endless abyss without hesitation. Wu Wei made this arrangement because Hell and Mara, the two heroes, did not have much ability to protect themselves when facing battles against demigods. Although Wu Wei can use Fallen Blessing to temporarily grant the demon heroes immortality, he must entrust this one and only opportunity during this period to the more bloodthirsty Hendrix, because only he can lead the demons alone to intercept a large army of undead in a short time through immortality. As for the fallen angel Liz, Wu Wei doesn't need to worry about her. Because the fallen angel Liz is a member of the Abyss cult, her current state is that of an avatar. Even if she dies, Wu Wei can resurrect her through the Abyss Church Sanctuary, and the price of resurrection is much lower than that of the demon hero. As for Drew, there's not much more to say. His soul resides within the dragon bone skull, making him a key player in this battle. He is destined to remain here. At this moment, with a large number of ordinary demons being lured out of the core area by Wu Wei, only the two most crucial powerful figures, the fallen angel Liz and Drew, remained in the core area of the Abyss portal. Even Wu Wei, who was prepared for battle, was actually just hiding at the entrance of the Abyss portal. Even the aftershocks of a battle between a demigod and a legend could potentially kill him outright. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Wu Wei can only stay in this position. However, Wu Wei and the others had barely made their preparations when the demigod Charlotte's attack arrived. Even though Wu Wei had prepared himself mentally, he was still unprepared for the attack methods of the demigod creature. Careful! Drew roared. At the moment Drew roared, Wu Wei immediately noticed something in the dark clouds above. 3 streaks of blue-black lightning were striking him, Liz, and Drew respectively. Crack! Without hesitation, Wu Wei dodged into the other side of the portal, thus avoiding the lightning strike by returning to the endless abyss. Even so, Wu Wei's speed was still a bit slow. The moment the blue-black lightning struck the earth and began to dissipate, a wisp of lightning that split off from it wrapped around Wu Wei's leg along the ground. Even this single sliver of lightning caused Wu Wei to grimace in pain. If Wu Wei hadn't been a lord with a certain amount of health bonus, this attack would have been fatal. At this moment, Wu Wei began to understand just how brave those lords who dared to lead by example and be the first to charge into the enemy ranks truly were. Of course, he was just saying it. If you really want him to lead the charge, the world will have to end. Smelling the somewhat pleasant burnt smell emanating from himself, Wu Wei gripped the black setting sun pendant tightly in his hand, gritted his teeth, and rushed out of the teleportation portal. Although it was dangerous, Wu Wei had no choice but to do it. Since Miss Charlotte's second wave of attacks had not yet arrived, Wu Wei had to seize this opportunity to personally unleash the apocalypse perception effect from the Black Sunset and Fallen Blessing skills to create a suitable defensive environment for Drew and Liz. Sure enough, after Wu Wei rushed out of the portal, the first thing he saw was that the fallen angel Liz's smooth hair was now standing on end, and the black wings on her back were emitting the burnt smell of his own exhaustion. Unlike Wu Wei, she possesses a certain level of combatability and is capable of withstanding this attack. It hurts a lot, though. Drew, on the other hand, was in better condition. With the help of a magical shield and the high resistance of the undead, his combatability remained intact. But that's all. Wu Wei knew that if things continued like this, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Therefore, as soon as Wu Wei stepped out of the teleportation portal, he immediately released the Black Sunset and Apocalypse perception effects. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared. In its original place, a black sun, symbolizing evil, darkness, and depravity, hangs across the sky. Numerous black beams of light shot out from the sun, nourishing the creatures of the abyss while bringing suffering to its enemies. Countless abyssal illusions that could trigger a mental shock also began to rise from all directions of the core area. Under such an attack, Miss Charlotte, whose soul was infinitely split into those dark clouds, was naturally in great pain. Because after the concept of the soul splits, each of her souls becomes an independent individual. Under the dark glow of the setting sun, the damage she suffered was naturally determined by the number of individual victims. So after just the first round of the Black Sun's rays, Miss Charlotte changed her strategy, no longer releasing those black clouds, but instead exposing her true form in the sky. However, this was only Wu Wei's first tactic. Wu Wei took a deep breath, looked at the Abyss Codex in his hand with his indifferent black-red vertical pupils, and began to mutter to himself. Abyss language, endless abyss. I, who have willingly fallen, beg for your help, Great One. I beg for your mercy, I beg you, all-powerful one, to spread your dark light upon this battlefield. I pray for divine revelation. The endless abyss, on the other hand, responded to Wu Wei's call. Whoosh! Countless dark condenses emanate from the Abyss Codex in Wu Wei's hand, beginning to sweep across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. First comes the wind, then the air, and finally the earth and the rivers. From the moment the Abyss responded to Wu Wei's call, the climate of the entire region, centered on the ground beneath Wu Wei's feet, was temporarily altered. This change is not an illusion like the black setting sun, but a real change that exists in the physical world. A distorted yet vibrant land, a dark red yet bright and expansive sky, a foul-smelling yet life-filled river. The abyss of the past has descended upon this world once more. The fallen angel Liz looked at this familiar land and smiled from the depths of her soul. Because on this familiar land, her condition is rapidly recovering. Then, the fallen angel proudly raised its head and stared intently at Miss Charlotte in the sky with its scarlet eyes. Within her pupils, a rune of the 7 deadly sins, solidified by the former ruler of the abyss and sealed within the bloodline of the Olsen family, appeared at the center of her pupils. Lazy, the fallen angel said with a smile. An unavoidable aura attack struck Miss Charlotte in the sky, who was preparing to unleash a second wave of attacks. Chapter 191, The Enraged Demigod. It's somewhat different from the plots in many movies and TV series. A big shot like Miss Charlotte doesn't, as people imagine, waste time talking nonsense about making the enemy surrender when facing them. Instead, she launches the most ruthless attack. Because in a battle between true powerhouses, the time spent on idle chatter is enough to determine life or death for both sides. Therefore, Once Miss Charlotte had sensed the existence of Drew's soul, she was prepared to use her most powerful offensive to destroy her enemy and bring Drew back to her side. As for the ant henchmen Drew brought in, she wouldn't mind killing them off as well. "O Styx, anchored by my soul, infuse my enemies with the aura of death." Just as Ms. Sharp was preparing to unleash a wide-range necromancy spell to severely injure Drew himself, and at the same time eliminate the ants surrounding Drew, she suddenly noticed that below her, a beautiful woman with black wings was about to cast some kind of spell that she could not understand. However, Miss Charlotte was completely unconcerned about the other party's attacks, because she could sense that this beautiful woman's strength was not even at the legendary level. Because of the vast difference in strength between the two sides, she was not worried at all that the opponent's attack would harm her. After casually casting 3 shields of different natures, Miss Charlotte, who was absolutely confident in her own strength, ignored her opponent and continued chanting her necromancy. However, the arrogant will pay the price. As Miss Sharp continued casting necromancy, the attack from the fallen angel Liz completely ignored all of Miss Sharp's shields and struck the demigod's true form. How is this possible? What kind of thing is this? Attack. Almost instantly, all the positive effects she had previously applied to herself were removed by Sloth's vision. Furthermore, while losing its positive effects, Miss Charlotte's soul state also underwent a slight change. Why am I fighting? To everyone's astonishment, Miss Charlotte suddenly transformed from her previous furious state into a pitiful, slumped-down, dead ghost state, sitting in the sky. She started to escape reality. Even if I could really take my beloved Drew away and enslave him forever, what could I possibly do? The dead cannot have children, nor can they defy the will of the underworld and retrace their steps to the afterlife. If I can't be with Drew for the long term, then why should I become a regulator? It's so annoying. I don't want to be a regulator, and I don't want to do anything. If one day I could really walk the path of death again, I hope I could be a paramecium in my next life. How wonderful it would be to be a humble paramecium in my next life. I don't have to bear any responsibility anymore, and I don't have to be so busy anymore. I hate responsibility, I hate duty, I hate the river Styx, I hate it all. It must be said that the aura of indolence sealed within the bloodline of the Olsen family by the Abyss Lord is indeed powerful enough. With just one attack, Sharup's soul was already on the verge of collapse. She's currently slumped in the sky, lamenting the utter boredom of her life with a look of utter despair, while simultaneously hoping to one day become a paramecium. Well, Wu Wei and Drew were both somewhat stunned when faced with such a demigod as Charlotte. After all, this was the first time they had witnessed the power of a fallen angel. Such a bizarre ability is indeed quite terrifying to some extent. However, unlike the two of them, the fallen angel Liz, who was used to this situation, spoke up to remind them. Drew, launch the attack quickly. Under the influence of Sloth vision, Miss Sharp is no longer capable of launching an offensive. We must take advantage of this time to inflict as much damage on her as possible. The difference in strength between my clone and her is too great. We only have 4 seconds to utilize. Upon hearing this, Drew immediately realized what was happening. I see. Having said that, the legendary Drew immediately launched a counterattack. Having been accumulating strength, he unleashed all the spells he had prepared, using the high casting speed boost from the blue dragon skull, and bombarded Miss Charlotte with them. Unfortunately, although Miss Sharp lost the ability to launch an attack due to the effects of the Sloth vision. However, she still possesses basic defensive capabilities. Despite the dangerous warnings, Miss Sharp managed to defend against most of the terrifying torrent of spells unleashed by Drew. Of these numerous necromancy spells, at most 1/3 were able to hit Lady Sharp's true form. But that's enough, because Drew's legendary ability is called the Death Announcer. If a druid's spell hits an enemy, the enemy will be marked with a mark called the Death Mark. Once these marks are detonated, the druid can also inflict great damage on them. As expected, under the massive torrent of spells, Miss Sharp was hit twice by the announcer of the dead effect. A full 20, 000 plus points of damage were dealt directly to Ms. Charlotte. Even if a demigod's strength is enough to crush any legend, 20,000 plus damage is still an exaggerated number. Under Wu Wei's watchful gaze, nearly a third of Charlotte's health bar was already depleted. A large part of her soul and body was also shattered. These shattered souls were directly absorbed into the hellish prison by its deadly gravity. Seeing this, Wu Wei knew that the strategic goal he had set had been achieved in essence. The heavily damaged Miss Charlotte will most likely have to abandon this attack. But at that moment, Wu Wei suddenly noticed that the fallen angel Liz had disappeared. Just as Wu Wei was wondering, he suddenly realized that this damned angel had already run back to the other side of the abyss portal before him. At this moment, she was clinging to the teleportation portal, only her head peeking out, and spoke to Wu Wei. "Oh, my dear lord, I almost forgot to tell you something. Enemies affected by the slothful vision may experience a slight fluctuation in their emotions after the influence ends." A slight fluctuation? Wu Wei frowned and asked the fallen angel Liz. "What does that mean?" Just as the fallen angel Liz was about to answer Wu Wei's question, her expression changed drastically after glancing at the sky. She then turned and rushed back into the safe abyss. Wu Wei looked in the direction Liz had just been looking with some confusion. In the next instant, Wu Wei understood what Liz meant by a slight fluctuation in emotion. The demigod is enraged. Chapter 192, Getting Stronger and Investing. The emotional fluctuations that the fallen angel Liz refers to are actually quite easy to understand. Because when the effect of the slothful vision ends, all creatures with eyes, or those with similar eye functions, will discover a terrifying truth. That is, the demigod Charlotte has been thoroughly enraged. High in the sky, the demigoddess Charlotte was screaming with the most furious expression. All demons affected by the scream, unless they have reached the legendary stage, will immediately clutch their heads and die a miserable death. Her pristine white wedding dress had vanished, replaced by some kind of black, form-fitting wedding gown. In her hands, she held two terrifyingly blue scythes, and all sorts of gruesome, dead souls kept emerging from around them. Obviously, just like some games. Enraged, Miss Charlotte has entered Phase 2. Moreover, it seems that Miss Charlotte's second stage is some kind of assassin form. However, none of these things mattered to Wu Wei. What truly mattered was. At this moment, Miss Charlotte's gaze was not directed at Drew, but at Wu Wei. To be precise, it was the direction where the fallen angel Liz had been. After Miss Charlotte finished howling, her figure began to disappear. Apart from Wu Wei, no one else present noticed her. However, in Wu Wei's war vision, a terrifying data aggregate that was constantly flashing with various dangerous data was rushing towards him at an extremely rapid speed. Oh, damn it. Without further hesitation, Wu Wei took off running. Now he finally understood why that little bastard Liz had run away so quickly. She knew very well what she would face after she unleashed the slothful gaze. But Wu Wei didn't care about that. What he really cared about was, that damned fallen angel dared to run faster than me. He swore that as long as he wasn't killed by Miss Sheriff, he would definitely hang Liz up and whip her when he got back. Compared to demon heroes, she was born real. Fortunately, Wu Wei was not far from the teleportation portal at this time, and he was fast enough to run in this critical situation. Before Ms. Charlotte even reached the vicinity of the portal, Wu Wei had already dashed into it. Less than 2 seconds after Wu Wei rushed into the portal, a huge roar resounded across the portal. The roar was so loud that Wu Wei began to suspect that if the abyss portal hadn't lacked the indestructible property, the building might have been destroyed by the force of that attack. But at that moment, Liz's voice came to Wu Wei's ears. Wow, that really is scary. Wu Wei's face turned ashen. He grabbed Liz by the chest and lifted her off the ground. Scary? You damned scumbag angel. You dare to run faster than me, you bastard. Faced with the furious Wu Wei, Liz showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, at this moment she was like the most docile couple, gently wiping the dust off Wu Wei's face and body with the wings on her back, while patiently explaining to Wu Wei. You are mistaken, my lord. I'm not afraid of death. I just want to take this opportunity to tell you a fact. Facts? What facts? Wu Wei frowned, staring intently at the scumbag angel in front of him. The truth is, you're too weak, Liz said without fear. Through my observation over this period of time, I have come to understand that you are a commanding Abyss Lord. Your greatest strength lies in your control over the army and war. You can grasp every rhythm of the war and perfectly adjust your strategy according to the slightest battle situation. But it cannot be denied that your physical combat strength is still too weak. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei put the fallen angel down. Putting aside the fact that you are not comparable to Drew, even the demon heroes under your command are not beings that you can defeat individually. You must consider this. Are you truly a qualified Abyss Lord? Wu Wei was taken aback when he heard Liz say that. He never expected Liz to say such a thing. I know that you are an existence recognized by the will of the Abyss and a practitioner of the will of the Abyss. This can be seen from the fact that you hold the Abyss Codex in your hand. But the problem is that you cannot, and should not, rely entirely on the authority granted by the Abyss Codex to act. Because the Abyss's favor towards you is limited. Liz stood beside Wu Wei and explained slowly in a sweet voice. The endless Abyss will always favor those beings of extremely high value. This is an eternal and unchanging law. Under this rule, all abyssal creatures are drawn to the strong. The more powerful you are, the more they will respect your commands. Therefore, as the Lord of the Abyss, you should and must be the strongest force among us. Even if you don't take action, it can be used for self-defense. Because this may only be the first time you face a battle that surpasses legends, but the thing is, this will definitely not be the last. In your endless journey ahead, there will be countless beings stronger than the pinnacle of legends, demigods, and even the pinnacle of demigods. You might even need to consider killing a god in the future. But no matter what, as the Lord of the Abyss, you are undoubtedly a core member of the Endless Abyss faction. But if you are not strong enough and are ambushed and killed by the enemy's powerful warriors, what will happen to us subordinates who depend on you? Or rather, what should Mother of the Abyss do? A cruel, but true, abyssal truth was laid bare before Wu Wei. Wu Wei opened his mouth and spoke. What should I do? Hearing this, Liz smiled happily. Because she knew very well that her investment had finally paid off. Lazy yet ambitious, she yearns to become the most important person by the side of this weak, but infinitely potential Abyss Lord. Just like the original fallen angel and the ruler of the Abyss. That is the highest honor and also the path to heaven. It's very simple, I'll help you, you just need to. Faced with Wu Wei's question, Liz smiled and offered her own solution. However, the solution she proposed. Wu Wei rejected him outright. Liz couldn't quite understand Wu Wei's reason for refusing. Wu Wei actually said, Chapter 193, The Essence of Power. Faced with Wu Wei, who was ready to heed his advice and focus some of his energy on strengthening himself, the fallen angel presented the plan he had prepared long ago. My lord, in the Endless Abyss, becoming stronger is actually a very easy thing. Unlike his usual languid state, the fallen angel was unusually energetic this time. Because she had a premonition that Wu Wei, the Abyss Lord who had the Abyss Consciousness's recognition, would, under her nurturing, become a true powerhouse who would absolutely meet her expectations and be worthy of her full support. But if you want to gain so-called power, you must first understand what power is. The indestructible physique brought by a powerful body and the destructive power brought by a sharp weapon are strength. The power lies in the knowledge that is terrifying, the ability to see through all conspiracies, and the ability to manipulate everything in the world. These two are the two different manifestations of power when it is taken to extremes. And the representative of the first type is the Lord of the Abyss. The second type is represented by the Abyss Ruler. That's what the fallen angel has said. But it's worth mentioning. In the Endless Abyss, power is neither noble nor lowly, nor is it divided into high and low. In the eyes of the Great Mother of the Abyss, power is power and it is real and true. No matter what type of power you use, the Abyss Mother treats you the same. because its existence implies its rationale. I see. Wu Wei nodded. It must be said that the fallen angel Liz had a very profound understanding of the word power. It seems that the gifts bestowed upon fallen angels by the ruler of the abyss are not limited to beauty. That's right, that's the essence of power. The fallen angel Liz said with a smile. But then again, my dear lord, I am the most loyal, kindest, and also the most intelligent person under your command. I, Liz Olson, still recommend that you choose the second method of power. That is the path once walked by the Lord of the Abyss. Knowledge is power. Learning is everything. I suggest that you, like the Abyss overlords of the past, diligently study the forbidden knowledge bestowed by the Abyss and use it to expand your strength. The thought that you, through the favor of the Abyss, can acquire those great, corrupted knowledge makes me somewhat. As she spoke, drool inexplicably began to trickle from the corner of Liz's mouth. I'm actually looking forward to it. At this moment, Liz's eyes were filled with lust as she looked at Wu Wei. She also wished she could pour all the knowledge she possessed into Wu Wei's mind. Because she believed that after receiving all the knowledge she possessed, Wu Wei would become a polymath who mastered military affairs, politics, geography, and history in a short period of time. Just like the Abyss ruler of the past. Unfortunately. Yes, you're right. Wu Wei smiled. But I refuse. Huh? Liz was stunned. What did you say? For a moment, Liz was completely bewildered by Wu Wei. She didn't understand why Wu Wei would reject such a proposal. However, Wu Wei's subsequent answer surprised Liz even more. He actually said, I hate studying. Wu Wei smiled very sincerely, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Studying is such a boring thing. Moreover, studying is an extreme waste of time. What's even more unrealistic is that learning can never have an end. As time goes on, learning becomes a long and extremely grueling process. Knowledge expands. If you really want to achieve full-time omnipotence, then even the Abyss ruler must be learning all the time. That's why I refuse. You. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Liz, who greatly admired knowledge, immediately blushed. But don't misunderstand, this beautiful fallen angel wasn't blushing because of shyness or anything like that. She's almost red hot. Hey. Wu Wei smiled. So after thinking about it, I decided to give the first option a try. That is the path of the Lord of the Abyss. After all, that sounds easier, doesn't it? And more importantly, that's force. Don't you think that absolute force is much more sophisticated than so-called knowledge? Indeed, as a young adult male, Wu Wei still harbors a pursuit and desire for martial arts. Which boy doesn't yearn to wield a giant sword and suppress the entire world with his own strength? Therefore, compared to the tedious and boring study, Wu Wei himself would rather try to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. So, under the furious gaze of the fallen angel, Wu Wei went to find Hell, who was not far away, and asked this demon hero who was irreconcilably opposed to the fallen angel how to make his physical body stronger. Seeing this, Liz trembled from head to toe. Trembling with anger. She truly hadn't expected that her words had so clearly enlightened Wu Wei. Make him understand the importance of power in the Abyss. But in the end, all his hard work benefited others. What, my lord, you desire power? That's wonderful. My lord, you've finally come to your senses. Not far away, siblings Hel and Mara were also extremely excited after hearing the Abyss Lord's request. After all, they knew very well that the Abyss Lord in front of them was favored by the will of the Abyss. If he wanted to, he could easily transform into a massive creature capable of protecting his siblings. This kind of shelter is both very practical and rare. With this in mind, Hel immediately began teaching Wu Wei how to become stronger. The problem is that this so-called teaching ended before it even began. Because... thump. Having recovered to his 5-meter height, Hel moved a giant rock in front of Wu Wei. My lord, the way to become stronger is actually very simple. All you need to do every day is simply lift this stone and then exercise your muscles. That way, you will have a physique as strong as mine. After saying that, Hell showed Wu Wei his arm, which was thicker than Wu Wei's waist, hidden under the bandages. As for Wu Wei, no need. I suddenly realized that a strong physique might not be as appealing as I thought. He glanced at the enormous rock in front of him, which was taller than his head, and smiled. Sorry, Wu Wei forgot one thing. That is why the demons are so strong, because they are not human. As beings possessing demonic blood, they too will become incredibly powerful if they can survive in the abyss. From this perspective, Wu Wei now needs to find other ways to make himself stronger. However, this was not Wu Wei's primary task. While Wu Wei and Liz were discussing how to become stronger, Drew was facing the attack of the demigoddess Charlotte alone. At this very moment, the battle between the two sides is almost over. Chapter 194, Defeating a Demigod. When Wu Wei temporarily gave up hope of becoming stronger, or rather, after indulging in fantasies. After resting briefly with the fallen angel Liz and others, he returned to the world of Raven's Nest to continue the demigod war that was not yet over. By the way, the fact that Wu Wei, Liz, and the others hid on the other side of the abyss portal instead of going to support the isolated and helpless Drew was not a particularly cruel thing. This is part of Wu Wei's plan. Similarly, this is also a move made out of necessity. After all, the attacking Miss Charlotte was, in a sense, a true demigod. Faced with such a powerful figure, Wu Wei and his companions must not approach him casually. Because demigods are so terrifying that even the aftershocks of a battle can kill them. Under such circumstances, Wu Wei and the others could only rely on Drew's individual combat strength to deal with Ms. Charlotte. And most importantly, Draco is a lich. With his passive lich body, he will not truly die as long as his life-protecting casket is not destroyed. Therefore, he can only be the main force in this battle. My lord, please go first. Standing in front of the abyss portal, the shameless angel made a very gentlemanly, please, gesture to Wu Wei. He seemed very polite. But Wu Wei didn't say a word. He jumped high and kicked the scum angel into the portal. Are you kidding me? Scraps are fine. However, one shouldn't be too dismissive. It's one thing if you don't tell yourself before you run. That bastard Liz actually wanted me to go check out the other side first. Wu Wei showed no mercy to this despicable angel. He demonstrated the majesty of an abyss lord with a single, powerful kick. After Liz was kicked to the other side of the abyss portal, Wu Wei quickly learned about the latest battle situation. It has to be said, Wu Wei's plan worked. At this point, the demigoddess Charlotte was no longer as powerful as before. Despite having already killed nearly 10,000 ordinary demons on her own during the battle, destroyed Wu Wei's 2 hellish prisons, and shattered the profane torch into pieces. Even the abyss seed that Wu Wei had planted earlier was on the verge of being destroyed. However, her condition was indeed extremely poor. First of all, as a demigod, her health points are now less than half. This is a rather dangerous amount of health. Secondly, according to Drew's description of her, most of her skills are currently on cooldown. This also means that getting her to unleash the same high burst skills as before will be virtually impossible. Drew, how are you? How much longer can you hold on? As soon as he entered the portal, Wu Wei immediately asked. But in fact, this is a completely unnecessary question. Because Drew's condition was extremely poor at that moment. The dragon skull originally had over 14,000, nearly 15,000, but now it only has less than 2,000 left. The once massive dragon head has now been completely broken into 2 pieces. One section had shattered into bone fragments, and the broken bones were covered with cuts made by the sickle, a truly gruesome sight. The other section, which is relatively intact, is not exactly complete. The remaining half is covered with strange necromancy symbols. Judging from this, if Druid hadn't prepared a spell shield beforehand, this half of the head would have turned into the same fragments. I can hold out for at most 10 more minutes, my lord. Within the shattered blue dragon skull, Drew's voice, transmitted through the soul fire, reached Wu Wei's ears. My mana is still sufficient, but the life force of this dragon bone is almost exhausted. Once my physical body's life force is exhausted, My soul must return to the life-protecting box. It's all right, that's enough. Wu Wei, mimicking the way the scum angel had done before, stuck his head out of the abyss portal and said, "Let's indolent vision is ready once again. And you, remember to coordinate with her, unleash burst damage, and weaken Miss Charlotte once again." "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing what the Abyss Lord said, Druid immediately prepared himself. Although Drew was stronger than Wu Wei, he still had absolute trust in Wu Wei when it came to battle command. So when Liz once again cast a sloth look at Miss Charlotte, countless small skills with extremely short cooldowns and easy releases were immediately unleashed by Drew, raining down on Miss Charlotte like a storm. Unlike last time, this time, Miss Charlotte was on guard the moment the fallen angel made his initial stance. She activated countless defensive artifacts, released numerous magical shields of different natures, and even donned heavy undead armor over her slender body. It could be said that at this point, she was armed to the teeth. Furthermore, while preparing her defenses, she also threw the sharp, azure scythe in her hand at the fallen angel Liz herself, attempting to interrupt Liz's chanting. The sickle pierced through most of her body, staining her fair skin red with blood. Unfortunately, despite her screams, the fallen angel Liz still managed to unleash her power. In an instant, Miss Charlotte, who was originally full of fighting spirit, immediately turned into a retreat state. Even though Miss Charlotte was fully prepared, and even though she had increased her vigilance several times over. However, the slothful vision, the bloodline ability bestowed upon the Olsen family by the Abyss Overlord, still directly affected her soul. Because this ability comes from desire. Desire is something you can't escape. What then is the meaning of life? It's so boring. If I have a next life, I want to be a tardigrade, which is even more humble than a paramecium. I am so ashamed to be born a dead person. Just as Charlotte was in an extremely negative state, Drew's skills began to hit her one by one. Just like last time, under the influence of Druna's legendary ability called the Deathbringer, Miss Sharup's health began to drop rapidly. This time, her health dropped by nearly a quarter again. Although this time the hellish prison didn't shatter and absorb her soul, the injuries were still enough for this demigod to feel what pain was. "You damned ant." Once Miss Charlotte recovered from the agony of the Deathbringer, her eyes, etched with the blue-purple flames of her soul, were fixed intently on the direction of the abyss portal. Only, the response to her anger was Wu Wei's serpentine, vertically shaped pupils. Madness and fighting spirit flickered in those scarlet vertical pupils. "There is no longer any fear. I won this battle," Wu Wei said with a sinister grin. Chapter 195 Liz's Surprise. After a moment of silence, the powerful and ghostly Miss Charlotte escaped from the core area where Wu Wei was located. The demigod was defeated by Wu Wei. Although Wu Wei paid a heavy price for this, he still won the battle. Nearly 2/5 of Miss Charlotte's soul was shattered in the prison of hell, and her health points were less than a quarter left. Given Wu Wei's current strength, this can be considered a major victory. "Wah, my lord. My last wish before I die is that you can cough." The fallen angel Liz, whose body was pierced by the azure scythe, coughed up a mouthful of blood and spoke weakly to Wu Wei. "I hope that you can use your identity to actively obtain the great knowledge of corruption from the Abyss Mother and become a great being like the Abyss Ruler." Although Liz looked pitiful, Wu Wei simply squatted in front of her with a blank expression, looking at the scythe that had pierced her chest, showing no pity whatsoever. Because Wu Wei knew very well that this scoundrel angel could not possibly die. As an avatar of the original body, the angel Liz can reassemble a new avatar from the Abyss Church at any time. Moreover, due to the characteristics of fallen angels, the price for Liz to create a new clone is not too high. "Alright, that's enough." Wu Wei gently stroked Liz's golden hair, looked at the lovely woman lying in front of him, and said with a smile, "Get back to the resurrection point right now. Because I need to pull out this scythe quickly. The quality of this weapon looks good. If it were given to other demon heroes, it should greatly improve their combat power." "You bastard lord, this weapon is mine." Hearing Wu Wei say that, Liz stopped pretending. She was not weak at all and roared angrily. I traded the life of one of my clones for this. If you dare to give it to some other vile demon, I'll fight you. Believe it or not, I'll smash my head against you right now and die. Like, we'll both go down together. Okay, anyway. Even if the fallen angel Liz is lazy, she is still a creature of the abyss. The greed ingrained in the bones of abyssal creatures still truly exists in her blood. Wu Wei. Before long, Liz returned to the embrace of the abyss with a smile. However, the return lasted less than a minute. Before long, Wu Wei condensed Liz's new body from the abyss sanctuary. It's been so long since I felt that pain. Liz, resurrected, smiled as she held her new weapon. My dear lord, how are we doing now? After Liz returned to Wu Wei's territory, she went to find Wu Wei immediately. However, unlike Liz, who looked relaxed, Wu Wei's face was filled with worry and gloom. The current situation cannot be considered particularly optimistic. Wu Wei explained. Although we repelled Miss Sharap. But the undead army she left behind has now become a new problem. Because before she left, she mobilized all the undead that she had previously controlled and that originally belonged to Drew. Wu Wei placed his finger on Liz's forehead, sharing what he was seeing with her. As expected, Liz saw that in the distance of Wu Wei's defensive line, an almost endless army of undead was slowly but resolutely advancing toward them. Their numbers are far greater than when Drew was in control. Because a large portion of the Drew army was stationed in his territory at the time, and it was the most elite part of it. Drew's defection was, in effect, their liberation. Therefore, they are now far more troublesome than when Wu Wei first faced the army of the undead. The number is also much larger. I'm sorry, my lord. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Drew spoke up. Even if Miss Sharap is weakened, I still cannot take back the army that once belonged to me from their hands. A weakened demigod, yet still a demigod. Drew is not at his peak right now, so he is no match for Miss Charlotte. It doesn't matter. Wu Wei waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Although the number of undead has increased, I still have a backup plan. In another dimension, I have a demon legion that has maintained a relatively complete structure, the Demon Legion of Little Demon Mistress Caroline. I can recall this legion from the Green Cage and deploy it to the current battlefield. In this way, we will face much less pressure. Although doing so will cause us to lose some of our war funding, given the current state of the war, we can't afford to worry about that now. Moreover, the shadow crawlers I created earlier can also bring considerable advantages to various battle situations. The dragon eggs that Wu Wei had previously mortgaged brought him 1.2 billion in war funds. 1.2 billion sounds like a lot, but due to the high energy consumption of the demons against the undead, and the blue dragon skull exchanged for druid, Wu Wei has already consumed nearly half of it. This rate of consumption is comparable to that of most small guilds. At this moment, Wu Wei finally understood why some people say that war is always the most expensive game. However, just as Wu Wei was racking his brains about how to better fight against the approaching undead army, a smile appeared on Liz's lips. Because she knew her chance had come. My lord, if I told you I could bring you a new legion so that you wouldn't ruin your previous plans, how would you reward me? The fallen angel approached Wu Wei and said seductively, A new legion? Wu Wei glanced at Liz, somewhat confused about what she was saying. What are you saying? I said, what would you think if I could bring you an army of destroyers, entirely built by corrupt cultists of the abyss? Liz's scarlet eyes were flashing. 1. The Complete Abyss Cult Legion. Chapter 196 3 Worlds. A complete legion of the Abyss Cult? Wu Wei looked somewhat puzzled. Liz, with a size of over 1,000 people, is far from being a legion. In the face of the undead army, those 1,000 men could not change anything. Wu Wei said this because he clearly remembered that he left the fallen angel Liz with only a little over 1,000 followers of the Abyss cult. An army of this size is incapable of doing anything under the current circumstances. Moreover, This group of Abyss cult followers has not participated in the battle between the Abyss Lords and the Undead Army since they entered the Raven's Nest world. Therefore, Wu Wei did not really believe Liz's words, no matter what. However, the fallen angel Liz was very confident about this. She did not answer Wu Wei's question directly, but instead asked the Abyss Lord to whom she served. "My lord, please trust me just this once. You just need to answer me. If I really help you solve this problem, how will you reward me?" Award. Wu Wei blinked. Just as he had predicted, just like those demonic heroes. Fallen angels, who possess sentience and even high intelligence, also have their own desires. However, Wu Wei was still unclear about what Liz, as a fallen angel, wanted. "What kind of reward do you want?" Wu Wei asked Liz. It's obvious that the fact that the other party made such a suggestion to Wu Wei indicates that she already has something she wants. Instead of guessing, it's better to let the other person tell you directly. This actually made Wu Wei feel more at ease. Hehe lord. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Liz finally couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. "The reward I want is 3 complete worlds. However, what I deserve is not the present world, but the priority to choose any 3 worlds from the worlds you conquer in the future. And you must promise me one thing, there will be no demons in the 3 worlds I have chosen. Because these 3 worlds will serve as the headquarters of the Abyss cult, free from external interference. Of course, these 3 worlds will not become independent, but will continue to contribute troops and taxes to you. However, I crave a little bit of autonomy. And I guarantee that all the followers of the Abyss cult in these worlds will be loyal to you and fight for you." 3 worlds? It must be said that Wu Wei clearly underestimated Lid's ambition. This fallen angel is different from the demon. She has a longer-term vision and stronger desires. Unlike Mara, who only demanded the underworld, the fallen angel Liz spoke in terms of the entire world. But Wu Wei still agreed to the request. In his view, handing over the 3 worlds to the demons was essentially no different from handing them over to the Abyss cult. To be precise, handing over the management of the 3 worlds to Liz would have been a better choice. Even if the demons now rule the new world, they will only plunder and will not be able to provide stable income. In contrast, Liz promised to provide Wu Wei with soldiers and taxes once she took control of the world. In comparison, handing over the management of the new world to Liz sounds like a good idea. More importantly, the world that Liz is asking Wu Wei for is a world built in the future, not the present world. The future is the least valuable thing. Therefore, Wu Wei did not hesitate for long and directly agreed to Liz's request. "Okay, I promise you. But when will you be able to send out your Abyss cult legions? And approximately how many are your Abyss cult legions?" Wu Wei asked. "It will be soon, my lord. Give me 3 days at most, and I will bring a brand new legion to your side. As for the number of legions, I can only promise one thing. That means their numbers will be in the millions, or even more," Liz said confidently. 3 days? And the quantity is over 1 million. After taking a look at the current battlefield situation, Wu Wei made a basic assessment. Go ahead, but I can only wait for you for 3 days at most. If you don't show up after 3 days, I will definitely bring the little devil Mistress Caroline back to the green cage. It must be said that Wu Wei is never indecisive on the battlefield. For him, who had always pursued war, he would gladly accept any conditions that were beneficial to the war effort. So after Liz said that, he, as the Lord of the Abyss, decisively gave her his trust and support. This is important, and it's also rare. Because many lords will not allow so-called heroes and heroic spirits to directly manage their internal territories. But Wu Wei was somewhat unusual. Because he didn't care about the so-called territorial gains or losses, he only cared about the war itself. After receiving Wu Wei's approval, the fallen angel performed a standard angelic salute to Wu Wei, which was rare for her. Then, she flew away to reunite with the Abyss cult followers she had sent out. Very good. The Abyss Lord has granted my request. If I can perfectly help him overcome this crisis, then I will have the opportunity to continue my plan. Above the dim sky, Liz flew while thinking to herself. My dear Lord, please gradually discard those demons who have no honor whatsoever. I will use the power of the Abyss Cult's legions to show you that in this vast abyss, demons are not the only beings favored by the will of the abyss. Thinking of this, the fallen angel Liz couldn't help but increase her speed and fly in a more distant direction. Even with a formidable enemy at hand, the fallen angel Liz did not give up on the internal strife. In fact, this is more in line with her identity as a fallen angel. Because not only in this abyss, but also in the past, in the future, and in different abysses in higher or lower dimensions, the Abyss Cult and the demons are actually in a competitive relationship. However, it's somewhat different from what many people think. In fact, the Abyss Cult is in a weaker position in this never-ending internal strife within the abyss. Liz wanted to reverse this situation. Let's start with the weakened endless abyss that Wu Wei possesses. This is a responsibility etched into the blood of the Olsen family. As for the means by which Liz achieved her goals, it was the group of fallen believers beneath her. The fallen angel Liz stopped flying at high speed. And she, with her scarlet eyes, looked down mercilessly. Below her, a burning city awaited her arrival, billowing thick smoke. Look, those are angels. That is the messenger of God who has finally arrived. Our Savior has arrived. Countless fallen believers, upon seeing Liz, couldn't help but kneel down in worship. Liz, on the other hand, landed slowly, enjoying all the worship. However, her gaze grew increasingly cold. Because not far away, the remnants of the Shieling Empire were on the other side of the city, wary of their arrival. Chapter 197 Biological Civilization. Your Majesty, the messenger of God has truly arrived. Inside the royal palace of the Kingdom of Shieling, the Prime Minister of the King of Shieling spoke towards the throne. The moment he heard him say that, countless guards immediately pointed the sharp blades that had grown from their arms at the Prime Minister. How dare you? What depraved words! You are a degenerate. The guards said this because the Prime Minister's phrase, messenger of God, had already indicated his position. He is a fallen one who betrayed his king and the Shieling Empire. However, unlike the angry guards, King Shieling, who sat on his throne, was not so angry. Instead, he simply sighed softly, his expression unchanged. Then he addressed the angry guards. Put your weapons back. He wouldn't hurt me. If he wanted to, he would have done so already. Upon hearing the king's order, the guards present all sheathed their weapons. But these loyal men kept their eyes fixed on the Prime Minister before them, wishing they could kill him right there. Even so, the Prime Minister remained unfazed, just as calm as the king he served. Arnold. The king's voice sounded somewhat sorrowful as he sat on the throne. How long have you been my Prime Minister? Your Majesty, it has been 272 years. The Prime Minister replied. 272 years? That's quite a long time. As a non-royal Shieling, you've lived a long life, Arnold. I want to ask you a question. Have you remained loyal to me throughout these 272 years? Your Majesty, I have been loyal to you from beginning to end. Even now, with the kingdom in ruins, I remain loyal to you. Is that so? I see. The king smiled and continued to ask. Thank you for your loyalty, Arnold. Then I want to ask you a question. How many members of the royal family in my great Shieling Empire, like you, have become fallen members of the Abyss Cult? Your Majesty, apart from you, the Queen, and your eldest son, everyone else. The Prime Minister paused for a moment, but continued speaking. They have all become like me, fallen believers in the Abyss. Including my little grandson, the future Crown Prince? Has he also become a degenerate? The king choked up a little. The little prince himself also fell into depravity, but he was different from us in some ways. He was favored more by the will of the Abyss. After the arrival of the Abyss Messenger, he transformed into an existence called the Fallen God's Chosen. Oh, that sounds pretty good. The kingdom, which was still choking with emotion, became happy after hearing what the Prime Minister said. Like countless other affectionate elders, he cares more about the achievements of his descendants than his own. By the way, Arnold, after you became a fallen one, How did your genetic control change, and how much stronger did it become? The Xilings are a special kind of beings. They, and the empire they built, were a civilization that relied on biotechnology for advancement. However, it is different from those powerful biological civilizations that can destroy the world at any time. The Xiling Empire and the Xiling people have only just taken the first step in biotechnology, which is to be able to cut gene fragments. It can be said that the Xiling people took the first step in biological civilization. But that's where it ends. However, this is not only because the Empire is facing a dual cataclysmic crisis of the undead and the abyss. The real reason is that the Xiling people's bodies simply cannot fully control their own genes. Most Xiling people can only trim the bad genes in their bodies and enhance the strengthening effects of some genes. Excellent Xiling people may possess 1 or 2 rare foreign genes, giving them additional abilities. Those royal guards who could grow sharp blades from their arms were prime examples. As for the strongest royal family, the Xiling, they can only absorb less than 5 additional foreign gene fragments. When the Xilings excessively cut off their own genes, they enter a state of genetic decay. This state of genetic decay, once manifested, resembles a collection of thousands of different cancers. The pain it brings is enough to drive any Xiling person to collapse and die. Moreover, there is no cure. Despite the efforts of countless scholars and scientists throughout the kingdom of Xiling to find a solution, their progress has been extremely slow due to limitations in technology and understanding. This resulted in the Xiling people being exceptionally strong and agile, but their individual potential remained unchanged for hundreds of years. This situation continued until the invasion of the undead Lord Druid. Faced with the crisis of national annihilation, many Xiling people were forced to drastically edit their own genetic material on the battlefield. Although the vast majority of Xiling people died quickly after doing this, the lucky ones who survived actually benefited from the misfortune and gained stronger abilities and greater potential. Although they have been losing the war, if the Xiling people can persevere under the pressure of war, they may be able to evolve to the next stage. But all of that was destroyed. Because the followers of the Abyss cult sent by the fallen angels have arrived. These bizarre beings known as the Fallen Ones, starting from the borders of the Xiling Empire, have been relentlessly using some kind of corrupt and terrifying ritual to lure one Xiling person after another into becoming their companions, into becoming fallen ones just like them. At first, this kind of enticement didn't have much effect. The situation changed when the fallen Xilings were surprised to find that their gene editing abilities had increased several times over. Because all the Xiling people who were accepted by the will of the Abyss and officially became fallen ones gained genetic control power stronger than that of the royal family under the remote guidance of the divine messenger. But in any case, this is genuine power. Power, however, is extremely tempting. Seduced by corruption, more and more Xilings have become corrupted, even royalty. When faced with the king's question, Chancellor Arnold did not answer with words, but instead removed his clothes, showing King Hilling the answer through his actions. When Chancellor Arnold removed his clothes, all the guards, including King Hilling, fell silent. Because the body presented to them had already been favored by the Abyss far too much. No, it's that they've fallen too far into depravity. A body from the Abyss was laid bare before them. Chapter 198 Despair and Luck. Oh my god, this. When Chancellor Arnold removed his clothes, a body from the Abyss appeared before the Xiling guards. At this moment, beneath Arnold's seemingly normal neck was a terrifying body formed from countless tentacles and teeth. As the clothing was removed, the tentacles began to slowly disperse, no longer conforming to Arnold's will to form the shape of the Xilings. And everyone could feel that these tentacles, covered in sharp teeth, were radiating an extremely strong vitality. They are like metal springs, constantly compressing life and energy into this body. With the help of these tentacles, Arnold's life force, which was already close to death, became even more vigorous than before. Even more terrifying is that these royal guards, as well as the Arnold that King Hilling had seen before, were nothing more than a mask with countless tiny tentacles covering his original head. Arnold's real head had already grown inside his abdomen. A twisted, grotesque face hidden within countless tiny tentacles. Your Majesty, after becoming a fallen one and receiving the corresponding blessing from the divine messenger, my strength has increased more than tenfold. If I wanted to, I could kill anyone here at any time. Upon hearing Arnold's words, the guards present immediately drew their blades back from their arms. Because they heard a blatant threat coming from this old man. Really? That's great. But King Shilling remained as calm as ever. He intervened to stop the guards' reckless attempt to kill Arnold, and instead laughed happily. If this is true, then it means that the potential of us Shilling people can still be improved. Yes, Your Majesty, the potential of us Shilling people can indeed be further enhanced. But unfortunately, it's too late. Arnold appeared somewhat sad. Although he had obtained the power he desired, his heart remained loyal to the king and the kingdom of Shilling. Our kingdom is about to be destroyed. They will either be destroyed by the hands of the undead or enslaved by the will of the abyss, becoming playthings of the gods. Chancellor Arnold revealed a cruel truth. Although the messenger representing the will of the abyss has brought us Shilling people biotechnology far beyond our imagination, the problem is that we have to pay the price of our souls for it. Because I know very well that after I join the Abyss cult, my desires, the darkest and deepest desires in my heart, have been growing every moment. Driven by this desire, I crave to become stronger and more bloodthirsty. I can still maintain my sanity thanks to the energy I've accumulated over the years, but many more of the fallen have completely transformed into bloodthirsty monsters. Driven by desire, they have long lost their minds. They want to receive more divine favor from the messengers of the gods, and they are even willing to kill their own relatives and friends. And the most cruel and heartless one is your beloved grandson. In order to please the divine envoy, he used his power to kill tens of thousands of Shilling civilians outside your control. Under these circumstances, he has already been personally received by the divine messenger, who promised that after the complete destruction of the Shilling Empire, he will be transformed into a chosen one of the fallen gods. All that we've done, nominally to gain power, but in reality, we have become true degenerates. Because we sold our souls to the abyss. Hearing Arnold's repeated complaints, King Hilling on his throne showed no anger, sorrow, or fury. Arnold, are you out of your mind? Stop complaining. As the most intelligent person in the kingdom, shouldn't you have already guessed the fate of our Shilling kingdom? From the moment the undead invaded, the kingdom of Shilling was destined to be destroyed. It's just a matter of time. If it weren't for that entity called the Abyss Cult interfering, we might have already turned into skeletons under the iron hooves of the undead, or worse, become undead who couldn't even find peace. At least now we have another option, an option that is a little better than the worst. Yes, Your Majesty, you are right. Arnold echoed King Hill's words. So, what should we do now? Your Majesty, as a wise king, you still have a considerable number of personal guards who are willing to fight for you. If they fight to the death, you might be able to escape the capital and reach other cities that haven't yet fallen. In response to Arnold's suggestion, King Hilling stepped down from his throne and went to the edge of the palace. No need. Arnold, my loyal Prime Minister. Let those guards fall into depravity with you. King Hilling's words left Arnold stunned. As for me, I am no longer of any value. I'd rather die than watch the kingdom I've protected for hundreds of years crumble in my hands. The next second, amidst Arnold's grief-stricken cries, King Hilling leaped from the palace and jumped to his death. Thump! King Shilling's body crashed onto the ground floor of the palace. His blood, like a crimson carpet, was evenly spread across the ground. The next second, a pair of pure white feet stepped onto this carpet and gracefully walked into the palace. The fallen angel Liz arrived at the royal palace of the Shilling Empire. Behind her followed an almost endless number of corrupt Shilling people. TCH, what a pity. I didn't see the look of despair on your face with my own eyes. Liz glanced at the remains of King Hilling at her feet and said, But this is also a lucky thing for you. Because you would never imagine what I would do to your people. A mad plan that originated from the Abyss Overlord has only just begun. This insane plan will completely change everything for the Shieling people. Chapter 199 Poison of the Abyss. My lord, divine messenger. King Shieling is dead. As you requested, the Shieling Empire is now yours. After witnessing the death of King Shieling, Arnold, the former Prime Minister of the Shieling Empire, walked out of the palace and knelt before the fallen angel Liz in an extremely humble manner. Behind Arnold lay the corpses of hundreds of Shieling guards. As the last Prime Minister of the Shieling Empire, he personally killed the last group of loyalists of the Shieling Empire. He personally buried the old empire. But at the same time, he also witnessed the birth of a new era. An era known as the Abyss. My possessions? The fallen angel Liz's expression in front of Arnold and the others was completely different from her expression in front of Wu Wei. Before the lowly followers of the Abyss cult, she displayed unparalleled arrogance and coldness. Even Arnold, the former Prime Minister, dared not look directly into her eyes, but instead lowered his head to look at the feet and the tips of the wings of this messenger of the gods. No, Arnold, you're wrong. The Shieling Empire you speak of is not my property, Liz said with a cold laugh. You are now the Abyss cult, the possessions of Mother Abyss. You cannot understand all of this now, but you will understand it one day. After speaking, Liz flapped her wings and slowly flew to the throne where King Shieling once sat down in a languid and alluring posture. But that's not important now. What's really important is, Arnold, are you and the Xylings ready to receive the true blessing from Mother Abyss? Upon hearing the words blessing, Arnold's breathing became heavy. Even the sadness of watching King Shieling jump off the palace had disappeared. Because, just like all the fallen Helens, after receiving the initial blessing from the Abyss, Arnold's heart was consumed by the desire for power and a better physical body. Unlike many other races, the Shieling Empire, which had already progressed towards biological civilization, had every Shieling person within it who actually longed for a more perfect and stronger physical body. However, in the past, this pursuit was constrained by humanity and morality and could not be truly realized, but things are different now. When these Hirelings fell, all these constraints disappeared. Instead, there is an insane desire for an unlimited pursuit of perfection. This desire could even drive the Shieling people to madness, to the point that they would not hesitate to kill their own kind. The best example is the grandson of King Shieling. My lord, we are ready, Arnold said excitedly. All right, in that case, let the ceremony begin. But before that, I'll have you select a qualified, most depraved person to be the main vessel for this ritual. The reason Liz Olsen let Arnold make the choice was that among the countless fallen Hirelings, Arnold was the most rational and the one who best suited Liz's tastes. Keeping him around will allow Liz to better manage the Hirelings in the future. The most qualified, yet the most depraved candidate? Arnold pondered for a moment, then spoke. Great divine messenger, may I ask, is it permissible for King Shieling's grandson, the royal Fu Rui, to be chosen? Fury is the guy who personally killed at least 10,000 of his compatriots. This former royal has now gone completely mad in his pursuit of greater power. But it was precisely this extremely crazy trait that made Arnold feel that he was the perfect candidate. Whatever, as long as you think it's suitable, that's enough, Liz said, resting her chin on her hand. In her view, it didn't matter which of the Shieling people she chose, since they were like ants. Let him come here. I will personally tell him the true gifts of the Abyss. Upon hearing the fallen angel's words, Arnold immediately bowed and left the palace. Not long after, the corrupt Fury was brought here by Arnold. Judging from her appearance, Fury was a beautiful and charming Hirling. His face is so captivating that it will draw attention to anyone, regardless of gender. But beneath that face lies a twisted, repulsive, and ugly body. This body is the opposite of, or even polarized, of Fu Rui's face. As beautiful as Fury's face was, so repulsive was his body. Fu Rui's body, as solid as black charcoal, was covered with twisted tumors of all sizes. these tumors. However, this hideous body is actually very strong. In the eyes of some creatures, the structure of this body possesses a powerful beauty. It can be said that these two contradictory aesthetics coexist in Fury, making him a very special existence. However, this special person began to tremble from the moment he entered the palace. Having already begun to come into contact with the abyss, could he sense the true nature of the fallen angel before him from the surrounding air, from the unseen whispers, and from the premonitions in the darkness? Those were truly corrupt thoughts, condensed into a single entity. She is called an angel, but in reality a monster. Even though he slaughtered tens of thousands of his own kind for power, making him seem extremely evil. But in the presence of this fallen angel, he remained as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Tell me, Fury, who is the most depraved of the fallen Hillings? On the throne, the fallen angel narrowed his eyes and looked at Fury at his feet, saying, "How many desires do you crave to be fulfilled? And how much are you willing to pay for it to obtain the blessing of the abyss that can satisfy all your desires?" Upon hearing what the divine messenger said, Fu Rui immediately spoke up. "My lord, I am willing to give everything. From my body to my soul. I would give anything for the blessing of the great abyss." Liz smiled. Then, the fallen angel Liz flew to Fury and bit a white finger. A drop of scarlet blood appeared on her fingertip. "In that case, you should drink it." A drop of blood slowly dripped from Liz's finger into Fury's mouth. After drinking the drop of blood, Fury's face flushed, and he excitedly asked the fallen angel Liz, "My lord, is this the blessing of the abyss?" "No, this is not the blessing of the abyss." Liz gave a cold laugh. "This is a poison formed from the corrupt nature of the abyss." In an instant, Fu Rui's originally flushed face began to turn purple rapidly. An indescribable, excruciating pain appeared in every cell of his body, in every fragment of his soul. Clap, clap, clap. Fury's strong body began a rapid process of disintegration. "This is the poison of the abyss." Liz looked at Fury, who was lying on the ground in agony, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, but don't worry. Because once you survive it, you will receive the true blessing of the abyss." Chapter 200 Evil Gods of Another Dimension. Oh. Extreme pain began to appear in every part of Fury's body, and also affected every part of his soul. However, this pain is not real, but fake. Because the source of his suffering lies in the realm of the mind, which he cannot currently access. It was the pain emanating from the sea of the soul that made Fu Rui believe he was suffering. The pain he experienced in his body and soul was actually just a reflection. But it is precisely because of this that Fury appears so miserable. Because there is no way to alleviate the pain that comes from the sea of the soul. This is the power of the abyss poison. It exists in the blood of fallen angels and can ignore anyone's defenses, directly inflicting pain on the enemy's mental sea. However, pain is merely a byproduct of the poison of the abyss. The true effect of the abyss poison is actually to promote the development of the sea of the mind. In a highly poisonous manner. Amidst the shuddering from the excruciating pain, Fury suddenly felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Then his mind went blank. Etc. The pain is gone? Why? Did I just pull through? In a dreamlike state, Fu Rui's consciousness began to clear from a blank state. However, this Qiming festival did not last long, because he suddenly discovered that the gods of the abyss were standing before him. Although Fury himself never saw the real abyss gods, nor did he ever know what the so-called abyss gods were. However, as a follower of the abyss cult, under the protection of the abyss mother, he was still able to recognize what these beings before him were with an almost instinctive ability. Fury's consciousness actually arrived before the gods of the abyss. This is a world created by the ancient abyss, a region independent of the real world and independent of the entire river of time in the universe. In this region, no living thing in the conventional sense can survive. Only the sub-dimensional evil gods, who exhibit a state of idealism, can exist here for a long time. These strange pieces of knowledge appeared out of nowhere in Fury's mind. Aye. Looking at the abyssal gods before him, some with specific shapes and others without, Fury began to lose control of his confusion. For a moment, he didn't know what to say or what to do. So he started muttering unnaturally, like a child. A new one. A flesh sacrifice? However, just as Fury was stuttering, an abyssal deity covered in tumors and evil eyeballs appeared before him. His gaze, which had become almost tangible, gently lifted his consciousness, appreciating everything about him as if he were a toy. However, what the other party said left Fu Rui completely baffled. What is meant by the ultimate in succulent sex? And what does that new one mean? However, these are none of Fu Rui's concerns. Because after tasting, or rather, sampling, a portion of Furi's consciousness, this god, covered in tumors and evil eyeballs, relinquished ownership of his consciousness. He handed him over to another god of the abyss who was beside him. And these gods of the abyss are equally enormous as well as equally twisted and evil. Oh? A new flesh sacrifice. Which fallen angel made this request this time? A finely crafted tentacle of unknown structure emerged from the body of this abyssal evil god and pierced deeply into Fury's consciousness. However, this piercing did not cause Fu Rui any pain. On the contrary, the overwhelming and uncontrollable feeling of pleasure made Fu Rui feel genuine happiness and exhilaration. This feeling was unforgettable for him. Oh, so it was Liz from the Olsen family who sent them. I have no intention of using the sacrifices she sent to complete the descent of consciousness. Yes, the offering she gave last time was so bad it disgusted me. Another abyssal god rejected Fury's body and consciousness. Throughout the entire process, Fury was in shock and didn't know what to say. No, it's too bad. After each of the abyss gods rejected Fury to varying degrees. Finally, an abyssal evil god whose entire body was composed of pure dark tides came before Fury. Oh, this race called Shilling, does it yearn for a perfect physical body? A good pursuit, very much in line with my wishes. Although this race has less potential, it is not beyond redemption. As he spoke, the abyssal evil god tore off a fraction of the dark tide from his body. After tearing off this one in a billionth of the body, the evil god stuffed that part of the body into his soul in a way that Fury could not comprehend. The next second, before Fury could say anything, his consciousness vanished. Because the place he was just in was no longer in the real world. His consciousness returned to the real world. The moment Fury regained consciousness, he immediately opened his eyes and desperately searched for the beautiful fallen angel. However, Fury suddenly realized that something seemed off about his current state. Because his body had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a distorted state, like a spider web, hanging upside down from the palace ceiling. In this state, his facial features were growing haphazardly on the ceiling of the entire palace in a chaotic manner. Just as Fury was about to lose all reason and go completely insane because he could no longer accept this indescribable and bizarre form, Fury was about to lose all reason and go completely mad. The fallen angel Liz, who sat atop the throne, noticed the return of his consciousness. The next second, the fallen angel, the guide of the fallen, began to recite the Abyss prayer, guiding Fury through his transformation. We pray for the grace of Mother Abyss. We beseech Mother Abyss for salvation.